You are clearly just a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Yet with just one punch, you made the emperor-level expert cry and beg for mercy. Despite having such strength, you still have to live by scamming every day, and sometimes even rob beggars while wearing a mask. This is all because you possess a mysterious incense burner, which not only can refine spirit stones and feedback to you, but also can ignore the barriers of realms. As long as there are enough spirit stones, you can infinitely increase your power. Just when you were thinking about which beggar on the street you hadn't robbed yet, you happened to run into your fiancée who came to break off the engagement. Seeing this, your eyes lit up, and you approached her, saying, "Breaking off the engagement is fine, but you have to give me a compensation fee for the breakup." Gu Feng raised the marriage certificate in his hand and said seriously. Everyone, including Elder Lu, turned their gaze towards him. The head of the Gu family looked displeased and scolded Gu Feng. "Gu Feng, are you not ashamed enough? Shut up, you old man. What does my embarrassment have to do with you? My parents died fighting for the family. How did you treat me? The descendant of a family hero? It's one thing to withhold spirit stones, but they don't even provide basic living security for me. Everyone, don't work hard for the Gu family in the future. This family has no sense of humanity at all. Can the Falling Sunset sect really force others to break off engagements in public? What great sects? It's all just empty talk. Who cares about this broken marriage? And you, stop talking. I'm afraid of your bad breath." Gu Feng's emotions suddenly erupted, with saliva flying everywhere. Yan Lingshua's cold gaze revealed a hint of killing intent. In her eyes, Gu Feng was already a dead man. After today, Gu Feng would just be a passerby to her. "It's getting late. What do you think about the breakup compensation that Gu Feng is asking for?" "Lingxua?" Elder Lu frowned and said impatiently. Yan Lingxua nodded in agreement. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Gu Feng took out a golden abacus and started to move it. And then his clear voice floated in the air. "At 3 years and 1 month old, I secretly fed you a piece of jerky. The meat isn't worth much, but the seasoning on it is very expensive, worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. At 3 years and 2 months old, I gave you a wooden knife. This knife was carved by a skilled craftsman over 10 years, worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." One strange item after another was recited from Gu Feng's mouth, leaving everyone with their mouths agape and their minds in chaos. This kid was clearly robbing them in broad daylight. A piece of jerky, and it was eaten when I was 3 years old, probably only the size of a thumb, priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones. This is even worse than robbery. 100 low-grade spirit stones could cover the living expenses of an ordinary family for a year. The children of the 3 major families are considered the upper class of Yunwo City, and they only receive a salary of 50 low-grade spirit stones per month to support their daily expenses and cultivation. Items like this that are basically worthless, Gu Feng said. One is more expensive than the other. Like popping beans, items kept spilling out of Gu Feng's mouth. Throughout the entire time, Yan Lingxue, who remained calm and proud, began to show changes in her expression, with her left eyelid twitching incessantly. At first, she could maintain her aloofness and steady her mind, but when she heard that a candy Gu Feng had eaten was priced at 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, she could no longer hold back. Her eyes widened in anger, and an unnamed fire surged from her heart. What kind of candy is this? It's more expensive than a spirit pill. You can't rob like this. Don't be agitated. A piece of candy is certainly not worth much. What's valuable is the saliva I stuck on it. This is the saliva of a pure and innocent person, so pure that it is shocking. You want it now, but I still won't give it to you. This is a product of the times, extremely precious and rare. Gu Feng was very perceptive and noticed that Yan Lingxue was showing signs of anger, so he immediately began to explain. Yan Lingxue pressed her lips together, trying hard to control her restless emotions. She understood that if she got into an argument with Gu Feng, it would be her who would be embarrassed. He was such a jerk. She was screaming in her heart, a wave of shame washing over her, wishing she could immediately take the marriage certificate and leave this place, never to return. Stop talking. I will definitely compensate for everything according to the price. Just write it down on a piece of paper. Hearing Yan Lingxue's delicate shout, Gu Feng let out a heavy sigh. You should have said that earlier. My mouth is almost dry. After saying that, in the astonished eyes of everyone, Gu Feng took out a thin piece of paper from his storage bag, unfolded it to reveal several meters long, with neat handwriting densely written with items and their prices. Gu Feng chuckled, folded the thin paper, and handed it to Yan Lingxue. The latter received it with a dark face, looking at the 2 rows of white teeth that the other person revealed when smiling, wishing she could find a hammer to smash them all. Elder Lu beside him glanced sideways, scanning the contents of the thin paper, his beard uncontrollably twitching a few times. When he saw Gu Feng come over with a pen and brazenly add a 0 behind the price of one of the items, he instantly broke into laughter. This kid even adds temporary price increases. What shameless behavior. I've never seen anything like it in my life. The young cultivator tilted his head and fixed his gaze on the thin paper. When he saw one item, his entire demeanor exploded, and he shouted, "You have some nerve to fabricate charges and ruin my junior sister's reputation." "Where?" Gu Feng stepped forward and asked loudly. "Please point it out clearly." "It's this one." The young cultivator's face turned ugly, looking as if he found it hard to speak, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Gu Feng. "Are you talking about this one? This is a clause that benefits her. Why are you so agitated?" The vague dialogue between the two left everyone puzzled, their anticipation skyrocketing, eager to rush over and see what the two were arguing about. Elder Lu, who was watching the excitement, read aloud. "In the spirit of mutual respect and equality in contracts, given the differences in gender, the utmost respect should be afforded to women. I have kissed a few times before, and I will charge 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for each time, deducted from the total compensation amount." The crowd's exclamations broke through the clouds above Yanwo City. Yanling Shui kissed Gu Feng? No way. Is that true? How ridiculous. Kid, are you looking for death? The young cultivator was on the verge of going mad. The harsh reality that his goddess had not only tasted Gu Feng's saliva as a child but also kissed him filled him with rage. If it weren't for Elder Lu being present and everyone watching, he would have already slapped this detestable guy to death. "Brother, don't get worked up. I can just cross this out." "Does crossing it out even help?" "Immediately tell them this is your fabrication. Isn't that inappropriate? After all, this incident did happen. If you don't believe it, just ask Yan Lingxue." Upon hearing this, the young cultivator looked at Yan Lingxue with hopeful eyes, wishing to hear a denial from her. But what greeted him was Yan Lingxue's murderous gaze, compared to the detestable Gu Feng. At this moment, Yan Lingxue hated the meddlesome young cultivator the most. If it weren't for his loose tongue, who would have known about her childhood kiss with Gu Feng? Yan Lingxue's face twisted slightly, no longer maintaining her previous proud demeanor. Her fingers cracked as she squeezed them, and with a loud rip, she tore the thin paper apart. "How many spirit stones in total? I'll pay." It must be said that Yan Lingxue's composure was quite good, even in such a furious state. She still did not show any intent to kill. "The first exemption clause, this brother has voluntarily given up for you, adding 50,000 low-grade spirit stones to the total price. As for the second exemption clause worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, do you want to be exempted from it?" As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately erupted. The first exemption clause is a kiss, with each kiss costing 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, which means 5 kisses. As for the second exemption clause worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, the price far exceeds that of a kiss. Everyone is curious about what Gu Feng did to make him willingly exempt such a huge sum of money. It goes without saying that it must be something 10 times more outrageous than kissing. A pair of crimson eyes openly scanned Yan Lingxue's entire body, and cries of anguish and curses arose in response, making Gu Feng appear to be a heinous villain. Yan Lingxue's face changed from green to black, and finally turned completely red. The sounds of cursing, laughter, and noise from the audience below the viewing platform were deafening, while the high-ranking members of the 3 major families on the platform chuckled softly. Of course, the members of the Gu family had dark expressions on their faces, glaring at Gu Feng, wishing they could rush up and tear him apart. This kid's actions are not only humiliating Yan Lingxue, but also offending the Luoxia sect. The Luoxia sect is a colossal entity for the small Gu family in Yanwo City. Just sending out any elder could sweep away and annihilate the entire Gu family. Gu Feng was still the nominal young master of the Gu family, and it would be bad if his behavior was misunderstood by the Sunset Cloud sect. Elder Lu of the outer sect, with ambiguous eyes, kept going back and forth between Gu Feng and Chu Yanran. This first level of the body refining realm brat in front of him had given him too many surprises. He didn't hiss like most people, angrily denouncing Chu Yanran for violating moral justice, nor did he resign himself to this and hide away in a mess. Instead, he chose an extremely comical way to reverse his own unfavorable situation in one fell swoop, tearing apart Chu Yanran's lofty stance and pulling her from the clouds into the ground, holding her down into the earth. I'm afraid the seemingly roguish behavior was well thought out. Underneath the boy's cynical exterior lay a proud heart. He wouldn't allow himself to be oppressed, and he rose to the occasion. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and in the face of absolute power, everything was just a flash in the pan. Forget it, this 100,000 spirit stones will be waived for you. No need to. Chu Yanran glared at Gu Feng with a deadly glare and uttered 2 words in a fierce voice. That's great, a total of 543,090 lower grade spirit stones. I'll erase the change for you. Just give 540,000 lower grade spirit stones. After saying that, Gu Feng spread out his palms and stretched them out in front of Chu Yanran, grinning broadly and revealing 2 rows of large white teeth. Chu Yanran's face stagnated and she froze in place, her face a bit ugly. She was shocked by the number in Gu Feng's mouth. 540,000 inferior spirit stones. This is too much. You can't rob like this even if you're robbing. Although she was an inner disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect and received a sizable amount of cultivation resources every month, the total value was probably only a few tens of thousands of lower-grade spirit stones. 540,000 lower-grade spirit stones, even if she didn't eat, drink or cultivate, and ran between the various tasks of the sect day and night, and gained rank rewards in every competition, it would take at least 7 or 8 years to accumulate enough. Of course, this is the ideal situation, and doubling the actual time required is not an exaggeration. Chu Yanran was so angry that she was trembling slightly. This bastard was trying to bring himself to death, taking so many spirit stones, having the life to spend them? The crowd at the scene was shocked by the astonishing figure of 540,000. It was a huge number. The Gu family, one of the 3 great families, specialized in iron ore and owned an iron ore vein, and its total profit for a year was far from this much. Gu Feng, this kid is dead. This so-called breakup compensation is too vicious. Chu Yanran won't give it. I'm afraid Chu Yanran doesn't have that many spirit stones either, right? Please change the question sentence to a statement. It's impossible for her, an inner disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect, and her family has long since declined, to be able to take out this huge amount of money. Ask for a few tens of thousands and you might still give it. Gu Feng is robbing with his life. No contest. The comments from below did not make Gu Feng change his mind, and his outstretched hand remained in the air. What? You didn't bring any spirit stones? Seeing Chu Yanran frozen there, Gu Feng frowned and asked softly. The atmosphere was extraordinarily stagnant, as if it was frozen in this moment, at an impasse. Elder Lu, you're an elder of the Sunset Cloud sect. What do you think should be done about this? After a long while, Gu Feng blinked at Elder Lu and respectfully asked. Elder Lu hadn't uttered a word of rebuke to himself from the beginning until now, and even read out that shameful clause in public. It was obvious that the relationship between him and Chu Yanran wasn't as harmonious as one might have imagined. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu looked deeply at Gu Feng. A flash of appreciation surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. This kid was very good at reading people's words. I'm afraid he could tell that he wasn't dealing very well with Chu Yanran, and purposely asked him to step in and mediate. With this move, Gu Feng had not only found himself a pedestal, but also a temporary backer, which was very wise. Glancing at Chu Yanran, who had a hard look on her face, Elder Lu laughed in his heart. Let you girl be high and mighty in front of me before, not treating this elder as a big brother. Now eat your words. Oh, Gu Xian nephew, you this breakup compensation clause, which has a change under how? There's no harm in speaking up, Elder Lu. From the time you met Chu Yanran until today, it has been 15 years, and this elder supports the 15 years of moral damages that you have proposed. This elder understands that after today, you will be subjected to the world's ridicule for a long time to come because you were withdrawn from marriage, and the impact is not insignificant. But 10,000 years in the future is too long a time to pay for the mental damage. How about changing it to 100 years in the future? Elder Lu's words are reasonable. This clause is indeed a bit harsh, so let's change it according to the elder's wishes. Gu Feng responded in a very upbeat manner. Okay, the rest of the terms are basically fine, so do the math and total the amount of damages after the change. Slap. Gu Feng nodded. The sound of the abacus resounded once again, and after a few breaths, he spoke. The total after deductions is 450,000, for Elder Lu's sake, a 90% discount, and removing the zeros, the round number is 400,000. Gu Feng once again gave Elder Lu a face, and the latter was very pleased, appreciation growing even more in his eyes. With Elder Lu stepping in to mediate, the amount of compensation for the breakup was considered to be finalized, and everyone's gazes gathered on Chu Yanran. Silence, deadly silence, awkward, as never before. Even if the amount of compensation was reduced to 400,000 lower grade spirit stones, it was still not something that Chu Yanran could afford. With Elder Lu administering justice and her previous condescending stance, it was already too late to backtrack and refuse. I don't have so many spirit stones on me, so I'll give a portion first and slowly make up for it afterwards. Chu Yanran's head sagged and her voice became low. The pride on her face disappeared. These days the big man who owes money, and you're an inner disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect. Lend me 10 guts and I wouldn't dare to come to the door to collect a debt. You're afraid I'll renege? Knowing people without knowing their faces, Gu Feng said coldly without giving any face at all. Then I'll wait a few years before withdrawing from the marriage. Chu Yanran's voice was low. She really couldn't take so many spirit stones. It's not so easy to back out when you say you will, or when you say you won't. We must return today. If we don't have any spirit stones, we'll go borrow them. As he spoke, Gu Feng's intentional gaze glanced at Elder Lu on the side, and the latter understood, so he acted as if he didn't. This elder isn't rich either, and who would come out temporarily with 400,000 lower grade spirit stones? I only have 300,000. 000 or so on me. Things have come to this point. Face and Lizzie are all lost. Chu Yenran also set her mind right, stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, I, Chu Yen, will not borrow your spirit stones for nothing and am willing to pay interest. Ahem. What is this talk? You and I are from the same sect. When we help each other, 20% interest per year. Please write down the IOU first. Looking at Elder Lu's slightly smiling eyes, and then turning his head to Gu Feng, he said, Gu Feng, today you want to take 400,000 spirit stones. That's impossible. Let's do it this way. I'll be the guarantor. Chu Yenran will pay part of it first today, and considering the fact that she has to cultivate as well, she will pay back the rest within 30 years, and if you don't pay it back when it's due, this elder will personally take you to the door to collect the debt. Gu Feng's heart is in turmoil. Elder Lu can really do business. He is a guarantor, collecting 20% interest per year. This is taking my money, earning his own interest. Really powerful. The old boy wasn't a decent person, almost fooled by his neutral looks. At 20% interest per year, this is usury, and I'm afraid the final return is not much less than even myself. Chu Yenran, who suffered a double insult, gritted her teeth, pinched her nose, and wrote an IOU without saying a word. This withdrawal had caused her to suffer heavy losses. Her reputation and property had suffered a double blow, and it was estimated that very soon, the entire Yun County would spread the word about the entanglement between her and Gu Feng, and it would become the talk of the townspeople after tea. Gu Feng, who had gotten the spirit stone, was also very quick to hand back the marriage certificate. Chu Yenran rubbed the marriage certificate as she glared fiercely at Gu Feng. I hope you have the life to use up these spirit stones. After saying that, he gave a slight bow towards Elder Lu, and without looking back, he left this place of wrongdoing. By your leave, the wrongdoer. Oh no, please take care. Remember to work hard to earn money and pay off your debt early. Holding the 400,000 spirit stones that Chu Yenran had scraped together from the east, Gu Feng shouted with a wide-eyed smile towards that graceful back. Chapter 5 Elder Lu's Invitation. Chu Yenran, who was leaving straight away, heard Gu Feng's voice, stumbled, accelerated away, and without looking back, went straight in the direction of the city gates. Gu Feng held the heavy storage bag like no one else, grinning as his eyes flickered with light, reflecting the crystals of the spirit stones. That heartless appearance caused the corners of Elder Lu's mouth to twitch slightly and his brows to knit together, and when he saw that Gu Feng was still counting the spirit stones by himself, he couldn't help but open his mouth. You brat, you really want money more than life. With such a large amount of spirit stones, you're not afraid to eat yourself up. The words were said, but there was an appreciative glint in his eyes. It's fine, Chu Yenran is a famous family. How could she assassinate me? Gu Feng smiled faintly, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth and said without a care in the world. When these words came out, everyone, including Elder Lu, couldn't help but roll their eyes. This is the proper white rabbit thinking. Not a bit of experience in the jungle. Chu Yenran may not come to trouble because of her high spirits, but it doesn't mean that no one comes to look for trouble. You know that around the beautiful woman, the most licking dogs, followed by billion. These licking dogs can't wait for the opportunity to be able to show on the face of the beautiful woman. Take the young cultivator who came with Chu Yenran. The ruthless look in his eyes when he left made people wonder if the other party would ambush the outskirts of Cloud Crouching City, waiting for an opportunity to attack and kill. After all, the residents of the entire Cloud Crawling City knew that Gu Feng was definitely going to leave this place. What are your plans for the future? Elder Lu certainly didn't believe that Gu Feng would be so brainless, and without much warning, changed the subject. Leave Cloud Crouching City, find a place to live, do some business, and live the rest of your life. Elder Lu glared at him. This kid was gagging again. How could someone who could use his courage to pit the inner disciples of the Sunset Cloud sect with millions of spirit stones be willing to live the rest of his life? Just kidding. What is Elder Lu's instruction? As he spoke, Gu Feng parted out a portion of the spirit stones to bribe Elder Lu in full view of everyone. You kid, you really think I'm a beggar? You keep the spirit stones. Elder Lu refused with a bitter smile, and his words turned to a straight face. Do you want to go to the Sunset Cloud sect with me and become an outer disciple? Fine, but with my cultivation, can I reach the standard of an outer disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect? If it was a mere outer disciple, of course Gu Feng would not be willing. After all, his predecessor was an inner genius, and if he really entered the Sunset Cloud sect, he would not be throwing himself into the net and letting people take him at will. But not anymore. The fact that Elder Lu personally invited him meant that the other party would take care of him, and it was impossible for Chu Yenran, a mere inner disciple, to have the ability to command the outer elders. Having your back against a tree is undoubtedly a whole lot better compared to fighting it out on your own. Whether or not you can enter the outer sect, it's not a matter of this elder's word. Elder Lu proudly said. The Sunset Cloud Sect 100,000 Outer Disciples. Arrange 1 or 2 to go in. The sect will not be accountable to him even if they know about it. A lot of elders are doing this. Gu Feng had the brains and could handle things, and he just needed such a person by his side, so he made the invitation. Although you are at the first level of the body refinement realm, I see that your blood chi is vigorous. Can you let me probe to see if you have any special physique or bloodline? Then I'll trouble Elder Lu. For his own cultivation progress, Gu Feng also felt very strange. It is reasonable to say that his parents' talent are still speaking, at least in the cloud-lying city belongs to the top of the existence of the tiger's father. There is no son of a dog. He could not be so garbage. Under the gazes of the crowd, Elder Lu's 2 fingers erupted with a wisp of chi energy, striking into Gu Feng's body. Gradually, his face became grave and his brows furrowed as his eyes were shocked. After a long time, the chi withdrew, shaking his head and sighing. Elder Lu, don't sigh. I can accept the reality. Is it because my talent is garbage? With the 3 incense burner artifacts in his mind, Gu Feng believed that no matter how high or low his talent was, it wouldn't affect his future rise, so his expression was relaxed without a trace of tension or apprehension. If I'm not mistaken, your physique is known as the king of trash. What's that? It's still garbage. It was Gu Feng's turn to roll his eyes. This Elder Lu was immodest, making fun of other people's pain. Let's go. I'll tell you the specifics when we arrive at the Fallen Cloud sect. This statement, the cloud-lying city crowd that is envious a body-refining realm of the first level of the dregs of the cultivator, not only succeeded in pitting the inner door Chu Yinyan 4 million spirit stones, but also got the outer door Lu Elder's fancy, directly accepted as an outer door disciple. To know, according to the situation in previous years, the overall strength of the weak cloud crouching city, but also 200 people or so, can successfully enter the Sunset Cloud sect, but also are all external disciples. Gu Feng's a pass operation, a step to heaven. All of a sudden unlock the dead knot. The whole chess game is alive. Is the Gu family to plot against him, but also have to weigh the Elder Lu behind him? Gu family people, face gloomy, cut the grass does not get rid of the roots. Spring wind blowing again. Gu Feng this kid although the talent of the trash, but the world does not lack of miracles. It is not guaranteed that he will rise one day. Kill back to the cloud-lying city. If I had known this, I might as well have screwed this kid over before, so that I wouldn't have to worry about it in the future. Just when the crowd thought that Gu Feng would follow Elder Lu and leave Cloud Crouching City, Gu Feng shook his head and refused. Elder Lu, after handling the Gu family's affairs in the past, I will head to the Sunset Cloud sect. Meeting Elder Lu's puzzled look, Gu Feng explained, after all, I'm still the nominal young master of the Gu family, and the necessary handover procedures are still needed. I'm afraid that when I'm powerful in the future, they'll lick their faces and climb up the ladder. Hearing Gu Feng's words, Elder Lu nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. This kid also took himself too seriously. With this garbage talent, it is difficult to achieve in the martial arts path, but he would actually think that he will be powerful in the future, and he is still afraid that these ants from the Gu family will come to climb the relationship. Please, without a miracle, I'm afraid your cultivation will never catch up with the current Gu family head in your lifetime. You don't want to die? For me, aside from spirit stones, the thing I cherish the most is my life. My parents are a credit to the Gu family and have shed blood for the Gu family. They won't harm me, Gu Feng said with a smile. Elder Lu's eyes burned as he stared at the teenager in front of him. He saw confidence in the other party's pupils, which was extraordinarily reassuring. This outer sect token is for you. Look for me directly when you arrive at the Sunset Cloud sect. Many thanks to Elder Lu. Looking at Elder Lu's departing back, the crowd looked at him like a little cutie. Looked at Gu Feng as if he were a little cutie. This kid's brain might be a bit faulty. The Gu family might not harm you because they are afraid of Elder Lu, but I am afraid that it will be difficult to take away your 400,000 spirit stones. He looks like a smart guy. How can he be a jerk at this critical moment? Amidst the size of the crowd and the laughter of the Gu family executives, Gu Feng followed the Gu family's group out of the ring. Along the way, Gu Feng lowered his head, a bizarre arc hanging at the corner of his mouth. The Gu family had bullied him for so long, so how could his mind be clear if he didn't screw up hard before leaving? Chapter 6 Surging Physical Body Strength. Still refining the body first level. As soon as Gu Feng returned to the Gu family residence, he went straight to the obsolete small courtyard at the back of the mountain, citing fatigue as the reason. After making sure no one was following, he walked quickly to the room, the door of which was closed. I hope I won't be disappointed. Returning to the Gu family voluntarily was a bit risky, but it was still manageable. With Elder Lu's deterrence, the Gu family would not blatantly plot against him, at least in the Gu family residence. It was safe. The big deal was to lose the 400,000 spirit stones on his body, and once he succeeded, he could directly knock the Gu family to the bottom, and he wouldn't be able to turn around in the next 10 years. Looking at the mountainous pile of spirit stones in his storage bag, Gu Feng's heart was stirred. This shocking image was only seen when he was a child, when his father brought him into the Gu family's spirit stone treasury. This predecessor isn't bad at all. Knowing that he's short of spirit stones, he rushed to send them over. Gu Feng laughed, and immediately afterward, picked up a handful of spirit stones and threw them into the 3 incense burners located in his mind. As the spirit stones continued to be put in, a wisp of milky white liquid appeared at the bottom of the incense burner on the far side. Not long after, a pea-sized drop of milky white liquid coalesced into shape and lay there quietly. Last time, he had relied on a single drop of liquid to make him advance a huge step in the body refinement realm. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Gu Feng's mind moved, and the drop of milky white liquid entered his body. Boom! The milky white liquid impacted length and breadth in his body. Like a meteorite explosion, the roar exploded in his ears and shook his eardrums. The 108,000 billion pores on the surface of the body were all open, and strands of black filth continuously overflowed from them. Soon, a thick layer of foul substance was caked on his body, and the fishy odor wafted throughout the room, making people sick. Body refining is divided into 9 levels. 1 refining skin, 2 refining flesh, 3 refining tendons, 4 refining bones, 5 refining veins, 6 refining blood, 7 refining marrow, 8 refining organs, 9 refining internal organs, one after another, from the inside out, refining one's body until one opens up the dantian and enters the next realm, drawing qi. Gu Feng's current physical strength, according to the judging standards of the cultivation world, should have broken through the first level of body refinement a long time ago. Perhaps, as Elder Lu said, his physique was the king of garbage. After serving a dozen drops of milky white liquid in a row, he was still stuck at the first level of the body refining realm. He just felt that the strength of his physical body was constantly growing. After taking a whole 100 drops of milky white liquid in a row, Gu Feng was depressed, and seeing that the spirit stones were getting less and less, he made a snap decision to stop cultivating. What the hell is going on here? 100 drops of divine liquid couldn't even make me break through the first level of the body refinement realm? This made him a little unacceptable. Originally thought that with the golden finger, he would be able to hang on all the way and be awesome and cool, but now it seems that it still doesn't work. Where's the promised script of the scrappy rebel? The promised script of the chosen one? Get thee outta here! Enraged, he directly swung a punch towards a stone statue on the side. Boom! A loud roar startled him. Sand and dust flew in the room, and the stone statue appeared cracked and collapsed in the next moment. What a horrible power! A fist blasted a stone sculpture. Pure physical strength, estimated at more than 10,000 pounds, at least comparable to a cultivator of the 5th level of body refining. Gu Feng pinched his face, and swung out a fist without stopping, the air around him whimpering like a giant wave lapping at a reef, one wave higher than the other, with an inexhaustible energy in his body. After a set of basic punches was completed, Gu Feng looked at his hands unbelievably. This time, he was completely convinced that he had really gotten stronger, and it was also horribly strong. Even though his realm was still at the first level of body refinement, he was confident that he was fearless of any cultivator at the 5th level of body refinement. Could it be that old me is the legendary 10,000 weight body quality of body refining, specially used to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers? Gu Feng stroked his chin and muttered to himself, who cares? Strength enhancement is the king. Body refining realm is body refining realm. Body refining realm can also be invincible. It is not a dream to beat all realms. It is just too difficult to not be able to fly. Gu Feng was originally a big and bold personality, coarse and subtle. For the time being, do not understand things, do not have to dwell too much. Anyway, Elder Lu saw that. What exactly is his own physique? To the Sunset sect will be able to figure it out. Eyes cast to the storage bag. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This consumption was also too great. The 400,000 spirit stones from before were now only left with a pitiful 10,000 pieces. It's a long way to go. You can't stop earning money. Smiling, Gu Feng walked out of the room and came into the courtyard, walking straight to a wigwam, and with a furious punch, the wigwam exploded. With his arms spread out, he lifted a one-person high stone and threw it into his storage bag, and he moved a dozen or so such boulders in a row. He only stopped when he felt the volume was about the same as 400,000 spirit stones. Immediately after that, he took the remaining 10,000 spirit stones and neatly laid them on top of that stone until the stone was completely invisible. After doing that, took a shower and went to sleep beautifully. On the following day, in the Gu family's council chamber, everyone including the senior management, talented disciples, and others were gathered. This brat Gu Feng, how should we deal with him? Family head Gu Tianba's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked in a deep voice. He's now an outer disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect. he can't die in our Gu family. One of the elders spoke. His meaning was self-evident. Gu Feng must die, but not in the Gu family due to Elder Lu. This idea was recognized by all present. If he hadn't embraced Elder Lu's thighs, or if he didn't have so many spirit stones on him, we would have evicted at most, and we wouldn't have harmed his life. Too bad. He gave up his best chance to escape yesterday. If he wants to get himself killed, let's reluctantly satisfy him. Once he leaves Cloud Crouching City, I'll lead a few people and make him disappear completely. To ensure cleanliness, Gu Xing sat in the young master's seat where Gu Feng was supposed to sit, his face grim as he said. He was Gu Ba Tian's only son, the 6th level of body refining, and without any surprises, he could successfully enter the Sunset Cloud sect and become an outer disciple. Good. A lion fighting a rabbit also uses its full strength. Facing Gu Feng, who was at the 1st level of body refinement, you didn't get careless and thought of bringing someone along. My father is deeply gratified. Only by being cautious can you live longer. Gu Ba Tian nodded with satisfaction, praising his son without stinting, and the crowd also nodded secretly. Gu Xing's strength. Among his peers in the Gu family, no one could surpass him, killing a body refinement 1st weight with a body refinement 6th weight. There was no suspense at all. Being able to act cautiously in such a situation of absolute superiority was truly worthy of being the future of the family. About an incense stick later, Gu Feng yawned and arrived late. You all are so early. You're not discussing how to plot against me. Just kidding. Never mind. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Gu Feng walked straight to the young master's seat and stared down at Gu Xing, who laughed dryly for a few moments and stood aside with a sense of humor. Coward. Thought you would turn on me with Elder Lu as your backer? Gu Xing said with a sneer in his eyes. How dare I? Brother Star, you will always be my brother. Gu Feng lowered his head and laughed with him. Since Gu Feng is here, let's begin. With a wave of his hand, Gu Tianba ordered someone to preside over the ceremony. Gujarat is not great, and the processes that should be in place should not be sloppy. After a set of procedures, Gu Xing replaced Gu Feng and officially became the nominal young master of the Gu family. Being unofficial. Over the past few years, the burden on my shoulders has been too heavy to bear. Uncles, Gu Feng is leaving. After saying that, Gu Feng was about to turn around and leave. People have their own aspirations. Gu Feng, if you want to leave, we certainly won't keep you. But leave the stuff. Gu Feng turned his head in confusion. What is it? Don't play dumb. I inherited your young lordship and logically inherited your property. Leave your storage bag. Gu Xing stood up and reached out to stop Gu Feng with a sneer on his face. Chapter 7, A Sweep and the Beginning of a Saga. Gu Feng was stunned and reached out to protect the storage bag at his waist, jerking back a few steps and looking at the crowd warily. This look of horror was a sight to behold. Bring it! Gu Xing laughed fiercely, snatched the storage pouch at Gu Feng's waist, opened it with a hurried glance, and threw it to Gu Tianba, who didn't even look at it, and directly pinned it back to his waist. Gu Xing left your storage bag for your own good. The world is a dangerous place, not a worldly child can cope with. Perhaps outside the Gu family, has been squatting outside a large number of villains. These are murderous master, just waiting for you to go out. This huge amount of spirit stones is a life-altering talisman to you. It's better to stay in the Gu family. Gu Batian said in a deep voice. How can you guys do this? I'm Elder Lu's hand-picked outer disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect. How dare you guys dash? When he said it later, Gu Feng himself had no breath left, his voice getting lower and lower. The Gu family's crowd was sneering. Not even a little bit of vigilance. Still thinking that they could enter the Sunset Cloud sect alive? How could Elder Lu come to hold the Gu family accountable for an insignificant dead man? Even if you want to be accountable, it's futile without evidence. This kid takes himself too seriously. Gu Feng drooped his head, his fists clenched. Suffocation, anger, and unwillingness surfaced on his face brilliantly. What? Don't want to go anymore. Do you want me to order someone to carry you out? Gu Xing stood with his hands in the air, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned as he said in a conspiratorial manner. My parents have served the family and shed blood. You can't do this to me. As soon as these words came out, sparse laughter rang out, and the crowd had no pity for Gu Feng at all, only eyes full of contempt. When you say it like that, it's kinda reasonable. You don't have half a spirit stone on you. If you walk out like this, people would think that our Gu family doesn't have a shred of human kindness, and that we're specializing in bullying you. A poor child without a father or a mother. Gu Xing nodded slightly, then looked at Gu Tianbai in the upper seat and said aloud, Father, Gu Feng is also strangely pitiful. Why don't we give him some coils? Ha ha ha, my son has a point. Treating people with generosity is the honorable tradition of my Gu family. Gu Feng at least has the blood of our Gu family in him, so let's be lenient with him. As he spoke, Gu Batian made a wink towards Gu Feng, who smiled grimly and took out 10 or so lower-grade spirit stones and threw them on the ground in front of Gu Feng, as if he were dispatching a barker. It's a long way to the Sunset Cloud sect, so you guys can at least let me go to the treasure vault to pick out some weapons, elixirs, and other self-defense items. Gu Feng's face turned blue, his eyes flashed with a refined aura. If he was rejected, he immediately turned around and left, still wanting to enter the treasure vault to get weapons and elixirs. Beautiful as you are, get out of here right now. Gu Xing chided out. Gu Feng sighed in his heart, picked up the spirit stones on the ground, and raised his steps to walk out of the council chamber. Just then, a voice like heavenly music rang out. Come on people, take Gu Feng to the treasure vault, take whatever he wants inside, as much as he can. Gu Batian glared at a disciple beside him, who immediately understood, smiled grimly, and came to Gu Feng's front. Why don't you thank the family head for his generosity? Thank you, family master, Gu Feng whispered, his face full of indignation. Can you give a storage bag, or I won't be able to take much. Storage bag, ha ha ha, what is this kid thinking? Can't you read a naked insult? Cootie. 1. Follow me. Of course you can choose to leave immediately. The guiding disciple despised. Okay, I'll take it. Gu Feng lowered his eyebrows and looked like he was holding his tongue, but in his heart, he was laughing out loud. I was just going to take a chance and try it, but I didn't think it would actually work. Laugh, I'll make you cry later. After Gu Feng left, the Gu family members in the council chamber doubled over in laughter. This Gu Feng kid doesn't have any backbone. Should we leave him alive? Forget it, it's better to kill it just to be on the safe side. Poor thing. If Gu Tianqing knew that his son was a coward, would he be so angry that he would kick open the coffin board? Ha ha ha. Around a few long corridors, there was the Gu family treasury, a small 3-story building, guarded by Gu family disciples in formations outside. Go in. You only have half an incense stick of time. Cherish the opportunity. The guiding disciple didn't bother to follow. Anyway, Gu Feng didn't have a storage ring, so he could just come out and check it out then. Gu Feng entered the treasury with an ugly expression on his face, and once inside, he directly skimmed over the pills, weapons, and techniques and went straight to the place where the spirit stones were stored. The precious things were all guarded by formations, so he couldn't take them at all, and even if he couldn't bring them out. His goal, since the beginning, had been spirit stones. Soon, he came to the room where the spirit stones were stored. Looking around, it was full of crystals, a diamond-shaped crystal, piled up all over the room, roughly estimated, more than 2 million, just in time for the end of the year. All of the Gu family's outside funds were returned, counted, and then distributed. This spirit stone is related to the turnover of the Gu family's entire industrial chain. If it is lost, the upstream and downstream merchants will have to blow their hair out, and the Gu family will definitely be weakened as a result. Gu Feng wasn't some little white rabbit, and from the very beginning, he'd had the idea of bringing down the Gu family. With a slight trick, he got his way, and it made him immensely proud. Of course, now was not the time to be proud. The priority was to move all these spirit stones into the 3 incense burners, transform them into divine liquid, and wait until they were in a safe place to slowly refine them into their own strength. With this in mind, Gu Feng no longer delayed, flinging himself away from the room full of spirit stones, which decreased as far as the eye could see. He was sweating, flushed, and invigorated to the core, and this was not a pile of spirit stones, but a stepping stone for his own rise. With these spirit stones, his strength would surely see another leap. When half an incense stick was about to be lit, Gu Feng also emptied the entire room of spirit stones and sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. After panting for a while, wiping the sweat from his forehead, straightening his robes, and stabilizing his emotions, he drooped his head and slowly walked out of the treasure trove, picking up a long sword and a few bottles of pills along the way. Yo, quite punctual. The disciple guarding the entrance to the treasure trove almost burst out laughing when he glanced at what Gu Feng was holding in his arms. Not even a little bit of eyesight, choosing all the worthless things, and still have the nerve to say that they have been the young master. What a garbage thing. After returning to the council chamber and being examined by the crowd, Gu Feng was able to leave the Gu family. Ha ha ha, Xinger, you're too harsh. Gu Feng, this brat just took 3 bottles of pills, and you insisted on withholding 2. Gu Batian laughed boldly. Father, even the worst elixir is not blown by the wind, even though he is about to die, in case he eats it on the way. Isn't it a waste? Gu Xing laughed. My son has a point. As the future head of the family, we should strictly control unnecessary expenses. Only then will our Gu family become more and more prosperous. My son honors my father's teachings. I'll go prepare, and when it gets dark, I'll leave the city and kill this brat. Well, go ahead and bring a few extra people. Gu Feng stood at the entrance of the Gu family, his back slumped, his mouth cursing, and after being expelled by the disciples guarding the door, he left in a sorry and unwilling manner. A fat sheep is gone just like that. Gu Feng even carries a storage bag on him. It's long been expected. This little cutie, would rather cheapen the Gu family than us. The Gu family is really damaging, only letting Gu Feng take away a few hundred spirit stones, as well as a worthless sword and a bottle of pills. Disperse, it's all worthless stuff, not worth our effort. The ruthless men who had ambushed the Gu family around Gu Feng's wretched appearance instantly lost interest and quickly dispersed. Following the main road of Cloud Crouching City, Gu Feng walked straight towards the city gates. Arriving outside the city gates, he turned his head to look at the place where he had lived for 18 years, and was quite emotional. Cloud Crouching City. Ah, I don't know if there's still a chance to come back in this life. With that, he turned around in a dashing manner and headed off into the distance, towards the distant future. Since the moment he stepped out of Cloud Crouching City, the legendary life that belonged to him also kicked off. Chapter 8. It's over. There's nothing left. Cloud Crouching City was located in the barren region of Yun County, and at the entrance of the city was a narrow road lined with uneven loess slopes, and after walking through this narrow road, there was a mountain range. A slender figure, running wildly down the road, appeared somewhat small under the setting sun. An hour later, Gu Feng stopped and looked at the lofty mountains in front of him, grinned, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and plunged headlong into the dense forests of the mountains. After entering the dense forest, he tried his best to slow down his footsteps, covering the traces of his passing along the way so that people would not easily discover his whereabouts. Gu Tianba was sure to send people after him, and would not leave him in the world, about which he did not hold a trace of luck. This has nothing to do with him emptying the treasure trove of spirit stones, cutting off the roots and disregarding kinship and blood. Gu Batian is such a person. At the same time, he also understands that due to Elder Lu's relationship, the Gu family is more or less scrupulous, and the Gu family's elder characters, who are also slightly famous in Cloud Crouching City, are bound to be eye-catching if they go out rashly, and when something goes wrong, they will not be able to explain to Elder Lu. Although Elder Lu would not necessarily raise an army for the sake of a small person like him, it was better to do things securely. The biggest possibility was that Gu Xing and the others, taking advantage of the fact that they needed to go out to practice when the examination of the Sunset Cloud sect was approaching, had chased them down and killed them. Among the Gu family's cadre of children, no one could scare Gu Feng except for Gu Xing, who was a bit tricky at the 6th level of body refinement. If you dare to come, I'll let you die without a burial place. Gu Feng's eyes erupted with two stern lights as he entered a cave with a more hidden entrance. In the dark cave, after making sure that there were no hidden snakes or poisonous insects, Gu Feng plopped down on the ground and began to cultivate. The mind disappeared into his mind, and at this time, the 3 incense burner vessels had already birthed large swaths of milky white divine liquid, which was the essence of 2 million lower-grade spirit stones. Perhaps it was the insufficiency of his own realm. The spirit stones were put into the other 2 incense burners, and there was no reaction, to which Gu Feng didn't care. Anyway, the milky white divine liquid was enough for the moment. A drop of divine liquid entered the body, devoured, and refined. The veins on his arms and forehead, bulging out at the roots, erupted into a slight chirping sound, and the feeling of extremely rapid increase in power once again struck him. He gritted his teeth, feeling the changes in his torso, the light gray filth that spilled out of the pores on his body surface, and the smell wasn't as fishy as it had been last night. Could it be that I've made a breakthrough in my body refinement? Gu Feng's spirit lifted as he gritted his teeth and once again accelerated the refining of the divine liquid. The sun sets and a dark curtain covers the sky. More than a dozen cultivators who were about Gu Feng's age stood in the council chamber, and a group of Gu family executives appeared there as well. Starling, this matter must be clean. With Gu Feng's footsteps, he has at most walked out 100 miles, and is mostly resting in the dense forest of that mountain range tonight. 1 hour to catch up with him, half an hour to find a kill, and another hour to come back. Father and your uncles will wait here, and I will go and return with my brothers. As he spoke, Gu Xing's confident demeanor infected everyone present. He was stout, and after becoming the Gu family's young master, he had passed over an aura of superiority that was incomparably reassuring. After all, Gu Feng's first level of body refinement was certain, and had been so for many years, and disguising it under their noses was impossible. Even if he was city deep and secretly hiding his strength at a young age, no one thought that his strength would surpass Gu Xing's. Not to mention that there were so many outstanding Gu family children acting together. Gu Feng must die. There is no suspense. Then go quickly and don't make trouble. Gu Tianbai nodded with satisfaction and watched Gu Xing and the others leave as the maidservants carried up wine and food to pass the waiting time, and in the meantime summarized the family's gains and losses over the past year. About half an hour later, while discussing the development plan for next year, Gu Tianbai's heart stirred, and only then did he realize that the storage bag he had received from Gu Feng during the day was still attached to his waist. Storage bag and storage ring function is similar. The essential difference is that the former cannot drop blood to recognize the owner. So from time to time the storage bag inadvertently lost the situation. I forgot. There are still 400,000 spirit stones here. Gu Tianba removed the storage pouch at his waist and turned it upside down in his hand, a smug smile appearing on his face. Gu Feng, this kid, eyesore is eyesore a bit, but not half useful. This is not for the family to earn a huge sum of money. In a good harvest year, the Gu family's balance for a whole year, but also this number. Unusual years, but not earn so much? Second brother, I'll give this spirit stone to you for safekeeping, and send it into the treasury together tomorrow. Gu Tianba said with a smile as he handed the storage bag over to second Uncle Gu. The latter wiped his hands, took the storage bag, and got up with a faint smile. I'll send it to the treasury, lest I forget tomorrow. When the words fell, Uncle Guer left directly, unable to shout. This kid, as usual, does everything to avoid alcohol whenever he gets the chance. It's good that he knows how to control his volume. He's not a good drinker by nature. With this 400,000 spirit stones that fell from the sky, we can add an iron mine in the coming year and expand our business. In these few years, tonight is the most enjoyable. For the 400,000 spirit stones and for finally sweeping away Gu Tianqing's lineage. Let's all drink one. Drink one. It's a good time to drink and laugh. Just as the crowd was excitedly comparing wines, second Uncle Gu ran in a panic, his footsteps a bit messy and his face very ugly. Big brother, the treasure trove that stores spirit stones, he gasped for air, so much so that his speech broke off. Ha ha ha, are you trying to say, second brother, that you can't put the spirit stones down? Gu Tianba laughed, and the people around him followed suit. This year was already a bumper harvest year, plus most of the payment for the goods had not been paid. The spirit stones in the treasury were pushing like a mountain, so how could it be stuffed with these 400,000 spirit stones? Sit down and drink, and when tomorrow comes, we'll hire some craftsmen and expand the treasure vault. The third uncle of the Gu family's face turned red and pulled the second uncle of the Gu family to sit down. Clunk! Second Uncle Gu smashed the wineglass in third Uncle Gu's hand and roared without any image. What's left to drink? There isn't a single spirit stone in the treasury. And here, it's full of rocks too. Uncle Guershi opened his storage bag and poured out all the items inside. Clattering, crushed rocks and spirit stones spilled out onto the ground. The crowd froze, their faces changed dramatically, and their wine sobered up. What the hell is going on? Gu Tianba bellowed. We've all been tricked by this brat Gu Feng, who somehow used some method to steal all the spirit stones in the treasure trove. What? Gu Tianba took an arrow step and rushed straight to the treasure vault, and the rest of them followed at a quick pace. In the treasure vault, the scene before them sent the Gu family into a daze. One by one, they frantically wiped their eyes and pinched their thighs before accepting the cruel fact that the spirit stones had been emptied. How is that possible? There were no storage bags that could hold 2 million spirit stones in the Gu family. Moreover, they had checked it when Gu Feng left, and there was no way there could be a loophole. How did he do it? Looking at the empty house, the people's hair exploded in sweat and they froze as if they had lost their souls. How dare you, harlot! Gu Tianba roared as a large hole was blasted through the wall. There's nothing left, nothing at all. The Gu family is going to be finished. Second Uncle Gu, who was on the side, also fell into deep anger, and suddenly, his complexion moved, and an ominous feeling of foreboding surged to his heart. This Gu Feng kid must have hidden his bottom card. Not good. Gu Xing and the others dash. At these words, everyone realized something was wrong. Gu Feng usually pretends to be a pig and eats tigers, putting on a harmless appearance, which shows the depth of his heart. A person with such a deep city would not be unable to think of a halfway interception, and would most likely be able to guess that Gu Xing was waiting for someone to carry out a pursuit mission. So, would his strength already be above Gu Xing? With this in mind, Gu Tianba hissed out, Elder 2 and Elder 3, you guys go out and find Gu Xing and the others, and by the way, bring back this brat, Gu Feng, and the 2 million spirit stones he's carrying. I want him alive. He must have some sort of secret on him, or else he couldn't have taken away so many spirit stones without realizing it. Yes, Big Brother, 2 figures, with a murderous aura, took advantage of the night and rushed towards the outside of the city at great speed. Chapter 9, Explosive Kill. Big Brother, there's no need to be too anxious. Gu Feng isn't that strong even if he's hiding his strength. The biggest possibility is that he didn't hide his strength at all. He just had a mysterious artifact that took the spirit stones away. Yeah, he's never been out of Cloud Crouching City. It's impossible for him to have acquired any high-grade techniques. Hiding his strength is not an easy task, and he doesn't have the ability to do so yet. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Gu Feng is still too tender and exposed the mysterious treasure on his body on impulse, which is a good thing. Our Gu family will have one more card to play. Reasonable. Fifth brother has a point. Gu Feng, this little brat, is sent from heaven to help our Gu family grow. At this moment, Gu Tianba also smoothed out his emotions and shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling that he was being a bit too petty. I was in a hurry too. I shouldn't have let my second and third brothers go alone. There was some hidden anticipation in his heart, anticipating the treasure that Gu Feng was carrying. What exactly it was? A burst of thunder erupted from the outstretched cave. The slender figure sitting on the ground shimmered and glowed in the darkness. Shortly afterward, the flash of light disappeared, and Gu Feng stood up and looked at his hands, shaking his head helplessly. The strength of his entire body had undergone a radical change, and his realm was still the first level of the body refinement realm. Could it be that I'm stuck at the first level of body refinement for the rest of my life? Grumble grumble. After cultivating for a few hours, Gu Feng rumbled with hunger. Walking out of the cave, he caught a fat rabbit, skinned and washed it nimbly, then lit the firewood and began to barbecue. The stars were slowly surging in the sky, and this was the first time he had spent the night in the countryside since he had traveled over. He was not overly concerned about the uncertainty of his future, and he practiced the philosophy that a ship is always ready to sail. Anyway, there was no deep hatred, so after killing Gu Xing and the others who were chasing after him, he would enter the Sunset Cloud sect to join Elder Lu. As a youth who had been severely beaten by the society of the 21st century, Gu Feng knew how to make a living beside the big shots. It was naturally excellent to be successful in cultivation. Who didn't want to be able to move across the heavens and earth with their feet on the ground, becoming an existence that the world looked up to? In case if he failed to cultivate, it didn't matter. He would stay in the Sunset Cloud sect for the rest of his life as a small outer disciple. What could the Gu family do to him? Quickly nibbling on the entire hair, he brought a pile of wet dirt and put out the fire before returning to the cave once again. Not long after he left, more than 10 figures came to the place where he had barbecued the hair earlier. Brother Xing, Gu Feng shouldn't have gone far. This burnt firewood still has a high temperature. One of the Gu family's children said towards Gu Xing. Well, he's more than likely here tonight. Look carefully for signs. Find him, kill and go. Yes, more than 10 figures, divided into several groups, walked towards the 4 directions. Soon they found signs that someone had passed by, and after passing each other the word, they converged once again and followed the footsteps all the way. A rustling sound came, and Gu Feng in the cave snapped his eyes open. It's here after all. This was something he didn't want to see. After all, the blood of the same ancestors flowed through his veins, and Gu Feng didn't want to get into an undying situation as a last resort. Stretching his muscles and bones, Gu Feng stood up and walked out of the cave with steady steps. Gu Feng, finally found you. Not hiding in a cave and waiting to die. A character. When Gu Xing saw Gu Feng take the initiative to appear, he was first stunned and then said with a smile. Gu Feng just gazed coldly at the other party, a look that appeared to Gu Xing and the others as the last stubbornness of a weak person before death. When your father was alive, he was too arrogant and looked down on everyone, including my father. You have no one else to blame for your end today, but your deadbeat father. I'll give you a chance to leave your final words. Gu Xing clasped his hands to his chest and gazed condescendingly at Gu Feng, wanting to see fear on the other party's face, wanting the other party to kneel down and beg. However, the image of Gu Feng standing woodenly and breezily shattered his fantasies. Then kill. Gu Tian took a step forward, crossing his arms and moving his muscles as he traveled, a disdainful smile on his face, not putting Gu Feng in his eyes at all. Each step was extraordinarily steady, leaving a deep footprint wherever it passed, and the aura of the 5th sky of body refinement erupted out, forcing Gu Feng. Don't complain about the cruelty of the world. From the moment your father died, today was doomed. Gu Tian laughed harshly and stopped a footstep away from Gu Feng. Are these your last words? Just then, Gu Feng opened his mouth, his voice a little low, but Gu Tian still heard him clearly. Just as he was about to speak out angrily, there was a boom in his ears, like the sound of air being blown out of the air, and immediately afterward, his pupils contracted violently, and a fist grew larger and larger in his eye socket. The mighty aura made him feel his heart tremble and his brain briefly lose focus. Fast, incomparably fast, fierce, indescribably rigid. In the eyes of the crowd, Gu Tian was like a wooden stake, standing there dumbfounded and allowing his opponent to hit him. Boo! Like an egg falling from the air, the sound of breaking resounded in the silent night. Gu Xing and the others only felt cold spots on their faces, and subconsciously reached out to wipe their hands. White brain matter mixed with bright red liquid, pungent and fishy. The scene in front of them put them in a daze. Gu Tian's head, at some point, had completely disappeared, and the entire torso portion fell straight backward, without even a scream. He's dead, killed by a punch from Gu Feng. Before they could react, Gu Feng's head full of black hair danced wildly and his eyes were terrifying, just like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, pouncing into the flock and starting to kill indiscriminately. A pair of iron fists swung out with a horrifying sound, striking Gu Xing and the others' weapons and erupting in crisp metal clashes. Take a closer look and your eyes will be wide open and your liver will be broken. Gu Feng's fist actually left deep fist marks on the people's weapons. One punch down. The long sword twisted. The internal organs seemed to be shifted, hot and painful, and the blood in the mouth did not want money to spray outward wildly. Ah! The screams rang in his ears, and Gu Xing turned his head to look and was instantly dumbfounded. A clan disciple who was only a little weaker than him had his arm broken and his kneecaps kicked off by Gu Feng, paralyzing him on the ground and wailing. Horrible, too horrible. Gu Feng was in no man's land, performing the most simple and basic punches, and no one was even able to resist. He killed decisively, like the god of death descending without a trace of mercy, crippling his compatriots before blowing their heads off with a single punch. As he watched one of his clan brothers fall, Gu Xing's entire heart fell to the bottom. His entire body was cold, and his face was covered in fear. He didn't think about why Gu Feng was so strong, nor did he think about saving the clan brothers who came with him. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to flee. Unbeatable. Staying will only lead to death. Escape. He dropped the weapon in his hand and took a step, fleeing frantically without a life. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his knees, and his body lost its balance and flopped to the ground. It was too late to react, and his chest was trampled deep by Gu Feng's foot, and a large gulp of blood sprayed out of his mouth several meters high. Gu Feng, don't kill me, please don't kill me. Looking at the expressionless, murderous Gu Feng, Gu Xing pissed himself in fear, yellow liquid flowing out, and begged there one after another. Do you remember what you were told during the day? What words? You'll always be my brother star. I'm a man of honor, and when I say forever, I mean forever. Let this be a moment. Frozen forever. Ah, no. Gu Feng exerted his thighs and stomped Gu Xing into the ground. The latter's eyes gradually dimmed, his mouth wriggled a few times, and his fingers lifted to mid-air and fell unwillingly. Gu Xing, fallen. After killing Gu Xing and the others, Gu Feng quickly cleaned up the battlefield and threw the corpses of several people into the cave from before. Taking a dozen or so storage bags, he vanished into the dense forest and disappeared into the night. Chapter 10 Powerful Strike. Attacking and killing the first level of Qi Drawing Realm. After running about 5 or 6 miles, Gu Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. A struggle surfaced on his face, and after standing there for a long time, he clenched his teeth and ran wildly in the direction he came from. Soon, he rushed into the cave where he had dumped the bodies before, his eyes burning as he stared at the dozen or so corpses, his eyes flickering endlessly. The dense forest of this mountain range was very vast. With his foot strength, even if he didn't sleep and ran furiously, it would take at least 10 days and 10 nights to pass through. Having left the Gu family for most of the day, the possibility of Gu Tianbai not realizing that the spirit stones had been stolen at this moment was slim to none. He was the only suspect in the theft of such a large amount of spirit stones. Gu Tianbai was bound to be enraged and immediately send his men after him. The second and third uncles were his siblings, and such an important matter must have been given to one or both of them to go all out. Both of them were at the Qi Drawing Realm cultivation, and at this realm, they were able to utilize the aura in their bodies, attaching it to their legs, and running at speeds several times that of normal people. If Gu Feng only focused on escaping, the probability was that he would be caught within 3 days, and the risk was not generally high. Of course, the risk of choosing to return to the cave was even greater than fleeing directly, and if they met head-on, there was hardly the slightest doubt that they would be killed. You can't just sit back and wait to be killed, and finding a way to fight back is the best way to do it. The previous wave of cultivation had caused Gu Feng's strength to rise once again, and according to the standard of judging at the peak of the 9th level of body refinement and 100,000 pounds of force, he was at least above the 8th level of Qi refinement. If you have a mind to count without a mind, aiming at the weak vitals suddenly attack, may not be unable to win the weak over the strong. A hit to kill. After weighing the situation, Gu Feng decided to return to the cave and take a huge risk to solve all his worries. The cave was only the size of a room, with no nooks or crannies to hide behind, and a quick glance through. Such an environment can greatly reduce one's vigilance and greatly increase the likelihood of a successful ambush. He quickly dug a pit in the center part of the cave that could accommodate his body for him to crouch in. Immediately afterward, a dozen or so bodies were placed, in a messy manner, around the pit. In order to get rid of the traces of artificial placement, Gu Feng purposely threw a corpse next to the small pit from a long distance away. Finally, carrying Gu Xing's body, he boosted and jumped into the small pit to hide his form. In the darkness, Gu Feng crouched in the small pit, his eyes cold, lowering his breathing to the limit, like a ghost waiting for its prey, waiting for an opportunity to move. In his hand was the one he had gotten from Gu Xing, a chilly dagger engraved with runes. The dagger still belonged to the category of mortal goods, but it was sufficient for breaking the protective astral Qi. After all, the second and third uncles were only cultivators of the first or second level of Qi drawing. The hours passed, and every moment was torture. The east whitens, and a golden morning sun, through the cave entrance, spills in, warming the cave. Just when Gu Feng thought he was overthinking things and was about to leave, there was a commotion outside the cave. Judging from the man's whispered voice, the visitor, Uncle Gu Air, was a strong person of the first level of chi drawing. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Feng felt his blood flow speeding up, his heartbeat getting more and more violent. His arm holding the dagger was trembling slightly, and his hand was wet. As the footsteps continued to approach, Gu Feng held his breath and his body trembled more and more. Gu Feng had his own way of dealing with nervousness, and he racked his brain, desperately trying to recall the dozens of gigabytes of teaching materials he had read before he crossed over. Yeah, no. Mentally chanting the island's magical incantation, Gu Feng's heart, miraculously, calmed down. The tinnitus disappeared. His body stopped trembling. His concentration was unprecedented, and even though his eyes couldn't see, his mind sketched out the scene in the cave, including the range where second Uncle Gu was currently located. Uncle Guershi looked like he was shocked by the scene in front of him and froze there. A few breaths later, the sound of footsteps resounded again, not as steady as before, signaling the other party's unsettled state of mind. Gu Tian, Gu Xiao, wake up you guys. Uncle Gu's voice trembled a little as the sound of turning over a corpse came from above. Suddenly, Gu Feng felt a burst of ragged breathing, and then he heard second Uncle Gu's hiss. Gu Xing, who in the world harmed you? Second Uncle Gu hadn't gotten married, and Gu Xing was no different from his own son to him, and all his ambitions and hopes were pinned on this young master of the Gu family. The sudden blow was too much for him to accept, and his mournful cries were intermittent. A ray of light came from the gap, and through the sliver of a gap, Gu Feng saw a corner of the robe belonging to Uncle Guer. In the next moment, with the light before him and the slightly cool morning sun, he knew that the time to strike had come. The moment second Uncle Gu picked up Gu Xing, he also noticed a hint of an unholy sight. However, Gu Feng's strikes were fast, hard, and accurate. Uncle Guer's hands had just been raised, when a cold, glittering dagger was ruthlessly thrust into his throat. Uncle Guer's pupils contracted violently. How could he not have expected that Gu Feng would still dare to wait here after killing someone? Hiding under Gu Xing's corpse and unleashing a thunderous strike at the moment when his vigilance was at its weakest? Who gave him the courage to ambush his chi-drawing first-level cultivator with the strength of a body-refining first-level? Grunt, grunt, bright red blood, constantly spilling out of his mouth. Uncle Guershi's pupils began to dilate, and his eyes were crimson. Killers always kill. Gu Feng did not have any mercy. Using all his strength, his wrist twisted the dagger. Boom! The moment his eyes lost their light, Uncle Guershi swung out a fist and hit Gu Feng's chest hard. His chest felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer, and Gu Feng only felt his body fly backwards out of control, hitting the rocks behind him hard, and a fishy sweet taste in his throat surged upwards out of control. The heart couldn't help but be shocked. The power exerted by a chi-drawing realm cultivator, even if it was only the first level of chi-drawing, could be considered terrifying. Luckily, it was a sneak attack, or else he would have died for sure. Uncle Guer's body, lying quietly on the side, at the moment of death, one hand was still wrapped around Gu Xing's body. Hoo! Gu Feng gasped for air. The short moment was as long as a century, and the feeling of being so tense that he was suffocating left his heart palpitating. Struggling to get up, he walked over to Uncle Guer's corpse and bent down to take off the storage pouch at the other's waist. The storage bag was bulging with a large amount of spirit stones placed inside. Ha! So familiar. Isn't this the 10,000 or so spirit stones I left behind earlier? Gu Feng took a rough inventory, and strangeness surfaced in his heart. On his way out of the Gu family, he was still regretting the 10,000 or so spirit stones. Unexpectedly, second Uncle Gu sent it after him. What's the saying? What's mine is mine after all. More than 10,000 spirit stones, round and back to my hands. In the storage bag, other than the 10,000 or so spirit stones, the rest were Uncle Gu's personal belongings. Pills, weapons, gongfu secrets, and some unrecognizable elixirs. Pinning the storage bag to his waist, he walked towards the cave entrance, and within a few steps, he returned to the side of Uncle Guershi's corpse. Crouching down, he began to peel off the other man's robes. Second Uncle Gu, you are the most frugal. You should be able to understand what my nephew is doing. Who made me short of money, and who made the robe on you worth it? Given the special nature of the cultivation method, Gu Feng felt that the pace of earning money could not be stopped, and it was imperative to cherish every hard-won spirit stone. Uncle Gu's robes, how to see also worth a few dozen spirit stones, wasted a real pity. Anyway, just hit when there is no breakage, wash and clean. Who can see out is a dead person through. With a discount, it should sell. Just as he was leisurely peeling off Uncle Guer's robes, the sound of footsteps once again came from outside the cave. The footsteps were quick, so quick that Gu Feng couldn't react before he approached the entrance to the cave. Chapter 11, Wading Through. It's Uncle Sam? Uncle Gu San's left leg had been injured, causing him to walk with both feet on the ground with different strengths, and it was easy to tell the difference. Second uncle, he wasn't alone. He was with third uncle, which was the worst case scenario Gu Feng expected. Chi drawing realm cultivators. The body opened up the dantian. When the gong method is running, a layer of spiritual power will appear on the surface of the body, more able to attach the spiritual power to the surface of the weapon, to start the killing, and there is a fundamental difference with the body refining realm cultivators. The market rumors of so-and-so defeating the chi drawing realm with the body refining realm were conditional on either a lurking attack or taking advantage of a sickness. Of course, it's not absolute. Unless it was a supreme genius at the peak of the 9th level of body refining, only then would there be a chance to defeat a cultivator of the 1st or 2nd level of chi attraction head-on. Such people were all geniuses who did not come out of the world, and there were no more than 10 in the entire Yun County. Gu Feng had an accurate knowledge of his own strength, and he didn't think that he had the ability to defeat a chi drawing realm cultivator just because he had managed to kill second Uncle Gu before. To put it bluntly, if it had been a frontal battle just now, he would most likely not be a match for second Uncle Gu, not to mention the fact that he was now facing third Uncle Gu, who was at the 2nd level of chi drawing. You can't beat them, you can only outsmart them. Perhaps unaware of the situation inside the cave, Uncle Gu-san's footsteps were so slight that they could barely be heard. Gu Feng's back was turned to the cave entrance, and his brain raced, extraordinarily clear under the life and death crisis. His hands did not stop, stripping the robes from Uncle Gu's corpse in a step-by-step manner. Outside the cave, Uncle Gu-san, with a wary face, slowly approached the cave with a cat's back, the smell of blood wafting out from inside, thick and fishy. Having been on the road for years, he could easily tell that there was more than one body in the cave. Holding his weapon in his hand, he was on full alert, a faint spiritual power shield surfacing on his body surface, hiding behind a rock at the entrance of the cave, poking his head out and looking towards the cave. Gu Feng's back came into view, and Uncle Gu-san shuddered. Just as he was about to prepare to reveal his form, a young voice came from within the cave, emanating from Gu Feng's mouth, so he retracted his head and decided not to go out for a while. Master, what realm are you in? To be able to kill a cultivator of the 1st level of the chi drawing realm with a single finger through the air. I'm not just a body refining one. Wait, well, the cultivator who attracts chi realm, in the eyes of the disciple, is a mythical figure. Usually do not dare to look at each other in the eye. Well, Master, I will work hard and believe that one day, I will be able to reach your heights as well. Forget it, the Gu family is after all my father's original family, and I have the Gu family's blood flowing in me, so as long as they don't come to mess with me, just let them go. When I was a child, Uncle Gu also hugged me back then. Gu Feng's voice came out, and the more Uncle Gu-san listened, the more shocked he became, slightly poking out a head and fixing his eyes on the dozen or so corpses strewn about in the cave, which were none other than Gu Xing and the others. When he saw the corpse of Uncle Gu Air, and the bloody hole in his neck, his pupils shrunk violently, and his heart stirred, clean and sharp. One strike. The Gu Ershi, who was at the 1st level of chi drawing, was barely able to resist. From the analysis of Gu Feng's conversation with someone across the air, the person who had struck was an unfathomable expert, so high that he couldn't detect a single breath, far beyond his knowledge. It wasn't that it hadn't occurred to him that Gu Feng was playing a trick, but it didn't make sense to explain that a brat at the 1st level of body refining didn't have the guts to kill someone and still dare to stay at the scene, stripping the clothes off the corpse like no one else was around. Gu Feng was emboldened. Thinking of this, the thought of leaving rose in Uncle Gu-san's mind. The blood feud of compatriots, in any case, is not compared to their own lives, the matter of revenge, or to discuss with the big brother before saying, they are not guilty of risk. Someone's hiding in the cave? Oops, got caught. Gu Feng's sudden exclamation of surprise, firming up the idea of Gu Sanjun leaving. A jolt, the hairs of sweat on his body stood up, a chill surged through his body. He could not think too much, and scattered his legs and ran. The 2nd level of chi attraction cultivation, in the cloud crouching city is considered a character. Go out nothing, perhaps casually encountered a person, will be able to easily kill him. What 2 million spirit stones, what blood feuds, it didn't matter. What mattered was that he could live. With a panicked face, he buried his head, his body's spiritual energy pushed to the extreme, and he ran wildly as if he had no life. I don't know how long it took, but I felt that no one was coming behind me and slowed down, but I still didn't dare to stop. Gu Feng in the cave, sensing the departure of Uncle Gu-san, took a few deep breaths. The scene just now left his heart palpitating. There was a scare and a safe passage. Picking up dead people's things and almost turning yourself into a dead person. Although he said so, Gu Feng understood that it was fortunate that he was greedy and returned to strip the corpse. Otherwise the probability was that he would have met Uncle Gu-san head-on, outside the cave, which would have been bad. successfully shocking a cultivator of the second level of chi drawing. He could not help but feel a little smug. The Gu family shouldn't come back to trouble me anytime soon. With this thought in his mind, Gu Feng no longer stayed too long and stepped out of the cave, heading in a direction away from Cloud Crouching City. 7 days later, Gu Feng finally stepped out of the dense forest of the mountain range and traveled another 100 miles or so to enter the city of Bawang. This was a city that was several times larger than Cloud Crouching City, and the level of cultivators had also risen by a large margin, with cultivators of the chi drawing realm being seen everywhere on the quaint streets. Fighting was generally not allowed in the city, so Gu Feng didn't feel any danger. Found an inn, ate and drank, washed up and slept beautifully. The next day, he went straight to the largest chamber of commerce in Bawang City, the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce. What can I help you with, this gentleman? Just as he entered the door, a boy greeted him with a smile and a kind face. Sell something, please follow me over here. Wanhe Chamber of Commerce, in the city of Bawang is very famous. The scale, credibility of none of the shortcomings, listening to my father said. This Chamber of Commerce throughout the Cloud County, almost every big city, have its branch, do not have to worry about being pit. Everything in front of him was also true to his father's words. The heavenly treasures that were rare to see in Cloud Crouching City, here they were casually placed in the cabinets. If you have a favorite item, you can still take it out and play with it. Due to the existence of the mysterious 3 incense burners, Gu Feng's cultivation only required spirit stones, and heavenly materials and treasures, which were useless to him. The boy is very good at reading people's words. Gu Feng is dressed in general, but his eyes don't lie. This is most likely a son from a large family out of the experience. Ordinary small families, it is impossible to have this kind of temperament. This gentleman, what items do you need to sell? The boy brought Gu Feng to a middle-aged deacon and left. His task had been completed. As long as there was a deal, he would get a commission. As for what items were sold, it was none of his business. Elder, you give an estimate for these things. Aside from the dagger that killed Uncle Guer, Gu Feng hadn't left anything behind. This bottle of elixir, average in quality and flawed in appearance. 100 lower-grade spirit stones. This long sword, no runes, ordinary material. 50 lower-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged deacon was very experienced and estimated the price with just a glance. Gu Feng had no experience with this and could only make a rough judgment that the price was fair. Snapdash. While the middle-aged deacon made his quick offer, Gu Feng took out his palm-sized golden abacus and quickly rattled the beads on it. That skillful look was faster than the boy behind him could count. The middle-aged deacon was astonished and couldn't help but ask, "Little brother, are you a fellow traveler?" Chapter 12. That's pretty famous. Oh. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng raised his head, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth, his eyes flashing with a touch of shrewdness as he laughed. "Senior, the kid's family isn't in the business of doing this. He just used to work at the Chamber of Commerce for a few years." Oh. The middle-aged deacon nodded his head slightly. No wonder the abacus was so slick. So it turned out that he had worked in the Chamber of Commerce. "The items you brought have been counted, totaling." As he spoke, he looked behind him at the boy in charge of counting, who replied back in a low voice, 25,800 lower-grade spirit stones. "If there are no problems, let's close the deal." The middle-aged deacon turned his head and said, "The calculation is very accurate." Gu Feng raised the abacus in his hand. The total price on it was generally the same as in the boy's mouth. It's the price of certain items that is somewhat unreasonable. The middle-aged deacon looked at him in surprise. Today is his first day on duty. In order to do a good job of this position, not to cause customer resentment, has been the price of the items in front of the boy, secretly raised a little. These things to other chambers of commerce to sell, certainly cannot be sold at this price. This kid actually think that the price is low. Outrageous, deliberately come to pick a fight. The middle-aged deacon was slightly displeased in his heart, but he was still patient, wanting to hear the insights of the kid in front of him. This bottle of pills, the quality is indeed average, and the surface is slightly flawed, but 2 of them are still very good. As he spoke, Gu Feng took the pill bottle and poured the pills inside onto the counter, quickly brushing out a few and handing them to the middle-aged deacon. The deacon looked down and frowned slightly. This kid was too serious, and he had managed to find a few pills of good quality in a pile of trash. "Alright, these pills are really good. The price can be raised a bit." Thinking that was the end of it, the next maneuver set the middle-aged deacon on fire. This kid, who refused to take any losses at all, had to carefully sift through each item and then negotiate the price with him desperately. A small business of more than 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones made the immediate impression of $1 million order. Gu Feng's tongue was spluttering and sputtering, and his tongue was frantically outputting like a motor had been installed. It's hard to pick out any major faults when the words on the other hand are quite reasonable. Unconsciously, an hour had passed, and the middle-aged man was just clenching his teeth and fluttering his eyelids, obviously somewhat unable to hold back. "Don't say that. for all the pills you have here, raise the price by 10%, spirit medicine by 0.5%, weapons by 10%, and materials by 20%. That's great. If I had said so, I wouldn't have made the mistake of the kid talking so much that his mouth was dry. Gu Feng grinned, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth in a treacherous manner. By the way, this dress, isn't the price too low? Boy, don't go too far. Think I can't tell it's been stripped from a dead man if I wash the clothes and spray some pollen on them? Awkward. Being seen through, Gu Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. A total of 36,000 lower grade spirit stones. Raising the small abacus in his hand, he handed it to the middle-aged deacon. The latter gave him a deep look and turned his head to look at the boy. Did you do the math right? The boy froze, then nodded. Counted right. Alright, pay then. The middle-aged deacon blackened his face, and with a flick of his sleeve robe, those items rose up in the air, divided into different categories, and scattered in different cabinets. This hand, dashing and ethereal, there was no one in the Gu family who could control the intensity to such a precise degree. The outside world, indeed, was a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Soon, the boy finished counting the spirit stones and handed them over to the middle-aged deacon's eyes. The middle-aged deacon weighed the spirit stone and opened his mouth to ask, "What is your name?" Back to your master's words. The boy's name is Lu Quan. The boy respectfully said, "Lu Quan, you're fired. Go to the bookstore and settle your bill. Get lost." What? The moment these words came out, not only did the boy show consternation, but even Gu Feng, who was on the side, showed an unbelievable expression. This boy is doing his job moderately well. How come he's suddenly fired? The boy, who reacted, respectfully said yes, lowered his head, quickly packed up his personal belongings, and turned his head towards the back hall. After the boy left, the middle-aged deacon came to Gu Feng and looked him up and down, with eyes that made one's scalp tingle. After a few breaths, the middle-aged deacon asked quietly, "Do you know why I fired him?" Gu Feng shook his head honestly. "Because he doesn't have eyes. I can't even see that you secretly flicked the bead a few times and counted an extra 2,000 spirit stones out of thin air." Gu Feng stared blankly, then smiled humanely. "There. Yes, perhaps it was a mistake during the counting process, so let's subtract 2,000. Looking at Gu Feng's clear and innocent eyes, the middle-aged man glared at him. "I'm too lazy to do the math. Do you really think I don't know how to do it?" Saying so, he slapped 36,000 spirit stones, one by one and no less, into the palm of Gu Feng's hand. "Kid, you're very shrewd. We, the Chamber of Commerce of Manhwa, are short of fellows like you who are pitiless. Are you interested in coming to work here?" "Many thanks, senior. I'm currently a specially recruited outer disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect, so I have to report there, and I'll come back to work here when I'm swept off my feet one day." The middle-aged deacon's eyes were puzzled. When did the Sunset Cloud sect, even special recruitment of outer disciples, was required? The kid in front of him only has the first level of body refinement. This strength is afraid that he can't even reach the threshold of the outer sect. Perhaps fearing that the other party would not believe him, Gu Feng took out the outer sect token that Elder Lu had given him and handed it to the middle-aged deacon. The latter looked at the token and was speechless. This kid is a backdoor, and his face is really thick. Actually said that he was specially recruited, and those who didn't know thought that he was some kind of amazing talent. However, in a sense, this kid does belong to the special recruitment. Only his special recruitment is not the same as everyone's idea of special recruitment. It is the kind of small cultivator who stays beside the elders of the outer door, specializing in serving and miscellaneous, and the future is not necessarily better than here. Non-relative. Got a card for my Manhattan Chamber of Commerce? Gu Feng shook his head. Do you want to get one? Regardless of buying and selling, whenever business transactions are generated, points can be accumulated to upgrade your privileges in my Chamber of Commerce, and the price of buying and selling will be discounted accordingly. Isn't this a membership card? No wonder the Wanha Chamber of Commerce can be so big. There is something unique about him. 1. Then, name, Gu Feng. Gu Feng? The Gu Feng of the Gu family in Cloud Crouching City? Senpai knows me? I've never seen it, but I've heard of it. I can't imagine that you're the Gu Feng who pitted the fallen Cloud Sect's absolute heavenly maiden with a large amount of breakup fees. Interesting. Someone, get him a purple and gold card. This, senpai? Am I famous? That's pretty famous. Then senior, help me keep a position in your Chamber of Commerce, and the day I can't hang around in the Sunset Cloud sect anymore, I'll come and join you. Looking forward to your arrival. Holding the purple gold card, Gu Feng wrinkled his brow as he walked out of the Chamber of Commerce of Wanhe. That middle-aged deacon's words made him a little worried. Before this, Gu Feng had thought that Chu Yenran was just an ordinary one of the specially recruited inner disciples of the Fallen Cloud sect, but now it seemed that it wasn't that. If it was really that common, that withdrawal would not have spread so widely. Forget it, let's take a step and see what happens. With Elder Lu covering me, she shouldn't have the chance to make things difficult for me. Leaving his worries behind, Gu Feng returned to the inn and began a new round of cultivation. Chapter 13. It's better to be invited than to meet by chance. After Gu Feng left, the middle-aged deacon casually dropped a sentence. Finding someone to take over my shift? I'll quit. Through the inner hall to a separate courtyard. Uncle, you're done with this experience of life? A young girl greeted her with a smile and a sly look in her eyes, and the middle-aged deacon glared at her fiercely. This brat is so hateful. A trashy business of more than 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones has tortured me for more than an hour, and my head is spinning around for him. I can't blame that kid for being difficult. More than 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones, for the first level of body refining, it's definitely an astronomical figure. If it were me, I'd probably have to cut the price with you for half a day. The young girl's voice, very pleasant, speaking, but also good behavior to bring a cup of tea. This time you've really misjudged. This kid is not poor, but also extraordinarily rich. The middle-aged deacon took a sip of tea, as if he thought of something. A smile appeared on his face. Oh, is he rich? It doesn't look like he's dressed very well. The young girl skimmed her lips. On his body, there are at least 2 million lower-grade spirit stones. At these words, the young girl's eyes widened and flickered. That wouldn't be a crime to give him the purple gold card. Give him the purple and gold card. Not because of his wealth, but because his name is Gu Feng. What a familiar name. Is he the Gu Feng who pitted Chu Yenran for a large amount of breakup fee and made her lose face? The young girl was instantly energized. Chu Yenran, known as the first talent of the century by the Sunset Xia sect, both strength and beauty, the Sunset Xia sect's disciples, all of them regarded her as a goddess, unattainable. Unsurprisingly, this kind of person could go far in the martial arts path, but on the contrary, such a character destined for splendor in the future, in the tiny cloud-crouching city, was kicked down from the clouds by a kid of the first level of the refining realm, and lost face. Everyone was shocked when the news broke the other day. Part of the male disciples of the Sunset Cloud sect were also prepared to head to Cloud Crouching City to find that Gu Feng trouble, and then somehow, there was no news. Even if he's Gu Feng, he shouldn't have over 2 million spirit stones on him. Good question. Hearing his niece ask that, the middle-aged deacon also came into the spirit. This brat somehow used some method to loot the Gu family's stash of 2 million spirit stones. Washed up? The young girl had an incredulous look on her face. Gu Feng's treatment in the Gu family was more or less known with the rumors of the withdrawal incident. Overall, the Gu family treated Gu Feng poorly. Under these circumstances, Gu Feng not only brought out the 400,000 spirit stones that belonged to him, but also ransacked the entire Gu family in the process, which was highly legendary. This kid is no ordinary person. Not only did he ransack the entire Gu family, he also killed a dozen of the Gu family's talented disciples who were chasing him in the process. If you say this, it is still within the realm of common understanding. So, his feat of killing and shocking 2 chi-drawing realm cultivators separately was elusive. There aren't many in the entire Sunset Cloud sect that can kill a chi-drawing realm with the body refining realm. Not to mention, he's also a genuine body refining first level. The middle-aged deacon's low voice caused the young girl to be dumbstruck, her eyes filled with shock and curiosity. It was hard to imagine how Gu Feng had managed to fight back from the dead under these circumstances. He should have a secret on him. Give him a purple and gold card. Make a good deal. A very good deal. Ruashi when you arrive at the Sunset Cloud sect in the future, even if you can't be friends with him, don't be enemies with him. This kid is harmless on the surface, but in reality, he is ruthless, killing his fellow brothers when he says so, and treating his elders without mercy. Even though these are people who deserve to be killed, it's not something that regular people can do. In the face of her uncle's warning, the young girl named Ruashi nodded her head earnestly, her heart becoming more and more curious about this teenager who revealed 2 rows of large white teeth when he smiled and looked very sunny. It was hard to ignore an innocent teenager with harsh tactics and a huge amount of spirit stones, yet he was penny-pinching and a bit of a pitbull. Gu Feng, who had returned to the inn, entered into cultivation. 2 days later, he was drooping and depressed to the core. Damn it, what kind of physique is one's own? More than 2 million spirit stones slammed down. Unexpectedly unable to break through the first level of body refining, the entire 2,400,000, plus the 36,000 that the Wanha Chamber of Commerce had gained, were all converted into divine liquid. I had thought that with so many spirit stones slammed down, I could at least break through to the first level of body refinement. Reality ruthlessly gave him a big slap in the face. His own realm was as good as locked, not changing at all. Nothing had changed at all, except for the constant increase in the strength of the physical body. His previous trip to the Wanha Chamber of Commerce had made him understand how rare spirit stones were. It took Uncle Guer plus all the wealth of Gu Xing and the others to manage to exchange it for 36,000 spirit stones. If you earn it on your own, I don't know how long it will take. Originally, he was still confident in his future, but now he had no heart. It was so difficult to break through the first level of the body refinement realm, so don't even think about the later realms. So what if the body refinement realm was even stronger? It was still not in existence at the bottom of the cultivation world. Gollum! A sound of resistance came from his abdomen, and Gu Feng jumped off the bed and walked out of the room and into the hall. Sonny, serve the food. As his strength increased, his food needs grew exponentially. It took dozens of plates of grilled meat in a row to barely feel less hungry. The realm didn't improve. Food consumption skyrocketed, and the cost of living increased again. This left Gu Feng, who was already strapped for cash and short on spirit stones, somewhat speechless. 20 more plates of roasted meat, turning grief and anger into appetite. Gu Feng once again feasted. Hiccup. Gu Feng patted his stomach and nodded with satisfaction. After eating and drinking, his mood was extraordinarily pleasant and his mind was swept clear of gloom. Life still has to go on. 2 million spirit stones cannot let him break through. Then 4 million. 6 million cannot. Then 8 million. As long as you're alive, you shouldn't give up. And hustling to make money is the way to go. Thinking about this, Gu Feng was so proud of himself that if he wasn't in a public place, he might have wanted to shout to the heavens, "Sonny!" Just as the words little child were shouted out, his body shook as if he had thought of something, and he hastily glanced at the storage bag on his waist, his face changing. It's finished. The previous cultivation was too involved. Used up the spirit stones. The storage bag was cleaner than his own face. Half of the spirit stones inside were not there. What can I help you with? This gentleman? Give me 10 more plates of roast. Yes, sir, please wait. The store assistant was accustomed to seeing all kinds of people, and didn't show a hint of surprise at Gu Feng's superhuman appetite, and bumbled off to serve the roasted meat. After the 10 plates of roasted meat were served this time, Gu Feng began to chew and eat in a very civilized manner. Right now it's just a matter of stalling and hoping for a miracle, just in case some rash guy walks in and yells, "I'm buying the whole place." Okay, some overthinking. Where are all the rashers? It's definitely not a good idea to run straight away and eat bully food without getting killed. Looked at it and had to talk to the owner of the place to see if I could work instead of pay for the meal. Just after he was about to call out to the shopkeeper to invite the owner of this place, 2 figures behind the door caught his attention. One of them he recognized was the middle-aged deacon from the previous Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. With a heartbeat, he immediately stood up and waved his hand. "Senior, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's better to meet each other than to meet by chance. Today, the latecomer will be the host." "Uncle, it's Gu Feng, eh? Let's go over." Ruwashi didn't hesitate. Pulling on her uncle's sleeve, she headed for Gu Feng. She was very interested in Gu Feng and couldn't wait to get to know him. So how could she give up this opportunity? Chapter 14. This kid doesn't pay for his meals and packs 1,000 roasts to take away. After the two of them were seated, Gu Feng had an instant boost of energy and his chest straightened up quite a bit as he snapped his fingers. "Order." The store assistant once again farted over. Gu Feng had the decency to hand the menu to the middle-aged deacon, who gazed suspiciously. By virtue of his brief contact the other day, he probably understood Gu Feng's character, and this kid didn't seem like a casual treater by any stretch of the imagination. "Kid, are you up to something?" "Elder, where were you thinking?" After leaving the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce that day, the kid visited a few more chambers of commerce, and only then did he realize that the price given by Senior was a great deal higher than the market. Gu Feng's eyes were sincere and pure, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth between smiles. "Humph, count on you to be a good handler." Gu Feng's reasoning made sense, and there were no flaws in the invitation to treat, so the middle-aged deacon completely dropped his guard. "Ruwashi, feel free to order whatever you like." Ruwashi, whose big eyes flickered and sized up Gu Feng from the beginning, pursed her lips and ordered a few dishes. The 3 got to know each other quickly. Gu Feng then realized that the young girl's name was Yen Ruwashi, and the middle-aged deacon was his uncle, named Gu Santong. "Uncle Gu, here's to you." "Ha ha, good. My previous impression of you was wrong. You kid is an open-minded person." "Where there, Uncle Gu is flattering. Young people familiarize themselves very quickly. Gu Feng is a cheerful and talkative person." Not a moment and Yen Ruwashi mixed well. "Gu Feng, are you letting Chu Yen ran down because she withdrew from the marriage? Breaking up is still a good friend. I, Gu Feng, am a man of the heavens and the earth. How could I harbor a grudge to take revenge on her because of her withdrawal? Heaven and earth. It's not a pit, it's what she owes me." Yen Ruwashi nodded her head in agreement. Chu Yenran had become the hot inner disciple of the #1 clan in Yun County. Whether it was for the sake of cultivation without distractions or Gu Feng was no longer worthy of him and wanted to back out of the marriage, it was justifiable. Obviously can be negotiated in private. Have to choose in public. is really too hateful, even if the same as a woman cannot see past. Of course, the more reason was that Chu Yenran and her sister, in the Sunset Cloud sect, had a direct rivalry, and being able to make Chu Yenran suffer, Yen Ruwashi was happy to enjoy it. On the side of the ancient Santong face strange, Gu Feng, this kid is too thick skin, an ordinary wooden sword, all dare to contain thousands of spirit stones. This is not a pit. How to be considered a pit? Don't freeze, eat, don't save me money. Gu Feng enthusiastically entertained the two. This time, Gu Santong stepped in, and he was ruthless, specializing in ordering expensive. Anyway, this kid is rich, cannot eat. And so, plate after plate of exquisite food was served, and Gu Feng smiled with a wide brow. After a long time, Gu Feng got up shakily, embarrassed, and opened his mouth toward the two. I drank too much, and I'm in a hurry. You kid, how much wine is this? Go and come back quickly. Looking at Gu Feng staggering back, Gu Santong teased, not noticing anything unusual. Once he was out of Gu Santong's sight, Gu Feng's eyes cleared, casually pulling a shopkeeper. Pack me 1,000 copies. After a few breaths, he put the food into a storage bag, left a note, explained to the store assistant, flashed out of the inn, and headed straight out of the city. Gu Santong, who was oblivious, was still drinking leisurely. Uncle, will Gu Feng be alright? Do you want to go check on him? Yen Ruwashi said with slight worry. Ahem, what's there to see? Grab the food. Some of the things here are extraordinary and usually rare for us to eat. Oh, after about half an incense stick of time again, Gu Feng was still missing. Now, Gu Santong also felt that something was wrong, and invited the shopkeeper to get the other party to find someone. As a result, the shopkeeper's words left him dumbfounded. What? This brat Gu Feng ran away half an hour ago? Yeah, he said he had to go deliver food to a friend and left first. And did he check out? He said you guys tie the knot. Put, spitting blood. Gu Santong was really going to spit blood. He didn't expect that Gu Feng would be so shameless as to use the toilet as an excuse to silently escape. Damn. Gu Santong slammed his fist hard on the tabletop, startling Yen Ruwashi. How much? He was also a person of status, and did not argue with the shopkeeper. Gu Feng would go to the Sunset Cloud sect anyway. He could not run away from the monk, and it was only a matter of time before he was caught and beaten up violently. 15,600 spirit stones. 0 erased. Total 15,000. What? Why is it so expensive? Gu Santong roared out in anger, and even Yen Ruwashi on the side was shocked. This is a ING black store. 15,000 spirit stones for a meal. It's worse than a robbery. It's not like they haven't come here to eat before. So a little bit of food, more than 1,000 spirit stones tops the sky. This should be dead shopkeeper. Actually want to charge them 15,000 spirit stones. If you don't make it clear today, believe it or not, I'll tear your store apart. Gu Santong's eyes were horrible. His whole body's aura erupted. Outrageous. It's just that he was pitched by Gu Feng. Even a store assistant dared to bully him. The tiger doesn't give out when I'm a sick cat. Gu Santong's horrifying voice scared the store assistant enough. His double strands trembled and the corners of his mouth were shivering. This was a master who was not to be messed with. But it's only natural to pay for food, so you can't just eat a bully's dinner because you're strong. Summoning up his courage, he spoke. Master, I'm new here, and I categorically wouldn't dare to screw you. Before you arrived, that teenager ate more than 100 servings of roasted meat and spent more than 1,000 spirit stones. In the back, you and this young lady ordered some more food and spirit wine, another 1,000 or so spirit stones. The store assistant was like counting the number of dishes. Each dish was spoken about very carefully, and with the sincere eyes, one could not pick any faults. Gu Feng, this is a pig demon reincarnation, a person eating more than 100 portions of roasted meat. How not to hold him up? Gu Santong's thunderous rage. Yen Ruwashi on the side, her mouth smiling, her soulful eyes full of amazement, never able to connect more than 100 portions of roasted meat with Gu Feng's figure. More than 100 roasts, piled up bigger than his body. Right, how did it fit down? Yen Ruwashi's mind tried to sketch the picture. Even so, it's only 2,000 or so spirit stones. How did you figure out 15,000? Gu Santong grabbed the shopkeeper's arm, with a look that he wouldn't stop until he made it clear. That teenager, when he left, packed 1,000 roasted meats, as well as 100 bottles of spirit wine. Here, there's the note he left. Gu Feng's note, Uncle Gu, the river and lake to save the emergency. The kid does not have money to pay the bill. This time also counts as my treat. Owed you money in the future to pay back. Gu Feng said to do it. Never go back on their word. Put. Gu Santong spat blood in his heart and stumbled, almost falling. This kid, he doesn't pay for his meals, and he brings takeout, 1,000 of them. What's even more outrageous is that this kid was so proud to say that this meal was on him. Is this your damn treat? Treating with other people's money. That's very generous. No wonder the kid was uncharacteristically open-minded, posing as if he was casually ordering. Dare I say, from the beginning, there was no intention to pay. As for Gu Feng's letter that he had no money to pay the bill, it was pure nonsense. Only 2 days had passed and more than 30,000 spirit stones had been used up. Even if it runs out, the kid still has more than 2 million on him, and in the last few days, there hasn't been a big order of more than 1 million in Bawang City, which is rubbing his IQ on the ground. Damn kid. Seen shameless. Never seen such a shameless person. The next time I have to teach a good lesson. Seeing her uncle's face cloudy, Yen Ruwashi pursed her lips, stifled a smile, and pulled the other man's arm. Uncle, give the money first. Gu Feng should pay it back. He must be in a difficult situation, afraid that his reputation would be ruined. Gu Santong pinched his nose and endured the pain to pay the bill. Along the way, his mouth was broken, cursing Gu Feng's ancestors all over the place. And Yen Ruwashi, who was on the side, covered her mouth and laughed non-stop. Ruwashi, uncle takes back his previous words. Don't make contact with Gu Feng when you arrive at the Sunset Cloud sect. Why? I'm afraid you're going to get pitted by him. This pitbull, too damn pitbull. No, I'm going to inform your sister so that when she meets Gu Feng, she can help me get that 15,000 spirit stones back. Chapter 15, The Proceeds of Your Offense. Forfeited. The boundaries of this world were vast and boundless, hundreds of times more vast than the Blue Star. Rarely do two cities appear to be linked together, with cities separated by either deserts, rivers, dense forests, lush, or mountain ranges. After exiting Bawang City and passing through several ancient cities one after another, it wasn't much farther from the Sunset Cloud sect. When they arrived, many young boys and girls around Gu Feng's age appeared, almost all of them body refining realm cultivators. Although at this time, there was still more than half a month before the Falling Cloud sect's entrance examination. These people, nevertheless, came here in advance to wait and communicate with each other. Gu Feng had already been accepted anyway, and only needed to report to the Sunset Cloud sect, and passed through the ancient city without even spending the night. Of course, but the main reason was that he didn't have any spirit stones on him and could only live in the wilderness pitifully. Fortunately, there were no powerful demonic beasts in the Cloud County, so all the way over, it was safe and sound. Following the winding mountain path, Gu Feng went over 2 large mountains, found a rock to rest for a moment, and just as he was about to get up, he saw several figures jumping out of hiding. Big Jack, hand over the spirit stones on your body. In front of them stood 5 pugnacious men, not very old, judging from their breath, cultivators of the 7th or 8th level of body refinement. Gu Feng was already troubled by the spirit stones, and when he encountered the robbers, his anger instantly flared up. I'm so poor that I want to go robbing. You assholes, how dare you rob me? Robbery! Hand over all the spirit stones you have on you. As the words fell, his legs violently stomped on the ground. Like a swift cheetah, he swung his iron fist and rushed up. Ah! Ow dash! There were endless screams and ah-ohs. A few breaths later, the 5 robbers were already lying cross-legged on the ground, their mouths constantly wailing. Gu Feng rubbed his palms together and took off the storage pouches on the waist of the 5 people and opened them. Inside, there were close to 20,000 spirit stones in addition to some spirit medicines and weapons. Blew back hard. Big brother, you take the stuff, don't kill us. Yeah, we were just robbing. We never harmed the lives of passers-by. We're not 10 evil people. I'm just too poor. Thinking that during this period of time, there are many young disciples heading to the Sunset Cloud sect, so I'll grab some spirit stones to have a better life in the sect in the future. The 5 cried out in pain and began to beg Gu Feng to spare their lives. Gu Feng stroked his chin. If you want a horse to grow fat, you can't have no night grass. Looking at the dress of the 5 people, their origins were no better than his own, but they were richer than he was, which made him feel a little unbalanced. How long have you been barricading yourselves here? 3 days, only 3 days, the man who looked like the leader said in horror. Gu Feng's strength was too strong. The 5 of them were just like little children in front of him, with no ability to resist at all. Killing them was simpler than stepping on an ant. What? 3 days? Gu Feng was shocked. This efficiency was too high. Robbing more than 20,000 in 3 days? That translates into a year, which is more than $2 million. The work efficiency of 5 people seconds the entire Gu family, hundreds of people. Looking at the 5 people lying on the ground, Gu Feng's eyes glowed with gold. What are your names? Xiongda, Bear 2, Xiong San. I know, you must be called Bear 4. Hearing this, Gu Feng interrupted the 4th person to speak. Big brother, my name is Xiong Wu. My father thought that 4 was unlucky, so there is no Xiong Si. Well, Monroe, the father of these 5 brothers, it doesn't go by the book. You guys really only robbed for 3 days. Child and child, the real deal. The 5 people saw the murderous aura on Gu Feng's body converge, and their hearts settled down a little. Is it that good of a grab? Don't lie to me. Big brother, you also want to follow the robbery? When Xiongde heard this, he was instantly energized, thinking that the big brother in front of him also wanted to follow them in the robbery. There was an age limit for the Falling Cloud Sect's entrance examination, and the 5 of them, who were considered to be the group with high strength, could basically be invincible when the 5 of them joined hands. The prerequisite was not to meet a pervert like Gu Feng. What the hell? Am I this kind of person? Gu Feng directly rewarded the other party with a big earful. Yes, big brother is all righteous. Of course he doesn't care to do robberies. These things, they're confiscated. So behave yourselves. Putting down a sentence, Gu Feng left in style. The 5 opened their mouths, wanting to say, Big brother, you don't care about robbery. Can you return the storage bag to us? After all, forced by Gu Feng's might, he didn't dare to shout out. Alas, I've run into a tough guy, so consider yourself unlucky. This kid is too good at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, disguising his cultivation as a body refinement first level to make us fall for it, carefully robbing and trying not to mess with cultivators above the 8th level of body refining. I didn't think it would still be a move back to liberation. It's fine, there are still more than 10 days before the Fallen Cloud Sect's entrance examination. There's plenty of time. We have to work harder than before. Boss is right. Among our peers, we are considered powerful. People as powerful as before are rare in the world. We won't meet them again. Rob the hell out of him. 12 hours a day. We won't rest. Rob like crazy. The 5 gathered together, trying not to hit the gas. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Feng, who had originally gone far away, had once again returned. Hey, robbing passersby is immoral. Robbing you guys doesn't have the slightest psychological pressure. Grab hard. Grab as much as you can, and let me reap the rewards at the end. After figuring out the 5's home base, Gu Feng once again moved forward. He understood that up ahead, there were still many people who had the same mindset as that Xiong's 5 brothers. These are the people that he robbed. Get rich. Bo-Wang City, Wanhe Chamber of Commerce, Yen Ruwashi and a dozen or so cultivators of about the same age had also embarked on their journey to the Sunset Cloud sect. Uncle, don't send us off. This is an experience. We'll be fine. Gu Santong stroked Yen Ruwashi's head, a smile emerging from the corner of his eyes. The Wanhe Chamber of Commerce wasn't known for its battle prowess, yet it didn't worry about the safety of this group of young cultivators. The minimum were all at the 6th level of body refinement, and with this kind of luxurious lineup, the chances of something going wrong were very small. When you arrive at the Sunset Cloud sect, go to your sister's place. She is an inner disciple and is qualified to bring 1 or 2 outer disciples. One last instruction, don't hang out with Gu Feng. This kid is a pitiful bastard. Yes, Yen Ruwashi smiled perfunctorily, and then led the crowd, kicking off on the road. Leave the money for the road. With the familiar slogans coming from her ears once again, Yen Ruwashi was completely depressed. I thought I would meet robbers on the road and was well prepared, but there were too many of them. Almost every couple of miles, you can meet a wave, attacking one after another. Even if their team was strong, they couldn't carry it. Are you Wu Qi from the Apocalypse Chamber of Commerce? I recognize the mole on your brow. The moment she paid the toll, Yen Ruwashi recognized one of the masked robbers. You're mistaken. I'm not Wu Qi. The nervous tone made Yen Ruwashi even more certain of the other party's identity, which made her unable to believe that the genius of the Chamber of Commerce had done a roadblock robbery. Being stared at by Yen Ruwashi's burning gaze, Wu Qi clammed up and lost the battle. Ruwashi, I can't help it. Wu Qi removed his mask and laughed out bitterly, telling Yen Ruwashi and the others what had happened to him along the way. The Wanhe Chamber of Commerce and their party, listening to the clouds, their hearts were cluttered. The cause of the matter is that there is a person, specializing in robbing robbers, causing the robbers to complain, but the other party is so strong that there is nothing that can be done. And so, this group of robbers, in order to recoup their losses and to vent their anger, began to intensify the robbery of passers-by, not only robbing, but also beating. The group of people who were robbed had more encounters and suffocated in their hearts, so why should we be the fat sheep and start robbing too? Thus, there was a strange sight, as if the big fish were eating the small fish, snatching them down one step at a time. Right now, the whole road is mixed up with robbers everywhere. In that case, you were also robbed of everything and then mentally unbalanced before you fell into hiding? Yen Ruwashi had the urge to laugh. To be honest, it was not Wu Qi's fault. She was such a gentle character that she could not help but explode after being robbed a few times. What kind of god was it that was so brave to rob robbers along the way, leading to the chaos at hand? She wondered in her mind. It can't be helped. We can't enter the Sunset Cloud sect penniless. It's embarrassing. Wu Qi smiled bitterly. Yen Ruwashi bowed and was about to leave when a slender figure with a masked face ran over with great speed. Wu Qi, who was beside him, shuddered and pulled out his legs to run. Unfortunately, he was too slow and was kicked to the ground by his visitor. The masked man carried a large sword and bellowed, "Robbers, your illegal proceeds are confiscated." Yen Ruwashi's eyes widened. This voice was so familiar. It seemed to be Gu Feng. Chapter 16 Law Enforcement with a small book, wrapped in a turban and masked. A pair of sword brows were bare, and his eyes, brighter than the last time he had seen them, glittered with excitement. Looking at Wu Qi and the others was like looking at a pile of shiny spirit stones, and with its upright stature, it made Yen Ruwashi unable to resist snorting a laugh. Gu Feng turned his head to look at her, as if glaring slightly, and urged, "Snappy." Wu Qi's face was chipper and on the verge of crying. "Big brother, it hasn't opened for the past few days." He had seen Gu Feng's strength. The best way to meet him was to run, and if you couldn't run away, don't resist. Resisting would only invite the other party's thunderous blows. He was considered someone who had seen the world, yet he was still intimidated by Gu Feng's strength. Remembering that day, he had met a robbery gang consisting of several ninth body refinement cultivators, and had just finished being robbed when Gu Feng appeared at the right time. Only a pair of iron fists that he wielded was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and a few body refining 9 heavy cultivators were beaten to the point of wailing. One of the cultivators, the weapon in his hand was broken, and there was another one, who was directly stomped into the ground, almost hiccuping. In front of him, the 9 heavens of body refinement was like a toy that could be pinched with his hands, giving a sense of oppression that was no less than that of a chi-drawing realm cultivator. Since that day, Wu Qi had made up in his mind that he must not fight with it. His small body could not resist one of his punches. "Open your storage bag and let me check it for illegal proceeds." "You few." "The same." Gu Feng raised an eyebrow and stomped heavily on Wu Qi under his feet, pointing his large sword at the other few robbers and said aloud. Among the other few robbers, someone who had never seen Gu Feng's might wanted to speak out angrily, but was promptly covered by the person beside him. Yen Ruwashi's soulful eyes blinked while blinking, her heart filled with curiosity. She knew that Gu Feng wasn't an ordinary body refining first level, but she hadn't thought that she would be able to shock Wu Qi and the others without making a single move. One had to know that Wu Qi was a cultivator of the 8th level of body refining, at least a top 10 existence among the younger generation of Bowang City, a little stronger than himself. The scene in front of her where Wu Qi, who was a proud man, was lying on the ground, shouting "Big brother" in every breath. It gave her a feeling of being misplaced. If she hadn't been familiar with Wu Qi, she would have thought that the man on the ground just looked like Wu Qi and wasn't really him. Just how strong was he? Yen Ruwashi guessed Gu Feng's battle power in her heart. Helplessly, Wu Qi and the others hung their heads and opened their storage bags. After making contact a few times, they had a little understanding of Gu Feng, and as long as they didn't resist, he wouldn't make a move. Gu Feng probed his head, his gaze shooting straight into the storage bag, and in the next moment, bellowed, "How dare you lie to me? What you have in your storage bags are all illegal proceeds, so don't tell the truth." "No, these are our own, not looted." "Yeah, we did try to grab it, but we didn't get it." "Big brother, you must trust us, ask them if you don't believe me." One of the robbers, in a hurry, pointed to Yen Ruwashi and the others on the side. "Shut up and tell the truth. I have proof." Amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, Gu Feng reached out and pulled out a small book from his pocket, flipping through it quickly. "Wu Qi was robbed out 3 days ago. Xiang Sherwan, robbed of everything on the same day as Wu Qi. Zhou Rue, it was all snatched up the day before yesterday. You robbers, how dare you hoodwink me? You have all been robbed before. Now that there are items in the storage bag, do you still feel that you have been wronged?" Silence, deadly silence. Wu Qi and the others' mouths were slightly open, and the knot in their throats wriggled a few times, unable to utter a single word. How could they not expect that Gu Feng had such a clear grasp of intelligence, even knowing when his party had been robbed of everything? "The things in the storage bag were indeed robbed, and I thought I could muddle through, but I didn't expect the other side to have a small book." Looking at the densely written words on there, it was obvious that there was a lot of information about the robbers that was recorded on there. "Big brother, what a sharp, discerning eye." Wu Qi smiled awkwardly and handed over his storage bag with alacrity, and the rest of them followed suit without dragging their feet at all. A piece of Yen Ruwashi, completely shocked. Robbery with a small book, under the sky. I am afraid that only Gu Feng can do it. When she thought of the scene that day when she urinated and fled from the order, she couldn't help but smile heartily, her eyes burning as she stared at Gu Feng. This was indeed something he could do. "Count on you guys to be sensible. Time is running out. You guys rush immediately. If you are late, I'm afraid that you will miss the Fallen Cloud Sect's entrance examination." Upon hearing this, Wu Qi and the others looked at each other in dismay, and spoke with courage. "Big brother, there are still many robbers ahead. Without the toll fee, we will be brutally beaten up, and under the injuries, we won't be able to pass the examination at all." This way the robbers are crazy. If they find passers-by pour on the body, violent anger, the hand is incredibly ruthless. Don't worry, this is my last inspection. Those whose illegal proceeds I confiscated along the way, I've ordered them to rush to the Sunset Cloud sect. There's a clear road ahead, guaranteed to be free of hijackers. Without further ado, I've got to hurry up and deal with the last of the lawbreakers. Bye. As the crowd stared in disbelief, Gufeng ran wildly into the distance. Hey Dash, after half a day of robbing, you end up penniless. Forget it, let's consider ourselves unlucky if we run into him. It's not like we're the only ones unlucky anyway. It balances things out a lot. Wu Qi and the other side, and with Yen Ruwashi's group, they moved forward in company. As Gufeng said, along the way, they no longer encountered robbers, as if everyone, all of a sudden, all disappeared. Go over this mountain, and ahead is the Sunset Xia sect. Wu Qi, who acted as a guide, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Yen Ruwashi and the others with a smile, along the way, you're the ones who have had the best luck in not getting robbed. We were also robbed a few times, or took advantage of the late departure. If it was a few days earlier, the encounter would have been similar to yours. Upon arriving at this place, even Wu Qi, who had been robbed of everything, was in high spirits. As the premier great sect in Cloud County, the Sunset Cloud sect was the holy land of cultivation that countless young people aspired to in their hearts. A dream from his early childhood was about to be realized, and nothing mattered. As long as he could get into it, his future would be incredibly bright. Listen, there seems to be a lot of people gathered up ahead. I don't know who shouted. The crowd raised their eyes and looked, their faces showing surprise. In an open field more than 10 miles away from the Sunset Cloud sect, it was filled with densely packed people, and it was extremely unusual for so many people to linger at this place. With doubts, Yen Ruwashi and the others walked up quickly. This brother, what happened here? Wu Qi pulled a person down and inquired. Don't ask, don't tell. The thousands of people in front of him were actually waiting for Gufeng. Chapter 17, Super Deluxe Lineup. What? They're waiting for him here? After learning of the crowd's purpose, Yen Ruwashi was shocked and wanted to turn around and go back to inform Gufeng. Don't move. Can't you see that there are people patrolling here? Wu Qi had enough experience in the jungle to see something unusual. With so many people lingering here, it's definitely not spontaneous, and there's someone organizing behind it. What then? Yen Ruwashi was very worried in her heart. She had already unilaterally treated Gufeng as a friend. There were thousands of people here. Gufeng was no longer strong enough to defeat so many people, and a mouthful of spit could drown him. He doesn't look like a fool. He should run when he sees so many people. Right? Oh, he doesn't need to participate in the Fallen Cloud sect's examination. He can afford to wait. Those people can't afford to wait. Thinking of this, Yen Ruwashi smiled cheerfully. Gufeng was so smart. How could he not think of this? The thousands of people here are doomed to wait in vain. Yen Ruwashi and his party, in a relaxed mood, quietly waited on the sidelines and watched the progress of things. Through the wall of people, she saw that in the middle of the crowd, there was a courtyard-sized open space in which dozens of young cultivators sat. They all looked arrogant and had deep breaths. Most of them were at the 9th level of body refinement. There were a few at the 8th level of body refinement, and none at the lower levels. This category, which is growing over time, exceeds 100 by rough count. With this lineup, even if a chi-drawing realm cultivator saw it, he would have to flee with his tail between his legs. That friend of yours better not show up or he's dead, Wu Qi said quietly. They are so bad that they are punished for the bad things they have done, but they are still unrepentant and try to deal with the righteous law enforcers. When these words came out, the corner of Wu Qi's mouth twitched. The woman's thinking was really clear, and the double standard was also too serious. It was true that Gufeng had robbed robbers along the way, but these robbers, they were all forced out by him. There was no denying that some of them were real robbers, with robbery in mind from the start, but many more were forced to become robbers, just like themselves. Who would want to lose face and go on a robbery if they weren't smoking hot from being robbed themselves? The source of this farce was that Gufeng. There was no doubt about it. Considering that Gufeng was Yen Ruwashi's friend, Wu Qi's mouth turned up and did not say anything more. The evening sun was shining and the western sky was red. Just when the crowd thought that the masked bandit would not appear, a slender figure, wrapped in a turban and carrying a large sword, appeared in front of the crowd. His pace was steady and his eyes were firm, not the least bit intimidated by the situation in front of him. Seeing him coming, the crowd was very sensible and made a path. It looked like there were thousands of people here, and there weren't many people who dared to make a move, were willing to make a move, and were qualified to make a move. Yo, so many people, did you find a treasure? Gufeng's image is very funny, similar to the Beggar King. Beggar Gang 9 generations of elders, but also only 9 bags, and his waist, at a glance, at least dozens of storage bags. This was still the result of Gufeng finishing refining the spirit stones, or else the storage bag would be even larger. Masked bandit, how dare you show up? To commit robbery in the name of law enforcement is even more detestable than real robbers. We are waiting here today to teach you a lesson that goes deep into your bones. If you know what's good for you, hand over everything you robbed earlier and confess in public, or else. There was a lot of clamor, crusading, and angry cursing. Yen Ruwashi, who was in the distance, had her hands cupped together, her face tense. How could she not expect that Gu Feng would really appear? He's such a smart guy. How come he's a deadhead? She whispered and tried to go out to help Gu Feng, but was pulled back by the person beside her. Sister Ruwashi, you're a 7th level body refiner. What use can you be if you go? Don't worry Ruwashi, they shouldn't kill him. Only flesh and blood pains are inevitable. Wu Qi also discouraged in a low voice. Although he was also a victim, he still admired Gu Feng for his strength. It's normal for the strong to rob the weak. Clang! With the large sword in his hand thrust deep into the ground, Gu Feng's body stood straight as he swept his gaze around. So many people, all of them? Upon hearing this, the scene caused a commotion, and some of the weaker cultivators moved their feet and stepped back. He, you also think too highly of yourself. A cultivator with a slender figure, like a bamboo pole, walked out with a smile. It's Gui Runkai from Thousand Refuge City, 9th level of body refining cultivation. Rumor has it that his physical strength has reached a terrifying 50,000 pounds. This was still the news that came out a year ago. I'm afraid it's even more impressive now. Upon seeing the visitor clearly, the scene erupted into a jumble of voices. Gui Runkai was the first genius of Thousand Refuge City. Don't look at his slender figure, but in reality, his physical strength was horrifying. With his 2 fists swinging, he could erupt with a huge force of more than 50,000 pounds. This was an appalling number. Generally speaking, at the peak of the body refinement realm, one could be called a genius if their physical strength exceeded 40,000 pounds. Gui Runkai obviously hadn't reached the peak of body refining, but with a physical strength of over 50,000 pounds, he was definitely a heavenly pride of the world that made people's scalps go numb. Just you? I'm afraid it's not enough. Gu Feng glanced at him slightly and shook his head disdainfully. These past few days, shuffling along, practicing all the way. Although the realm hadn't changed, the strength of his fleshly body had reached a point that even he himself couldn't speculate on. Even if there wasn't 100,000 pounds, it wasn't far from that number, and a mere 50,000 pounds wasn't even on the radar. You're strong enough that you shouldn't mind having one more of me. A rough voice came out, and the crowd looked at the visitor with shocked faces. This man was 9 feet tall, a head taller than most of the people present, with muscles exploding all over his body, veins protruding, and a scar on his face, adding to the appalling aura. With every step he took, a loud roar erupted, leaving behind a row of deep footprints. The terrain here is a mixture of rocks and gravel. Just gently walking through it can leave footprints. This person's strength, I'm afraid it is stronger than Gui Runkai. He is Northwest City Chao Yuan, nicknamed Copper Skin and Iron Bone, walking the violent stream. His physical strength reaches a terrifying 60,000 pounds, always mixing in the mountains and forests, fighting with demonic beasts, and once tearing a demonic bear with his hands. This is Kangsh of Natty City, also refining the body 9, mercenary origin. In terms of combat experience alone, no one present can be better than him. This is, Wu Qi introduced in a low voice. He was also shocked by the lineup in front of him. Every single person who stepped out one after another was the best among their peers in Yun County. Some of them were even stronger than the outer disciples of the Sunset Cloud sect. Yen Ruwashi had been scared silly. Her face was white. No matter how strong Gu Feng was, he was only a cultivator of the refinement realm. How could he defeat so many people? Looking at Gu Feng, who was surrounded by a group of ruthless people and stood there alone, Yen Ruwashi couldn't hold back any longer, and ran and rushed over, summoning up the courage to yell towards the 100 or so people. Why are you guys like this? As geniuses, bullying the few with the many. What kind of skill is that? We're all here to take the test. There's no need to be like this. Give them back their stuff or you'll die. Gu Feng looked at the young girl in front of him with great surprise. How could he not expect that in this situation? There were still people standing up for themselves. The point is that that person has also been punked by himself. Ruwashi, I'll pay back the money I owe you. There's no need to chase after me so urgently. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals can't help me yet. Gu Feng stretched out a hand and pressed it on the other party's shoulder, smiling. Chapter 18. Anyone else want to take a shot? I'll take it all together. What time is it? You are still joking. These people. Yen Ruwashi looked nervous. Where is this little girl from? 7th level of body refining? Not afraid of being killed? It looks quite watery. It's not good to break it. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I'll be gentle with my hands. The crowd snickered. A mole cricket at the 7th level of body refining. Courage is commendable. just too stupid. Any one of the group of people involved in the siege of Gufeng could have killed him with a single punch. My sister is intersect Yen Night Snow. For her sake, let's talk properly today and not make any moves. Yen Night Snow? The moment those 3 words came out, the faces of the crowd changed. This was an intersect heaven's pride that was on par with Chu Yen, and his strength was incomparably strong. So if the other party would really defend the masked bandit, they really needed to think about it. Gentlemen, her sister is indeed Yen Night Snow. It's common to fight with each other on the way to the examination, not to fight, or to shake hands and make peace. Wu Qi also smiled and walked up to help Yen Ruwashi testify. What to do? The 100 or so people wrinkled their brows and looked at each other. Hand over all the looted items and let you leave in peace. Hui Runkai represented the crowd and said aloud. Great, Gufeng, just get the stuff out. They won't beat you up. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruwashi's eyes curved up and she almost jumped up in excitement. Reaching out, she was about to unfasten the storage pouch at Gufeng's waist. However, in the next moment, her hand was stopped. Thank you for your outpouring of help, but it's not necessary. Gufeng smiled faintly, unclasping all the storage pouches from his waist and placing them into Yen Ruwashi's arms. Keep it for me and don't lose one of these things. I have a little book to keep track of it. Under Yen Ruwashi's dismayed gaze, Gufeng lifted his steps forward. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't rob you guys. His eyes were sharp and his tone was loud. Robbing a robber is a righteous thing to do. Therefore, you are bad people. Anyone else want to make a move? I'll give you the chance. I'll take it all together. Gufeng looked around, looking disdainfully at the crowd as his infinite elegance erupted. Big brother, should we make a move? Xiong'er's eyes flashed, somewhat eager to try. These people are stupid. Are you stupid? Our combined strike technique, which is capable of exploding a maximum of 80,000 pounds of huge force, is still not routed by the beating. Xiongde was a big brain at the ladder. What's wrong with you? Such a scary person. And you're thinking of going to get yourself killed? After the Xiong clan's 5 brothers were robbed by Gufeng for the first time, the more they thought about it, the more they felt stifled because they hadn't exerted their strongest strength. And so, they approached Gufeng again. And this time, they performed their family's secret combination technique right from the start. And the result wasn't much better. After that battle, Xiongde was completely afraid. This man is not a person, is the devil. The strength is too damn scary. In the refining realm is absolutely invincible existence. With so many people, we're not attacking in the main and playing guerrilla. There shouldn't be any danger. Xiong'er said unconvincingly. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Among the people involved in this siege, are there any cultivators who have been robbed by this fiend once? Don't they want to take revenge? The reason why no one is involved is that they are really scared of being beaten. Facing so many people, defeat was certain. But with his strength, it was impossible to defeat him unharmed. Can you guarantee that you won't be the unlucky one who gets caught and beaten by him? Xiongde said with hatred. Boss has a point. Anyway, in the past few days, we have robbed a few things, so we can't afford to take any risks. It always feels like these people can't help him. Xiongwu wrinkled his eyebrows and said. Gufeng narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing, and the surrounding cultivators who met his gaze lowered their heads. Then back away before the blood splatters all over you and bad luck. It was obvious that Gufeng hadn't placed Gui Renkai and the others in his eyes, which greatly hurt the supremacy of these geniuses. This young lady, since you are Yen Night Snow's sister, we won't make things difficult for you. Get out of here, or don't blame us for being ruthless. According to the rules of the Sunset Cloud sect, inner disciples can't get too involved in the outer sect. Don't be insensitive. Seeing that Gufeng was determined to fight hard, Wu Qi shook his head with a bitter smile and pulled Yen Ruwashi away. Everyone held their breath. This was a great battle that was rare to see even in a rare examination. On one side is a powerful and mysterious masked bandit who sweeps all the way through the robbers and is unbeatable. On one side, there was a union of at least the 8th level of body refinement, totaling more than 100 celestial pride from various cities and pools in the Cloud County. A great battle between the two sides is sure to be a visual feast as sparks collide with the earth. The movements of this place could not be hidden from the Sunset Cloud sect. As early as half an hour ago, the disciples guarding the door found anomalies. Tomorrow is the Sunset Sect apprentice assessment time. Usually this time, the square at the entrance to the clan has long been full of people. Today is a silhouette or not, so the disciple guarding the gate went out to check it out, and while shocked, he didn't forget to inquire about what happened. After understanding clearly, he went to report to the outer gate elders without stopping. Elder Lu, as the chief elder of the outer sect, was the first person in charge of this apprentice test, and he was the first to take the blame when something went wrong. Without being able to ask more questions, he pulled a few outer sect elders and hurried over. Old Lu, this is your specially recruited outer disciple. His vigor is sky high. At their realm, their hearing was sharp, and they knew what was going on from a long distance away. When Elder Meng learned that Gu Feng, the one who caused the conflict to begin with, was an outer disciple specially recruited by Elder Lu, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. To use the strength of one person to fight against more than 100 heavens pride of the 8th or 9th level of body refinement rarely happened even in the history of the Sunset Cloud sect. Regardless of whether he could win or not, at least this spirit was recognized by him. Gu Feng? What a familiar name. It shouldn't be him, right? Another elder wrinkled his brow and whimpered out. That's right. It's Gu Feng who was Chu Yanran's predecessor and screwed her out of $4 million in split compensation, Elder Lu said with a bitter smile. He had thought that Gu Feng would quietly enter the Sunset Cloud sect to look for him, but he hadn't expected to make such a big commotion outside. Looting and robbing forced most of the people to fall on their sword. It's only people like him who don't want to die that can do it. However, it was also in line with his nature. After all, he was a ruthless person who dared to pit Chu Yanran. His realm is so strange. He's clearly at the first level of body refinement, and the exuberance of his chi and blood is no less than a genius at the peak of the 9th level of body refinement. An elder who was well versed in the art of body observation spoke out in surprise. His physique is a bit special. The first level of body refining. Old Willow, have you checked his body? It shouldn't be that kind of physique, right? Elder Meng questioned. There are thousands of physical qualities in the world, and some people are born special. According to ancient texts, there are great powers who are trapped in the refining stage for their whole life, but they are able to kill the 4 directions and shake the world, because his refining stage has tens of thousands of weights. There's also, therefore, Gu Feng's physique was special, but it didn't cause the crowd to be overly surprised. You guys guessed right, he's that kind of physique, known as the King of Trash. Old Willow, I was quite envious of you, but now, I'm not envious at all. Fart, he's even trashier. It's not difficult at all for him to dominate in the outer sect. As for the inner sect, forget about it, Elder Lu said with a smile. Stop it, it's going to start. A bunch of body refining stage brats, actually giving old me a feeling of nervousness. Me too. So looking forward to the great battle between the two sides. If it's this kind of physique, there's still a fight to be had. At least it won't be a one-sided situation. Chapter 19, shocking the crowd and blowing away the heavenly pride present. It looks like there's no one else. Well, looking at your clothes, you look like you come from a big family, and your storage bag is bulging, so there should be a lot of valuable stuff inside. I'll begrudgingly step in. Gu Feng's bold words of deceit caused a commotion at the scene. This mouth is too big, dead to the world, but still thinking of robbery. A few geniuses who were originally torn between making a move or not, finally couldn't help themselves and whistled and jumped into the arena the moment Gu Feng was ready to make a move. Gu Feng was very strong, but it couldn't be so strong that he couldn't beat more than 100 people. These were all renowned Cloud County's Gaishur heavenly pride, joining forces against the enemy. Even a cultivator of the chi-drawing realm would have to flee in distress. Looking at a few familiar faces, Gu Feng frowned. You guys, I don't think you have anything of value on you. Asshole, do you really think you're invincible? Lu Biao, don't believe you're that strong. Gu Feng let out a light laugh and said no more. The large sword in his hand crossed in front of him, one hand holding the hilt and the other grasping the tip. Suddenly, with a light shout, a powerful aura, the headscarf was directly shaken off, and the cloth covering his face also fluttered down to the side. Many people were seeing Gu Feng's true colors for the first time as they stood on their tiptoes and looked into the arena. In the next moment, the sound of sucking in cool air rose and fell, and the great sword in Gu Feng's hand, under the power of his strong physical body, cracked inch by inch and snapped into countless sections. The surface of this large sword is engraved with 2 complete runes, belonging to the top grade of mortal rank weapons, and the terror of his physical strength is evident when he wrenched him off with just brute force. I'm afraid that not even Xiao Yuan, who is known to have bronze skin and iron bones, can compare. How the hell did he cultivate? His body doesn't look strong either. His strength is surprisingly great. Not only the spectators on the periphery, but even the 100 or so people on the field were slightly shaken by Gu Feng's hand. However, Gu Feng didn't have time to wait for them to be shocked as he roared. His speed was as fast as it could be, killing the crowd. Good guts. In front of so many of us, you still dare to be the first to wrestle. This is not taking me, Xiao Yuan, into consideration. Xiao Yuan's tiger's eyes glared round and he exited in a violent rage. His whole body's muscles exploded. His feet stomped on the ground violently, rushing out at great speed, and in the process of traveling, his right hand clenched his fist and swung out violently in the direction of Gu Feng. Buzz, the powerful fist force, sweeping all the way across, rubbed against the air and made a rough buzzing sound. He was like a furious brown bear, with a stout figure that was frightening, while Gu Feng on the other side had a figure that was a whole circle smaller in comparison. In the face of this mountainous punch, Gu Feng was blatantly fearless, and without even blinking, he directly used his own fist and met his opponent. Boom! Two fists of different sizes blasted together, and the crowd's minds had just flashed over the idea of who would win and who would lose, when the result was already known. Chow Yuan's face changed drastically. His huge body, like a kite with broken strings, was directly sent flying dozens of meters away, accompanied by a miserable scream, smashed to the ground, and the blood in his mouth sprayed wildly several meters high. The shocking punch stunned the crowd with their mouths slightly open, making it hard to breathe. What kind of monster was this? One punch had disabled Chow Yuan, who was known for his copper skin and iron bones, but he was a genius with a huge strength of 60,000 pounds. What's wrong with this world? The 60,000 pounds of strength that ordinary people can hardly reach is so unbearable. Off the charts, way off the charts. The crowd realized that they had greatly underestimated Gu Feng's strength. This jerk who stops and robs and shouts all day long to hand over the proceeds of your transgressions is an unearthly gaijin whose power no mortal can fathom. To not be so exaggerated, Chow Yuan just lost. One move, only one move. Chow Yuan is very strong, this cannot be questioned, but the strength of that masked bandit is even more sensational. Luckily, the old me was torn in my heart and didn't come to have to rush up. This choice is too wise. Compared to the surprise of the surrounding crowd, those in the field could only be horrified. Chow Yuan was no paper tiger, and to be fair, not many people could be sure of defeating him in a fair fight. It was such a ruthless person who was sent flying with a single move. They should not be any better if they went up there. As soon as the idea of being afraid of fighting popped up, his own aura weakened by a few points. Gu Feng on the opposite side didn't care about that. He was like a young divine beast, recklessly exploding the terrifying power in his body. Punch after punch, punch after punch, and wherever they went, no one could beat them. He displayed an invincible stance, each punch either crippling a person or exploding a weapon. Ah, ow. There were more than a few screams and wails. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched the slender figure as he kept changing his form and impacting lengthwise. Blood splattered, teeth flew horizontally, and the sound of bones cracking shook the hearts and minds of the crowd. He was like a demon king, sweeping across the earth. Half an incense stick later, the fighting stopped. There were more than 100 geniuses on the field. All of them collapsed on the ground. Some of them had their chests sunken, some of them had their arms broken, some of them had their thighs bent, and some of them had their breath dying. All of them lost their ability to fight. Staring blankly at the sky, fear spread in his pupils. Without the arrogant demeanor from before, they thought about the possibility of getting into a bitter fight, and that a few of them would be seriously injured as a result. But the unanimous notion was that by the time the fight was over, the masked bandit would surely be half dead. However, the reality was so bloody cruel, so cruel that they couldn't believe it. More than 100 of them. Ah, all of them are geniuses with famous names and enjoying countless praises along the way. Half an incense burner. Only lasted half an incense burner, before they were defeated in droves. Perhaps adding the word rapid before defeat would more accurately describe what had just transpired. Fast, so fast that their cerebral nerves couldn't react and their heads buzzed. How could there be such a strong body refining realm cultivator? I'm afraid that it has already exceeded the legendary 100,000 pounds of extreme physical strength. Yen Ruwashi was so excited that she cheered, frantically shaking Wu Qi, who was in a daze. What just happened? Where am I? Who am I? Xiong Clan's 5 brothers, a face of fear shrunk their necks. The boss is the boss. Really far-sighted. Fortunately to stop them from making a move. Otherwise they would also be like those heavenly pride, lying on the ground and wailing. Even Elder Lu and the others, who were hiding at the side and paying attention to all this, were no better. They were all dumbfounded, their eyelids jumping. They thought it was a vicious battle, but they didn't expect it to be over in the blink of an eye. Gu Feng's strength was beyond the realm of their cognizance, and these outer sect elders in high positions had seen countless heavenly prides over the past years, and had never seen such a figure. This kind of physique, how does it feel even stronger than the legends? How could it not be strong? If it wasn't strong, there wouldn't have been so many superpowers throughout history, mothballing their efforts to cultivate it. To be honest, if Laozi were to master an ancient imperial dynasty, I would also want to gamble to see what extent this kind of physique could eventually reach. Don't think blindly. Even if you were given the resources of an ancient imperial dynasty, you wouldn't be able to cultivate it. It's not like no one has ever tried. It's a pity. Such a strong physique can't make it to the peak of the martial arts path. The heavenly Tao is truly mysterious and unpredictable. You've lost. Gu Feng's light words fell into the arena, and the 100 or so heavenly pride, their faces ashen, lowered their lofty heads. Due to the rudeness you just showed me, I'm going to confiscate your belongings. Putting down a sentence, Gu Feng began to pick the storage bags on the waist of the crowd. I your mom's head. You're defeated. You're my captives. It's a good thing I didn't kill you. And you're still loopy. Don't you want to die? a celestial pride tried to resist being robbed, and Gu Feng directly gave him a big earful. The rest of the people dared to be angry. At this point, resistance would only increase the injuries on their bodies, and they would have to participate in the Fallen Cloud sect entrance examination tomorrow. It would be bad if he failed the test because he was too injured. After picking everyone's storage bags, Gu Feng also collected the scattered weapons as well, and even the pieces of weapons that had been blown up. Not a single piece was left behind. These are all money. Ah, shattered weapons. The materials inside can still be re-refined. More or less can be sold for some money. After doing so, Gu Feng stood in place, his eyes looking slyly at the 100 or so people. You, take the clothes off your body. Chapter 20 Robbery and Auction. The entire room was shocked by these words, and the surrounding audience couldn't help but take a few steps back. The wailing in the arena also stopped, and each one of them, with horrified faces, moved their bodies with difficulty, trying to move their asses to a place where Gu Feng could not see them. Be numb, take off your clothes. Gu Feng's face darkened, and he also explained to the crowd, lifting his steps forward, and in the midst of the other party's pig-killing screams, he peeled off the other party's robes, as well as their shoes, emptying a storage bag that was dedicated to robes and shoes. He was fast and skillful as if he had rehearsed it countless times. The crowd was petrified. This undressing maneuver, which was more numb than even the Qinglu girls, made people laugh and cry. Don't you go too far, robbing our storage bags and robbing our clothes? Are there no rules in the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect? A heavenly pride resisted and roared, inviting only ruthless suppression. Humph, is this the outer gate of the Sunset Cloud sect? Are you disciples of the Sunset Cloud sect? Believe it or not, you will be beaten so much that you won't have a chance to take the test? It was only after these words came out that the heavenly pride in the field sort of quieted down and silently endured this humiliation. If you annoyed this fiend, you would most likely be beaten to the point that you would not be able to participate in the introductory examination. The surrounding crowd cannot help but laugh. They are considered to have opened their eyes today, so poor that their pants are not left, although these heavenly pride did not reach this point, but it is almost the same. On more than 100 celestial pride, there was only a pair of pants and nothing else. Don't look at this Chao Yuan's big, thick, and dark face, but I didn't expect his body to be so white. Well, that Gui Renkai looks skinny and his pecs are quite developed. Meng Xiaotian is better known than seen, except for his face, which is still handsome. He's nothing else. The whispers of the crowd caused those 100 or so heavenly princes to feel endless shame. Shame, heavenly shame. This shame is 100 times deeper than defeat. Don't look at me like that. Who told you to join forces against me? To stand upright from a beating is to show your manhood. Lovely prides of the heavens, bravely raise your heads and face the world. Hitting people without hitting their faces, scolding people without revealing their shortcomings. Gu Feng has no inhibitions. Good damage. This masked bandit, this time has completely offended those heavenly pride. I have to say, good big courage. There are few heavenly prides that come from a lowly background, and those that do are more or less a bit of a background, so he is really not afraid. Gentlemen, I have good news for you. Looking at the wide array of items, Gu Feng felt that it was so troublesome to wear them on his body, and since they were going to be sold anyway, he might as well sell them to these celestial pride. Compared to outside, the prices offered by these heavenly prides were higher. Given that you guys are going to participate in the entrance examination tomorrow, it's not a good idea for me, the special recruitment disciple of the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect, to go too far as your predecessor. Therefore, I am prepared to sell these pills to you so that you can heal your injuries and deal with tomorrow's examination with all your might. Gu Feng's enthusiastic declaration made the crowd speechless. Robbing people's stuff and selling it to them right afterward. Should it be so outrageous? Cutie pie. Only then did they buy it. It can be imagined that these pills must be priced very expensive, far beyond the market price. Those heavenly pride is not a little cute. They're not little girls, so who would buy them? As expected of most people, after Gu Feng spoke these words, no one responded, turning their heads away as if they were ignoring them. Brother, your injuries aren't light. This bottle of 3 turns young enhancing pill is very suitable for you. Buy it or not, my injuries don't bother me. I don't need you to worry about them. That heavenly pride's eyes showed contempt. I can't beat you, but please don't treat us like little cuties, okay? The next moment, the sound of a pig-killing squeal rang out, only to see Gu Feng pressing his finger directly on the man's wound, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth, and asking with a smile, it's not a serious injury, so why are you screaming so loudly? I'll take it. How much? 1,000 spirit stones. What? Selling a bottle for 1,000 spirit stones. You're robbing That heavenly pride exclaimed loudly. This elixir was on the market at 300 spirit stones a bottle. He actually wanted to sell it for 1,000 spirit stones, which was a 3-fold increase in price. What kind of words are you saying? You still need to give you pills for a robbery? And please don't make a mistake. The 1,000 spirit stones I said is the price of one. Put, rogue businessman. The crowd of onlookers have vomited blood, seemingly selling pills. No different from robbery. I don't have any spirit stones. You can borrow it. You're so famous. You must have a lot of friends. Forced by Gu Feng's might, every heavenly pride in the arena endured the pain of borrowing money and bought pills. Buying it outright, versus buying it after taking a beating. Anyone who isn't an idiot knows what the choice is. Bro, it's for sale anyway. Why don't you sell me the clothes too? Planted today. Some of the heavenly pride with a good mindset spoke out to discuss the sale of clothes with Gu Feng. When Gu Feng heard it, it kinda made sense. It's all for sale anyway. Might as well sell the weapons as well. Ruwashi, come here and help me. Hearing Gu Feng shout, Ruwashi hopped and ran over like a running rabbit. I'm going to hire you, as my salesman. Hire even. I'll help you for free. No money. That's great. When we get to the outer gate, I'll buy you dinner. Dinner? No need. Yen Ruwashi politely refused. Gu Feng had eaten and packed again. She didn't have so much money to pay the bill. Don't be polite to me. I'm rich now. So order whatever you want then. It doesn't matter if it's good or not. Just the expensive ones. I'll pay. You guys come along too. Gu Feng generously patted his chest. Immediately afterward, there was a comical scene as Gu Feng led a group from the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce in a live auction. This robe belongs to the Northwest City's absolute pride, Chao Yuan. Do you want to be as majestic as him? Then buy this robe. You can't lose. You can't be fooled. The bidding base price is only 80 spirit stones. Everyone in the room can bid. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who would want to wear a robe worn by someone else? Even if he liked it, he would not buy it in front of Chao Yuan. Ruwashi, isn't there something wrong with my words? How come the clothing category is all sold at the bottom price? These are all heavenly pride level characters. Not everyone is as strong as you. Not afraid of offending them. When Yen Ruwashi said that, Gu Feng understood. Let's auction off the weapons directly. They're going to take the entrance examination tomorrow and won't be able to find a weapon to use in a short period of time. This is what they desperately need at the moment. Yen Ruwashi suggested. Weapons? I'm afraid they don't have the money to buy them. An elixir sells for 1,000 spirit stones. They can still borrow it by biting their teeth. Weapons must sell for tens of thousands of him anyways. It's not a small amount. It's hard for them to borrow it. They don't have any money on them. Their family has money. To make an IOU, the outer gate is an independent place. The outside forces and even the inner gate can't intervene. You're almost invincible in the outer sect. Unless they leave the Sunset Cloud sect, there's no fear that they won't pay back the money. Makes sense. Out of Gu Feng's expectation, the auction of the weapons was exceptionally hot, and even the surrounding cultivators who were watching the battle participated. A little thought makes sense. The bidders who came in from outside the field were all experts of the ninth heaven of body refinement, and they were in direct competition with these heavenly prides. To weaken the other side is to increase the chances of winning. Of course, experience bidding. It was busy until late at night when the farce came to an end. Counting the robbery and the auction said, the total income was close to 6 million, of which more than 1 million spirit stones, more than 4 million IOUs, and the heavenly materials and treasures that were not sold were counted separately. The harvest is full and hard-earned. This excited him and he was glowing until dawn. This is your reward. Gu Feng, who had reaped a good harvest, directly gave double the reward, which made Wu Qi and the others happy. Ruwashi, here's the outstanding debt from the last meal. Take it if you're told to. Clang, the melodious bell rang out, and the 4 gates of the Sunset Cloud sect opened wide to welcome young talents from all over the world. Gu Feng followed the crowd and also entered the Sunset Cloud sect. Just after entering the Sunset Cloud sect, he felt himself being locked by a pillar of light, and immediately afterward, petals sprinkled down from the sky, drums and music rang out, and a dozen or so colorfully dressed figures slowly floated down, singing and dancing around him. Gu Feng, Yen Ruwashi, and including all the disciples who had participated in the entrance examination, were all dumbfounded and had no idea what had happened. Only the group of outer sect elders bitterly smiled and shook their heads in a constipated manner. Chapter 21, Welcoming Chu Yenran's predecessor to the Fallen Cloud sect. Wow! Just as Gu Feng was filled with doubt, a banner floated suddenly opened. Welcome Chu Yenyan's predecessor, Gu Feng, to the Sunset Cloud sect. As soon as this banner appeared, the gazes of the people participating in the introductory examination brushed together and all gathered in one place. So he's Gu Feng. No wonder he's so strong. How can one who can be betrothed to Chu Yenran be a generalized person? It's not wrong to lose to him. Chu Yenran was very famous among the candidates of this session, and almost everyone had heard of her. The entanglement between her and Gu Feng had once become a topic of great interest in their mouths. Those heavenly pride who were brutally beaten and blackmailed yesterday, their hearts instantly balanced quite a bit. Losing at the hands of their ex-brother was not a disgrace. After all, The other party was also a prestigious lord. Put. Gu Feng's eyelids fluttered, and he silently spat out blood in his heart. Which talent is this? It's too damn strange. Just as he wanted to speak out to the people singing and dancing beside him, a graceful figure walked slowly, a head full of silky hair, flashing luster, a flawless face with a lazy smile, and a charming atmosphere all over, just like a ripe peach. Seeing her coming, those outer disciples' eyes glistened and they couldn't control their swallowing. On behalf of the entire staff of the Vegetable Maiden sect, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the former senior brother for joining the Sunset Cloud sect. Rich magnetic voice resounded in his ears. Gu Feng couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. This extremely seductive woman in front of him was really talented, actually calling him former senior brother directly, and making such an odd array. If it were someone else, she might be at a loss for words. But who was Gu Feng? She was an aspiring youth who had gone through 9 years of compulsory education and had been devastated by 996. Social experience alone kills everyone in the room. Ditto ditto ditto. As soon as these words came out, everyone, including the mature woman, froze slightly, not knowing at all where the same joy in Gu Feng's mouth came from. Former senior brother. I don't know what the joy is. If I become an ex, won't you have a chance? Therefore, I spoke out to congratulate you. As he spoke, he also threw a wink towards the mature woman. Extremely provocative. The surroundings became quiet, the singing and dancing stopped, and the group of outer sect elders above them stared with wide eyes. This Gu Feng's guts were not ordinary, actually daring to molest her. Giggle. Funny little brother. What's the matter? Want to be my current? The mature woman giggled and laughed a flamboyant laugh. Gu Feng's gaze shifted downward, sweeping over the other party's chest, skimming his lips. What's sister's name? She's the sect master of the vegetarian lady sect, the fifth in the inner sect. Chu Yuyi Fantasy. This woman isn't proper. Don't make contact with her. Yen Ruoshi seemed to recognize the other party and whispered in Gu Feng's ear. Little sister will not live long if you talk like that. Chu Yuyi narrowed her eyes, two ghostly auras flashing as she reached out and pinched the latter's face, frightening Yen Ruoshi into a jumping step and hiding behind Gu Feng. In the future, if you have any difficulties in the outer sect, go to the Vegetable Maiden sect. They will take care of you. Chu Yuyi Hui put down a sentence and twisted her waist to leave. Great. Then I won't be able to walk horizontally in the outer gate. Right, can I let you? The vegetarian girl sect. Pack my room and board. Slightly excited words came from behind. Chu Yuyi Hui's eyelids jumped. The corner of his mouth sketched out a beautiful arc. This Chu Yenran's predecessor was still very interesting. Originally, her actions, only to anger Chu Yenran. Now well, she suddenly had so little interest in Gu Feng. This man is different. After the group of singing and dancing female cultivators left, Elder Lu above lightly coughed twice. Idle people, please leave. The Fallen Cloud sect entrance examination is about to begin. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng raised the outer disciple token in his hand towards the crowd, held his head high, and raised his steps forward. Everyone take a good test and exert your due strength. I'm a specially recruited outer disciple for the Sunset Cloud sect, and I look forward to becoming fellow disciples with you. In the speechless gazes of the crowd, Gu Feng slowly walked up to the stands and stood beside Elder Lu. His face was filled with a sense of superiority, his gaze roving below, and those who didn't know thought that he was the outer sect's eldest senior brother. God ing outer door specially recruited disciples. Backdoor said so grandiose. You damn really a talent. Elder Lu on the grandstand glanced at the eccentricity standing tall beside him, the corner of his mouth slightly pumped, and said aloud towards the bottom. This examination, divided into 3 levels. The combined first of the 3 levels will be rewarded with 100,000 lower grade spirit stones and a mortal grade high grade weapon. This outer door assessment there are rewards. Alone this 100,000 lower grade spirit stone, it is enough to exaggerate. Not to mention that there is that weapon and elixir. Add up how much money this has to be. Gu Feng was not calm and took a step forward towards Elder Lu and solemnly said, it's not good to make a special. I want to participate in the introductory examination. Shut the up. Well, don't get excited. Just saying. Gu Feng was depressed and lost an opportunity to earn money. After the candidates had all approved their identities and entered the assessment formation, Elder Lu explained a few words towards the elders on the side, before waving at Gu Feng. Follow me. Immediately afterward, Elder Lu rode the divine rainbow and rushed up into the sky, leading Gu Feng into the outer gate. Shuttling overhead and looking down, Gu Feng realized that the outer gate of the Sunset Cloud sect was so big, at least as big as 2 or 3 cloud crouching cities, pavilions and pavilions, spiritual springs bubbling, fragrant medicinal gardens, and demonic beasts popping up from time to time in the ancient trees in the sky, all of which highlight the temperament of a large clan. There were groups of disciples everywhere, either sitting in meditation, performing martial arts, or listening to the sermon. and the atmosphere of cultivation was very strong. Shortly after, the two landed on the ground and entered the Hall of Elders. Gu Feng, how is the outer gate? One word, awesome, Gu Feng said excitedly. Elder Lu rolled his eyes. This kid always spoke so strangely. After entering the inner sect, there is no need to worry about Chu Yenran dealing with you. She shouldn't have the leisure to do so, even if she wants to make a move. I'm not a poser. Her hand can't reach out that far yet. Elder Lu's first words gave Gu Feng a peace of mind. The outer sect is a place of the weak and the strong. Remember one thing, do not make a scene. The situation of the outer door is similar to what Gu Feng guessed in his heart. The survival of the fittest is the law of survival of the society. And the sect also encourages competition so that it can screen out the outstanding disciples. Next, Elder Lu spoke about the pattern of the outer sect, as well as some rules. Gu Feng listened very carefully. This was related to his own safety for a long time to come. And more importantly, he wanted to see what loopholes could be exploited based on the outer sect's rules to make money by playing the rubbing ball. This talk went on for nearly an hour. Elder Lu, what exactly is my physique? Gu Feng finally asked the doubts in his heart. Elder Lu laughed, with a look that you kids still can't hold back. Your physique, it's very special. It's not good to spread it out. Is it true that in the ancient times, this physique had plagued the earth and there were many enemies in the world? Gu Feng asked with a twitch in his heart, his mind conjuring up a picture of enemies in the world and bloody battles in all directions, his heart excited and apprehensive at the same time. You're overthinking it. The reason I asked you not to proclaim your physique is because I'm afraid you'll be despised and your state of mind will be affected. If you're not afraid of being laughed at, pretend I didn't say that and feel free to publicize it. Lost, how's that for a drop? Chapter 22, the final end of the 10,000 Tribulation Dao body. Why am I being ridiculed? Is it because of my physique, which will forever remain at the first level of body refining, unable to break through? Fortunately, his heart was prepared for this, and Gu Feng did not lose his head excessively because of Elder Lu's words. However, Elder Lu's expression was unexpected as he smiled and shook his head, dismissing this claim. You're just like everyone else. You have the realms of body refining, Qi drawing, and Ho Tian, and the only difference is that you don't have the 1 to 9 heavens among them. Since the mythological era, when Nuwa God created man, the human species has appeared in the world, drilling flint for fire, drinking blood, and after endless years of change, humans have learned to cultivate. The cultivation system also came into being, and the existence of small realms is a gift from the heavenly Tao, allowing cultivators to cultivate with a clear goal and get some positive feedback every so often. However, the road is 50, the sky is 49, and the human being is one of them, and every once in a while, the heaven and earth will always give rise to so one or two foreigners. For example, the occasional body refinement realm cultivator from the ancient times. No matter how he cultivated, he could only move forward within the body refinement realm without an end. Another example is, Elder Lu was quoting from all sides, just like talking about heavenly books, and Gu Feng was so dizzy from listening to him that he finally couldn't help but open his mouth and say, Elder Lu, can you not be so long-winded? The kid probably knows what you're trying to say, that I can break through, and that this point is the same as any other ordinary cultivator, except that there's no distinction between the 9 heavens? That's right. Elder Lu blankly glanced at him. This kid is not at all sensible. Didn't see that this elder is speaking in a lively manner. What does that have to do with being despised? I think my physique is very strong. At least for now. I haven't found any body refinement stage that is stronger than me. Gu Feng heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and was somewhat unimpressed. He was most afraid of his own realm. Forever stayed in the first level of body refining, which will be less fun, such as not being able to fly, and for example, not being able to spiritual power outward. As long as the great realm could be broken through, everything was fine. Elder Lu laughed, with a look that he knew your brat would think like this. Clearing his throat, he continued, unsurprisingly, you can only cultivate to the Ho Tian, and you can't transition. What do you mean? Gu Feng was a bit confused. After practicing in the Ho Tian realm for a long time, I'm afraid you'll die, Elder Lu said mysteriously. Gu Feng froze and hurriedly spoke up. There's no corresponding technique to match my kind of physique? Nonetheless, Elder Lu shook his head. And why exactly is that? You don't have to be so secretive. Gu Feng's desire for knowledge was completely seduced by Elder Lu, but the other party didn't have a complete sentence, dangling his appetite for more. Because, with your physique, when you break into the innate at the latter day, you will encounter a thunder tribulation. Not only that, every breakthrough after the innate will encounter a lightning tribulation, Elder Lu said with a grave expression, not waiting for Gu Feng to inquire. He continued, this is not an ordinary lightning tribulation, it is an all-round blow to the physical body, spiritual energy, and soul, and is terrifying beyond compare. Moreover, this kind of thunder tribulation ignores any treasures, at least in the recorded ancient books, No treasure is helpful in crossing the thunder tribulation, the ancient ascension cataclysms, all of which have treasures that can block them, but not your kind of physique, has always been a mystery since the beginning of time. Could it be that, with one's own abilities, one can't cross the tribulation? Gu Feng was a bit unconvinced. Yes, according to estimated guesses, cultivators with this physique will be able to succeed in crossing the threshold unless their physical body, spiritual energy, and soul are cultivated to the extreme in each realm. Cough. False alarm. Then I'll practice all three. Big deal. Gu Feng said easily. In his opinion, this was not a misunderstanding. If there was enough time, this wouldn't be a problem at all. However, the lightning tribulation of this type of physique simply doesn't give you time to cultivate the three to perfection. As long as one of the three is arbitrarily perfected, the lightning tribulation will be triggered. Elder Lu shook his head and laughed. Can't you control your cultivation progress? Cultivate all three to the point where they're a hair's breadth away from perfection, and at the last moment, synchronize the perfection and cross the lightning tribulation. Gu Feng wrinkled his brows and said, this method, while more difficult, is not completely impossible to do. What do you think? How far away are you from the great perfection of body refining? Elder Lu didn't answer directly, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Gu Feng was momentarily speechless, and quickly reacted, exclaiming, with a physique like mine, even I can't detect the progress of my cultivation? Doesn't that make sense? Gu Feng froze there. According to the current situation, his highest cultivation level, indeed, he could only cultivate to the Hotian realm, and in the Hotian realm, he could not cultivate deeper. It was so hard to cross over and have a golden finger, but he was unable to ascend to the peak of the martial arts path, making him very unhappy. Kid, don't think too much. Be at peace in being an outer disciple. Wait until you reach the Hotian realm. Give you an outer deacon for a bit, and live peacefully for more than 100 years. It's better than being killed by a thunderbolt. Seemingly seeing that Gu Feng was somewhat unwilling, Elder Lu persuaded. The reason why your kind of physique is strong is because of the 9 heavens synchronized cultivation. The difficulty lies in the 3 simultaneous cultivation of flesh, aura, and soul, which requires resources that exceed the same level by thousands of times. And if there is no thunder tribulation, it is enough to be called the first physique in the ages, and superpowers will rush to it. But right now, there are no forces willing to train you. Since ancient times, countless forces have printed that this is something that cannot possibly succeed. One of the most famous times was a few thousand years ago, when this physique appeared in an ancient imperial dynasty in the central state, coinciding with the fact that ancient imperial dynasty was going into decline, and, not surprisingly, could only last for a few hundred years. So, they began to gamble heavily, gathering the resources of an imperial dynasty to fully cultivate that kind of physique. Did they succeed? Gu Feng pursued. Succeeded, Elder Lu said quietly. Succeeded in sending the ancient imperial dynasty, which would have lasted for hundreds of years, away early. Put. Gu Feng almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood. I'm in such a heavy mood. You still have the leisure to joke here. True to the saying that pleasure is built on the pain of others, the smile doesn't go away. It just shifts. Hearing this, Gu Feng sort of understood the reason why this physique was despised. For a cultivator who had only 2 endpoints, either Hotian or meteoric, and who was invincible in the same realm, the world had plenty of reasons to ridicule. What's the use of being invincible in the same realm? Isn't it still only possible to cultivate to the Hotian? Similar words were expected to be heard often in the future. Even if one was lucky enough to break into the innate, these sneering words would not disappear. At most, they would turn the Hotian into the innate. Does this physique have a name? Yes, the 10,000 Searches Taoist body. Good name. I, Gu Feng, will be the first existence to ascend to the top of the world with a 10,000 tribulation Tao body. After saying this bold statement, Gu Feng excused himself and left, leaving behind only Elder Lu, who shook his head helplessly. There was one thing he hadn't told Gu Feng, and that was that the end of all 10,000 tribulation Tao body possessors would be the same, to fall under the thunder tribulation. I hope Gu Feng can put on the brakes in time and not fly into a rage. Chapter 23, Bastard. I didn't even bother to grab it. How dare they grab it? Along the way, Gu Feng wrinkled his brow and pondered the road ahead. He knew that Elder Lu was saying this for his own good, but there was a strong sense of unwillingness within him. He firmly believed that every physique had his value and mission of existence and would not be unsolvable. Furthermore, he possessed a unique condition over the previous 10,000 tribulation Tao body, which was the 3 incense burners in his mind, which undoubtedly added a few more points to his bottom line. After walking for a short while, Gu Feng arrived at the small courtyard that Elder Lu had arranged for him. The small courtyard was not large, with only 3 rooms. The courtyard could barely be used for practicing martial arts, and in general, it was not bad. When he entered the single room in the center of the room and closed the door, he began to cultivate. A drop of milky white divine liquid was incorporated into his body, and the strength of his fleshly body grew with the naked eye. This time, Gufeng paid full attention to the sensations he felt when he was cultivating, and found out helplessly that, just as Elder Lu had said, the 10,000 Thunders Dao body wouldn't feel like it when its cultivation was refined. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's still far away from the Hotian realm. The boat is naturally straight. The hurdles are hard to pass. Have confidence in yourself. Cultivating without knowing the days and months. 2 days and 2 nights had passed by the time the milky white divine liquid inside the incense burner was all consumed. He missed the end of the introductory examination, and he didn't know if Yen Ruoshi had passed the examination. Did she suffer bullying from those heavenly prides that he had robbed because of him? It shouldn't be so bad. After all, her sister is famous in the inner sect. Thinking of this, Gufeng shifted his attention to his physique once again. The 10,000 Tribulation Dao body was true to its name. After consuming resources equal to more than 4 million lower-grade spirit stones, he still couldn't break through to the refined body realm. This made him smack his lips. So many resources, smashed on top of a pig, should be able to break through to the chi-drawing realm as well. Surprisingly, it doesn't even compare to a pig. No wonder Elder Lu said that no power is willing to cultivate the 10,000 Tribulation Dao body. After gathering his emotions, Gufeng walked out of the small courtyard, asking questions along the way, and after burning incense, he arrived at the place where items were bought and sold, the Outer Sect Exchange. The exchange was large and was divided into 3 areas: buying, selling and temporary. The buying and selling area was easy to understand. As for that temporary area, it was a place for disciples to set up stalls. The entire outer door is a small world. Inside the food, drink and entertainment what all have, but also can do business to earn money. After all, the wealth couple Daofa, financial strength occupies the first place, with enough spirit stones, in order to buy high-grade cultivation resources, in order to ensure that they do not fall behind in the competition. Arriving at the selling area, Gufeng looked for a deacon who appeared to be a good talker in appearance, walked up, and placed a dozen storage bags on the counter. Elder, estimate the value of these things. The somewhat chubby deacon, seeing that Gufeng was a bit of a stranger, yet he was able to hold so many storage bags, glanced at him curiously. That was all, and without saying anything more, he buried his head and began to count, and with just one glance, he accurately quoted the prices of the various items. Gufeng looked very carefully, afraid that the other party would miss a star. His fingers danced and the sound of snapping and rattling an abacus rang out. The slightly chubby deacon was stunned. Having worked here for so long, he had never seen this kind of person before. Anger appeared faintly on his face. This kid is doubting my business ability. You can say that my cultivation is low, but you can't insult my professionalism. Elder, don't be angry. These things were sold to help Elder Lu, and I'm afraid that if I make a mistake, I'll be chastised by Elder Lu. Gufeng laughed in embarrassment, taking out the outer sect token given by Elder Lu. He pretended to unintentionally shake it in front of the other party. Oh, so it's Elder Lu's senior disciple. He is the chief elder of the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect. For little brother to be recognized by him, his talent should be very high. The slightly chubby deacon instantly changed his face. His creases joined together and chrysanthemums bloomed on his face. Where? Thanks to Elder Lu's favor. Understood. The slightly chubby deacon gave him a deep look, only to see him purposely holding a 3-leafed clear orchid and raising it in front of Gufeng, raising his tone and shouting, 1 4-leafed clear orchid. Afterward, a cryptic nod was given towards Gufeng, who nodded in response, knowing that the price of a leafy elixir like Qinglan was mentioned about 10 times for every additional leaf. The slightly chubby deacon was secretly making a gesture of goodwill towards Gufeng. Gufeng smiled in his heart. Where there are people, there is a Jianghu, and having Elder Lu as a big tree at his back is a good thing. Of course, the degree must be well mastered, and we should not take the chicken feather as an arrow and act recklessly. At the end of the day, after all the items had been priced, the slightly chubby deacon also raised the overall price for Gufeng by 0.5%. This senior, what is his name? Gufeng asked meaningfully. Old man's name is M.O. Just call me Deacon M.O. Deacon M.O. Thank you for today. After Gufeng left, Deacon M.O. smiled faintly. The outer door collection and sale of items. There are strict rules. Beyond the part, have to post their own, spend a little bit of money, get acquainted with Chief Elder Lu's disciple, or very cost-effective. Deacon M.O. didn't even think that Gufeng was introduced to him by Elder Lu. There was no more connection between the two of them, and what disciple status was all speculation on his part. Gufeng's lack of acknowledgement and rejection deepened this misunderstanding. Returning to the small courtyard, Gufeng once again entered into cultivation. The 10,000 Tribulation Dao body was like a bottomless pit. More than 500,000 spirit stones transformed into the divine liquid thrown in, not a single bubble, and still did not break through the refined body realm. Spirit stones are far from enough. With a thought, he took out a bunch of IOUs, and he really didn't want to ask for a debt as a last resort, not for fear that people wouldn't give it, because these IOUs came with interest. The longer you delay, the more you gain, but now it seems that it is not possible not to go to ask for debts. First collect Chao Yuan and their debts. Chu Yenran's side is not considered for the time being, and wait for the strength to be stronger before going. Walking out of the small courtyard and arriving at the area where the newly promoted outer disciples lived, he was just about to look for someone to ask Chao Yuan and the others about their addresses when he ran into Wu Qi head-on. Wu Qi didn't look well. Gu Feng thought that it was because the outer sect examination had consumed too much. After all, they were now penniless and had no spirit elixir, so they recovered very slowly. Wu Qi also saw Gu Feng and was first stunned, then delighted, walking quickly, his legs seeming to be a bit unsteady as he traveled. Former senior brother, what brings you here? Is it because you know what happened? What happened? Gu Feng asked suspiciously. It's about us being beaten and robbed by the old outer disciples. When these words came out, Gu Feng's face looked strange. Wu Qi and the others were really unlucky. They were robbed by themselves when they came, and after surviving to the outer gate with great difficulty, they were once again robbed. Could it be that these people are born wrongdoers with bad destinies? Seeing Gu Feng's slightly doubtful look, Wu Qi pulled him inside, talking about the post-test encounter along the way. The day before yesterday, they had finished their examination, and before they could get excited about passing the examination, they encountered the interception of the veteran outer disciples. Without saying a word, they came up to beat and rob all the outer disciples. None of them were spared. The clan allows robberies? Gu Feng froze and asked with glowing eyes. Well, it's only slightly restricted. Wu Qi nodded and continued. In order to encourage the outer disciples to cultivate hard, the Sunset Cloud sect condones the disciples to rob each other. However, there is a restriction that within half a year, for the same cultivator, they can only rob once, and can only rob the other party of the items they have on them at that time. Forcing them to write an IOU is not allowed. The same goes for beatings. So good? Gu Feng's heart stirred. Such a good regulation. He actually didn't know about it. A mistake. Followed by glancing at Wu Qi beside him. Has everyone been robbed? Well, they were all robbed, and Yen Ruwashi was robbed of everything. Wu Qi nodded his head. Bastard. These old outer disciples are really not things. Lousy didn't even bother to rob Ruwashi. They actually dared to do so. Wu Qi. Chapter 24, Hire me as a fighter? I won't do it for less money. The area where the outer disciples lived was a large area of buildings, which all had similar shapes and similar heights. Standing in front of a cluster of buildings that could not be seen at a glance, Gu Feng had the illusion that he had returned to his student days in his previous life. Is this place co-ed? That area, inhabited by female disciples, has a very clear line, and is specifically guarded by elders. Male disciples are forbidden to enter the area of female disciples, and conversely, they can be accommodated, but only during the day. Wu Qi pointed to the distance and explained for Gu Feng. It's just a dormitory. The rules are pretty much the same. The only thing better than a dormitory is that each person has a separate room. And as for privacy, basically there is none. It was worth mentioning that this place, like the exchange and the hall of feats and techniques, were all part of the forbidden area, and as long as one stayed here, they were absolutely safe. Passing through several rows of buildings, he finally arrived at the residence where Wu Qi and the others were, and before he even entered, Gu Feng could smell a faint medicinal fragrance. Folks, I've got the former brother here. Gu Feng touched his nose. Good guy. His own name everyone does not shout, directly replaced with X, to which he did not treat, who also does not have a nickname or two. Gu Feng, you're here. Yen Ruwashi came bouncing over, her bowl of medicine in her hand. You know how to make medicine? Well, it is the pill refiner that I am assessing. Yen Ruwashi's two eyes curved up as she said with a smile. Promising. A pill refiner is better than a martial artist. Gu Feng's praise made Yen Ruwashi extraordinarily happy. The shallow pear swirls on her cheeks were beautiful. I heard that you were robbed as well. Gu Feng swept his gaze across the room and grinned. There were Guoren Kai, Song Shi. There were also some who couldn't be named, but most of their faces were familiar, and each of these celestials who had passed the examination were lying there sickly, and some of their hands and feet were wrapped in white cloths with bright red dots on them. Well, it was robbed. Yen Ruwashi lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. You're a pill refiner. You're not good at fighting. All those geniuses are inevitably robbed. How can you be spared? Gu Feng said with a smile. Tell me who robbed you, and I'll help you go get it back. No, they're many and strong. No need to risk it. Yen Ruwashi shook her hand and refused. It's fine. These old disciples are two nothings. I didn't even bother to rob you. They actually dared to rob you. They have to give them a lesson. The funny-sounding words made Yen Ruwashi's heart happy. Those lying celestial pride, seeing Gu Feng's willingness to make a move, frantically glared towards Wu Qi. The latter hesitated for a moment, then pulled Gu Feng aside and said softly, "Ex-brother, everyone has been robbed, as the newly promoted know. One in the outer sect this term. Can you help us fight back?" Gu Feng glanced at him and didn't say anything as Wu Qi continued, "Paid substitute. What? You guys wanna hire me as a fighter?" Gu Feng roared, his stern gaze sweeping across the room. Hua Runkai and the others looked terrified and lowered their heads. Heaven's pride had the pride of heaven's pride. How could someone like Gu Feng be willing to act as someone else's punching bag? Isn't that insulting? Yen Ruoshi also looked at Wu Lai angrily, looking down on who? How could Gu Feng go as a fighter for a little spirit stone? Never. Wu Lai also stood there with an awkward expression on his face, and the atmosphere of the scene was extraordinarily gloomy. The next moment, an excited voice rang out, "How much are you offering? Say it first, I won't do it if it's less." The crowd raised their eyes and looked, only to see Gu Feng smiling with a wide brow, sitting cross-legged in his chair with a look of hurrying up to make an offer. Phew, the crowd exhaled heavily. Everyone was right in their analysis. The ex-brother really liked money. The atmosphere lightened up a bit, and the chatter picked up. Wu Lai and the others opened their bids. Gu Feng desperately raised his price, and finally finalized it. 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones per person, and what you grab belongs to me. When the crowd thought about it, with Gu Feng's virtue, it's already good enough that he doesn't rob you, and to expect him to spit out what he has robbed, it's impossible. Half an hour later, Gu Feng led Wu Lai and the others, a line of hundreds of people, vastly out of the dormitory area. The movement of this place ushered in the attention of countless outer disciples. Hua Runkai and the others seemed to have hired an expert to take revenge on those old students. A master? How high can it be? With the same 9th level of body refining, how can a newly promoted outer disciple beat an old disciple who has stayed in the outer sect for a few years? Indeed, even if the strength of the physical body is similar, the level of actual combat between old and new disciples is far different. There's hilarity to be had. Whatever. Soon, under Wu Qi's guidance, they found one of them, the old Yen Ruoshi disciple who was involved in the robbery in the first place. Without saying a word, Gu Feng directly started to fight. Before the opponent could react, he was stomped underneath. Half of his body sunk into the ground, his arms and legs flailing wildly. "Do you know who I am? Daring to rob me? Asterisk 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 off. I don't care who you are." Gu Feng directly gave the other party a big earful before forcibly removing his storage bag. "When I opened it, I was on fire. Tramp is so poor. There is nothing in the storage bag except for 100 or so spirit stones and a few bottles of worthless pills. This is an outer disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect? How do you feel that they are poorer than the cultivators outside?" Seeing Gu Feng's angry appearance, the disciple at his feet had a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Pa dash. What are you laughing at? Is it honorable to be broke?" Gu Feng slapped the other party hard once again. "Gu Feng, these outer disciples are very refined. Unless they have a special mission and need to go out, they usually don't carry any valuable items on them at all. They are all used to being robbed." Yen Ruoshi said softly, "Your name is Gu Feng, isn't it? Take the storage bag as you wish. I admit defeat. Can you let me go?" That disciple was emboldened. AI. Newly promoted disciples are too inexperienced, and the best time to rob them is the day the sect distributes cultivation resources. Now it's good. We lost an opportunity for nothing. We can't rob him again for half a year. Some onlooker disciples whispered. However, they had still underestimated Gu Feng. He was seen dancing with his hands, quickly stripping the man of his robes, boots, etc., leaving only a pair of pants, which he then used to hang him upside down from a tree. Sweeping his gaze around, "You guys spread the word that anyone who has robbed my friend, please come out with an item no less than 10,000 lower grade spirit stones, or else the consequences will be the same as his." When these words came out, everyone's eyes widened with an incredulous look. After savoring the situation, he found that Gu Feng's approach really didn't violate the rules of the outer sect. It was just a bit underhanded, and ordinary people couldn't do such things. He, a newly promoted outer disciple. Where did he get the guts to be so arrogant? A figure rang out, and 10 or so people instantly appeared in front of Gu Feng. They were all stout and muscular, their bodies shining with the aura of the 9th heaven of body refinement, and they had a ferocious appearance. "Have these people ever robbed you?" "Some do, some don't." Wu Qi frowned, a little worried in his heart. These old disciples weren't the usual 9th level of body refinement, and their battle power was a whole lot higher than theirs. It was no exaggeration to say that any 3 of the newly promoted disciples, excluding Gu Feng, who were strong at the 9th level of body refinement, would most likely not be opponents of the other party even if they were united. "Why don't we just forget about it?" Yen Ruoshi pulled Gu Feng's sleeve and whispered. Chapter 25. No one can talk about rules in front of me. Gu Feng was strong, but he only reigned supreme amongst the newly promoted outer disciples, and his battle power was probably just about the same as the older students. Against so many people, surely you can't beat it. We can't let it go like that. If they dare to come out, we'll clean them up altogether. They're so strong, they should have valuable items on them. Gufeng licked his tongue and said with some excitement, the more powerful a disciple was, the more confident he was in himself, and generally wouldn't be as cautious as the others, who definitely had something of value on them. What an arrogant brat! A stout disciple loudly shouted. Where did this brat come from? How dare he mouth off in front of their group of veteran outer disciples? Carnival Smile stepped out, laughing wildly. Arm sleeves should burst open, revealing a pair of bronze-colored arm, above the veins wandering, horrible hideous. Strong aura pressure on the crowd of onlookers have backed up. Copper-armed Vajra Yuan Kuei, it's actually him. Rumor has it that his pair of arms, soaked in blazing hot copper liquid daily, have long been practiced to the point where they are hard to injure with swords and spears. All of his strength is in this pair of terrifying arms, and he once killed a fierce tiger of the same realm with a single punch. This is a ruthless man, striking out with either death or injury. I'm afraid it's going to be bad for that Gufeng. The whispers of the crowd of onlookers doubled Yuan Kuei's feelings, and the smile on his face grew even wider. You should be grateful for the outer sex rule prohibiting killing. I hate people who destroy my belongings in my life, and you've managed to offend me. Gufeng said expressionlessly, having long since treated their robes as his own belongings. The robes were no longer valuable, but could still be sold for a few dozen spirit stones, so how could they be destroyed at will? Immediately furious, his legs violently stomped on the ground, and with his violent physical strength, he actually stomped out a crack in the ground that was more than a meter wide and dozens of meters long. Several onlooker disciples who reacted slowly fell directly into the crack. The sound of pouring cool air rose in all directions. What kind of power was this? It was more terrifying than the legendary divine beast cubs. Gufeng was like an arrow off the string, so fast that stumps appeared, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Yuan Kuei. Seeing Gufeng take the lead, Yuan Kuei looked unsightly as he felt that his majesty had been challenged. Just when he wanted to rage out, after feeling Gufeng's overpowering aura, his face suddenly changed drastically, and he, who had a lot of experience in fighting, instantly realized that this punch was strong and could not be fought hard. Turning from offense to defense, cross your arms over your chest and half-crouch your body in a defensive stance. Boom! The unparalleled punch accurately blasted at the center point where Yuan Kuei's arms crossed, and the crowd only heard a click, and then it was seen that a sturdy figure, detached from the ground, like a cannonball, flew out backwards at great speed. The body rolled in the air for a few times, and landed heavily 100 meters away. When the crowd saw Yuan Kuei's stake clearly, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Copper-armed Vajra, with blood and saliva pouring out of his mouth. His face was pale and he lost his ability to fight. He was defeated by a newly promoted outer disciple, with a single punch. Those cultivators who came with Yuan Kuei looked at each other with a look of fear and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Yuan Kuei had lost so dryly, and if they went up there, it would probably end up pretty much the same way. Don't be afraid, he's only one person even if he's strong. That's right, all together. When they speak these words, it shows that the heart is trembling and the end is sealed. Gufeng descended to the world like a dragon, gulping clouds and mist, wantonly declaring his brilliant might, and his simple and unglamorous moves all emphasized the beauty of strength. Fast and lightning, powerful and heavy, the sound of air explosion was endless. Every punch was accompanied by screams and blood splattering, making people's hearts fearful. The onlookers retreated again and again, fearing that Gufeng would go killing mad and pull them in for a brutal beating. Facing the siege of more than a dozen ninth-level body refiners, Gufeng was able to maneuver with ease, and even picked off their storage bags in between, opening them up to take a look at them in the Mianti. The more you look at it, the more angry you get. These are masters, how can they also be so timid? Go out without carrying valuable things? Outrageous! He struck mercilessly, and did not stop the beating until the opposite side was all lying down. Quiet, silence all around. Everyone is dumbstruck, like a wooden sculpture, frozen there. This is too strong. Is he a newly promoted disciple? How come he feels stronger than even the old disciples? Trouble removing the word feel. He is just stronger than the old disciple, and not just a star and a half stronger. Basically invincible within the refining realm. Right, boy, this is a kick in the teeth. Who would have thought that there'd be this kind of ruthless person among this batch of newly promoted disciples? The crowd rose up in unstinting praise, and exclamations of surprise rang out from all corners. Strip them all and hang them. Gufeng turned his head with an appalling gaze, and Song Sh and the others were frightened by his eyes. They would like to say they are injured and can't move, but they don't have the courage to do so. These 5,000 spirit stones were damn well worth spending. Soon, The trees were filled with more than a dozen more naked bodies hanging upside down, creating a magnificent scene. Robbing my friends and daring to come out empty-handed. They are the example. Gu Feng swept his gaze across the room and issued a threat. The surrounding crowd bowed their heads, memorizing this face deeply and categorizing it as one that must not be offended. Just as Gu Feng was about to leave to find the others, a commotion came from the crowd as they pushed and shoved each other, leaving a passageway open. Today's outer gate is so lively. After the faint voice, a white-robed youth, holding a folding fan and wearing a smile, slowly walked from the crowd. Behind him, there was a large group of cultivators, no less than 30 of them, all of them in the ninth heaven of body refinement. Gu Feng, you defeated them, counting them as poor learners. But isn't it a bit insulting to strip them of their clothes? The white-robed young man's sleeves fluttered, his head full of black hair swaying in the wind. His face was also very handsome. He came to Gu Feng's front, gathered the folding fan in his hand. His right hand held the fan handle, rhythmically slapping the palm of his left hand. His eyes were about Gu Feng's head, said with a smile, "That temperament, with the novel came out like, the crowd is not for the side eye." The onlookers vaguely resounded in the female cultivator's exclamation of surprise. This is a male god of the outer door. As soon as he appeared, he directly became the center of attention at the scene, and the crowd's eyes flickered, swallowing their saliva, not daring to breathe. "Who are you?" Gu Feng asked, narrowing his eyes. "It's not important who I am. What's important is that I'm asking you to release them immediately. Right away." The white-robed youth had a smile on his face, but his tone was filled with an undeniable flavor. Stripping them naked and hanging them up doesn't seem to have violated the outer sex rules. Gu Feng shrugged. The white-robed youth looked down from above, the corner of his mouth curving out in a shallow arc. "You violated my rules. Gu Feng, this is the end of the day. You've taken the heat for us, and the payment you were promised will not be missing a single cent." Chao Yuan limped over and said softly, "He is Chiu Zhe of the Chiu family of Moonfall City. There are 2 siblings above him. The second one is 43rd in the Inner Sect Heaven's Pride ranking, and the elder one is 8th in the Inner Sect Heaven's Pride ranking. They are both experts of the innate realm. We can't afford to mess with them." Wu Qi also came over to persuade. "Isn't it forbidden for the inner sect to meddle in the affairs of the outer sect?" Gu Feng wrinkled his brow. "As long as there are rules, there are loopholes. Every year, the top 10 of the outer sect annual competition can directly enter the inner sect. The top 100 are qualified to challenge the inner sect disciples, and if they win, they can take over and enter the inner sect. Winning or losing is manipulative, and it would be bad if you annoyed them. In case they instructed the inner sect experts to deliberately lose and enter the outer sect to deal with you." Yen Ruoshi's sister was also an inner sect expert, and she still had a better understanding of the rules of the inner and outer sects of the Sunset Cloud sect. She knew that Gu Feng's cynical exterior hid a resolute and unyielding heart, so she took a pleading tone, trying to get him to give in. "The annual competition? That's still a couple months away. No fear." Gu Feng gave the other party a reassuring look. Emboldened, as long as he had enough spirit stones, his cultivation would be able to increase rapidly, and defeating an inner disciple within a few months was not something that could not be done. Pressure is motivation. With pressure, it can inspire fighting spirit and work harder to earn money. This is Gu Feng to pressurize himself again. There's no shame in conceding to Chiu Zhe. So many ruthless people in the outer sect have experienced it. A good man is not a good man, but a good man is a good man, and a good man is a good man, and the people can understand. Don't do anything stupid. Chiu Zhe strikes out with either death or disability. The outer sect elders all turn a blind eye, robbing the newly promoted outer disciples. Chiu Zhe is the leader behind the scenes. Copper Arm Vajra and the rest of them are his people. It's just that everyone pretends not to know. AI, who let him have 2 good brothers, and what can be done about it? The crowd thought in their minds, but no one dared to make a sound. The eyes of the entire audience, all gathered to Gu Feng, both hoping that he would admit defeat, but also hoping that he would be able to properly Chiu Zhe's frustration, so that he could take the heat for everyone. Only, it was all just a delusion. Those who dared to harden Chiu Zhe in the outer gate were either crippled or mysteriously disappeared. Even the Su woman sect, which was known as the #1 outer sect, had tolerated him for 3 times. So what could Gu Feng do when he was single and weak? Looking at the expressions of the crowd of onlookers, Chiu Zhe smiled with satisfaction. He himself was the sky in the outer gate, a gloom that these mole crickets could never dispel. "The sect master asked us to take care of the former senior brother. Should we step in to help? Let's see. The sect master is under a lot of pressure in the inner sect. We must not make another strong enemy for her at this time." On a mountain peak not far away, a group of female cultivators looked at this place from afar. They were the outer disciples of the Vegetable Maiden sect, and their sect master had explained a few days ago that they should take care of this point, Gu Feng. But now that Gu Feng was facing Chiu Zhe, they hesitated. It wasn't because of how strong Fiancée was, but because of the fear of his two identical brothers. It was a critical moment, and they didn't want to make more enemies for the sect master, so they chose to watch from the sidelines. Go fetch a bone-shaping pill, just in case, the leading female cultivator softly said, her eyebrows slightly knit. Well, here is the outer door. Fiancée should not be in front of so many people to kill Gufeng, but was broken all over the body bones. I'm afraid to avoid, so ordered to prepare a bone-shaping pills, so that in the aftermath of the rescue of Gufeng. Kid, what are you waiting for? Mr. Xiu's words are the rules in the outer gate. Seeing that Gufeng was slow to act, the junior brother behind Fiancée couldn't help but roar angrily. Looking at the arrogant Fiancée, Gufeng's face was as normal as ever. He walked slowly to Fiancée's front, his eyes looking straight at the other party, and smiled fiercely, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth that glistened under the sunlight. Your rules are the rules? Any comments? Fiancée was breezy. Then coincidentally, I have a rule. Fiancée laughed contemptuously, his face plastered with disdain. In his eyes, Gufeng belonged to the type of person who was relatively proud, and the probability was that such a person would choose to resist in the face of oppression. It just so happened that he loved to demolish such hardened bones, loved to listen to their wailing, roaring, as well as cursing, and loved to see their resentful, yet helpless looks. Isn't that the joy of life? Sensing Gufeng's attitude, the group behind Fiancée laughed sardonically and rubbed their fists, so they could unclog their muscles again today. Tell me about your rules. Let this Gongzi have a long look. Fiancée opened his folding fan and looked like he was all ears. My rule is, no. Me. In front of me. Speak. Rules. Rule. Gufeng's voice was not loud, but it threw the ground and fell into everyone's ears. Shocking. In the next moment, amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Gufeng moved, only to see his fist violently blasted out, heavily hitting Fiancée's face. The latter could not react at all, not even issuing a scream. His body was like a cannonball, shooting out, tumbling in the air for a few weeks, and heavily smashing down to the ground. Silence, deadly silence, shock, unparalleled shock. The crowd of onlookers was dumbfounded. Yen Ruwashi and the others froze. The crowd of the vegetarian girl sect was messed up. Everyone's jaws dropped, their bodies trembled, and a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. Don't want to die. He's crazy. He actually dared to beat up the outer sect's son. Fiancée, how dare he? Who gave him the courage? Is he really not afraid of death? All of them roared inwardly at the top of their lungs. Gufeng, on the other hand, was like a javelin, standing between heaven and earth, and his stance became incomparably magnificent. His face was neither happy nor sad, as if it was not Fiancée who had just beaten him, but a dog. The aura of looking out of the corner of the world erupted out, and the stern eyes made people not dare to look directly at them. Give me, kill him. After what seemed like a long time, and what seemed like a split second, Fiancée struggled to get up and let out a mournful roar. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, his eyes were red, his face was fierce, and he did not have the light-heartedness he had before. Gufeng's punch was so vicious that it left him with only 3 or 2 of his originally full teeth, set alone on his dental bed, and one fell out between hisses. The mouth was full of blood, the nose was deeply sunken, and all the features were screwed together, just like an evil ghost drilled out of hell, which was chilling. Chapter 26, Brother, I'm sorry. This Gufeng is different. A pretty female cultivator from the vegetable maiden sect covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes filled with astonishment. I thought that my rules are the rules was the first pretentious quote of the outer sect, but I didn't realize that there was one more than this that could reflect pussyfooting around. My rules are that no one can talk about the rules in front of me. It's just too overbearing. This former senior brother, who has no inhibitions, faces Fiancée and says he'll fight without a hint of hesitation. Could it be that he really doesn't know what fear means? Overbearing is overbearing. I'm afraid that the bone-shaping pill won't be used. Fiancée has lost so much face. Even if he spares to suffer the punishment of the outer sect, he will still kill his former senior brother on the spot. The leading female cultivator's brows were tightly locked. Her face was hesitant, and in the next moment, she directly activated the sound transmission stone in her hand to send a message towards the inner sect. Fists, feet, legs and palms came from all directions. Gufeng's 2 eyes were reflective and his cheeks were fearless as he dodged left and right amidst the siege of more than 30 people. The powerful fist blade dominated the whole field. A fist blasted out, carrying the momentum of thunder, a head full of black hair dancing wildly, and as shocking thunder exploded from his mouth. He was surprised to find that with the same 9 heavens of body refinement, the strength of these 30 or so people was so much stronger than Chao Yuan and the others that the two were not comparable at all. They were experienced in fighting, each of them mastering several powerful martial arts, coordinating with each other, and for a while they were able to fight with Gufeng, which shook him to his core, and his contempt was gone. Sure enough, the cultivators of a large sect were not comparable to small clans or wildlings. He began to get serious, going into the fight with all his heart, and for the first time ever, he exploded with all his might. However, the 30 or so people involved in the siege were even more shocked in their hearts. Although they knew that Gufeng was strong, they didn't expect him to be so tough. They had all been immersed in the ninth heaven of body refinement for several years, and had mastered their martial arts to the extreme of what they were currently capable of mastering. And before Gufeng had appeared, they didn't think that there were any body refinement cultivators who could be stronger than them, and even if they were stronger, they wouldn't be much stronger. Unexpectedly, there really was such a person in the world who could stand up to their siege and not lose. This physical strength could no longer be described with the simple word terrifying, and what was even more outrageous was that he was utilizing the most ordinary basic techniques against the enemy, nor did he have any high-level power transportation techniques. In other words, the Gufeng in front of him was still just using his primitive human instincts to face the siege in the most awkward fighting style. It was this strong nowadays. If one had mastered martial arts, how strong should one be? Such people must be killed. Xiao Zhe, who had a gloomy face, also thought of this point. A character like Gufeng, since he was offended, he should be offended to death, and cut off his future while he was weak. Kill! Kill! The 30-odd ninth body refinement heavyweights bellowed in unison, putting on a desperate air. A withered arm, like a section of old tree roots, found a gap and appeared out of thin air behind Gufeng, and the 5 fingers at the end of the arm emitted a ghostly light, and a silky coldness splashed out from the fingertips. Gufeng quickly dodged. This is the ghost claw. His 5 fingers, long soaked in venom, even just a hint of venom on them can greatly damage the human body's functions, rendering the opponent incapable of fighting. Yen Ruwashi said with a look of horror. She was a pill refiner. She might not recognize unusual martial arts, but she was too familiar with this kind of mischievous martial arts. It was precisely because she knew the terror of the ghost claw that she warned Gufeng to avoid it. What the hell is the ghost claw? In the face of absolute power, it can't get rid of the fate of being crushed. Eat my punch! Roar! As if the roar of a god, or the roar of a reckless beast. Gufeng swung out a fist towards his back, and the powerful force of his fist sent the surrounding air trembling. Ka-chow! 5 withered fingers, beaten outward. A section of white bone in the elbow area pierced through the skin and was exposed. The whole arm was instantly scrapped. The cultivator's eyes widened in anger. His face swished white. Fear took over his entire mind. He couldn't believe that the ghost claw, which he had cultivated for several years and was proud of, was actually nullified by a single punch. I want you dead. His eyes were crimson, so angry to the point of madness that his back teeth were clenched a few times. However, just as he roared out, he was punched again and his feet left the ground, soaring up into the air. His blood splattered all the way to the ground, and plopped down into the lake 100 meters away. The clear surface of the lake, flooded with hints of crimson red. Kill! Die for me! 2 bellowing voices rang out in no particular order, and 2 rays of light, one silver and one black, cut through the air, wrapped in the unique chirping sound of weapons, and fell from overhead. The cold aura made Gufeng's heart flinch as he sidestepped and dodged, his hands probing out like lightning, 2 fingers of his left hand clamping down on the tip of the sword, and 5 fingers of his right hand gripping the back of the blade, like 2 vice-like pliers, deadlocking the 2 weapons. Their owners, their eyes rounded with horror. Up! The voice like thunder bombing coming rushed into his mind, and he suddenly felt his eardrums tingling in dizziness, and the owner of that blade and sword felt his body rising up in the air uncontrollably. The next moment, the sky turned, the back hit the ground hard, the mouth of the throat fishy sweet gurgling. Spare! Still holding the weapon dead. Scattered hands! Gufeng bellowed once again, and the 2 feet kicked out almost in no particular order, and the 2 lanky bodies, like pieces of paper, floated out and flew hundreds of meters. This kid is too strong. Fight for your life! A cultivator roared, pulled out a crimson ammo from his storage pouch, and with a fierce look on his face, he threw back his head and swallowed it. This scene was glimpsed by Gufeng in the midst of the fierce battle. Both fists whirled around haphazardly for a few times, repelling the surrounding siege, and his feet stomped violently on the ground. He hadn't learnt any stance, yet his speed was fast due to the superb power of his stomps. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed to the cultivator who had swallowed the elixir. His left hand grabbed the other's throat, and his right fist violently struck the other's abdomen. The whole action was done in one go. The articulation was smooth and silky, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Vom! Only to see the cultivator's mouth open, his tongue sticking out, like a hangman. The crimson elixir, just down his throat into his intestines, was knocked out. Gufeng moved his hands and feet together, grabbing the elixir as he kicked his opponent, glancing at it hastily, and exhaling a heavy mouthful of turbid air. And to see it in time, or else lose an elixir. which has to be worth a lot of spirit stones. The corners of the onlookers' mouths twitched and their faces were wonderful. How much does this kid love money? Even the pills that the other party swallowed into his stomach. He wants to snatch them, and he is not afraid of being disgusting. The gap between grabbing the pills revealed a break, raining attacks that landed on Gu Feng's back, and he resisted dozens of punches so hard that his chest was stuffy. Seeing the right moment, he grabbed the arm of one of the cultivators, and the opponent's stout figure, like a scarecrow, was heavily smashed into the ground by Gu Feng. Boom! The powerful impact smashed the ground and trembled, a human-sized pit that blasted the hearts and minds of the crowd. Gu Feng held a humanoid weapon in his hand and whirled it haphazardly in all directions, and the people who were besieging him threw themselves at it. The rhythm of their attack was disrupted, and they dodged in a panic. Kill him, don't have any scruples. Xiao, who was on the side, his eyes red, hissed without any image. He was already close to the edge of madness. He had no time to care about the safety of his men, or rather, he didn't want to consider it at all. He only had one thought in his mind, kill Gu Feng. Gu Feng's eyes were sharp and deadly as he stared at Xiao, throwing the cultivator in his hand as an object, and then, carrying the attack, he quickly approached Xiao who was commanding the battlefield. Gu Feng's speed was too fast, and by the time Xiao sensed the crisis, it was already too late. Boom! A punch hit the opponent squarely in the face, the latter snotting and spewing blood wildly. In order to keep the other party from getting out of his control, Gu Feng grabbed one of his arms before hitting him. Release Mr. Xiao. The dozen or so cultivators on the field who had still preserved their fighting strength stared angrily at Gu Feng. Gu Feng smiled faintly, grabbed Xiao's hair, and smashed his entire head, ruthlessly into the ground, and when he lifted it up again, the latter's face was already greatly changed, his mouth, nostrils, all mud and blood stains, miserable and incomparable. Without further ado, put your weapons, jade pendants you wear with you, storage pouches, robes, boots, all of them aside. In short, in one word, except for your pants, nothing is allowed to stay. Holding Xiao hostage, Gu Feng smiled faintly, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth, and shouted at the crowd, you really don't want to die, pa dash. A cultivator narrowed his eyes and threatened, yet Gu Feng responded by slapping Xiao in the face. I don't want to hear nonsense, Gu Feng said in a deep voice. Mr. Xiao, please remember that every additional slap you suffer from this moment onwards is due to this group of men of yours. Don't be impulsive. We'll just give it to you, a cultivator said in as gentle a tone as possible. The reason why they followed Xiao was not only because of his 2 fellow brothers who were in the inner sect, but also because the Qiu family was so powerful that it had a bearing on the rise and fall of the family they were in. Pa dash. What are you doing? We did what we were told and you still hit Mr. Xiao. Pa dash. Do you really want to be immortal with us? Pa dash. Crazy. Those men of Xiao's went completely crazy. Each of them had a crazed look on their faces and gritted their teeth, itching to rush up and tear Gu Feng to shreds. Waste what? What are you talking about? Hurry up. Do it. Xiao, whose breath was dying, used all his strength to shout towards his men. This group of people must be intentional, deliberately talking nonsense and letting him be beaten by Gu Feng. Soon, all the items were piled up, and more than 30 naked torsos stood there. Gu Feng smiles, then throws a leg kick that knocks Xiao out of the way. Take your masters and get out. You. A cultivator wanted to say something else and was heavily slapped by Xiao. You don't want to be humiliated enough, do you? His eyes were gloomy. Resentment coalesced in his heart. He looked deeply at Gu Feng. His head tilted, fainted, and he left with the assistance of a group of his men. After Xiao and his group walked away, Gu Feng swept his eyebrows across the surroundings, and the cultivators whose gazes were swept by him all bowed their heads in fear. The next moment, a pleasant voice rang out. So many things, take away the strange trouble. The group has no fancy bid to buy. This statement made the already dull scene even duller. The crowd buried their heads deeper. None of these things are fine products, but they are also life-suppressing charms, and whoever dares to buy them will only be approached by someone who won't be able to get through the night. Not to mention buying it, even if it was given away for free. I'm afraid that no one would dare to take it. After all, they didn't have the terrifying strength that Gu Feng had, and even if they did have the strength, they didn't have the guts to do so. No one wants it, so forget it. Sell it to the clan. Gu Feng smiled faintly and began to pick up the items on the ground one by one. That frowning, smiling, heartless look cluttering people's hearts. This kid has guts that are harder than pure steel and doesn't know what fear is. Just as Gu Feng was packing up his belongings, a cultivator once again walked in the distance. He was short and unimpressive in appearance, and his bare skin glowed with an unusual light. The crowd of onlookers were astonished and made way. Why is he here? Isn't he impacting the Qi drawing realm? Impacting the Qi drawing realm requires huge resources, and it seems like he was involved in robbing the newly promoted outer disciples. Is he here to trouble Gu Feng? It's not clear. His strength may not be worse than Gu Feng's, the two of them fighting each other. It's bound to be a vicious battle. The whispers of the crowd were tinged with awe and fear. The reason for this was that the cultivator who was slowly stepping in front of him was the recognized number one of the outer sex body refining realm, Tuoba. No one knew his true strength, only that he had once defeated more than one chi-drawing first-level cultivator, and even a chi-drawing second-level powerhouse could harden himself against a wave without losing. He was arrogant, unruly and untamed, and also didn't want to die, and was one of the few outer sect body refining realm cultivators that even Fiancée tried to avoid touching as much as possible. A ruthless person. Gu Feng sidestepped his head, squinting his eyes as he watched this other party. Tuoba's strength, not to be underestimated. Under the plain and unimpressive appearance, containing terrifying physical strength, the first in the outer sect physical refinement realm, there was no element of exaggeration. There was a kind of subtle feeling between masters and masters, and the moment Gu Feng saw the other party for the first time, he decided that the other party could not be ignored and was a very character. Tuoba walked all the way, his gaze always resting on Gu Feng. When he was about 10 feet away from Gu Feng, he stopped in his tracks. His right hand touched his waist, where a short, blackened knife hung. Gu Feng's face was grave as he followed suit and rose. This opponent was qualified for him to take seriously. Just when the crowd thought there was going to be another vicious battle, the picture changed suddenly, only to see Tuoba grinning. His right hand crossed over the short sword at his waist and took off his storage pouch. The items that robbed the newly promoted outer disciples are all inside, returned as they were. Immediately after, he pulled out another storage bag. Here are 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones. As an atonement, I'm at the critical moment of impacting the chi-drawing realm. I hope you won't beat me up. The other 2,000 spirit stones are to buy your no-robbery qualification at the end of the month. The resources this time are very important to me. I can't be robbed. Put. As soon as these words came out, everyone, including Gu Feng, was frantically spitting blood in their hearts. This is Topaz Ray? Sure, it's not someone who just looks more like him. Where's his pride? Where's his arrogance? Where's his self-respect? You're conceding before the fight even starts? This is outrageous. The crowd's three views were messed up, and their impression of Tuoba, the outer disciple, tore apart. Seemingly sensing the astonishment of the people around him, Tuoba bristled. This is a pervert. Fighting with him is just looking for abuse. I'm just a little more withdrawn, not a little cutie. Tuoba's justification caused Gu Feng to freeze for a moment. After reacting, he smiled and rubbed his hands together. His arm wrapped around the other's neck. Brothers are out of place. Why are you so polite? Go, eat together. You guys come along too. At the end, he shouted at Yen Ruwashi and the others as well. Chapter 27. Pack your food and retreat. That's really great. Seeing you make a big splash. I went around to gather spirit stones. To tell the truth, at the moment, I don't have a single extra spirit stone on me, and I still owe a large amount of external debt. So this time, I must eat with an open stomach, store up my physical energy for the next few days, and go out to hunt some demonic beasts to maintain it until the end of the month. Tuoba grinned. You're so straightforward. Brother, I'm not a stingy person, so eat openly for me. Gu Feng laughed loudly, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth, and greeted towards Wu Qi and the others. His pace quickened as he headed towards the restaurant. I've heard that the food in the Outer Gate Tavern of the Sunset Cloud sect is all extremely high-grade demonic beast meat, and consuming it for a long period of time is extremely beneficial to refining the body. Not bad. Many of the endangered demonic beasts in the wild are kept in captivity within the Sunset Cloud sect. I've long wanted to go and have a taste. Since we were robbed, eating has become a problem. It's still the former brother who's great. There's meat to eat if you follow him. They are all innocent young people. Gu Feng fought for them with dignity, and some of the past mutual displeasure has long since dissipated. Everyone hooked shoulders, a good brotherly look, under the mood of pleasure. Even the body injuries are accelerated healing some. Yen Ruwashi looked at the openly laughing Gu Feng, the heartless Tuoba, as well as Wu Qi and the others behind him who were in high spirits, and looked down at her own dried-up storage bag with a slight frown on her face, always feeling that things weren't that simple. Whatever. Let's eat first. Only after Gu Feng and the others had walked away did the crowd of onlookers dare to speak out. This newcomer is really strong. So strong that even Tuoba doesn't dare to make a move. The outer sect's first body refinement realm has officially changed hands as of today. Why do I have the feeling that those chi-drawing cultivators at the foot of Carp Mountain won't necessarily be able to beat him? Brother, be confident. Remove the feeling. That part of the chi-drawing cultivator is definitely not his opponent. This time it's completely offended Fiancée. He will definitely not stop. The former brother's future is bleak. The outer sect's storm clouds are rising again. The last time this happened was a year ago with Chu Yenran, who just passed by the outer sect and showed her hand a little, then beat many of the outer sect's heavenly prides into bowing their heads and giving in. Coincidentally, Chu Yenran is also Gu Feng's ex. What kind of sparks will come out between the two in the future? I'm really looking forward to it. The former brother has a strange quirk. He is so strong, but he likes to disguise himself as a body refinement one. Everyone will rub their eyes brighter in the future. Body refinement 9 is just as dangerous as body refinement 1, and it may be possible that at some point, a similar practitioner will once again appear. The end of the month is approaching. It will be another chaotic battle then. Why don't we also follow Tuoba Lei's example and purchase this month's robbery-free qualification from former brother Ren? Consider it. It's better to spend some spirit stones in advance than to be robbed out of your pants when the time comes. Go with. This battle had established Gu Feng's status among the outer disciples, and some of the disciples were even already considering going to bribe Gu Feng so that he wouldn't rob them. Not far away on the mountain peak, the crowd of the vegetarian girl sect still could not believe the scene they saw today. The female cultivator who was leading the group looked at the bone-shaping pill in her hand and shook her head with a bitter smile. Such a strong person. Preparing a bone-shaping pill for him would be insulting him. The other party didn't need this kind of superfluous thing at all. Former senior brother is so strong that my youngest daughter's heart itches to find an opportunity to try out his strength. Not only strong, but also somewhat handsome. I don't know how much smoother than those oily-headed cultivators. If I were Chu Yenran, I wouldn't be willing to withdraw from the marriage in any way. At some point, the warbling came to an abrupt end when there was an additional woman with a graceful figure on the mountain peak. Sect Master, when did you come? It's been a while. Chu Yuyi Fantasy skimmed her lips. She had come here when Gu Feng was in the middle of a heated battle. It was just that these dead girls were watching too much and ignored her. Sect Master, should we go and check on the former brother? The female cultivator who was leading the group asked, wrinkling her brows. Before, when the situation was unclear, you guys didn't make a move. Now that he has won the fight, what's the point of going? Chu Yuyi Hui shook her head indifferently. Her eyes flickered as she looked away from Gu Feng's back, murmuring under her breath, this physique. What are you guys still standing there for? Where did you get the courage to watch the fun when the one outer sect, the Vegetable Maiden sect, couldn't even win the top spot in the annual competition for several years in a row? Don't get your ass back to practicing yet. Yes, Sect Master. The women were bitter and dispersed in a flurry. LOL, it's been a long time since I've eaten food from the outer gate, so I'll go rub a meal together. After the ladies left, Chu Yuyi Hui spread a smile and flew towards the outer sect restaurant. Gu Feng solicited everyone's opinion and entered a high-class establishment called the First Restaurant with a Brain. One restaurant lived up to its name, more luxurious than any Gu Feng had seen in Cloud Crouching City, with brilliantly lit interior walls and a bustling crowd. Do any of you have experience in this area? Gu Feng inquired as he looked at the crowd with a smile, his 2 rows of large white teeth crystal clear under the light. I have no experience in this area. This was the second time Yan Ruoshi had seen Gu Feng reveal such a look. The ominousness in her heart grew stronger, and she was the first to speak out and deny it. Wu Qi volunteered to step forward. I'll go ask the restaurant owner. Soon, he returned to his original position. Go to the 3rd floor. There's a hall there that can accommodate so many of us. What do you guys think? Gu Feng asked with a smile as he swept his gaze over the crowd. The hall is nice so the guys can sit together. And so, a group of people swarmed to the 3rd floor. Boss, order. It was not easy to get a chance to have a big meal. The crowd did not have any reserve and yelled loudly. Among them, Tuoba Lei was in the highest mood, taking out more than 10,000 spirit stones in one go made his originally not rich life. Adding to his woes, he had already made up his mind to have a big meal to recover as much as possible. Plates of beautifully presented food with tantalizing aromas to whet the appetite. Eat. Gu Feng wasn't polite either, grabbing the leg of the unknown beast in front of him and feasting on it. No better than a starving man. LOL. I know why Chu Yenran wants to withdraw from the marriage. This kind of eating, a woman can't stand it. A magnetic voice came from his ears, and Gu Feng turned his head to look and froze slightly. When did you get here? Dabbling in a meal. No comment. As she spoke, Chu Yuyi Hui threw a wink towards Gu Feng. Eat whatever you want. Gu Feng laughed bashfully. The crowd was mingling and the atmosphere was high. Only Yen Ruoshi, who was not far away from Gu Feng, had gaps in her gaze and glanced at Gu Feng from time to time to keep an eye on whether the latter was still there or not. Former senior brother, your physique? It seems. After 3 rounds of wine, Chu Yuyi Hui deliberated and asked in a low voice. Well, it's the kind you're thinking of. Gu Feng's indifferent attitude caused a slight shock to her heart. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me directly. I firmly believe that you are destined to be extraordinary in this life. After a long period of silence, Chu Yuyi Hui changed her demeanor and said solemnly, that's great. can I borrow money from you? You look like a rich man. Gu Feng laughed and said, giggle, borrowing people is fine. Borrowing money is exempt. Chu Yuyihui froze for a moment, then laughed exaggeratedly. I don't know how long it took, but the group had pretty much eaten their fill, and the entire third-floor lobby was a mess, with the remains of food everywhere. Gu Feng staggered up and burped. I'll go out to relieve myself and come back to drink you all to death. Ha ha ha, go go go. Fighting is not your opponent. Drinking may not be. Tuoba Lei, who had drunk too much, laughed boldly. Don't look at his short stature. The amount of alcohol is not ordinary, like a bottomless pit, a pot of spirit wine down. Do not bring a blush. Gu Feng, you've had too much to drink. I'll help you there. Seeing Gu Feng's but leave the stool, Yen Ruwashi made a catapult and followed suit, arriving beside the former in a few steps. This scene drew ambiguous smiles from the crowd. Shu Yuyihui, who was on the side, looked at the two of them with quite a deep meaning, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch Yen Ruwashi's cheeks. Your sister, Yen Ishue, when she sees this scene, I'm afraid that she won't go crazy. Don't worry, my sister will keep it a secret for you. Gu Feng, assisted by Yen Ruwashi, circled around the third floor, and seeing that the latter had already been unfailingly devoted to himself, he couldn't help but open his mouth. I'll go for convenience, so don't follow me. Convenient? Shouldn't you be on the first floor? First floor? Go to what first floor? Gu Feng pulled the corners of his mouth in surprise. He, pack the food and retreat. Ah. Yen Ruwashi blinked her big, sparkling eyes. Together? What can I do if I don't come along? I don't have the money to pay for it. Yen Ruwashi skimmed her lips and muttered, ha ha ha, let's go. We'll share some of the food with you then. Gu Feng laughed boldly and pulled Yen Ruwashi. The two of them catapulted and sneaked down the stairs. Food isn't cheap here. Wu Qi and the others are poor now. It's fine. Isn't there still Chu Yuyi Mirage? She's a big shot in the inner sect, so this amount of spirit stones is just a sprinkle to her. As a senior sister, it's reasonable to treat all the junior brothers to a big meal. This woman has a mouthful of ex-brother and is pulling hate for me. Teach her a lesson. He, and rightly so. Chapter 28 Broken Wealth Chewy Fantasy. After Gu Feng and Yen Ruwashi left their seats, in order not to be cold, someone had the courage to come and toast with Chu Yuyihui. Unexpectedly, this inner sect Heaven's Pride ranking 5th absolute heavenly maiden surprisingly did not turn away their group of minions. This energized Wu Qi and the others, and the scene instantly warmed up again. Unconsciously, time passed, the starlight outside the window shot into the hall, and the entire outer gate of the Sunset Cloud sect became extraordinarily quiet. Why hasn't the former brother returned yet? I don't know who shouted, and in an instant, the entire hall went eerily quiet. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. Their hearts thumped violently, and an ominous feeling of foreboding emerged from the bottom of their hearts, instantly surging through their entire bodies. It was so unusual. Even if it was convenient plus doing that, it couldn't have taken a whole hour. There's no denying that the former brother is in great physical shape, but doing it for so long is clearly out of character. He's not running away, is he? Someone said with a laugh. Quiet. Extremely eerie quiet. This joke is not funny. No one in the room was a cutie pie, and the likelihood of that is not even close to normal. With a swish, everyone's gazes were directed towards Chu Yui Fantasy, who had the highest status and the strongest strength here. The latter's smile froze on his face and he stood up with a whoosh, followed by a slow sit down. This bastard really ran away. The white fist slammed down the tabletop, his face a bit ugly. Why are you guys looking at me? Do you want me to treat you? The consumption level of the first restaurant, she was more than clear. More than 100 people, eating and drinking, specializing in expensive, how to drop several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Although she was honored as the 5th in the inner sect and her earning ability was extraordinary, but with her left hand in and her right hand out, all of which were exchanged for cultivation resources, there was not much real wealth on her body. 70 to 80,000 spirit stones is not a small number. Take it out or not. Even if she can take it out, she can't be the wrongdoer. Senior sister Chu, none of us have any money. Tuoba Lei laughed bitterly, opening his storage bag and handing it to Chu Yuyihui. It was bare and cleaner than his own face. I don't have any money either. I was just robbed some time ago, and the spirit stones sent by my family are still on their way. Not only do we have no money, but we also owe our former brother a large sum of spirit stones yet to be paid. Senior sister Chu, just pay the bill for us, or else the group won't be able to walk out. Consider it a loan, okay? When the family sends the spirit stones over, I'll return it to you. Everyone on the scene had a bitter face, looking at Chu Yuyihui pleading with their eyes. Pissed me off. Chu Yuyihui's crystal and shell teeth clenched. Her absolutely beautiful face was full of fury. At this moment, she had some regrets in her heart, regretting coming over to dabble in food. Now, well, the food is rubbing off on me, but I've rubbed myself in it. She was the fifth in the inner sect, and she was eating a bully's dinner in the outer sect, and she would not be laughed to death by the entire Sunset Cloud sect if she spread the word, and she also wanted to have a face. Damn Gufeng, no bottom at all. Curse you to be an X for the rest of your life. Chu Yuyi Mirage's shell teeth clacked as her heels stomped powerfully on the floor, and behind her, a group of people drooped and swarmed to the first floor. Third floor lobby. Check. The cold voice exploded in the ear. The second froze for a moment. By the bill, just by the bill. How is this face as ugly as someone else's robbery? Slap slap. Abacus sound a mess. Let Chu Yuyi fantasy more mood more irritable. Snappy. Alright. Totaling 163,000 lower grade spirit stones. Erase the leader and charge you 160,000. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yuyi Hui's face stagnated, and then a fierce aura surged between his brows. You're no. One restaurant has switched to being a robber? $160,000? Why don't you go rob? She hadn't been in the outer door for a long time, yet she was also a regular customer here, and had a preliminary understanding of the consumption level of this restaurant. This wave of consumption, even if prices rose, could not exceed 100,000 spirit stones. This guy here, he's actually counted out $160,000? What's the difference between that and robbery? Senior sister, please calm your anger. I'm also a part-time worker. It's useless for you to lose your temper with me. Perhaps seeing Chu Yuyi Hui's extraordinary nature, Junior smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, get in each other's faces and start recalculating. Onion steak antler $6.88 for a total of 12 servings. Fire roasted deer breast balls $7.99 for a total of 18 servings. Xiao Air calculated very slowly, making sure Chu Yuyi Mirage could see clearly. The latter's expression eased quite a bit. The price of these foods was quite reasonable. When all the items were calculated, she clasped her hands to her chest with a look of I want to see how you can calculate out 160,000 spirit stones. The junior spoke up. The man and woman who ate with you packed more than 1,000 portions of various types of food on their way out, totaling 80,000 spirit stones, together with the 83,000 from before. That makes a total of 163,000. Put. As soon as Xiao Air's words fell, everyone, including Chu Yuyi Fantasy, couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of old blood. This kid is really outrageous. It's just that he doesn't pay for his meals, but he also packs up food. More than 1,000 servings in one visit. Chu Yuyi Hui was angry, annoyed and still embarrassed. She could afford to give 80,000 spirit stones, but 160,000, there really wasn't any. The Xiao Air in front of her looked at her with bated breath, and behind her, Wu Qi and the others, also looked at her with bated breath, which made her cheeks, who was used to seeing the world, feel hot. She violently turned around and chirped towards the crowd. What are you all doing standing around here, hindering the boss here from doing business? Not even a little bit of eyesight. Why don't you go and wait outside? At those words, the crowd shrank their necks and dispersed. After the crowd had walked away, Chu Yuyi Fantasy squeezed out an extremely seductive smile. Little brother too, do you think it's a good idea to give another discount? Although the elder sister in front of him is very beautiful, but this hotel is not opened by him, and he is only a wage earner. Xiao Air ruthlessly refused Chu Yuyi Hui's request. In the end, Chu Yuyi Hui blackened her face and took out 100,000 spirit stones, plus a few treasures to pledge, and only then was she able to pay for the meal. Arriving outside the hotel, Chu Yuyi Fantasy did not even look at Wu Qi and the others, and left straight away, puffing and puffing her way to the base camp of the vegetarian girl sect. Listen up, you guys, tomorrow you're going to find this bastard Gufeng to collect your debt. A sentence without a beginning or end caused the crowd of the vegetarian sect to be a bit confused. This lackluster brat ran away halfway through the meal. The rest of the little bastards are poor, not a single spirit stone on them, causing me to advance 160,000 yuan of meal money for nothing. This money, you must get it back for me. Seeing Chu Yuyi Hui's gnashing of teeth, the female cultivators came into the spirit. Everyone laughed like crazy when they learned the inside story. It's really worthy of being a former senior brother. This kind of behavior of his, properly a lifetime of former tenure. No one can stand it. It's so pitiful, eating and running away. I guess he's the only one who can do it. And with takeout, with over 1,000 servings, it's so unethical. Sect Master, why don't we take this $160,000 as a package fee and let him come over to serve the bed? However, the main character of the incident had just returned to the small courtyard, and before he could lie down, he was summoned by Elder Lu. Chapter 29, Free and Powerful Martial Techniques. Try to go out as little as possible during this time. Elder Lu didn't blame Gu Feng for the conflict between him and Fiancée during the day and opened his mouth with these words. Is it less out of doors? Or less out of the small courtyard? Gu Feng asked with a smile, holding his storage bag and respectfully handing it over. This elder lacks this amount of spirit stones from you? You still underestimate the outer sect too much. Do you think you are already invincible in the outer sect? Elder Lu laughed and scolded. Isn't it? You can only be considered unrivaled in the outer sect's body refining realm. The truly powerful batch of them are all practicing in Kark Mountain, and among them, the highest has already cultivated to the Hotian realm. As he spoke, Elder Lu reached out and pointed to the window, a mountain peak in the distance. This peak was extremely tall, piercing through the clouds, and the runes lingering on it could be vaguely seen. The entire body of Kark Mountain is engraved with more than 180,000 runes, and when linked together, it is a super spirit gathering formation, gathering the outer sect's aura for the cultivation of outer sect disciples who break through the chi drawing realm. Elder Lu's words came through, and it was only then that Gu Feng gained a comprehensive understanding of the outer sect. The outer sect entering the inner sect was like a great wave of sand. The competition was extremely terrifying. Every year, the top 10 of the grand competition automatically enter the inner gate, and the top 100 have the qualification to challenge the inner gate. But with this challenge, few people can succeed. That is to say, in this hundreds of thousands of outer disciples, each year at most a dozen people into the inner door, than the previous generation of college entrance examination competition, are thousands of times more fierce. Is the real one in a million? The body refining realm is the foundation of cultivation, recognized as the most important realm before the innate. It is like the foundation of the great Tao. The stronger the foundation, the more beneficial it will be for future cultivation. Many cultivators in the outer sect could break through the chi drawing realm at any time and any place, but they still desperately chose to suppress and enhance their physical strength as much as possible, just to maximize the expansion of their own dantian the moment they broke through the chi drawing realm. Elder Lu, isn't it true that the stronger the physical body is, the larger the dantian that opens up when one breaks through the chi drawing realm in the future? And the stronger one's battle power is amongst the same rank? Gu Feng asked excitedly. His physical strength was already surprisingly large, but he still hadn't broken through the chi drawing realm, so he could imagine that when he broke through into the chi drawing realm, his strength would definitely be terrifyingly strong. At the same time, he also understood the purpose of Elder Lu's talk to him this time, which was to tell him to keep a low profile, not to think that he was invincible and that there was still the existence of the chi drawing realm above him. Fiancée's side is going to deal with you. Prepare yourself mentally. He won't go too far in the outer sect, but outside the outer sect, I can't take care of it. Well, I'm alone. I'm not afraid of them making out-of-doors moves, and as for the outer sect, I'll dare to fight them when they first arrive. As he spoke, Gu Feng's bravado blossomed outward, his eyes incomparably sharp. He, what a big mouth. Let me try your power today. Elder Lu stroked his beard and laughed as his mind moved, wanting to try the power of the 10,000 tribulation Dao body. Good. Gu Feng nodded his head and stood up. He also wanted to know what level of physical strength he had reached nowadays. I suppressed my realm at the chi drawing realm so that I can have an intuitive feeling. Elder Lu had a clear and moralistic appearance, standing with his hands in the air, waiting for Gu Feng's strike. Boom! Gu Feng took a deep breath, gathered his entire body's strength into his right arm, twisted his waist, and a strange force was unreservedly declared, striking heavily on Elder Lu's chest, and a muffled grunt rang out. Elder Lu did not move at all, only a trace of pain flashed across his brows. Elder Lu, how is my punch against a chi drawing realm cultivator? Gu Feng asked excitedly. Sloppy, you're still underestimating the chi drawing realm cultivators of the Sunset Cloud sect. Elder Lu buzzed. Well, it looks like we still need to keep practicing. Gu Feng nodded in agreement. Elder Lu slowly turned around, his back facing Gu Feng. His face, which instantly turned red, still showing some teeth, waved his hand towards Gu Feng. You go back first. Find some time tomorrow. Go to the outer sect's merit hall to get a martial art. Your fighting sense is good. The way you transport power is flawed. Against chi drawing realm cultivators, it's not just having brute force that works. After Gu Feng left, Elder Lu turned around violently and squatted on the ground, rubbing his chest non-stop. Good boy. Before even reaching the limit of the body refinement realm, his strength has already exceeded 100,000 pounds, and the 10,000 tribulation Dao body is terrifying as well. Almost killed my old man. The next day, early morning, Gu Feng walked out of the small courtyard and arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Merits. Hey, what a coincidence. Are you guys here to choose martial arts too? When Wu Qi and the others saw Gu Feng walking with a smile, their faces instantly darkened. By the way, who paid for the meal after last night? Wasn't it Chu Yui Fantasy? I knew it. She must have money on her. Don't be bitter. Let Chu Yui Fantasy treat you to dinner. How dignified is it to say that? if it wasn't for me, would you guys have this opportunity? Gu Feng enthusiastically wrapped his arms around the necks of Chao Yuan and the others, and saw that they always had dark faces. Does it seem like I'm a pit? No. Then what are you guys doing with your black faces? The Hall of Merits can only be entered for 1 hour, and we are considering how to choose. Oh, Gu Feng nodded in satisfaction. I wanted to treat last night, but senior sister Chu was there, so how can I treat her? I'll make it up later. At these words, Wu Qi and the others looked at Gu Feng in dismay, the corners of their mouths quirking. Isn't proposing to have dinner together a default treat? Even if you don't treat me, you can't take 1,000 takeaways away with you. It's so unethical. It caused them to be angrily scolded by Chu Yuyihui for quite a while. Hey, seeing as he fought for us yesterday, let's forget about this matter. Anyway, the real wrongdoer is Chu Yuyi Fantasy. In the end, they still ate a meal for nothing. The group entered the Hall of Feats. Every outer sect disciple had the opportunity to enter once to exchange a spirit stone for a martial skill, and if they wanted to obtain a martial skill again in the future, they would have to use their outer sect points. Therefore, Wu Qi and the others cherished this opportunity extraordinarily. No matter where you go, there are always people, and the outer sect is no exception. Wu Qi and the others came to the elder on duty and silently pulled out a storage bag containing some spirit stones. Gu Feng's eyes lit up and he rushed to the front with an arrow step, snatching their storage bags as fast as he could. This elder, this is some token of appreciation from my brothers and I. Please smile. The faces of Wu Qi and the others, again and again, darkened. This kid is also too pitiful. Such an important choice of martial arts, are not willing to give up a little spirit stone. Even more outrageous is that, actually hallowed their spirit stone, as part of his own. Good thing, he started with me and my brothers and didn't monopolize it. The elders on the opposite side, were also shocked, having never seen such a thick-skinned disciple before. However, as an elder, he was too lazy to get serious with a tiny outer disciple. Name your specialties, and this elder will give you some slight guidance. The elder on duty collected the storage bag and asked with a smile. I specialize in legwork and would like to pick a related martial art. I'm best with a sword, swordsmanship and all that. The gun is the king of all armies, domineering and mighty. All of them excitedly said what they wanted, and when it came to Gu Feng, only to see him laugh and scratch his head in embarrassment. Are there any cheap, preferably free, yet powerful martial arts? No. The duty elder's smile froze on his face, and his tone was unkind. Cheap is not good, good is not cheap. Both want to be powerful in martial arts, but also better not to spend money? Where's the good thing about being introduced to me? Such a simple request, and it's actually not there? This Hall of Merits isn't very good either, Gu Feng muttered, before walking into the Hall of Merits. The duty elder's face swished black, and he wanted to pull Gu Feng over and peel open his head to see what was inside. Interesting, this time the character of the 10,000 Tribulation Dao body is very different from what has been recorded in history. Chapter 30. What were you thinking, choosing this garbage martial art? In this world, there are clear grades for feats and martial arts, which are categorized into mortal, spiritual, and xianpin. The outer sect's Hall of Feats and Techniques had 4 floors, from the bottom up, storing mortal grade low grade, mortal grade middle grade, mortal grade high grade, and spirit grade low grade martial arts. In fact, the highest floor hadn't been opened for many years, and the thick layer of dust covering that 3rd floor ladder leading up to the 4th floor corroborated the matter. The reason for this was that spirit grade martial skills were applicable to cultivators above the Hotian realm, and throughout the outer sect, even in its heyday, there were few instances of Hotian realm cultivators being blocked from the inner sect. Even if there were, it would be a very small number of people, at most 1 year late, who could enter the inner sect. Another reason why no one had entered the 4th floor was that the spirit grade feats here were far inferior to the inner sect feats hall, and even if they were cultivated, they would most likely have to be changed when they reached the inner sect, so there was no need to be redundant. Wu Qi and the others, without saying a word, directly rushed up to the 3rd floor, while Gu Feng just looked at the 3rd floor and returned to the 1st floor. There was no way. The prices of the martial arts here were too expensive. The mortal grade high-level martial arts were basically above 30,000, and the individual martial arts pushed straight to 100,000. Even the 2nd floor's mortal middle grade would cost $10,000 to $20,000. Gu Feng was rich, very rich to be precise, but couldn't hold the gold-swallowing beast in his head. To cultivate, one must need spirit stones. He had once tried taking pills, and found that taking the milky white divine liquid transformed by spirit stones was the most suitable cultivation method for him, and there was no residue left behind from taking pills. Proper harmless food. If you wanted to have more spirit stones, you either had to open your sources or cut back on expenses. Gu Feng's two-pronged approach, not paying for meals is cutting costs, and choosing cheap feats as much as possible also belongs to cutting costs. Arriving on the 1st floor, Gu Feng, for the first time, didn't look at the martial arts, but stood there, caught up in thought. Cheap is not good, but not absolutely. The techniques here are more or less flawed. I just need to choose the martial arts that can maximize and take advantage of my strength. After clearing his mind, Gu Feng began to cast his eyes on the rows of shelves. The Thousand Hands Rudraksh Palm, with its bluff name, is actually a palm technique that wins with speed. The Great Song Yang Divine Palm, what a trashy thing. It's just constantly quenched with fire, and I'm not afraid of being burned into a pig's hoof. The Green Dragon Probing Claw. This martial art is simply insulting the Green Dragon. And 5,000 Spirit Stones. Why don't you go and grab it? After looking around, Gu Feng was greatly disappointed and was thinking about whether to go to the second floor when a martial art called the 10,000 Beasts skill attracted his attention. What attracted him was not the martial skill itself, but the price tag on it, 500 lower grade Spirit Stones. So cheap. It's probably the cheapest martial art in the entire Hall of Feats. In a flash, Gu Feng came to life and quickly grabbed the 10,000 Beasts technique. In order for the disciples to get an accurate overview of the martial arts, they can look through the first 3 pages of each martial art. Like other martial arts, the first page of the 10,000 Beasts technique was a brief process of the author's creation of the technique as well as its purpose. After quickly skimming through it, Gu Feng blushed strangely and had the urge to laugh. The creator of this 10,000 Beast skill, named Yi Tian, was a ing genius. To summarize, the bitter Yi Tian, after joining the Sunset Cloud sect, his childhood girlfriend threw herself into the arms of a refiner, and under the anger, swore that he would not use any weapon in this life, and spent 10 years of his life observing the instincts of demonic beasts and painstakingly researching the art of fighting and killing with the flesh, and finally created the 10,000 Beasts technique. What really made Gu Feng make up his mind to choose this martial art was because of the last sentence on the first page. This is a martial art created for the majority of poor cultivators. Learn this martial art, you will be transformed into an earthly weapon, invincible in fleshly combat. Each of your organs, each of your bones, is a murderous weapon, and you will never have to spend money on upgrading weapons in this life. It makes sense. It makes too much sense. Below the Hotian realm use mortal weapons. Hotian realm to innate realm use spirit weapons. As long as the realm rises, you can't avoid upgrading your weapons. The price of weapons grows exponentially as the grade increases, and some people get into trouble for a handy weapon. Gu Feng believes that spirit stones have to be used on the blade of a knife, and cannot be squandered indiscriminately. He was originally a big eater of spirit stones, and he did not have a few spirit stones in his pocket from time to time, so how could he have the money to upgrade his weapons? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and directly grabbed the 10,000 Beast skill and came straight to the elder on duty. Elder, I choose this martial art. At this time, Wu Lai and the others also came down after choosing their martial arts. Seeing Gu Feng's choice of the 10,000 Beast skill, his first reaction was that it was an extremely powerful martial art, as could be seen from the name. However, when they looked at the price tag on the martial skill, their faces turned strange, with a feeling of wanting to laugh but not daring to do so. What did you think? Choosing this 10,000 Beast skill? This elder is now interested in knowing what was in your heart when you chose this martial skill. He only needs 500 spirit stones, and I feel that this martial art isn't weak. Gu Feng smiled and scratched his head. Upon hearing this, everyone, including the duty elder, couldn't help but roll their eyes. You damn robbed so many things and still crying poor here, and no one borrowed money from you. What are you pretending? Forget it. If you want to choose, there's nothing I can do. Just this martial skill. Next time you want to choose a martial skill, you'll need clan points. Oh, understood. Gu Feng nodded seriously. Starting from the second month of the outer disciple's life, every month they need to complete the regular tasks set by the sect to obtain the corresponding points, and if they want more points, they can take the tasks issued by the sect from time to time. The points gained from the quests could be exchanged for items in the quest hall or for feats in the feats hall. In short, they were of great use. Of course the difficulty wasn't small, and one could lose their life in the wild at any time. Elder, can I ask, where did the creator of this 10,000 Beasts technique end up? And did he complete his smackdown of that refiner? The elder on duty, who was buried in the formalities, smiled at the words, as if injected with stimulants, and immediately came to life. Your kid folktale book read too much. That Tian simply did not wait for the day of revenge. In an outer sect competition, accidentally fell? Fallen? Is that such a joke? The corners of Gu Feng's mouth twitched, and he had a sense of messed up vestigial vision. The merit profile blew up so ferociously, and the fall was too scribbly. Do you want to know how Tian fell? The elder on duty smiled strangely. Aha! He mistakenly thought that his physical body had been refined to be invulnerable to swords and spears, and during the outer sect competition, he used his own chest to stiffen his opponent's long sword. Being penetrated by a sword, he fell on the spot. becoming one of the few fatal accidents in the outer sect's previous grand competitions. Put, Wuchi and the others couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed wildly with reckless abandon. What for? You guys think you can defeat me just because you cultivate a martial art of the high mortal grade? Whoosh! These words were like a cool wind, blowing the crowd's bodies half cold. At once, they felt that the mortal grade high-grade martial skills in their hands did not smell good anymore. With their qualifications, even if they practiced the martial skills to the point of pure fire, they would not be a match for their former brother. Humph. I'm going to cultivate this 10,000 beast skill and beat the crap out of you all as usual. What can I do? Gufeng took out a handful of spirit stones, handed them to the elder on duty, picked up the 10,000 beast skill, and turned around to leave with a puff of air. Chapter 31, Improved Version of the 10,000 Beasts Clan. Returning to the small courtyard, Gufeng immediately entered his room and chewed on the roasted meat he had packed back from the first tavern last night while carefully flipping through the 10,000 Beasts technique. When he was in the Gu family, he didn't have the chance to watch it at all due to the oppression of Gu Tianba and the others, and the 10,000 Beasts skill was the first martial arts skill that he had ever really had. After a short while, he lost interest and tossed the 10,000 Beasts technique aside. No wonder that Tian would die a cowardly death in the outer sect competition. This 10,000 Beasts skill is too outrageous, Gufeng murmured in a low voice, itching to immediately return to the Hall of Feats and return this trash feat. Of course, that's just thinking about it in anger. The 10,000 Beasts skill is only worth 500 spirit stones, and you can't ask for too much, but after all, it was purchased with spirit stones, so Gufeng read it with a stiff upper lip. Finally, a summary was made. There was nothing profound about the 10,000 Beasts skill. It was nothing more than observing the instinctive actions of demonic beasts and deliberately cultivating them. For example, the ironback black bear had a habit of rubbing its back on a kind of tree called the ancient iron tree. And Tian was inspired by this and followed the ironback black bear's example by going bare-chested and rubbing frantically on that ancient iron tree as well. The effect did have, but not much. After several months of hard training, Tian's back grew a thick layer of calluses, and his defense was strengthened a lot. Another example is this cultivation method. It's too scribbly. Gufeng felt a bit speechless. After thinking for a moment, he still decided to go to Elder Lu, the other party as the first elder of the outer sect. His insightful strength was undoubtedly the top existence. Listening to his advice, it was always the right thing to do. Hall of Elders. The two figures were sitting opposite each other, and the aroma of tea was overflowing. That Gufeng, what a talent. He even dared to rely on old man's spirit stones. Don't be angry, senior brother. His 10,000 tribulation Dao body itself is a big user of resources. On the surface it's a trick. It's not necessarily a sign of effort, but this kid's character, I like it. Cultivation, fighting with people, fighting with the sky, is to do everything, as long as it doesn't go against the morality, everything is fine. The two were chatting away when a smiling face peeked through the doorway. Elder Lu, can the kid come in? Seeing that Elder Lu didn't refuse, Gufeng shamelessly entered the room, sat down on his butt, picked up a cup of tea on the desk, and gulped a mouthful. I left in a hurry earlier, and I haven't yet asked how to address the elder? He turned his head to look at the elder on duty in the Hall of Merit Laws earlier and smiled awkwardly. This is my senior brother. You can just call Elder Wu. Elder Wu. The kid is polite. Gufeng respectfully bowed towards Elder Wu before taking out the copy of the 10,000 Beast skill. Elder Lu. Elder Wu. What do the two of you think? Can this 10,000 Beast skill be cultivated? Elder Wu revealed a look that told you not to choose. You had to choose. Now you've eaten your words. And laughed. Feats, historically, are made from scratch, and this 10,000 Beast skill is not useless. As a matter of fact, many of the martial arts in the world get their inspiration from demonic beasts. Elder Lu nodded in agreement. That means that one can cultivate? Gufeng's eyes lit up as he said, as long as one could cultivate, those 500 spirit stones were not considered throwing them in the water tank. Take the good and leave the bad. There are some things in there that are pure bull ********, but there are some things that are unique. Elder Wu looked proud and stroked his beard. Please don't be stingy with your guidance, Elder Wu. As he spoke, Gufeng took out a handful of spirit stones and stuffed them into Elder Wu's hands. The latter froze and then burst into tears. You think the old man is you, seeing money? Elder Wu is immortal, not a person of the mortal world at a glance. If Elder Lu hadn't said that you were his senior brother, I would have thought that you were his senior. When these words came out, Elder Lu's face darkened, while Elder Wu laughed out loud, incomparably flattered. Then let me instruct you. At first, only Elder Wu was giving instructions, and at the back, Elder Lu also participated. The two of them carefully studied the 10,000 Beasts technique, crossing out the bull ***** parts of it, modifying what didn't make sense, and adding some of their private insights. By late at night, a refreshed version of the 10,000 Beasts technique appeared at Gu Feng's heels. Even if he hadn't cultivated a proper martial skill, he understood that the modified 10,000 Beasts skill was already no less than any mortal rank high-grade martial skill. The great kindness of the two elders. The kid will definitely remember it. Gu Feng stood up and respectfully saluted towards the two elders. To be fair, he didn't have a deep friendship with Elder Lu and also Elder Wu, yet the two of them were able to teach him without any reservations and deserved his respect. You kid, don't come up with this, just don't pit us. Elder Wu stroked his beard and laughed openly. From the bottom of his heart, he liked this young man who was a bit of a scoundrel, yet somewhat persistent. Elder Lu, who was on the side, also revealed a satisfied smile. This long-lost closeness made him feel comforted. The two seniors must be hungry. I'll treat you two to dinner. Saying that, under the astonished gazes of the two, he took out a large push of food from his storage bag. Is this the one you pitched Chui Fantasy against last night? Just packing some things along the way. There's also spirit wine. Have a drink with the two old men? Gu Feng took out spirit wine and wine cups from his storage bag as if he were doing a magic trick. I really don't know what to say about you. Elder Lu lightly knocked Gu Feng's head and smiled kindly. Shu Yuyi Fantasy won't come to trouble me, right? Change into others may be possible. Shu Yuyi Fantasy this girl well. Not too. Don't pit her in the future. She has a glamorous appearance, but in reality, she is not living an easy life. Elder Lu said with a straight face. Oh, said Gu Feng in a deep voice. Under the moonlight, there were three figures, with smiles coming out every now and then. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Gu Feng walked out of the small courtyard and went to the outer sect spirit beast garden. After the guidance of the two elders, Wu and Lu, he knew the direction of cultivating the 10,000 beast skill. The spirit beast garden was not allowed to be entered by the general public, and Gu Feng was only allowed to enter because he had Elder Lu's warrant. You were introduced here by old Lu. Feel free to observe the spirit beasts here. There are a few powerful spirit beasts that are worth noting. The elder in charge of the spirit beast garden, after giving a few simple explanations, left. Gu Feng first observed the demon tiger, followed by the elk and demon wolf. When he walked up to the spirit snake, a touch of never-before-seen disgust surfaced within him, with some fear mixed in. Even though he had been a man for 2 lifetimes, he couldn't figure out one thing: why people were naturally afraid of snakes. Was it that it was too disgusting? Snakes even. Skittishly, he walked to the other side. For 3 days in a row, Gu Feng stayed in the spirit beast garden, taking out the roasted meat and nibbling a few bites when he was hungry, and continuing to observe afterward. Gradually, a glimmer of a pulse appeared in his mind, and his body danced along with it. The images of his opponents appeared in his mind, and facing those fictional opponents, he was like an angry savage beast, sometimes like a lion descending from a mountain, sometimes like a pale wolf pouncing, sometimes like a moose leaping, sometimes like a falcon swooping, clawing, ripping, tearing, biting, slapping, hammering. His hands, his feet, his elbows, his knees, his shoulders, his buttocks, and even his head and his teeth were all transformed into weapons, and every bone of his entire body was active to maximize its function. Rehearsing over and over again, sunrise and sunset, not knowing the passage of time, the more he practiced, the more comfortable he felt, as if this set of 10,000 beast skill was tailor-made for him, giving full play to the advantages of his strong physical body. His movements were incredibly agile, and his perception had improved a lot. In a corner of the spirit beast garden, the air explosions were incessant, like the waves of the river and the sea, surging and powerful. While he was immersed in his cultivation, Wu Qi and the others frantically searched for Gu Feng at the outer gate. Gu Feng should be in the spirit beast garden. Let's go there to look for him, Yen Ruoshi said with a frown, unable to hide the worry between her brows. Chapter 32 Threatening Gu Feng with a Gu family member's son. Xiao Zhe is a talent. Hiss, hiss. In one corner of the spirit medicine garden, 2 large snakes, one green and one red, spat out their scarlet tongues, their eyes shooting straight at Gu Feng, emitting a ghostly light. Little green, little white, you guys go together. Most of the spirit beasts here were at the Qi drawing realm. Little green and little white were 2 spirit snakes at the second level of the Qi drawing realm, and Gu Feng, who was skilled in the 10,000 beasts technique, used them as targets for actual combat. Little green and little white's attacks were fast, a pair of fangs were eerie. He was like an angry savage beast, sometimes like a lion descending from a mountain, sometimes like a pale wolf pouncing, sometimes like an elk jumping, sometimes like a falcon swooping, clawing, pulling, ripping, biting, slapping, hammering. His hands, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, buttocks, and even his head, his teeth, were transformed into weapons, and every single piece of bone in his entire body was active to maximize its function. Within a short period of time, the 2 spirit snakes fell down, paralyzed, their pupils lax with ghostly light. Looking at the human in front of them, their snake bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly and let out whimpering noises. They couldn't figure out why this human was practicing with them alone when there were so many spirit beasts here. Almost every day, he suffered a brutal beating. Go on, continue tomorrow. Gu Feng laughed out loud, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth. For some reason, he just loved to violently beat these 2 spirit snakes. In the past few days, he had upgraded his lower martial arts once again based on the improved 10,000 beasts technique by the 2 elders, Lu and Wu, combined with the weak joints and parts of the human body. The level of actual combat was at least twice as strong as it was before entering the Spirit Beast Garden, and the control as well as distribution of power had also improved by leaps and bounds. If he were to encounter those 30-odd body refinement 9th level cultivators led by Fiancée again, he was certain that he would be able to crush all of them within 1/4 of an incense burner. After soothing his body and nibbling on a few mouthfuls of demonic beast meat, Gu Feng was ready to enter cultivation once more when, at that moment, the elder who had been responsible for guarding the Spirit Beast Garden from before, walked slowly. Kid, you've scourged my Spirit Beast Garden's only 2 spirit snakes. Seeing the wretched scene here, Elder Meng frowned, but his face was wearing a smile. In the past few days, he had often secretly observed this young man introduced by Elder Lu, and it was no exaggeration to say that Gu Feng was the most talented and hardworking cultivator he had seen in terms of martial arts cultivation in the past few years. He liked this positive young man from the bottom of his heart. If not for his special physique, he would be destined to be extraordinary in the future. Unfortunately, Elder Meng, pardon me, speaking, from the storage bag took out a pot of spirit wine, respectfully handed over. Elder Meng is also a glutton for punishment, the latter smilingly took. There are people out there looking for you, and they look anxious, so go out and take a look. At those words, Gu Feng froze and instantly thought that the people looking for him outside must be Yenruashi and the others. Well, anyway, the cultivation is almost done. The next step is only to think about and improve the articulation between the beast forms. These past few days, thanks to Elder Meng's care, I'll find you for a drink sometime. Due to the vastly different habits of various demonic beasts, wanting to smoothly articulate, the difficulty is not small, which requires a lot of actual combat, as well as long-term thinking. The only way to make the 10,000 beast skill grow into a perfect martial art. After bidding farewell to Elder Meng, Gu Feng quickly walked to the entrance of the Spirit Beast Garden. Ruoshi and Wu Qi, why are you all here? Seeing the dozens of people standing at the entrance, Gu Feng was stunned. It's not that you've been beaten up again, right? It's fine. Brother will take you guys to fight back. In the past few days in the Spirit Beast Garden, my strength has skyrocketed, and I'm bound to beat the crap out of them. Their sad faces made Gu Feng think that they had been bullied again, and said with bravado, Gu Feng, we weren't bullied. Yen Ruwashi's voice was low, wanting to speak. Ex-brother, as the saying goes, if you leave a green mountain behind, you're not afraid of having no firewood to burn. I know that you're high-minded and can't tolerate a speck of sand in your eyes, but sometimes, taking a step back is not the same as building up strength and waiting for a future counterattack. Wu Qi wrinkled his brows and said in a deep voice. Gu Feng tilted his head and was dumbfounded. When did this kid, Wu Qi, become so cultured? At the moment, the most important thing for you is to cultivate. After all, there are outer sect rules. Fiancée and the others won't kill them. Gui Renkai walked over and patted Gu Feng's shoulder and said, is Kuzi and the others coming back with a vengeance? Who did they catch? Hearing this, Gu Feng finally understood. His smile tightened and his gaze sharpened as he scanned the crowd and realized that Chao Yuan was not there. Did Chao Yuan get caught by Fiancée and threaten me to get out? No, Chao Yuan just happened not to be at the outer gate. Yen Ruwashi denied, walking over and pulling Gu Feng's sleeve. Those people from your Gu family who were in the outer gate, when they went out to complete their outer gate mission and came back, they were waited on by Fiancée with his men. Although that place is not under the jurisdiction of the outer sect, the matter has already spread, and the most Fiancée can do is to beat them up. So you must not be impulsive and fall for Fiancée's ploy to lure the snakes out of their holes, Yen Ruwashi said with an anxious face, and Wu Qi and the others nodded in agreement. Outside the outer sect, killing was not forbidden, yet one couldn't kill an outer sect disciple in plain sight, and Fiancée's purpose was to try to lure Gu Feng over. It was undeniable that Gu Feng's strength was very strong, which Fiancée also understood, but there was a limit to how strong it could be, and Fiancée had probably invited the Qi-drawing realm cultivators who were practicing in Kark Mountain, because of his 2 brothers. If Gu Feng dared to go, the odds were that he would be miserable, and it was even possible that he would be crippled. Looking at the crowd gathered around him, talking and persuading, Gu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Using an outer disciple of the Gu family to coerce me? Fiancée is a talent. Gu Feng's uncharacteristic laughter made Wu Qi and the others heavy-hearted. If they hadn't asked Gu Feng to seek justice for them that day, things wouldn't have evolved to this state. Ha ha, guys come with me. Go. Where to? Go celebrate. Not waiting for the crowd to be staggered, Gu Feng explained himself. From his father's lineage to guard the minerals all fell, to him being deducted from the resources, to detachment from the Gu family, and finally the pursuit of the second and third uncles. So, not only do you not have blood kinship with the Gu family, you also have a not-so-small grudge. Xiaozhe's move is a useless move, and his calculations have completely failed, caused us a false alarm. It's indeed time to celebrate and let these heartless sons of the Gu family suffer Xiaozhe's beating. The people all sent a sigh of relief when they realized the cause and effect. The Gu family didn't even consider Gu Feng as a Gu family member anymore, and Xiaozhe's threatening those Gu family themselves turned out to be a ridiculous move. Let's all not get drunk tonight. Xiaozhe did what he had always wanted to do, and Gu Feng felt in a happy mood. Slow down. Guo Runkai nailed himself in place, looking cautiously at Gu Feng. Who's treating tonight? My treat. Gu Feng winked and laughed. Eating together doesn't mean treating people, and treating people doesn't mean paying for spirit stones. You have to make it clear or else the group won't dare to celebrate with you. Guo Runkai's words were recognized by everyone. This time there was no Chu Yuyi fantasy. If Gu Feng came back to urinate again, they could not afford it. Look at what you guys are saying. Am I such a person? Don't worry. I don't need you guys to pay a single spirit stone tonight. Gu Feng skimmed his lips and said, these boys, when did they become so smart? They can't be fooled. Oh, say so. When the former brother says so, the group is always relieved. A group of people yelled and followed Gu Feng all the way forward. Not long after, the crowd arrived at the small courtyard where Gu Feng was. Before he could react, he saw Gu Feng sitting on the ground, taking out a plate of roasted meat from his storage bag, as well as some cups and spirit wine, and placing them in the courtyard. Make yourselves at home, folks, and eat all you want. Good lord, this kid really is a dime a dozen. And this food is the same food that was packed from the first restaurant that night. It's August and the temperature is so high. I don't know if I'll get diarrhea if I eat it. Looking at the food on the ground, Wu Qi and the others looked at each other in dismay. Not eating it for fear of Gu Feng's fury, and eating it that was really too much to eat. Ex-brother, I can kind of see that getting you to spend money on treats is basically impossible in this life. Let's all share a little and find a restaurant for dinner. I'll set an example and offer 500 spirit stones. Guo Renkai was the first to speak. I'll put up 500 as well. Wu Qi followed closely behind. I'm in for 500. 500. After everyone had finished shouting, their gazes focused on Gu Feng, who dug his hand deep into his storage bag and generously pulled out a handful of spirit stones. I'll give 50. Che dash. What the heck? The guys think it's too little. Then I won't pay out. Gu Feng ignored the contemptuous gazes of the crowd and put the 50 spirit stones back into the storage bag, and with a pair of eyes, he leisurely stared at the large pile of spirit stones and licked his lips. Don't get any ideas about these spirit stones. Ruwashi, these spirit stones are yours. Pay for them when you're done eating. With a wary face, Wu Qi grabbed the ground spirit stone and stuffed it into Yen Ruwashi's hand. Then let's go. Go! The group laughed loudly and headed towards the restaurant. Gu Feng, these are for you. Yen Ruwashi, who was beside him, grabbed a handful of spirit stones from the crowd-funded meal money when the crowd wasn't paying attention and sneaked them into Gu Feng's hands. Is it enough to eat? Gu Feng asked in a low voice. It's definitely enough. I'll pick a restaurant that's close, then keep the total price under control. And maybe there'll be something left over at the end? The extra will be given to you then. Yen Ruwashi whispered back. She didn't know why Gu Feng liked spirit stones so much, and only thought that since he liked them, she would give him some. Chapter 33 Whoever insults my parents, dies. He. Gu Feng, you're too bad. Replacing the fresh ones with the food you packed from the first restaurant a few days ago. Oh, they're all drunk as, eating the same thing. It's not like no one notices. Are you very short of spirit stones? It hasn't been enough. Gu Feng wrinkled his brow. Ruwashi, do you know what to do to earn money the fastest? Throttling is one aspect, but more importantly, it is open sourcing. During these few days of cultivation breaks, Gu Feng was often thinking about earning money, an issue that was even more urgent than martial arts cultivation, and was directly related to his future prospects. Other than robbing, it should be that pill refiners and weapon refiners make the most money. Yen Ruwashi said without thinking. Pill refiner? Ruwashi, aren't you a pill refiner? How's the study going? Can you teach me? Looking at Gu Feng, who had an uplifted look on his face, Yen Ruwashi was tempted to say that pill refiners were very much in need of talent in this area. However, she didn't say anything in the end and only nodded her head heavily. After a few days, when the chief of the pill refining hall goes out, I'll sneak you in, at least to learn pill refining there. You don't have to spend money on medicinal herbs. Ha ha ha, that's great. Be sure to give me a shout when you get there. Returning to the small courtyard, Gu Feng played a set of 10,000 beasts technique. and after dispelling his brain's drunkenness, he sat down on the bed and entered cultivation once again. After selling all of the items that he had previously grabbed from Fiancée and the others to the exchange, he received a total of 1,500,000 spirit stones. I hope that this 1.5 million spirit stones will allow me to break into the chi drawing realm. Large handfuls of spirit stones were thrown into the 3 incense burners, and drops of milky white divine liquid emerged from the bottom of the furnaces. With an open mouth, the milky white divine liquid connected into a line and entered the body. The entire body erupted with a roaring sound, and if someone was nearby, they would have been shocked at the divine radiance that bloomed on Gu Feng's body surface at this moment. Like a poorly contacted lamp, it dimmed and flickered, and haunting fluctuations escaped. Just as he was immersed in his cultivation, in a mountain range 100 miles away from the sunset cloud sect, miserable screams pierced the night sky. Please, stop the torture. I don't know Gu Feng well. I haven't spoken a few words since I was a child. He won't come to save me. Ah, don't. I really can't carry it anymore. We have nothing against you. Why are you doing this to us? A group of Gu family's children were tied to a tree, whipped and scraped, experiencing inhumane torture. Not far away from them, there was a group of indifferent-faced cultivators, the one at the head with a puffy face and gloomy eyes, showing a cruel smile from time to time. He had an awesome name, one of the 3 masters of the Chiu family, Fiancée. Since the last time he was beaten by Gu Storm, he lay in bed for 10 whole days, and after he got a little better, he began to seek revenge. Gu Feng, a cultivator who came out of the tiny cloud-crouching city, pulled him down from the clouds and ruthlessly stepped into the ground, causing him to fall from an outer sect prince who was feared by everyone to an object of scorn and laughter, giving him endless humiliation. He swore that he would definitely skin Gu Feng and tear his bones apart as soon as he had the chance. After all, there were restrictions in the outer sect, so he captured the Gu family's outer sect disciple in an attempt to force Gu Feng to appear. However, the result was a huge disappointment to him. As long as Gu Feng doesn't show up, you guys will never be able to get rid of the torture. Hit me hard. Fiancée laughed fiercely, venting all of his anger on the Gu family's outer disciples. Sir Chiu, Unit Chiu, stop fighting. I have. There's a way to make Gu Feng appear. Stop. If you can't tell me the truth, this Gongzi will make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun. Fiancée squared his body and threatened. Gu Feng, the Gu Feng lineage has all fallen. The Gu family has treated him. It's not good. He doesn't have an ounce of affection for the Gu family. He wants to use us to force him out. That's impossible. Too much bull ********. Hit me. Ah, don't fight. If you want to force him out, there's only one way, and that's to go to the Gu family in Cloud Crouching City and fetch his parents' spirit tablet. Ha ha ha, I knew that you guys would be able to force out Gu Feng. At those words, Fiancée laughed out maniacally, and then, his face became terrified. These people, waste away. For a time, the sounds of miserable screams, curses, and pleas for mercy echoed in the Divine Spectre's mountain range, extraordinarily oozing. Phew, the rising sun shone through the window on Gu Feng, who stretched and walked off the bed. After a night of cultivation, Gu Feng still hadn't broken through the body refinement realm. However, this time, there wasn't a trace of sadness on his face, but instead, his spirit was uplifted. Do the horizontal bars on those 3 incense burners represent the progress of one's current realm? During last night's cultivation, he perceived something that he had previously overlooked. In the 3 incense burners in his mind, below the mouth of the one that produced the milky white divine liquid, there was a light white horizontal bar. A closer look reveals that the front portion of the section is dark in color. The last small section is light in color, and the darker portion, as the flesh strengthens, spreads towards the lighter end of the color, similar to a progress bar. According to his guess, when that light white horizontal bar came to an end, his body refinement realm, in all probability, would be complete. The discovery lifted his spirits. The biggest difficulty in the cultivation process of the successive generations of 10,000 tribulation Daoist bodies was the inability to estimate the progress of their own cultivation to the point that it was difficult to cross the thunder tribulation. He, on the other hand, had fewer concerns in this regard, and as long as he followed the instructions of the 3 incense burners, he was able to effectively control the cultivation process of his aura, soul, and physical body, and ensure that the Great Circle was completed at the same time. This undoubtedly greatly increased the chances of crossing the threshold. For the rest of my life, I just need to frantically earn spirit stones and have no more worries too. With this in mind, Gu Feng clenched his fists in excitement, suddenly feeling that the road ahead was bright and full of energy. Ex-brother! Ex-brother! Just as Gu Feng was envisioning the future Chong, the shouts of Wu Qi came from outside the courtyard. Why are you guys here again? Walking out of the room, Yen Ruoshi, Guo Runkai and the others were there. Even Chao Yuan, who he didn't see yesterday, was listed. Chao Yuan, you speak. Guo Runkai pushed Chao Yuan toward Gu Feng, signaling him to empty his mouth. Ex-brother, I've been out practicing for the past few days, and on my way back, I saw that there were people from the Chiu family, heading towards Cloud Crouching City. I heard them say that they were going to the Gu family, to take Gu Tianqing's spirit seat. Originally, I didn't think much of it, but when I returned to the Sunset Cloud sect this morning, I heard about yesterday's incident and thought that Gu Tianqing should have something to do with you, so I came over. As soon as these words came out, two streams of refined light shot out from Gu Feng's eyes, his face grim and imposing. There was a terrifying aura surging around his body, and his killing intent also rose to the sky. Are you sure you heard correctly? They were talking about Gu Qingtian? Well, surely that's right. They shouldn't be your parents. Xiaozhe. Oh, good. You've managed to provoke me. Gu Feng clenched his fists, and the moment the words fell, like a cheetah, he scurried out at breakneck speed. Guo Runkai and the others were stunned, and then cried out, "Go quickly! Something's going to happen!" Gu Feng ran at high speed, and when he arrived at the entrance of the outer gate, he happened to see a cultivator, handing over a packet to an outer gate disciple, and that outer disciple was none other than Xiaozhe's subordinate. How dare you! Gu Feng's eyes blazed and his tongue blossomed into a thunderbolt, and the moment that outer disciple stepped into the outer gate, lightning prodded out a hand. Ka Chao, the opponent's arm should be broken. Gu Feng snatched the bag and opened it, so angry that he trembled. Inside was the spirit tablet of his parents. Whoever insults my parents, dies. With a domineering punch, it blasted at the opponent's head, which was like a watermelon, directly bursting open, scarlet mixed with white liquid splashing. In just an instant, there was a headless body at the entrance of the outer gate. Xiaozhe, you seek death. Putting his parents' spirit place into his storage bag, he let out a low roar and ran wildly. The disciples responsible for guarding the outer gate, as well as the crowd that entered, were stunned by this sudden scene, one by one, like a wooden sculpture, dumbfounded there, instinctively feeling that the outer door is going to have a shocking event. Yen Ruoshi and the others who had rushed over were also dumbfounded as they looked at the headless body on the ground that was still twitching. Gu Feng, he killed someone at the outer gate. It's over. This is really going to be a big deal. Chapter 34, Afraid of being beaten to death by me? Don't dare to come out? Gu Feng ran furiously all the way and soon arrived at the area where the old outer sect disciples lived, his face full of fury causing the nearby disciples to shudder. Xiaozhe, get out here. The sound was like a bell, and it spread throughout the entire region. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the slender figure with a stunned expression. For a moment he thought he was hallucinating. Xiaozhe, the outer sect's recognized number one son. It had nothing to do with strength. He had a supreme position from the first day he entered the outer sect. The second brother of the inner door Tianjiao list 43, the elder brother of the inner door Tianjiao list 8th, counting him, was honored by the outside world as a door of the three masters, Chiu family in the Cloud County, but also one of the big families. Even the county king, have to be treated with respect. He had the qualifications and the backbone to reign supreme in the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect. Wherever they passed, the people retreated, and no one even dared to look at them, for fear that the other party would be in a bad mood and be used to take out their anger. A scene like today's, where someone was screaming at him to get out, was something that was unthinkable. Could this person be Gu Feng, the one known as the former brother? Among the newly promoted outer disciples of this term, there can't be any mistake. In the entire outer sect, he's the only one who dares to tell Xiaozhe to get the hell out. What in the world happened? Why is he so furious? Just as the crowd was discussing and speculating, I don't know who let out a low cry. Someone was on a killing spree at the outer gate. What? This news was even more shocking than Gu Feng telling Xiaozhe to get out. The outer sect of the Fallen Cloud sect encourages competition with each other, and robbing, beating, and even invalidating behaviors are all permitted. But the only thing you must not do is kill. If you rely on your talent to break this commandment, then waiting for you is the sect's severe punishment. The lightest is to abolish the cultivation. Expelled from the sect, the most serious may be killed on the spot. Even if you're number one in the outer sect, who is so bold as to dare to start a killing spree at the outer gate? That's him, ex-brother. What exactly did Xiaozhe do that could make the former brother so furious that he didn't hesitate to go on a killing spree? I heard that it was Xiaozhe who sent someone to the former brother's old home and robbed his parents' spirit tablet just as he bumped into it, and in a violent rage, he struck down the disciple. Woe is not as bad as family members. The outer door fights always only involves between disciples. Xiaozhe robbing someone's parents' spirit tablet, indeed too shameless, but the clan rules cannot be broken. The former brother is not rational, even if you want to kill, but also secretly find an opportunity to kill outside the outer door. It's so hard to come up with a tough guy who dares to fight hard against Xiaozhe, but I didn't realize that he's about to go to his demise. There's a reason for what happened. killing shouldn't be a problem, but abolishing cultivation and expelling from the clan is inevitable. After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, the crowd cursed Chiaoze's shamelessness in their hearts while also silently grieving for Gu Feng. Since Gu Storm had beaten Chiaoze, this outer gate male had subsided for more than 10 days. Among the outer sect, many cultivators, who were of average origin, had also basically suffered from Chiaoze's oppression. Gu Feng had taken the heat out of them, and on the surface they didn't show it, but inwardly they were still very grateful to Gu Feng. The clan elders are out in force. Some of the former brother's friends are also making noise on his behalf in an attempt to put public pressure on the sect. Difficult. Several years ago the first of the outer sect started a killing spree, also for a reason, but still not abolished cultivation. Expelled from the sect? I can understand the clan's intention. If we break the rules because of an individual case, it's inevitable that we won't be exploited in the future. More and more disciples gathered towards the place where the wind and clouds converged. Gu Feng, who was in the center of the vortex, had a face that was neither happy nor sad, and once again shouted, "Chiaoze, get out!" Poof! A light humming sound came from Chiaoze as he led a group of people, arriving at the entrance of the living area, looking away from Gu Feng. "What? Afraid you'll be crippled by me if you go out of the forbidden martial arts area?" Gu Feng looked at the other party with disdain, as if he were looking at a piece of trash, disdain spewing out, being said in the heart of the mind Chiaoze, the belly of the cheeks, showing a hideous look. Gu Feng's battle power had so far made him feel frightened, and the group of juniors behind him had the highest cultivation level of only the 9th level of body refining, and a large portion of them, their injuries had not yet healed. Under these circumstances, he certainly didn't dare to go out of the residence area. "Gu Feng, what courage do you have to clamor here? A person who has seriously violated the sect's precepts and is about to have his cultivation abolished and thrown out of the Sunset Cloud sect." Coward Gu Feng responded to him with just 2 simple words. Yu Chiaoze had never suffered such an insult, and was so emotional that he wanted to rush out and fight Gu Feng. "Mr. Chiao, don't be impulsive, he's provoking you to go out. The outer sect elders have already deployed and will be here in a moment. He's just showing off now, he'll be in for a treat later." Hearing the words of the little brother behind him, Chiaoze held back his anger and stood in the area of the residence. With that, Gu Feng stood silently outside the area of the residence, confronting Chiaoze and the others. "Get out of the way. What's the buzz to see? Don't you guys need to practice?" A thunderous bellow came from the distance, and Elder Lu led a group of elders, walking in great numbers. Yan Ruoshi, Wu Qi, and the others, also squeezed through the crowd and came to Gu Feng's side. "Gu Feng, are you alright?" Yan Ruoshi asked with concern. Guo Renkai and the others looked grave and silent. "Gu Feng is too impulsive. There are many ways to kill people. You can ambush and kill in the field. You can go to the wind and cloud platform. But he, on the contrary, chose the most stupid kind. Undeniably, killing on the spot is very cool, but this is the Sunset Cloud sect. The sect has rules. Gu Feng was so smart, even smart to the point of being somewhat cunning. How could he be so confused? Now, it was too late to say anything. He was already alone and had no one to rely on. What would he do in the future if his cultivation was abolished and he was expelled from the Sunset Cloud sect? They were in a heavy mood. And how could Elder Lu and his group be any different? With him, there was Elder Meng from the Spirit Beast Garden, Elder Wu from the Hall of Merits and Techniques, and many others, who were more optimistic about Gu Feng. Under their patronage, as long as they don't commit life and death crimes, they can turn a blind eye. But, Gu Feng, you killed outer sect disciple Ji Nan 1 incense stick ago. Is there anything you need to say? As the first elder of the outer sect, when impartial law enforcement, if not for the fact that there were so many people watching, he would have wanted to harbor him once. However, now it was not possible. All true. I did kill that man. Hey! Sighs rang out from all corners at this statement. Elder Lu's heart fell to the bottom. How he hoped Gu Feng would find an excuse so he could operate. Those elders behind him had their brows furrowed and kept shaking their heads. Gu Feng's end was already predetermined. The big deal was that old Lu had left him a sliver of leeway when he wasted his cultivation, giving him a chance to rise again. But the problem is, Chiaoze is present. There's no way to leave any room for error. Ha ha ha, you guys heard it. Gu Feng admitted to killing someone. He had violated the harshest precepts of the outer sect of the Fallen Cloud sect. Quickly, strike him down. No, striking down is too cheap. Waste his cultivator, kick him out of the Sunset Cloud sect, and make him a pitiful wild dog. Ha ha ha. Chiaoze looked maniacal and laughed up to the sky. A million methods of torture flashed through his mind, just waiting for Gu Feng's cultivation to be wasted and expelled from the Sunset Cloud sect. Those juniors behind him also laughed and showed cruel expressions one by one. Since you have already admitted it, then according to the rules of the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect, you will be punished with the maximum strike. Given that there is a reason for what happened, This elder now sentences you as follows. Abolish your cultivation and expel you from the sect. Do you have any comments? Elder Lu was in a heavy mood and his tone was extraordinarily low. Elder Lu. Xiaozhe robbed Gufeng's parents' spirit tablet before he became enraged and made a big mistake for a moment. Yan Ruwashi's tears were flowing. Yes, Gufeng certainly violated the clan's iron law. But how could Xiaozhe not have violated the clan's rule of woe to the family? We don't want Xiaozhe to be punished. We only ask that the elders offset a portion of Gufeng's guilt. Wu Qi and the others also spoke up to plead for Gufeng. Elder Lu. Gufeng's mistake is justifiable. So just ask which one of you present, when encountering such a situation, can remain sensible and calm? Tuoba Lei also walked over and spoke for Gufeng. The former senior brother still owes our sect master spirit stones. He can't die or be invalidated. On behalf of the Vegetable Maiden sect, I dare to plead with Elder Lu to be lenient. The female cultivator of the Vegetable Maiden sect also spoke out in righteousness. Indeed, for a man's child, if he dares to draw his sword in such a situation, he does not deserve to be a man's son at all. I beg the elders to be lenient. I beg the elders to be lenient. More and more disciples began to plead for Gufeng's favor, and they eventually joined together in a deafening chorus that floated above the outer gate of the Sunset Cloud sect. Shut up, you assholes, shut up. Clan rules are rules. I, Xiaozhe, admit that I made a mistake and am willing to accept punishment, and so is Gufeng. The group of cultivators led by Xiaozhe also began to yell. Silence. Elder Wu of the Hall of Merit took a deep breath and stopped the clamoring scene aloud. Looking at the mountain of voices at the scene, Elder Lu felt for the first time how wonderful it was to be in charge of the outer sect. His mood ebbed and flowed, and he moved a little. Breaking the rules is breaking the rules. If Gufeng is spared today because of the pleas of the crowd, in the future, there will be a second, a third, or even 1,000 Gufengs. Today, his cultivation must be abolished. A young cultivator dressed in the uniform of an inner sect disciple walked slowly with a steady pace. Second brother, you've come. The moment he saw the visitor, Xiaozhe yelled out in excitement. The visitor was none other than the second one of the three masters of the Qiu family, Qiu Tian. Rubbish, you can't even beat an outer disciple. Qiu Tian walked straight to Xiaozhe and chopped his head off. The latter lowered his head, not daring to talk back. Elder Lu, what do you think? Qiu Tian gazed straight at Elder Lu. Aggressively, the latter was silent. The Qiu family's power in Yun County was extraordinary. If he was in a position of reason, he could have ignored the other party. But nowadays, they are the ones who are in charge. Just when it was difficult, Gufeng, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, opened his mouth. Elder Lu, all the elders, if I, Gufeng, have truly violated the sect's precepts, then I have no regrets in dying. But, I didn't even violate the rules set by the sect, that so-called no killing in the outer sect area. So, I'm not guilty. Chapter 35, Prince Xiaozhe, Life and Death Battle. You won't refuse, right? These words, like a big stone, fell into a calm lake, and murmurs rose in all directions. What? Gufeng, he said he's not guilty? How can one be innocent of killing an outer disciple? Is he being sophomoric? You bastard. And Xiaozhe was full of sarcasm. Just as he wanted to shout out a rebuke, he was stopped by Qiu Tian beside him. Listen to him go on. What's the point of shouting? Elder Lu froze for a moment, then hurriedly signaled Gufeng to speak on. Elder Lu, if I remember correctly, the first rule of the outer sect's precepts, no disciple, for any reason whatsoever, shall strike down anyone within the outer sect's area. Word for word. Elder Lu nodded slightly. On the penultimate page of the outer sect's precepts, there is a special explanation dedicated to the outer sect's area, with the ancient Cloud Peak as the boundary to the south, the Dragon's Breath Forest as the boundary to the west, the Shaoqing River as the boundary to the north, and to the east, the Gate of the Sunset Cloud sect as the boundary. What do you mean? Elder Lu's eyes lit up as he asked tentatively. When I killed that Jinan, I made a total of 2 moves. The first one twisted his arm. At this time, the 2 of us were within the gates of the Sunset Cloud sect, but injuring and maiming does not violate the outer sect's precepts. In the second move, I blew his head off with a punch, but before I made the move, I mentioned him outside the gate of the Fallen Cloud sect. So, surprised, shocked, everyone, including Elder Lu as well as the elders, stood there like a wooden stake. They blushed wonderfully. According to Care Win's statement, as well as the provisions of the sect's precepts, Gufeng really hadn't violated any of them. Although there is a suspicion of loopholes, it is true that there is no violation. In a peak, when everyone thought Gufeng was dead, he delivered a powerful blow, so much so that Qiu Tian, who was accustomed to seeing the great world, the 8th in the inner sect's prestigious inner sect heavenly remarks ranking, couldn't help but tremble inwardly, and for the first time, he looked squarely at this outer sect disciple, who was feuding with his younger brother, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. As for Chiozei, he was directly dumbfounded. He was like a duck with his throat pinched. The knot in his throat was constantly wriggling, but he couldn't spit out a single word, and only made a rustling sound, as if there was a mouthful of thousand-year-old phlegm stuck there. Can anyone prove it? Elder Lu was instantly energized and couldn't wait to ask. The disciples guarding the outer gate can all attest to this, Gu Feng said in a deep voice. Immediately summoned the disciples on gate duty. Without waiting for Elder Lu to speak, Elder Wu roared in excitement. His voice joined with strong spiritual power, so much so that the entire outer gate of the Sunset Cloud sect was vibrated. Soon, several disciples who were on gate duty that day arrived, reporting to Elder Lu. That outer disciple's body was indeed outside the gate when he was killed, facing the stern gazes of the elders. Those few disciples on duty, how could they dare to lie? The unanimity of the caliber of several people fully proved that Gu Feng was indeed not in the outer gate area when he killed Jinan. Ha ha ha, awesome. Thought ex-brother was impulsive. Didn't think the impulsive one was us. Convinced. The outer sect's precepts have existed for so many years, and the former brother is the first to utilize them so readily. I have to say, excellent people are all around. Can't beat that, can't beat that. The atmosphere was warm, and Yenruashi looked at Gu Feng with a face of adoration, her eyes full of little stars. Wu Qi, Guarun Kai, and the others, laughed and shook their heads. Ex-brother is ex-brother. Everyone will suffer. He is absolutely impossible. Those female cultivators of the vegetable maiden sect were frantically throwing winks towards Gu Feng, releasing their charms to the fullest in an attempt to seduce him. On Chiozei's side, the atmosphere was dull, his face was ugly, and his heart was as hard as if he had eaten. How outrageous is it to have a Jedi comeback like this? Elder Lu, Gu Feng is exploiting a loophole and playing with the outer sect's precepts, Xiao Tian said in a deep voice. You're teaching me things? By this time, the moral scales tilted, and Elder Lu straightened his back and loudly rebuked this inner sect heavenly pride. Don't dare, gentlemen, things are clear. Gu Feng's killing of Jinan was not in the outer sect area, so he did not violate the first rule of the outer sect precepts. However, after all, he mutilated his fellow disciples, so given that there was a reason for the incident, he will be punished with 1,000 outer sect contribution points as a warning to others. Good Yenruashi and the others cheered loudly, and the crowd followed suit. Quiet, Chiozei, violating Article 35 of the outer sect's precepts, instigated his friends to rob the spirit tablet of Gu Feng's parents. Bad nature, nasty behavior, disgraceful, punished by confinement for 1 year without early release. When announcing Gu Feng's punishment, Elder Lu had a smile on his face and a kind tone. However, when he switched to Chiozei, he was sharp with his words, using 7 or 8 derogatory terms in a row, and his face was grim to the core. Such a large gap caused Chiozei, who had not yet healed from his injuries, to spit out a mouthful of stale blood, and the only 3 or 5 teeth left in his mouth once again lost 2 of them. Gu Feng, do you have any objections? Elder Lu asked with a smile, and behind him, Elder Wu and the others were also stroking their beards and laughing. Disciple has no grievances. I just want to request Elder Lu to postpone Chiozei's confinement for a while. Gu Feng respectfully said. Oh, why? Elder Lu was astonished. Because, I'm going to issue a life and death battle to him. Gu Feng's violent outburst startled Elder Lu. Chiozei, a battle on the wind and cloud stage. You die, I live. Silence, deadly silence. Everyone had a shocked look on their faces. They thought the storm had stopped there, but they didn't expect it to get more and more turbulent. After escaping, Gu Feng hoofed it to Chiozei and issued a Feng Yuntai life and death battle. All eyes were focused at Chiozei, who nearly fell to the ground with a jolt. He had long been fearful of Gu Feng's strength, so how could he dare to answer the battle? Xiao Tian, who was on the side, glared fiercely at Chiozei and suddenly turned his head, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared dead at Gu Feng. Really? He. Gu Feng let out a light laugh, revealing 2 rows of large, good-looking white teeth. Is there a problem? I won't accept your challenge. What is your status? An expelled brat from a small family in Cloud Crouching City. What is my status? The 3rd son of the Chiu family of the hallowed Cloud County. You and I have different statuses and are not qualified to challenge me. Chiozei hissed at the top of his voice. This image of him made the crowd shake their heads. This Chiozei, one of the 3 masters of the Chiu family, who was usually a man of the world, was also a coward when it came to the critical moment. However, it was true that he couldn't be blamed. The difference between his strength and his former brothers was huge, and if he really dared to answer the battle, his defeat would be without a doubt. Elder Lu on the side also bitterly smiled and shook his head. Gu Feng's idea of trying to kill Chiozei? I'm afraid it's going to come to nothing. The other party isn't a little cutie after all. Not to mention 1 Chiozei, even 10 Chiozeis could not be Gu Feng's opponent. However, just as the crowd thought that this battle wouldn't hold, Gu Feng once again spoke. To increase your chances of winning, I'll allow you to hire outside help. The number of personnel is up to you. As long as Wind and Cloud Terrace can stand it, it's fine with me. However, a life and death battle had to be signed, and the Wind and Cloud Terrace formation had to be open to prevent anyone from escaping before the duel was over. Duke Chiozei, one of the three masters of the Chiu family, you shouldn't refuse. What? The entire outer sect was in an uproar when these words came out. Gu Feng, is he crazy? Alright, on behalf of Chiozei, I agree to your challenge. Xiao Tian's low voice rang out, and then with Gu Feng, he faced Elder Lu at the same time. If it were before, Elder Lu sternly must have opposed this duel, but for now, it doesn't matter. Gu Feng is not a cutie pie. Not only is he not, but he's also very shrewd. It was impossible for him not to know that the outer sect had clear rules for life and death battles. The two realms could not differ by three minor realms, and the higher realm could not initiate a life and death battle against a cultivator who was two minor realms below him, since Gu Feng insisted on launching a challenge. On the one hand, it showed his determination to kill Chiozei, and on the other hand, he had enough backbone to be able to deal with several or dozens of people with the highest cultivation level of the third level of Qi drawing. Thinking of this, Elder Lu had no more qualms and said aloud towards the crowd. This battle, granted. Chapter 36. If you win, the debt is forgiven. Gu Feng, are you crazy? Xiao Tian will definitely send a large number of cultivators of the third level of Qi drawing to assist Chiozei. Yen Ruoshi was jumping up and down anxiously. In her concept, although body refining and Qi drawing were two realms next to each other, the difference was difficult to measure and was not a concept at all. Ever since she was young, her sister had told her that it was difficult to cross a large realm to challenge across levels, and those who could succeed were none other than geniuses among geniuses. If it is said that the promotion of the small realm is a step-by-step upward climb, the essence is still in the same step, but the change of the big realm is like replacing a brand new mountain peak. Between the two peaks, there was a very wide abyss separating them, and trying to defeat an opponent across this abyss was tantamount to ascending to heaven. The Sunset Cloud sect was full of heroes, and those who could enter here had talents that outperformed at least 99% of the cultivators in Cloud County. It was undeniable that Gu Feng was a genius among geniuses. Yen Ruoshi believed that he, being able to defeat the first level of Qi drawing, the second level of Qi drawing was no big deal, and even the third level of Qi drawing was a big possibility. If it had been one-on-one, she would never have been so anxious, and Gu Feng would have been able to remain undefeated even if he couldn't win. But Gu Feng wasn't challenging one person this time, but several or even dozens. How could he possibly win against dozens of Qi drawing third-grade celestials? This is a life and death battle. Also opened the array, immortal situation. She considered Gu Feng her best friend and couldn't watch him seek his own death and remain silent. Ex-brother, I know that you're making this move to force Chiozei to fight you in a life and death battle, but the conditions you've opened are too big. So big that it's unbelievable, and it's impossible for you to win. Tuobale wrinkled his brow as he walked. This former one in body refinement of the outer sect possessed a surging bravado and was not lacking in self-confidence. He thought to himself that he could defeat the first level of Qi drawing, and was not deficient in the second level of Qi drawing, but if he faced the third level of Qi drawing, he would not be able to win no matter what. In the entire Sunset Cloud sect, those who could defeat the third level of Qi drawing at the ninth level of body refinement would not even add up to more than 10 people in history. Perhaps, Gu Feng was at the same level as those 10, but there was no way that he could defeat 3 Qi drawing third gravity disciples at the same time. Xiao Tian's viciousness was well known throughout the entire Sunset Cloud sect, and he was known for doing things steadily, sending out at least 10, if not more, to encircle Gu Feng. Former senior brother, you've made a big mistake this time. Just now if you had limited the quota of foreign aid to 3 or 5 people, I'm sure Xiao Tian would have taken this battle on behalf of his brother. After all, the Chiu family wants to save face. A group of people from the Vegetable Maiden sect, twisting their waists and stepping on lotus steps, slowly came, their eyebrows furrowed and their tone low. Wu Qi and the others, on the other hand, were silent and just gathered around Gu Feng, quietly looking at him, the teenager who had once robbed them, always with a smile on his face and a cynical look. He was very greedy for money and very stingy, but he also had a heavenly passion and unyielding will. The origin of this matter had a great deal to do with Gui Renkai and the others. Yet Gu Feng, without mentioning a word about it, took this matter on his shoulders with his own strength. This love moved them and honored them. Ex-brother, let's go to the one restaurant and book a dinner party 3 days later, and pack the entire restaurant, waiting to hold a celebration banquet for you, Wu Qi said on behalf of the crowd. At these words, Gu Feng's eyes lit up, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth. Who pays for the spirit stones? We're out. Xiao Yuan skimmed his lips and said in a deep voice, you are allowed to finish eating and packing 1,000 servings of food. At the end, another sentence was added. I haven't finished the ones I packed last time, so let's convert them into spirit stones this time, Gu Feng said with a smile on his brow. Gentlemen, thank you for your concern. In this battle, I live and they die, Gu Feng said solemnly as he swept his gaze around. Hey, former senior brother, is there anything you need to offer help with? Qi Tingting, the leader of the outer sect Vegetable Maiden sect, asked in a deep voice. Yes, Gu Feng looked over at Qi Tingting, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth. Does your vegetarian girl sect have any fists or other weapons? Lend them to me. In this life and death battle, all the rest could be used, except for the category of bust of chi pills, which were forbidden and could enhance strength in an instant. Gu Feng's entire martial arts skill was above his hands, and he needed a pair of fists. This kind of weapon, there really is one. Qi Tingting spread a smile and took out a pair of gloves from her storage bag. The gloves were pitch black in color and emitted an eerie glow under the sunlight. Gu Feng glanced at the glove and immediately rejoiced. The glove was engraved with 8 runes. It was a mortal-grade high-grade weapon. The hole was soft, like it was refined with some kind of animal skin, worn on the hand, wrapping the entire palm, but the 5 fingers were half exposed, and did not hinder the action of grasping, pinching, etc. It was exactly the same as his ideal weapon, like it was specially built for him. How much is this pair of gloves? Gu Feng said in his heart. 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. What? You want to buy it? Qi Tingting skimmed her lips. Can't afford it. Better borrow it, Gu Feng said with slight embarrassment. At this moment, he was struggling to take out 10 spirit stones, let alone 10,000. Oh, now I'm a little sorry I lent you these gloves. Why? I'm afraid I won't get it back later. I'm not like that, Gu Feng assured, silently adding in his mind that it was only strange. Just then, Elder Lu walked over. Gu Feng, for the 3 days before the duel, you'll go to my place. Many thanks to Elder Lu. Following Elder Lu to the Hall of Elders, Elder Wu, Elder Meng, and many elders he didn't recognize, all followed. Gu Feng, within these 3 days, Elder Wu and I, among others, will try to increase your chances of winning, Elder Lu said in a deep voice. You kid is also too crazy, not taking the 3rd level of chi drawing in your eyes. In these few days, Old Meng and I and the others will let you feel the true strength of the 3rd level of chi drawing, lest you die without even knowing how. Elder Wu lightly hummed out. These words sounded so cozy to Gu Feng. Thank you, elders, my boy will keep that in mind. Gu Feng bowed solemnly to the elders. Let's get started then. Elder Lu and the others first allowed Gu Feng to rehearse the 10,000 beasts technique, instructing and improving on some of its deficiencies, and then it was on to the real thing. Gu Feng, the difference between chi invocation and body refining. Besides strength, the more crucial thing is spiritual power. At the 3rd level of chi drawing, a layer of spiritual power shield will form on the surface of the body, making it difficult for body refinement realm cultivators to break through. They can also attach their spiritual energy to their weapons, and when attacking, they can achieve a few meters of out-of-body release. So don't be careless. The Willow Elders suppressed all their strength at the 3rd level of chi drawing, explaining as they went into actual combat. Rumble. In the outer sect Elders Hall, roars erupted from time to time. Without realizing it, 3 days passed. Gu Feng cultivated for half an hour, raising his condition to the best, and stepped out of the Elder Hall with a steady pace. Gu Feng, here are some elixirs to restore your strength. Watch and take them then. Yen Ruwashi ran over and slipped him a storage ring, and Gu Feng nodded seriously. At the entrance of the Elder Hall, he saw many of his friends, including Yen Ruwashi, Wu Qi, Gua Run Kai, the 5 Xiong clan brothers, as well as the group from the Vegetable Maiden sect led by Qi Tingting. Senior Sister Qi, if I win, can you forgive my debt of 160,000 spirit stones that I owe to your sect master? Gu Feng walked up to Qi Tingting and said with a smile, this is the private property of the sect master. We don't have the right to exempt you. Qi Tingting hid a smile. This kid seems to be in good shape and still has the heart to joke around. Yes, an abrupt voice rang out, and with a lethargic aura, Chu Yuyi Hui walked slowly. If you win, I'll waive the 160,000 spirit stones you pitted me with. Senior Sister Chu's words are better than 1,000 elixirs. Senior brother, I suddenly feel like my entire body is inexhaustible. Gu Feng laughed out loud and immediately stepped forward, heading in the direction of the Wind and Cloud Terrace. Chapter 37. Why waste words on a dead man? On the Wind and Cloud Terrace, where the wind and clouds converged, there was a sea of people, and on one side, dozens of people, led by Qiu Tian, had been waiting for a long time. I don't know what method was used, but Qiu Zhe's injuries were healed in just 3 days. Today, he was majestic and proud, his clothes flowing, once again regaining his former vigor and confidence. Behind him, there were 30 disciples standing neatly, all of them with extraordinary aura and lingering spiritual light around them. What a strong lineup! I thought Qiu Tian would only arrange for no more than 10 people, but I never thought that he would invite 30 Qi drawing triple threats at once to assist Qiu in his fight. It seems like that Qiu, too, has broken through the Qi drawing realm. The sense of oppression it gives off is no less than the second level of Qi drawing. It must be Qiu, who gave him high-grade heavenly materials. This is a bit bullying. 30 Qi drawing triple plus 1 Qi drawing first, against 1 body refining ninth. Should we be so exaggerated? This kind of life and death battle with unequal strengths between the two sides. Looking at the entire history of Cloud County, it's a unique one. Not only is Yun County, but just looking at the history of Maichu, it is also an extremely bombastic existence. Gu Feng's defeat is certain. Let's see how long he can hold out. How long he lasts I don't know. I just know that if I go up there, I'll be blown to smithereens in a single breath. The crowd murmured, shocked by the lineup Qiu Tian had sent out. Look, isn't that Huang Qi, the 56th in the inner sex Heaven's Pride ranking? He was also attracted by this amazing battle? Huang Qi, a heavenly pride who had killed his way into the inner sect from the outer sect a few years ago, was now ranked 56th on the inner sect heavenly pride ranking. Don't look at the number 56 as not great, but to be able to kill close to the top 50 out of over 10,000 disciples in the inner sect, highlighting his toughness. Senior brother Huang Qi's appearance added to Qiu's courage. His chest rose higher, and the look on his face grew more proud. This is the first time for senior brother Qiu to be on the wind and cloud stage, isn't it? Looking forward to your performance, Huang Qi said in a salty manner. He came over because of Qiu Tian's face. Qiu, a first level of Qi drawing, wasn't qualified. Sure, how of the inner sect 52 has also appeared. Oh my god, there's also Yurulong of the inner sect 63. The appearance of an inner disciple undoubtedly pushed the atmosphere of the scene to a climax once again. These heavenly prides, known as the Sunset Cloud sect, could hardly get together except for the inner sect annual competition. Chu Yuyi Fantasy, look, senior sister Chu, who is 5th in the inner sect's Heaven's Pride ranking, is here. Isn't that the former brother behind him? Is he covered by senior sister Chu? There can't be any mistake. One outer sect, the Vegetable Maiden sect, has come with so many people as well. The crowd chanted senior sister Chu's name, and the entire Wind and Cloud Terrace was thrown into a frenzy. Chu Yuyi was a legend of the inner sect, with stunning looks and strong strength, leading the vegetarian girl sect, which was number 1 in the outer sect, and also in the top 3 existences in the inner sect. At the same time, she was also very mysterious. She was not a native of Yun County, and there were rumors that she was a member of the Chu royal family, and that her father was a certain prince of the great Chu dynasty. Senior sister Chu, it's hard to see how famous you are. Gu Feng also smacked his lips at the crazy atmosphere of the scene. That's true. Do you think that I got my name as the 5th in the inner sect from my beauty? Chu Yuyi said with a proud face. Isn't it? Beauty and strength go hand in hand. Speaking of me, Chu Yuyi Fantasy. Chu Yuyi's appearance caused Qiu Tian, as well as those inner disciples beside him, to straighten their expressions and frown. Second brother, how did Chu Yuyi get together with Gu Feng? Will she? Humph. Inner disciples are not allowed to meddle in the affairs of the outer sect. The most she can do by coming is to take a look. It won't change anything. Qiu Tian blared fiercely at Qiu. This younger brother really disappointed him too much. Timid as a mouse, greatly tarnishing the reputation of the Qiu family's 3 masters as well as the entire Qiu family. I can't believe that senior sister Chu has also come to watch this life and death battle in the outer sect. Qiu Tian smiled as he walked up to Chu Yuyi. Who are you? Chu Yuyi Fantasy's words made Qiu's face ugly and almost broke his defense. Your Qiu family is really powerful. Dealing with a body refinement realm cultivator, you even used dozens of Qi drawing triple? Chu Yuyi saw the other party's lineup. Her heart thumped, and she sneered with a smile. He's not an ordinary body refinement realm cultivator. Be careful. Qiu Tian laughed. Wow. Just then, the scene erupted into a gasp of surprise that was even stronger than before. Qianyan. I don't know who shouted, and the crowd on the spot moved in a neat and tidy manner, all shooting to one spot. There, a slender female cultivator with a cold face walked, and as she moved lightly with lotus steps, Dao energy flowed and endless elegance erupted. She was none other than Gu Feng's former fiancée, Chu Yanran. Giggle. Chu Yanran, aren't you in closed-door cultivation? Could it be that you have heard that your predecessor is going to have a life and death battle and have come out to take a look? When these words came out, Gu Feng was speechless in his heart. The two of them were no longer related, and Chu Yuyi was hardwired to connect them. Chu Yanran just glanced at it and didn't say anything. The young cultivator beside her, however, couldn't help himself. Chu Yuyi Fantasy, Yan and Gu Feng no longer have any relationship. They didn't before, and they won't in the future. If you keep talking nonsense and ruining people's reputation, I, Dou Xiaojian, will lightly forgive you. Dou Xiaojian, I'm talking to Chu Yenran. Where are you? A licking dog? To interrupt. Oh, he. Chu Yuyihui's words caused everyone, including Gu Feng, to stifle their laughter, and the latter's face was grim, red and green, so he pointed the finger at Gu Feng. Kid, I spared your life when you were in Cloud Crouching City, but you still dare to come to the Sunset Cloud sect without knowing how to die. It was only then that Gu Feng recognized that Do Xiaojian was the young cultivator who accompanied Chu Yenran and came to Cloud Crouching City to withdraw from the marriage. None of your business. You licking dog. After all this time, in Cloud Crouching City Gu Feng had dared to not give him a good look, and now it was even more unlikely that he would directly dislike him. You Do Xiaojian was so angry that his mouth shivered, itching to immediately strike and kill Gu Feng on the spot. Your physique, destined to have no connection with the great Tao, is suitable for living a peaceful life? Why be obsessive? Chu Yenran's eyes flashed as two purple auras swept by, discerning Gu Feng's physique. Mind your own business. Have you earned the 3.6 million spirit stones you owe me? Believe it or not, I'll bring Elder Lu tomorrow and go to the door to demand my debt. Gu Feng bristled. This woman is so breathless, she looks so high and mighty all day long. Ha ha ha, yes, the former senior brother is very popular. Chu Yenran, don't worry about it. Why don't you still seize the time to earn money to pay off your debts? On the side, Chu Yuyihui laughed in a flamboyant manner. Yen, don't talk to these unqualified people, let's go over there and watch how Gu Feng dies. Do Xiaojian understood that if the argument continued, the one who would lose face would only be Chu Yen, and as her protector, he definitely couldn't let this scene happen. Call me by my full name. I'm not that close to you. Chu Yenran spoke out coldly. The room erupted in giggles once again. Shoo. Right at this moment, a dozen or so arcane lights flew from afar and landed on the high platform in front of the Wind and Cloud stage. It was Elder Lu and the others who had arrived. Both sides are here, I think. Then sign the life and death contract. When Elder Lu's words fell, Elder Wu beside him took out a scroll and signaled both sides to go on stage. I'm going up, Gu Feng whispered, and with a jump, his stance drifted to the front of the stage, grabbing the spirit pen in Elder Wu's hand, and with a few swipes, he signed his name. Humph, looking for death is quite sharp. Xiaozhe sneered, and with a wave of his hand, more than 30 people followed and jumped onto the stage. Elder Lu looked at those disciples with a frown on his face, but he didn't say anything. Soon, both sides of the battle for life and death were signed. After Elder Lu said something about prohibitions, he flung his sleeve robe and said aloud, both sides of the life and death battle, enter. As the words fell, the cultivators on Xiaozhe's side were the first to jump onto the Wind and Cloud platform. He crossed his sword and stood at the forefront of the line, his eyes gazing sinisterly at Gu Feng on the stage, a cruel smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Gu Feng, you should be glad that your short-lived parents fell when the corpse bones do not exist, otherwise the day I will plow open their graves. Unfortunately, originally thought of your parents' spiritual seat, stuffed into the pit, do not want to be your early snatchback. Today, I'll let you know what kind of revenge you'll suffer for offending me. Xiaozhe was screaming on the Wind and Cloud stage, and at this moment, his heart was stirring with confidence. In order to deal with this life and death battle, his second brother Qiu Tian had specially spent a large price for him, selecting a group of strong people from Carp Mountain. They were all strong existences in the third level of Qi Drawing, united. Even the fifth level of Qi Drawing's heavenly pride would have to look to the wind to escape. No matter how strong Gu Feng was, could he be stronger than the fifth level of Qi Drawing? Can he still go against the heavens? This time, he's dead. I'm going to torture him a bit when I beat him to death later. Thinking of this, he whispered towards his back. The group of cultivators behind them were silent, but a touch of contempt surfaced between their brows. This kind of scum, doesn't he just have a good background? If the Qiu family hadn't really given too much, how could they have gotten into the ring for him? In the face of Qiuze's provocation, Gu Feng's face was calm, and his heart was unperturbed. Why waste words on a dead man? Without any fear, he stepped on a steady pace and slowly walked up to the Wind and Cloud stage under the gaze of the entire audience. Formation up! Seeing Gu Feng on the stage, Elder Lu shouted, and a curtain of light rose up from the ground, completely enveloping the Wind and Cloud stage. Wind and Cloud Terrace, a battle of life and death, officially opened. Chapter 38. Unfortunately, you didn't finish your sentence 100 times. Grunt, grunt. The battle was imminent. Everyone swallowed and held their breath as tension spread. Gu Feng, you. Xiaozhe on the opposite side was just about to say something when Gu Feng made a direct move. His body crouched down. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched and pinched and exploded a ball of air, making a slight explosive sound, and his domineering and incomparable fist was swung out violently across a distance of 1 zhang. A strong and incomparable fist wind rushed straight to Qiuze's face. Everyone knew that Gu Feng was still at the body refinement realm and had yet to open a dantian in his body, not to mention the outward release of his aura. so with a distance of 110 feet, everyone, including Fiancée, was not on guard. Boom! By the time Fiancée reacted and tried to dodge, it was too late and his face was hit solidly by that punch wind. His steps staggered, his head tilted back, and a stream of bright red erupted upwards, and what few teeth he had left were officially declared all gone. Rubbish-Gu Feng withdrew his fist, his body was like a javelin, standing on the wind and cloud stage, his eyes filled with contempt, and his disdainful aura was vented. What? A punch from the body refinement realm can actually hit a fist wind that's a zhang away and injure Fiancée. How much kilograms of force is that? Definitely over 100,000 pounds. Oh my god, he's a monster. This battle is not a one-sided situation. Gu Feng has used his fists to show that he will win. The skill amazed the 4 seats, and those outer disciples who were watching the battle exclaimed in exaggerated astonishment one by one. They had never seen such a strong body refinement realm cultivator before. Not only had they never seen one, they had never even heard of one, and the power displayed by Gu Feng's light punch was breathtaking. Even those inner disciples were appalled. They had come from the body refining realm, and in all fairness, when they themselves were in the body refining realm, they could never reach a level like Gu Feng's. Not even close. Only Elder Lu and the others on the stand smiled and stroked their beards in a breezy manner, because they had already gotten used to being shocked in the previous 3 days, and all of them had developed immune antibodies in their bodies. Kill him for me. Fiancée's face flushed red. He had wanted to give Gu Feng a hard time and ruthlessly humiliate the other party before the battle started, but he had never thought that he would be the one to be humiliated. He covered his mouth and nose, blood gurgling down from between his 5 fingers, his eyes red, like a she-wolf in heat, hissing there without any image. The 30 Chi drawing realm disciples on the wind and cloud stage glanced at each other, and they saw the gravity on each other's faces. This battle was not something that could be ended by going through the motions, and the body refinement realm cultivator on the opposite side was not something that could be cleaned up in a simple manner. The power that Gu Feng had displayed only then was already no less than that of any Chi drawing second-level cultivator, and it was obvious that he still had reservations. They gathered their contempt and drew out their weapons. Their internal gong methods were running, and their spiritual power shields were added, not daring to be a bit slow. As for that Fiancée, his neck shrank and he retreated behind the crowd with a curse on his face, and his eyes, which were blood red in color, looking at the line of people whose aura was rising. Gu Feng's face was as calm as a lake without a single ripple. He just clenched his fists and stomped the ground violently with his legs, blatantly impacting. Good guts, how dare you take the lead in front of us? A disciple standing in the front row, with bulging muscles all over his body and no weapon in his hand, also a cultivator specializing in the art of physical combat, roared out and swung a lightning-fast punch towards the charging Gu Feng. Boom! As the 2 fists collided, the sound of flesh colliding resounded, and that muscular bulging disciple, his face changed. He felt that his fist, as if it was blasting on a piece of diamond, was hot and painful. This made him incomparably shocked. If he said that the person who fought against him was a strong person of the same realm, he would never be so shocked. But the person in front of him was a body refinement realm cultivator. How could there be such a strong body refining cultivator in the world? Far beyond his knowledge. Just as he was about to retract his fist and strike again, he was shocked to find that his fist, at some point, had been firmly held in Gu Feng's hand, as if it had been clamped in a vice, not moving at all. It's not good. It's going to be bad. The ominous premonition had just flashed in his brain when the other party's attack came like a storm. Boom boom boom. Gu Feng was like an angry savage beast, sometimes like a lion descending a mountain, sometimes like a pale wolf pouncing, sometimes like a moose leaping, sometimes like a falcon swooping, clawing, ripping, tearing, biting, slapping, and hammering. His hands, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, buttocks, and even his head and teeth were all transformed into weapons, and every bone in his body was moving to maximize its function. The 10,000 beasts technique was executed. His figure wavered and was indistinct as he surrounded the muscle-bulging cultivator, frantically outputting. His speed was too fast, the angle was too tricky, coupled with the occasional pulling, so that the other party could not make any effort at all, and every time he wanted to counterattack, he was always interrupted at the critical moment, and with great difficulty, he gritted his teeth and swung a punch, but also fell short. The muscular cultivator was shocked and angry, and also fearful. He wanted to retreat but couldn't. He wanted to counterattack but couldn't, and when he did, he couldn't hit, and the intense pain coming from all parts of his body made his body fall into an ice cellar, and the aura of death spread throughout his body. Seeing the right moment, Gu Feng blasted out a heavy blow towards the back of his head, and the muscle-bulging cultivator's eyes bulged out, filled with disbelief. Using the last bit of strength in his body, he turned his head with difficulty, opened his mouth, couldn't say a word, and planted himself on the ground. the first disciple of the third level of the chi drawing realm fell. Fast, too fast, so much so that the other 29 cultivators on the stage were too late to come to their aid. When he reacted, a coolness ran out from his backbone and quickly surged through his entire body, and at the same time, he roared out and sent a furious attack towards Gu Feng. Kill! The crowd of onlookers were completely stunned. They expected the battle to be grueling, and it was likely that there would be scenes of multiple people falling, but never expected. The first 3 times the chi cultivator actually fell so dry. Was Gu Feng a set of dazzling, fast to the extreme moves to the second? The fight is only carried out more than 10 breaths off. Awesome, awesome. Could it be that this is the 10,000 beast skill that former brother obtained from the Hall of Feats earlier? Hua Runkai muttered. Ha ha ha, Gu Feng killed a cultivator. He's going to win. Yen Ruwashi jumped straight up in excitement. In her opinion, if Gu Feng could kill one person, he would be able to kill 30. This was a good start, and the winner in the end would definitely be him. Xiao Tian's face was as gloomy as water, his 2 eyebrows knitted together, inviting these people to participate in the battle. He had spent a lot of effort lobbying and agreed with them that if there were any injuries or falls, they would be compensated to their families at 10 times the market price. With his personal existing financial resources, fall a 3 or 5, can still afford, and more can only ask for help inside the family. Huang Qi inner disciple. On the other hand, his eyes flickered as he pondered the origin of this martial skill, and after thinking for half a day, he didn't realize that in the Hall of Outer Sect Techniques, there was such a strong martial skill. Cluck 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 cluck. This is the 10,000 beast skill that the former senior brother spent 500 spirit stones to purchase from the Hall of Merits. After his improvement, it turned into a super powerful martial skill, Shu Yuyi Fantasy said proudly. In fact, she had only heard about it from Wu Qi a few breaths ago. At this moment, her tone was so proud, as if improving the 10,000 beast skill had much to do with her. I have to say, this brat Gu Feng, cultivating martial arts is a genius. Elder Wu stroked his beard and said with an appreciative expression. He had personally tasted the power of the 10,000 beast skill, and it was no exaggeration to say that even with his martial arts experience and suppressing his realm to the 3rd level of chi drawing, he would not be able to resist Gu Feng's stormy attack. Yes, if it wasn't for his physique, he would definitely be famous in the future, and there is even a great hope that he will walk out of Great Chu, Elder Lu said with a smile on his face. Xiao Zhe, who was on the wind and cloud stage, looked at the field with a dull gaze, his body trembling slightly, horrified to the point of no return. In his eyes, Gu Feng was like a god of war, resisting the mortal grade high-grade spiritual weapons with his bare hands, and swinging his fist out, carrying the force of 10,000 pounds, which struck the 3rd-degree cultivator of chi drawing, his face turning white, and blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Gu Feng's movements were flexible, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, dodging every necessary blow at just the right time. The means of attack were infinitely varied and incomparably harsh, and with a single grab and twist, he wasted a cultivator's arm. What was even more terrifying was Gu Feng's life-threatening fighting style. Whenever he caught someone, he would frantically output towards that person, ignoring the punches and kicks from behind until he killed that person. Looking at the gurgling blood on the ground, as well as the 5 or 6 corpses that had lost their vitality, Xiao Zhe looked at Xiao Tian under the wind and cloud stage for help. At the moment, he wanted to go home to his mom so badly. Ha ha ha, yeah. Gu Feng raised his head to the sky and his magnificent laughter shook the entire audience. A head full of black hair danced wildly, evenly draped over his shoulders, his eyes glowing, bursting out with infinite battle intent and mindfulness, and his robes stained with bright red added to the bloodstained elegance. The more he fought, the stronger, the more crazy. Arms swinging tiger, a leg stomp out, will be 2 of the 3rd gravity chi disciples, directly kicked dozens of meters. Die for me. A cultivator of the 3rd level of chi drawing, Vajra Rage, found an opening and stabbed Gu Feng straight in the face with a long sword in his hand. At this moment, Gu Feng's 2 arms were each held by 3 cultivators, and so were his legs, so he couldn't move for a while. It worked. Xiao Zhe jumped up in excitement when he saw this. In this situation, even if Gu Feng was a god, there was no way back. However, the next moment, he was directly dumbfounded, simply unable to believe the scene he saw in front of him, so much so that he frantically wiped his eyes, wanting to look a little more closely. Not only him, even the disciple holding the long sword was frozen in place, countless question marks in his mind, impacting across the board. Gu Feng, surprisingly, used his teeth and bit down on the tip of the sword to defuse the surefire blow. How is that possible? Is this a human or a monster? Although the teeth were hard, they couldn't possibly withstand the full force of a chi-drawing 3rd gravity cultivator's strike. What was even more outrageous was that the longsword, which had been gripped by Gu Feng's teeth, could not be pulled out. Just as the cultivator froze, Gu Feng raised his head violently, revealing a bizarre smile, and immediately afterward, with a loud roar, the dozen or so disciples holding him were lifted out like scarecrows. A fist swung out, the sound of thunder resounded. The long sword of the high rank of the mortal grade would be cracked inch by inch. The next breath directly exploded. The silver glittering fragments scattered all over the place. Only the lone hilt of the sword remained, held in the hands of that cultivator. The cultivator wanted to explode with a foul mouth. However, Gu Feng didn't give him a chance at all, reaching out to strangle the other party's neck, twisting it with a forceful fall. Hiss! The remaining 12 or 13 living cultivators, with terrified faces, retreated violently and gathered together. Gu Feng's toughness gradually ate away at their battle spirit. This body refinement realm cultivator was too strong, giving them a feeling of invincibility. Kill! He's wounded. Don't give him time to regain his strength. He's dying. Swish! The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes were directed at Xiao Tian, and the scene today made this intersect heavenly remarks ranking high at 43. Also a bit flustered. Gu Feng's strength greatly exceeded his expectations. Not that he hadn't thought it through well, but as a normal person, he wouldn't have predicted that a body refinement realm cultivator would have the chance to defeat 30 chi drawing triple cultivators. Already sent out 30 geniuses of the third level of chi drawing. What more? This is already the limit. The whole wind and cloud terrace is so big, the number of people cannot be exerted. Gu Feng had beaten him into self-imposed isolation, forcing him to yell towards the wind and cloud terrace without any regard for his image. This caused the cheeks of those inner disciples who were in his company to burn, causing Chu Yuyi and the others to show ridicule. Tuoba lay under the wind and cloud stage, his body trembling slightly, his calm face foreshadowing the raging emotions inside. How could he have never imagined that Gu Feng could really defeat 30 chi drawing third gravity cultivators? I knew that this kid was strong, and not having the urge to fight against him was the wisest choice Tuoba lay, have made in more than 20 years. He murmured in a low voice, ha, Gu Feng is going to win. He's going to win. Half of them have already been killed by him. Yen Ruwashi was on the verge of going crazy with excitement, strangling the arms of Wu Qi and the others beside him and shouting recklessly, Missy, my arm is swollen beyond recognition. Can you stop pinching it? Wu Qi said with a bitter face. He was just like Gui Renkai and the others. His heart was so stirred up that he could not wait to let out a loud laugh. Ruwashi, you've been hanging out with him all this time? Just as Yen Ruwashi was laughing maniacally, a voice rang in her ears, her smile froze on her face and she mechanically turned her head. Sister, when did you come? Yen Night Snow. Not only was he the 10th strongest person in the inner sex Heaven's Pride ranking, but he was also an honored pill refiner, one of the few geniuses of the Fallen Cloud sect who had dual cultivation in Dan and martial arts. Her appearance and Yen Ruwashi's 7 points similar, have grown a pair of beauty embryo, just compared to Yen Ruwashi, eyebrows more serious. A look is a not to be messed with the Lord. Yen Night Snow did not reply to her sister's words, but instead cast her gaze on the wind and cloud stage, and after a long time, she turned her head to Yen Ruwashi and coldly said, It's true that he's deservedly number one in the body refinement realm, but that's all. You're not a good match for him. What are you saying, sister? What's suitable or not? Yen Ruwashi had a red face and didn't dare to look at her sister's eyes. Yen Night Snow, you busy man, you would actually be free to come to the outer sect. Yen Night Snow was just about to say something when she was interrupted by Chu Yuyi, who was not far away. The latter came with an arrow step, wrapping her arms around Yen Ishua's neck and blinking at her. You who are the older sister, is it appropriate to say these words now? Is it useful? What the hell are you guys talking about again? Yen Ruwashi looked at the two women with a puzzled expression. You, right now, you only need to cheer for your former senior brother. Don't think too much about anything else. Chuyui rubbed Yen Ruwashi's tiny head and said with a smile, In the future, if we can refine a heaven-defying thunderbolt Dan, perhaps. Chu Yui's desire to speak made Yen Ruwashi a little confused, only vaguely understanding that the Thunder Tribulation Dan thing was of great help to Gu Feng. Thunderbolt pill? Isn't this an elixir that doesn't exist in the world? Gu Feng needs him? Try to study it later. Yen Ruwashi thought in her heart. Wind and cloud stage. After Gu Feng blew out the head of the last cultivator, the battle was completely declared over. As the only two survivors, Xiao Zhe shrank in the corner of the formation, frantically scratching the edges of the formation and sending out a hissing plea for help towards Zhou Tian, who was below the stage. Brother, save me. I don't want to die. Blood stained the entire wind and cloud terrace, and Gu Feng strolled among the limbs and broken bodies like a messenger from hell, his body permeated with an oozing aura, facing the demon that was approaching step by step. Xiao Zhe was already scared silly, with yellow liquid flowing from his crotch and his cries getting more and more violent. He was like a young girl surrounded by a dozen evil men, hissing helplessly but not daring to fight back. Gu Feng, Feel free to ask for anything, just let my brother go. Qiu Tian couldn't help himself, unable to watch Qiu Zhe fall, and raised his voice towards Gu Feng. 1 billion spirit stones. You bring them and immediately spare this trash. Gu Feng glanced at Qiu Tian, and the corner of his mouth curved into a bizarre arc. When these words came out, the surrounding crowd rolled their eyes. $10 billion? The entire Qiu family didn't have that many spirit stones. It would be strange if Qiu Tian could take it out. Qiu Tian's face was grim as he bit through his lips and spat out word by word. You have to think about it. If you kill my brother, the entire Qiu family will not rest in peace with you. Are you threatening me? Gu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at Qiu Tian. The two of them were like this. Across the wind and cloud terrace, their eyes exchanged. To kill or not to kill Qiu Zhe? This is today's life and death battle. The ultimate suspense. The crowd put themselves in their shoes and thought that the best way to do this was to force Qiu Tian to swear in the name of the Qiu family that he would never trouble Gu Feng again. If it was an ordinary person, he would most likely choose so, but it was Gu Feng on the stage. Could he possibly give in? The sound of a crisp slap left no room for speculation. Pa dash. Gu Feng slapped Qiu Zhe hard. Gu Feng, don't kill me. I know you like spirit stones. My family has a lot of them. I can give you a lot. Qiu Zhe, who had been slapped several meters away, rolled and crawled, pulling on Gu Feng's pant leg and pleading. What dignity, what reputation, compared to his own life. It was not worth mentioning. At this moment, he only wanted to walk down from the wind and cloud terrace alive. No, what's wrong? Wrong? I know I'm wrong. I'm shameless. I'm nasty. I'm despicable. Qiu Zhe cried out while still slapping himself, ignoring Qiu Zhe's gloomy, watery eyes below. Say I'm wrong 100 times and I'll let you leave alive. The corner of Gu Feng's mouth drew a bizarre arc as he grabbed Qiu Zhe's hair and said in a warm voice, Phew. Gu Feng's approach caused Yan Ruoshi and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Gu Feng would kill Qiu Zhe regardless. The strength of the Qiu family was unique amongst all the families in Yun County, and it had developed rapidly over the past few years, vaguely becoming the third largest force after the County King's Palace and the Sunset Cloud sect. This is the best result, both revenge, but also to leave themselves room. At least the two sides did not create a situation of immortality. Everyone present expressed their understanding of Gu Feng's choice, and even Elder Lu and the others in the stand secretly nodded their heads. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Qiu Zhe's voice, which was tinged with sobs, resounded throughout the entire wind and cloud terrace. He is considered completely planted today. The trip to the Sunset Cloud sect also ends here. In the future for quite a long time, can only be hidden in the territory of the Qiu family. Silent hibernation. Just when the crowd thought that today's matter had come to an end, the wind and clouds on the stage suddenly changed. After Qiu Zhe finished saying I'm wrong for the 99th time, Gu Feng suddenly shot out to strangle the other party's neck, his expression cold. It's a shame you didn't finish your sentence 100 times. So, die. As the words fell, a palm slapped out. Qiu Zhe's body didn't move at all, but his head rotated 180 degrees, facing Qiu Tian off the stage. His eyes gradually dimmed. Unwillingness and resentment welled up inside. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, his neck crooked, and his vitality dissipated. Qiu Zhe, one of the three masters of the Qiu family, fell to the wind in cloud terrace. The entire world, as if the pause button had been pressed, was dead silent. Even the gentle breeze was so shocked by this scene that it forgot to blow. After an unknown amount of time, a mournful voice resounded. Gu Feng, I'm going to kill you. P.S. Too lazy to split the chapters, just 5,600 words. Chapter 39 Body Refinement Great Perfection. Thunder Tribulation comes. The crowd at the scene was frozen in place. He had thought that Gu Feng would hold Qiu Zhe hostage and negotiate a deal with Qiu Tian to maximize the benefits for himself while guaranteeing his own life. This is in line with the crowd's thoughts and the situation at hand. As long as it's not a cutie, all will do. But, Gu Feng didn't do that. He first insulted Qiu Zhe, making the other party kneel down and say I was wrong 100 times, and after Qiu Zhe finished saying it for the 99th time, he choked the other party's neck and lightly came up with a sentence that said, it's a pity that you didn't finish saying it 100 times, and finally, without any hesitation, ended Qiu Zhe's life. He was so decisive, he took everyone by surprise. It's over. Gu Feng and the Qiu family must not rest in peace. I do appreciate Gu Feng's approach. Do you guys think that by sparing Qiu Zhe today, Gu Feng will be spared from suffering the Qiu family's strike? That's true, but he's too determined, and I don't have the courage anyway. The crowd of outer sect disciples who were watching, seeing Qiu Tian's fury, had the good sense to stay away, fearing that they would be angered and suffer an undeserved disaster. Awesome, my former senior brother. Senior sister supports you. Chu Yuyihui had an uplifted look on her face. Gu Feng's performance had repeatedly refreshed her feelings towards the latter. A pair of beautiful eyes flowed, staring scorchingly at the wind and cloud stage. That slender figure, not knowing what she was thinking in her heart. Chu Yuti fantasy aside, Yen Night Snow, stunning face color as usual, pupils are slightly shrinking a little, looked at his sister beside him. A touch of sadness surfaced between the brows, could not help but sigh. As a person who had been there before, she clearly knew that this kind of man, for the world-weary girls, had a kind of fatal attraction, knowing that it was dangerous, but couldn't help but want to get closer. Moreover, Gu Feng's looks were not bad, and one could even say that he was a little handsome, and when combined with his miserable and lonely life, it was simply insurmountable. Chu Yenran, who was a worldly figure and proud, like a fairy looking down on the mortal world, had a pair of beautiful eyes that also gazed at Gu Feng. The two had been married, and had spent some time together as children, but today, she suddenly realized that the man was so strange, so different from the boy she remembered. Oh, he's dead. Dou Xiaojian, who was beside him, laughed out coldly. As the grandson of the inner sect elder, there were few people in the entire Sunset Cloud sect who could make him jealous, and it just so happened that the Chiu family's three masters were exactly one of them. He knew Chiu Tian's viciousness, and Gu Feng would not live to offend him like this. Elder Lu and the others on the stands looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles, but their eyes were unable to hide their praise. That's the way men should be. Chiu Tian's eyes were crimson, his body trembled, his hair was full of strands that stood up like an exploding meteorite star, and the berserk spiritual energy, centered on his body, spread towards the surroundings at an extremely high speed. Looking at Qiu Zhe, who was lifted in Gu Feng's hands and was lifeless, the monstrous hatred in his heart almost engulfed his sanity. Gu Feng, a mole from a small town with a strength of no more than the refinement realm, ignored the threat of him, the second son of the Chiu family, a Danganate realm expert, in full view of everyone, killing his own brother like crushing an ant. This was to trample the dignity of the Chiu family of Yun County and rub it under his feet. Today, if Gu Feng didn't die, what face would he have left to meet his parents? And the Chiu family would become the laughingstock of Yun County. Get down here and die. Xiu Tian let out a roar. His image at this moment was like a mad bison. Gu Feng, who was on the wind and cloud stage, was breezy and smiling, not taking Xiu Tian's threat into account in the slightest. Xiu Tian, don't get excited. Let's talk about the conditions now. The whole room was in disarray at this statement. You damn well killed Qiu Zhe and rubbed the Chiu family's face on the ground, and you're telling others to take it easy? Not to mention the high-minded Xiu Tian, even if he was a high priest, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to achieve peace of mind. Want your brother's body? I can sell it to you. As he spoke, Gu Feng raised the corpse of Qiu Zhe in his hand, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth and said with a smile, Harpies. You dash. Xiu Tian was really going crazy. His hands pinched 5 fingers into his fleshy palms, blood gurgling, his body shaking with anger. You have 10 breaths to think about it, or I'll slap him into minced meat and sell it to the bakery. Without looking at Xiu Tian, Gu Feng finished his sentence and started counting on his own. 1, 2, 3. At this moment, if it was possible to kill someone with his eyes, Gu Feng would have already been killed by 1,000 cuts. When Gu Feng was about to count to 10, Xiu Tian gritted a steel tooth, unclipped the storage pouch on his waist, and threw it onto the wind and cloud stage. Thanks for taking care of business, Mr. Qiu. This, for you. Taking the storage bag, Gu Feng smiled with a wide-eyed smile and threw Qiu Zhe's corpse to Xiu Tian like it was all trash. The latter held Qiu Zhe's body, his eyelids fluttered violently, and after all, he was in the outer door, had some scruples, and turned to leave. Gu Feng, on the other hand, was unhurriedly groping around on the wind and cloud platform, picking up one storage bag after another from the bloodstains, occasionally letting out a cheerful laugh. What we got this time was not a fraction of a second greater than last time. Each storage bag was bulging, and there were quite a few heavenly materials inside in addition to a large amount of spirit stones. The only thing that made him feel bad was that some of the weapons he had blown up weren't worth much in terms of spirit stones, causing him some heartache. After ensuring that he hadn't missed anything, Gu Feng jumped off the wind and cloud platform with satisfaction. The crowd made way, their eyes not daring to meet them. Yen Ruoshi ran over cheerfully, circled around Gu Feng, and complained, the elixir given to you, why don't you use it? This elixir is too expensive. Didn't bother to use it. Gu Feng laughed. Physical strength is gone. Resting for a day or 2 will restore it. Pills or spirit stones cannot be used, of course. Yen Night Snow, who was not far away, saw the elixir in Gu Feng's hand and her eyelids unnaturally jumped a few times. LOL, these pills have your unique mark on them. Did Ruoshi ask for them from you and give them to Gu Feng? Chu Yoshua squeezed Yen Ishua and said with a smile as the latter pursed her lips, her frown deepening. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Didn't you say you've chartered the first restaurant? You're all right with your injuries. It's scary to look at. It's all someone else's blood. When Gu Feng said that, Wu Qi and the others were relieved. The eyes were extraordinarily strange. This kid was afraid of not being human, killing 31 Qi drawing realm experts and actually not suffering much injury. I'm going to dabble in a meal. Are you going? Shu Yui Mirage asked Yen Night Snow with a smile. No go. The latter wrinkled his nose and left. Chu Yenran, who was in the distance, looked deeply at Gu Feng and also turned to leave. The night was dark, and Gu Feng staggered back to the small courtyard. Long before the celebration banquet, he had stopped by the outer sect exchange and exchanged all the items he had scavenged during the day for spirit stones. Looking at the 3 incense burners with close to 3 million spirit stones transformed into divine liquid, Gu Feng took a deep breath and began to refine it. While he was immersed in cultivation, the light white progress bar below the furnace opening slowly moved towards the end. At some point, a dazzling white light erupted. Gu Feng woke up with a start. His face was stunned and a bit flustered. Jumping out of bed, he ran as fast as he could to the Hall of Elders. Knock, knock, knock. Elder Lu, something's wrong. At this moment, the east was just whitening, and the red sunrise was showing its head, trying hard to dispel the black fog. Elder Lu wrinkled his brow and walked out of the room. What happened? Xiao Tian came to trouble you? Xiao Tian didn't come. The thunderbolt is here. What? Upon hearing this, Elder Lu gave a jolt. His eyes rounded and he exclaimed in shock. Indeed you weren't drunk last night? Talking in your sleep? Chapter 40, What Kung Fu? I don't know ah. Elder Lu quickly walked outside and looked up at the sky. Seeing that there was no difference, his face looked at Gu Feng strangely. Tell me, how did you feel the thunderbolt? Gu Feng followed Elder Lu's example and looked up for a long time, momentarily speechless. How could this be said? At the moment of cultivating to the great perfection of body refining, a warning appeared in his mind, as if it was an ancient language, and although he couldn't understand it, Gu Feng was able to comprehend the meaning expressed in it. But the fact that heaven and earth were unharmed at the moment made him a little uncertain. It's just a feeling. I can't tell. Gu Feng scratched his head, embarrassed. You brat drank yourself silly last night. Your 10,000 tribulation Dao body. Only when the Hotian breaks through to the innate will the first thunder tribulation be ushered in. How can there be one now? Elder Lu glanced at it and said with a smile, wait and see. Maybe I'm more special and different from what's written in the ancient books. Seeing Gu Feng's resolute expression, Elder Lu shook his head with a bitter smile. Just wait here, and come in for tea when you're tired. Time quickly passed an hour. Gu Feng looked at the sky with a dumbfounded face, clearly in his heart for the thunderbolt feeling more and more intense, but there is no vision appeared. Kid, are there treasures in the sky? Not long after, Elder Wu came over and asked in surprise when he saw Gu Feng tilting his head and his eyes burning. I'm waiting for the rain, Gu Feng said without looking back. When so much time had passed and no thunderbolt appeared, Gu Feng also thought that he had drunk too much last night and his head was a bit confused. What's so great about rain? If it's really going to rain, I'm well ahead of schedule so I can get back in time to collect my clothes. Sick in the head. Elder Wu laughed and cursed, walking straight into the Elder Hall and sitting across from Elder Lu, drinking tea leisurely. Gu Kid didn't hurt his brain yesterday on the wind and cloud stage, did he? He's waiting for the thunderbolt to descend. Who knows? Check him out later. Time quickly came to noon, and just when Gu Feng thought that something was wrong with his body, the sun was still shining brightly just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, there were dark clouds. The sky shimmered with light and rumbles of thunder came from the distance. Gu brat, it's really for you. It's raining today. Why don't you go back and collect your clothes? Elder Wu shouted towards Gu Feng in the outer gate. Thunder tribulation. There's going to be a thunder tribulation soon. Gu Feng's body trembled as he quickly ran to the two elders and shouted in alarm. Elder Lu was just about to say something when the sudden aura of extinction caused his smile to freeze on his face, and with a flash, he came outside and looked at the vision in the sky, his face turning pale. Really? A thunder tribulation has really appeared. Not good. Quickly find a place for him to cross the lightning tribulation. Elder Wu followed suit and looked at the ink-like rendering, then hissed along with the dome of the sky where the lightning and electricity were arcing. The legendary thunder tribulation, which contained the laws of the great Tao, possessed the ability to extinguish the world, and was exclusive to the great powers. Before this, they had only read about it in ancient books, and now that they had seen a real thunderbolt, they instantly panicked. The rumbling sound between heaven and earth grew stronger and stronger, just like the god of heaven, beating a heavy drum, rhythmic, and making one's heart palpitate. The unusual commotion alarmed the entire outer sect, and even the people from the inner sect. All of them stood up on high places and looked at this place from afar. What's going on? How is it possible for the 10,000 tribulation Dao body to attract a lightning tribulation when it breaks through the Qi drawing realm? This is different from what has been recorded since the beginning of time. What is to be done? Gu Feng's physique was not a secret among the elders of the outer sect, but no one expected that the thunderbolt would come so suddenly. and the entire group of outer sect elders was in chaos. Some people suggested evacuating the disciples, others suggested taking Gufeng to a nearby mountain range, and others, don't argue, the lightning tribulation this time, it can't be too strong, find an open place and let him cross the lightning tribulation on the spot. Elder Lu, as the first elder of the outer sect, quickly stabilized his mind and patted down the decision to allow Gufeng to cross the threshold in the outer sect. Disciples of the outer sect, listen up. From this moment on, no one is allowed to enter within a 1-mile radius with the wind and cloud stage as the center. Elder Lu pulled Gufeng and rose up into the air, flying towards the wind and cloud terrace at breakneck speed. At this moment, there were 2 disciples holding a life and death battle on the wind and cloud stage. Before they could understand what was happening, they felt their feet leave their bodies and were lifted up and thrown out a long way. It's Gufeng, he ushered in the thunder tribulation. Chu Yuyi Fantasy, who was not far away from the outer gate, quickly understood the cause of the heaven and earth anomaly. On her absolutely beautiful face, a touch of dismay surfaced, and in the next moment, she leapt up high into the air and flew towards the outer gate. How could the lightning tribulation be ushered in now? It's too sudden, he didn't even prepare for it. The inner sect elder of the Sunset Cloud sect appeared, and the Sunset Cloud sect patriarch appeared. They closed their eyes and deduced slightly. Their hearts set off 10,000 waves, and they also came to the outer gate. Master, this bastard Gufeng, what kind of physique is he? Zhou Tian, who had a gloomy face, asked the old man beside him in a low voice. He hated Gufeng, but he was out of doors and had no way to act. The 10,000 tribulation Dao body, the most powerful wasted body in the legends. The old man wrinkled his eyebrows and said, 10,000 tribulation Dao body? Zhou Tian pondered for a moment, then looked up to the sky and laughed. Surprisingly, it's the 10,000 tribulation Dao body. I should have thought of that. It's cheap for him to be buried under the thunderbolt. Xu Yanran also appeared at the outer gate. She stood on a mountain peak, her eyes purple aura blossomed, staring scorchingly at Gufeng as she muttered out, there's a strange change in the heavens and the earth. This world is unusual. Gufeng. Yan Ruoshi stood in the distance and shouted towards Gufeng. She finally understood why Chu Yuyi Mirage had mentioned the Thunderbolt Dan yesterday. It turned out that this was what Gufeng really needed. The 10,000 tribulation Dao body? Thought he was some kind of genius, but it turns out he's a ruined body. Look away. He's only as strong as the initial few realms. There's no future. No wonder he wasn't afraid of death and dared to stand up to the Chiu family. So it turns out that he already knew that he wouldn't have long to live. Gufeng had no time to care about the crowd's comments. He stood on the wind and cloud platform with a calm expression. He had once fantasized about the coming of the thunder tribulation, and had also feared it, but when it was actually ushered in, it seemed to be just like that. I'm at the great perfection of the body refining realm and have a strong foundation, so I'll definitely be able to survive this thunder tribulation. Looking at the heavens, Gufeng's chest stood erect as endless confidence surged through his heart. The wind was blowing furiously, rolling up dust from the ground, and the thunder overhead was so loud that it made one's eardrums numb. The aura of annihilation spread out to the sky, like a tidal wave, continuously spreading towards the surroundings. The whole world was as black as day and night. Suddenly, jab, an arc of electricity rushed down to the sky, flashing with a hideous silver light, illuminating the entire wind and cloud terrace. It landed directly on top of Gufeng's head, and the terrifying thunderbolt actually shattered the wind and cloud platform. This is the thunder tribulation of the 10,000 tribulation Dao body? The corners of Elder Lu's mouth shivered as he exclaimed in shock. Just the first thunderbolt had exploded the wind and cloud terrace, and the power it contained was no less than the full force of a 6th level Qi invocation strike. The next few thunder tribulations were bound to be even more terrifying. Could Gufeng carry them off? Gufeng, who was in the center of the thunderbolt, looked at his charred and blackened body, as well as feeling the tearing pain coming from his entire body, and was also horrified. The power of the thunderbolt was somewhat beyond his expectations. No wonder that since the beginning of time, successive generations of the 10,000 Thunders Taoist body had all fallen under the thunderbolt. Jab. A few breaths later, a lightning arc, even more piercing than before, rushed down into the sky. Gufeng's body was half crouched in a defensive stance, using his back to fight back hard, and he was directly blasted to the ground. Put! A flash of fishy sweetness welled up in his throat, and Gufeng's throat knots moved as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face a little pale. He's hurt. The crowd was horrified. Knowing that Gufeng had fought more than 30 Qi drawing realm disciples yesterday without showing any symptoms of spitting blood from his mouth. A mere 2 thunderbolts had injured him with a blast, so it was evident that it was terrifying. Gufeng, carefully feel the changes in your body. Run your gong methods and open up your dantian. Seeing Gufeng's stubborn resistance, Elder Lu hurriedly shouted, feats? What feats? I don't have any. Gufeng also shouted at the top of his voice. What? You don't know that breaking through the chi drawing realm requires a technique? Elder Wu shouted with a shocked expression. No one told me. How could I possibly know? To be honest, Gu Feng had been a bit puzzled before. This world didn't even need gongfu for cultivation? It turned out that it wasn't needed. It was that the body refining realm didn't need it. And in order to break through the chi drawing realm, it was necessary for the gong methods to work together. Now, everyone including Elder Lu was dumbfounded. According to the rules of the Fallen Cloud sect, but anyone at the 9th level of body refinement was qualified to obtain the Fallen Cloud sect's most basic technique, the Fallen Cloud Taoist scripture. Of course, this Fallen Cloud Taoist scripture was not the Fallen Cloud sect's town clan technique, but rather its simplified version. Due to Gu Feng's special characteristics, Elder Lu thought that he was still a long time away from the great perfection of body refining, along with common sense, so he didn't remind him. As a result, it became what it is now. Quickly, take out the Falling Sun Taoist scripture and show it to him. Elder Lu yelled towards Elder Wu. No, I don't have it on me. Just memorize it for him. Then hurry up. As a result, an outrageous scene appeared as Elder Wu recited the Falling Cloud Taoist scripture loudly towards Gu Feng from a distance of 1 kilometer. What had been a nerve-wracking crossing became so bizarre that it gave people the urge to laugh. Elder Wu, the thunder is too loud. What was the last sentence from? Sunrise, ancient paths, hard luck sinks to the bottom. Sinking? How do you sink? Do you need to squat or something? No need. It's an intention. Intention, get it? Would it work better if I sat down then? It's not about sitting. It's about. Then I'll lie down and practice. In the midst of the two's hilarious conversation, the third lightning tribulation fell blatantly. Chapter 41, Colorful Milky Way. Don't recite it. He can't hear it clearly at all. Elder Lu immediately stopped Elder Wu when he saw that the two were bullheaded. Practicing gongfu indiscriminately was a death sentence, and in this situation, already under mental stress, how could one calmly understand the meaning in the gongfu? Cultivation is even more impossible. Is it just to watch him die by lightning? Practice a little chaotically. Maybe you can even open up the dantian and cross the lightning tribulation. Elder Wu shouted at the top of his voice. What are you yelling about? Is it possible to succeed in practicing a kung fu in a haphazard manner? He has a strong physical body, so it's still possible for him to succeed with a hard resistance. Elder Lu roared loudly and angrily as well. You guys stop arguing and think of something. While the two were arguing, Gu Feng ushered in the third thunderbolt. He was in the midst of the thunderous light. His head full of black hair was taut, and the electric current on his body surface surged, making crackling sounds. His face was a little twisted, blood spilling between his teeth as he suffered the ravages of pain. An elder quickly found the handwritten copy of the Falling Cloud Taoist scripture from an outer disciple and threw it towards the wind and cloud stage. But unexpectedly, halfway there, it was chopped into powder by the thunderbolt. Ha 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 ha, he's dead. Dead. Do Xiujian's hands danced around, as excited as anything. Noisy. Chu Yen ran beside him, looked at him with contempt and spoke out coldly, which made Do Xiujian's face turn green and transferred all of his rage onto Gu Feng. Chop you to death. Sect Master, is the former senior brother about to fall? Shi Tingting had an anxious face. Without a gong method and unable to open up a dantian, he might really have to fall. Between thoughts, Chu Yui Mirage had a worried face. Removing a piece of metal, his eyes twinkled. Torn. Forget it, we'll talk to him later about the price he needs to pay for practicing this technique. And if he doesn't want to, it's not too late to change the technique. Chu Yui Mirage sighed lightly, and immediately shouted towards Gu Feng. Former senior brother, this is my gong method, which only has the chi drawing chapter, to help you open up your dantian. Tide over this difficulty first, and change it later when you find a suitable gong method. Is it free? I don't have any money on me right now. No spirit stones. Chu Yui Fantasy froze and shouted with a black face. This bastard. What time is it? Still thinking about money. Is money more precious than life in his mind? Okay, throw it over here if it's free. Gu Feng got the metal piece and fixed his eyes on it. He was dumbfounded. There were so many words on it that he didn't recognize. The good thing, though, is that the out-of-the-way words aside, they don't interfere with understanding the general meaning. Following the description of the gong method, he began to sense the spiritual energy in his body, and a strand of spiritual chi, traveling through the meridians, converged towards the lower abdomen area. At a certain point in time, a booming sound was emitted from within the body, and a green bean-sized chi mass manifested itself in the area of the belly. The 180 billion pores of the whole body opened at the same time, devouring the aura in the air like a whale swallowing a cow sucking. Good, he successfully opened the dantian. Elder Lu's beard trembled with excitement as he sensed the surge of aura around him. The opening of the dantian meant that Gu Feng was moving towards the chi-drawing realm, greatly increasing the chances of crossing the thunder tribulation. Gu Feng's eyes were tightly closed as he sat cross-legged on the wind and cloud stage. His breathing was strong and steady, and a wisp of breath, visible to the naked eye, traveled down his nose and into his body, returning to his dantian. The dantian, which was as big as a green bean, began to gradually grow, and soon it was as big as an apple. Buzz, buzz. Just then, the 3 incense burners in his mind erupted a mysterious aura, like a mist, that instantly engulfed Gu Feng's soul. It was as if the soul had detached itself from the body and had come to a strange world. It was so vast and chaotic that the presence of time and space could not be felt, and no living beings could be seen, yet it felt vibrant. Gu Feng stood there, suddenly feeling small, but not the slightest bit of uncertainty, but rather some affinity, as if he had once been here. In the distance beyond that world, there was a narrow, colorful galaxy that was slowly approaching. I don't know how long it took, but that colorful Milky Way twisted up and kept bombarding the world barrier. Boom 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 boom. The blasts were so strong that each one caused a great tremor in this world. I don't know how long it took, but only a click could be heard. A crack appeared in this world, emitting a whimpering sound, and that colorful galaxy, the more violently it bombarded. Jab. Another lightning punishment landed, and Gu Feng, who had opened up his dantian, felt that he was standing in a whole new realm. He snapped his eyes open, stood up, and shouted, his entire body's spiritual light shining brightly and incomparably as he swung out a fist towards the thunderbolt. Boom! The unrivaled impact caused Gu Feng's lower body to sink into the ground, while his upper body remained upright. Ha ha ha, but that's it. He laughed boldly, his black hair was crystallized, and his face shone with self-confidence. As if on stimulants, he slapped the ground with both palms and jumped dozens of meters high. Towards thunder punishment was a blistering and heavy attack. Looking at Gu Feng, who was jumping up and down and constantly attacking thunder punishment, everyone was surprised. The situation was reversed too quickly. One moment half dead, the next moment alive and well. Each of his punches contained hundreds of thousands of pounds of enormous force, striking that lightning punishment with some distortion. Strong, a 10,000 tribulation Dao body that has broken through the Qi drawing realm is truly extraordinary. Elder Lu stroked his beard and grinned widely. At this point, the situation was clear. Gu Feng was about to successfully pass the first hurdle in his life. What's the big deal? The thunder tribulation of the body refinement realm is too weak. Dou Xiaojian muttered with a bad taste in his heart. He didn't notice that the moment Gu Feng broke through the Qi drawing realm, Chu Yanran, who was beside him, turned an unusually strange expression, looked at him for a while, wrinkled her brow, and silently left. Damnable brat, actually still not dead. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth, itching to shout towards the heavens to make the thunderbolt come harder. Zhou Tian, this brat's ending is doomed. Don't affect your state of mind. The master teacher beside him frowned and warned in a low voice. Yes, master. Ruoshi, aren't you happy? Ex-brother has crossed the thunder tribulation. Wu Qi, who had an excited look on his face, turned his head to look at Yen Ruoshi beside him and couldn't help but ask when he saw that the latter was in a low mood. Yen Ruoshi just before turning around and leaving. After the 9 thunder tribulations, the sky cleared up again, and Gu Feng stood on the wind and cloud stage, feeling the brand new power in his body, his heart stirring, looking inward at the torso, at the small abdomen. A dantian that was so huge that it was indescribable appeared, and within it, spiritual energy tumbled in waves. No one should have a bigger dantian than me, he murmured in a low voice and roughly estimated that his dantian was roughly 10 times that of a normal person. This showed that using the same martial skill, which was more powerful and long-lasting, coupled with an already superhuman physical body, with a little bit of cultivation, one would soon be able to dominate in the Qi drawing realm. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal 2 rows of large white teeth and laughed. The increase in strength certainly made him excited. What made him even more excited was that the 3 incense burners in his mind, the golden one in the center, had also changed. Well, with the addition of another gold-swallowing beast, it's time to work harder to earn money. Chapter 42 La Ka Sect, Scribbling Ancestor. Senior Sister Qi, where is your sect master? Gu Feng walked down from the wind and cloud terrace and came straight to the direction of the vegetarian lady's gate. His eyes swept around and did not find Chu Yuyi Hui's figure. Go away! Qi Tingting's tone was cold, and her face was slightly chilled, as if someone owed her a large sum of spirit stones to renege on a debt, causing Gu Feng to be a bit confused. This belongs to Senior Sister Chu. Please return it to her on my behalf and express my gratitude to her. And if there's anything I can use in the future, I won't be excused. Gu Feng handed the metal piece engraved with the gong method to Qi Tingting with both hands, his face filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Chu Yuyi Hui's help, perhaps he would have been able to force his way through the lightning tribulation, but it would never have been so easy. To be able to open up a dantian that surpassed the size of a normal person by 10 times, in addition to his own special physique, this gong method also played a big role, and it must not be a mortal product. Is that so? Then, If I ask you to do something in the future, is it that I won't receive any payment? Cheating asked in an unkind tone as she snatched the metal piece without looking at it and stuffed it into her storage bag. Hee. Gu Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. We'll give you guys a discount? I'm poor. Jag off. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Cheating spat lightly and turned around handsomely, leaving behind a dumbfounded Gu Feng. Scumbag? How does that make you a scumbag? Gu Feng muttered, coming to this world. This was the first time he had heard this term. In his mind, it should mean to scold someone for being trashy. I can't help it. I'm really poor. I can barely afford to eat. The big deal is that I'll give you more discounts in the future. Ex-brother, it's so hard to hide this from us. I didn't expect you to be the legendary 10,000 Tribulation Dao body. Hua Runkai came smiling. Before this, he always had a grudge against losing to Gu Feng, practicing hard day and night, thinking that one day he would be able to defeat Gu Feng. After today, he would never think such thoughts again, at least not until he broke through to the Hotian. I'm the 10,000 Tribulation Dao body, a very famous wasted body. Won't you guys be ashamed of yourselves for hanging out with me? Gu Feng asked with a smile. Hee, disgrace what 10,000 Tribulation Dao body. Even if the next realm goes up in smoke, it's enough to go down in history. We, as witnesses to history, couldn't be happier, Xiao Yuan said with a smile. Originally, I guess, with our qualifications, we wouldn't have had a chance to make a name for ourselves in history, but now it's possible. Ex-brother, you must try to break through a few more realms so that you can have more experiences to leave in the history books. Wu Qi came and patted Gu Feng's shoulder and said, well, I'll try my best. Gu Feng rubbed his nose and said, looking at the group of mongrels in front of him, a warm current welled up in his heart. As much as he said he didn't mind being talked down to, it would be hard to have the whole world alienated from him. After all, people are pack animals. Aren't we a little touched that we're not leaving you alone? Why don't we wave the spirit stones we owe you? At the word, Gu Feng's mouth a corner of a draw. This group of children also how dare to think. A few million spirit stone it, dispense with the not with him to life is almost well, or not to give you to dispense with a month's interest? Just kidding, the spirit stones were prepared for you a long time ago. I was going to give them to you last night, but I ended up drinking too much. Wu Qi skimmed his lips, and then unclipped a storage bag from his waist and stuffed it into Gu Feng's hand. Gu Feng instantly smiled. His external debt was recovered, and all of a sudden he had the capital to cultivate again. This time, he didn't throw the spirit stones into the 3 incense burners, but put them aside. A body refining realm alone had consumed nearly 10 million spirit stones, and the cultivation of the chi-inducing realm wouldn't be less than tens of millions. So these millions were a drop in the bucket. Not enough at all. He was going to use these millions as capital to earn more spirit stones. Gu Feng, come over here with me for a moment. Elder Lu's voice came from his ears, and Gu Feng greeted Wu Qi and the others, rushing towards the Elder Hall. When he arrived, Elder Lu had already brewed tea, and when he saw Gu Feng come in, he pushed one of the cups in front of Gu Feng, signaling him to sit down. In the future, if you have time, go listen to more lectures from the outer sect elders. If it wasn't for Chu Yi Hui's help this time, would your brat be able to sit here alive and well and drink tea? Gu Feng had just sat down when he was chopped up by Elder Lu. Pay attention in the future. Gu Feng laughed, not knowing this most basic common sense made him a little embarrassed. How big is the open tundun? It's huge, estimated to be 10 times bigger than the average person. Put. At those words, Elder Lu spewed out a mouthful of tea, which Gu Feng dodged. The 10,000 Tribulation Dao body is so terrifying. I think there should also be credit for the merit method given by Senior Sister Chu. Gu Feng said with a smile, this is a very powerful technique, even stronger than the full version of the Fallen Cloud Sect's Fallen Cloud Dao scripture. Elder Lu nodded in agreement. Elder Lu, is there any follow-up to this technique? The only thing Chu Yoshue had given him was the Qi drawing chapter. If he wanted to successfully break through to the Hotian realm, he had to get the Hotian chapter's technique in advance. Of course, if you can't get it, you'll have to exchange it for Gongfu cultivation. Of course there is a follow-up. It depends on whether or not Chu Yuyi Fantasy is willing to give it to you. Senior Sister Chu is so generous. She should give it to me. Gu Feng asked tentatively. It has nothing to do with being generous or not. Given your attribute that you could be buried under a lightning tribulation anytime, anywhere, I would suggest that you directly change your technique to cultivate, so as not to delay people. Elder Lu took a sip of tea and said quietly, could it be that this technique is an untold secret of her family? Will it cause her to suffer a severe chastisement from her family? Or abolish her cultivation? Or kick her out of the family? Or directly exterminate her? Looking at Gu Feng, whose eyes were in thought before him, Elder Lu couldn't control the corners of his mouth from trembling. I wish I could peel open his head and see what strange things were in it. Otherwise how could I have gotten such amazing ideas? You're overthinking it. If you want an answer, Just ask her. Elder, I have a question I've been wanting to ask. Our Sunset Cloud sect, how come it feels like it's a bit yin and yang? After a long time, Gufeng suddenly thought of the strange sights of the Sunset Cloud sect. The Vegetable Girl sect was the #1 outer sect, and on the inner sect's Heavenly Pride list, close to 2/3 of the top 50 rankings were also female. There is clearly something unusual about this. What's so strange about that? The founder of the Falling Cloud sect, Lok Ching-yen, was a female cultivator, cultivating the Falling Cloud Tao scripture written by her, with equal qualifications. It is also a female disciple who is powerful. The male disciples who made it to the top 100 of the inner sect Heaven's Pride list were all those who had retrained in other suitable techniques after stepping into the innate realm, or else you would have seen that the entire inner sect Heaven's Pride list was filled with female disciples. Do you want to know why it was named the Sunset Xia sect? Elder Lu got interested and asked Gufeng rhetorically. I don't know. Gufeng shook his head honestly. Because Ancestor Falling founded the Falling Cloud sect on a whim when he was passing through this place in the early evening. Do you know the names of the inner sect's several peaks and how they came to be? Elder Lu, can you finish your sentence at once? Don't always whet people's appetites. Gufeng spat out. Ancestor Locke had an ancient book of spiritual medicines handy back then, so he casually flipped through a few pages and selected a few spiritual medicines to name the peaks of the inner sect. E.g., Half-Summer Peak, Cardamom Peak, Angelica Peak. Good lord, is the ancestor of the Sunset sect that scribbly? What kind of name is this? If you have the opportunity to enter the inner sect, you will realize that in the inner sect's Hall of Feats, many of the names of the feats make people blush when they say them out loud. Elder Lu laughed. Gufeng had already painted a picture in his mind of two inner disciples, standing in the ring. One yelled Decisive Sword, the other yelled Beetle Nut Divine Palm, and were together in a heated battle. Not to mention how wonderful it was. Angelica Peak, Cho Tian. You should also be able to tell that this brat Gufeng has treasures on him. A young man with an arrogant demeanor stood with his hands in the air and spoke out faintly. Big brother, it's impossible for the 10,000 Thunders Dao body to cultivate so quickly. It's easy to think that there are treasures on his body when he harbors in the outer gate every day and doesn't go out to look for opportunities. Cho Tian nodded and said, find a way to figure it out, and if it's useful to us, grab it. Well, I'll go to the Gu family in Cloud Crouching City to inquire. Be clean in your approach. Ask and then exterminate the door. The young man said indifferently. In his mouth, extermination was so commonplace. Of course, Gufeng killed the third brother, and the Gu family was originally going to be destroyed. Cho Tian laughed out. Chapter 43 Robbery Guide, 2 Fishes in 1. Walking out from Elder Lu's place, Gufeng had been thinking about a question. Since most of the Fallen Cloud sect's techniques were suitable for female disciples, then why is it that the prideful people of the Cloud County are all going out of their way to squeeze their heads to join here? Although the Sunset Cloud sect was the #1 sect in Cloud County, it wasn't the only one. Besides, there were powerful sects in other counties outside of Cloud County, so why wouldn't they go? Could it be that there's some secret here? Unfortunately, Elder Lu was so secretive about it that he refused to reveal half a sentence to him, which made Gufeng feel even more that there was something fishy going on. Forget it, let's find a way to solve the problem of the spirit stones first and disregard the rest. Before crossing over, he agonized over money, and after crossing over, he was not spared, still running around for 3 taels of silver. A proper laborious life. Former senior brother? It's almost the end of the month. This is a filial tribute to you. I hope you'll be magnanimous on the day the clan distributes resources. Senior sister, I'm poor too. A female disciple, who had appeared out of nowhere, stood in front of Gufeng, her head lowered, looking a bit shy, looking at a storage bag that the other party handed over. Gufeng glanced inside and bristled. Forget it, take it back. I don't need these. Gufeng has a bottom line. Although the sect encourages competition, but he is at least a person who has experienced the 9 years of compulsory education in the mysterious ancient Oriental country. How can he rob others for no reason? We all live hard in this world. We can't bully people just because we are strong. There are people outside of people. There are mountains outside of mountains. The cycle of heaven. Today you rob others. In a few days others rob you. Why bother? Unexpectedly, as soon as Gufeng's words fell, the corner of the female disciple's mouth on the opposite side of the room deflated. Former senior brother, don't mind if you think that the spirit stones are small. This is already all I can come up with at the moment, so please make sure that you take it. This, Gufeng glanced at her in surprise, and quickly realized that they were used to robbing each other, as well as purchasing robbery-free qualifications with spirit stones. Seeing that Gufeng didn't accept the bribe, he thought he was going to insist on robbing the place. Speechless, does my face look like an evil person? Gufeng belabored, and then he reached his hand into the other party's storage bag and grabbed away a handful of spirit stones. These are enough. At the end of the month, I promise not to rob you, and I'll also make sure that you don't get robbed. Although Carp Mountain belongs to the outer sect, it is another piece of heaven and earth, and the monthly resources of the disciples over there are sent over, so they will not appear here. Gu Feng had the stamina and strength to make such a guarantee. Really? Really? That female disciple was on the verge of crying with excitement. She was so weak that every time she handed out resources, she had to pay an expert to help her bring them back to the accommodation area, lest she be robbed. Due to Gu Feng's presence, the experts could not be relied upon this time, and had no choice but to harden their hearts and come to bribe Gu Feng to show mercy. Unexpectedly, Gu Feng not only didn't take away all of her spirit stones, but also gave her a protective amulet. How could she not be excited? Many thanks to the former senior brother. Many thanks to the former senior brother. After receiving an affirmative reply, the female disciple thanked him repeatedly. When he left, he swept away the sorrow between his eyebrows and became flamboyant, saying to everyone, "The former senior brother only charged me 500 spirit stones and guaranteed that I wouldn't be robbed at the end of the month." The look, not to mention the pride, all of a sudden felt that there was hope in life again. This news spread throughout the entire outer sect with the momentum of a whirlwind. Quickly go to the former senior brother to send spirit stones. Only 500. What a bargain. If you're late you won't have a chance. The former senior brother is so strong. At the end of the month, he is definitely going to rob a few people, get the no robbery qualification earlier, and have peace of mind earlier. Everyone's thoughts were pretty much the same. Gu Feng liked spirit stone so much that he even dared to blackmail Cho Tian, an inner disciple. So who would believe him if he didn't rob at the end of the month? Thus, a large wave of people walked in pairs towards Gu Feng's small courtyard. At first, Gu Feng defended himself, yet the defense was useless. The more you argue, the more disturbed those disciples become. There was no choice but to accept them all. There were simply too many people to keep track of, so he invited Wu Qi and the others over to help keep track of the names. Hui Runkai and the others were completely stunned. Where had they seen such a battle? Outer disciples rushed to give away spirit stones. Should it be so exaggerated? With their understanding of Gu Feng, the other party wasn't the type of person who was unreasonable. On the road into the Sunset Cloud sect, he had robbed robbers. When he arrived at the Sunset Cloud sect, he had only robbed Xiao Zhe and his group who had angered him. All signs indicated that Gu Feng was a person with a bottom line. Simply don't understand. What are these disciples for? Could it be that this is the world of the strong and they, the weak, don't understand? Yen Ruwashi acted as the chief accountant. She was like an old mother hen protecting her calf, staring at Wu Qi and the others with a burning gaze, fearing that they would embezzle even a single piece of spirit stone. Ex-brother, you only charged them 500 spirit stones? But I gave you 2,000. Refund. When Tuoba heard that Gu Feng had only charged each disciple 500 spirit stones, he immediately felt that he had lost money and yelled for a refund. Do you believe that the end of the month will rob you blind? Gu Feng glared at him. Tuoba trembled and said with a smile, "Big brother, don't misunderstand. I admit that I spoke a little louder just now. I'm not here to ask you for money, but to keep your books." Gu Feng directly flung him a spirit pen, and the latter cheerfully sat down next to Wu Qi and the others. Everyone maintain order. Line up. Don't crowd. One by one. This appearance caused Wu Qi and the others to give him a great contempt. Ruwashi, why haven't I seen you in the past few days? Is it because I'm a 10,000 tribulation Dao body and don't want to have contact with me? Gu Feng walked over to Yen Ruwashi and asked jokingly. No, I've been working hard on the path of pill refining for the past few days. Yen Ruwashi explained in a panic. Working so hard? You're a genius. You can relax a little, Gu Feng said with a smile. It was obvious that during this period of time, Yen Ruwashi's brow had an extra touch of fatigue. I can't do it without trying. I don't have a clue. Yen Ruwashi said bitterly. What kind of heaven-defying pills are you delving into? Gu Feng was astonished. He had heard Wu Qi and the others say that Yen Ruwashi's talent for refining pills was an extremely powerful existence. Ordinary pills were simply too difficult for her. It's indeed very anticlimactic. I'll tell you about it after it's refined, Yen Ruwashi said with a mysterious smile. Right. When are you going to take me to the pill refining hall? I want to learn pill refining. This matter, Gu Feng had always kept in his mind. Before he could not find a suitable way to earn money, pill refining was something he had to learn, and he had to learn it. The chief elder of the pill refining hall should be going out in the next 2 days. I'll come and shout at you then. Well, throughout the day, the spirit stones didn't stop, filling one storage bag after another. Gu Feng was grinning and hadn't closed his mouth all day, just like a little cutie. There were so many disciples in the outer sect, excluding a portion of those who really didn't have spirit stones and those who were high-minded as well as strong. Basically all of them came over to pay the no-robbery fee. At last count, a full 6 million or so spirit stones were collected. That is to say, the entire outer sect, with more than 12,000 disciples, came to pay their respects. $6 million a month. A year is $7,200,000. Even if you lie down, you can still push your cultivation across to the peak of chi drawing. Gufeng thought beautifully as Yen Ruwashi's words sent him into deep thought. Over 12,000 disciples seeking protection. How can you care for them? Yeah, it's a serious problem. It's not like the resources were collected at the same time, and the direction of departure was different. So not to mention one Gufeng, even 100 Gufengs wouldn't necessarily be able to take care of it. After thinking for a moment, Gufeng's eyes lit up. Wu Qi, help me formulate the list into a roster, and at the price of 5 spirit stones, copy him 50,000 copies out for me overnight. You're crazy, spending 250,000 spirit stones to copy the list. This is going against the heavens. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi exclaimed in shock, and the rest of them looked at Gufeng in disbelief. Letting people copy at 1 spirit stone a copy. I'll turn around and sell it for 20 spirit stones a copy. As long as I sell more than 10,000 copies, the extra is profit. A steady profit, Gufeng said emotionally. Seeing that the crowd still didn't understand, he explained again. There are more than 100,000 outer disciples, and now those who bought my qualification to be free from robbery are only 12,000, and of the remaining close to 90,000 outer disciples, there are 20,000 who want to rob that day, which isn't much, is it? More than 20,000. It is estimated that at least half of them will go out to rob. Guarunkai said in a deep voice. Do you think that they would dare to rob someone I'm protecting? The crowd shook their heads. Even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to rob the disciple Gufeng was protecting. Wouldn't that be a good idea for them to be careful for fear of angering me by grabbing the wrong one? I see. As long as we have this list, those disciples won't be afraid of grabbing the wrong one. Even those disciples who had bought the qualification of exemption from robbery would have a book in their hands, and whenever they encountered a robbery, they would take out the book and turn out their name, which was a talisman. These 5 spirit stones are worth spending, even I'm willing to buy them, Tuoba said with an excited face. That's right, with this robbery guide, they're no longer afraid of robbing the wrong person. It's called eating 2 fish with 1 fish, Gufeng said triumphantly. The crowd was stunned, looking at Gufeng like he was looking at a monster. The same outer disciple. What made his brain so good and his strength so strong that it had no bounds? One thing, earning 2 spirit stones, only he could think of that. The ex-brother is stingy, but his earning power is really something. More than 6 million spirit stones. A lot of clans couldn't even match Gufeng's income for 1 day in a year. Of course, they were only envious, because, without Gufeng's strength, they couldn't cover people even if they wanted to. Ex-brother, let's discuss something with you. Tuoba pulled Gufeng with a pleasing smile. What is it? I'll pack 10,000 of those copies and you give me 50,000 spirit stones. You kid. This is to earn processing fees. Gufeng understood his idea as soon as he heard it. I'll find some people and give them 2 spirit stones a copy to help me copy, and earn half myself. Tuoba laughed. Okay, we can all earn money together, as long as you can guarantee to transcribe 10,000 copies before noon tomorrow. What's the harm in contracting to you? It's a deal. Tuoba turned his hand to earn 30,000 spirit stones, which was worth a top-tier mortal-grade merit technique, which made Wu Qi and the others red-eyed as well. But unfortunately, they had no one on hand, so they could only watch. Don't be in a hurry. You'll have plenty of opportunities to earn money in the future. The other 40,000 copies, I'm going to have the vegetarian sect transcribe them. There are so many of them that they can copy them quickly. Thinking of this, Gufeng immediately walked towards the vegetarian lady's gate. Chapter 44 Pitfalls. The Vegetarian Women's Sect was an organization that was officially recognized by the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect, and there was an area that was independently divided out, where they cultivated a building. It was the size of an acre, and it looked grand. Gufeng had just stepped through the gate with Yen Ruwashi when a pretty female cultivator walked up to him. Yo, former senior brother, what brings you here? This senior sister. I'm here today because I have big business to discuss with senior sister Chi, Gufeng said with a smile. The female cultivator on the opposite side had a suspicious look on her face. It's not that you want to rob someone again. Our vegetable sect is a proper organization. We won't do this kind of thing. Cough cough. Senior sister, you're mistaken. It's guaranteed to be regular business. Gufeng lightly coughed twice and said, how formal is it? Tell me. The female cultivator threw a wink towards Gufeng, causing Yen Ruwashi beside her to puff up. In short, it's very formal. If we can negotiate, you're guaranteed to make 200,000 spirit stones. When the female cultivator across the street heard this, her eyes glowed. 200,000 spirit stones. Not a small amount. Sit down for a while. I'll go invite senior sister Chi. It didn't take long for that female cultivator to return, yet behind her, there was no figure of Chi Tingting. Senior Sister Chi doesn't want to see you, and told you to have a word with me. Gu Feng froze for a moment and then asked, Senior Sister Chi is in a bad mood? I don't know. The female cultivator bristled. Okay, so I'll tell you what, pass it on for me. It's urgent, you guys have to decide right away if you're going to do it or not. So, Gu Feng concealed some key points and focused on the transcription business. The female cultivator on the opposite side, her mouth slightly open, her face unbelievable, her eyes bubbling with crystal light, shocked to the extreme. Don't look at the number of vegetarian women's sect, but the earning capacity is really not very good. The biggest source of economy. Nothing more than a group to go out and hunt demonic beasts in exchange for spirit stones. Very bitter, and also dangerous. Down in January, in addition to the cultivation of the necessary consumption, but also 1 or 2 million of net profit. What Gu Feng had asked them to do, to make $200,000 in one night, and without the slightest bit of risk, was a good thing that couldn't be found in a lantern. You wait, I'll immediately go tell Senior Sister Chi. The female cultivator had an exhilarated look on her face, and with great speed, she ran towards the inner hall. In the inner hall, two figures were sitting facing each other, sipping tea. Sect Master, you shouldn't have given Gu Feng the Lonyang chapter of the Jade Void Illusion Sutra. He's not a suitable candidate at all. It would be better to let Shu Yuhong cultivate? Chi Tingting wrinkled her brows and said, the Shu Yuhong she was talking about was the second greatest heavenly pride in the outer sex heavenly pride ranking. This person, Shu Yuhong, I don't like. Shu Yuyi Hui faintly said, what about Gu Feng? Chi Tingting pursued, you're looking too much at the significance of this. At that time, I just couldn't bear to see him fall on the spot. That's all. Merely breaking through the chi drawing, he attracted the thunder tribulation. His 10,000 tribulation body, which is worse than all the generations, should not be able to cultivate to a realm that can help me. Besides, I only gave him the chi drawing chapter of the Jade Void Illusion Sutra, and if I don't give it to him later on, he still has no choice but to change his feats. Hearing Chu Yuyihui say this, the big stone in Chi Tingting's heart finally fell to the ground. Just then, the female cultivator who had previously negotiated with Gu Feng walked in. Sect Master, Senior Sister Chi, what Gu Feng wants to discuss is this. The female cultivator quickly finished her sentence, and then she stood there quietly, waiting for the two to make a decision. You said that this list's designation is robbery guide? Chu Yudi Fantasy asked with a strange expression on his face. Aha! The female cultivator nodded. This kid has made a fortune ruthlessly. Chu Yudi Fantasy cackled and immediately began to explain. Chi Tingting's face was shocked. What kind of earning power was this? Not only do they charge people for protection, but they also sell robbery guides to make second-rate money. Based on the number of lists, Gu Feng would be able to earn close to 8 million spirit stones in just a few days, equal to half a year's income for the vegetarian girl sect. Tina, go talk to him and buy out his heist guides, both copying and selling. He eats meat, we follow and drink soup. A flash of cunning appeared in Shu Yuyi Hui's beautiful eyes. Alright, I'll go and negotiate. Chi Tingting immediately got up. The profits here were extremely lucrative. If they could negotiate, this business alone would be worth their vegetarian girl sect's total income for a month. It has to be negotiated. Senior Sister Chi, the business I'm talking about. Will you take it or not? It's urgent. Seeing Chi Tingting walk out, Gu Feng greeted him with a smile on his face. Is this your current incumbent? Chi Tingting did not answer his words. The gap in her gaze flicked to Yen Ruwashi and said coldly. Yen Ruwashi's blushing face caused Chi Tingting to blush even more. Catch? Of course. That would be great. And as a sign of good faith, I can put down a partial deposit. At what price are you going to sell the heist guide? 20 spirit stones a book. No discount. No counter-offer. Gu Feng said truthfully, a wry smile in his eyes. Black-hearted. Selling a roster for 20 spirit stones. It's even more exaggerated than robbery. Chi Tingting glared at him. Ha! Gu Feng smiled awkwardly. We, the vegetable sect, are prepared to buy out your guide to robbery, including copying and selling it. This, Gu Feng stammered with hesitation on his face. What? You really don't remember? Who gave you the gongfu? Alright then, what price is your vegetable sect prepared to buy out? Gu Feng asked tentatively. $5 million. Chi Tingting pondered for a moment and spat out a few words. $5 million? You can make $1 million in a month, and you guys want to buy it out for $5 million. What's the difference between that and robbery? Before Gu Feng could open his mouth, Yen Ruwashi beside him was not happy. Her eyes rounded and she droned. Don't interrupt, little brat. This is business between me and my former senior brother. Chi Tingting bristled. The price, indeed, was a bit outrageous, but she was sure Gu Feng would agree. Gu Feng, you mustn't agree. Their vegetable sect is robbing you of your spirit stones. I understand, Gu Feng whispered to calm Yan Ruoshi's agitation and turned his head to look at Tingting. Before he could speak, the other man spoke again. AI, our sect master is really blind. Giving such a precious technique to someone who is so stingy, it's not worth it. Do you need our sect master to come and speak to you personally? Tingting's tone that hit a needle in her words made Gu Feng very embarrassed. With a clench of his teeth, he said, 5 million is 5 million, a one-time buyout. Previously, I gave 10,000 copies of the package to Tuobale. You guys have to take his batch at 5 spirit stones apiece. Deal. Tingting wore a smug smile. Tingting returned to the inner hall and immediately informed Chu Yuyi of this matter. Ha ha ha, sect master, you're the one who didn't see it. That Gu Feng brat looks constipated. He's killing me with laughter. The price of $5 million is indeed too low. In my place I would never do it. Chu Yuyi Fantasy also had a smile on her face. This way, our vegetarian girl sect will have at least $1 million more in revenue every month. However, we don't seem to have enough spirit stones, Tingting said with some difficulty. How much is missing? I'll pad it, and if it's not enough I'll borrow it. The vegetarian girl sect stocked 3 million spirit stones, plus the stored weapon refining and alchemy materials, plus Chu Yuyi Fantasy's old capital as well as a portion of the borrowed ones, and cobbled together to get 5 million out. Soon, the two sides signed the relevant agreement, and Gu Feng also deliberately added some force majeure clauses on it. Taking 5 million spirit stones, Gu Feng left satisfied. As for Tingting and Chu Yuyi, they were equally satisfied. Gu Feng, you're doing good business. They're just using the gongfu as an excuse to blackmail you on purpose, Yan Ruoshi said indignantly. If I had known, I shouldn't have come to the vegetable sect for cooperation. Gu Feng revealed 2 rows of large white teeth and smiled without saying anything. Yan Ruoshi was more than familiar with this expression. Normally, when Gu Feng showed this kind of expression, it meant that he was or was preparing to pit people. There's a mystery in there? Do you think that for a sect to appear as a rule-breaking character like me, it would sit back and do nothing? Gu Feng whispered. According to my prediction, this business will more than likely only be done this month, no more than twice at the most, and Elder Lu will have to find me for tea. Upon hearing this, Yan Ruoshi was overjoyed. In that case, the vegetarian girl sect is buying out this business. The board is working for nothing, and the probability is that they will lose several million spirit stones. It's up to them. It's not like I took the initiative to let them buy out anyway. Gu Feng skimmed his lips. You're too pitiful. A proper pit. 5 million spirit stones. I guess it's emptied the vegetable sect. Business is risky. Is it my fault? Gu Feng shook his head breathlessly. This time it was a sincere attempt to make the vegetarian sect earn money. But the other party didn't appreciate it. It's good to teach them a lesson. Or at least make them realize that business isn't that good. When the reality is recognized, both sides can work better together. And that's when the big money is made. Chapter 45, You Kid Stop. Do you think my body refining technique is too trashy? Gu Feng made a side trip to the exchange, exchanging all the supplies he had gotten from the vegetarian girl sect for spirit stones, and carrying a huge sum of $5 million in his arms. He walked quickly back to the small courtyard. Wu Qi and the others are gone. I still wanted to invite them for dinner, Gu Feng muttered, presumably because Wu Qi and the others had left early knowing that they would not be able to eat Gu Feng's meal. Close the courtyard, enter the room, and start practicing. Gu Feng put aside the more than 4 million spirit stones that Guo Runkai and the others had returned to him. This was the capital for earning money in the future. Putting all 6 million and the 5 million spirit stones pitted from the vegetable sect into the 3 incense burners. The white incense burner threw in 7 million and the golden incense burner put in 4 million. Soon, the 2 incense burners emitted a slight chirping sound, like the sound of a machine starting to work, with milky white and golden liquids bubbling up from the bottom respectively. After about an incense stick of time, the chirping stopped and Gu Feng's consciousness didn't enter his mind. He realized that for the same drop of divine liquid, the golden divine liquid consumed nearly twice as many spirit stones as the milky white divine liquid. Try this golden divine liquid first. Gu Feng opened his mouth and sucked in, swallowing a drop of golden divine liquid into his mouth. After a long time, there was no movement at all in his body, which made him a little confused. After swallowing 10 drops of golden liquid in a row, he was completely depressed, and it actually didn't help at all. To be precise, it wasn't completely useless. At least after swallowing 10 drops of golden liquid, his stomach felt a bit full. Could it be that there's a problem with the method of use? We'll study it later. First refine the milky white divine liquid. With a light touch, drops of milky white liquid, linked together like a string of pearls, rushed into the mouth and were swallowed. Refine. He whispered softly and began to utilize the unknown gong method derived from Chu Yuyi Fantasy. The body resounded with gusts of thunder, like the precursor of a storm, and the dantian also became surging. The aura rushing out from the dantian passed through the various meridians around the body, growing in strength and finally returning to the dantian. Week after week, it never stops. The horizontal bar below the mouth of the white incense burner also began to slowly move forward, and Gu Feng understood that this was the progress bar for his cultivation in the chi drawing realm. The feeling of watching your cultivation grow with the naked eye was still wow. The bright moonlight shone through the window and shone on Gu Feng's face, and that originally somewhat handsome side face had an additional mysterious flavor. Gu Feng opened his eyes. 2 auras shot out from his pupils. A few hours of cultivation had allowed his cultivation to advance a large step. According to the standards of the 9 heavens, now he should be between the 3rd and 4th level of chi drawing. With my true battle power, I should be able to defeat the 7th level of chi drawing. Gu Feng slightly evaluated his own strength in his mind. Such an exaggerated cultivation speed was enough to scare people to death when spoken of. But fortunately, his 10,000 tribulation Tao body, before breaking through the great realm, was always shown to outsiders as the first sky of chi drawing, so it was not so much so that people could see through it. The 10,000 tribulation Tao body also has advantages. Gu Feng smiled smugly, took out a roasted demonic beast leg from his storage pouch, nibbled a few bites, and frowned. I'm so rich. I can't believe I'm eating this non-fresh food every day. Spitting after spitting, Gu Feng ultimately didn't have the heart to throw it away. Every piece of spirit stone was hard to come by and must be cherished. After eating and drinking, he began to think about the usefulness of the golden spirit liquid. Suddenly, a light came into his mind and his eyes became presented bright. I see. The cultivation of the body refinement realm didn't require the cooperation of a gong method, and one only needed to swallow enough milky white divine liquid to refine their cultivation. The cultivation of the chi drawing realm was very different from the body refining realm, whereas an ordinary cultivator would just sit in meditation and run his gongfu every day, absorbing spiritual chi and growing his cultivation. He needed to run his gongfu and refine the milky white divine liquid. By analogy, if one wanted to refine that golden divine liquid, one would also have to need a corresponding technique, and according to Care Win's guess, it should be a body refining technique. We have to find a suitable body refining technique as soon as possible, or else the golden divine liquid won't be able to be refined. Body refining techniques were relatively rare, and a body refining technique that could help Gu Feng survive a thunder tribulation would not be the kind of thing that sucked, which undoubtedly added to the difficulty and make him feel like his head hurt. Go to the Hall of Feats in the morning and look for it. The moonlight was soft and the night sky was silent. When Gu Feng woke up again, it was already light outside, and after hastily cleaning up, he headed for the Hall of Merit. Good morning, Elder Wu. Gu Feng gave a greeting and wanted to burrow into the Hall of Feats, but he didn't expect to be unable to move as soon as the other party grabbed his arm. You kid, do you have any sect contribution points on you? Just run inside? Gu Feng laughed dryly a few times. Elder Wu, I was just about to go out to earn points, so I came over ahead of time to see how many points would be needed to redeem the preferred technique, so as to avoid wasting time running back and forth. Get lost? No points not welcome. Elder Wu's eyelids fluttered. This kid treats the Hall of Merits as if it were an ordinary store, casually coming in to watch. If everyone followed suit, wouldn't he be busy? Okay, Elder Wu, I'll go right away. Gu Feng smiled and excused himself, and when the other party wasn't paying attention, he suddenly ran at high speed and rushed inside. Elder Wu, I'll see to it that I leave in a moment. This brat. Elder Wu smiled bitterly and cursed angrily, but he didn't pull him out of it. Gu Feng understands that it is not always possible to succeed in Taba, and without hesitation, he directly rushed to the 3rd floor. The ones on the 3rd floor were all mortal grade high grade techniques, and the number was a large portion less than the 1st floor. His eyes carefully skimmed over each of the feats. Most of the feats here were martial arts. There were very few feats, and there were very few body refining feats. It is hard to find a door. Read the introduction and lack of interest. This body refining technique, cultivated to the great success, is not necessarily as strong as their own physical body. Apparently useless. It seems that this outer sect doesn't have any good body refining techniques. Gu Feng muttered and didn't bother going to the 4th floor, going straight back down. What? By the looks of you don't see the merit laws in my outer sect's merit law hall. Elder Wu asked in surprise when he saw Gu Feng's frowning appearance. Elder Wu, our Sunset Cloud sect, do we have any powerful body refining techniques? Gu Feng asked, wrinkling his brows. Of course, no. Ancestor Lok Qingyan, who founded the Sunset Cloud sect, is a female cultivator. Do you think that a normal female cultivator would be willing to refine herself to the point where her muscles are thick-skinned, and her arms are even thicker than someone's calves? Is so pedal to the metal. I have a body refining technique here. Do you want to try it? How much? It's too expensive to buy. You brat. Opening and closing your mouth about money. Drilled into the eye of money? Elder Wu laughed and cursed, taking out a crumpled, yellowed cover of a merit law from his storage pouch. This elder also cultivates this body refining technique, which is guaranteed to be awesome. Elder Wu smiled smugly and handed the gong method to Gu Feng. The latter looked at the gongfu, and then looked at Elder Wu. The other party searched not trashy appearance. How to look at it is not like a body refining expert. Anyway, it doesn't cost anything, so it's a no-brainer. Gu Feng carefully read the first few pages and followed the instructions above and began to cultivate. The golden liquid that was swallowed into his body last night trembled slightly before returning to calm. Gu Feng's heart thumped, and in an instant, he was certain of two things. 1. The golden divine liquid did require a body refining technique to go along with it. Second, the body refining technique given by Elder Wu was not of sufficient grade. Elder Wu, this body refining technique is too difficult. I think I'd better raise my cultivation first. Gu Feng skimmed his lips and handed the body refining technique back to the other party. The latter had a haughty face, and his eyes were filled with the implication. Your kid's talent, cultivating it is indeed somewhat difficult. I just wanted to say something, but when I saw Gu Feng running away in a puff of smoke, it was clear that he didn't mean what he said. Stop right there, you brat. Do you think my body refining technique is too trashy? Elder Wu was so furious that his beard trembled as he cursed out towards Gu Feng's back. Chapter 46, Lok Ching-en. 5,000 years ago, a supreme genius with the heart of a pill refiner. Frowning, he walked out of the Hall of Feats, and the clamor of voices came to his ears, more lively than ever. Guide to Robbery, 20 Spirit Stones a copy, exclusively copied by the Vegetable Sect. Gu Feng fixed his eyes and was instantly happy. The work efficiency of the Vegetarian Women's Sect really wasn't something to sneeze at. It was a full 2 hours earlier than the original time of the sale. This senior sister, just how many people are there in your Vegetarian Girl Sect that you can copy so many copies out in one night? Gu Feng pulled a sister of the Vegetable Sect and asked curiously. 4 copies even if 10,000 cultivators work at the same time, each person will have to copy 4 copies, more than 12,000 names on one copy, spilling out about 30,000 words. Even with the cultivator's hand speed that surpassed normal people, each person copying 2 copies a night was already against the sky. 4 copies could not be accomplished no matter what. Not to mention that the Vegetable Sect did not have so many people. Former senior brother, it's you. Quickly help us buy it together. We're getting busy. That senior sister raised her eyes and looked down at Gu Feng, spreading a smile and said, oh, Gu Feng thought that he was fine anyway, so he helped sell it. Business on the scene was very hot, and there was a long line of cultivators buying the robbery guide, with cultivators constantly entering the line from afar. 20 spirit stones for a single elixir couldn't even be bought. It was dispensable for those outer disciples, and in order to avoid angering Gu Feng by robbing the wrong person, they were of course willing to come and buy it. We had the entire Vegetable Maiden Sect of 3,000 disciples last night, all of them copying all night, and even the sect master joined in. Between sales, the female cultivator climbed into conversation with Gu Feng. Senior Sister Chu has also joined in the scribbling? Gu Feng had a strange expression on his face. It was hard to imagine associating Chu Yuyi with the image of burying her head in her hands and scribbling. It can't be helped. We've emptied our family's pockets, not to mention even the sect master's old capital, in order to come up with that $5 million buyout fee. And she's also borrowed more than $10 million in external debt. At those words, Gu Feng's face was brilliant. He really did not expect that a mere $5 million could make the No. 1 organization of the Hall of the Outer Door, emptying his family's wealth, not to mention the external debt. Dare I say that the entire Vegetarian Women's Sect is not as rich as him. This is too poor. Will your sect master get angry if he can't earn back his capital? Gu Feng asked in a low voice as his heart stirred. More than angry. It's almost crazy. However, losing money is something impossible. We set up a total of 4 selling points, and in just 1 hour, we sold 6,000 copies. At this rate, it's likely that 50,000 copies won't be enough to sell for 6 months at the most, and then it'll be a net profit after that. Alas, happiness came too suddenly. Hunting demonic beasts is too bitter, and there is also the danger of getting injured and falling. So in the future, I can finally not have to do it. Sect Master and Senior Sister Chi, in high spirits, are still leading the disciples under their sect, writing furiously? The senior sister beside him said excitedly. Gu Feng's heart thumped and kept beating the drum, brainstorming about Chu Yuyi's furious appearance after this business was banned, and he couldn't help but shiver. Senior sister, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. There's going to be a celebration banquet tonight, and the sect master invites you to join him. Forget it, I have a date tonight. A celebration party? I'd rather not. In case I drink too much and spill the beans, I'm sure I won't be able to come back alive. I hope the outer sect won't ban this business so early. At least let the vegetarian sect earn their capital back. Gu Feng prayed in his heart as he walked, fearing what would come. That night, Gu Feng was invited to tea by Elder Lu. In addition to Elder Lu who received him, there were also several familiar elders such as Elder Wu. As soon as he entered, Elder Lu threw the robbery guide in front of Gu Feng, and then the elders rebuked them, to the effect that Gu Feng's behavior had greatly disrupted the balance of the outer sect, causing the competition to become monstrous. It must be strictly prohibited, and they decided to draw up a relevant prohibition order overnight and announce it to the entire outer sect tomorrow. I promise this is the first and last time, Gu Feng assured with a firm voice. This was expected. It just came a little earlier than expected. You're also a chi drawing realm cultivator now. If you want your cultivation to refine quickly, you still need to go to Carp Mountain. Don't cause trouble in the outer gate every day. Elder Wu glanced at Gu Feng and said, "What Elder Wu said?" Gu Feng responded obediently. "Is there anything else? If not, go back and rest." Seeing Gu Feng standing there frozen, Elder Lu was slightly surprised and asked, I am acutely aware of the mistake and promise not to do it again. But can you not issue a restraining order for a while?" asked Gu Feng tentatively. "Why?" "Because if I issue a restraining order, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death by Senior Sister Chu." When these words came out, Elder Lu froze, his heart somewhat curious. What does this have to do with Chu Yuyi fantasy? I've bought out the copying and selling rights of the robbery guide to her vegetarian girl sect for $5 million. Gu Feng said apprehensively. Ahem. Cough. When these words came out, all the elders, including Elder Lu, couldn't help but cough furiously. $5 million to buy out a robbery guide. This mother ***** are to not be so outrageous. Do not know still think that this is a supreme kung fu secret booklet? Practicing can be invincible. You just used this useless roster to screw her out of 5 million spirit stones? Elder Wu's eyes widened with an incredulous look. The roster is still useful. At least I can guarantee that the disciples who are on the roster won't be robbed tomorrow. Gu Feng responded in a low voice. I was going to pay for it and have them copy it for me, but they ended up bullying me into buying out this robbery guide, and I've refused. It's no use. Under normal circumstances, you'll be able to recover your capital in 5 months. But who knew you guys were going to put a ban on this? Gu Feng also cried out in injustice. At least at the very beginning, he really hadn't thought of pitting the vegetable sect. Your kid must have thought of this a long time ago, or you wouldn't have sold it. Elder Wu slanted his eyes and said, Gu Feng, this brat was as shrewd as a monkey. How could he give up his monthly income of over $1 million and sell it at a cabbage price of $5 million? No one in their right mind would do that. He ironically did it on purpose. I really don't know what to say about you. There are so many disciples in the Sunset Cloud sect. Can't you change the pit? Get lost if you're fine. Elder Lu was speechless and cursed out with a laugh. Fine. I'll go. But that restraining order? A few of us will study it properly this time and make sure there are no loopholes before enacting it, lest we let you take advantage of it again. By the end of next month at the latest. Great. Gu Feng cheered, really wanting to rush up and hug Elder Lu for a kiss. His phrase, do your research, literally saved the day. At least for the next half of the month, Chu Yuyi Fantasy wouldn't look for trouble from him. On the second day of distributing the resources, Yen Ruwashi came over to tell him that the chief elder of the pill refining hall had gone out. Then what are you waiting for? Go! Following Yen Ruwashi, he made his way to the pill refining hall. The pill refining hall in front of him caused Gu Feng to freeze for a long time, giving birth to an unrealistic feeling. This hall of pill refineries. Are you trying to say that this pill refining hall is too grandiose? Yen Ruwashi's two eyes curved up in an I knew it look. You should know about the ancestor of the Sunset Cloud sect, Lok Ching Yen. She had a strong cultivation talent, but she was bent on becoming a pill refiner. In the entire Sunset Cloud sect, there was only this pill refining hall, which she personally supervised the construction of. The inner gate today is still expanded because there are too many disciples. So that's how it was. Gu Feng had a face of realization. No wonder when naming the peaks of the inner sect, the names of the medicinal herbs were used. Dare I say that this ancestor falling green smoke had the heart of a pill refiner. This ancestor, which is really interesting, is unfortunately a character from more than 5,000 years ago. Chapter 47 can understand, but can't accept this reality. When he walked into the hall of pill refining, he felt a medicinal fragrance coming from his nose. The disciples, in twos and threes, gathered together to discuss terms that Gu Feng couldn't understand, and some of them had faces that were scorched black, looking like they had just failed at alchemy. Seeing Yen Ruwashi bring strangers in, they only slightly showed a look of surprise and didn't come forward to ask questions, as if they were accustomed to this kind of thing. Has a stranger come in here? Well, there are often disciples out there who find the Dan formula and want us to refine the pills on top of it. Yen Ruwashi spoke in a low voice. These are the places where the elders usually give lectures. After circling around several classroom-like places, the temperature rose steeply. Yen Ruwashi seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago, and Gu Feng didn't ask too many questions. Following her as she opened a stone door and a downward step appeared in front of her. below is the place where we refine pills. There is a cluster of spirit high-grade flames there. That cluster of flames is still. Yen Ruwashi, who was walking ahead, explained. About a few dozen meters down, a large circular field appeared, and there was a stone door on the wall around the field, and there was a vague buzzing sound that came out from inside some of the doors. These stone doors that make noises mean that someone is refining pills inside. Don't go over and knock on the door, or else they will have to blame you for refining bad pills, and will inevitably have to pay out some spirit stones. After saying this, seeing Gu Feng's wary look, Yen Ruwashi snorted and laughed. Lying to you, even if you're knocking through the stone door, you still won't hear any sound inside. It's all guarded by formations. Yen Ruwashi found an unused alchemy room, pushed the door in, and closed the formation. The alchemy room was not big, probably about the same size as the room in Gu Feng's small courtyard, and in the center of the alchemy room, there was a three-legged alchemy furnace, which looked somewhat similar to the alchemy furnace of Lord Taishan. There was an array connecting the spirit fire underneath the alchemy furnace, and there were vague flames running out from the walls of the alchemy furnace, yet the temperature was still quite comfortable. Gu Feng sighed. This is the subtlety of the formation. Not only communicates the spirit fire, but also isolates the temperature. Otherwise the alchemist pills are not refined. The first step to become dried meat. I'm not very good at teaching people. Why don't you tell me what kind of pills you're inclined to learn to refine? Yen Ruwashi sat down in front of the Dan furnace, embarrassed. I want to refine the kind of elixir that is relatively rare, profitable, and not very difficult. Gu Feng said without thinking. Do you think there will be this kind of elixir? Yen Ruwashi asked back with a strange expression on her face. Probably not. Gu Feng rubbed his nose. Why don't you explain the pills you know to me? Aha! Gu Feng listened and recorded, and also asked from time to time about the prices of various spirit medicines, as well as the time needed for refining, taking out a small abacus and snapping it to calculate. Yen Ruwashi looked amused and knew that he was calculating which elixir to refine to maximize his benefits, so he did not interrupt. The two of them explained and calculated. Without realizing it, 2 hours passed. How about it? Have you figured out what kind of elixir you want to refine? Yen Ruwashi asked with a smile on her face as she rested her chin on both hands. For some reason, she liked to see Gu Feng's kind of, obviously rich, but still defiantly pursuing money. Bone cleansing pill it is. This kind of synthesis has the highest profit and is applicable to any body refinement realm cultivator. Gu Feng said in a deep voice. Well, it's true that the bone cleansing pill is in short supply, but it's so difficult that you won't necessarily be able to learn it. Yen Ruwashi said with a slight frown. Every disciple in the outer sex pill refining hall wished to refine the bone cleansing pill, but unfortunately, only a mere dozens of them could actually do so successfully, and the yield is not high. 12 hours a day, without sleep or rest, can only refine 2 furnaces, each furnace at most out of 4 or 5. So many disciples of the proper pill refining hall were unable to successfully refine pills. Could Gu Feng do it? However, in order not to discourage Gu Feng, Yen Ruwashi didn't say anything, but just smiled and said, okay, I'll teach you. I'm gifted, so instruct me directly on refining. 1 furnace would take nearly 5 hours. Gu Feng didn't have the patience to wait that long, and would have to do it himself from the start. Good thing too, you wouldn't necessarily be able to read it anyway, so why don't you just get on with it? Only Yen Ruwashi opened her storage bag and took out dozens of spiritual medicines, as well as a small scale, 1 or 2 scented candle herbs, 3 green lotus fruits, 3 xianbing flowers. Soon, she neatly arranged dozens of spirit medicines on a white cloth and brought them to Gu Feng. I've prepared all the required spirit medicines. We'll start refining later. I'll be in charge of guiding, and you'll be in charge of throwing the refined medicines and controlling the fire according to my requirements. Understood. It's very simple. Gu Feng was confident. This was a mechanized process. Practice it 2 or 3 times and naturally become familiar with it. I really don't know why these disciples of the Hall of Pill Refinement would find it difficult to refine. Zira. A large mass of fire sprang out, burning the furnace in front of him to a reddish color, and the temperature in the alchemy room suddenly soared. Turn down the flame. Is this enough? Slightly bigger. Now what? A tiny bit smaller. Oh, well, is that about right? Maintain it for a while so that the walls of the furnace are fully heated. Add scented candles and herbs. Got it. I'll throw it. Hiss, it's hot. Let's start over. You threw half the joss sticks out there. Looking at the scented candle grass stuck to the outer wall of the alchemy furnace, Gu Feng's cheeks burned. The smack in the face came too soon, and this was only the first step, and he messed it up. It's better if you refine it once first. Gu Feng scratched his head, embarrassed. It's fine. My first time wasn't much better than yours. Yen Ruwashi smiled and comforted. Buzz. Yen Ruwashi moved beautifully, even with the simple action of throwing an elixir. Unconsciously, time passed quickly, with Yen Ruwashi letting out a dainty cry, up. the spirit fire suddenly went out, and the small cover on the top of the alchemy furnace violently rushed out, and along with the small cover, there were several pills. Yen Ruwashi's eyes were quick, and she leaped high into the air, grabbing the elixir into her hands. How many have been refined? Gufeng rushed over and asked with both eyes glowing. 5. Yen Ruwashi smiled sweetly and silently breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Finally she hadn't lost face in front of Gufeng. 5 had already tied her. The record for refining bone cleansing Dan in a single furnace. Amazing! Gufeng exclaimed without mincing words, his eyes filled with envy. Yen Ruwashi's success added endless confidence to him. Over the next few days, he skillfully mastered each step and began to refine them individually. However, the result was a great disappointment to him, and despite care and caution, he was unable to avoid blowing up the oven. This alchemy is too difficult. Gufeng's face was scorched black as he lay on his back and wailed out. He had never felt that there was one thing that was harder than alchemy. Ruwashi, what exactly is alchemy talent? After resting for a moment, Gufeng couldn't help but ask. I don't know. This thing called alchemy talent. Even the elders of the Hall of Alchemy can't say anything about it. According to my understanding, the fact that you can refine successful pills is called having talent. Can you understand if I explain it this way? Yen Ruwashi asked tentatively. I think I understand, but I can't accept this harsh reality. Gufeng certainly understands, just like those monsters encountered in the 9-year compulsory education, clearly in the same classroom, learning the same knowledge, spending the same amount of time, but some people get full marks every time they take the test, while he can only barely pass. To put it bluntly, there is no talent. It is results-oriented. You have talent if your cultivation progresses quickly and you master martial arts quickly, and vice versa. Then are you still learning alchemy? Yen Ruwashi squatted beside Gufeng and asked in a low voice. Learn. For the sake of spirit stones, I have to learn even without talent. I believe that hard work pays off in the end. Get me some books related to pill refining over here. I want to learn, study, and refine at the same time. A mere bone cleansing pill. If you can't do it, you have to give it to me to do it. Gufeng, who was in the midst of his bravado, did not hear, deep in the earth, a contemptuous laugh faintly ringing out. Ha! Chapter 48 Brand New Marketing Tactics. Crazy Chu Yudi Fantasy. Yen Ruwashi also had to cultivate, and it wasn't good to keep her company all the time. Therefore, Gufeng asked her to find herself a pill refining room, and be alone in it, closed for painstaking research. For more than 10 days, Gufeng ate and lived inside, and he had to blow up the furnace dozens of times every day. If it wasn't for his strong physical body, he would probably have to explain himself there. Alchemy is not only a technical job, but also a double test for the body as well as the will. At this moment, his eyes were slightly sunken, his hair was disheveled, his robes were ragged, and his body was scorched black, but his eyes were gleaming and burning as he stared at the alchemy furnace. He had never had such a tense moment, and after 500 or 600 failures, success was finally on the horizon. Buzz! With a slight metallic trembling sound, the lid above the Dan furnace flew out violently, and Gufeng leaped high into the air, grabbing a few arcane lights into his hands. Ha 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 ha, I did it! I did it! He yelled in excitement and rushed out of the alchemy room. With a bang, he collided head-on with a disciple of the pill refining hall. Who are you? The disciple covered his forehead with a pained look. Please address me as the god of pills, Gufeng said proudly, and quickly came to the ground under that disciple's dumbfounded gaze. Come on, another crazy one. This is already the 7th disciple who has gone crazy from refining this year. Right, Ruwashi, I did it. He came straight to Yen Ruwashi's usual place where he was studying the pill formula and roared loudly. What? Did you succeed? Yen Ruwashi hurriedly threw down the books in her hands and quickly stepped to Gufeng's front, her eyes looking at the other party's palm in surprise. 9. You refined 9 in one furnace? Seeing the bulging 9 pills in Gufeng's hands, Yen Ruwashi was completely shocked. The bone cleansing pill was known for its difficulty. Even the elders of the Hall of Pill Refineries would have a hard time refining 9 of them in one furnace. And Gufeng had actually succeeded. That flavor, properly authentic. The key quality is not bad. 6 runes even appeared on it. Obviously has reached the peak of the middle stage of the mortal product. Could it be that you really are a genius in pill refining? Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. Gufeng laughed triumphantly. Test the potency. As she spoke, Yen Ruwashi pulled Gufeng to an artifact that somewhat resembled a compass and placed an elixir into one of the grooves. In the next moment, the compass shook slightly and was accompanied by a faint flash of light, and the pointer on it trembled. How is it? Is this elixir okay? Gufeng asked in a low voice. Yen Ruwashi's brows were furrowed and her eyes were full of confusion. Obviously there are 6 runes. The medicinal fragrance is also very strong, and the particles are full. But why is the medicinal effect so weak? Almost only 1/3 of the same grade bone cleansing Dan. How long did you refine this elixir? Yen Ruwashi turned her head and asked. 1 hour. What? It was refined in an hour? Gu Feng's reply caused Yen Ruwashi to be taken aback, her pair of soulful eyes nearly bulging out. Immediately afterward, she murmured from the sidelines, how is it possible that it was successfully refined in an hour? That doesn't make sense. What's so unreasonable? I improved the refining method, reduced the cost and sped up the speed. Isn't the medicinal effect bad? Gu Feng asked apprehensively. In the alchemy room, after studying for a few days, he realized that if he wanted to refine a proper bone-cleansing dan, it would be almost impossible for him to do so without talent. And so, he began to find another way to improve the elixir by increasing the ratio and throwing order of the elixir. It turned out to be an instant success. Not only did it only take an hour to refine a furnace, but it also produced 9 at once. What? You improved the formula and refining method? Yen Ruwashi's pupils contracted violently. This bone-cleansing pills formula, which had been refined over 1,000 times, had long reached a point where it could not be taken any further. Find a spirit beast and try the medicine. If it was a new refining method, this testing would be problematic, and the only way to finally judge the effect was to let the spirit beast try it out for itself. Soon, Yen Ruwashi found a demonic beast with a snow-white body, similar in appearance to a mouse, and tens of times larger in size than a mouse, which was a spiritual beast that the pill refining hall specifically used to test medicines. Feed it 1. Gu Feng fed an elixir into the mouth of the little white mouse, and it wasn't long before the latter revealed an expression of enjoyment. Yen Ruwashi stared intently at the spirit beast, and from time to time, she stretched out her finger and tapped it on the little white mouse's forehead, sensing the changes within its body. Well, did it work? Gu Feng asked nervously. There is an effect, but the medicinal effect is only 1/3 of it. It is not considered a true bone-cleansing dan. Yen Ruwashi pursed her lips. Only 1/3? Ah, it's not bad. The price is cheaper. Someone should buy it. Gu Feng said with some uncertainty. If there are no side effects, someone will definitely buy it. By the way, what's your cost? Each furnace is only 1/10 of the original. Gu Feng replied truthfully. Observe it for a while longer, and if there are no side effects, you can sell it to the outside world. They are all cultivators, and whether or not the elixir has any side effects can be known as soon as it is eaten, and it does not require a long period of clinical trials. Unexpectedly, after Yen Ruwashi had just finished saying these words, a pained look appeared on that little white mouse's face, only to see its legs intensifying and its eyes wandering around as if it was searching for something. The next moment, it whooshed out, picked up an unknown artifact, and put it under its butt. Wow! Put! The sound rang out, accompanied by a disgusting odor. Yen Ruwashi and Gu Feng glanced at each other, both of them seeing embarrassment in the other's eyes. This elixir has no other side effects, except diarrhea. Yen Ruwashi whispered. This kind of elixir, even if the price was cheaper, it would still be hard for people to pay for it. However, Gu Feng didn't think much of it. After all, the effects of this elixir were genuine. Diarrhea couldn't kill him, so as long as the price was attractive enough, someone would definitely buy it. After all, a true bone-cleansing pill was a rare elixir that was hard to buy. The big deal is to sit on the toilet and cultivate. In a world where martial arts is respected, strength is king, and this drawback is harmless. Thinking of this, Gu Feng said to Yen Ruwashi in a deep voice, I'm going to refine this kind of elixir in bulk and sell it. Sin Bone Pill. This was the name Gu Feng had given to this pill. You're too damaging. Don't you think you can't tell the difference between sin and wash unless you look closely? Looking at the busy Gu Feng, Yen Ruwashi covered her mouth and snickered. Gu Feng not only changed the word wash to sin, but also made the appearance of the package the same as the authentic bone-cleansing pill. And it was only after Gu Feng reminded her of this that she realized the mystery, and that she couldn't notice the abnormality at all without a closer look. Hey, it's a marketing tactic. Gu Feng laughed. What price are you going to set? How much is a real bone cleanser? A bottle of 9, roughly 20,000 spirit stones, and if you take one alone, you can sell it for 2,500 spirit stones, Yen Ruwashi said after some thought. Okay, let's set it based on that price. Will this not be too good? Yen Ruwashi said with some concern. If an outer disciple bought back a fake at the price of an authentic bone-cleansing pill, he would probably come looking for trouble the next day. I've thought about the after-sales piece as well. Please see what this is? Gu Feng took out a small wooden board from his storage pouch, on which were clearly written a few big words. Fake 1, compensate 3, children and old men. Big deal. I'll just give him 4 bottles, and I'm going to get mad at anyone who makes a scene. At these words, Yen Ruwashi was dumbfounded. Ruwashi, take the spirit stones here and help me buy 4 million spirit stones of herbs, then find a way to help me find a large alchemy room that possesses at least 10 alchemy furnaces. I'm going to go all out on alchemy for a while. Just as Gu Feng was immersed in alchemy, the outer sect issued a ban near the end of the month. To be precise, This ban only had a huge impact on the vegetarian sect, and had very little effect on ordinary disciples. Gu Feng, this thousand-dagger bastard. Where is he? I'll chop him up. Tearing the prohibition order in his hand, the more Chu Yui Mirage thought about it, the more angry she became. No wonder this kid had previously bought out the robbery guide to them so easily. Dare I say that he had already known that there would be such a day. She was furious, her head full of dark hair dancing wildly as she shouldered a 40-meter-long greatsword and led a group of people from the vegetable lady sect towards Gu Feng's small courtyard with great vigor. She was truly furious. The outer sect's paper ban had caused her to directly lose 4 million spirit stones, causing her and the vegetable sect, who were already not wealthy, to be on the verge of bankruptcy. Over the past month, all the disciples of the vegetable maiden sect had gone out to hunt demonic beasts and had slacked off a lot. Even more outrageous was Chu Yui Fantasy, who thought she had gotten a golden chicken that would lay eggs, and directly started the early consumption mode. Today, she is poor and in a lot of foreign debt, just waiting for the end of the month to make a profit to pay off the debt. And it's come to this. Gu Feng, you pitiful bastard, come out here. Chapter 49, Let the Vegetarian Women's Sect, to rent land to repair toilets? The line of people from the vegetable woman sect was as aggressive as a hurricane, sweeping all the way to the front of Gu Feng's small courtyard. Ting ting, Chu Yui Fantasy crossed his sword, his face full of anger, and stood at the main entrance of the small courtyard. Surround the small courtyard for me, and don't allow a single fly to fly out of it. Yes, Cheating also had a scowl on her face, leading a group of female cultivators to surround the small courtyard with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Gu Feng, come out, you pitbull. The crowd of female cultivators chirped in unison, causing passers-by to gather around and look sideways, all wondering what kind of hurtful things this Gu Feng had done to make the vegetable sect put on such a big show. Move over, what's going on in there? Wu Qi, who just happened to come over to look for Gu Feng, squeezed through the crowd, and the scene in front of him made him freeze, and then his neck shrank, and he wanted to leave quietly. The vegetable sect was no good, and he didn't dare to risk his head. However, he was still seen by Chu Yui Hui. Stop, do you know where Gu Feng is? Chu Yui Hui didn't even call out her former senior brother and directly called out Gu Feng's name. How could Wu Qi not know that this was a sign of anger to the extreme? Looking at the other party's fierce eyes, he had a jolt and whispered back, Senior Sister Chu, I haven't seen my former brother for a long time either. Oh, Chu Yui Fantasy dodged and came to Wu Qi's front, a pair of beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, scrutinizing the other party up and down. You're snake and rat with him, would you not know where he is? I really don't know, I want to find him too? The corner of Wu Qi's mouth twitched slightly. The phrase snakes and rats in a nest could be used just right. Crouch down and hold your head with both hands. The day Gu Feng doesn't show up, the day you stay here for me, Chu Yui Mirage said in a cold voice. Squatting is not good. It's not good. It's faceless. Or just stand here. With my humble skill, I'm afraid of running away? Wu Qi said with a bitter smile. So many people are watching. Squatting down and holding his head is weirdly embarrassing. Either lie down or squat. Choose for yourself. Chu Yui Hui glanced at him angrily. The latter didn't give it much thought. Whooshed and squatted down, holding his head with both hands in a pitiful manner. Sect Master, this brat Gu Feng isn't here. Most likely he's run away. Just then, Cheating came over with a frown and whispered, Impossible, outside Cho Tian is eyeing him. He must still be outside the outer door. Chu Yu Yao Yao said with certainty. Gu Feng had killed Qiu Zhe and completely offended Cho Tian to death. In this situation, it was impossible for him to go out of the outer gate. This kid was so refined. How could he possibly give Cho Tian an opportunity to take advantage of it? Who among you knows Gu Feng's whereabouts? Chu Yuyi Hui asked aloud as she swept her gaze around. Half a month ago, I watched the former brother with Yen Ruoshi, of the Pill Refining Hall. A disciple came forward to curry favor and said, This is the 5th most stunning heavenly maiden of the inner sect. If he can get acquainted in front of her eyes, the benefits will be endless. Ah, in the Hall of Pill Refining? I should have thought of that. Chu Yuyi Hui murmured, and then looked at the disciple, an appreciative look appearing in his eyes. Very good. What is your name? Upon hearing this, that disciple looked excited. Was this senior sister Chu going to give herself a reward? Hurrying back, he said, Senior disciple's name is Ho Zisong. Ho Zisong, you're very good. When I catch this brat Gu Feng, I'll tell him, the one who betrayed him was an outer disciple named Ho Zisong. Upon this statement, Wu Qi, who was squatting on the ground, directly could not hold back his laughter, while that Ho Zisong was directly confused. There was also sparse laughter from all around. Go to the Pill Refining Hall. To come and go like the wind was the most appropriate description of the vegetable sex group, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Pill Refining in great numbers. When they arrived, Yen Ruoshi had just happened to return from purchasing medicinal herbs, and the latter saw Wu Qi. who was surrounded in the center, as well as Chu Yui Hui's unkind face, and Cat her back, trying to blend into the hall of pill refining through the side door. Ruwashi. Hi, senior sister Chu. What a coincidence. I have something to do right now, so I'll excuse myself. As the words fell, Yen Ruwashi ran away in a puff of smoke. This caused Chu Yui Hui to let out a cold laugh, and in her heart, she was already certain that this brat Gufeng must be hiding here. Thinking that I won't be able to catch you if you hide in the pill refining hall? You guys wait here, I'll go in and pull that kid out. After a simple explanation, Chu Yui Hui also followed and entered the pill refining hall. Chu Yui Mirage was beautiful and gifted, with a noble temperament that ordinary people did not have, and her appearance made the original group of pill refining hall disciples, who were drilling the way of pill refining without any distractions, present their eyes bright and agitated. Which direction did Yen Ruwashi go? Going to the alchemy room. The alchemy hall disciple who was pulled to ask for directions was so excited that the corners of his mouth were shivering, and his eyes were a bit dumbfounded. It was truly a triple blessing. Chu Yui Fantasy had also briefly cultivated in the outer sect, and was familiar with the terrain of the outer sect's pill refining hall, and in a moment, she arrived at the underground alchemy room. Gufeng, senior sister Chu has come to the door. What should we do? In an alchemy room located on the second basement level. As soon as Yen Ruwashi entered the place, she vigilantly closed the door and also turned on the formation at full power. Is it the end of the month so soon? Gufeng, who had just finished refining a batch of pills and was currently resting, said with a slight frown on his brow, but without any semblance of nervousness on his face. During this period of time, he was immersed in alchemy, day and night, watching a furnace of pills being successfully refined, his heart surging, and he had long left this matter behind. You're not worried that she'll hit the door? Seeing Gufeng's emboldened demeanor, Yen Ruwashi was surprised. Hey, this is the hall of pill refining. How dare she fight her way in? Even if she dares to fight her way in, I'm afraid she won't be able to break through the formations here. Besides, she's not like that. Gufeng skimmed his lips. What a high opinion of her. You made her lose 4 million spirit stones, Yen Ruwashi said with a bit of a grimace. It's dangerous to do business, and there's a black and white contract to prove it. She's not such an unreasonable person. Gufeng remained breezy, not panicking at all. Do you believe this statement yourself? Yen Ruwashi glanced at Gufeng speechlessly. 4 million spirit stones, even for inner disciples, it was an astronomical sum. Not everyone was as bold as Gufeng. Buying a single alchemy medicinal herb, he could throw away millions. Do you already have a countermeasure? That's why you are emboldened? Yen Ruwashi asked with a suspicious face as if she had thought of something. Ruwashi, who knows me? You are truly my soulmate. Gufeng took out a piece of roasted meat and tore a few bites, saying with an appreciative face. This gave Yen Ruwashi an indescribable joy, and her eyes curved up like the moon. Compensation money might calm her anger and get the matter over with, but it's not the best thing to do, and besides, I don't have the money to pay. The best way is to find her a way to earn money and recoup her previous losses due to the outer sect ban. Oh, are you not asking her to help sell the Sin Bone Dan? This is a good way to dump the name of fraudulent sales on the head of the vegetarian lady sect, Yen Ruwashi said with an uplifted expression. Her only concern about the Sin Bone pill was that it would tarnish Gufeng's image. With the vegetable sect as the wrongdoer, she rejoiced in her heart, or rather, she was happy as long as Gufeng's image wasn't tarnished. I'm a cutie. What? I'd have to be heartbroken to death if I gave her a profiteering product like Sin Bone pill to sell, Gufeng said breathlessly. Chu Yui Fantasy is bound to be guarding the outside of the alchemy room, so we don't need to worry about her for the time being, and when I've finished refining the remaining pills, I'll go back to talk to her about earning money, Gufeng said with a confident expression. Immediately after that, activating the formation beside him, the spirit fire rose, 10 alchemy furnaces simultaneously emitted metallic chirping sounds, and a handful of medicinal herbs were dazzlingly thrown into them, similar to an assembly line. Yen Ruwashi, who was on the side, couldn't help her eyelids jumping every time she saw him alchemize in this way. This efficiency was inevitably too high, to the point where it was a sight to behold. Gufeng's every movement, every throw of the elixir, was like a set program, fast and accurate, not beautiful but extremely efficient. At first, she had tried to help Gufeng refine it together, but after a few attempts, she helplessly realized that as a genius of the Hall of Pill Refineries herself, she was unable to learn Gufeng's refining techniques. It was certain that Gufeng's every step was frankly displayed in front of her eyes, and even the key steps and know-how were not hidden in the slightest, and had even been specifically taught on their own. Rather, Yen Ruwashi was still unable to produce 9 pills in a single furnace like Gufeng, let alone operate 10 furnaces at the same time. Gufeng, perhaps you are an alchemy genius. In response to what Yen Ruwashi had said no less than 100 times, Gufeng only smiled faintly. He also couldn't figure out why he clearly didn't have alchemy talent. yet he was able to smoothly concoct imposter bone-cleansing Dan, and every furnace produced 9 pills without any discrepancy at all. Up, with Gu Feng's soft drink, the formation isolated the spirit fire, and the lids above the 10 Dan furnaces burst open at the same time, and a ray of spirit light rushed out from within. Old rules, you're in charge of these Dan furnaces, I'll take care of the rest. Yen Ruoshi and Gu Feng both cooperated well, simultaneously leaping high into the air, their forearms flashing rapidly, accurately grasping each and every elixir, bottled, sealed and labeled in one fell swoop. The two of them smiled at each other. Yen Ruoshi began weighing the herbs, Gu Feng warmed the furnace, and soon entered a new round of refining. In the depths of the alchemy room's floor, amidst the burning spirit fire, a pair of eyes made of flame illusion were filled with a look of surprise and incomprehension, and vaguely some envy. Gu Feng the brat, I don't believe you won't come out. At the entrance of the alchemy room on the second underground floor, Chu Yuyi Fantasy sat cross-legged on the ground, a pair of eyes staring deathly at the stone door of the alchemy room, fully concentrated, fearing that someone in it would take advantage of her inattention and slip away. This state she had been in for 3 whole days. Just as she drifted off to sleep, there was a loud boom and the stone door opened. As soon as she saw Gu Feng's figure, Chu Yuyi Hui's sleepiness disappeared, and she walked ferociously, grabbing Gu Feng's collar and lifting his entire body up. Boy, I thought you lived in there your whole life? You pitiful bastard. You already knew that the outer sect would come out with a ban, and in order to stall for time, you even went and begged Elder Lu to delay the ban until the end of the month, to make my vegetarian girl sect directly lose 4 million spirit stones, plus this month's loss. You need to compensate me a total of 6 million spirit stones. Pay back the money. If you don't pay back the money today, I'll die with you. Chu Yuyi Hui's beautiful eyes glared round. Grabbing Gu Feng was a frantic output, drooling like rain on Gu Feng's face, the latter breathlessly wiping it off frantically with his sleeve robe. Senior Sister Chu, just speak. Can you not spray saliva and get it all over my face? Once these words came out, Chu Yuyi Hui's glossy face swished red, and only then did she notice that she had lost her temper, and her aura had weakened by a few points. Anyway, you have to pay it back. Money I really don't have. Don't believe me? Go and see. Gu Feng took off the storage bag on his waist and opened it to Chu Yuyi Hui's eyes. I'm poor now, too, and paying it back is definitely out of the question. However, I can bring you to earn money. Gu Feng smiled faintly, revealing 2 rows of large, neat white teeth. Still want to screw me over? Believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you to laugh. Chu Yuyi Hui raised her eyebrows. Gu Feng's laugh always gave her the feeling that she was going to pit people again. Senior Sister Chu, trust me, this time, I guarantee that you will make money. Not only will you be able to recoup your previous losses, but you will also be able to make a huge profit. As he spoke, Gu Feng made a wink towards Yen Ruoshi, who took out a small book from her storage pouch and handed it to Chu Yuyi Hui with a strange expression on her face. This again? What's the list this time? How much is the buyout fee? Chu Yuyi Hui asked with a cold face. Elder sister, this is Gu Feng's business map that was formulated specifically for your vegetarian nun sect, so take a look at it first, Yen Ruoshi said in a serious manner, but she couldn't hide the laughter between her brows. If you dare to lie to me again, I'll make you look good. Chu Yuyi Mirage lightly grunted and took the small book in Yen Ruoshi's hands, flipping it open and quickly skimming through it. Kid, have you eaten your bear's heart and leopard's guts and want to play me again? How dare you make me, the vegetarian girls sect, rent land to repair toilets? Chapter 50. There is no most pitiful, only more pitiful. Senior Sister Chu, you're excited, but don't spit all over the place, okay? Gu Feng stretched out his arm with a speechless face and wiped it on his face. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to your vegetarian girls' gate to talk about it in detail, whether it is a snub or not. With your intelligence, can you still not tell the difference? Hearing Gu Feng say that, a hint of arrogance appeared on Chu Yuyi Hui's face. Since this brat dared to follow her back to the vegetarian girl sect, he might really be able to spit out a few ivory tusks. Yen Ruoshi and Gu Feng, following Chu Yuyi Hui, came straight to the vegetarian lady's gate. Sect master, has this kid paid back the money? As soon as he entered the door, Shi Tingting greeted him. There was more than a hint of visible haggardness in her pretty face, and she had been heartbroken over the past few days. Loss of 4 million spirit stone, huge amount of money for no reason, so that the Sunu door greatly injured. The next month's salary cannot be issued. Those who joined the disciples of the Sunu door is not for no reason to listen to the people sent. When people little brother, you have to give the resources to support In addition, the 1-month gap period made their economy even more distressed, and if they didn't come back with the 6 million spirit stones, there was a high probability that the vegetable girl sect would have to lose a large number of talents. Senior Sister Chi, do I look like a rich man to you? Gu Feng shrugged and laughed. Ting ting, gather everyone and prepare for a meeting. Shu Yui Fantasy was also in a buoyant mood, not being able to get the spirit stones. The vegetable maiden could hold out until next month, but she herself really couldn't hold out any longer. During this month, she borrowed spirit stones from all over the place, bought a few heavenly materials and treasures that she had previously desired but could not afford, and ruthlessly experienced the enviable life of a rich woman with an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. In a few more days, the satisfaction from before was going to lead to a backlash. If the inner sect knew that they couldn't pay back the money they owed, would they not become a laughingstock? As for the inner sect, the vegetable maiden sect, their group could only barely live for this. Wanting to borrow spirit stones from there to pay off their debts was simply impossible. Chu Yuyihui was already standing on the edge of a cliff. Soon after, Cheatingting led more than 20 senior members of the outer sect vegetarian women's sect into a spacious hall, closed the doors and opened the meeting. The main purpose of this meeting is to solve the economic crisis of my vegetarian women's sect. Chu Yui phantom to the top of a seat, showing a lingering momentum, quite a look of an old leader, said a large nonsense opening, so that Gu Feng listened to extraordinarily kind, straight smile. Senior sister Chu, can you be more concise? My time is precious, don't interrupt. All in all, it's that we're poor right now and desperately need to earn money. Chu Yuihui glared at Gu Feng and summarized briefly. Sect master, make Gu Feng pay back the money. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have gotten to such a miserable point. A female cultivator sitting next to Cheatingting said in a cold voice. Her comment was met with a neat chorus of voices returning the money as almost everyone else catered to her. Don't. Sisters, if I remember correctly, you were the ones who forced me to buy out the exclusive rights to Robbery Guide to you at that time. Right, but I refused several times. Doing business is risky. Both of us have black and white paper as proof. Even if we sue to the outer sect elder core, it's also you who are at a disadvantage. Gu Feng said smilingly, not being intimidated by the group of female cultivators. At those words, Cheatingting looked up at Chu Yuyihui in the upper seat, and a touch of annoyance surfaced in the latter's beautiful eyes. It was no exaggeration to say that today's tragic situation in the vegetarian girls' sect was all contributed by her alone. Don't mention the past. Chu Yuyihui once again glared fiercely at Gu Feng. Here's a copy of Gu Feng's business plan. You guys pass it around to each other. After a long time, everyone had finished reading that business plan, and their eyes rose in anger. Renting land? Building toilets to rent to outer disciples? What kind of entrepreneurial program is this? It's more like saying it's a pit plan, or a self-burying plan. Outer disciples indeed can't avoid going to the toilet, but the accommodation area has although crowded some. Can the cultivation of the outer disciples hold a few hours? No difficulty at all. Who will be stupid not to spend money to go to the toilet, but also to rent a special toilet for their own long-term use? Braindead won't do so. Senior sisters, I have previously understood that within the outer sect area, to the south, there is a very large area of mixed mud and rocks. Originally the sect wanted to use it to plant spiritual rice and other spiritual food, but unfortunately the soil were not suitable at all, and it has been deserted until now. If you want to lease it all, you can get it done with a maximum of 500,000 spirit stones. On that piece of land, at least 10,000 toilet cultivation rooms can be built. The total cost won't be more than $2 million, and if each of them is leased out at 100 spirit stones per month, you'll have $1 million in revenue. Of course, the monthly rent cannot solve your immediate problem. You have to engage in annual rent, so that in a short period of time, back to $10 million of capital, not only will the cost recovery, but also make up for the previous loss. More can be wildly earned 5 million. Before Gu Feng could finish his words, intermittent skepticism came from all around. Great idea, but who is going to rent these toilets? Chu Yuyihui, who was in the upper seat. Her eyes flashed as she caught the keyword in Gu Feng's words, toilet cultivation room. 3 more words than a mere toilet, with a very different meaning. You have a way to force people into the toilets to cultivate? Chu Yuyi Fantasy's question hit the nail on the head. In order to successfully rent out these toilets, one would definitely have to find a way to force them. Senior sister Chu was wise beyond her years. I admire you. Gu Feng smiled and flattered, before signaling Yan Ruoshi, who was beside him, to take out the pills. Everyone, after the last time I was interviewed by Elder Lu, I began to rack my brain on how to recover the losses for you. After my hard work day and night, I finally developed an elixir that can change the cultivation habits of the outer sect's body refining realm disciples. Gentlemen, please take a look. What is this? As he spoke, Gu Feng raised the sin bone pill in his hand high and displayed it towards the female cultivators. Bone cleansing pill? Cheatingting exclaimed, grabbing the elixir, opening it and placing it at her nostrils to sniff it. Her eyes lit up. Bone cleansing Dan, the best elixir applicable to any body refining realm. The entire outer gate is in short supply. Money may not necessarily be able to buy. Currently a bottle of 9 priced at a staggering 20,000 spirit stones, a true luxury. You can batch refine bone cleansing, Dan? The eyes of Chu Yuyi Fantasy in the upper seat flashed, and she immediately walked quickly. Then what's the point of building a toilet? Quickly take 200 bottles of bone cleansing Dan out, to offset the debt. Senior Sister Chu, the bone cleansing Dan that very few people in the outer sex pill refining hall even refine. Do you think I can refine it? Gu Feng smiled and shook his head. This group of female cultivators had bad eyes and froze, not realizing the difference between sin and wash, which was of course to be expected. After all, not everyone is like him, suffered from laby. Yuli Yu and other cottage goods have been cheated, has long practiced a pair of eyes of fire. Come on, can you guys look closer? This is the bone cleansing pill? Gu Feng said with a smile, and Yen Ruwashi on the side covered her mouth and snickered. That's right, isn't this the bone cleansing pill? I've eaten this pill before. The effect is awesome, the smell is unforgettable to this day. Cheating passed the elixir to the rest of the female cultivators and received unanimous approval. There was some worry, but now it's steady. Gu Feng clasped his hands to his chest with a confident look. With a suspicious face, Chu Yuyi Hui brought the bone cleansing Dan and watched it repeatedly, and not long after, she let out a delicate cry. You pitiful bastard. This is an imposter. Come on, what's the plot? Senior Sister Chu, can you control your emotions? The saliva has sprayed me 3 times. Sound rang out. The former's cheeks flew 2 blushes. Very beautiful. That's right. This is the cottage bone cleansing pill, Sin Bone Pill, that I developed after spending more than a dozen days and nights, with Ruwashi's great assistance. As he spoke, Gu Feng stood up and rose to his feet, his bravado surging to the heavens. It is not an imposter, but a true elixir that has a great effect on the cultivation of body refining realm cultivators. You all can invite body refining realm cultivators to give it a try. Ting ting, go find 3 body refinement realm disciples to come over and try this Sin Bone Pill. Chu Yuyi Hui's eyes flickered as she said towards Chi-Ting-Ting, before sitting on her but next to Gu Feng. Former senior brother, tell senior sister what's different about this Sin Bone Pill, and what's the connection with building toilets. When you're happy, you call out former senior brother, but when you're not, you call out kid. Gu Feng hummed lightly. Former senior brother, senior sister, I'm really pushed. There's a whole bunch of disciples in the inner sect, waiting for me to repay my debt, Chu Yuyi Hui said in a whiny voice, still bumping Gu Feng with her shoulder intentionally or unintentionally. You'll see later. Who cares? Not long after, 3 female disciples of the body refinement realm came to the hall, and Chu Yuyi Hui had each of them swallow a Sin Bone Dan, which was then refined on the spot. Well, did it work? The elixir is being refined. There is a feeling of obvious growth in the strength of the flesh. It just feels like it's a whole lot weaker than the authentic bone cleansing Dan. The medicinal properties are weaker. How about you? How do you feel? Not bad. If you want to completely absorb the medicinal properties of this elixir, it is estimated that it will take a day and a night, quite a bit faster than the authentic bone cleansing elixir, and it is evident that the medicinal effects are quite a bit worse. What about you? I feel. Chu Yuyi Fantasy carefully asked the 3 people's feelings. As a cultivator, the potion has no effect. Once eaten will know. Cannot be false. What's going on with this medicine? Only 1/3 of it, otherwise this wouldn't be called Sin Bone Dan, but the authentic bone cleansing Dan. Gu Feng bristled. Just then, the 3 female cultivators who were refining the pills blushed with a delicate look. What's going on? This elixir is poisonous? Chu Yuyi Hui asked nervously. Sect master, there's nothing wrong with this elixir. It's just that I want to go to the toilet. I can't hold it in a bit either. Sect master, we'll be right there. The 3 men urgently excused themselves, clipped their asses, and quickly left. This waited for a full 12 hours. 3 female cultivators red-faced entered the hall again, but their spirits were radiant, not at all like they had been pulling a day and a night. Chu Yuyi Fantasy quickly walked to the 3 of them and put her fingers on their wrists, carefully probing them. His brows were slightly frowned at times and loosened at others. The surprise in his eyes grew more and more prevalent, and in a short while, he softly said to the 3 female cultivators, "It's been hard work. You guys go down." No hard work. The 3 female cultivators' spirits lifted, their gazes occasionally glancing at the bottle of Sin Bone pills on the table. Seeing this, Chu Yuyi Hui's heart moved. Do you guys still want to eat this Sin Bone Dan? Many thanks, Sect Master. We certainly wish to continue taking it. The 3 women who had gotten the Sin Bone Dan left in gratitude. Chu Yuyi Fantasy finally understood that for Gu Feng would let her rent land to build a toilet cultivation room. Although the effect of the Sin Bone Dan was not as good as the real bone cleansing Dan, it was still second only to the body refining realm cultivators, the best elixir they could take. So what if you have diarrhea? Cultivation is king. The performance of the 3 female cultivators greatly encouraged her, and she could definitely make a big profit on this sale. Outer sect now within the living area. There are toilets, but far from enough. You come to go in for 12 hours, not to be scolded to death. As long as the purchase of Sin Bondan, you cannot avoid having to rent a special room with a toilet for cultivation. Even in her place, she would have done the same. Thinking of this, she asked Gu Feng seriously, "Can you guarantee the supply of Sin Bone pills?" Of course. Shu Yuyi did not directly ask Gu Feng how many Sin Bondan he could refine per day. This was someone else's secret. This was a point of separation she still had. Receiving an affirmative answer, she immediately decided to have Cheatingting go to the outer sex elder hall and go through the relevant rental procedures. Make sure you keep it a secret. Understood. Cheatingting nodded her head earnestly. It would take some time to build a toilet cultivation room, so she couldn't spread the word ahead of time. I want to build 20,000 toilet training rooms. Can I do that? It's a bit difficult, but I've been refining it day and night, so it's not a big problem. The price is set to 100 spirit stones a month, 1,000 spirit stones for a whole year's lease, and I'll also provide a 3-year or even longer lease period. Chu Yui's eyes presented brightly and said. The corner of Gu Feng's mouth twitched. What a pit! Leasing for a year was already a pitfall. Even he didn't dare to guarantee that it would be a short period of time. This Sin Bondan would be banned from being refined by the outer sect. After all, this elixir was too indecent, and it would damage the reputation of the Fallen Cloud sect. All the outer disciples were sitting in the toilet to cultivate, and they would not be laughed to death by the sects of the other counties. The clan has a ton of faults, and sometimes puts more value on face than strength. Set up a 1-year lease period, purely for the purpose of letting the vegetarian women's sect back to the capital. By the way, to earn a little. Did not think, Shu Yuyi fantasy than he is more pit. Directly to 3 years. 5-year lease period. Proper pit death is not payoff. It can't be helped. I'm already poor and crazy. Shu Yui Mirage said without turning red in the face or gasping for breath. Even if Sin Bone Pill is banned, the toilet cultivation room still belongs to them, and it can still be used as a cultivation place? You're good. Gu Feng silently gave her a thumbs up. Without the Sin Bone Pill, the little cutie, only then would she be willing to sit on the toilet and cultivate, and that was something only someone as brazen as Chu Yuyi could say. Yen Ruwashi on the side, seeing Chu Yuyi make money, it was harder than her losing money, her cheeks bulging with an aggrieved expression. Gu Feng, you really want Chu Yuyi fantasy to earn money? At those words, Gu Feng rubbed her head and laughed. We earn the big money, and we have to let them have some of the small soup, or how can we have fun in the future? Also right. Yen Ruwashi laughed happily. I'm Gu Feng's strongest partner. Chu Yuyi is just an underhanded existence, not enough to worry about. Sect Master, building 20,000 toilet cultivation rooms. We don't have that much money, a female cultivator in charge of finance said with wrinkled brows. Is tomorrow the day when resources are distributed outside? Chu Yu asked after fantasizing for a while. Right, then go grab a bunch of resources to use for business capital. But, our vegetable woman sect has sect rules that forbid bullying the weak, and robbing fellow sect members is even more forbidden. A female cultivator buzzed. Outer sect's face is not even wanted. Changing the rules temporarily. Is it possible that our vegetarian girl sect is more honorable than the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect? Immediately change the rules of the vegetarian women's sect. Everyone give me the effort to grab it. Whether or not the vegetable lady sect can take off depends on you all. Chu Yuyi Fantasy's bravado surged to the sky as she cupped her showy fists and said aloud. Former senior brother, just wait until tomorrow passes before you leave. Gu Feng just wanted to get up, but he was pressed down by Chu Yuyi. Why? Preventing you from striking out to rob the disciples under my sect after my vegetarian girl sect's disciples have been snatched. With me here, you dismiss this unrealistic thought. Accompany senior sister to drink tea. Chu Yuyi said with a smile. Well, you're a pretty good judge of character. Gu Feng was a bit speechless. He was really poor right now and wanted to make a fortune. He had wanted to grab some spirit stones and buy some more spirit medicine. As it turned out, the idea was snuffed out just as soon as it popped up. Now, he could only watch the vegetable sect get rich, but drinking tea with a beautiful senior sister was not bad. Chapter 51. Sorry, I thought you were going to ambush Gu Feng. Just as Gu Feng was drinking his tea, a head drilled in through the doorway. Wu Qi, why are you here? Gu Feng asked in surprise. Invited over by senior sister Chu. Wu Qi muttered. After squatting for 3 whole days, his legs didn't feel like his own anymore. Luckily Gu Feng and senior sister Chu had cleared the air. Otherwise he didn't know how long he would have to squat. Come, junior brother Wu Qi. Let's drink tea together. Chu Yuyi smiled faintly. With a point of her jade finger, a cup of tea rose up in the air and flew in front of Wu Qi's body. This hand was ethereal and handsome, demonstrating a perfect control of spiritual energy. Gu Feng could not help but feel amazed. The latter also smiled smugly. Wu Qi was flattered to receive the tea and took a sip. As if he had thought of something, he violently put the teacup down. Ex-brother, there's something I need to tell you. Wu Qi tugged on Gu Feng's sleeve robe and said in a low voice, looking somewhat worried, can we say it here? Senior sister Chu is not an outsider. Gu Feng said with a faint smile. Guo Renkai and the others went out half a month ago to carry out a mission sent by the sect, and so far there is no sign of them. In the second month of an outer disciple's life, they were all required to complete the sect's designated missions, and Guo Renkai, along with Chao Yuan and a group of 10 others, took on a mission to rid the city of evils located in Yunhua City. With this trip, contact was lost, and the only good news was that the soul tags that Guo Renkai and Chao Yuan had left behind in the outer sect were still intact, indicating that the two were still alive. How could this happen? Is this mission still on? Gu Feng froze and blurted out. This task has always been there because several sets of disciples have gone missing. The strong ones can't see it, and the weak ones don't dare to take it. Then what are you waiting for? Go get the quest right away, then I'll go with you to check it out. As he spoke, Gu Feng stood up and wanted to head for the door. Yan Ruoshi, who was on the side, showed concern and wanted to stop Gu Feng from venturing forward, but knowing his character, he held his tongue and didn't open his mouth. Chu Yuyihui's gaze, on the other hand, swept over Gu Feng's entire body with interest. At critical moments, it was more able to show a person's inner qualities. Gu Feng agreed to Wu Qi's request with little hesitation, which undoubtedly did not show his righteousness towards his friend, especially with Xiao Tian's eye on him. Former senior brother, you have to think clearly, that Xiao Tian has always wanted to get rid of you afterward. Oh, Chu Yui said leisurely. I'm not so unlucky as to be caught by him the first time I go out. Gu Feng said indifferently. Cloud County was so big, as long as he was careful, he shouldn't be so unlucky as to run into Xiao Tian, the fatal star. Since you're not even afraid, then go ahead, Chu Yuyihui said indifferently. After the two left, Chu Yuyihui stood up and rose. Alas, the former senior brother is still too young. Xiao Tian must have planted his ears and eyes in the outer gate. As soon as he goes out, he will be ambushed. He can't die, or else this outer sect of mine, the Vegetable Maiden sect, is probably going to go bankrupt and disband right away. As the words fell, she directly rose into the air and flew towards the inner gate. Angelica Peak, a beautiful figure, landed straight on the top of an attic. Her posture was enchanting. Her soft ebony hair fluttered with the wind. Her absolutely beautiful face carried a charming smile. Xiao Tian, get your ass out here. What kind of person dares to make trouble in my place? Xiao Tian's furious voice rang out as he directly rushed up high into the air and slapped a palm in the air towards Chu Yuyihui's back. Sculptor's little skill. Chu Yui Mirage didn't return his head, and as if he had eyes in the back of his head, he struck out an aura toward his back. The majestic spiritual energy lifted the roof tiles of the attic and knocked Xiao Tian back horizontally. Chu Yui Fantasy, it's you? Xiao Tian, who had retreated backwards to the ground, was horrified in his heart. His eyelids jumped straight up, and he couldn't help but roar out. He and Chu Yui, although the same as the inner door Tianjiao list above the characters, but rarely contact. One because the two strength difference is huge. The second is because Chu Yui is not to be messed with. Xiao Tian couldn't figure out how. White as peerless heavenly maiden, who was the fifth in the inner heavenly remarks ranking, would hastily descend on his residence today? With a somewhat unkind look, and after carefully recalling it in his mind, he didn't find out where he had offended the other party. That's right, it's me. Chu Yuyihui revealed a rather meaningful smile towards Xiao Tian. I don't know what senior sister Chu came for, Xiao Tian said without revealing anything. Beat you. As the two words fell, Chu Yuyihui launched an attack. Xiao Tian responded in haste and in the twinkling of an eye, he was in a position to be beaten. At this moment, he was angry and brain still speechless. He simply did not understand why he had encountered Chu Yui Fantasy's attack. Where exactly did I offend you? Xiao Tian roared out. Attempting to kill my partner. Is this reason enough? Chu Yuyihui's hands did not stop. Waves of attacks struck Xiao Tian's body, and the latter was in a sorry state, struggling to support himself. The fifth in the inner sect heavenly remarks ranking beating the 43rd, similar to a mother beating her son to teach him a lesson, which Xiao Tian had the ability to resist. You gotta tell me who your partner is? Gu Feng. Hearing the word Gu Feng, Xiao Tian's eyes stagnated. A nameless fire rubbed upwards in his chest. How could he not expect that? Instead of going to look for this kid's trouble, the other party hit the door first. In his thoughts, Chu Yuyihui was commissioned by Gu Feng to come to his door to teach him a lesson. Damn it, bully too much. I'll fight you, Xiao Tian roared, his powerful spiritual energy, shaking the floor around him to the point that it clicked, and the flowers and leaves tumbled in all directions. However, in the face of absolute strength, the voice is no longer big in vain. His outburst in the eyes of Chu Yui Fantasy is a child crying and crying. A slap on the ground. Xiao Tian was lying on the ground, blood bubbling from his mouth. His eyes were vicious and incomparable as he stared at Chu Yuyi in the sky, itching to skin and bone her. Don't look at me like that. I can't help it. Who told you to ambush Gu Feng? Chu Yuyi fantasy bristled. Ambush Gu Feng? Xiao Tian was in a daze. Who went to ambush? How come I don't know? Could it be Big Brother? Didn't he say that Gu Feng had a secret on him? Not to frighten the snakes, and to wait for him to enter the inner sect before cleaning up? You didn't send anyone to ambush him? Seeing Xiao Tian's confused expression, Chu Yuyi fantasy was also speechless. According to the normal plot, shouldn't these villains send people to secretly stare at Gu Feng every day and wait for him to come out to send people to kill him? Chu Yuyi fantasy, you've bullied me too much. I didn't even think about ambushing Gu Feng, having been brutally beaten up for no reason. Xiao Tian went crazy and hissed out. Sorry, I thought you were going to ambush Gu Feng. The words were said, but there wasn't a trace of guilt on his face. You didn't send an ambush because you didn't know. Now that you know, do you want to go to an ambush? Aha, you must have thought so. So all in all, it didn't hit you wrong. Chu Yuyi added another sentence. Listen, is that a human being talking? Xiao Tian's body trembled. His face was hideous. Waves of hatred for Gu Feng surged in his heart. If he hadn't been suppressed now, he would have really wanted to go and strike Gu Feng down regardless. Chu Yuyi fantasy, release my second brother. Right at this moment, a burly figure appeared in the sky above. The eldest of the three masters of the Chiu clan, Zhou Baotian, appeared. I can assure you that we won't send anyone to harm Gu Feng during this time, Zhou Baotian said in a deep voice. A flash of scorn swept across his gloomy eyes. Oh, you guys don't want to avenge Zhou? Chu Yuyi asked with a crooked head. A fair duel on the wind and cloud stage. There is no injustice in life and death. My Chiu family can afford to lose, Zhou Baotian said expressionlessly. The Chiu family is awesome. Then I'll leave first. Chu Yuyi Mirage let out a delicate laugh and flashed her message in place. Big brother, if the two of us join forces, we won't necessarily lose to that. Xiao Tian rose up from the ground in a sorry state, his eyes staring at the distant back with murderous intent. Chu Yuyi's background. Our Chiu family can't afford to mess with it for now. Just wait a little longer, Xiao Broken Sky said succinctly, before turning around and leaving. On the other hand, the two of them, Gu Feng and Wu Qi, quickly passed through several cities and arrived at Yunyu City, a small city on the border of Yun County. 5 days later, Chapter 52, Free, Big Eats. Cloud Moon City was about the same size as Cloud Crouching City, and the level of cultivation was much the same. Yet when the two of them entered the city, they saw many Chi drawing realm cultivators dressed in different ways. The rest of the Cloud County sects have also released relevant missions to get rid of evil. Those people are from the Undecided Sect, a force in Cloud County second only to the Sunset Cloud Sect, which has been developing rapidly in recent years, with a tendency to catch up with our sect. Wu Qi's family also ran a chamber of commerce, and he was as familiar with the various forces in Yun County as he was with his family. Acting as Gu Feng's lecturer, Gu Feng understood that the sect's enthusiasm for the mission of eliminating evils was not only to rid the people of evils, but more importantly, to enhance the status of their own sects in the minds of the people so that they could absorb better disciples to join them. Where are Chao Yuan and the others now? Gu Feng's gaze casually browsed through Yunyu City, and he saw a few disciples who were also from the Sunset Cloud sect, with cultivation levels roughly at the 5th level of Qi drawing, which he hadn't seen in the outer sect, and were mostly from Kark Mountain. Not quite sure. I'll find someone to ask around. Wu Qi frowned. He was good at getting in touch with all kinds of people, and he soon inquired about something from a few cultivators from other sects. 3 days ago, there were disciples from the rest of the sects, who disappeared in the mountain range on the outskirts of Yunyu City, and the leaders of all the sects, who are preparing to unite tomorrow to enter the mountain range, are now all gathered at the All-Gathering House. Who is the leader of our Sunset Cloud sect? It was wise for these sect disciples to get together and act together. With so many cultivators missing, it was evident that the evil man was of extraordinary strength, and they would have to suffer in a solo fight. Zhu Tao, the 6th level of Qi drawing, from Kark Mountain, is the brother of Zhu Xingwen who fell into your hands? He has long been clamoring that as long as you dare to enter Kark Mountain, he will make you look good. Who is Zhu Xingwen? Gu Feng was a bit confused as to how he could not recall who Zhu Xingwen was. That time, one of the 30 Qi drawing triple in wind in Cloud Terrace. Wu Qi's face darkened. Gu Feng's nerves were so big. Hadn't he ever considered that the families of those 30 Qi drawing realm cultivators would seek revenge on him? The two of them discussed the matter and decided to go to the All-Gathering House first. After all, there is strength in numbers. The All-Gathering building was located in the busiest area of Cloud Moon City, and the two of them found it without much effort. After presenting the outer disciple token of the Sunset Cloud sect towards the cultivator guarding the gate, he was allowed to enter. Senior Brother Wu, Senior Brother Gu, you may feel free to rest on the first, second and third floors, or order some food as well. The leaders of the various sects are on the fourth floor. It's better not to go up and disturb them without anything important. The guarding cultivator came from a small sect, and was very respectful towards the two, reminding them in a friendly manner. Thanks a lot. Wu Qi politely thanked towards the other party, while Gu Feng, who was on the side, with both eyes glowing, asked one more time, does the food here cost anything? For Gu Feng's question, that gatekeeper cultivator was also stunned. It was the first time he had encountered such an odd question. After all, he was a disciple of a big clan. He didn't think too much about it, and politely replied back, the consumption here, all of it would be paid for by the leader of the Fallen Cloud sect. Ha ha, that's great. Entering the all-gathering building, it was filled with people, and disciples from all sects were exchanging with each other, or their cultivation tips, or what they had seen and heard, a scene of joy and happiness. Gu Feng realized that although there were many cultivators here, almost no one ordered food, and at most, they ordered some tea. Find a place and order something to eat. I haven't had a good meal in the last few days since I've been running around all the way. Gu Feng rubbed his hands together, a pair of eyes scanning the surrounding area, looking for free seats, meals that didn't cost anything, as long as they weren't poison inside. He was here to stay. On the other hand, Wu Qi, who was on the side, was a bit resistant to this, always feeling that it was a bit bad to eat and drink on this kind of occasion, and it would affect the reputation of the Sunset Cloud sect. It's better to bear with it. If you want to endure, you endure. It's not easy to come across a rare free food. I'm going to give full play to my strength. As the words fell, Gu Feng walked straight up to the second floor. Behind him, the corner of Wu Qi's mouth twitched. Goddamn rare encounter. Go out to eat. Have never seen Gu Feng pay. There was no choice but to follow, praying in his heart that Gu Feng would be slightly more restrained. Hey, check out the third floor. There's no room here either. Gu Feng sighed slightly. If there were no more empty seats on the third floor, he was going to order a feast. Follow the stairs upward. Just on the third floor, a familiar figure into the eyes. This person is short and lean, but there is an indescribable strong breath from the body of the vaguely rushed out, so that people do not dare to sell. Ha! Running into an old acquaintance. Gu Feng laughed and quickened his pace, quickly walking over to the other party and sitting down on his butt. Gu Feng? Tuoba Lei froze slightly and let out a low cry. He also didn't expect that he would be able to meet Gu Feng here. A few of my friends have also gone missing, so I came over to look for them. As he spoke, Gu Feng grabbed a roasted beast leg on the table and nibbled on it. It tastes good here. Seeing Gu Feng eating recklessly, the surrounding cultivators' gazes converged in one place, casting thick contempt. Where did the hick come from? Like a starving ghost, not having eaten anything? You're so rich. How come you also like to take advantage of the situation just like me? Tuoba Lei looked at Gu Feng in surprise. Compared to him, who was a bitter man, Gu Feng was a godly man. How could he also eat free food without caring about his image? Just like him. Oh, where do you think my money comes from? It's not from taking advantage of it? Gu Feng laughed and shamelessly said, Junior, come with a few jugs of the best spirit wine, and by the way, bring a menu so that I can order a few of the most expensive ones. Tuoba Lei looked deeply at Gu Feng. Even if it was him, he only ordered some general food to fill his stomach. Gu Feng was good. As soon as he came up, he gorged himself, and also shouted for a few pots of spirit wine. He really didn't care about other people's eyes. This kind of shamelessness is worth learning. Wu Qi sat awkwardly. His hands kept drawing small circles on the table, and his head was buried low. He always felt a bit ashamed of himself when he ate and drank on such occasions. When the youngest waiter came over with the spirit wine, Wu Qi pulled the other party's sleeve and said softly, the consumption of this table is calculated separately. Take these spirit stones. When the time comes, there will be no refunds for the excess, and I'll make up for the lesser amount. However, just as he handed over the spirit stones, they were snatched away by Gu Feng. Are you rich? These spirit stones are confiscated. Wu Qi's head was full of black lines and he was about to say something when he heard Gu Feng continue to speak. Zhu Tao is paying the bill. You're slapping him in the face. The words were true, but Wu Qi always felt that treating Zhu Tao as an ingrate, eating and drinking nonsense, was even more of a slap in the face of the other party. Gu Feng was like a humanoid savage beast. The thigh-thick roasted meat was eaten in 3 or 2 bites, and a plate of exquisite food was served non-stop, with an overflowing fragrance, causing the bystanders to swallow their saliva furiously and crave for more. With Gu Feng taking the lead, Tuoba Lei also put down his reserve and ate furiously. Drink dash. It's rare that I run into someone who pays the bill, so I'm going to eat more and store up energy for the next few days. Xiao Air. What's the name of that most expensive dish? 20 more servings. If the other person to pay the bill, Gu Feng may also restrain a little, but Zhu Tao, well, there is no need. He killed the other brother, has long become a natural enemy. Who first annoyed the other side is not important at all. Gulp. A female disciple in the neighboring seat couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Elder brother, I'm so hungry, why don't we order some food too? Put up with it, 80% of the people here are probably starving, and they can't bring themselves to order something to eat. As plates of mountainous delicacies were served up, the mood of the surrounding crowd underwent this drastic change. From the beginning of the contempt, transformed into later envy, and now regret. Dead face. Some people have repented of their intestines. There are two small people fighting in their minds. One said that after insisting for so long, cannot give up the former. The other said to put down the face. To eat a full stomach is the king. Grumble grumble. The sounds of frantic drinking resounded from everywhere, and Gufeng laughed and boldly shouted for Xiao'er. Today, at the all-gathering house, my fallen cloud sect's renowned senior brother Zhu Tao is paying for the whole place, and he said that everyone should eat and drink as much as possible to retain their physical strength. When the guys are done later, pack some food to go. It's a constant battle. The room cheered at this statement. Ha ha, since senior brother Zhu Tao has said so, then we'll be respectful. A few of you turned out to be the pride of the Sunset Cloud sect. No wonder you look so dignified and extraordinary looking at first glance. The Sunset Cloud sect is truly worthy of being the #1 clan in Cloud County. It's just generous. Those cultivators from small sects kept bragging about it. As for those cultivators from sects that did not deal with the Sunset Cloud sect, they laughed out softly, but did not say much, burying their heads in their hands and starting to order their food. And so, the entire atmosphere of the first 2 or 3 floors became extraordinarily warm, with loud laughter and drinking sounds. A cultivator, also from the Sunset Cloud sect, looked at the imposing crowd, his brows tightened, and took advantage of the lack of attention to sneak up to the 4th floor. Senior brother Zhu, Gufeng is here. He's down there drinking and eating meat like crazy. At this moment, Zhu Tao was discussing the layout of the Siege of the Evil Man with the remaining few experts of the Sunset Cloud sect with the leaders of those other sects. When he heard someone report that Gufeng had arrived, he first froze, his eyes flashed with a murderous intent, and his voice was slightly lowered. Let him eat whatever he wants. Maybe this is the last meal. No, the disciple was about to say something else, but was promptly stopped by Zhu Tao. You go down first, we're getting to the crunch. Seeing Zhu Tao's frown and sharp eyes, that disciple didn't dare to say anything more. He could only leave resentfully, thinking in his mind whether he should leave first. With the current situation, senior brother Zhu Tao definitely didn't have enough spirit stones to pay for the bill. If he stayed, he would surely suffer a huge financial loss. An hour later, the 20-odd cultivators of the 5th and 6th level of Qi drawing on the 4th floor finished their deliberations. Then, let's act according to this program. Zhu Tao had a proud face, and that look of giving orders provoked the hearts of the other sect cultivators. Senior brother Zhu, why don't we eat our fill before we move? A short-haired female cultivator, also from the Sunset Cloud sect, asked with a smile. Senior sister you, with so many disciples missing, where can I eat senior brother? Once again, if we stay for one more moment, those disciples will have one less hope of survival. Perhaps they are languishing in a corner somewhere, just waiting for us to go and rescue them. We shall set out at once, and need not wait until tomorrow. What do you all think? Zhu Tao's words, which were very pretentious, but also made it impossible to pick any faults, could only respond with an awkward smile. Upon hearing this, the short-haired female cultivator skimmed her mouth. A touch of contempt flashed in the depths of her eyes. She and Zhu Tao cultivated in Kark Mountain together, and knew each other quite well, so how could she not be clear about the fact that Zhu Tao had wrapped up the entire all-gathering building, and had not even thought of inviting people to dinner, but only for the sake of pretending to be a bully, and to wrestle for a good reputation. The reason he dared to do so was because he saw that those disciples who came here to participate in the siege of the evil people would at most order some tea to drink, who would eat and drink indiscriminately on such occasions and spend 1,000 or 2,000 spirit stones on the top day. With a mere 1 or 2,000 spirit stones, it was cost-effective and cheap to put on a big show. The moment the group stepped out of the closed room, a cacophony of voices exploded in their ears, blasting their eardrums. Listening closely, it was filled with laughter, clinking of glasses, lines, yelling, and various other sounds. Zhu Tao trembled and hurriedly walked down the stairs, with the group behind him following closely. The large third-floor hall was as lively as a food market. The table and floor were a mess, and many male disciples were red-faced and staggering from drinking. In the middle area of the hall, a young disciple, holding a wine jar, stood on the table with disdainful eyes and bravado. Anyone else? When these words came out, all the people on all sides bowed down. Elder brother Gu was a sea of admiration. Those disciples who had drunk too much were paralyzed on the ground in a crooked manner, making a pilgrimage towards Gufeng, and applauding with a mountainous roar. Ha ha ha, from now on, please call me Supreme in Wine. Greetings to the Supreme Being. Even those female disciples followed suit. Chapter 53. Not at all direct, just a little hurtful. Gu Feng, seeing that stood on the table, like the god of wine, wantonly wild, rampant Gu Feng, Zhu Tao's mouth skin green and slightly shivering. His face is difficult to see the extreme. How he can see and understand everything that happened on the scene. The wine jugs scattered around, the piles of food. One could use one's toes to think about it and realize what kind of horrifying situation the consumption of this place had reached. Zhu, senior brother Zhu, you're here, drink, have a drink. The disciple who had previously gone upstairs to tell Zhu Tao that Gu Feng had arrived came in a drunken, wobbly stride, with a sky-high odor of alcohol on his body, and at a glance, he was already on the verge of heavy drunkenness. Drink, drink you paralyzed, I'll let you drink. Zhu Tao's eyes erupted with fire, picking up a wine jug beside him and smashing it heavily on the other party's forehead, bulging a tomato-sized bag. Senior brother Zhu? The disciple who was smashed, awakened with a jolt, touched his forehead, and couldn't help but let out a low cry, as Zhu Tao's ironclad face in front of him made his heart flinch, and he couldn't help but shrink his neck. You, why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhu Tao held back his anger and tried to lower his voice as much as possible, yet his words were still heard by everyone present. I came up to find you and told you that Gu Feng was downstairs. That disciple mumbled, and there was some anger in his heart vaguely. You didn't listen after telling you, so what can I do? Not leaving, it's already quite right for you, but you didn't say that so many people were gobbling it up. Two people like no one else's conversation, just like a muffler for the whole scene. Everyone is sensible and did not make a sound, even those who drank unconscious cultivators. The breathing is also much weaker. The atmosphere seems to be exceptionally weird. Only Gu Feng, who was standing on the table, was still sipping his own wine, provoking those defeated men beside him from time to time. Gu Feng, stop drinking, Zhu Tao is here? Wu Qi secretly pulled Gu Feng's pants leg and whispered. Zhu Tao is an expert in the 6th level of Qi attraction. In the whole Carp Mountain can also be in the middle and upper level. The strength is strong, not to be underestimated. Although Gu Feng has in the peak of body refining will defeat 30 Qi attraction 3 times the impressive record, but with Zhu Tao there is still a small gap. Although it was impossible for Zhu Tao to set up a clear frame to deal with Gu Feng, outside of the Sunset Cloud sect, which was already a dangerous place, who could guarantee that he would not secretly deal with Gu Feng? Zhu Tao? Who is Zhu Tao? Gu Feng's hazel eyes glanced at Wu Qi at his feet and asked in confusion. Oh, it's senior brother Zhu. Wu Qi, it's not that I'm talking about you. Senior brother Zhu's name can't just come out of his mouth, no matter if it's in private or out in the world. We have to address him with the honorific title of senior brother. Upon hearing this, not only did Wu Qi's face look strange, even the disciples of the various sects and factions present also had their mouths slightly twitching. If their memories weren't misplaced, they clearly remembered that when the atmosphere was high just now, Gu Feng was soaring with bravado, shouting Zhu Tao's little child in every breath, and saying that the other party was a coward, watching his brother die on the wind and cloud stage, but not daring to put a fart in front of him. That look, simply don't be too powerful. Just how long has passed? From Zhu Tao's little child to Zhu's senior brother? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this conflict between Gu Feng and Zhu Tao no longer needed to be hidden. This Gu Feng is really interesting. This has screwed Zhu Tao over. If you want to blame it only on Zhu Tao for pretending to be a pussy. Anyway, we've already eaten and drunk our fill and muffled our way through it. Zhu Tao is no good. If I couldn't beat him, I would have wanted to screw him. Coward. If you don't have the courage, just say you don't have the courage. Don't make excuses for yourself. Gu Feng is also only at the 1st level of Qi invocation, and he's still not choosing to tough it out. While the crowd was whispering, Gu Feng waved his hand and jumped down from the table, staggering to Zhu Tao and his group with Wu Qi's support. Gu Feng was also considered to be a little famous in Yun County. After all, with Chu Yanran, his former fiancée, it was difficult to want to keep a low profile. The group of celestial pride beside Zhu Tao looked at Gu Feng with interest, wanting to see what kind of sparks he and Zhu Tao would collide with. Zhu Tao's eyes were sharp, killing intent running wild in the bottom of his eyes. No matter if it was because of his brother's relationship or because of today's events, Gu Feng was the one he must kill in his heart. Senior brother Zhu, long time no see, long time no see. Senior brother, when I first entered the outer gate, I have heard of senior brother's mighty name. Gu Feng walked all the way, smiling all the way, saying words of reverence under his breath. Being honored so much by his enemy made Zhu Tao, who had always loved vanity, a little smug in his heart. Humph, even if you talk about the sky today, you won't be able to avoid the fate of being killed by me later on. He stood with his hands in the air, his head held high and his face proud as he quietly watched Gu Feng walk step by step. The next moment, Gu Feng walked straight past Zhu Tao. Yes, he just walked right past it in a dignified manner. The point being that he mouthed words like admiration, only to see him come to another celestial pride and said with an excited expression, Senior brother Zhu, originally, Senior brother, I was still a bit worried about this trip to eradicate the evil man, but today, with Senior brother Zhu here, Senior brother's heart is extraordinarily at peace. Half of the evil man's feet have already stepped into the hell. The Tianjia who was being held by Gu Feng's hand, his eyelids fluttered crazily for a few moments, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. My surname is Zhu, yet I'm not a disciple of your Sunset Cloud sect. As soon as these words came out, Gu Feng was also stunned. How did he think that he would just happen to be surnamed Zhu when he grabbed a random person? With an awkward and impolite smile, he cleared his throat and said aloud to the group of Celestial Pride, "May I ask which one of you is Senior brother Zhu?" As he spoke, his eyes didn't even look at Zhu Tao beside him, and the live image made people laugh. Pust! A laugh from nowhere rang out like an organ, igniting the crowd's laughter. Ha ha, lol, giggle and other varied laughter ensued. Zhu Tao's face turned green and his hands were clenched with 5 fingers. If he wasn't in a public place, he would have slapped Gu Feng to death. Senior brother Gu? This is the senior brother Zhu you admire so much. Short-haired senior sister Yu covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes full of smiles and friendly reminders, her pair of bright eyes looking with interest at this senior brother who had risen to fame in the Sunset Cloud sect. She was afraid that she was the one who knew Gu Feng the most among the people present, other than Wu Qi, because she was a member of the Vegetable Maiden sect. She had a deep understanding of how pitiful this senior brother was, and in the case of her Vegetable Maiden, she had been pitted twice in a short period of time. The first time the door owner was pitched more than 100,000 spirit stones, do the wrongdoer. The second is even more outrageous, directly to their vegetarian women's sect almost pit closure. I do not know whether the problem is now resolved. If not resolved, next time I am afraid to go back to the homeless. Oh, so he's Zhu Tao. It's better to be known than seen. After saying that, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, with a disdainful face, he turned around and left. Zhu Tao was going crazy. His eyes were slightly crimson, like blood flowing. If his eyes could kill, I'm afraid he would have already cut Gu Feng into 1,000 pieces. Junior, the checkout guy is here. Gu Feng's words made the anger in Zhu Tao's heart slightly stagnate, and it occurred to him that the most crucial thing at the moment was to solve the problem of the meal money, and if he couldn't deal with it properly, he was afraid that he would become a laughingstock. Mr. Zhu, the on-site consumption totaled 250,000 spirit stones, plus the food packed for each person. It's a total of 500,000. When these words came out, not only did Zhu Tao freeze there, even the crowd of Celestial Pride beside him were filled with disbelief. Eating over $200,000 in one meal isn't amazing. After all, there were so many people there, but packing food that totaled several times more than the cost of the meal is a bit outrageous. 500,000, this is an astronomical amount. Zhu Tao paid a painful price for his pretense. Even if he sold him, I'm afraid that he couldn't get so many spirit stones to pay the bill. Gu Feng didn't care about Zhu Tao's life and death, and directly yelled towards the second boy, "Be quick, don't bring up the packed food. If you delay us from going out of the city to get rid of the evil spirits, will you be able to afford it?" Seeing Xiao Er's hesitation, Gu Feng continued, "Senior brother Zhu is the outer sect's pride of our Sunset Cloud sect, and will surely enter the inner sect at the end of the year, with the golden signboard of inner sect disciple in place. Are you still afraid that he will renege on the bill?" When little brother Er thought it was right, he went off to pack food for Gu Feng and the others, looking at a bulging storage bag to bring up. Zhu Tao eyelids paper strips, heart dripping blood pain, for Gu Feng's killing intent, in the whole body meridian vertical and horizontal impact, almost let him lose his mind. Folks, sober up, let's go out of town and look for the evil one. Gu Feng took the most, almost occupying half of all the packed food, really can't take it, but also let Wu Qi on the side to help him load some, followed by Tuobalei, who is also not afraid of death. The chief does not take advantage of it. With his understanding of Gu Feng, guess that the latter has been not false to Zhu Tao, although such a conclusion makes him unbelievable, but that's what he thought. Gu Feng strutted to the stairway and soon disappeared from sight. Those Celestial Pride next to Zhu Tao made a wink towards their fellow disciples present, and the crowd of disciples acted as well. Many thanks to Senior Brother Zhu for his hospitality. Many thanks to Senior Brother Zhu. Thanks a lot. When those disciples passed by Zhu Tao, they all solemnly spoke out to thank them. However, their looks, in Zhu Tao's view, which contains a thick mockery and shame, knowing that in the eyes of these cultivators, he is a proper pig's head. 3. The wrongdoer. Brother Zhu, I'm afraid you won't be able to come for a while. We'll wait for you at the entrance of the mountain range. After the ordinary disciples had all left, those heavenly prides at the 5th or 6th level of Qi drawing also began to withdraw. At this time do not withdraw. Wait for what time? In case Zhu Tao open-mouthed to borrow money, do not borrow it. A little bit cannot be said. Borrow it and not willing to, might as well walk away. Then, Senior Brother Zhu, we'll leave first as well. After the rest of the sects had left, senior sister Yu gave a wink towards the disciples who were also from the Sunset Cloud sect, and everyone left with a tacit understanding. In the end, in the entire all-gathering building, only Zhu Tao and a group of juniors who followed him remained. These juniors look at me. I look at you. All see the bitterness in each other's eyes. They are racking their brains to think of how to express themselves poorly later, but not let Zhu Tao suspect. It's an unsolvable puzzle. The boss of Quanjula building saw that the situation was not right, and immediately went to order the second to go to the city lord's mansion, to report this matter, and cut off Zhu Tao's thoughts of wanting to escape from the order. A group of people, in great numbers, set off towards the outskirts of Cloud Moon City. Gu Feng, you shouldn't have offended Zhu Tao. He's definitely going to cause trouble this time. We must be careful. Wu Qi's mood was heavy. There was no news from Chao Yuan and the others, and Gu Feng had offended Zhu Tao. The road ahead was gray. I killed Zhu Tao's younger brother at the Wind and Cloud Terrace. The hatred between the two sides has long been unresolvable, so it's the same whether I'm offended or not, Gu Feng said indifferently. On the side of the Tuo Ballet, this deeply agreed. Gu Feng is essentially a bit similar to him. Do not do things that are not sure of. Once the strike choice, it means that Gu Feng is winning. Not at all false Zhu Tao. This is not a risky arrogance, but there is strength to support. If we run into danger, finding Gu Feng is most likely the best choice. Tuo Ballet skimmed Gu Feng, and secretly made up his mind that if he encountered danger on this trip, staying by Gu Feng's side should give him the best chance of survival. Gu Feng? A light footstep came from behind them, and short-haired senior sister Yu came gallantly. My name is Yu Ying, from the vegetarian girl sect. Yu Ying's clean introduction made Gu Feng think highly of her. This was a woman of honor. Senior sister Yu. Gu Feng smiled faintly at her, showing goodwill. These people are all from my vegetable maiden sect, and have come on a mission in pairs, so I hope that senior brother Gu will take care of them. With senior sister Yu around, how can I use my care? Gu Feng responded with a smile. He didn't think that Yu Ying was really asking him to take care of him. This was just the other party's polite words. If you take it seriously you lose. The two of them began to climb up and talked about the outer sect from Kark Mountain all the way to the vegetarian sect. Once the situation with your vegetarian girl sect is resolved, you'll be able to go back and make a lot of money. In response to Yu Ying's concerns, Gu Feng gave her a peace of mind. Zhu Tao came so soon? Between gaps in his gaze, Gu Feng saw the figure of Zhu Tao, who was running furiously, and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. 500,000 spirit stones, even if it is the inner disciple, in the haste is also very difficult to come out. Did not think that Zhu Tao can be in such a short time to deal with? Really, people cannot look like you think too highly of Zhu Tao. He mostly went to the money changer to get a loan. Yu Ying saw Gu Feng's doubts and explained with a smile. A loan? Yes, an outer disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect, coupled with a not-so-impressive family background, is certainly able to demolish spirit stones from within the money changers. Then is it okay if I go borrow a few $100 million? Gu Feng asked with some heartiness. Yu Ying froze for a moment, and then laughed and shook his head. You have no family background. The second may be buried under the thunderbolt at any time. If you and Xu Yanran's marriage contract is still in place, may be able to borrow from the money bank out. Now well, I say this will not be too direct? It's not direct at all, just a little hurtful. Gu Feng skimmed his lips. Zhu Tao was worthy of being an expert of the 6th level of Qi drawing. He caught up with the large troop in no time. His face was grim. When he passed by Gu Feng, he gave the latter a vicious look. Gu Feng responded with a smile without losing his politeness. That look didn't take it to heart at all. After entering the mountain range, try to stay together with us to prevent Zhu Tao from taking advantage of the situation. Yu Ying's face was gloomy. The extra few Qi drawing 5th level cultivators beside Zhu Tao made her feel deeply uneasy. Gu Feng was indeed very strong. The body refining realm had displayed a combat power that exceeded the 3rd level of Qi drawing, but after all, the time he had entered the Qi drawing realm was too short. Perhaps he could resist the 5th level of Qi drawing cultivators, but against Zhu Tao, it was impossible to win. That's great. Truth be told, I can't die yet. Your sect master is still waiting for me to go back and work with her to earn money? Gu Feng was happy to hear this, not caring about the gazes of the crowd, and followed Yu Ying and his group without moving an inch. Chapter 54, The Evil Man Who Controls Corpses. Gu Feng's old man? Gu Feng followed Yu Ying and his entourage, followed by Wu Qi behind him. He would have been with Gu Feng all the way. Even if there was no Gu Feng, he would have chosen to follow, Tuo Ballet, like a craft, also followed all the way forward. The object he followed was not Yu Ying, but Gu Feng. He was certain in his heart that at the most dangerous moments, only Gu Feng could be relied upon. Senior sister Yu, Gu Feng has pitted our vegetable maiden sex so badly, and we're still bringing him? A small female cultivator skimmed her lips. In her eyes, Gu Feng was just here to follow them to mix up the sex contribution points. Her attitude was recognized by the remaining few female cultivators, who were irritated by Gu Feng's dangling appearance. Forget it, we're from the same sect. What's the harm in bringing him along? If it weren't for her, I'm afraid you'd still be starving? Right, take some of the packed food out. This Xu Tao is really something. Actually not even treating us to some food. Deserves to be pitched. Yuing was also a bold person. Ignoring Xu Tao's gloomy eyes, he took care of himself and gorged himself. The gaps in his gaze drifted to Xu Tao, who was not far away, revealing a delicious look that stimulated the other party's nerves. Gu Feng listened to all this in his eyes. He just smiled indifferently. The mentality of these female cultivators was the normal phenomenon. In his place, it would be the same. Why do you keep laughing and giggling? Behind him, Tuoba Lei laughed out loud, making Gu Feng feel uncomfortable. Nothing much, just wanted to see the dumbfounded expressions of those eyeless female disciples after you went on a rampage. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng skimmed his lips and said breathlessly, I've advanced into the Qi drawing realm almost as much as you have, and with so many Qi drawing 5th and 6th level experts around, how could I be needed to make a statement? I'm the weak one. He, that's coincidental. I'm also a weakling. Weaklings follow weaklings. Let's hug each other, Tuoba Lei said cheekily. Right at this moment, a group of people appeared not far away. They stopped in front of the mountain range, their eyes looking towards this place as if they were waiting for Xu Tao and his group. This is Shenwei of the undecided sect. Like Xu Tao, he is a peak powerhouse of the 6th level of Qi drawing, one step short of entering the 7th level of Qi drawing. Wu Qi introduced Gu Feng. Gu Feng then understood why Xu Tao wanted to hold a meeting similar to the Heroes Conference in the all-gathering building air. It turned out that it was not only to establish his own prestige, but also wanted to compete with Shenwei. The number of people behind Shenwei is about the same as here, and the comprehensive strength is not much different. And looking at that, it is quite a double-star fight, and all the stars are dimming the situation. Brother Shen, Brother Zhu, the two stood at the front of their respective teams and greeted each other enthusiastically. Shenwei was tall, dark-skinned. His entire body exploded with muscles. The veins on his arms were like gnarled dragons roaming around, hideous and terrifying. At first glance, he was a cultivator who won with strength. Xu Tao's image, the opposite. He is tall, not fat, not thin, general appearance, but through a Confucian temperament. At this time, he swept away the haze of the previous full gathering of the building, once again restored the self-proud demeanor. Among all the cultivators here, his cultivation stood at the peak and he did have the capital to be proud of himself. With a wave of the two men's hands, a dozen or so cultivators came out of their respective camps, and Yuing of the vegetarian girl sect was among the list, gathering together, exchanging information once again and discussing their strategies. Gu Feng looked at his scalp. This meeting, one on the left and one on the right, as if it was never ending, and he was not afraid that the evil man would flee from this place. I can't take it anymore. Will you guys leave with me or stay in the large group? Gu Feng frowned and looked at Wu Qi and Tuoba Lei. Follow you. They are not people who can accomplish anything at a glance, Tuoba Lei said without hesitation. And Wu Qi, who was on the side, was also concerned about the safety of Chao Yuan and the others, and did not want to wait any longer. Okay, then we'll go it alone. Before leaving, Gu Feng handed the female cultivators of the vegetarian women's sect a whistle, which was a relatively common one, due to the warning spells within 100 miles, allowing them to blow this whistle if they were in danger. He could ignore the deaths of other people, but Yuing was a nice person, so there was no harm in saving her by the way, regardless of whether the female cultivator had listened to him or not. Gu Feng briefly explained a few sentences, and then led Tuoba Lei and Wu Qi straight away. Xu Tao, who was not far away, watched Gu Feng's faraway back, and a cruel smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. This mountain range is covered with miasma all year round. Visibility is very low. Below the short and stout shrubs intertwined with old trees and withered vines. Overhead dense foliage blocking the sunlight. Gu Feng's three people entered. Almost even the direction is not good to identify. Can only rely on the feeling of moving forward in one direction. Wu Qi, pay attention to your footing, lest you fall prey to reptiles such as poisonous snakes. Tuoba Lei, you're in charge of the bird and beast attacks in the air. Gu Feng commanded the two as he walked along. Good. Wu Qi and Tuoba Lei nodded their heads slightly, their eyes staring, their attention highly focused. Although there were no powerful demonic beasts in this place, they could not be careless. In a line of three, Wu Qi walked in the forefront, catatonic, observing any crisis that might appear on the ground at any time. Tuoba Lei padded behind, tilting his head and constantly turning his neck, his gaze shooting into the dense branches and leaves, preventing all airborne creatures. Gu Feng, on the other hand, walked in the middle of the two, nibbling on the roasted meat for a while, sipping on the spirit wine for a while, looking around, not looking nervous at all. Gu Feng, we all have things to do. What are you doing? Tuoba Lei asked breathlessly as he rubbed his sore neck. Had. I'm responsible for preserving my physical strength for any crisis I might face at any time. Gufeng tore at the roasted meat in his hands and laughed. Just as the two of them were speechless over Gufeng's thick skin, the latter's smile suddenly tightened. His eyes erupted with two streams of refined light. His right hand flashed out. His 5 fingers disappeared into an ancient tree beside him that only 2 people could embrace, and with a sinking of his waist downward, a huge force surged out, uprooting the ancient tree. Before Wu Qi and Tuoba Lei, who were on the side, could react, they heard a whooshing sound as Gufeng threw the ancient wood at an extremely fast speed, toward the slanting rear forcefully, like a rocket that had been ignited. The ancient wood swept all the way across, destroying those bushes and vines, flying forward for hundreds of meters, and crashing heavily into the rocks at the end. There's a discovery. A dark green liquid splashed out, and Wu Qi and Tuoba Lei shuddered as they rushed out brazenly. Tuoba Lei pulled out the war sword at his waist, and with a powerful slash, he cut the figure to the ground. Gufeng also rushed up, and the 3 of them stared at the constantly writhing body on the ground, their hearts shocked and their eyelids jumping. He is Wan Yu, an outer disciple of my Sunset Cloud sect, who broke through the first level of Qi drawing at about the same time as me. After seeing the person's face clearly, Wu Qi could not help but exclaim in shock. He has long been dead for a long time. Tuoba Lei probed the other party's state and said with a grave expression, "We're in trouble. I'm afraid that the evil man mastered some sort of secret method of controlling corpses." Gufeng's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze was fixed on the still writhing Wan Yu, who had hollow eyes, a black seal, and an indescribably disgusting odor all over his body. I'm afraid that after this body has been controlled, it has exceeded the original by a large margin in terms of hardness. Gufeng was most aware of how much power the throw he had just made, and he believed that if he had been replaced by any other Qi drawing first-level cultivator, he would have already perished directly under the force of this strong impact. This corpse, not only did it not perish, but it was also able to attempt to escape, which was the best proof. The wielder of the corpse control technique may not be strong in his own strength, but he can keep increasing the number of controlled corpses like a snowball, enhancing his overall strength, and locally fighting the many against the few, which is difficult to defeat unless his strength is far higher. Tuoba Lei wrinkled his brows and said, the Sunset Cloud sect alone had fallen no less than 20 outer disciples because of this mission, and with the rest of the sects in the Cloud County, it was estimated that the number of corpses that the evil man possessed in his hands at this moment was no less than 200. I hope Xu Tao and the others are a little bit smarter and don't act separately, or else it will only keep strengthening the evil people. Wu Qi secretly prayed in his heart, and suddenly, he glimpsed a familiar mark on the rock near the ground. Gufeng, this is the mark left by Chao Yuan and the others. Look at that mark. It should have been left 2 days ago. They haven't fallen yet. Tuoba Lei's experience in the field was extremely rich, and with a glance, he could tell when these markings were left behind. Then what are we waiting for? Follow the markers to them. Chao Yuan and the others were not cuties. Since they left their markings, they must not be running around, otherwise the markings would be meaningless. As long as they followed the markings, unless they had already fallen, they would surely be found. Right after the trio left, a dark green light flashed across Wan Yu's brow, sensed by the owner of the corpse in a valley 100 miles away. Through the black robe, a face like the withered bark of an old tree was revealed. His eyes were deeply sunken and extraordinarily oozing, and after the dark green light did not enter his brow, he first froze, and then let out a hellish laugh. Jia, Gufeng, I didn't go looking for you, but you bumped into me on your own. The enmity between you and me, as well as the treasures on your body, make a complete end to it. Chapter 55. Any bit of doubt or hesitation is rude to Gufeng. Clang, jab, boom. Gufeng stood on a man-high green stone, defending himself against the necromancers that might come out of the bushes at any time, his face a bit grave. Below, Tuoba Lei and Wu Qi, one using a sword and the other holding a knife, fought the corpses with force. Although the realm of those corpses remained at the level of their lifetimes, they were ultimately devoid of sanity, and their fighting skills relied entirely on instinct, falling short. However, due to the strengthening of the physical body, it made the overall fighting ability comparable to that of his life. Wu Qi broke through the first level of Qi drawing not long ago, and could barely defeat a corpseman of the same realm, while Tuoba Lei, who was also of the first level of Qi drawing, because of the suppression in the refining realm, made him have the ability to cross the level of challenge, and the opponent's corpseman of the third level of Qi drawing was able to win after a hard battle. Soon, the battle subsided, and the 3 of them looked at the 6 or 7 corpses on the ground with furrowed brows. I'm afraid that the corpse people controlled by that evil man far exceeds the 200 we estimated before, Gufeng said in a deep voice. Before that evil person entered this mountain range, he had already controlled a certain number of corpse people in his hands. Otherwise how could he make one batch after another of sect disciples lose their lives here? Wu Qi, quickly find out if there are any markings left by Chao Yuan and the others in this neighborhood. We have to find them quickly, or else we're in danger. Upon hearing this, Wuchi swallowed a chi recovery pill and refined it to recover his physical energy while searching for the subtle markings. On the other side, the team of cultivators led by the two of them, Zhu Tao and Xin Wei, had also encountered a crisis and were caught in a bitter battle, and the way in which they had broken a good deck of cards was almost identical. After entering the mountain range, Zhu Tao and Xin Wei were each responsible for half of the area and pushed forward to look for traces of evil people. Originally, if the two teams had pushed forward in a steady manner, the corpses wouldn't have been able to do much damage to them. The mastermind behind the control of the corpses was very cunning, first sending out corpses with the highest cultivation not exceeding the first level of chi attraction, so that Zhu Tao and Xin Wei would take it lightly, facing the corpse man who could be killed in a single move. Zhu Tao and Xin Wei's self-confidence was bursting at the same time. In order to find out the evil man one step faster than the other party to kill him, they unspokenly divided the two teams into countless squads. This behavior was right in the trap of the evil man, who gradually devoured one squad after another by fighting more against less, and his strength increased greatly after some operations, and of the two teams, less than half of them ended up surviving, which can be considered a heavy loss. Zhu Tao, you bastard, how dare you make us a stepping stone? In a canyon, Yuing led a few female cultivators of the vegetable maiden sect and fought hard, her eyes red and her silver teeth clenched as she hissed out towards Zhu Tao and the others who were protruding out of the encirclement. If it wasn't for their assistance, Zhu Tao and his group would still be in the middle of being besieged, but after getting out of the trap, they even chose to leave directly. Elder sister you, these corpse people are not strong, they just win in numbers. You guys hold on for a while, I'll go and gather those who are alive, and then look for Xin Wei. By combining the power of both of us, we will surely be able to eradicate them. Zhu Tao shamelessly shouted towards Yuing, infuriating the latter and making her jump straight to her feet. The disciples of the vegetable woman sect, apart from Yuing, the rest were all at the cultivation level of 2 or 3 levels of chi drawing. They lacked in practical combat ability. When they encountered the corpses, their aura weakened by 3 points first, and their combat power was greatly reduced. They simply couldn't resist the siege of dozens of corpses. Yuing led them and retreated to the end of the canyon. It's over. Fight for your life. Yuing herself had little problem killing her way out, but how could she bear to leave the rest behind? Gritting her teeth and choosing to fight, without a miracle, they wouldn't survive the day. Just then, a voice came from between a rock crevice at the end of the canyon. Sisters, come here. If Gu Feng were here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the person speaking was the Chao Yuan he was looking for. Yuing blocked the corpse man's siege and let a few female cultivators enter the passage behind the stone crevice first, and finally she followed. The passage was long and narrow, and the group climbed for quite a while before entering a cave about the size of a room, sealed around the perimeter and open at the top. Guaran Kai, Chao Yuan, my name is Bear 5, Yuing, of the vegetarian girls sect. After a brief introduction to each other, the atmosphere of the cave became heavy. They all knew that this place had been exposed, and the evil person who was manipulating behind the scenes would surely gather more corpses to come and find a way to break through this place. For today's solution, the only way is to move up. Staying here is only a way to die. The crowd unanimously approved of Yu Ying's decision. Yuing let the 2 female cultivators of the vegetable woman sect guard that passageway, while she went ahead and climbed up the stone wall, and it took about half an hour of climbing before she struggled to reach the top. Without stopping, she found some canes, connected them, and used them as ropes for the crowd to climb up in turn. The manipulator behind the corpse man, after all, sensed that we had left the cave, and this place should not be stayed for long. The group did not dare to stay and fled in pairs. Senior sister you, is there any food? We're starving to death. Xiong'er covered his stomach and asked stiffly. They fled all the way for more than 10 days, relying on elixirs and streams to barely maintain their strength, and the day before yesterday, they entered this cave and found that there wasn't even a mouthful of water in this place. Even if they hadn't heard the sound of Yu Ying's girls fight, they were ready to climb out later. It's better to die in battle than to starve. There! A disciple of the vegetable maiden sect hurriedly took out the food that had been packed at the all-gathering house and handed it over to Guiren Kai and the others. Ha! This food is so fresh. How come it feels like it just came out of a restaurant? Chao Yuan nibbled a mouthful of roasted meat, his somewhat sunken eyes glowing as he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Coincidentally, if Gu Feng hadn't pitted Zhu Tao, we wouldn't have had any food. Yuing smiled inside. Gu Feng pitted Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao pitted them. They were rescued by Chao Yuan and the others, and then used the food pitted from Zhu Tao to solve the hunger of Chao Yuan and the others. The whole step seemed like it was designed to form a perfect cycle, which made people have to sigh. There are surprises everywhere in life. Gu Feng? Which Gu Feng? The most famous one in the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect. Gu Feng. What? You guys aren't the friends he's trying to save, are you? Yuing was stunned. There were too many coincidences. He came to save us? Chao Yuan and Gui Renkai, who received an affirmative answer, were shaken, full of disbelief, and moved in their hearts. They had thought that Wu Qi would bring someone to rescue them. They had thought that Yen Ruoshi would bring someone. They just hadn't thought about it. To be precise, it wasn't like they hadn't thought about it, but considering Gu Feng's current dangerous situation, they didn't want him to go out of the outer gate. Xiao Tian was like a sharp sword hanging over Gu Feng's head, but he simply ignored it and came here just to save them. Being robbed once and benefiting for life is worth it. Worth it. Gu Feng's presence instantly drew them closer to each other, and they began to talk and laugh, surprisingly cozy in this dangerous situation surrounded by corpses. Yuang and those few disciples of the vegetarian girl sect were also astonished. When they heard that Gu Feng had robbed Chao Yuan and the others down to their pants on the way to the Sunset Cloud sect and forced them to write high debt notes, when they heard that Yen Ruoshi had been viciously punked the first time she met Gu Feng, the female disciples of the vegetable maiden sect, they laughed like crazy. Gu Feng is really an amazing character. Yen Ruoshi has been pitched by him, Chao Yuan has been robbed by him, Guo Runkai has been robbed by him, and Xiong's no brothers have been robbed by him. It seems like so many people he has robbed have become his friends. Even their sect master, who had been screwed over twice in a row, hadn't thought about killing him, and would more than likely end up becoming friends. While others make friends by making friends or exchanging benefits, Gu Feng relies on robbing, and there is no one else. Senior sister Yu. Before Gu Feng left, he handed me a whistle, saying that in times of crisis, blow the whistle and as long as he can hear it, he will definitely come to the rescue. The female cultivator who had gotten Gu Feng's whistle earlier only remembered this now. Yuing wrinkled her brow and hesitantly took the whistle. This kind of whistle was familiar to her. It was considered a low-ranked warning magic weapon, with a limit distance of 100 miles, but Gu Feng had only broken through the Qi-drawing realm not long ago, so would it be useful to rely on him again? At this, she expressed her deep skepticism. In case the whistle was blown and Gu Feng didn't have the strength, wouldn't it harm him? As for Chao Yuan and the others on the opposite side, the moment they saw the whistle, their whole body's tense nerves, all of a sudden, loosened up, and one by one, they lay on the ground in a horizontal position. Senior sister you still don't know Gu Feng well enough, even though he's a pitiful person and never pays for his meals, but since he opened his mouth, it means that he has the ability to do so, and any bit of skepticism or hesitation would be rude to him. Blow it off. As long as Gu Feng is here, there is only one end waiting for these corpse people, including their manipulators behind the scenes, and that is to go up in smoke. We'll just wait here and wait to see Gu Feng make a big splash and save us. The 5 Xiong brothers, Chao Yuan, Guo Runkai, and the others, all urged confidently. Blow me? Yuing put the whistle to his mouth and struggled for a moment before finally blowing it. A sharp voice pierced the sky and floated into the distance. At the same time, hundreds of corpse people gathered towards Chao Yuan and the others, a few dozen miles away. He had just finished killing a few corpse people when he felt a movement in his storage bag. Taking out a compass-like object, he handed it to Wu Qi. Help me out. The whistle is in that direction? Wu Qi looked at it seriously for half a second. It's in the same direction indicated by Chao Yuan's and their markers. Alright, rush over there as fast as you can. As the words fell, Gu Feng took the lead and ran at high speed, barreling all the way towards the direction indicated by the compass. Chapter 56, I'm fighting to the death and you guys are drinking and eating meat? On a mountain peak several hundred meters high, Chao Yuan, Guo Runkai, and the 5 Xiong clan brothers were sitting on the ground, surrounded by each other, with some roasted meat in the middle, as well as spirit wine. They were rowing, gnawing on meat, drinking wine, and every now and then a fierce exhortation erupted, so that if it weren't for the ever-increasing number of corpses eyeing the foot of the mountain peaks, one would have thought that they had come here for a picnic. On the side of Yuing and several other female cultivators from the vegetarian women's sect, their eyelids jumped as they watched. Please dash, can you be more serious? At most 1 incense stick of time, those corpses will be rushing up, and then the only fate awaiting them is to become a member of the corpses. Yu Ying's face was grave, and at this moment, she somewhat regretted blowing the whistle. Chao Yuan and the others were so blinded by Gu Feng's confidence that they had misled her judgment. Gu Feng's physique was no longer strong. After all, he had only just advanced into the Qi-drawing realm for a month, and even if he practiced hard day and night, at best, he would only be able to break through to the second level of Qi-drawing, and his true battle power might not even be comparable to his own. I hope he comes to the rescue, and I don't know how I feel about it. Among the hundreds of corpses below, there were a few familiar faces. They were all the pride of the 5th level of Qi attraction in their lives. Yu Ying's heart fell to the bottom. This place is a lonely peak. Unless one inserts wings, there is no way to escape. Even if we die, we'll die standing up. Those female cultivators beside her, their faces were pale, their eyes crystal flashing, but they were still strong enough to maintain their standing position, and they drew out their weapons, ready to fight to the death. Senior sister Yu, come and eat something to ease your tension. Chao Yuan stood up and handed over a roasted leg and said with a smile, you guys. Alas, Yuing wanted to say something. When facing the end of life, everyone has the right to choose. Chao Yuan and the others chose to have a full meal. There was nothing wrong with that. The end was already predetermined anyway. Senior sister Yu, you don't have to worry excessively. Have faith in Gu Feng. He will definitely arrive in time. Gui Runkai also walked over, glanced at the corpses that were climbing upwards, and said heartlessly. Yu Ying's face showed bitterness and didn't say anything more. She had fought with those corpses and knew the horror of those corpses. After they lost their sanity, they were like a puppet, and they fought in a completely desperate manner, even against corpses in the same realm. She didn't have the certainty of victory. Taking a step back, if Gu Feng can't make it over, it's useless for us to be nervous, so we might as well drink and eat a lot of meat? Chao Yuan spoke softly and raised his eyes to look into the distance. Suddenly, his body trembled and a look of excitement appeared on his brow. Gu Feng, ha ha ha, our luck isn't bad, he's really around. As soon as these words came out, the 5 Xiong brothers and the others also got up violently and called out loudly towards Gu Feng, who was flying towards them. Gu Feng, we're here. Gu Feng, who was flying on his way, heard the shouts coming from the distance, and his figure stalled. Chao Yuan and the others were actually with Yuing and the girls, which was really out of his expectation. Gu Feng is here? Quickly, let's kill out and attack those corpses before and after him to increase our hope of escape. Yuing droned out, and the few female cultivators beside her also knew that it had come to the most critical moment. Their auras erupted, their whole bodies lingering with a faint aura. Gu Feng's appearance had given them a great encouragement. Gu Feng is here to save us. If we can't match the corpse man later, we must fight for our lives and cover his departure. We, the vegetable sect, are all cultivators with a conscience. Understood, we're not the assholes that Jutao is. Looking at the determined crowd, Yuing revealed a satisfied smile. There wasn't a single coward among the cultivators of the vegetarian nun sect. Let's all fight for our lives together. After finally inspiring her chi, she turned her head to look at Chao Yuan and the others, wanting to explain something. However, in the next moment, she was directly confused. Chao Yuan and the others, actually sitting neatly arranged on the edge of the peak, under their buttocks. I don't know where to find a stone as a stool. Each person holding a roasted leg in his left hand, his right hand holding a jug of spirit wine, nibbling on a mouthful of roasted meat, sipping a mouthful of spirit wine, laughing and joking, and pointing at the bottom, just like a look of a crowd of gourd eaters. When Gu Feng arrived at the foot of the mountain, the climbing corpses, as if they had received some sort of order, stopped advancing and quickly slid down the cliff wall towards Gu Feng's 3. The sudden change made Yuing freeze. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately yelled out, "This is the time, let us kill." Only halfway through her words were she interrupted by another even louder voice. "Wu Qi, you battle scum, don't affect Gu Feng's play. Come up here quickly and drink and eat meat together to watch Gu Feng beat up the corpses." Upon hearing this, Wu Qi cast an understanding look toward the top and scratched his head as he came to Gu Feng's side. "I guess I'm a liability, and you don't want to hear my cries for help when you're in the middle of a battle." The corner of Gu Feng's mouth twitched slightly, skimmed Wu Qi, and spat out one word from his mouth, "Get lost." "Okay, hey, I'm no better than Wu Qi, a liability, and I can yell for help better than he can, so I'll go up too?" Tuoba lay hemmed and hawed and said shamelessly, and without waiting for Gu Feng to reply, he left in company with Wu Qi. "Chao Yuan, put a rope down so we can climb up." Chao Yuan seemed to be prepared for this, immediately throwing down a rope. Wu Qi and the two of them quickly climbed upwards, leaving Gu Feng standing there alone. He did not run either, with a breezy look on his face, quietly waiting for the corpses to gather around. This scene directly put the Yuing above, as well as those several female cultivators of the vegetable woman sect looked dumbfounded. Each one of them froze there like a wooden sculpture, their eyes full of question marks, watching the two men, Wu Qi and Tuoba, who had climbed up to join in the drinking and eating. Yuing couldn't help but let his eyes spit fire. Were these the friends Gu Feng had tried so desperately to rescue? How could they be like this, oblivious to the fact that Gu Feng was deeply trapped and in danger? Gu Feng is really blind, and he is not afraid of chilling his heart, and it looks like Gui Renkai and others are no better than Zhu Tao. Yuing deeply despised them before she clenched her teeth and slid down the stone wall. They could have watched Gu Feng fight, but her upbringing told her that she had to fight alongside Gu Feng. Looking at Yu Ying's back, Wu Qi opened his mouth to speak. If it was before the whistle blew, he and Tuoba would definitely not have left Gu Feng alone to stay against the enemy. However, after seeing Gu Feng's full force outburst, the two of them no longer had this kind of mindset. This kid is not a human being. When he's ruthless, he even beats up his own people. On their way here, They had had an encounter with a squad of more than 20 corpsemen, including 3 chi drawing fifths, and Gu Feng had exploded at full force once in order to hurry. That scene, don't mention how shocking it was, the corpseman below the 5th level of chi invocation. One punch, directly blowing out the head, the corpseman of the 5th level of chi invocation. A little bit of effort. 2 punches killed. Wu Qi seriously suspected that when Gu Feng was under siege, he would trigger the invincibility buff. The stronger he fought, the stronger he got, the madder he got, and as far as the eye could see, they were all enemies, and he and Tuoba Lei's unsuspecting attempt to go forward to help resulted in him almost being killed by Gu Feng as an enemy. Luckily, he had withdrawn his stance in time, or else they would have become a rare sighting of wimpy cultivators who were killed by their allies for fighting in a group. From then on, as long as they encountered a siege of corpses, the two of them were very sensible and stood aside, doing some sweeping and intercepting, etc., and they would never dare to participate in a big battle. How long do you guess senior sister you will be beaten back? Tuoba Lei shoulder bumped Wu Qi, who was on the side, and asked with a smile. It should be at most 1/4 of an incense burner. Wu Qi blurted out. He wanted to say a few breaths, but considering the other party's strength at the 5th level of chi drawing, he couldn't say it. How can you guys talk about senior sister you like that? She was going to fight for her life. It's just as well that you guys didn't put up a fight. You're still making snide remarks. A female cultivator of the vegetable maiden sect reddened her face and chanted towards Wu Qi and the others. You guys aren't going. We're going. Several female cultivators glanced at each other, all seeing determination in each other's eyes. I advise you guys not to go. With your little bodies, you won't be able to take a punch from Gu Feng. Tuoba Lei skimmed his lips. He was the former one in body refining of the outer sect. Even he couldn't carry Gu Feng's punch, let alone those female disciples with delicate bodies. Your senior sister you will be coming up soon anyway, so why don't you wait here? As he spoke, the battle erupted below. Hundreds of corpses, their eyes blossoming with ghostly light, their throats emitting hoarse hissing noises like they were from the 9 underworlds, making people shudder at the smell of them, launched their attacks towards Gu Feng. Looking at the hideous-faced corpses in all directions, Gu Feng licked his tongue in excitement, as if he was a born warrior, and the more he faced a sinister environment, the more it inspired his fighting spirit. Shout! His tongue bloomed with thunder, his posture stood proudly, a plain-colored robe, bulging up, his whole body exploded with spiritual energy, his body surface lingered with a layer of faint spiritual haze, his full head of black hair danced with the wind, his eyes were sharp as 2 sharp swords, and his invincible breath escaped in all directions. His right hand clenched his fist and swung it forward violently. With a boom, the air directly exploded. The corpseman who rushed at the very front, half of his head was blown out, and he fell straight down. Red and white interspersed with some dark green liquid splashed in all directions, opening up Gu Feng's furious attack. He was like an angry savage beast, sometimes like a lion descending from a mountain, sometimes like a pale wolf pouncing, sometimes like a moose leaping, sometimes like a falcon swooping, clawing, ripping, tearing, biting, slapping, and hammering. His hands, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, buttocks, and even his head were all transformed into weapons, and every bone in his entire body was moving to maximize its function. His bravery was unparalleled. His fists came out like dragons, and the corpseman in front of him was like a straw sticking out of a straw, and under his swift attack, he was blown hundreds of meters away, his head exploding in the air. A corpseman held up his wolf toothstick and hissed as he rushed up, and he was greeted by Gu Feng's fierce attack, 1 punch breaking the wolf toothstick and 2 punches killing the corpseman. The hair was attached to spiritual energy, the roots blossomed with light, and when he violently threw his head, he actually cut the neck of a corpseman, and the head rolled to the ground, was crushed by his foot, and perished in an instant. Gu Feng's attack power was invincible. His defense was also very strong. A punch from the 3rd level of chi drawing was blasted on the back, as if it was scratching an itch. Even the corpses who had lost their sanity couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Is this a human being? It's more like a necromancer than a necromancer. Who the hell is a necromancer? The few female disciples standing on the peak had their mouths slightly open and their eyes protruding out, as if they had seen a monster, their heads buzzing. Even Wu Qi and Tuoba Lei, who had seen Gu Feng's outburst, couldn't help but have their pupils shrink slightly. Having thought that they had seen all of him, they hadn't thought that this was just the tip of the iceberg. Gu Feng's strength was mysterious and unpredictable, like a deep sea, unable to perceive its ultimate bottom line. Hoo-hoo! A figure gasping for breath climbed up the rope to the peak, her cheeks swollen, her eyes black and blue, and blood still flowing from her nostrils. Who are you? Chao Yuan looked at the other party with a wary face, and the rest of them were also on full alert. Me, Yuing, senior sister you're injured. A few female disciples quickly greeted Yuing, looking at her heartily. What happened to her was tragic. Her face was covered with fist marks and footprints, and her whole face was so disfigured that I'm afraid her loved ones who were present might not be able to recognize her. I was beaten by Gu Feng. Ying took a healing elixir, ruthlessly squeezed aside Wu Qi, sat down on a rock with a puff of air, snatched a roasted leg, and viciously tore it a few times. He, I told you not to go, but you insisted on going. You're lucky if you didn't get killed. Tuoba lay hemmed and hawed, fiercely pouring a mouthful of spirit wine, his gaze once again cast downwards. Ying didn't care about his taunts, and his puffy eyes were filled with a shock that was hard to hide. With her cultivation at the peak of the 5th level of Qi drawing, she couldn't even withstand a few punches casually thrown by Gu Feng, whose fists, as hard as diamond, even made a gaping hole in her weapon. Damn it, he's only been advanced to Qi drawing for a month. How can he be so strong? Luckily, his attack was not aimed at himself, otherwise would he still have a life? The answer was yes. If she were to fight a one-on-one duel with Gu Feng, I'm afraid that she would be blown away in a few breaths. The same Qi drawing realm cultivator, standing under the same sky. How can the gap between being a human beings be so big? Ying thought indignantly, ruthlessly tearing a large mouthful of roasted meat and chewing it, revealing a grimace of pain. If she had known that Gu Feng was so tough, she wouldn't have gone to help with the boxing. Sitting on the peak, eating meat and drinking wine to watch Gu Feng beat up the corpses is not good. Why bother? The robes on Gu Feng's body were already drenched in dark green blood, but his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. It was as if the innate sense of fighting gradually revived. Like a messenger reaping ghosts, he walked the world, and when faced with evil things, he revealed a look of contempt and eradicated them with a wave of his hand. His invincible image was all but seen by the manipulator behind the scenes through the corpse man's perspective, and the shock could not be concealed in the crimson eyes lowered by the black robe. By the looks of it, he was also shocked by Gu Feng's strength. Gu Feng, I didn't expect that after only a few months of not seeing you, your strength would be so terrifying. It's not unfair that my Gu family was destroyed because of you. It's really getting more and more exciting. The treasures you're carrying. Behind him, there was a modest pool of blood, which tumbled over, and inside it, several evil corpse people opened their eyes at the same time. At the foot of the mountain, everything was for calm. Gu Feng stood against the wind, and with a gentle shock, the bloodstains all over his body splashed in all directions, revealing that handsome face. He glanced towards the peak, and in the next moment, his legs violently stomped on the ground, and with a powerful impact, he directly cracked the ground into a large opening, and with a whoosh, he jumped up to the hundreds of meters high peak in one step. You bunch of assholes, I fought to the death and you guys actually drank and ate meat. Bring it all over here and let me have some. Chapter 57, Senior Sister You can't blame me, you blocked my attack route. Gu Feng sat down and ruthlessly tore a few mouthfuls of roasted meat, and then immediately pounded a few mouthfuls of spirit wine. An expression of enjoyment appeared on his entire face, and as if he thought of something, he turned his head to look at Ying on the side, and the other party was also staring at him with a burning gaze. Senior Sister are you alright? At those words, Ying's eyelids fluttered, tugging at the wound and letting out a hiss between his teeth, as if he was in pain. Do I look like I'm okay to you? The cold voice, the strange expression, and the green and purple look poked Gu Feng's funny bone, and he laughed. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to do that. Mostly because you just happened to be in my line of attack. Line of attack? Ying rather have a kind of impulse to want to curse the mother. God-damned attack routes. You damn the whole field in all directions are attack routes. Seriously doubt that this is specifically targeting her. Premeditated retaliatory strikes. When he thought of the encounter just now, Ying couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch, and his mood followed suit with a messy mess. After taking 2 heavy punches from Gu Feng, she learned her lesson and purposely stayed away from him for more than a dozen meters, and left some of her attention on Gu Feng as she attacked the corpseman. However, Gu Feng's attack did not follow the routine at all, like a gazelle hanging without a trace. In the first breath, he was still attacking the few corpses beside him, and in the next instant, just like a frightened rabbit, he jumped backward more than 10 meters, and then at an unbelievable angle, he stomped out with his back leg directly, attacking the target that was originally far away from him. When you thought he was storming off on the spot, he took another big jump and disappeared, his position changing drastically every moment, and on the other hand, his speed was still strangely fast, so that even if you were staring at him carefully, you couldn't predict what he wanted to attack the next moment, or even when he would change his position. Ying was careful and cautious, but he still couldn't defend himself against Gu Feng's heavily attacks. The number of attacks Gu Feng had hit her with was more than the number of attacks she had hit the corpseman with. How can this be a fight? Such a suffocating way of fighting. It would be better to be a spectator. Listening to Ying's complaints, the crowd could no longer hold back and all laughed out loud without any image. Ying went to help Gu Feng with a sincere heart, but ended up being beaten back. anyone else would have to hold their tongue. Senior sister I'm also having a hard time. The moment the attack was struck, I sensed something was wrong and forcefully retracted a few points of force. Otherwise, Gu Feng grinned, revealing 2 rows of good-looking large white teeth. Or else I'll be hiccuped. Right. Ewing suddenly got up, his eyes glaring round, beating me half to death. You still have a point? If she hadn't been unable to beat Gu Feng, she would have really wanted to punch the damnable brat hard. Her puffy eyelids were a sight to behold. Senior sister you're considered good. You can still climb up on your own. I'm in deep. I almost got ate up with 1 punch last time. Wu Qi stuffed a large mouthful of roasted meat in his mouth and said with a palpitating heart. He was by no means alarmist. Gu Feng in a berserk battle was just that dangerous. That time if Tuoba Lei hadn't reacted extremely fast and helped him to hold back more than half of his power in time, he really might have been dry-bombed by Gu Feng. Hearing Wu Qi say that, Ewing couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Just imagine, if the enemies Gu Feng encountered were a little stronger, allowing him to completely immerse himself in the battle. She was afraid that she would really have to come back lying down. Isn't the enemy strong enough? As soon as the thought appeared, shock bubbled up from the depths of her heart, surging through her body in the blink of an eye, relentlessly bombarding her brain. She asked herself that she had also seen the world, not to mention the others. Take the vegetarian girl sex master Chu Yudi fantasy. She was high up in the 5th place of the inner sex heavenly ranking, so she was considered to be exceptionally gifted. However, it was such a world-class pride that she regarded as her idol. And after entering the Qi drawing realm for about a month, compared to Gu Feng's battle power, it was also 100,000 miles different. I'm afraid that this strong battle power is no weaker than the 7th level of Qi drawing. A month with a strength comparable to the 7th level of Qi attraction? Are you serious? Didn't you say that the 10,000 Thunders Taoist body is slow to cultivate? Dare I say that the ancient books are all bull *********? Ewing felt for the first time that the gap between people was so big that she didn't dare to give birth to the heart of comparison. She herself from entering the Qi-inducing realm to today's Qi-inducing 5th level, but it took a full year. Goods are more than goods. People are more than people. Gu Feng, how did your cultivation level rise so quickly? It was a person's secret, but Ewing couldn't help but ask it, and it was clear that the others were curious about this question as well. A few female cultivators from the vegetarian girl sect. Their cheeks were delicately red, their eyes were containing autumn waves, burningly staring at Gu Feng. Not only was this kid handsome, but his strength was also strong beyond measure. Even if there was a heavenly tribulation shrouding him and he could perish at any time, he was still a man worthy of letting people dedicate themselves to him once. He had a superb charisma. Wu Qi and others are also holding their breath. Want to explore the mystery? If you can learn a half a star, not to take off. Cultivating fast? This is already a case of suppression. Or it could be even faster. Gu Feng smiled faintly. He had told the truth, but the others didn't believe it at all. All of them were there skimming their mouths breathlessly. I give full marks for this pretense. Can you teach me how to go around acting like you? Has your 10,000 beast technique been placed in the outer sect technique hall? When I get the points this time, I must go and learn it. Speaking of this, Gu Feng came into the spirit. If my improved 10,000 beasts technique is put back in the Hall of Merits, is it true that as long as someone learns it, they'll get paid? Of course. The Sunset Cloud sect has policies in place in order to encourage the clan disciples to create feats. The owner of the Gongfu can get half of the payment. Wu Qi said with a smile, hearing that there was a reward. Gu Feng straightened his body, a pair of eyes presenting brightly. Then can I set the price of the 10,000 beasts technique at a super high price now? As soon as these words came out, before anyone else could react, the 5 Xiong brothers swooped over with a swift momentum. Big brother, don't set a super high price. We can't afford it. Among the people present, the only ones who specialized in the art of physical combat were the 5 Xiong brothers, who had long coveted Gu Feng's 10,000 beasts skill. Looking at the 5 big old men with tears in their eyes and snot in their noses, Gu Feng shook his head breathlessly. If the outer sect didn't have a rule that merit laws were not to be privately transmitted, he wouldn't have minded teaching the 10,000 beasts skill to them. Of course, setting a super high price, he was just talking off the top of his head. If the founders of the merit law all wished to rely on a merit law to become rich, the outer sect would still be in chaos. A few more people talked and chatted for a while, and after the wine was gone, Ewing looked at the wretched side below and frowned. What do we do next? She looked at Gu Feng with an inquiring gaze, as if she regarded the latter as her backbone. We're all here now. Let's mess up the evil person behind the scenes who's controlling the corpse man, Gu Feng said casually. Through the corpses he had seen along the way, he had already guessed the identity of the evil person behind the curtain. Most likely one of the Gu family of Cloud Crouching City. Moreover, the probability that the other party had become what it was today had nothing to do with himself. Whether it was for the sake of the people or for his own future purity, this person had to be gotten rid of. I knew it. Gu Feng has a heart for justice, a female disciple of the Vegetable Maiden sect, said adoringly, and Yuing was also filled with appreciation. This you guys might have guessed wrong. Gu Feng, he's so active, he must have another purpose. Based on my understanding of him, most likely playing the purpose of saving people for a fee and earning money. Chao Yuan had a look of realization. Is that so? Gu Feng's face darkened, his eyes searingly staring at the storage pouch at the latter's waist. Then please hand over your spirit stones. Gu Feng, he's joking, I'll help you beat him up. Thus, Guarun Kai, the 5 Xiong brothers, and the others, were all over Chao Yuan, yelling words such as a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory and still think we're not poor enough. Big brothers, I was wrong. Accompanied by the screams, the group left the peak and followed the trail of the corpses coming through, one step at a time. This time, with Gu Feng, a ruthless man, the crowd was much more relaxed and less trembling. Boom, bang. Even though it wasn't the first time they had seen Gu Feng's attacking methods, Yuing and the others couldn't help but have their eyelids jump. Gu Feng was like a humanoid weapon, and those terrifying corpse people didn't have an ounce of resistance in front of him, and they were all killed by him. His defense was amazing, his attacks were powerful, and I'm afraid the only thing that was lacking in beauty was that he didn't have any splendid martial arts, and he looked flat and unimpressive. But it was this mediocre means of offense that made the crowd safe all the way, never folding again, even if they were injured a single person. As the only injured person, Yuing was becoming more and more deeply regretful for her hasty strike in the first place. If she hadn't underestimated Gu Feng's strength, her cheeks wouldn't be puffy and swollen to this day. The evil aura of this place is getting thicker and thicker. I'm afraid that the evil person behind the scenes is not far away. There was no need for Gu Feng to open his mouth. The crowd sensed the approaching danger. There are sounds of fighting there. Should we go over? Guarun Kai walked over to Gu Feng and asked in a low voice. Gu Feng stroked his chin, feeling that there was strength in numbers, and nodded, signaling the crowd to approach in the direction of the sounds of the fight. Zhu Tao and Xin Wei gathered the remnants of their disciples and joined together, and with steady steps, they also advanced to the vicinity of Gu Feng and the others. The two classes met with some surprise. It's this asshole Zhu Tao. Yu Ying's silver teeth clenched as she hated Zhu Tao, who had fled from the battle. Zhu Tao's gaze also looked over, and when he saw Yu Ying's puffy face, the corner of his mouth turned up slightly. Seen your sister Yu, now that we've all suffered heavy losses, why don't we put aside our old grudges and advance together? He walked straight to Gu Feng's side and snorted out a laugh. You're lucky to have survived until now as well. Should we join him? The way Yu Ying whispered in Gu Feng's ear for advice caused Zhu Tao to faintly stare, a little unsure, but not thinking much about it. Together, Gu Feng said indifferently, the big picture is important. Personal grudges aside, to clean up Zhu Tao, there is plenty of time later. It is not easy and pleasant. Chapter 58. I really can't figure out why the villain likes to jie laugh. Gu Feng looked at the two teams. The previous hordes of 400 to 500 people now added up to no more than 100. This time, the mission to remove the evil spirits had caused the various clans in Yun County to lose quite a bit of money. On the road of cultivation, Tomorrow and Death did not know who would come first. Gu Feng's mood was a little heavy, but his heart was more determined. He must overcome the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the peak. I don't know if Zhu Tao was behind it, but after Gu Feng and his group joined the team, they obviously felt the slightly contemptuous eyes of the crowd, and some cultivators even pointed and vaguely heard words like coward, which made Yu Ying and the girls gnash their teeth. Black is black and white is white. Why bother arguing with those stupid people? Gu Feng smiled faintly and didn't take the matter to heart. His mental quality was strong enough. How could Zhu Tao's little tricks affect him? Along the way, Zhu Tao and Xin Wei, the two leaders, walked side by side, exchanging something softly, and at the bottom of the two men's eyes, there were occasional flashes of ruthlessness. A swamp appeared after the shrubs, and the people broke off branches and made simple skateboards to pass through the swamp without any danger. Out of the swampy area, there was a condensation floating in the air, as well as an uncomfortable aura, and everyone understood that the main camp of the evil man who controlled the corpse people was in the valley ahead. The crowd was careful and cautious, cutting down the occasional sporadic corpses that appeared, and approaching towards the valley step by step. Beyond the valley, the trees withered from pollution, the grass yellowed, and a putrid odor greeted the eye, causing one to dry heave. Gu Feng led Yu Ying and the others, lurking behind a boulder hundreds of meters away from Zhu Tao and the others, observing the movements in the valley. Gu Feng, the odor here is so evil. Are you sure you can deal with it? Yu Ying looked at the bay of blood pools in the valley and asked worriedly. Not much of a problem. Gu Feng responded indifferently. Just then, a figure clad in black robes slowly walked out of the cave, and behind him, followed by a group of figures also clad in black robes. Gu Feng recognized the black-robed man in the lead at a glance, walking with a limp, and from the Gu family in Cloud Crouching City, who else would it be if it wasn't Uncle Gu-san? A glimmer of realization flashed in Gu Feng's heart. The reason why Uncle Gu-san was still alive was most likely because after failing to hunt him down that time, he was afraid of being scolded by Gu Tianba and temporarily stayed outside, not going back in time, and luckily escaping the calamity of extermination. He's really lucky to have obtained such an evil secret method. Thinking of this, Gu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Do you recognize this person? Ying asked in a low voice. Sort of a relative. My third uncle. Listening to Gu Feng's tone, Ying knew that he had a bad relationship with his third uncle, so he didn't ask any more questions. 7th level of Qi drawing. Can it be solved? Chao Yuan fumbled over and asked with some concern. The 6th and 7th gravity of Qi attraction. Although it is only a small realm difference, but one is the middle stage of Qi attraction, one belongs to the late stage of Qi attraction. The two are completely different concepts, and the difference in battle power is a good big cut. There's not much certainty in dealing with the 7th level of Qi drawing. If you guys give some incentives, then there's no problem, Gu Feng said with a frown. When these words came out, Guo Renkai and the others rolled their eyes. How could they not understand that the incentives in Gu Feng's mouth could be anything other than spirit stones? Boss, don't look at us 5 brothers. We're poor. Xiongde looked at Gu Feng's eyes as they drifted over. His body trembled slightly, and his heart was a little hairy. As long as you can kill the evil man handily and allow us to successfully complete our mission. 100,000 spirit stones. It's yours, Chao Yuan said in a domineering manner. I'll also offer 100,000. The first mission in life can't start with failure. This 1 million is worth giving. Gui Renkai also followed closely. I will also offer $100,000. Wu Qi was concise. With a swish, Gu Feng and Gui Renkai and the others, their gazes simultaneously looked at Yuing's crowd on the side, and the latter's eyelids jumped. I'm offering $200,000 on behalf of our sisters, if you lead us through the mission. Ying came from the Yu family, a large family in Yun County, and with a mere 200,000 spirit stones, he could still afford to pay. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng smiled, secretly casting an appreciative look towards Chao Yuan and the others. Still, brothers know my heart, and without having to communicate, they can be a trust. If Ying knew that Wu Qi and the others were Gu Feng's trustees, he might be furious. Of course, Gu Feng was not just pitting people for no reason. She saw Ying's attire and the weapons she used, and it looked like she was a small rich woman before she conspired with Wu Qi and the others to set up a trap to pit her. It is only natural for rich people to help the poor. Uncle Gu-san in the valley lifted his black robe, and Gu Feng could vaguely see Uncle Gu-san's past appearance from that withered face. After seeing clearly the appearance of the few people behind him, Gu Feng was first stunned, and then relieved. The appearance of Gu Tianba and the others made sense. Uncle Gu-san was relying on controlling the corpses of these people at the very beginning to step by step get to this scale today. He didn't know what method he used to raise the strength of Gu Tianba and the others to the peak of the 6th level of Qi attraction, which was only one step weaker than Uncle Gu-san. Hundreds of meters away, Zhu Tao and Xinwei also sensed the cultivation of this group of black-robed people, and their hearts could not help but feel a little apprehensive. With the existing lineup, the hope of winning was slim. How? According to the original plan, induce a big battle between the two parties, and we'll take advantage of the chaos to rush into the cave with our men and bring out the storage bag. Good. Then flee immediately. The two exchanged low voices. Except for a few close friends of the two of them, no one knew that Zhu Tao and Xinwei had long since realized that with today's formation, trying to kill the evil man was an impossible task. The reason why the two of them had gone through all the hardships and risked falling over was to get the storage bags of those fallen cultivators before them. The wealth of several hundred Qi drawing realm disciples was enough to make them desperate. The commotion made is too great and has already angered the various sects in Cloud County. After today, that evil person will definitely stay away from this place. Our matter must not be rumored. When the time comes to hide at the entrance of the mountain range, come and kill one. Silence them all, Zhu Tao said in a deep voice. That goes without saying. Xinwei also had a sardonic smile on his face. The two secretly contacted their own cronies, waiting for the best time to strike, while those cultivators lurking further away were still foolishly waiting for the signal for Zhu Tao and Xinwei to launch their attack, oblivious to the danger. As the sun set, the already gray valley was veiled in black. It wasn't that Gu Feng didn't dare to make a move, but he was waiting for Zhu Tao and the others to make a move. After the last trace of red haze disappeared into the sky, a sudden rustling sound, from far away, approached the valley at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the ground not far from Gu Feng's side also appeared to be cracked, and one by one, the corpses scurried out from the ground, and Uncle Gu-san, who was in the valley, glanced towards the direction where Gu Feng and the others were hiding. A touch of teasing surfaced in his eyes. We were discovered long ago, Gu Feng whispered softly, and Ying and the others beside him were on alert. Protect yourself, I'm going to decapitate him. As the words fell, Gu Feng whistled out like an offline arrow. Almost at the same time, Zhu Tao and Xin Wei, both of them, also sent out signals to attack. More than 100 cultivators shouted and killed the valley as well. In a flash, the two sides were in a fierce battle. In the midst of this chaotic battle, even Gu Feng didn't notice that Zhu Tao and Xin Wei, as well as a dozen of their cronies, actually didn't get involved, but instead bypassed the fierce battlefield and sneaked into the cave. A wry smile appeared at the corner of Uncle Gusan's mouth. Everything was under control. He understood in his heart that in order to completely kill Gu Feng and obtain the treasures on him, he had to give up something. The storage bags on those dead cultivators were the bait he used to lure Zhu Tao and Xin Wei and the others. As expected, after Zhu Tao and Xin Wei and the others got the storage bag, they didn't hesitate for a second, blithely disregarding the fighting crowd, and left without looking back. Zhu Tao, you thousand-dagger bastard. I curse your ancestors. Xin Wei, I was blind and actually followed you. When I get out of here alive, I'll find a group of storytellers to declare the scandalous stories of you 2 day and night. Looking at the backs of the rapidly departing, the cultivators who were left at the scene, their eyes reddened and broke into curses. Jia. The people in the way have finally left. Little darlings, become my corpses. None of them will escape. Uncle Gusan laughed out, his face becoming even more loathsome as he threw out a formation disc that enveloped the entire valley and all the cultivators who couldn't react fast enough. Looking at the thousands and thousands of densely packed corpses, those cultivators were weak in the legs and feet, and their hearts were sad. Xin Wei and Zhu Tao both took away a group of disciples with the highest combat strength, leaving behind these minions of theirs. How can they resist these evil people? They were completely desperate. Some of them couldn't even bring up the courage to fight back. The highest cultivation among them was only the 5th heavens of Qi drawing. Facing the 7th heavens of Qi drawing evil man was undoubtedly an egg touching a stone. There wasn't a hint of fluke to speak of. Uncle Gusan walked into the field with a grimace on his face. He enjoyed seeing the desperate expressions of these people, and in his heart, he thought that his elder brother and the others should have been like this when they were dying. I say, Uncle 3, you have practiced the evil secret method. There is no need to change your laughter as well. Jia is so unpleasant. I really can't understand why villains like to laugh like this. Just when the crowd couldn't see any hope, Gu Feng stepped out, his face fearless, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Quick, everyone gather together. With Gu Feng around, we still have hope of survival. Yuing yelled and gathered all the cultivators in the field, gathering around and defending themselves with a recessed terrain. Chapter 59, Comrades in Arms? No, they're just a bunch of fat sheep. More than 100 cultivators, guided by Yuing, all squeezed into a rocky crevice surrounded by mountains on 3 sides with only a small gap. Gu Feng, hide in here. Rescuing all the cultivators, Yuing shouted towards Gu Feng. Zhu Tao and Xin Wei's and other people's proximity to the battlefield had caused the originally evenly matched sides to form a lopsided situation. Gu Feng was very strong, perhaps able to defeat the 6th level of Qi attraction. Facing the 7th level of Qi attraction can also resist for a moment, but this is not a one-on-one gladiatorial arena. In all directions there is a huge swath of corpses people. Gu Feng's 2 fists were hard to beat. There was always a time when he ran out of strength. In this mission to get rid of evil, the clans had suffered heavy casualties, and before long, some elders would come over to investigate. So as long as they held on for a few days, there might be a possibility of being saved. In the face of Yu Ying's call, Gu Feng was oblivious, a light smile on his face, his eyes looking straight at the evil man he called third uncle, allowing the corpses to surround him. Senior sister Yu, stop shouting, Gu Feng is dead. A cultivator who was also from the Sunset Cloud sect said with a grave expression. From his perspective, there were 3 encircling circles around Gu Feng, the innermost of which were 6 Qi drawing 6th level corpses, the center of which were thousands of Qi drawing realm corpses of varying realms, and the outermost of which was another Qi drawing 7th level eyeing the situation. In this situation, even if one was at the 8th level of Qi drawing, I'm afraid that one would have to pay a great price in order to break out. Gu Feng had only advanced to the Qi drawing realm for a month, and Kark Mountain had never even been there, so how could he have the strength to resist this torrent-like attack? Shut up, if it wasn't for Gu Feng holding those corpses back, would you have been able to smoothly enter this place for refuge? Yuing chided towards that disciple, and several disciples from the Vegetable Maiden sect also blared at him angrily, being angrily rebuked by a Qi drawing 5th heavenly pride. That cultivator shut up resentfully. Brother, what is your name? Wu Qi reached out and patted the cultivator's shoulder, asking in a pleasant manner. Outer disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect, Shang Biao. Seeing that Wu Qi's face was unfamiliar and that he was only at the 1st level of Qi drawing, Shang Biao proudly replied back. Guarun Kai, write down Shang Biao's name and let Gu Feng dispose of it then. Okay. Guarun Kai looked at Shang Biao with interest, and in his heart, he mourned for this kid, took out a small notebook, and brushed the other party's name. What do you mean? Shang Biao's eyes were sharp. having long forgotten the bearish look he had earlier when he was surrounded by the corpses. What? You have an opinion? Tuoba Lei glared at him fiercely, and Shang Biao, knowing that he was not to be messed with, snorted lightly and said no more. Let's kill our way out and get Gu Feng back. Who agrees and who disagrees? Tuoba Lei said in a loud voice. I'm against it. It's not easy for the group to be safe for the time being. This place is easy to defend and hard to attack. We can't go out rashly. A bearded cultivator blurted out, and his remarks gained the agreement of the majority. What's your name? I'm not changing my name in my line of work. I'm not changing my name. Madman Yu Xiong. Alright, write down Yu Xiong's name. Tuoba Lei said in a cold voice towards Gui Renkai. Humph, old man Su Sindu, please write down my name as well. Lao Tzu. For a while, one name after another rang out, and Gui Renkai's pen traveled, recording those clamoring cultivators, one by one. Forget it, it's too troublesome to record it like this. Record it the other way around. Wu Qi frowned and said aloud towards the crowd. Whoever is willing to go out and save Gu Feng, please come to my side. With a swish, Wu Qi's words fell, and the cultivator beside him, cleanly walked in the opposite direction. Brother, you're very good. Actually willing to risk your life to save Gu Feng? Please be brave and say your name. Wu Qi pulled a Qi Attraction first-level cultivator, and asked with an appreciative face. He was the only one who was willing to stay, and was worth making a friend. Actually, I'd like to go over there. I just can't move with a broken leg. When these words came out, Chao Yuan and the others' faces darkened as they kicked out the unknown cultivator and kicked him into the opposing camp. Looking at the more than 100 cultivators across the street, Xiong Wu couldn't help but mutter. Being strong is good, and it's another hefty gain. Yuing looked at Chao Yuan and the others. The corners of her mouth kept twitching. How could she not see that they were just trying to find a grand excuse for Gu Feng to rob them later on, and they didn't even think about going out to save Gu Feng? That said, they are really not the same people. They don't care about others when they are safe. They deserve to be robbed. Gu Feng, don't worry about our well-being. Do your best against the enemy, and to motivate you, I found you over 100 fat sheep to harvest when you return victorious. Hearing Tuoba Lei's shout, Gu Feng, who was deeply trapped, turned his head and grinned, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth and passion in his eyes. Gu Feng and Uncle Gu San had a tacit understanding not to say anything, just quietly gazing at each other. Both sides know each other and have nothing to say. Today it's either you die or I live. Uncle Gu San only sent a few dozen corpses to hold Yuing and the others back. With the addition of the formation, these minions couldn't run away. His focus was on Gu Feng, and the supreme treasure that Gu Feng had on him. The valley was silent. Even the sound of the wind had stopped, and the atmosphere was becoming more and more grave. As the stars fell from the sky, the battle was fought inadvertently, and when it was fought, it was stone cold, with heavenly thunder crashing into the earth and piercing the silent night sky. The HE drawing 6th level corpse people opened their arms at the same time and slapped down towards Gu Feng's head, their strong spiritual energy crushing the air directly out of the small area and increasing the pressure by hundreds of times in vain. Gu Feng's body was half crouched, and his hands protected his chest in a defensive position to harden against the blow. Boom! Gu Feng, who had been hit solidly, had shortened a great deal out of thin air. His feet plunged into the ground, with only his knee area remaining on the surface, and he felt that his internal organs kept rolling over. His chest was stuffy, and it was somewhat difficult for him to breathe. Rise! Gu Storm bellowed, thrusting his hands into the ground, directly lifting a piece of soil the size of a house, causing the HE drawing 6th level corpse people to stand unsteadily, and in that split second of time, he unleashed a furious strike. The 5 fingers of his right hand crushed and exploded a ball of air. His waist twisted, and unparalleled power, transmitted through his lower body to his waist, and then down his torso to his arm, blasted out with all his might. Bang! A nearest corpse man, whose body was still in a state of planting to one side, was hit solidly, a horrifyingly deep dent appearing in his chest, his ribs snapping off at the roots, piercing through his skin, and dark green liquid flowing horizontally. Taking advantage of his illness, Gu Feng swept his thighs across the ground, sweeping the corpse man, who still had the ability to move, to the ground, and when he stepped out, the liquid, which was fishy red and mixed with some white brain matter, flowed onto the ground. The whole thing was clean and amazing. Those cultivators hiding in the stone crevices were dumbfounded. In a few breaths, he had decapitated a corpse man of the 6th level of Qi drawing, and Gu Feng's battle power had clearly surpassed the streams of Zhu Tao and Shenwei. Yes, Chao Yuan and the others were stirred up in their hearts, clenching their fists tightly as they shouted for Gu Feng. Uncle Gu San, who was looking proudly at the whole scene, had blazing eyes and was so excited that his body was shaking violently. The stronger Gu Feng was, the more precious the treasures he had on him. Jia, can you kill all my corpses? After this strike, he also saw the limit of Gu Feng's power, and he was certain in his heart that Gu Feng would never be able to kill his way out of this heavy siege. Gu Feng carried the first wave of attacks. Let's go out and break the formation and escape from here while that evil man is dealing with him at full strength. After the shock of the crowd of cultivators, the face of ecstasy, someone proposed to go out to break the formation to leave, and even gained the approval of most people. Ying was so angry that he was trembling and couldn't wait to slap those unscrupulous cultivators to death. Gu Feng, give up resisting. Those comrades of yours here have already left and gone. Seeing this, Uncle Gu-san said with a grim smile, attempting to disintegrate Gu Feng's will. Humph, comrades in arms? They're just a bunch of fat sheep. Gu Feng was oblivious as his heavenly battle spirit erupted, and after hardening himself against a wave of attacks, he once again managed to kill a chi-drawing 6th level corpseman. Chapter 60, I am invincible in the same realm. 1 for 1 above the same realm. Looking at the more than 100 cultivators rushing towards the edge of the formation and bombarding it without stopping, Uncle Gu-san's eyes surfaced with a touch of teasing. This formation can trap all cultivators within the Hotian, and with these ants like them, it is destined to be futile. No longer paying attention and focusing all his attention on Gu Feng, he licked his scarlet tongue and couldn't help but Jia laugh out loud. Gu Feng was really too strong, so strong that it was soul-shattering. How long has it been? He had grown from a brat who had relied on acting and fleeing from under his own hands in a mess in the first place to the point where he could kill the 6th level of chi drawing. And if he hadn't inadvertently obtained the mysterious secret method of controlling corpses, the entire Gu family would not have been able to do anything about Gu Feng if they had all been pitted against each other. As long as we can get the treasures on his body, hide and cultivate for 10 or 8 years, we will be able to cross the Cloud County. With this in mind, Uncle Gu-san smiled grimly towards Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you're waiting to die with your hands tied. Why do you need to fight like a trapped beast? You come down and try. Gu Feng shouted back with a loud voice as he blasted back a chi drawing 6th level with a single punch. The 8 chi drawing 6th levels had already been half killed by him. However, Gu Feng did not feel relieved because of this, covered by the thousands of corpses, all of which surged over, their attacks raining down on him. Those corpses had no sense of pain and did not fear death, and were completely different from ordinary cultivators, so even with Gu Feng's toughness, he felt it was difficult. In this situation, speed was held back and dodging was out of the question, so the only option was to carry it hard. Gu Feng's spirit was concentrated like never before, and his battle spirit exploded to the extreme. He couldn't afford to show a hint of slackness, or he would surely die without a burial place. At this moment, he discovered his own defects. There is no powerful martial arts, only with the strength of the physical body and the 10,000 beast skill. Encountering the general enemy is okay. Like today's situation, obviously stretched to the limit. His heart made up his mind. To be back to the Sunset Cloud sect, it is necessary to think of a way to find an attacking martial art suitable for himself. Roar! The voice that seemed like a mangy beast exploded in his throat, and his strong aura rose again, swinging up a corpseman, holding it in his hand as a weapon, and sweeping it in all directions. The corpses collided with the corpses, their flesh squeezed together, blood and flesh, dark green blood, splashing onto Gu Feng's face. The slightest bit of coolness made him even more excited. He turned on the mode of berserk battle, picking up boulders one person high and smashing them down indiscriminately. With each strike, 2 or 3 corpses were smashed into meat patties, and the ground followed and kept on trembling. He was like a god king, reigning over the world, showing his invincible aura to the world, sweeping away all ghosts and demons. A corpseman of the 6th level of chi drawing hissed and blasted. Gu Feng calmly swung out an arm, crushing his opponent's attack with one punch, and the second punch went straight for his head. Wanting to walk out of here intact was no longer possible, so Gu Feng chose one of the most efficient ways to fight, trading wounds for wounds. Looking at the corpse people who kept falling, Uncle Gu-san's face was gloomy to the extreme. These were the people he relied on, relying on them to step by step to get to today. They could be broken, but not all of them. He was waiting for the moment when Gu Feng's chi weakened. However, after Gu Feng killed another chi drawing 6th corpseman, he finally couldn't hold back. Gu Feng, you're at the end of your rope. Let your third uncle finish you off. Uncle Gu-san shouted violently. An aura at the peak of the 7th level of chi drawing suddenly erupted. The entire valley emitted a rumbling sound, and spiritual energy with an evil aura was spread out like mercury. Ying and the others who were hiding in the stone cracks had shock and fear in their eyes. The aura given off by the 7th level of chi drawing was so strong that it made it difficult for him to breathe. What to do? No matter how strong Gu Feng is, he can't possibly defeat that evil man. Tuoba Lei voice trembling said, just from the aura to judge, Gu Feng is weaker than his third uncle, plus he fought for so long. Stamina tanks have long seen the empty, surrounded by tigers eyeing the corpse people, the situation of certain death. Gu Feng, we're here to help you. Even though they knew that rushing up there wouldn't do much, Ying and the others fought to kill. and even Wu Qi, who was the weakest, yelled and fought with all his might, clearing out some of the stragglers for Gu Feng as much as possible. Stand back and protect yourselves. I am no longer in a position to help. Gu Feng's full head of black hair flew about, a ruthless look appearing on his face as he blasted the 3 corpse people in front of him with a single blow. On the verge of death, you still have the heart to care about others. Uncle Gusan let out a fierce laugh, and with a furious palm that gathered all the spiritual energy within a few meters in a radius, he heavily blasted above Gu Feng's chest, sending him flying out horizontally, smashing a boulder and splattering bright red blood. You bastards, don't come over to help, Ewing hissed, shouting towards the 100 or so cultivators who were struggling to bombard the formation, yet the only response to her was indifference and disregard. Gu Feng climbed up from the rubble, his face terribly pale, spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood, and gritted his teeth to meet them again. Those corpses swarmed in from all directions, drowning Gu Feng. Roar! Gu Feng roared, shaking away the corpse people around him. At this moment, his clothes were ragged, his bodies had several more wounds, and blood kept gushing out. This mission is very challenging, you'll have to pay extra. When the words add money fell, Gu Feng looked like he was on stimulants, pushing dozens of corpses all the way across the room and closing in on Uncle Gusan step by step. Fine, raise the money, Chao Yuan yelled towards Gu Feng. Kill, Jie Jie, you're the most outstanding genius of the Gu family. Uncle San will burn more paper money for you. Die for me. Boom. It was like 2 meteorites colliding, and like 2 heavy weapons touching. The loud noise that erupted made people's eardrums numb and their heads buzz. Gu Feng fought hard with Uncle Gusan, and the spiritual energy that escaped directly scraped away a layer of the ground, and dozens of corpses were lifted out like pieces of paper. Rocks also flew across the room like cannonballs. Yuing and the others were shocked by this powerful strike. They were dumbstruck and their bodies trembled slightly. So strong, Gu Feng was really too strong to be able to fight hard against a strong person at the peak of the 7th level of Qi drawing. Let's retreat back and not let Gu Feng worry. Uncle Gusan was also incredulous. He knew that Gu Feng was very strong and had purposely sent the corpses to drain his strength, not expecting that at this moment, he could still erupt with such a furious strike. Must get. His eyes were crimson as he yelled and killed Gu Feng. The two of them fought fiercely together. Gu Feng was ultimately in a low realm, and his physical strength was greatly depleted, so how could he be defeated? He kept getting knocked off his feet, and kept charging back up, yelling under his breath, "Raise!" It was as if those 2 words could give him infinite power. Ha ha, die! Uncle Gusan laughed maniacally, seizing the break in Gu Feng's attack and blasting his chest with a heavy punch. Ka-ching! The punch broke Gu Feng's ribs, causing a deep punch mark to appear on his chest as blood spewed out of his mouth in a desperate manner. Gu Feng, Yuing and the others let out desperate hisses. However, Gu Feng, who had suffered a heavy blow, was actually nailed to the spot without moving a single bit, and between his raised head, he revealed a bizarre smile, spitting out a few words between his teeth. Gotcha! I am invincible in the same realm, 1 for 1 above the same realm. Gu Feng had managed to catch Uncle Gusan with great difficulty. How would he let go? He ignored the attacks of the surrounding corpses. His body wandered at high speed and surrounded the other party. A blistering attack unfolded. The 10,000 beasts technique erupted with full force. His head full of ebony hair directly burst open, like an angry savage beast, sometimes like a lion descending from a mountain, sometimes like a pale wolf pouncing, sometimes like a moose jumping, sometimes like a falcon swooping, grasping, pulling, ripping, tearing, biting, slapping, and hammering. His hands, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, buttocks, and even his head and teeth were all transformed into weaponry, and every bone in his entire body was active, maximizing its function. Uncle Gusan followed suit and roared. However, each of his outbursts was interrupted in time by Gu Feng, who felt silhouetted on all sides, as if he was surrounded by dozens of terrifying demonic beasts, causing various parts of his body to suffer heavy injuries. He wanted to control the corpse man and repel Gu Feng. However, controlling the corpse man was something that would weaken one's concentration, and it would have been difficult to resist, and in doing so, the trauma was even more severe. Damn it! Die for me! He gave up all his means, wanting to forcefully kill Gu Feng with his strength at the peak of the 7th level of Qi drawing. Chapter 61. This is a free gift. No extra charge. Uncle Gusan spared a few heavy blows and forced a wave of attacks. However, like he didn't want to die, Gu Feng also resisted hard with his body and then quickly counterattacked, once again pinning him down. Damn! Being pressed by a junior caused Uncle Gusan to become furious. Kill those mole crickets. He issued an order towards those corpse people to kill Yuing and the others. Chao Yuan and the others retreated into the rock crevices and struggled to hold on with the advantage of the terrain. Gu Feng, don't mind us, kill the evil man. Yuing gritted her teeth against the onslaught of the corpse man and yelled towards Gu Feng. Gu Feng had managed to salvage the disadvantage and drag the evil man into a physical fight, so he must not be distracted. Gu Feng's body floated, selectively hardening himself against Uncle Gu San's attacks, using his hands and feet to change his attacks every now and then. An unprecedented sense of suffocation welled up in Uncle Gu San's heart. Gu Feng's attacks, flip-flopping, were just a few moves, at most changing the order of the moves, but it was just hard to resist. It was as if there was a very subtle rhythm in Gu Feng's attacks, with each strike being just right, making it difficult for him to cope with his hands. If it wasn't for the advantage of the realm, I am afraid that I would have lost the battle long ago. The two of them roared, gritted their teeth, and fought desperately, as Gu Feng, with his unique fighting style, stiffly dragged Uncle Gu San, who was at the peak of the 7th level of Qi drawing, into a quagmire of physical combat. Both sides were entangled together, fighting from the valley to the cave, and the cave to the cliff face. Gu Feng was like a piece of craft, always clinging to Uncle Gu San, making it difficult for the latter to get away. It was a grueling battle of endurance. Since Gu Feng had previously killed most of the Qi drawing 6th level corpse people, and with the 100 or so cultivators also retreating back, Yu Ying and the others had miraculously carried the tide of corpse people with their advantage of the terrain, which had left Gu Feng without any worries. Shocked, indescribably shocked, these celestials from various sects and factions had never seen such a furious attack before. Gu Feng was a mangy beast in human skin. His physical defense was invincible and his attacks were swift and powerful, causing people to be in awe and generating a wave of unbeatable thoughts. The stars and rivers were turning, the eastern sunrise was waving into the valley, but the rumbling sound was still loud. Uncle Gu San felt powerless. The Gu Feng in front of him was clearly at his limit, yet he was always standing. His confidence was gradually weakening, his will was disintegrating, and he got up the idea of leaving. Want to leave? Can you leave? Gu Feng's face was as white as a piece of paper, but his eyes became more and more stern. During the whole night's battle, he had once again gained a new understanding of the 10,000 beasts technique. Attacks didn't necessarily have to hit the vitals. Sometimes hitting the key parts was more effective than the vitals. This is not a line of nonsense, but a true avenue of attack. Cultivator's head is the most important, defense concentrated place. You want to hit head-on. Difficult, if the rest of the parts of the blow, forcing the other side to weaken the head of the defense, and then want to attack. It is much easier. Gu Feng had hit Uncle Gu San's left shoulder dozens of times in a row, and the single-digit damage wasn't enough to make the opponent feel bad. But with dozens of strokes in a row, Uncle Gu Sanjiu also felt uncomfortable. The moment he tried to move his left shoulder, Gu Feng seized the moment and threw a heavy punch, blasting him on his temple, such a heavy blow that he became dizzy and spat blood from his mouth. After building up his success with one strike, Gu Feng took a sharp breath and poured out a furious attack. Boo! After an unknown amount of time, a faint sound like an egg breaking its shell rang out, and Uncle Gu San completely panicked as his spiritual power shield was declared broken. Uncle Gu San, whose defense was greatly reduced, was also suppressed to death in his attacks, and every time he tried to escape, he couldn't get away. A thick aura of death loomed overhead, terrifying him. Evil grows from the guts, and since he can't leave, he'll fight to the death. The two stood within a distance of less than a foot apart, withdrawing their defenses and fighting with all their might. Raise the money! Raise the money! Gu Feng yelled out plus money with every strike, as if these two words had a mysterious power that supported him. He was like an undefeatable man. His feet were already unsteady, but he just wouldn't fall. It was a contest of fervor and persistence that moved people. Yu Ying and the others clenched their fists and held panic in their throats, wanting to roar loudly but afraid of affecting Gu Feng. Uncle Gu San's heart was sad and angry, and he wanted to yell towards Gu Feng, "It's not just money, I will give you, just let me go." If time could be turned back, he definitely wouldn't let Zhu Tao and the others take away all the storage bags, and he would fight to the death to stop them and take out these storage bags at this moment and hand them over to Gu Feng. Fighting hard with his physical body, he was obviously not an opponent. Blood kept spraying out of his mouth, his aura dropped again and again, and his low roar was getting weaker and weaker. At this moment, he was extremely regretful in his heart, regretting that he shouldn't have gone down so early in the first place. Let the corpses drag you to your death. The end must be, not like this. After Gu Feng struck Uncle Gu San's head again, the latter's pupils began to dilate and the colors within them darkened considerably. All the same, Gu Feng said indifferently, stopping his attack and quietly looking at this last member of the Gu family other than him. "I'm so sorry that when I was chasing you, should not." Uncle Gu San's face was as gray as death, his miserable laughter breaking, his hands hanging down helplessly, his vitality rapidly dissipating. Gu Feng skimmed his mouth, not bothering to listen to the other party's nonsense. He choked his neck and gently twisted it, ending the other party. The evil man declared his fall, and those corpses collapsed to the ground one by one. Gu Feng shakily touched the array disc that controlled the array from the other party, and without knowing how to use it, he directly crushed it, and the array that shrouded the valley instantly collapsed. 100 or so cultivators looked at Gu Feng with fear on their faces, not daring to meet his eyes, and without knowing who led the way, they rolled and crawled as they quickly fled, fearing that Gu Feng would find them in trouble. A bunch of Chao Yuan spat at those backs and roared disdainfully, "Gu Feng, are you alright?" Yu Ying and the others came to Gu Feng's side, looking at the horrible and hideous scars on his body, and asked in heartache, "As long as your raise isn't a scam, I won't have much of a problem." Gu Feng grinned, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth. Wei Renkai and the others were also speechless. It was this time of the day and Gu Feng was still preoccupied with money. Is money more important than life? Looking at Gu Feng's appearance, they had reason to believe that if it wasn't for the spirit stones motivating him, they were afraid that he wouldn't have been able to last until now. Having money could make the devil turn the wheels, and it could also cause Gu Feng to explode beyond his limits of combat power. However, it also showed that Gu Feng didn't have much to do. "Okay, raise the money. I'll give you $500,000. Yu Ying skimmed his lips and said, his eyes scanning around, looking at the field full of sprawling corpses. He still had a feeling of impracticality. They had actually defeated a Chi drawing 7th level as well as a large group of Chi drawing realm corpses. Well, it was a bit inaccurate to say that. It should be said that Gu Feng had defeated this strong enemy all by himself. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Feng, who was sitting on the ground, recovering, and a strong feeling rose from the bottom of her heart, that Gu Feng would definitely be able to go far on the cultivation path, farther than everyone else present, and that the heavenly tribulation wouldn't be able to stop him. After taking a healing elixir and meditating for another hour, Gu Feng recovered a large portion of his body. The crowd was once again surprised by Gu Feng's terrifying recovery. "Let's go back to the Fallen Cloud sect." Several people combined their efforts to bury those corpses, took Uncle Gu San's head, and left the valley. "Gu Feng, why are you so excited?" It was clear that he was still injured, but Gu Feng's pace was light, as if he was trying to hurry. "Yes, do you guys see that I'm excited?" Gu Feng blinked and asked with a smile. "Generally speaking, when you show your big white teeth when you smile, it means that your heart is stirring." Wei Renkai scrutinized Gu Feng up and down for a moment and said in an affirmative tone, "No, you guys are overthinking it." Gu Feng pushed Wei Renkai away and took a quick step forward. Yu Ying and the others looked at each other and followed with a suspicious face. As they approached the exit of the approaching mountain range, they finally realized why Gu Feng was excited. Gaijin, corpses appeared strewn in front of him, the very same cultivators who had left first. "Gentlemen, congratulations on coming back alive," a voice rang out, and dozens of silhouettes appeared. Zhu Tao, Xin Wei, and their little brother. "Unfortunately, we can't let you guys go out alive to talk nonsense, so please go to hell right now." Xin Wei and Zhu Tao stood side by side, their faces grimacing out. The expected panic and fleeing did not appear. Yu Ying and the others moved in a neat and tidy manner, sitting in a row, each of them holding a roasted leg in their hands, as well as a bottle of spirit wine, talking and laughing. He looked as if he was ready to watch the show, not taking Zhu Tao and the others' threats to heart at all. "This is a freebie, no extra charge." Gu Feng tugged at the corner of his mouth and stepped out, muttering words such as "I'm wounded." Chapter 62 Elders Descend. Gu Feng ignores. The performance of Yu Ying and the others made Zhu Tao and Xin Wei suspicious and their faces clouded over. They had heard from the group they had just killed that the evil man had been killed, and they had also heard about Gu Feng's great display of power. The process was so bizarre and strange, so much like a mythological story, that the two of them couldn't believe it, especially Zhu Tao, who, as an outer disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect, knew Gu Feng's deeds like the back of his hand even though he was cultivating in Kark Mountain. Wanjia Dao body, with a strong and unparalleled physique, possessing the strength to challenge across levels. At the body refining realm, he was able to kill more than 30 cultivators of the 3rd level of Qi drawing with his own strength, even if he had advanced to the Qi drawing realm now. But after all, the time was too short, and his true battle power was on par with that of an ordinary Qi drawing 6th level, which was already heaven-defying, and defeating a Qi drawing 7th level was something that could never be accomplished. When he thought of what Gu Feng had said before, that the evil man who controlled the corpse man was his third uncle, the two analyzed the situation and came to the most likely conclusion that Gu Feng had negotiated a deal with the evil man, or had used the name of the Fallen Cloud Sect's elder to scare the other party, forcing them to leave and colluding with him to put on a show. After all, that evil man was Gu Feng's third uncle, so it was quite possible to give him a favor in passing. The emboldened nature of Yu Ying and the others further confirmed this possibility that they were definitely bluffing. "Zhu Tao, don't think so much. I don't believe that a cultivator who dares to break into the Qi drawing realm has the ability to kill the 7th level of Qi drawing," Xin Wei said in a deep voice. The horizontal flesh on his face also jumped a few times, and continued to urge, The elders of the various sects should already be on their way. Let's hurry up and finish them off. Come to a dead end. At those words, Zhu Tao's heart stirred. If Gu Feng really had the strength to kill the 7th level of Qi drawing, how could he have allowed himself to be taunted before and remained indifferent? Thinking of this, Zhu Tao's mind was greatly calmed, and he spoke out coldly toward Gu Feng. Gu Feng, don't bluff. Immediately after nodding toward Shen Wei beside him, both of them waved their hands at the same time, and the minions behind them scurried out and surrounded Gu Feng. The rest of them knew their roots, except for Gu Feng, who was somewhat of an enigma, and solved him first. Gu Feng cocked his head and shook it slightly. All the storage bags you guys got from the cave, all of them are on you. I don't know what to do. Kill him. With a command from both men, the grueling battle began. It's so tragic. It's like hell on earth. The mournful screams piercing the clouds, the blood splattering. Gu Feng was like a hellish messenger wielding a butcher's knife. Every time he struck, he would see blood and kill. It's like an adult beating up a child. Easy plus pleasant, without a hint of difficulty. Watching one of his men fall in despair, Zhu Tao and Shen Wei's eyes were glazed over, trembling with fear. Only then did they realize that what those people had said earlier was all true, and that Gu Feng did indeed have the strength to kill a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi drawing. It's all because Zhu Tao forced us to do this. Don't kill me. We were wrong. Please. Gu Feng was unmoved by the pleas of the crowd. Since he chose to strike, he would kill them once and for all and never let one go. Gu Feng has something to say. You want the storage bags, right? All of them are here. Shen Wei, who was scared out of his wits, took off a ring on his left index finger as he retreated and threw it to Gu Feng. Gu Feng also saw the storage ring for the first time. This is a good thing. Not only is there a lot of space, but also can drop blood to recognize the owner. Unlike the storage bag that is easy to lose, Yu Ying and the others sat calmly, pointing at Zhu Tao and the others, and occasionally clinking glasses and laughing. This Zhu Tao isn't much better. He's no match for Gu Feng. 6th level of Qi drawing. Gu Feng is no longer in his sights. Alas, the same day into the sect, people earn money to cultivate both. The old man desperately cultivate. The result is that even his heels cannot touch. In a few more months, I'm afraid no one in Kark Mountain will be his opponent. The first in the Qi drawing realm. Within reach, they sighed and were in awe as Gu Feng's image grew taller and taller, his invincible demeanor deeply embedded in everyone's mind. Gu Feng, you killed my brother. He deserved to die. I won't take revenge. Just let me go. Right. I also have a storage ring with a lot of spirit stones and heavenly treasures in it. I'll give them all to you as a token of filial piety. Zhu Tao was even worse than Shen Wei. At least the latter resisted for a few moments before giving in and admitting defeat. But he was the one who didn't put up a fight from the beginning and didn't even try to resist. The reason for this was that he had been scared out of his wits after Gu Feng's first punch blasted and killed a peak Qi drawing 5th level cultivator, and had no courage to fight Gu Feng. Gu Feng, I also have some status in the undecided sect. We have no grudges in the past and no hatred today, even if we don't fight. Shen Wei's body trembled, and his face was covered with a look of horror. He was also a person with a tyrannical personality, but in front of Gu Feng, he just became a poor, helpless bunny, accompanying him with a smile and a low brow. Gu Feng looked at the two men contemptuously and skimmed his lips, striking out with a heavy fist when he was strong and being coy when he was weak, with no bottom line at all. Just as he was about to kill the two men in passing, a dozen streaks of arcane light flew from the distance and soon landed in front of the crowd. Elder Bai, save me. Gu Feng of the Sunset Cloud sect. He killed everyone and attempted to kill the disciples as well. Shen Wei reacted quickly and promptly shouted towards one of the elders, with an appearance of being greatly aggrieved. Gu Feng kicked him over and stomped on him, blood gushing out from his throat, gurgling. Gu Feng, you're still obsessed until now. Zhu Tao also broke out his acting skills and began to accuse Gu Feng of his sins. Elder Shang, you have to be the master of the disciples. Gu Feng is despicable and shameless, hiding his strength while killing the evil people, waiting for all of us to suffer a heavy blow, and when we're not on guard, he sneak attacked. You paralyzed, so able to turn black and white upside down? Yu Ying slammed the roasted meat in her hand on the ground and shouted out delicately, shameless. Zhu Tao is really too shameless. Gu Feng stepped on Shen Wei under his feet and looked with interest at the crowd of elders from various sects and factions as well as Zhu Tao, who ran to Elder Shine's side as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw and was desperately trying to splash dirty water on him. There was no retort, just a quiet look at their performance. Gu Feng, don't think that just because you're a disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect, you can harm my undecided sex people. That white elder, with his eyes rounded, loudly chided out. The rest of the elders, including Elder Shang of the Sunset Cloud sect, stood there like old monks in a state of indifference. They are all people elite. Recognize people to see people's skill is very high. A glance will see Zhu Tao and Shen Wei two words have problems. The truth of the matter and what they said, there is a great discrepancy. Elder Shang, Zhu Tao and Xinwei abandoned us when we were dueling the evil one. They even shamelessly ambushed us halfway. All these people, they killed them just to cover up their shameless act of cowardice. Yuing fights for justice, and Chao Yuan and the others add details as they argue with Elder Bai. Gu Feng's scalp was numb and his ears were calloused from listening. Is it that much trouble? These were all elder-level figures. Would they not be able to check the truth of the fall of those disciples? Superfluous. Thus, while the crowd's attention was drawn to the argument, Gu Feng moved. The left leg that stepped on Xinwei's waist fiercely increased its strength, only to hear a booming sound. The latter's waist was deeply plunged into the ground, and his upper body and legs were so high up that it directly became two sections. Perish in an instant. Gu Feng, you really don't care about my undecided sect. Elder Bai's hair and beard all stood on end as he roared out. Chapter 63. I want to go back early to earn money. Yuing and the others all looked at Gu Feng with horror in their eyes. How could they not expect that Gu Feng would be so decisive and kill Xinwei before the truth of the matter became clear? The elders from the various sects, their faces ancient and unperturbed, looked at Gu Feng with more than a touch of importance in their eyes. After all, not every Qi-drawing realm disciple had the courage to kill in front of the eyes of the elders. Elder Bai, there's no need to thank me. I'm just rooting out a scum for your undecided sect. Gu Feng gazed straight at Elder Bai with a breezy demeanor, and between his grins, he revealed 2 rows of large, good-looking white teeth. And then, he lowered his head and muttered with a look of regret. Too bad. I didn't control the strength. I lost a good robe for nothing. Zhu Tao beside Elder Shang has been dumbfounded, a piece of fear in the bottom of his eyes. The whole person, like a wooden sculpture, stood there in a daze, his head blankly attacked. Xinwei is dead. He's even dead. So is he still far away? The words, which kept hitting his brain, made his body tremble more and more. Deceitful, deceitful, being taunted by a junior. Elder Bai's old face turned red and was on the verge of exploding. Elder Bai, be calm. If Gu Feng kills the wrong person, my Sunset Xia sect will definitely not forgive him lightly. Elder Shang glanced at Elder Bai, a hint of laughter surfacing in his eyes. Gu Feng's behavior had greatly increased the face of the Sunset Xia sect. Looking at Elder Bai's angry appearance, his heart couldn't be happier. Gu Feng, where is the head of the evil man? It's here with me. Wu Qi quickly sensed it and plucked off a storage pouch, quickly walking to Gu Feng, who glanced at it in disgust and signaled him to hand it over to Elder Shang. What a big score! Elder Shan was on good terms with Elder Lu and was considered to be on the same side, and did not get angry at Gu Feng's behavior, but only smiled slightly and bitterly. Elder Shang, Gu Feng was dizzy with blood, so he asked me to bring the head. At these words, Elder Shang glared at Wu Qi, which was treating him like a little cutie. What? Fainting? God ing fainted for blood. When he stepped on Xinwei just now, how come he didn't see him fainting? Receiving the head, Elder Shang showed it to the elders beside him. Different cultivators, with different sense and tiny differences in the spiritual power they cultivated. They could easily distinguish that on top of this head, there was not the scent of Zhu Tao and Xinwei. The answer is obvious. The two are lying. Through that head, the elders knew that the evil man's cultivation had stepped into the peak of the 7th level of Qi drawing, and it had become natural to lose so many disciples. Only Elder Shan was shocked in his heart, but he knew that Gu Feng had only advanced to the Qi drawing realm for about a month. It wasn't surprising to win against the strong with the weak, but it was unreal for him to be able to win in battle when there was such a large difference in realms between the two. Looking deeply at Gu Feng, he bitterly smiled and shook his head. This kid is hiding really deep. I'm afraid that even Elder Lu and the others, they don't know Gu Feng's real bottom line, with such an exaggerated growth rate growing on. At the end of the year for the outer sect competition, I'm afraid that no one will be his opponent. Would those elders of the inner sect let the 10,000 tribulation Dao body, which had no cultivation value, enter the inner sect? This matter, we have to go back and discuss it with Elder Lu and the others. Retrieving his mind, Elder Shang's eyes were sharp as a falcon, staring dead on at Zhu Tao beside him as he let out a thunderous bellow. Zhu Tao, what else do you have to say? The latter was so agitated that he directly collapsed to the ground. Elder, spare my life. I was momentarily stupefied. Zhu Tao cried out in pain, his head frantically smashing against the ground. Asshole, falsely accusing Gu Feng is dim, killing fellow sect members is dim, and mutilating the rest of the sect cultivators for no reason is also dim. Since your head is so dim, you don't want it. Elder Shang's body shook slightly, escaping a trace of spiritual energy, suppressing Zhu Tao onto the ground, unable to move. Elder Shang, let me do it. Gu Feng laughed as he walked quickly to Elder Shang's side, lifting the paralyzed with fear Zhu Tao up like a small chicken, while keeping the latter's head in a downward motion. His 5 fingers spread out, holding the other party's throat and gently squeezing it. Ka-chow. Zhu Tao's legs violently stomped a few times, and soon there was no movement. Dripping blood, dripping down. actually did not contaminate the robes. This kind of killing tactic made those elders feel inexplicably marvelous, followed by their eyelids jumping after seeing Gu Feng's next act. This kid, in full view of everyone, even began to peel off Zhu Tao's clothes, boots, and finally only a pair of fancy pants. Elder Shang felt his cheeks burning and the corners of his mouth twitching. Which chamber of commerce are you boy planning to sell these clothes to? Is this important? It's important because I'm going to blacklist this chamber of commerce, at least for the rest of my life. I won't buy wearable items from there, lest I buy something dead. Elder merchant bristled. Gentlemen, this has been concluded, so you have no comments. With things having come to this, even Elder Bai of the undecided sect had nothing to say. He grunted heavily and threw out his sleeve robes, not having the face to stay any longer, and the moment he turned around to leave, he glared fiercely at Gu Feng. Gu Feng was not moved at all. The elders of the undecided sect were not even close to him, so if he was offended, he was offended. Little friend Gu Feng, thank you for avenging my disciples. These were all human beings, even if they knew that Gu Feng was a 10,000 Thunders Taoist body. They didn't speak coldly to him, in case he could carry the thunderbolt a few more times. And who could guarantee that Gu Feng's cultivation wouldn't surpass theirs in the future? There was no need to taunt the other party for no reason. Next, Elder Shang invited the elders of the rest of the sects to check out the place where Gu Feng had fought the evil man. Gu Feng could only laugh bitterly and breathlessly at this behavior, and everyone knew that Elder Shang was taking this opportunity to show off. Those elders also had an open heart and did not refuse. The Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, but about human feelings. Today you carry a sedan chair for someone else. Next time someone else will also carry a sedan chair for you. In the same Cloud County, we all look up and don't see each other. There is no need to spoil the fun. Anyway, they weren't the undecided sect, and they didn't have the strength to challenge the fallen Cloud sect's position as the #1 sect in Cloud County. Thus, a group of people swarmed and entered the mountain range. Gu Feng, as the protagonist, must follow. As for Yu Ying and the others, they were important supporting characters and also indispensable. Elder Shang, it was here that we left our markings and waited for Gu Feng. Zhu Tao abandoned us in this location. Fortunately we met Chao Yuan and the others. We were desperate, but Gu Feng didn't panic at all and asked us to raise our money. We all had a good conversation. Being stared at by the breathless eyes of the elders, Gu Feng felt a bit embarrassed. A tyrannical aura still floated in the valley of the bloody battle, and as the elders listened to the vocal descriptions of Yu Ying and the others, Gu Feng's image came to mind. In all fairness, it would be impossible for any chi-drawing 8th cultivator to complete the kill in this situation, but Gu Feng had managed to do it, still in a realm far lower than the other parties and in a lone battle. This young man, he's not simple. His will and character were impeccable, and the only thing he lacked was his physique. Rather, they believed that Gu Feng would be able to stir up the storm in the near future. In Cloud County or the entire Chu Kingdom, everyone, this is goodbye. We'll gather again sometime in the future. After showing off, Elder Shang was in a great mood and bid farewell to the rest of the elders. Elder Shang, can you take me away with you? Seeing that Elder Shang was about to take to the air, Gu Feng immediately greeted him. Good, you're injured after all, so I'll take you back earlier to heal your wounds. Elder Shang thought that Gu Feng wanted to go back to the Sunset Cloud sect earlier so that he would have time to heal his injuries. Unexpectedly, Gu Feng's next words caused him to stumble and almost fall to the ground, and his face became oddly pale. My injuries aren't a problem. I just want to go back earlier to earn money. Gu Feng scratched his head, embarrassed. P.S. I wish you all a peaceful Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 64. What a profession. That's what it is. Elder Shang, please take a detour. I want to enter the not-too-distant Volsing City. Gu Feng pulled Elder Shang's sleeve and said in a low voice, you're really not polite. Do you really think that this elder is so idle that he has a lot of time to accompany you around Cloud County? Or are you treating me as a sitting duck? Elder Shang said irritably. Along the way, Gu Feng always used the excuse of having an upset stomach and needing to relieve himself to land him from time to time. At first, he thought that Gu Feng's body was injured, causing the organs in his body to be abnormal and out of control. As a result, this kid relieving himself was all bull ********. His real purpose was to pick some spirit grass and dig up some refining materials. If it wasn't for the sake of Elder Lu, and the fact that he had made a merit this time, he would really want to teach this kid a good lesson. Please, Elder Shang, this time is guaranteed to be the last. Gu Feng said in a begging tone, you brat wanna go pick spirit herbs again this time, or dig for refining materials. You can even just see the trashy goods. How much is it worth? Elder Shang said so, but he still fulfilled Gu Feng's wish and landed at the gates of Voling City. All the things in the city are owned by the owner. I went to pick them up. It's not the same as robbery. I'm going to sell the items to the Chamber of Commerce and exchange them for spirit stones, Gu Feng explained, before pulling Elder Shang and entering the Volsing City. What's so special about the Wanha Chamber of Commerce here? I remember that Bowang City, which we passed through before, also has a branch of this Chamber of Commerce. Why don't you go in and sell your items? As to why Gufeng was so insistent on exchanging his items for spirit stones, although Elder Shang felt strange, he didn't ask much. After all, it involved the cultivator's secrets, so it wasn't good to ask too much. You can't go to the Wanha Chamber of Commerce in Bawang City. Gufeng casually covered it up. A few months ago, he pitted Yen Ruwashi's uncle, Gu Santon's 15,000 spirit stones, and although he had already paid it back, when he saw the other party, he couldn't help but feel a little weak. Thus, the two entered the Wanha Chamber of Commerce in Bowling City, which was several times larger than the one in Bawang City, but the basic structure was similar, equivalent to a miniature version and an enlarged version. Gufeng traveled lightly and came directly to the selling area. Boss, sell something. Elder Shang had thought that selling things was a simple matter. Valuation, price negotiation. The whole process did not take more than an incense stick of time, and he had often gone to the Chamber of Commerce to sell things in the past. However, Gufeng's operation directly refreshed his three views, only to see that he did not know where to pull out a palm-sized small abacus. Skillful and incomparable snapping and rattling up. The movement of the smooth, better than the deacon's side of the boy in front of him. Just like this, Elder Shang wasn't messy, a cultivator with no background, who got every item, every spirit stone. Was the crystallization of sweat and blood? A little bit of careful prudence wouldn't hurt. Whoever thought? This is only the beginning. Next, into Gufeng is good at the stage of ripping off, large and small thousands of items. He took out every piece of the deacon with that more serious, pulling the price. At first, that deacon was calm and peaceful. Soon, his breathing became rapid, the impatience between his brows could not be concealed, and his smile stiffened a bit. Gufeng is really too difficult to deal with. An ordinary spiritual medicine. He pulled with you to the efficacy, growth environment and even male or female, not to mention that deacon, even the side of the watching Elder Shang, all feel dizzy and irritable. Young warrior, please don't bull ***** me, okay? I'll give you all the items and raise the overall price by another 0.5%. This is a benefit that only gold card users can enjoy, the deacon said with a bitter face. Yes, Gufeng nodded with satisfaction before his words changed. I've heard that your purple gold card, no matter what items you buy or sell, has certain discounts? That's right, as long as you hold a purple gold card, you'll enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases and a 10% price increase on the original price for selling. That's great. How many spirit stones came just now? Gufeng asked with an excited face. 3,650,000. Okay, I have the purple and gold card. The deacon looked at the purple gold card in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. This kid doesn't follow the rules. He clearly had a purple gold card, but he still kept negotiating with him, and then took out the purple gold card after he couldn't stand it and voluntarily raised the price by 0.5%. The deacon grabbed the abacus in the hands of the boy beside him and snapped it non-stop, and after a long time, he realized miserably that in this way, he could only earn a mere few tens of thousands of spirit stones from the items he collected from Gufeng, and when the market was not good, he might even lose money. It made it hard for him to work hard, and after working most of the day, this was the result. Phew, the deacon sighed, looked deeply at the young man in front of him, and listlessly gestured towards the boy beside him. Go fetch the spirit stones. Instead, he turned away and went to the back hall. Third Master, a deal was just made that requires your signature. There is a risk of loss. Loss? The Third Master was happy to hear it. It's hard to make a loss in the business of buying cheap and selling expensive. Third Master, this kid is just too difficult to deal with. I'm confused by him. The deacon drooped his head and whispered, tell me about it. The Third Master came to be interested, and after hearing the deacon describe the course of events, he looked strangely pale and deep in thought, always feeling that he had seen this scene somewhere. Purple and gold card. Young. Bargaining is unbeatable. Slap. One by one, words were arranged and combined in his mind, and Gufeng's image emerged. It's this bastard kid. The Third Master slapped his thigh and got up violently. This deal, whether it's a loss or gain, has nothing to do with you. I'm going to meet this kid. After having the storage ring, Gufeng felt that he had changed his birdshot into a cannon, and no longer worried that there were too many spirit stones to fit in one storage bag, only to see that on the index finger of his right and left hands, each of them had a shiny storage ring attached to it, not to mention how divine it was. Elder Shang on the side gave him a deep look before leisurely saying, in the future, let's let you talk about our outer sect's dealings. With Gufeng's unrivaled bargaining skills, their outer sect would generate at least 1 or 2% more income a year. Is the outer sect going to do business with the Chamber of Commerce as well? Gufeng asked in surprise. Of course, my Sunset Cloud sect is not a place that is stuck in its ways, so of course I have to trade with the outside. That's great. I'll go chopping for you guys for free. Gu Feng's eyes twinkled non-stop, and he was still grinning from ear to ear. Forget it, can't invite you. Elder Shang narrowed his eyes, his heart thumping. If Gu Feng was put in charge of negotiating the price, he might be able to negotiate the price up, but that wealthy look was really unsettling. Don't worry, I definitely won't embezzle, Gu Feng assured. Right at this moment, a voice interrupted them. Elder Shang, I advise you not to let this brat dabble in anything property related, lest you be pitted against him. Mr. Ku, Elder Shang. Gu Feng looked over in surprise, and his neck constricted as he felt the urge to flee. Kid, have you paid Ruwashi back the 15,000 spirit stones you owe me? Gu Santong grabbed Gu Feng's collar and directly lifted him up. Hi, Uncle Gu. It's really great to meet you here. Gu Feng's heart was in turmoil. How could he not expect that he would actually meet Gu Santong in this Voling city? Thinking that the entire Wanha Chamber of Commerce is the Yen family's, and Gu Santong is Yen Ruwashi's uncle. He can go wherever he wants and it is normal for him to appear here. That 15,000 spirit stones, early return to Yen Ruwashi. Ha, Uncle Gu. Last time really sorry. Gu Feng was embarrassed. Really returned it? Gu Santong squinted his eyes with a look of disbelief. Gu Feng's face was pitch black. Uncle Gu, Gu Feng, love money, but a mouthful of spit is a nail, and my reputation is unrivaled. Ask Ruwashi if you don't believe me. Reputation without equal? I don't know who it was last time, who claimed to be treating people, but ended up running straight away. Uncle Gu, you can't always hold on to one thing. Gu Feng smiled bitterly. Once you break your word, you will not believe it for life. Gu Santong stood with his hands in the air. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng was a bit annoyed that he couldn't get past this matter without giving some color, and said with an expressionless face, Boss Gu, I want to buy something. Buy what? Gu Santong said with a questioning face. Buy 4 million of the most common iron ore. Humph, kid, are you trying to bluff me? Not to mention, we really do have $4 million worth of iron ore here. You really want to buy it? Gu Santong thought that Gu Feng was fighting with him, deliberately buying large quantities of iron ore in order to break his face. This kind of thing was cheap, had thin profits, and couldn't earn a few dollars, so it was impossible for the General Chamber of Commerce to keep so many in stock. Of course I'm going to buy it. You think I'm joking? Gu Feng said seriously. Elder Shang, who was on the side, his eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. With his understanding of Gu Feng, he wasn't this kind of impulsive and brainless person. He definitely had a special purpose. What do you need so much iron ore for? Gu Santong always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. Wipe your ass. Just tell me if you have this much iron ore here. Gu Feng shrugged. Yes, of course. Gu Santong nodded and said, Someone, bring over iron ore worth $4 million. Soon, one by one, storage bags filled with iron ore were carried up. Good guy. Gu Feng was also stunned the moment he saw the storage bag. $4 million worth of iron ore. Even if it was packed in a storage bag, it was piled up in a large house. Seeing Gu Feng's shocked appearance, Gu Santong clasped his hands on his chest, his eyes filled with smugness. See how you kid can take it away. You have our Chamber of Commerce's purple gold card. Give you a 10% discount. A total of 3.6 million. Pay up. To his surprise, Gu Feng was really quick to pay the spirit stones. Ahem. I've been thinking about it, and iron ore is still too hard to wipe my ass with. As I recall, you have a fixed purchase price for iron ore, right? I'd better sell these iron ores to your Wanha Chamber of Commerce. Gu Feng scratched his head and said, You kid, you're just playing with me. Gu Santong laughed and cursed before returning the 3.6 million spirit stones to Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng simply picked it up and just looked at the other party with interest. Not enough. Gu Santong froze for a moment, and in the next moment, it was like a light splitting across his brain, making him tremble. Iron ore belongs to the lowest order of refining materials. The market price is basically stable. Acquisition and sale, at most, the difference is about 1.3%. If he were an ordinary person, he could do this business, but if he were Gu Feng, he would never be able to do it. Because he had a purple and gold card in his hand, there were discounts for buying and selling. In short, Gu Feng's purchase and sale had directly caused them to lose 0.7%, or 280,000 inferior spirit stones. This is not good enough. If the cycle is repeated, in less than a month, their Wanha Chamber of Commerce will have to go bankrupt. Looking at Gu Feng, who had his hands clasped on his chest with a smirk on his face, Gu Santong felt as bad as if he had eaten. Little brother Gu Feng, I was just joking with you. Your credibility. Can Uncle Gu still have doubts? Gu Santong's eyes flowed, like a magic trick, and he said with a smile on his face, 280,000 lower goods was a drop in the bucket for the Wanha Chamber of Commerce. But with this rule loophole in place, Gu Feng, the kid, could pull this off in unlimited quantities, enough to make him lose a lot of money. I go back on my word. Eat and run. It's disgraceful and everyone spits on me, Gu Feng said expressionlessly. Which words? Which words? What Uncle Gu just said was nonsense. Young people have no humor cells at all. Gu Santong's posture was low. Gu Feng saw that it was a good thing and said meaningfully, Uncle Gu, some of your Chamber of Commerce's policies are very problematic. If they were replaced by someone with a good heart, there would be a hard time for you. That's right, there is indeed a problem. As he spoke, Gu Santong said to the deacon behind him, collect that batch of iron ore, at the price of the purple gold card. On the side of the Shang elder is full of black lines. This Gu Feng is really a big pit. Gu Santong is also really poor. To ask for the debt did not get, but also back to lose out 280,000 yuan. Why didn't I think of such a simple tactic? I don't know what Gu Feng's brain is thinking. This kid shouldn't have the surname Gu. The surname Pit would be more appropriate. So we need to be on guard in the future. Uncle Gu. Thanks a lot then. Gu Feng smiled with satisfaction, clasped his hands towards Gu Santong and prepared to leave. Please slow down. Here is 100,000 spirit stones. I would like to ask young friend Gu to use your professional ability to drill holes to see if there are any major loopholes in our Chamber of Commerce's policies. Uncle Gu, isn't this just a matter of words? You are too polite. Words being said, Gu Feng's body was honest and quickly took the spirit stone. Although Gu Feng was a bit of a pit, he would definitely do the job when he got paid, and he was extremely serious about it. Something is wrong with this article. The wording on that article is inaccurate. Without looking, Gu Santong felt that it was a miracle that their Wanhua Chamber of Commerce had not gone out of business. TSK, what's a professional picking a fight? This is a professional. This 300,000 plus spirit stones. It's worth spending. Junior friend Gu, welcome to be a frequent guest of my Wanhua Chamber of Commerce in the future. Uncle Ku won't see you off. Goodbye. Wearing more than 4 million spirit stones in his arms, Gu Feng returned to the Sunset Cloud sect with a satisfied heart. Chapter 65. Forget it. Go out and hide for a few days first. Phew. Breathing in the familiar air of the Sunset Cloud sect, Gu Feng opened his arms with a relaxed expression. On the side of the Shang elder, but heavily hummed. This kid out to complete a mission. Not only can obtain the outer door accumulated a huge amount of contribution points, but also wildly earn more than 4 million spirit stones, but also won some fame. Can be said to be a 3 birds with 1 stone. The harvest is full. His old man running back and forth. What benefits did not get? And even the only luxury meal, or Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. Gu Santong please. The heart do not mention how depressed. Gu Feng, this brat, was simply stingy as hell. On the way back, Elder Shang implicitly stated 3 times that he was hungry, but unexpectedly, Gu Feng took out the food that had been packed in the restaurant earlier and invited him to enjoy it. Come on, all this food is days old. It's not fresh at all. You're damn rich. You can't treat the old man to a good meal. I've seen stingy, but I've never seen such a stingy person. Elder Shang, are you tired? Hearing Elder Shang sigh, Gu Feng asked tentatively. It was indeed strange to be tired after speeding all the way and carrying one person with him. Not tired. Old man, I'm hungry. Elder Shang responded without any good humor, and with that, he walked straight towards the outer sect elder hall. Why don't I buy you dinner? Can't afford it, Elder Shang said without turning his head as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Kid, what's the point of pretending? Like who doesn't know your background? I've already understood clearly from the ancient 3 passes. What a good man. Elder Shang deserves to be the exemplary benchmark of the outer sect elder group of the Sunset Cloud sect. Gu Feng exclaimed. The words were spoken very softly, but they were still heard by Elder Shang, who was so full of black lines that he almost tripped and fell to the ground when he wasn't paying attention. Goddamn model standard bearer. Your whole family is model standard bearer. Goodbye. Never again. Just then, as if he had thought of something, Gu Feng stomped after Elder Shang. Elder, it's been a hard journey. As he spoke, he pulled out a storage ring. No honor, small meaning. This action embarrassed Elder Shang. Good boy, can handle things. In the future, if you have any difficulties, come to the Elder Hall to find this elder. Definitely. Gu Feng didn't return to his own small courtyard, but instead came directly to the outer sect pill refining hall. At this moment, Yen Ruwashi was refining pills in the alchemy room that the 2 of them often went to, and through the stone door, one could feel a roaring sound coming from inside. In the alchemy room, black smoke rolled out, accompanied by the smell of scorching. Yen Ruwashi's face was black and white, obviously having just experienced a failed alchemy. She sat down on the ground and sighed softly, a flash of deep concern appearing between her eyebrows. Ever since Gu Feng had gone out on a mission, her heart had begun to become restless, and she had made several trips to the mission hall every day. begging the elder of the mission hall to help her see if there was any abnormality in Gu Feng's soul tag. For this reason, it was difficult to sleep and eat the whole day. Even in his dreams, Gu Feng's figure would appear, and every time he dreamed of something happening to him, he couldn't help but wake up with a start, and then he would sit up until dawn. Gu Feng's soul plate is still intact. The outer sect has already sent elders to investigate. It should be fine. The instability of her heart caused her alchemy efficiency during this period of time to be ridiculously low. Just like this time, after the alchemy failed, he just sat there dumbfounded for several hours. In that blazing spirit fire, a pair of flame-condensed eyes stared at the young girl above, transfixed, with occasional ethereal sighs coming out. Knock, knock, knock. I don't know how long it took, but the sound of knocking on the door came from outside the alchemy room. Yen Ruwashi was afraid that Gu Feng would come back. She purposely closed the soundproofing array. At the sound, she shuddered, whooshed up, and opened the door directly. Hi dash. The Gu Feng in front of him was a little pale, and his breath was a little weak, but fortunately his limbs were sound, and it looked like he was injured, but not to the point of having a major impact. Yen Ruwashi's body moved, seemingly leaning forward for a bit, but ultimately settled in place, revealing a pearly smile. You're back? Perfectly accomplished. Gu Feng blinked towards her, revealing a triumphant expression, before laughing. Seeing as you're like this, the alchemy process isn't perfect, making me, an alchemy dregs, deeply gratified. Net nonsense. Yen Ruwashi spat lightly, her heart rejoicing. How's it going? Has Chu Yui Hui come looking for me recently? Gu Feng entered the alchemy room, closed the stone door behind him, and turned on all the formations. Come, how can she not come? She has to come to you almost every other day. Yen Ruwashi skimmed her lips and said that she was a bit tarred up at Gu Feng's mention of Chu Yui Hui. Hey, her toilet practice room. How's the construction coming along? Hearing Gu Feng ask about this, Yen Ruwashi came into the spirit. This woman, Chu Yui Hui, is really greedy. Not only did she rent the piece of land you mentioned before, she also went around to ask for connections, and hard to collect a piece of land that was originally planted with spirit valleys, and she said that she wants to prepare for the cultivation of the 40,000 toilet cultivation chambers. 40,000 rooms? Gu Feng was also stunned and asked suspiciously, how did she get so much money? At the end of last month, their entire vegetable lady sect went out and robbed about 1 million or so. Yen Ruwashi said with some disdain, this woman is too bottomless. For the sake of spirit stones, she actually forcibly changed the rules of the vegetarian girl sect and encouraged the disciples under her to rob. When she said this, it never even occurred to her that Gu Feng was also a good hand at robbery. Of course, even if she had thought of it, she would have found 10,000 reasons to convince herself of a whole bunch of righteous justifications for Gu Feng's robbery. This amount of spirit stones is far from enough to build 40,000 toilet cultivation rooms. Borrowing. I heard that she borrowed from the inner sect, outer sect, and even those money banks outside, and scraped together 10 million spirit stones, all of which were smashed on the 2 plots of land. Speaking here, Yen Ruwashi looked like she thought of something and burst out laughing cheekily. Shu Yudi fantasy these days, always suffering. One moment ordered to speed up the schedule, the other moment ordered to slow down a bit, like a nervous disease. At those words, Gu Feng was instantly happy. How could he not expect Shu Yui Hui, this woman, to be so crazy? The gambling nature is also too big. And how is she building today? It's finished on one parcel, and the other one is almost done. Are we going to take the Sin Bone pill and sell it next? Now, Gu Feng laughed even more. There's been a change in plans. She's built so many cultivation chambers. There aren't enough pills, so wait a while longer. This is to drag her to her death over there. Yen Ruwashi spread a smile, overjoyed. I didn't purposely procrastinate. You're also underestimating the 5th heavenly pride of the inner gate heavenly ranking. She won't collapse so easily. At most she'll be in a hurry. Gu Feng said with a smile, and then removed a storage ring from his left index finger. There are more than 4 million spirit stones here. Help me exchange all of them for elixirs to refine Sin Bone pills. I'm going to refine another batch of pills and make a big deal out of it. Okay. Yen Ruwashi didn't ask Gu Feng more about where he got the spirit stones from. Anyway, he had a million ways to get money, took the storage ring and walked straight out of the alchemy room. Wah dash, when did you get here? You scared me. Yen Ruwashi let out a cry of alarm and quickly closed the door of the alchemy room, not allowing Chu Yudi Hui outside to see Gu Feng. Ruwashi, has this Gu Feng kid not returned yet? No. Did he sneak back and deliberately avoid me? And is there something wrong with that Sin Bone Dan? Chu Yui Mirage asked several questions in a row like firing a machine gun. Senior Sister Chu, don't think too much. Gu Feng should be coming back soon. When he comes back, immediately open the sale of Sin Bone pills. Yen Ruwashi comforted. When he returns, immediately notify me first. When the words fell, Shu Yuyihui drooped his head and turned away, muttering non-stop, "Forget it, go out and hide for a few days first, and get through this difficult period." Chapter 66 The Self-Confident Empiricist. One night half a month later, Shu Yuyihui took advantage of the hazy night to sneak back to the vegetarian girls' sect, only because she was surrounded on all sides by debtors, and she didn't dare to show her face at all during the day. As soon as she entered the vegetarian girls' gate, Chi Tingting greeted her, with a short-haired, clean-looking Yuing growing beside her. "What are you guys saying? This brat, Gu Feng, came back half a month ago?" Shu Yuyihui's face was livid as he roared loudly, gasping for air and his chest heaving violently. "Sect master, she followed the outer sect's elder Shan long ago, half a month ago, and returned to the Sunset Cloud sect," Yuing said with an odd expression on her face, and a thought flashed through her mind that their great sect master of the vegetarian women's sect, the ruthless person who was ranked 5th on the inner sect's heavenly ranking, was afraid that she was going to be punked by Gu Feng again. Damn it, what the hell does this kid want? Actually concealing his whereabouts. He must be hiding in the pill refining hall. I'll go and pull him out. Between words, Shu Yuyihui once again took out her 40-meter-long greatsword, and was about to kill towards the pill refining hall. "Sect master, don't be impulsive. Our vegetable maiden sect's life hangs in the balance. We are still counting on his pills?" Chi Tingting pulled back the furious Chu Yuyihui and persuaded bitterly. The toilet cultivation room on top of the 2 plots of land had long been completed for many days, and the final payment for the project had been in arrears. Right now Gu Feng was their god, and could not be slowed down or offended for a second. Yuing on the side, her pupils dilated, like she heard something heavenly, wanting to laugh but not daring to, afraid that Chu Yuyihui would be angry with her. Gu Feng truly deserved to be called the god of the pit, and I don't know what method he used to convince their wise sect master that smashing the pot to build 40,000 toilet cultivation rooms was too outrageous. Compared to that, the 500,000 spirit stones he had pitted Yuing with were not worth mentioning at all, and had already been considered merciful. On the way back, Chao Yuan and the others spill the beans and confess everything under Yu Ying's pressure. What spirit stone incentives? What added money? The only real payment, only her 500,000, like Gui Ren Kai, Wu Qi and the stream, simply a piece of spirit stone did not give. They are Gu Feng's trust, 500,000 spirit stones for Yuing, although it is also a large sum of money, but not so much as to hurt. Compared with the life, it is even less worth mentioning. Give it also give. She found it funny. She always felt that the Gu Feng who was desperately trying to raise money was not the same person as the Gu Feng who was domineering and forcefully chopping up evil people. It was hard to imagine that the same person would give 2 diametrically opposite senses at the same time. Hearing Chi Tingting's persuasion, Shu Yuyihui also calmed down. She put away the 40-meter-long sword and took a few deep breaths. "That's right, now we're in debt, and we'll be in deep if he puts his foot down. I'll go talk to him." With those words, she turned to leave. Since entering the alchemy room half a month ago, Gu Feng had always felt uncomfortable, a feeling that was hard to describe, as if he was being spied on, with a cool chill down his back. At first, he thought that it was the initial healing of his physical injuries, coupled with the fact that he hadn't alchemized for a long time, which led to a moment of discomfort. This situation lasted until one night 5 days ago. That night, he was tired from alchemy, and when he came back after going out for an hour to take a breath of fresh air, he was surprised to find that some of the spirit medicine materials he had prepared earlier were missing out of thin air. Originally, he thought that Yen Ruwashi had come here to refine the Dan, yet after questioning the other party, he was suddenly awakened to the fact that the strange feeling he had before was not an illusion, but that there was really a mysterious person that had been present in this alchemy room. For a time, his whole body was cold, and he didn't dare to enter the alchemy room, pondering outside for a whole night before bravely stepping into it. This person is so mysterious, yet he is only silently concerned, so he should have no ill will towards himself. This time, after entering the alchemy room, he didn't start alchemy, but instead, he swept his gaze around, and after finding nothing, he summoned up the courage to call out the other party's name. Senpai. In Gu Feng's conception, the mysterious existence should be very arrogant, and he had thought that the call would sink into the sea without a trace, but he had never thought that as soon as he called out, the other party had responded. The voice was transmitted directly into the brain, in a recognizable tone, a woman's voice. The voice was filled with a strong air of age among the voices, but instead of arrogance, it was a bit funny. Congratulations on finally discovering greatness. Dare I ask, senior, how do you call yourself? Guess your mom. There are so many words in the world, even God can't guess what your name is. I'm not guessing. Gu Feng returned breathlessly. Forget it then. The other party was also very direct in terminating the topic. Just like that, after another day, when Gu Feng was resting after an alchemy in Gudan, that mysterious senior's voice rang in his head. The tone was both contemptuous and envious. In short, it was very strange. Crooked ways, can't make proper pills, specializing in fake and shoddy pills to fool people. At those words, Gu Feng was not happy and immediately retorted, "Counterfeit elixir? Trouble you to open your eyes and see. This is a genuine sin bone pill, an elixir that has extraordinary effects on the body refining realm. It's not because you couldn't refine the bone cleansing Dan and made a half-baked product. If you're good, you go. If you're not, don't beep," Gu Feng said without a trace of anger. "I'll do it if I come. Let's show you what true alchemy is." As the words fell, a blazing spirit fire sprang out of the ground and materialized into a human form in front of Gu Feng. The silhouette that the flames illuminated had a tall figure with a provocative silhouette, a pair of eyes that were large and sparkling, a faint smile on her face, and a noble temperament that was convincing. This was an extremely stunning woman. I only saw her chest standing up, and between her slight smiles, she was confidently glowing, giving Gu Feng a, "Boy, watch me perform" look. And then they flexed their fingers and pointed, and the elixirs on the ground floated into the air and rotated in an orderly manner. And under his driving, those elixirs of different colors changed into a delicate flower, a pagoda. And this hand made Gu Feng look dumbfounded and envious. Humph, sculpture. Gu Feng's unseen appearance made the mysterious senior despise him. After those spirit medicines changed more than 10 times, the 10 alchemy furnaces on the ground also finished warming up. Drop. The mysterious senior's vermilion teeth gently opened. The word fall came together, and the 10 portions of the elixir stopped spinning and accurately fell into the Dan furnace. The entire process was light, yet beautiful in every way, causing Gu Feng to sigh in awe and couldn't help but shout out loud, "What is a real alchemist? This is a real alchemist." Gu Feng looked at the flame shadow with a face of adoration, thinking in his heart when he too could be like her, raising his hands and feet to show the style of a high person. Alchemy water to the end. However, just as this thought flashed by, fire flared up inside the alchemy room, followed by black smoke rolling out, and a boom that shook him and sent him flying backwards. Dazed, Gu Feng rose from the ground in a sorry state, looking at the scene in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitching. 10 furnaces of pills, all of them declared a failure. The dregs of the pills were everywhere. Humph, alchemy is most avoided to be disturbed by bystanders. Your outcry just now vented the pleasure in your heart, but it also affected me. You are not allowed to do so in the future. The flame shadow chided out. Gu Feng was like a chicken pecking at rice, his head nodding non-stop. The flame void once again grabbed a handful of spirit medicines and began refining for the second time. Boom! A familiar explosion sounded, and the flaming silhouette snapped back. "Your breathing is too loud. It's affecting me." Third, boom! "You're too close to me." Fourth, boom! "There's no chi in you, and it's affecting me." 18th, boom! When the familiar explosion sounded again, looking at the firelit alchemy room, as well as the thick layer of medicinal dregs on the ground, Gu Feng was in a messy mood, as if millions of grass mud horses were running wild in his heart, and his heart was broken. "Senior, please don't spoil my spirit medicine anymore. The loss is too great. I can't afford it anymore." Obviously, that mysterious senior face can't hang on. Dumbfounded looking at his hands, mouth kept chanting, "Impossible I'm here for 5,000 years, have seen countless alchemists alchemy. The degree of experience, very few people can be compared to. How can it not be alchemy pills? This senior is not an alchemy master at all, just a self-confident empiricist." Chapter 67 Great Ming Dynasty of God. Shu Qingyi, leave me alone. For simple words, manifesting an undeniable tone, the flame void sat there dumbfounded, its furrowed brow vaguely visible. At this moment, Gu Feng, like a gecko, his limbs were tightly attached to the alchemy room wall, covering his mouth and nose, not daring to ask or make a sound of movement, a pair of eyes glancing at the pile of elixirs on the ground from time to time, his face slightly bitter. 1,000 thoughts drifted through his mind, thinking about how to get the elixir back and avoid greater losses. Time passed. I don't know how long it took, but that flame silhouette got up violently. "I see. It should be my abnormal state nowadays that caused me to misplay one after another. Don't you think so?" Gu Feng, who was being asked for advice, was extremely speechless in his heart. A kind of body refining realm elixir that still needed to be played normally in order to be refined? This senior can't be trusted in any way. That's right, senior's Dan Dao attainments were originally extremely high, but there was no way that he was physically ill, which led to repeated failures. But I've already learned invaluable experience from senior's ethereal alchemy techniques. Good words don't cost money. How to sound good. Gu Feng said that mysterious senior's heart was blossoming. I knew that my level of alchemy was more than that. Boy, when I gather my physical body, I'll show you my exquisite and unparalleled alchemy techniques. The flame shadow looked at Gu Feng and said excitedly. At those words, Gu Feng's heart thumped as he tentatively asked, "Senior, You don't want me to condense a physical body for you. Gu Feng, who received an affirmative reply, had an ugly face. Condensing a physical body consumed time and energy as well as money, and he himself was so poor that he didn't have the energy to bring along a moppet. Elder, you think too highly of me. Truth be told, I'm a 10,000 tribulation Dao body. This kind of physique you should know. I don't know when I'll be struck to death by a thunder tribulation. You've got the wrong person. Young man, be confident. It's you I'm looking for, the flame void said with a smile on his brow. What's so special about me? Gu Feng added unwillingly. This kind of great god, he'd better stay away from it. Who knows if there's any blood feud on her? Even if there isn't, it always feels unsafe to be stared at by a mysterious person of unknown origin all day long. I want to regain my strength. I have to go through the baptism of Thunderbolt because... Gu Feng suddenly realized that the mysterious senior in front of him, now with only a trace of her soul left, had relied on the spirit flame of seizure to struggle to survive until now, and in the long 5,000 years, she had spent most of her time in a deep sleep, and if she hadn't sensed the scent of the thunder tribulation, she wouldn't have been able to awaken to this day. Due to the extreme weakness of her soul, once she was separated from the spirit flame, she had to undergo the baptism of the thunderbolt within 12 hours in order to prolong her existence, and through this period of examination, she recognized Gu Feng, and thus made up her mind to manifest her true body. Senior, you're not trying to take over me. Hearing this, Gu Feng asked worriedly, thinking too much. How could I possibly choose to take over a man's body? And your physique doesn't match mine either. I am the 1 in a million thunder god body, which is most compatible with lightning attribute cultivators. Unfortunately, for so many years, the Sunset Cloud sect hasn't appeared a female disciple with the thunder attribute. Of course, the main thing is the thunder tribulation. Without your existence, it would be futile for me to take over the body. The flame void skimmed his lips. Hearing this, Gu Feng's heart heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't take over himself, he was fine. Of course, if there is someone who is against the heavens, it's not that the lightning attribute is not possible. I can change the gong method to cultivate according to her physique. In this way, it can also be exempted from the baptism of the lightning tribulation. Just want to restore the cultivation over a long period of time. Of course, this kind of physique is rare to appear 1 in 10,000 years. The flame shadow added another sentence. At those words, Gu Feng's sweaty hairs stood up all over his body as he lifted his feet and flew towards the door. Come back. You think too highly of yourself. With your attribute of being struck by lightning at every realm, who would be willing to take over you unless they are insane? The flames manifested a large hand that grabbed Gu Feng back like a little chicken. Thank you for looking down on me, Senior. Gu Feng smiled awkwardly and politely. Dare I ask, Senior, is it possible that in the past 5,000 years, there hasn't been a person against the heavens in the Sunset Cloud sect who could fulfill your requirements for taking over the body? Yes, but I don't dare, the flame void said bluntly. Who? A female disciple, who had awakened me not too long ago, had a talent that made my heart skip a beat, and there was even a heaven-defying divine object in her body that made me not dare to take over her body. Speaking here, a flash of rich shock surfaced on the flame shadow's face, as if that female disciple had truly frightened her. Within the Sunset Cloud sect, there's even such a character. Gu Feng was surprised, listening to the tone of the flame shadow. It seemed that the female disciple appeared just in the last few years. Who is she? Gu Feng asked curiously. Qianyan. What? Gu Feng whooshed and stood up. How could he not expect that the person who made the mysterious senior in front of him shocked and even scorned was actually Chu Yenran? Senior, have you made a mistake? Gu Feng's smile froze on his face as he reluctantly asked. A name? I would still get it wrong. The flame shadow blared at Gu Feng and said, this woman is terrifying. It's best not to mess with her. Don't think you're invincible in the same realm. With your current technique and martial skill configuration, you may not be able to win a battle with her at the same rank. Senior, you're not deliberately exaggerating in order to get me to willingly condense my flesh for you, Gu Feng said with a look of disbelief. His own battle power was clear to himself. So far he hadn't encountered a cultivator of the same rank that could make him feel pressure. Even if he expanded the range to 2 small realms higher than himself, it would still be the same. Gu Feng didn't believe that Chu Yenran would be able to fight with himself at the same level. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The flame void was too lazy to dwell on this topic, and turned his words around. With the existing gong methods of the Fallen Cloud sect, even if you cultivate the complete Fallen Cloud Dao scripture, it will be very difficult for you to survive the thunder tribulation. Besides, there are no powerful body refining and soul refining gong methods here either. In terms of feats, I can provide them to you, and I can also guide you in your cultivation. In exchange, you help me recondense my flesh. This, Gu Feng was a bit hesitant. The conditions were indeed tempting, but could the other party be relied upon? In order to prevent you from worrying, I can unilaterally make a heavenly Tao oath. Through the crimson flames, Gu Feng saw the determination in the other party's eyes. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word after I get the feat? Gu Feng said with a smile. Doesn't matter. In response to him, there were only 3 simple words. What do you want me to do? Gu Feng asked solemnly. Find me a thunder attribute female cultivator body in advance. If you really can't find one, you can replace it with a thunder attribute demonic beast. It doesn't matter if the bloodline is precious or not, but it must be thunder attribute. I will fuse my body within 12 hours before your next tribulation, and then I will be quenched with the help of your thunder tribulation, so that I can ensure that I will not have my soul dispersed for a period of time in the future. Gu Feng listened carefully, nodding his head from time to time. It was not easy to find a lightning attribute female cultivator, but it was not difficult to find a lightning attribute demonic beast, and the rest of the conditions were not too excessive, so it would not delay him much in earning time. Okay, the deal with you. I agree. Gu Feng nodded seriously. I, Xu Qingyan, swear by the generations of ancestors of the great Ming God dynasty, if I break this promise, my soul will fly away. The flaming shadow swore a heavenly oath, removing all Gu Feng's worries. Xu Qingyan? Rather, it's just one word away from my fallen cloud sex ancestor. Fallen green smoke, the great Ming dynasty? Why haven't I heard of it? Is there such a dynasty? You didn't make it up, did you? Since there's the great Ming divine dynasty, isn't there also the great Qin and great Han divine dynasties? Gu Feng joked. You illiterate. You have time to learn more about history. There are more than just the great Han and the great Qin. There are many more, such as the great Shang, the great Xia, and the great Sui. All of these are hegemonic masters of the central state that have endured hundreds of thousands of years. Perhaps thinking that Gu Feng was uneducated, Xu Qingyan wanted to reach out and knock his head down. However, the outstretched arm was silently withdrawn. In the eyes of the flame illusion, there was a vicissitude and remembrance, as well as a trace of attachment. Nuzzled his mouth, and said softly, in the future, learn more knowledge, so as not to be laughed at when you walk out. There's no such thing as a central state. There are only 4 major states in this world, separated by the endless sea. This is something everyone knows. Elder Zhu shouldn't have been asleep for too long and his thinking is deranged. Gu Feng thought in his heart, but said under his breath, I understand. I'll increase my knowledge in this area. Is it possible to teach me the reverse heavenly technique now? Let's teach you a body refining technique first. What about cultivation techniques? Go and ask that woman surnamed Chu for it. This technique has quite a big origin. As he spoke, Xu Qingyan had a bad smile on his face. It can't be. The technique imparted by Chu Yuti Fantasy is so powerful? That has to be obtained. Chapter 68, 24 Bridges and the Night of the Moon. Elder Zhu, you're not swindling me, are you? Chu Yuti Fantasy's technique is so strong. Why is she only the 5th in the inner sect heavenly ranking? Gu Feng was puzzled in his heart. He always felt that something wasn't right. You'll know later. Xu Qingyan's eyes flickered as she brushed off the topic of cultivation techniques, as if she had some scruples. Gu Feng was also a smart person. If the other party wanted to recover her strength, she would need to absorb her own thunderbolt power. The stronger she was, the better it would be for her. Perhaps Chu Yuyi Hui's Gongfu wasn't any stronger than her Daming Divine Dynasty Gongfu, but if she didn't want to teach herself, she must have had another reason. He was a straightforward person, and did not like the internal consumption of spirit. Anyway, he would be able to know when the time came, and there was no need to insist on asking now. Then what body refining technique is Senior Zhu planning to impart to me? Gu Feng's spirit was uplifted as he said that a suitable body refining technique was necessary for him to break through the Hotian realm. The body refining technique I'm going to teach you is contrary to the mainstream avenues of the world, and it's not just a matter of enhancing the strength of the physical body in order to resist strong attacks. This technique was obtained by the founder of my Daming Divine Dynasty, who sensed the 9 cauldrons. Construct bridges within the body, stacking each bridge and absorbing the power of external attacks until they are all dissolved. Perhaps it was because he had experienced 9 years of compulsory education. Gu Feng instantly had a general outline of the gong method described by Xu Qingyan. Isn't it similar to a spring that cushions external forces? And as long as the spring doesn't collapse, it can theoretically cushion external forces indefinitely. So is it not possible to rebound the other party's forces back as well? When these words came out, Xu Qingyan opened her mouth wide as if she was shocked. Although she couldn't understand the meaning of the spring in Gu Feng's mouth, she could understand it, and it was no exaggeration to say that Gu Feng had hit the nail on the head and completely understood the mysteries in this body refining technique, but she had only spoken half of it. That's right, when this body refining technique is cultivated to a high realm, it can use the other's way to return the favor, switching the opponent's attack back. It's a heaven-defying body refining technique that combines both defense and offense. Speaking here, Xu Qingyan's head was raised high as pride overflowed. At the very beginning, This technique could only construct 12 bridges within the body, and then it was supplemented by successive generations of my Daming Divine Dynasty's forefathers, eventually expanding it to the 24 bridges it has today. This body refining technique has a very catchy name, 24 Bridges and the Night of the Moon. After Zhu Qingyan uttered the words Night of the 24 Bridges under the moon, she was stunned and fell into silence, a wave of remembrance mixed with sadness slowly flowing. Qingyan, the ancestors of my Daming Divine Dynasty were also too uneducated, and the names of the feats are such a mess that one can't bear to look at them. The Night of the 24 Bridges. How's that for a name? It's great to hear. Gu Feng looked at Zhu Changyan, who was wandering in the sky, and for some reason, his mood was a bit heavy. A person who stayed in the flames and suffered for 5,000 years, and she only did it to reshape her flesh? 5,000 years even if most of the time is in slumber, it is not something that ordinary people can hold on to. The most horrible thing in the world is never death, but endless loneliness. Kid, are you shocked by the graceful name of this technique? Zhu Qingyan's proud voice came from his ears, and Gu Feng gathered his emotions. Yes, Elder Zhu's Daming Divine Dynasty is truly extraordinary, and just from the name of the technique, one can get a glimpse of it. Unlike my ancestor of the Sunset sect, a little literary cells have no. Get the name is simply Spicy Eyes. What Angelica Peak, Half Summer Peak. I've heard that many of the techniques in the inner sect are named after herbs. Luckily, I met Senior Zhu, otherwise I would have been laughed to death if I had learned the techniques of the Sunset Cloud sect and gone out. Gu Feng said with a look of disgust, not noticing in the slightest that the opposite side of Zhu Qingyan's face had become ugly. But of course, he couldn't see the other side's face due to the flames. Ancestors are ancestors after all. Outsiders can comment on them, but you, as a disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect, should not be judging them. Gu Feng collected his smile and lowered his head in a teachable manner. Now, I will teach you the cultivation method of 24 bridges and the Night of the Moon, which is a gong method that can theoretically grow indefinitely, and I hope that you can create the 25th and 26th bridges on this basis. Yes, the latecomer will definitely not dishonor his mission. Gu Feng responded solemnly, only to see Zhu Qingyan stretching out a finger and sticking it to Gu Feng's head. The crimson flames did not give him the slightest burning sensation, but instead had a slight coolness to it. Splendid light erupted from his fingertips and rushed into Gu Feng's brain, a sea of obscure words, very different from the world of today, crashing through his brain. Hiss! The words shimmered with light and contained the great Tao, causing Gu Feng's brain to bulge, and beads of sweat, bean-sized on his forehead, rolled down his cheeks as he couldn't help but let out a low murmur. Seeing this, Zhu Qingyan stretched out her other hand and gently stroked Gu Feng's cheeks to vaporize these beads of sweat. Gu Feng's soul left his body and came to an unfamiliar world. On the boundless grassland, a green bull appeared, and on the back of the bull lay a young man, who had an ordinary appearance, with a piece of horsetail grass dangling from his mouth, leisurely basking in the sun. Suddenly, a roaring sound came from the sky, lightning tore through the canopy, a hideous large crack appeared in the firmament, and a large cauldron with lingering laws and flickering runes around it smashed down to the ground. Let's call this gong method the 12 bridges. This was the gong method that the youth sensed as he sat cross-legged with the cauldron. Thus, the youth on the back of the green ox began to rise, all the way to battle, pushing across the world, founding the great Ming Divine Dynasty. As the years change and time passes, the original 12 bridges continues to evolve through improvements made by generations of Daming ancestors. 13 bridges, 14 bridges, I don't know how many years. Once again a young man, his hands to pay standing, looking at the starry sky. Beside him, stands a woman. The woman 3,000 hair and waist, flickering luster, all body escapes the breath of the magnificent. From now on, this technique will be called Night of the 24 Bridges and the Moon. The image gradually became illusory, and Gu Feng's soul broke away from the strange world and returned to reality. With an additional scripture in his mind titled Night of the 24 Bridges and the Moon, Great Ming Divine Dynasty. What happened in the end? Gu Feng asked in a whispered outburst. There are no eternal dynasties. The Daming Divine Dynasty is just like the various divine dynasties in history that were glorious for a while, and eventually annihilated in the river of years. Zhu Qingyan's tone was also extraordinarily low, a drop of flame sliding down her cheek. Gu Feng didn't ask any more questions, but instead plopped down on the ground and entered into cultivation. This was because the golden liquid that had been residing in his body before began to be refined as the 24 bridges and the night of the bright moon surfaced in its entirety in his mind. Seeing this, Zhu Qingyan on the side did not feel surprised and just stood there, quietly guarding. Gu Feng's eyes were tightly closed as he felt the 24 bridges and bright moon night in his mind, and strands of crystal clear arcane light surfaced from all corners of his body, converging together as a picket beam as translucent as white jade rapidly coalesced within his body. This picket is grand and magnificent, as lofty as it can be, stretching on and on into the distance, section by section, across mountains, over ravines, across oceans, Gu Feng stood on the picket beam, facing the wind, overlooking the famous mountains, the world in his eyes, and the emotion of grandeur surged to his heart. I don't know how long it took for the picket beam to stop extending, and only then did Gu Feng's god return to his body, but the golden divine liquid was all consumed. Opening his eyes, he was jolted as Zhu Qingyan in front of him stared at him with a burning gaze. Worthy of being the top inherited technique of the Daming divine dynasty. It's really hard to cultivate. Gu Feng's gaze averted, afraid that Zhu Qingyan would see the three-ported incense burner in his mind. Is that so? But your cultivation speed is fast, Zhu Qingyan said rather meaningfully. Fast? Only one bridge has not even been constructed. Gu Feng touched his nose in a disguised manner. Che dash, do you think I'm blind? Zhu Qingyan bristled and said, with a 10,000 tribulation Dao body that cultivates so quickly, it's only abnormal to not have a divine object. You saw through it. Seeing that Zhu Qingyan didn't seem to want to dwell on this, Gu Feng laughed awkwardly and impolitely, feeling that he was being overly cautious with a small man's heart. The technique has been passed on to you, and the search for a thunder attribute body is on your mind. Now you can get out. Go out? Gu Feng was full of questions. Wasn't it time for the senior to leave and reappear into the flames? I'm going to prepare for alchemy. For some reason, Zhu Qingyan was obsessed with alchemy, and after saying this, she grabbed the ground spirit medicine as if no one else was there and threw it into the alchemy furnace. Unsurprisingly, the accident came as promised. There was a loud boom, which caused the corners of Gu Feng's mouth to twitch, and while the other party wasn't paying attention, he grabbed the elixir on the ground and flew away from the alchemy room. How many elixirs have to be spoiled? So let's lose a little less if we can. You bastard boy, put the elixir down. Goodbye, Elder Zhu. I'll keep what you've explained in my heart. Gu Feng shouted towards Zhu Qingyan in his heart, rushing out of the alchemy room and closing the door. The action was all in one go. With a heart-stopping look, Gu Feng leaned on the stone door and patted his chest. Just as he was about to leave, he felt his foot tripped over something, and his body planted itself uncontrollably, falling onto a soft object. An ethereal scent entered his brain along his nose, refreshing him, and when he looked down, he was dumbfounded. Senior Sister Chu, why are you squatting at the door of the alchemy room? Chapter 69, it's so tiring to do business with him. Kid, don't you have eyes? Chu Yuyihui's beautiful eyes glared round, and she shouted out in a delicate voice from a very close distance away from Gu Feng. The scent of the fragrance, more intense, such as gelatinous skin, delicate features, long eyelashes lightly trembling. Gu Feng cannot help but reveal the eyes of appreciation. The wind and splendor. Do not pay attention to describe the Chu Yuyi fantasy underneath the body. What are you still standing there for? Get up! Chu Yuyihui's chiding voice came again, and Gu Feng, with a jolt, supported the ground with both hands and hurriedly got up. How is the ground here so soft? Gu Feng was surprised to look at his hands. Without looking, a look shocked. His hands, even found a most outrageous support point. Chu Yuyihui only felt a tingling sensation, and subconsciously erupted her spiritual power, lifting Gu Feng out and slamming heavily against the stone door behind her with a loud bang. Her eyelids fluttered, anger rising in her flawless face, and there was some redness, clearly on the verge of an outburst. Gu Feng immediately snapped out of his seven-legged state and shouted, Senior Sister Chu, this is the outer sect, don't be impulsive. Chu Yuyihui didn't care about that. A flash, directly rushed to Gu Feng's front, lotus root-like arm probed out, grabbed Gu Feng's collar and directly lifted him up. Kid, you've been back for a long time, why are you deliberately avoiding me? Is it because you want to leave your stall? Gu Feng froze. He had thought that Chu Yuyi Mirage was going to beat him up violently because of the misunderstanding just now. I'm back early, but I didn't intentionally avoid you, but I've been refining pills day and night. Gu Feng felt much more relaxed and said with a smile on his face, Humph, don't think I don't know that you prepared a batch of sin bone pills before you went out on your outer sec mission. Chu Yuyihui said with a scowl on his face. That's right, I did prepare a batch of sin bone pills, but you took another piece of land, and the existing pills are simply not enough to support 40,000 toilet cultivation rooms. Let me go first, will you? You almost killed me with that slap, Gu Feng said playfully. Chu Yuyihui's beautiful eyes shook slightly, looking at Gu Feng with some incredulity. Just now her palm, without controlling the strength, even if it was a cultivator of the 8th level of Qi attraction, it would not necessarily be able to carry it unharmed. But Gu Feng acted as if he was nothing, resisting her palm and looking so relaxed and cozy. This flash defense, it was too exaggerated. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Chu Yui Mirage glanced at Gu Feng and said with a look of disbelief, Is that so? Indeed. The pills must be dumped in large quantities at once to create a sensation in order to pry your toilet cultivation room. Otherwise you'll just wait to lose money, Gu Feng said in a serious manner. Are there enough pills now? Shuyu fantasized and felt that there was still some truth to it. The Sin Bon Dan had to reach a certain amount to ensure that more cultivators bought it, highlighting the scarcity of the toilet cultivation room. In order for him to be able to rent it out in one go when those outer disciples didn't react to it. Not even close. Gu Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. How long will it take? About 10 days and half a month. Or maybe longer. As soon as these words came out, Shu Yuyihui's head full of dark hair flew and her anger erupted as she felt that Gu Feng was deliberately dragging his feet, tightening her fists, wanting to beat up Gu Feng, but did not dare. She understood that she completely lost the initiative. Gu Feng can afford to consume, no matter when the pills can be sold, but her real money invested in, no pills to rent not out of the toilet cultivation room, cannot afford to consume hoo. Exhaling heavily for a few breaths to smooth out his emotions, he gazed at Gu Feng. I may not be business material, the toilet cultivation room needs to be operated by you together, and the profit will be split into 30% for you. This was a solution that could not be helped. Shu Yui hallucinated that the only way to get Gu Feng to act with all his might was to do so. Senior Sister Chu, you've really wronged me. I, Gu Feng, will never take a single cent of all the proceeds from the toilet cultivation room. Gu Feng laughed bitterly. Yes? Chu Yuyihui's face looked a lot better, and a smile blossomed in both eyes. Helping people is helping yourself. Your toilet cultivation room, and my Sin Bon Dan is a matching product. If the elixir can't keep up, 40,000 cultivation rooms, a large portion of them will have to be idle. Gu Feng said solemnly. Of course the more important reason is that he can also earn more money. Shuyu fantasy harvest after all, a small amount. Don't be so quick to be moved. If you really want to repay me, give me the follow-up technique. Gu Feng added. When these words came out, Shu Yuyihui was first stunned, and then her face looked strange. You want a follow-up technique? Aha! Cultivate this technique and do something for me in the future. Already thought of it, Gu Feng said in disbelief. Her stunning face flashed with confidence, feeling, for the first time, that she had seized the initiative in the negotiations. If you want the technique, you can. Take a portion of the profits from the Sin Bone Pill in exchange. Shu Yuyi Fantasy wore a smile on her face and raised the medal in her hand. However, as he smiled and laughed, he realized that something was wrong. The figure of Gu Feng was no longer in front of him, and when he turned his head to look, Gu Feng had already gone down the steps, towards the ground, and his smile froze on his face. I don't think that the potion is enough to sell in 2 months. Shu Yuyihui's smile was all over her face. She couldn't figure out right now if Gu Feng had a real need when he asked for the gongfu. Before the innate, the feats could be changed at will, and it was indeed a bit whimsical to want to make a threat by virtue of the feats. With this in mind, Shu Yuyao heavily stomped the ground, clenched her silver teeth, and quickly stepped after her. Gu Feng, do you want a follow-up technique or not? Yes. Gu Feng stopped and turned his head toward the latter with a bright smile. But, looking at your wild-eyed look, I don't think I'm going to be able to afford your feats. Am I crazy? Shu Yuyihui froze and squeezed out a smile. I'm usually like this. Let's talk about it. Although she was smiling on her face, her heart was mad with anger. The fifth in the heavenly ranking of the inner door of the Tang dynasty sect, actually being taken by a kid in the outer door 3 times, and it will not be taken as a laughingstock when it is passed out. So talk? It must be talked about. It's something that benefits both sides, Shu Yuyihui said with a solemn expression. Okay, then find a restaurant and talk over a meal. Your treat. The corners of Gu Feng's mouth sketched out a perfect arc, while Chu Yuyihui on the opposite side blushed. Fine. My treat. No packing allowed. All to this point, also do not care about a meal money. Shu Yuyi Fantasy weighing the pros and cons of the next, or nodded to agree. The two came to the first restaurant and opened a private room. The private room fee was 500 spirit stones, but Chu Yuyihui was heartbroken. This could be too extravagant. She herself had not enjoyed such treatment when she was outside the door. Gu Feng sparingly, a binge eating, Shu Yuyihui looked at a plate of exquisite food, felt her wallet dripping blood. It was hard to patiently wait for Gu Feng to eat. The other parties a move, and then she was mad as hell. I want subsequent Hotian realm and innate realm techniques without paying extra. After saying these words, Gu Feng lingered for 10 breaths, and when he saw Chu Yuyihui shut her mouth, she feigned to get up. Why don't you go and rob it? Do you know how big the origin of this technique is? It can't be measured in spirit stones at all. Chu Yuyihui directly pressed Gu Feng against the wall, cursing and spitting. Take it easy, isn't this a conversation? Gu Feng breathlessly wiped the saliva from his face and said with a smile, how can you not get me excited? In order to build 40,000 toilet cultivation rooms, I even went so far as to borrow at high interest rates, pouring everything I had. I didn't dare to show my face during this period of time. Shu Yui Mirage became more and more agitated as she spoke, and in the end, her eyes were red and swollen, with crystals swirling inside. Wanting the technique and not willing to pay the price, and threatening me with the sin bone pill. Do you still have a conscience? Chu Yuyihui squatted on the ground, buried her head deeply in her knees, secretly glanced at Gu Feng, and when she saw that the other party was silent, the corner of her mouth sketched out a beautiful arc. Ai Gu Feng sighed deeply. You're the one who started threatening me first. Blame me? The Chu Yuyi fantasy, who was masking her head and snickering, heard these words, her smile froze on her face, and with a whoosh, she catapulted up from the ground. What did you say? Senior Sister Chu, you're the 5th in the inner sect heavenly ranking. What's it like to cry and make a scene? As he spoke, Gu Feng raised the shadow retaining stone in his hand. The scene of your pearly blossom just now. It's all recorded. Oh. You're shameless. Chu Yui Mirage was so angry that her body trembled. Senior Sister Chu, I've done the math for you. After removing the construction costs as well as the interest on the loan, with this gain, not only will your vegetable girl sect be able to recoup its previous losses, but it will also net you almost 15 million spirit stones, and if it's operated correctly, it'll be more than that. And I'm also going to develop a marketing strategy for you for free and train your marketing staff to make sure that you can rent out all 40,000 restroom cultivation rooms in one fell swoop. What's more, on my side, I can also provide the group of hobos in your vegetarian girl sect with jobs selling elixirs, and the pay is definitely top of the industry. After today, you can do nothing. It's equivalent to you only having to pay for 1 feet, lying down and earning $15 million. Isn't that good? Gu Feng calmed down Chu Yuyihui's agitated emotions. And I can give you an additional $10 million, totaling $25 million in profit. An astronomical amount for you. The latter's thinking was a bit confused, and after half a day's thought, he didn't think of what was wrong and signed the agreement in a daze. On the way back, Chu Yuyihui woke up with a jolt and couldn't help but yell at Gu Feng for being an asshole. She vegetarian girl sect is busy. In order to save labor costs, let the disciples go to act as workers, the whole day tired as a dog. In order to encourage morale, she, the vegetarian girl sect master, but also disguised, to go to the construction site for a few days. As for the psychological pressure of being chased by the debt, there is no need to not say, paying so much to earn a mere 25 million spirit stones? The point was, if she, Su Nu sect, didn't cooperate with Gu Feng, she could still make a profit of $2 million a month by going out and hunting demonic beasts. It was equivalent to them working back and forth for 4 months, paying for her feats, and earning 17 million more spirit stones? This number sounded like a lot, but there wasn't much left when it was divided into the hands of so many vegetarian sect cultivators. Chu Yuyihui sadly realized that he really can't do business and lost money to his grandmother's house. Gu Feng is a pitiful person. It's so tiring to do business with him. Never mind. Cut off a little more and say you didn't earn much this time. Chapter 70 Marketing Tactics. Yen Knight's No Curses Trash. The Great Hall of the Vegetarian Women's Sect. Chu Yuyihui, who was sitting above, looked down at Gu Feng, who was training, with her eyes burning, her nails ruthlessly rubbing back and forth on the armrests of the chair, and a mouthful of jade-like shellfish teeth, which also made clicking sounds from time to time. Since giving the gongfu, the more she thought about it, the more she suffocated. A good gongfu was bought by Gu Feng with a few million spirit stones. Her mood fell to the bottom, but she also had to force a smile in front of the disciples. Sect Master, Gu Feng is still very good at marketing. Looking at Chi Tingting's brilliantly smiling face, Chu Yuyi Fantasy squeezed out a smile that was even worse than crying and gritted her teeth. Really? Too good. It's not long after, a female disciple cheerfully handed over a leaflet, saying cheerfully under her breath, Gu Feng is really generous. Sending out a leaflet will get you a piece of spirit stone payment. At those words, Chu Yuyihui's face eased quite a bit. Gu Feng's pit was a bit of a pit, but after signing the agreement, he was able to fulfill his promises in every matter, very much in the spirit of the contract. At this moment, she had some regrets. If she had used her gongfu to extort spirit stones after this matter, she would never have been so stifled. In the future, if we cooperate with him, we must think carefully. Chu Yuyi fantasized silently in her heart, looked down at the flyer, her face changed, and she yelled out, Gu Feng, what do you mean? On the flyer, the most conspicuous position, there is a picture of Chu Yuyihui's portrait. The portrait of Chu Yuyihui's left palm holding a bottle of bone-cleansing Dan, the right hand thumbs up, the following and then with a sentence, the inner door of the heavenly list of the 5th Chu Yuyihui. Recommend, refining the realm of the body of the practitioners must have pills. Senior Sister Chu, is there a problem? Gu Feng thumped over and asked with a smile, aren't you cheating in my name? Chu Yui Mirage was trembling with anger. Liar, where? Gu Feng probed his head and asked suspiciously, you're selling Sin Bone Dan. Why does the label of the Dan bottle on the leaflet say Bone Cleansing Dan? Chu Yuyi Fantasy poked her finger at the leaflet and loudly questioned, come on, open your eyes. Is that the word wash? How not? Chu Yui phantom halfway through her words, froze there. She finally realized that Gu Feng in the flyer above made a blindfold. In the middle of the sin word 2 dots of water, dug a small hole. Visually it looks like it is a wash word. Even if someone finds an anomaly, also even if someone finds an abnormality, it will only be taken as a broken leaflet. This time, Chu Yui Hui was speechless. Gu Feng's means of pitting people could truly be described as endless. Even on the pill bottles, the same fraudulent techniques were used. Are you still prepared to sell it at 20,000 spirit stones a bottle? Shi Tingting asked leisurely. Of course, you are truly not afraid of being chastised by this sect, Chu Yui Hui said with narrowed eyes. Please look here. Gu Feng took out a wooden board from his bag, on which was written, any side effects occur, triple compensation, child and old man. Then it would be better to just sell 5,000 bottles. The elixir isn't fake anyway, so why bother passing it off as a bone-cleansing elixir? Yuing asked in disbelief. Senior sister Yu, Sin Bone Pill 5,000 spirit stones a bottle. Would you be willing to buy this unfamiliar pill if you don't know its efficacy beforehand? Faced with Gu Feng's rhetorical question, Yuing honestly shook his head. I believe that those body cultivation realm cultivators, who spent 20,000 spirit stones, even if they knew that they would have diarrhea after eating it, they would still pinch their noses and take it. After all, the efficacy of the medicine is not adulterated, and when you really count it up, the efficacy of 4 bottles of Sin Bone pills is about 20% higher than 1 bottle of bone cleansing pills, so they're not at a disadvantage. To open the market quickly, fraud must be used in the beginning. After they were forced to take 4 bottles and tasted the sweetness, they would definitely recognize Sin Bone pills from the bottom of their hearts and then repeat the purchase. At that time, I will be able to sell it under the name of Sin Bone pill in a dignified manner, with the price set at 6,000 spirit stones a bottle and 20,000 spirit stones for 4 bottles. The world where strength is honored. Diarrhea is nothing. You will fall behind if you don't pull. Anyway, everyone is diarrhea. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Sin Bone Dan is likely to lead a brand new cultivation frenzy. Of course, the clan would definitely step in to stop it. The entire outer gate was diluted and stinking, disgracing the face of the Sunset Cloud sect. But this has nothing to do with you. Anyway, the toilet cultivation room has long been leased out, and the money has been received in the bag. The clan won't be forced to refund the money. After all, if you don't strain yourself, you can also go inside to cultivate. It's just a poor marketing tactic, hardly elegant. Seeing that the crowd was dumbfounded and looking at each other in disbelief, Gu Feng added in a pretentious manner, Divine Pit. Chu Yudi Fantasy and the others held their breath for a long time before lightly spitting in unison. After all the preparations were in place, Gu Feng rented 3 connected stalls at the exchange, and then wrapped the 3 stalls to form a small store, and carefully decorated them in accordance with the elixir store inside the Wanha Chamber of Commerce. On the day of the official sale, for fear of a cold reception, Gu Feng even hired a group of body refinement realm disciples to act as customers. Clang dash with a loud bell. Gu Feng pushed open the store door. The dozen or so cultivators from the vegetarian women's sect that were hired to sing and dance instantly perished in the entire arena. Coming, selling 50 bottles in one go. I haven't heard of the outer sect alchemy hall appearing a Dan Dao expert who can refine a large batch of bone cleansing Dan. Could it be fake? The outer sect prohibits the sale of fake pills. No one should have the guts to do that. Chu Yudi Fantasy lovingly recommended. It should not be fake. Most likely this batch of bone cleansing Dan comes from an unknown source. What the hell? Let's see it first. We don't have to buy it. Vegetarian lady's place? Is there any connection with the vegetable maiden? Is it that they are selling pills? It's highly probable. Or else the name of the pharmacy is too strange. Dare to triple the compensation. The elixir is basically fine. Looking down at the bustling crowd below and all the rumors, Gu Feng was lighthearted. It was all in his expectation. This is the right step. Borrowing the dual fame of Chu Yudi Fantasy as well as the bone cleansing pill, we can open up the sales today. Gu Feng laughed in his heart, and then he began his sale. In order to avoid trouble, he was in the sales process. Never mention the bone washing Dan 3 words, but wherever there are cultivators asked. He is a piece of nonsense to fool the past. Fool not, let him get out of the way. Selling bone washing Dan and other high-level goods. The temperament must be high. Bone cleansing Dan is the #1 elixir of the outer sect body refining realm. It was not true that it was sought after, but the price of 20,000 was also too shocking, and there were many people who looked, but fewer people who bought. More than that, it wasn't that these cultivators didn't have the money, but that they didn't dare to be sure of the truth, and they all wanted to watch others try it out. After Gu Feng used 2 TOs to start, several people came out one after another to purchase pills. One leads to 2. There were more and more customers, and soon, 50 bottles of pills were sold out. Everyone, Today's pills have been sold out, please come back tomorrow. By opening an advance order now and paying 1,000 spirit stones in advance, you will be guaranteed to purchase the elixir. Those disciples who had not bought the pills before because of their hesitation began to line up to pay the advance payment, took the list, and left happily. They have no more questions about the pills. Make such a big gesture. If he sells fake pills, the Outer Gate Refining Hall will be the first one to spare him, even if he is Gu Feng, and has a good relationship with the Outer Gate Elder Lu. It's useless. Day 2. Gu Feng had already prepared for a disciple to come to the theory and also prepared pills for compensation, but he didn't expect that no one would show up. He then leisurely sold the elixir in a big way, flinging off 150 bottles with great bravado. Yen Ruwashi on the side, her little face flushed. Gu Feng had earned a lot of money. She was even happier than Gu Feng himself. When it was time to close the door, an unexpected visitor came. Ruwashi, you've been in the Sunset Cloud sect for so long and you've only come to see me once. Do you still have me as your sister in your eyes? The person who came was none other than Yen Ruwashi's older sister, Yen Night Snow. Being questioned by her sister in a lecturing tone, Yen Ruwashi's small face collapsed in a defiant manner. This made Yen Ishue furious, fiercely glaring at Gu Feng, who innocently touched his nose. Is this the elixir you refined? Not knowing who she was asking, after the words fell, she flung a packet of spirit stones at Gu Feng, opened the bottle of pills, took out one, placed it on her nose and sniffed it, frowned, and then swallowed it directly into her mouth. Yen Ruwashi's body shook, wanting to stop it, but she was a step too slow. Looking worriedly at Yen Ishue, and looking helpfully at Gu Feng, who was also speechless to the core, only to see Yen Night Snow's body flickering with spiritual energy, quickly refining the pills. The next moment, eyebrows raised, chided out. What garbage pills, all day long mixing with misfits, deserting refining pills, come back to the inner sect with me. The commotion at this place attracted countless onlooker disciples, who pointed at Gu Feng with a look of watching the show. Literati are not as good as each other. And businessmen are even more so. It is harder to see you make money than it is for these people to lose it. I'm an outer disciple. I should stay in the outer sect. I'm not going to the inner sect. Yen Ruwashi argued with reason. It's not up to you. Today you must. As the word whisker fell, Yen Night Snow froze there, only to see the corners of her eyes jerk, as if she had encountered something difficult, her fair cheeks becoming redder and redder, and her breathing becoming intermittent. Sister, how are you? Yen Ruwashi worriedly walked forward, wanting to check on her sister. Don't touch me. Yen Ishue held her breath, as if she was trying her best to restrain herself, carefully exhaling. He glared fiercely at Yen Ruwashi before leaping high into the air and swept rapidly towards the inner gate, leaving behind a crowd of facetious spectators, as well as Gu Feng, who couldn't help but smile, and Yen Ruwashi, who had a worried look on her face. The news that Yen Night Snow had cursed Gu Feng's pills as trash and whisked his sleeve away went viral, spreading that night. Just as the crowd of vegetarian women were worried about Gu Feng's pills and their own toilet cultivation room, Gu Feng came up with a reverse marketing, the 10th in the inner sect's heavenly ranking. Dan Wu Shuang Xiu Yen Night Snow ate the pill that cursed garbage. Walk by and don't miss it. A large banner hung high, and above a few plaques. The expression of Yen Ishue's face at that time was exquisitely restored. I want a bottle. Ha ha ha. Yen Night Snow is my goddess. I also want to try what kind of flavor the elixir she yelled at for being trashy is. Any more? I want 2 bottles. This wave of operation directly opened the sales. The third day wildly sold 300 bottles. Let Gu Feng happy. On the fourth day, the expected troublemakers finally came to the door. Hundreds of disciples, in great numbers, shouting pay for the money, rushed to Gu Feng's medicine store. Even the elders of the pill refining hall had followed them. Chapter 71 Large-Scale Competition. Gu Feng's fame was still able to hold down the scene in the outer sect, if not for the presence of the pill refining hall elder's companion. Those outer sect disciples who had purchased the Sin Bone pill would most likely eat a smothering loss, recognize their own bad luck, and wouldn't have dared to come and cause trouble. Refund. This is a fake elixir. It's not a bone cleansing pill at all. Pay up. The doorway of the vegetarian women's workshop was surrounded by disciples who had purchased the Sin Bone Dan, as well as those who had rushed to see the fun. And even those disciples who had set up stalls in the same exchange had gathered their stalls and transformed themselves into a crowd of gourd eaters, with an appearance of watching the fun. I told you. There are so many bone-cleansing pills, only the little cutie, that's the only one who would fall for it. There are too many stupid people with too much money in our outer sect. They deserve to be cut into leaks. It's called virtue not being worthy, and they've just cast their lot. Unlike us who come out of the bottom and do everything on our own. Ha ha ha, Gu Feng is in deep trouble now. The Hall of Pill Refineries abhors the sale of fake pills. I'm afraid Elder Lu won't be able to protect him either. Outside, the people were buzzing, and the door to the vegetarian house was closed. Gu Feng listened to the clamor of the outer door and sat on a chair. leisurely drinking tea, full of enjoyment, without the slightest hint of nervousness. Yen Ruwashi beside her had a worried look on her face. Although the bone-cleansing pill was never mentioned during the sales process, but the elders of the Hall of Pill Refineries were here, and she didn't dare to be sure which direction things would go. Shu Yui Hui, who got the news in advance, disguised herself and came here. She now has no hope of earning money, and only seeks to get her capital back. Gu Feng, can you hold it at the top? You can't fall off the chain, or I really can only run away. Before Chu Yui Hui came, she had already brought over all the things in the inner sect cave mansion, and if Gu Feng couldn't carry it, she would immediately run away. Come on, you're an inner disciple, the 5th on the heavenly ranking, why are you so composed? Gu Feng glanced at her and said with a look of disgust, before turning his head to look at Yen Ruwashi, what about your sister? Is she alright? I don't know Lu. My sister returned to the inner sect and shut herself in the cave until I left. She didn't come out. Yen Ruwashi responded in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's heart flashed with a touch of eccentricity. It was normal for a body-refining realm disciple to have diarrhea after eating this sin bone pill, but Yen Night Snow was an innate realm cultivator. She had long since cultivated into an innate body, and she couldn't carry the effects of this medicine either? Unlikely, and in the mood to care about other people. There's a lot of noise out there. If it were usual, Chu Yuyihui had learned that Yenishua had diarrhea because she had eaten Sin Bone Dan. She would have laughed 3 times to the sky, but now she was not in the mood. The atmosphere is almost set. Go out and take a look. Gu Feng drank the last drop of tea, stood up and went to the door. Whoa! The door to the vegetarian women's workshop opened, and when the crowd saw Gu Feng with his head held high, they first stared blankly, followed by an outburst of clamor that far exceeded the previous clamor. Gu Feng sold fake medicines and didn't even run away, so he had a lot of guts. Gentlemen, be quiet for a moment. Gu Feng drew in a sharp breath, and his voice, like a flood bell, traveled across the room. What are the problems? Say them one by one. Touching Gu Feng's sharp eyes, those righteous indignation of the outer disciples, suddenly looked at each other. Look it that way. Who do not want to be the head of the head? 20,000 spirit stones in their own lives compared to the lesser of the two is clear at a glance. The atmosphere became heavy, and seeing the deadlock, the elder of the Hall of Pill Refining, who had followed over, coughed lightly and said aloud, You have purchased Gu Feng's pills, so if you have any problems with him and confront him face to face, this elder will surely deal with them in an impartial manner. The brief sentence of the elder of the Hall of Pill Refineries was like a forcible agent, giving those outer disciples, adding infinite backbone. A beautiful-looking female disciple, her eyes red and swollen, with tears vaguely remaining within them, blatantly stepped out and stretched out a finger, pointing at Gu Feng, her face full of grief and indignation, looking as if Gu Feng had done something to her. You, the bone-cleansing pill you sold me, you've done me a terrible disservice. As she spoke, the female disciple actually sobbed, confusing Gu Feng. It's just diarrhea, it's not a big deal. Using the word harm is a bit serious. Yesterday, I bought your bone-cleansing pill, so I went to Senior Brother Wu's place in high spirits, ready to enjoy it with him, and when Senior Brother Wu wasn't there, I tried one first. Turns out, as soon as I ended up eating it, I started having diarrhea and couldn't hold it in no matter how hard I tried. In the heat of the moment, he rushed to the toilet in the area of the male disciple's residence, and this pulling took a whole 12 hours, and a lot of people saw it. When I came out, I saw Senior Wu standing at the door of the toilet with an ugly face, and indifferently said to me, Don't come to him in the future. He can't afford to lose this face. Woohoo! Senior Brother Wu is going to be my Dao couple in the future. Towards the end, that beautiful female disciple, directly squatted on the ground and bawled her eyes out. It was a tragic story, but the crowd felt extraordinarily funny when they heard it, and sparse giggles came from the female disciple as she cried even harder. An elixir ruining a marriage was also unethical enough, and everyone's eyes were on Gu Feng, wanting to see how he would handle it. Only Gu Feng touched his nose, walked slowly to the female disciple, squatted down, patted her shoulder, and said meaningfully, This senior sister, missing out on this marriage would be a good thing for you. As the saying goes, to love someone is to love all of her. Your Senior Brother Wu, who can't even accept this trivial matter, is not worth committing his life to. Old sister listen to my brother. Miss the scenery is not a good scenery. In front of you, there is a more gorgeous scenery waiting for you. The only thing you have to do now is to cultivate hard, and then bring the next one, and go forward to punch Senior Brother Wu in the face, so that he will be remorseful and in pain for losing you. Gu Feng's words instantly petrified everyone, including the elder of the pill refining hall. Listen, is this human language? You're damned sold out of the potion. Eat diarrhea. Messed up people's marriage ruined, to your mouth, but became a good deed. Never seen such outrageous bull *******. Seeing that female disciple's indifference, Gu Feng stood up and swept his gaze across the room. Next, as soon as the words fell, a bearded male disciple stepped out with a blush of shame and anger in his bearded face. I purchased the bone cleansing pill the day before yesterday. In order to take this pill, which is known as the #1 pill in the outer sex body refining realm, I spent a whole day adjusting myself to the best state, and I even took a bath and burned incense. Unexpectedly, one went down, the abdomen turned over, strangulation unbearable, wildly ran out to look for the toilet. Unfortunately, the building where I live, the toilet was occupied. So I made a snap decision and chose to run to the restroom in another building. It wasn't until I ran through 5 buildings that I found an empty restroom. However, because I was holding it in so hard, I collapsed in front of the toilet door and had a torrent of diarrhea, making a large social death scene. Going forward, I don't even have the face to live there. You got me killed. The bearded male disciple had an almost hissing tone to shout. Ha ha ha! The maniacal laughter and stomping of feet nearly toppled the exchange. This brother is really miserable. No better than the female disciple earlier. Gu Feng smiled in his heart and was just about to say something when the third victim stepped forward. It was also a male disciple. Only his nose was bruised and swollen and his body was black and blue, as if he had been violently beaten, causing Gu Feng to be confused once again. This shouldn't be a side effect of Sin Bone Dan. Do you know how I got this injury? Yesterday morning, I took the elixir and also appeared in a similar situation as the two before me. I was more lucky. The toilet door of the building where I lived was hidden, so I rushed in. Isn't it nice that the toilet is empty? What does it have to do with the injuries on your body? Gu Feng asked the doubts in everyone's mind. Of course it's relevant. The disciples stormed out. The door was hidden because the man inside was just about to come out, and I was so confused in my mind with my stomach pain, I didn't even notice him, and I directly knocked him back, and then I pulled down my pants, sat on his knees, and pulled up. The more the bearded disciple said, the more agitated, pulling the wound, fresh red flowing down. That look can be tragic. Shrimp. With such an odd encounter, Gu Feng couldn't hold it in and laughed unimaginatively. Of course you'll be thrashed when you pull on someone else. No problem. And me. I'm worse than them. I'm worse. With the previous 3 in front of them, the other part of the disciples who had purchased the Gu Feng Sin Bone pill had no qualms about telling what had happened to them, and it had just become a tragic conference. There were waves of laughter. The scene was extremely joyous, and the group was laughing like crazy. Even the elder of the pill refining hall who had come to administer justice couldn't control his body shaking as he stroked his beard and laughed out loud. The last part of the disciples who had taken Gu Feng's elixir were red in the face, and in their hearts, they were secretly glad that they were able to save their faces by finding a container on the spot and pooping in their own rooms. But one container is simply not enough. The filth overflows and runs all over the floor, and the room is small enough to open the window for fear of being smelled. Thus, that part of the cultivator held on for 12 hours in the stinky room, barely suffocating. The whole exchange was packed with people, laughing, cursing, taunting, and the scene got out of control for a while. This elixir is outrageous. Cough. Everyone be quiet. The elder of the pill alchemy hall suppressed the chaos and came to Gu Feng's side, wrinkling his brows as he questioned. Gu Feng, those disciples accused you of selling counterfeit bone cleansing pills. Do you admit it? Bone cleansing elixir? What bone cleansing pill? I've never sold a bone cleansing pill before. Gu Feng spread his hands, his face full of innocence, and denied it. Chapter 72, I, Gu Feng, declare that the Sunset Cloud sect has entered a brand new era of cultivation. Wow. The crowd first froze, then erupted into an unprecedented clamor. One disciple who had diarrhea after taking an elixir could be attributed to his own physical problems, but all those who had diarrhea after taking an elixir, it was definitely a problem with the elixir. What's even more outrageous is that Gu Feng is denying that he sold the bone cleansing pill, which is proper blind talk with his eyes wide open. He also put on an emboldened demeanor, really thinking that with Elder Lu's backing, he could run rampant in the outer gate, ignoring the precepts. The law does not tolerate mercy, and it is clearly written in the outer sex rules that selling counterfeit or shoddy pills is subject to the sect's severe punishment. All of the disciples, including the victim, glared angrily towards Gu Feng. This was a major event that concerned their immediate interests, and they could not stand on the sidelines. Gu Feng, do you still want to be shameless, selling fake medicines and victimizing us? Does your conscience really go away? Today, even if I sue to the Elder Hall, I will fight you to the end. Gu Feng, you are indeed strong, but we occupy a word of reason. The outer sect is not your private place, so you can't be allowed to act recklessly. Go and petition the Hall of Elders to give us justice. Punish Gu Feng severely. Punish Gu Feng severely. At the back, everyone shouted in unison. The slogan, severely punish Gu Feng. Gu Feng's indifferent attitude caused the elder of the pill refining hall, who was in charge of coming to coordinate, to have an ugly look on his face as well, his anger rising. This is a group incident. It must be handled properly. The elder of the pill refining hall took a deep breath, gazed at Gu Feng, and said in a deep voice, Gu Feng, the evidence is all there. Sophistry can't solve the problem. It should be handled properly as well. Gu Feng, this is Elder Zhao of the Hall of Pill Refining, specializing in the safety aspect of pills. Seeing the situation deteriorating drastically, Yen Ruoshi softly introduced the other party's identity in Gu Feng's ear and signaled him to be polite, and the latter nodded his head in understanding. Elder Zhao, if they can prove that I, Gu Feng, sold the fake bone cleansing pill, I'll willingly bear all the chastisement. Gu Feng slightly saluted towards Elder Zhao and said with a smile, Gu Feng, can you admit that this bottle of elixir was purchased from you? As soon as these words came out, a male disciple immediately took out his potion bottle and questioned, that's right, it was bought from me. Gu Feng walked forward, opened the medicine bottle, and took a look at it before nodding his head in acknowledgement. What about this bottle? Bought it from me too. After appraising the pills in the hands of all the disciples, Gu Feng returned to his original position and smiled at the crowd. As it turns out, the quality of the outer disciples of my Sunset Cloud sect is still very good. No one is mixing fish eyes with pearls. I admit that the pills in their hands were all purchased from my vegetable maiden workshop, but I never said that this is a bone cleansing elixir. It's just a misunderstanding due to your wishful thinking. When the words fell, the entire room exploded. How could they not expect that by this moment? Gu Feng was still sophomoric. Bone cleansing pill, 3 words in plain sight. Ironclad facts. When everyone is blind, gentlemen, what I sell at the vegetarian lady's workshop is the sin bone pill, and I don't know what went wrong that made you all mistake this pill for the bone cleansing pill. I think anyone with intelligence understands that it's hard to find a single bone cleansing pill, and I don't have heavenly means, so how could I possibly refine so many? A word woke up the dreamer. Those disciples who purchased the elixir fixed their eyes on the label of the medicine bottle, and were suddenly confused. It seems that this is indeed Sin Bone Dan, but this is also too similar to the bone cleansing pill. The pill bottle is a style. Even the label color and font are the same. The only difference is that the point in the middle of the 3 dots of water in the word wash is replaced with a small round hole. If not for Gu Feng's reminder, who would have thought it was the word sin? You're fraudulently selling. A disciple's face was ugly as he gritted his teeth. Oh, may I ask this, brother? When I was selling it, did I say that it was a bone cleansing pill? Gu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked in return. But you didn't say that this is the sin bone pill. If I had known that this was the sin bone pill when I purchased it, how could I have spent 20,000 spirit stones on this unheard of elixir? This disciple's words were recognized by everyone present. When Gu Feng was selling the elixir, he had indeed never said the words that this was the bone cleansing Dan, but the body language, the marketing tactics, including the appearance of the packaging, were all confusing the crowd that this was the bone cleansing Dan that was hard to find. I thought you were all literate, so I didn't say the name of the elixir. Gu Feng revealed 2 rows of large white teeth and smiled brightly. As a matter of fact, I didn't sell any fake pills, and I've been selling them with integrity since the beginning. The words were rough, and those cultivators who had purchased the sin bone pill had ugly faces, and their hearts were as hard as if they had eaten a dead fly. Knowing that Gu Feng was bull ting, he couldn't find the right words to refute him. Elder Zhao, who was on the side, picked up a sin bone pill and placed it on his nose and sniffed it, and his heart was speechless. I had long heard that Gu Feng was a pit, but I had never expected him to pit to this extent. The flavor and appearance of this sin bone Dan was exactly the same as the bone cleansing Dan, and it was even a few points purer than the authentic bone cleansing Dan, so even he would mistake it for the real bone cleansing Dan, and it was also the kind with excellent character. Not to mention those ordinary disciples. Elder Zhao recalled the outer sex rules regarding pills in his mind, and it turned out that Gu Feng hadn't violated one of them. Looking at the righteous indignation of the crowd of disciples, this elder of the pill refining hall felt his mind ache, not knowing how to deal with this matter for a while. The scene was whispering. Ordinary disciples whispered about Gu Feng's words of pitting people, while those disciples who were also setting up stalls in the exchange had their eyes light up, a hint of enlightenment arising in their hearts. So sales could still be done in this way. It was really an eye-opener. Those hundreds of cultivators who had purchased the sin bone pill, their hearts were stifled. According to the current situation, it would be difficult to seek justice, but they were not willing to let them eat this dumb loss in silence. The scene was once again at a stalemate, and Gu Feng, seeing that the time was ripe, lightly coughed twice and exited aloud. Gentlemen, I, Gu Feng, am an honest businessman and a conscientious disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect. In all fairness, does Sin Bone Pill have any other drawbacks other than the one drawback of dilution? Regarding this point, you disciples who have eaten the Sin Bone Pill have the most right to speak. As the words fell, Gu Feng stood upright, smiling, his inquiring gaze sweeping over the group of victims. All gazes went to the group of customers, who all frowned in thought, savoring the experience, and opened their mouths to speak. The efficacy of Sin Bone Dan was probably only 1/3 of the authentic bone cleansing Dan, yet it was indeed as Gu Feng had said. Apart from diarrhea, he couldn't pick any faults. This I admit, but this price is really pitiful. 20,000 spirit stones a bottle. Ah, with this amount of money, I buy other pills do not smell good? A disciple stepped out and said in a deep voice, other pills are as effective as my bone cleansing pill? This is a perfect comparison to the bone cleansing Dan, and the refining of the pill can be called the gospel of the body refining realm cultivators. Even the inner door of the fifth and the heavenly ranking of Chu Yudi Fantasy are all praised for this, but also said that with this Dan, my fallen cloud sect will definitely undergo a sea change. Gu Feng said, kid, what's the point of dragging me into this? Do you want to die? Chu Yudi Fantasy, who was disguised on the side, grit her teeth and softly chided. Of course, I also admit that 20,000 a bottle is indeed a bit expensive, and I once promised triple compensation for any side effects that occur. Child and man, I, Gu Feng, am as good as my word. A refund is out of the question, but I can give you 3 more bottles. Please, if you are interested, take the pills you purchased earlier and come here to collect them. When the words fell, regardless of whether those people were willing or not, Gu Feng directly signaled the disciples of the vegetarian girl sect behind him to carry up a large push of Sin Bone Dan and place it neatly on a table. Gu Feng then crossed his legs and sat down to wait quietly. The people looked at each other, weighing it over and over in their minds, and after a long time, all the disciples rushed to the table. I bought 1 bottle, give me 3. I bought 2 bottles, give or take 6. I'll take it 2. The crowd scrambled forward. Even the female disciple who was previously abandoned by her senior brother Wu because of the Sin Bone pill joined in, muttering under her breath, straining, won't kill me. I'm going to cultivate hard and punch him in the face at the annual competition. The scene was immediately hot. The onlookers of the disciples, looking at the red eyes, envious of the chicken purple, can be imagined. Sin Bone Dan will usher in a hot sales scene. Gentlemen, starting tomorrow, Sin Bone Dan changes its sales price. A bottle of 9 selling for 6,000 spirit stones. 4 bottles of 20,000 spirit stones. In a world where strength is honored, it's fine to fight for your life. Afraid of straining? I, Gu Feng, hereby announce that the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect will enter a whole new era of cultivation. You will all be like dragons, and be the children of other people's families in the mouths of all people. Your parents are proud, your elders marvel, and your younger siblings look up to you. Sin Bone Dan's output. You don't have to worry, more is not guaranteed. At least 200 bottles will be provided a day. Gu Feng's passionate speech stimulated the nerves of the crowd, mobilized their emotions, and seduced the commotion in their hearts. The crowd calculated in their hearts that according to this price, for the same amount of spirit stones, it seemed that it would be more cost-effective to purchase the Sin Bone pellet than the bone cleansing pellet. It's just that this side effect is really difficult to deal with. Where there are so many toilets, we can't have diarrhea in the residence, and it won't smoke people to death? This serious problem makes them hesitate. The expressions of the crowd, Gu Feng all saw in his eyes, and made a wink towards Chu Yihui, who immediately understood, and emotionally came to the front of the crowd. Gentlemen, in order to solve your troubles with taking the Sin Bone pill, my vegetable maiden sect has constructed a special cultivation room to provide it to you. The environment of the practice room is private, and the internal flushing system is provided to flush out the dirt in time to ensure fresh air. 1 month's rent is only 150 spirit stones, with half a year's rent starting from half a year. 1 year's lease is at a discounted price of 1,500 spirit stones. Limited quantities available on a first-come, first-served basis. As soon as these words came out, those first disciples who purchased the Sin Bone pill did not hesitate, and went directly to Chu Yui Mirage to reserve the cultivation room. Most of them directly leased it for a year. Chu Yui Mirage, as well as the disciples of the Vegetable Maiden sect, their faces smiled royally. A bottle of Bonewashing Dan can open the gap with ordinary disciples? 4 bottles of Sin Bone Dan is the same thing. The biggest difference is that Sin Bone Dan ain't diluted. Bonewashing Dan simply cannot be bought. Really want to compare a bit? The two are almost equal. And so, some cultivators with active minds began to take action. Any more Sin Bone pills? 4 bottles. I'll take 8 bottles. Me too. The scene was completely hot, and the disciples were desperately trying to squeeze forward for fear of not being able to buy the Sin Bone pill. The security personnel hired by Gu Feng were also out at the moment, maintaining order at the scene. Line up, please be civilized and buy the elixir. Those who have purchased the Sin Bone pill, please immediately go to the other side to rent a cultivation room. In order to ensure that disciples who have purchased the Sin Bone pill will be able to rent a cultivation room, The Vegetable Maiden Workshop and the Vegetable Maiden sect have joined forces to sell it, and will only accept leases of 3 years or more. Crack down on speculation. I, Gu Feng, will never forgive anyone who dares to raise the price and sell it back, affecting the reputation of my Vegetable Ladies Workshop. The incident had seen a 180-degree reversal, and Gu Feng, as well as his Vegetable Maiden Workshop, had gone from being blamed by everyone to being praised by all, in less than an hour. Gu Feng had just become a great benefactor for the benefit of the outer sect. What was a true conscientious merchant? Gu Feng was, not only had he solved the problem of cultivation for the crowd, but he had also thought of everything and prepared a place for them to cultivate. Mom no longer need to worry about my cultivation is despised. Strength is the king, we all pull. There is no shame or disgrace. Then who pull fierce, pull hard. Elder Zhao looked at the exchange that was in a big mess. The corners of his mouth twitched, the corners of his eyes jumped, and his heart was as messy as if there were millions of grass and mud horses running wildly through it. He had already foreseen the magnificent scene of the entire outer sect, sitting in the toilet to cultivate sometime in the future. No, if this goes on, my Sunset Cloud sect is bound to become the laughingstock of Chu, the clan in the toilet. This name is probably going to be pressed on Sunset Cloud sect's head. Elder Zhao was in an anxious mood but could do nothing about it because Gu Feng hadn't violated the clan's rules. So he clenched his teeth and also shelled out 20,000 spirit stones and purchased 4 bottles. It was decided to bring it back to the Hall of Alchemy and study it. It wasn't as if he had to ban this elixir. It was just to work out the refining method, which would be improved to get rid of the side effects of this diarrhea. The Sin Bone Pill became another. In addition to the Bone Cleansing Pill, the Divine Pill of the Outer Sect Body Refining Realm. Chapter 73 Flavored Research. At this moment, the dust had finally settled, and the Sin Bone Pill was finally accepted by most of the Body Refinement Realm disciples. Looking at the spirit stones pouring in like running water, and the customers going crazy, Gu Feng was satisfied and extremely emotional. At that moment, he asked Yen Ruwashi, with the huge sum of money, to start acquiring medicinal herbs in situ. The Outer Sect Exchange, as well as those disciples who set up stalls, also had an extremely keen sense of smell, and had begun to raise the prices of the relevant medicinal herbs before Gu Feng acted. Fortunately, the Sunset Cloud sect had strict requirements for prices, and even if there was an oversupply of items, they were not allowed to raise prices greatly beyond the maximum price of the items. The increase in the price of the herbs was expected by Gu Feng, and the maximum price limit for several herbs had little impact on the profiteering Sin Bone Dan. Soon after, Yen Ruwashi came running back with ragged breathing. Gu Feng, several herbs are sold out. Oh, this is what Gu Feng did not expect. A little thought will understand. Sin Bone Dan refining materials, and the same as the Bone Washing Dan, several of which is the exclusive Bone Washing Dan elixir. In addition, the use is not much. The Bone Washing Dan the entire outer door production slump, and even with those kinds of elixir is not in great demand. Therefore, the whole exchange, the stock is not much. Go to the Outer Sect Task Hall and post a task to buy it at the highest price. I'm sure there are many Outer Sect disciples willing to pick the relevant elixir. Gu Feng decided resolutely that this would also promote the motivation of those Body Refinement Realm disciples, so that a good cycle would be formed, and as long as they worked hard enough, they would definitely be able to buy Sin Bone Pills. But, posting quests can only be done with points, and so are the rewards. Where do you have so many points? Yen Ruwashi inquired with a crooked head. If you want to release a task in the Outer Sect Task Hall, you can't just have money, you have to have the corresponding contribution points. Points aren't much of a problem. I got points from the last mission I completed, so I'll take them for now. Going forward I'll take a portion of the Sin Bone Pills and set a points price. When Yen Ruwashi heard this, she realized that Gu Feng had a point and took Gu Feng's disciple token and stomped out. After Yen Ruwashi left, Shu Yuyi walked over, the corners of her mouth grinning, both eyes slightly narrowed, her cheek muscles a little stiff. Obviously she had smiled too much, resulting in a slight facial paralysis. Gu Feng, you're really talented, but with 40,000 cultivation rooms, do you have so many Sin Bone Pills? While happy, Shu Yuyi also expressed her concern. If you wanted to rent out all 40,000 cultivation rooms, you would have to prepare at least 40,000 bottles of Sin Bone Pills, or else those disciples wouldn't have Sin Bone Pills, so who would be foolish enough to rent a cultivation room? Upon hearing this, Gu Feng also felt his head ache. 40,000 bottles of Sin Bone Pills was not a small number. It was a lot of pressure for him, and the task was extremely difficult. He thought about finding someone to help refine it together, but the problem was, this Sin Bone Dan was very evil. Even Yen Ruwashi, who had an exceptional talent for refining pills, couldn't refine it well, let alone others. One couldn't ask the elders of the pill refining hall to help. These elders can all refine bone cleansing pills, and if you offer a higher price, It is impossible for you to degrade yourself and help you refine a castrated version of the pill. I'll think of a way to improve the efficiency of pill refining. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Gu Feng wrinkled his brows and responded in a deep voice. How many practice rooms have been rented out? Thousands of rooms. The construction costs haven't been recovered yet? Shu Yuyi Fantasy bristled as the reality of the problem washed away the ecstasy within. Let them pay the rent in advance, and assure them that as long as they rent the cultivation rooms, they will definitely be able to buy Sin Bone Dan. And it's still half a month before the outer sex end of the year big competition, so they can first recover the principal, pay for the project, pay back the loan, and then the rest of it is all profit. Good. Shu Yuyi Fantasy nodded. She trusted Gu Feng's ability to run a business, basically saying what he said, he would do what he did. On a crazy day, Gu Feng was in a good mood and unprecedentedly invited all the staff present to have a dinner. Of course, the money for this dinner was counted on Shu Yuyi Fantasy's account and deducted from the profits going forward. Shu Yuyi Fantasy could only roll her eyes at this and skimmed her mouth in a breathless manner, not expressing any objections. Doing a really big business, eating money is scum. Although this time she did not really earn much, but people always have to look ahead. Earn money in the future, there are plenty of opportunities. After dinner, Gu Feng went straight to the pill refining hall and rented the largest pill refining room directly in Yan Ruoshi's name. There were 100 pill furnaces in this alchemy room, a place where the Hall of Alchemy held large-scale teaching of alchemy experience, which was rarely used in normal times. Kid, did you earn a lot of money? Take out the elixir and let me have a good time. As soon as he heard this familiar voice, Gu Feng felt a raw pain in his head and said with a bitter face, Elder Zhu, please don't spoil my spirit medicine. It's not easy for me to earn some money. Why do you need so much money? It's not like you need to spend money on feats, Shu Qingyan said unhappily, and the big hand that the flames illuminated was about to grab the spirit medicine on Gu Feng's body. The technique doesn't need money, but I have to find you a powerful lightning attribute spirit beast. Most of them have to be bought with spirit stones, and this bit of mine isn't necessarily enough. Gu Feng was in a hurry and found an excuse to protect his possessions. That's true. Spirit beasts with lightning attributes are really expensive, often hundreds of thousands or even millions of medium-grade spirit stones, and some sellers purposely ask for top-grade, and still can only buy very average cubs. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng immediately jumped up. He had expected that thunder attribute spirit beasts were expensive, but he hadn't expected them to be this expensive. Hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones, converted into lower-grade spirit stones? Not tens of millions, spirit stones to 100 evolution. Recently, I have been refining Sin Bone pills day and night, and only then have I barely managed to scrape together this huge sum of money. Zhu, Senior Zhu, now that I've broken the contract, will you kill me immediately? Gu Feng asked tentatively. No, Shu Qingyan said quietly, before adding, I'll torture you enough and then screw you to death. Hey, Gu Feng sighed, then took out a handful of elixirs and pointed at the alchemy furnace in the far corner. This furnace is exclusive to you. These elixirs allow you to go and have a good time. Don't disturb me from earning money. There's really a lot of pressure on me. Shu Qingyan is also a very easily satisfied person. Gleefully took the herbs and went to squat in the corner to refine the pills. Not long after, there was rolling smoke as well as the sound of explosions roaring, and Gu Feng's heart was ringing, retracting his mind and focusing his entire body, activating the formation and communicating with the spirit fire in the ground. Gu Feng was fuming, ready to take on the challenge of concurrently refining 99 furnaces of pills. The only way to do so was to refine a large batch of Sin Bone pills in a short period of time. When Elder Zhao returned to the Hall of Pill Refining, he immediately summoned a few of his colleagues and began analyzing the Sin Bone pill. The refining materials for this Dan, compared to the bone cleansing Dan, are only a few less types of spirit medicines, as well as a reduction in the ratio of spirit medicines. There's nothing out of the ordinary in terms of refining techniques. The flavor is pure, but the potency is lacking. Just analyze the spirit medicine and it should be able to be refined. These elders of the Hall of Pill Refineries were truly worthy of being pill refining masters, and after spending only 3 hours, they had analyzed the types of spirit medicines as well as the ratios without missing a beat. And if Gu Feng were here, he would definitely exclaim that he was awesome. However, just when they thought that they would soon be able to refine the Sin Bone pill, a problem arose. This externally seemingly mediocre elixir caused these Hall of Pill refining elders to frown. Puzzled, how could it not be refined? The reality was extremely cruel. They tried all kinds of refining methods, and also kept changing the order of spirit medicine extraction as well as throwing, and still kept blowing up the furnace. Blow them up and make them skeptical. They had no choice but to try to damn themselves in an attempt to uncover the hidden mysteries of this Dan. I have to say that these elders who are involved in drug research are really hardworking. Only 5 or 6 elders, in a closed alchemy room, with a differently shaped vessel under their buttocks, were straining while holding a small notebook, recording their body's feelings, as well as their guesses. The air was filled with a sickening smell, and like old monks, they let the stench bombard their brains without stopping to study it. Sounds of dry heaves, discussions, questions, arguments, filling the entire alchemy room. This was a flavorful study of pills. Some people who were dilated were really dilated, while there were those who were dilated were feeling enlightenment. Those few pill refining hall elders were like that, and the 10th in the inner sex heavenly rankings. Yen Night Snow, who had the reputation of being a Dan martial arts dual cultivator, was like that as well. Ever since the first time she took sin bone pills and pooped her guts out, she had noticed something unusual about it. This is not ordinary dilution, but the body impurities, in the form of dilution excreted. Looking at all the body refining realm elixirs, this sin bone dan is unique and very valuable to study. After the first straining, she began to refine it according to her speculations, failing without a doubt. Unwillingly, she once again took a sin bone pill, and the result was still the same, ending in failure, failing twice in a row, which was also an extremely explosive existence in her alchemy career, greatly aroused her competitive spirit. Thus, one pill was swallowed into the stomach and tirelessly began to delve into it. At this moment, she was hiding in the cave, squatting on a vessel. Her crystalline forehead was full of sweat, and her white face was reddening. A fiery sensation was coming from the ingot, and she didn't need to look to know that it was ironically already red. I just don't believe it. It's impossible to deduce the refining method of a tiny body refinement realm elixir. Crystalline shell teeth clenched, and from time to time, hissing sounds of sucking and cool air came out. She completely consumed with Sin Bone Dan. Chapter 74. The end of the world is selling classes. Originally, I thought that Gu Feng's words half a month ago, the Sunset Cloud sect has entered a whole new era of cultivation, were wild words. As it turned out, he had really changed the cultivation style of the crowd of body refinement realm disciples with his own power, and even the way he greeted them had changed. Did you have diarrhea today? This phrase has directly replaced the original have you eaten, how have you been, etc., and has become the most popular greeting opener nowadays. And the reply was extraordinarily interesting. I just finished pulling. The ingots are still red. I'll practice my martial arts skills today and adjust. I'll pull again tomorrow. After taking Sin Bone Dan for a long time, the people also found out another side effect. That is, the ingots can't carry it. However, no one went to Gufeng to find a theory. After all, Gufeng had already added detailed explanatory notes on the new batch of elixir bottles, which were purchased voluntarily, and no one had a problem with that. Besides, this Sin Bone Dan is really powerful. The effect of cultivation, and cost-effective than the bone cleansing Dan, can buy it is good. The hidden trend of demand exceeds supply, but where's someone to make trouble? Even if Gufeng does not pursue responsibility, those Sin Bone Dan users, but also cannot spare him. As long as you follow the instructions and rotate between refining your body and practicing martial arts, you won't have a problem. There was another reason that caused the supply of Sin Bone pills to exceed the demand, and that was that the pill refiners from the Outer Sex Pill Refining Hall also secretly came over to purchase them. They are also eyeing the profits here, thinking that the bone cleansing pill cannot be refined, and the castrated version of the Sin Bone pill should not be difficult for them. It's just that, judging from the current situation, no one has succeeded in replicating the Sin Bone Dan. This made Gufeng also feel inexplicable, and looking at the corner aside, Shu Qingyi, who kept blowing up the furnace, was even more puzzled. Zhu Qingyan's alchemy level was even worse, but after all, the realm was there, and the real level would never be weaker than those pill refining hall elders of the outer sect, but she couldn't refine it successfully either, which could only mean that Sin Bone Dan could only be refined by Gufeng, which couldn't be explained at all. Just like those who had a special craft, even if they were taught hand to hand, they couldn't learn the mysteries of it. Could it be that this is the alchemy talent Ruwashi spoke of? Gufeng thought in his heart. Putting aside the distracting thoughts, Gufeng continued to refine the pills. Just then, the forbidden token of the alchemy room stirred, and Gufeng hurriedly signaled Zhu Qingyan to hide, who had an impatient look on her face, but still concealed her figure. Gufeng, the chief elder of the Outer Sex Pill Refining Hall Eldershen, has returned, and he's having a fit in the pill refining hall. Do you want to temporarily stop refining pills? Looking at the somewhat worried Yen Ruwashi, Gufeng instantly understood that this Eldershen must have seen the changes in the outer sect nowadays and also known about the existence of the Sin Bone pill, and felt that those pill refining hall elders were inactive and did not maintain a good market for the pills, and made the outer sect into a mess and became enraged. It's fine. At the moment, they should only find ways to improve the Sin Bone pill, and won't ban it until they're sure it's failed. Gufeng understood that if the Hall of Pill Refiners stepped in to ban every pill with drawbacks, this would undoubtedly greatly inhibit those pill refiners' motivation to research new pills, and would not be a wise move. Well then, I'll come back to you with any updates. As the words fell, Yen Ruwashi thoughtfully left some fresh food behind and turned to leave. A few hours ago, Elder Shin came back from outside, and just as he entered the outer door, he smelled an unholy odor, not smelly but discomforting. With misgivings all the way, heard the exchange of the disciples, which suddenly realized that the odor smelled before. With that spirit beast garden, get rid of spirit beast feces stench used in the mixture of petals a recipe. After a closer look, it burst into flames. A lot of body refining realm cultivators sitting in the toilet to cultivate. Simply unheard of. Looking at the entire history of Chu, is also the existence of a unique class, if it is passed out, will become a laughingstock, was nailed in the history of the pillar of shame above. So, he rushed back to the pill refining hall, ready to find Elder Zhao, who was responsible for the safety of the pills, to be accountable, but he didn't expect to find anyone after half a day of searching and froze, so he became furious in the pill refining hall. Elder Shen, more than 10 days ago, Elder Zhao and his party, went into seclusion and never came out. As elder-level figures above the ascendant, they had their own Dan flames and did not need to go to the underground alchemy room. What has become of the outer sect? And old Zhao still has the heart to close the gate? With his anger, Elder Shen went straight to the place where Elder Zhao and his group were in seclusion. Feeling the slightest hint of Dan fire through the formation outside, the anger in his heart went a few points. It was excusable to delve into pills and ignore the situation that had arisen in the outer gate for a while. Standing outside and listening for a while, the rumbling sound of blowing up the furnace that resounded from time to time made Elder Shen curious. Obviously, there is more than one person inside refining pills, most likely in the speculation of an extremely difficult pills. Constantly blowing up the furnace is a strong proof. After waiting for a while longer and listening to the sound of the blast furnace inside stop, he utilized his chief elder's authority to communicate with Elder Zhao inside and was allowed to enter shortly after. As soon as he entered this place, Elder Shen froze all over and felt his abdomen turning over, and he couldn't help but bend down and dry heave. I'm really sorry, we were too involved and overlooked the smell of this place. Elder Shen, are you alright? Elder Zhao walked quickly and handed Elder Shen a piece of handkerchief, signaling him to cover his nose and mouth. What are you guys doing? What kind of pills are you studying? The stench is overwhelming. Elder Shen, who had a paddle, was much more comfortable and inquired in surprise. It's not the flavor of the elixir, it's that word diarrhea, an elder said back in embarrassment. Diarrhea? Elder Shen first froze, and then quickly threw away the handkerchief covering his mouth and nose, dry heaving even more. You damn well were in the garbage just now. Who knows if there's any dirt on this hanky? Elder Shen, you are the person with the highest attainments in pills in our outer sex hall of pill refining. Why don't you come and study this sin bone pill as well? Seeing that Elder Shen had adapted a bit, Elder Zhao wrinkled his brow and said, HM? Hearing the three-word sin bone Dan, Elder Shen froze and suddenly remembered that what caused the outer sex current appearance was precisely this kind of elixir called sin bone Dan. Show me. At this moment, he didn't care if it was filthy or not. He directly reached out and grabbed an elixir that was placed aside. The eyes were solid, and all means of smell and look were used. It's mediocre. It's just a bone-cleansing Dan with insufficient medicinal effect, Elder Shen thought in his heart, but immediately overturned this conclusion. If it was really that simple, Elder Zhao and the others wouldn't have been able to study it for 10 days or so and still come up with nothing. Prepare me a vessel. I'll try it. As a matter of fact, with their cultivation, carrying the medicinal effects of Sin Bone Dan was a breeze. However, in order to better experience it firsthand, they purposely suppressed their body realm just to get the most genuine feeling. It's a mess. Up to this point, this chief elder of the pill refining hall had also joined the ranks of the dilated. This pull was for a whole month. During this period, Gufeng always kept an eye on the movements of the hall of pill refiners. A whole month had passed without hearing any news of anyone succeeding in imitation, and he understood that the gang from the hall of pill refiners couldn't refine Sin Bone pill either, let alone improve the formula. He keenly sensed that he was afraid that this Sin Bone Dan, in the near future, would come to an end. Thus, Gufeng called out to Yen Ruwashi, help me make a Sin Bone pill refining method out with reference to your Hall of Pill Refining's textbook. Make sure it's detailed and truthful, and don't hide any of the key points in it. This matter, for Yen Ruwashi, was a piece of cake, but she didn't understand why Gufeng, who had refined it properly, had to announce the refining method of Sin Bone Dan. Sin Bone pills won't be sold for long. I'm going to do a final harvest, Gufeng said with a mysterious smile. Seeing that Yen Ruwashi couldn't understand, she continued to explain. Ever heard the saying, the end of the world is selling classes? Chapter 75, Sin Bone Dan 1 book. Alchemists are confident again. Looking at the Sin Bone Dan book, which was neatly written and clearly organized, and which also made important notes on important aspects such as controlling the fire, extracting, fusing, and dividing the Dan, Gufeng grinned. It wasn't a pile of books, but a pile of bright spirit stones, throughout the entire sect. In terms of wealth, pill refiners were definitely the group that stood at the top. Even an ordinary outer sect pill refining disciple might have more wealth on him than an inner sect disciple. One of the reasons was because pills were a profitable product, and as long as you would skillfully refine a pill, it was impossible to be poor in this life. The second reason is the special nature of the alchemist. They do not need to focus on the enhancement of combat power, eliminating the need to spend money on martial arts and techniques, and even to a certain extent, they can even ignore the realm, and directly cultivate the soul force, but also to achieve the effect of prolonging life. Ruoshi, what do you think is the appropriate pricing for my Sin Bone Dan 1 book? Gu Feng tore a bite of roasted meat and asked with a smile. The formula for the bone cleansing Dan is about 100,000 spirit stones a copy, but basically no one buys it because those who have the ability to refine it know it by casually asking, and those who don't have the ability to refine it are useless even if they buy it. This Sin Bone Dan, the effect is only 1/3 of the bone cleansing Dan. There is also the side effect of diarrhea. The price tag is about 50,000. Yen Ruoshi's soulful eyes turned a bit and gave a reference price. 50,000 ah, so cheap? Gu Feng frowned, a bit tasteless. With his current financial strength, 50,000 is not really looking good. Unwillingly added, this is a divine Dan formula that created tens of millions of wealth ah. 50,000 spirit stones will not be too cheap ah. It's not cheap. If you sell it too expensive, the amount you sell will be greatly reduced, and several alchemists will combine to buy it. It makes sense. Just bid 50,000. Help me go get Wu Qi and the others. Tell them that a high commission sells books. Sin Bone Dan can't be sold with great fanfare like the robbery guide. It must be sold privately and secretly, only one book at a time, creating the illusion of being the only one, so as to make these pill refiners willingly shell out money. After Yen Ruoshi left, Zhu Chengyan flashed out from the ground and looked at Gu Feng, who was smiling with a frown, with contempt. Look at your unseen appearance. You have the demeanor of a thug. Is tens of millions of lower-grade spirit stones a lot? A few thousand isn't much? Gu Feng asked back unhappily. Humph. Lower-grade spirit stone. It's full of impurities. It can't even be used for cultivation. It's only in this bullet-ridden land that it can become circulating currency. When you're outside you'll find that no one will pick it up even if it's thrown on the side of the road. I don't believe it. Seize the time to find a thunder attribute body, and when I have a body, I'll take you to see the wider world. At that time you will realize how ignorant you are now. The disciples of the really big clans, even the very best spirit stones are not to look at. They cultivate resources, at least the Xian vein, earth vein. In terms of your physique, when you get to the back, you'll have to use the topmost dragon veins in this world. Do you know what the concept of a dragon vein is? A dragon vein is enough to feed tens of thousands of fallen cloud sect. Listening to Zhu Qingyan's description, Gu Feng was dumbfounded and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. What was the concept of tens of thousands of sunset cloud sect? He didn't even dare to think about it. No wonder there are ancient records that a divine dynasty devoted all its efforts to cultivate the 10,000 tribulation Dao body in a vain attempt to change its destiny against the heavens, and as a result, it caused the divine dynasty to be overthrown thousands of years ahead of schedule. I thought it was an exaggeration, but it turns out that it's true. After Gu Feng finished those words, he suddenly felt icy cold around his body, opposite Zhu Qingyan, who was radiating an appalling fluctuation, and although she was burning with a blazing red flame, she was like a towering ice mountain. Elder Zhu, what's wrong with you? The truth is not like this. Zhu Qingyan collected her breath. Her mood seemed to be a bit low. Her usual favorite spirit medicine. She didn't even look at it, and her figure gradually faded away, disappearing into the spirit fire, and she didn't move again. The two senior brothers are pill refiners, aren't they? Not bad. The two of us are precisely the disciples of the pill refining hall. On a secluded path, Wu Qi stopped two disciples dressed in pill refiners' attire. Take a step to talk. Wu Qi brought them to a hidden corner and looked around to make sure that no one could see them, then tiptoed out a copy of Sin Bone Dan 1 book from his pocket and handed it to the two of them. This, or not, the two pill refiners, after seeing the words Sin Bone Dan a Tong Tong, their eyes vaguely flashed with a flash of light, and quickly returned to their normal state. Who would care for a trashy elixir like Sin Bone Pill? One of the alchemists despised it. Sin Bone Pill? An imitation elixir that doesn't rise to the occasion. Dogs don't even refine it. Another alchemist directly ignored it. Their look of disdain made Wu Qi think that the other party did not trust him, and he immediately took out his outer disciple token to prove his sincerity. However, after half a day of talking and drying their mouths, the two remained indifferent. Looking at the back of the two people leaving, Wu Qi can only sigh helplessly. 2 points of commission. Really hard to earn ah. Hey, find the next customer. With his head hanging down, he walked along the forest path, thinking about how to sell the Sin Bone Dan 1 book. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps came from behind him. and Wu Qi subconsciously stood to the side of the road. This senior brother. The other party rushed in with an arrow step and pulled him towards the dense forest. Wu Qi was jolted and his whole body's aura erupted, thinking that he had encountered a robber. Senior brother, take it easy. It's me. The voice was somewhat familiar, and Wu Qi looked up before realizing that the person pulling him was one of the two pill refiners from before. Is your Sinbon Dan one book Fidelity? The other party asked excitedly. Fidelity. Wu Qi, who had not yet returned to his senses, subconsciously nodded his head. From where? Gu Feng wrote it himself. Every step is detailed and true. This was what Gu Feng had taught him to say. Why did he divulge the refining method of the Sinbon pill? The alchemist asked suspiciously. Because, now that the Sinbon Dan is in short supply, Gu Feng can't refine so many by himself, and he's afraid that it will affect the reputation of the vegetable lady's workshop, so he decided to find someone to refine it together. The refining method of Sinbon Dan can be sold to you, but there is one requirement. After the refining is successful, please sell it to the vegetable maiden workshop, and the price will be according to 20,000 spirit stones a bottle. Wu Qi, a little explanation. The opposite side of the alchemist has believed half, facing so many customers, a person how to refine over. Gu Feng selling Sinbon Dan refining method, is a helpless move? Who let him before boasted that he wanted to let the Sunset Siasek refining realm practitioners. Everyone ate Sinbon Dan? Can 50,000 spirit stones be less? Having figured this out, that pill refiner disciple was slightly moved. He didn't suspect that Wu Qi would swindle him with a fake book. Every alchemist had a lot of friends, and offending them would make you live a good life within the sect, and pills would make it impossible for you to buy them. Not a word less. This price, not just a copy of Sinbon Dan a book, but also includes a live demonstration of Gu Feng's alchemy. I dare not say that it's all-inclusive, but those of you who are masters of alchemy, as long as you've seen his alchemy on the spot, you're bound to be able to make Sinbon Dan as well. The live demonstration of alchemy was added temporarily by Gu Feng for fear that the course would not sell well. Anyway, for him, it was just one more step of alchemy. Just 1 hour. It would not take much effort. Really? All's well that ends well. You should know Gu Feng's reputation. Sinbon pill is such a bestseller. Even if the refining materials reached the highest current price, he has never thought of raising the price. Aha! The alchemist nodded his head with a wide-eyed smile, and paid out money on the spot. The first business had just been negotiated, and before Wu Qi had time to be happy, the second business came again, and it was actually another one of the two previous pill refiners. Help me keep this a secret, the second alchemist secretly instructed before leaving. Understood. Wu Qi nodded solemnly. Wu Qi's family is to open the Chamber of Commerce. Sales skills are beyond doubt. After 2 business, he is like a hangman, within a day to sell more than 10 books. A book commission of 1,000 spirit stones, earning more than 10,000 a day. Never thought that spirit stones are so good. Equally happy with him were Tuobele, Chao Yuan, Guarun Kai, and others, who were not as good at sales as Wu Qi, but the good merchandise greatly reduced the difficulty of selling, and almost everyone was able to sell 7 or 8 copies. This state of affairs had continued for several days, and several hundred copies of Sinbon Dan Tongtong had been sold, but the transaction had been carried out in secret, without being publicized. What are you looking at? What is more fascinating than this elder's lecture? In the hall of pill refining, an elder who was giving a lecture caught a disciple who was peeking at a small book and chopped his head off. Ah, Sinbon Dan? The elder snatched the small book from the disciple's hand and glanced at it hastily. His heart snapped and his fingers trembled. In the past few days, everyone, either secretly or openly, was studying the Sinbon pill, and this mortal grade pill that belonged exclusively to body refining realm cultivators had just become a tool for these pill refining hall elders to compete with each other. Pill refiners are all arrogant. They don't obey anyone. They all think they are the best in the world. Sinbon Dan was special, so far, except for Gu Feng. He hadn't heard of anyone being able to refine it successfully. If he was the first one to do so, wouldn't it show that he had the highest level of refining? Thinking of this elder's heart was on fire, itching to flip through the Sinbon Dan one book on the spot. However, it was lecture time and so many pairs of eyes were staring. If he was seen, as an elder, peeking at a disciple's secret alchemy book, he would not be laughed to death. What's not good enough to learn? To learn that imitation elixir? If you don't want to learn alchemy properly, get out of here. In the face of the elder's angry rebuke, that disciple was silenced, bowing and apologizing, fearing that he would be kicked out. Where did you buy it? Elder. Disciple purchased it from a chi drawing realm cultivator called Chao Yuan. Humph. This will not happen again. That elder silently memorized the word Chao Yuan in his heart before slamming that Sinbon Dan one book onto the ground. The banging sound startled the nerves of the rest of the disciples, who moved their hands slightly as if they were covering something. These actions, of course, cannot escape the eyes of the elders, the corners of his mouth twitching, eyelids jumping. Dare to most of the disciples here, have a sinbondan pass he felt some remorse. There is such a good thing, he actually only knew it now. In the crowd of elders, he thought he was still well informed, he only knew it now. So you can imagine that many elders are still being kept in the dark? As long as this sinbondan 1 book is true, this elder will definitely be able to successfully refine it according to the steps above. So that, thinking of this, he no longer wanted to wait, and just waved his hand, self-study. And then he quickly disguised himself and flew around the outer gate in search of Chao Yuan, and as he ran, he was already fantasizing about the image of fooling around in front of the elders. Similar scenes occurred in all corners of the Hall of Pill Refinement, like a shadowless and invisible virus that silently spread to every Hall of Pill Refinement disciple and elder. I can't, I'm Ting myself. This Sin Bone Pill definitely contains parts that touch the blind spots of our knowledge. It seems that trying to crack this Dan is unlikely with our current Dan Dao cultivation. Now, there are only 2 methods left. 1. Call Gufeng to come over and demonstrate alchemy to us on the spot. The only way to see the mystery is to sample it. But forget about this one. We can't afford to lose face in the Hall of Pill Refining. 2nd. Directly change the rules of the outer door to restrict the refining and sale of this kind of pills. The entire outer door diluted. We really want to become a laughingstock of the Sunset Sect. It's just that if this happens, not only will Gufeng have a problem with it, but those body refinement realm disciples who are used to Sin Bone pills will also have a big problem with it. Elder Shen, the chief of the pill refining hall, said in a deep voice. Elder Shen, Gufeng's side secretly compensated some spirit stones, with Elder Lu mediating from there. He shouldn't have a problem with it. As for those body refinement realm disciples, we just need to increase the number of bone cleansing pills we make, and I think we'll be able to calm it down as well. Elder Zhao wrinkled his brows and said, refining the bone cleansing pill? In the entire outer sect, other than us elders, there are at most a few dozen disciples who can successfully refine it, and to achieve the yield of the Sin Bone cleansing pill, it would be impossible to exhaust us. An elder objected. When these words came out, the entire pill refining room fell into silence, and the 7 elders, including Elder Shen, all frowned tightly. It had never occurred to them that Gufeng, who wasn't a disciple of the pill refining hall, had pounded out mortal pills that they couldn't even crack, let alone improve. But anyone who eats Sin Bone Dan, within 12 hours, can only sit in the toilet to dilute, causing the entire outer door to stink. But it is the case that this kind of elixir is very effective, and the cultivation of the body refining realm disciples grows with the naked eye, so that people can't stop. With a heavy heart, Elder Shin and his group walked out of the alchemy room, and when they passed by the teaching area, they discovered a strange phenomenon. The classroom, which used to be bustling with activity, had become silent, and all the disciples were burying their heads, looking at the small books on the table. Those elders who were originally in charge of teaching couldn't be seen in silhouette and didn't know where they had gone. In the past, Elder Shin would have been furious, but today, he was not in the mood. Everyone is tired during this period of time. You guys go and rest first. Looking at the several elders whose faces were withered, without any essence, Elder Shin said in a low voice, Elder Zhao, work hard and accompany me to Elder Lu's place to discuss with him what to do with the Sin Bone Pill. Elder Lu was the chief elder of the outer sect, in charge of the outer sect, and even without Gu Feng's relationship, this matter needed to be discussed with him for him to make the final call. Elder Hall, Elder Lu's residence. In the past few days, Elder Lu was also distracted by the phenomenon of the outer sect nowadays, and the reason why he didn't summon Gu Feng was because he was waiting for news from the Hall of Pill Refinement. Elder Shen, how is it? Have you gotten an answer on the Sin Bone Pill? Upon seeing the two of them come together, Elder Lu immediately greeted them and asked with anticipation. Elder Shen let out a bitter laugh and shook his head helplessly. You guys can't crack the Sin Bone Pill either? Elder Lu asked in surprise, which greatly exceeded his expectations. If I remember correctly, Gu Feng didn't seem to have much talent for alchemy, did he? And the pills that this kid pounded out were so hard to get? This time, our pill refining hall is considered to have fallen. Elder Zhao's gray face only had a bitter smile. Then there's no way out. I'll go get Gu Feng here and discuss this matter with him. Elder Lu sighed in his heart. He had already imagined the scene where Gu Feng dejected himself and then opened the price to the sky. This bastard boy dash. Just as Elder Lu was about to have someone summon Gu Feng, Elder Zhao's expression moved, only to see him take out a voice transmission token before quietly saying something in Elder Shen's ear. Is this matter true? Elder Shen asked with an uplifted spirit. Aha! So many people had them in their hands. Quickly go borrow a book and study it, Elder Shen urged, and in the next moment pulled Elder Zhao. You can't go borrow it, go buy it directly. If everyone knew that I, the chief elder of the Hall of Pill Refining, Reference the alchemy notes of a chi drawing realm cultivator. I wouldn't be laughed to death, and I wouldn't even be able to afford this face. Alright, Elder Zhao nodded his head gruffly. As a matter of fact, he was also a person of status, and did not want people to know that he was viewing the Sin Bone Dan 1 book, or else even if he succeeded in refining it, he would still fall into disrepute. Buy 2 books. The textbooks sold by Gufeng are mostly problematic, and we shouldn't hope for the textbooks. What's really useful is his live alchemy demonstration. Understood. This Sin Bone Dan 1 book is the ticket. Gufeng, this kid, pitting money to our pill refining hall's head, really think that we can't refine his pills? Elder Zhao walked towards the door while muttering under his breath. Elder Lu was completely speechless as he listened to the conversation between the two. 2 elders of the pill refining hall with high status actually secretly went to buy Gufeng's pill refining tips, which had never happened before in the history of the outer sex pill refining hall. He instinctively felt that this was an IQ tax, and that this kid, Gufeng, was messing around again. Then should we still summon Gufeng over? Elder Lu asked tentatively. Ha ha ha, there's no need for that. When Gufeng finishes his live demonstration of alchemy, this Sin Bone pill fiasco will be put to rest without a doubt. Elder Shen once again regained his confidence. On his way out, he added, maybe, before that, it will even out. Elder Zhao's work efficiency was fast, and before long, he had purchased the Sin Bone Dan 1 book. Thus, the two secretly entered the alchemy room and began to refine the Sin Bone pill with reference to the steps in the book. Boom! Bang! Black smoke rolled out of the alchemy room and the flames were in the sky. The two were blown up and their self-confidence was blown away. This brat, Gufeng, is definitely selling fake books. Still 50,000 spirit stones a book. Robbery. Elder Shen, calm your anger. This is the ticket to enter Gufeng's alchemy demonstration site the day after tomorrow. You can't throw it away. Similar scenes occurred in all corners of the Hall of Pill Refining, and even after referring to the Sin Bone Dan 1 book, no one still succeeded. Angry curses resounded in the hearts of every disciple and elder, located in one of the inner sex cave. Looking at the messy house, the dregs of the medicine everywhere, and the scorched black cave, Yen Night Snow's silver teeth clenched tightly, and her hand, which was clutching the Sinful Bone Dan 1 book, trembled slightly. That bastard Gufeng, he dares to sell fake secret books, and has the audacity to prepare a live demonstration of alchemy? Yen Night Snow wanted to crack the bone cleansing pill and then come to her sister, loudly scolding the other party and forcing him to stay away from Gufeng. For this reason, she didn't hesitate to spend $200,000, bought a whole 40 bottles of Sin Bone pills, and worked day and night while dilating and concocting the pills. Engaged in mental depression, Ing got red, and people have lost a lot of weight. After failing, he disguised himself again and spent 50,000 spirit stones to buy a copy of Sin Bone Dan 1 book. I thought that with this secret book, there would be no difficulty in refining the Sin Bone Dan, and as long as it could be successfully refined, it could be improved, and after the improvement was completed, I could go to Yen Ruwashi and punch her in the face. As a result, all that was ushered in was endless disappointment, and for the first time, she felt powerless and helpless against a mere Sin Bone Dan. In a fury, she swallowed the remaining 3 Sin Bone Dan in her head, and after eating them, she realized that she had taken a risk. Sin Bone pill, even with an innate realm cultivation, could only counteract part of the medicinal effect. This was disastrous. She immediately looked for a container and crouched down with clenched teeth as a sound came from inside the cave. Jab. Put. Whoa. Obviously, he had already taught the refining method of Sin Bone Dan without any reservation, and so far, he had not heard of anyone succeeding in imitating it. In response, Gufeng was also depressed, and he really wanted someone to refine Sin Bone pill, preferably to get rid of the diarrhea side effects in it. This is the only way to keep Sin Bone Dan for a long time. I hope that after this alchemy demonstration, someone will succeed. Gufeng hung his head and arrived at the place Yen Ruwashi had prepared for him to teach. Going in to take a look, was dumbfounded. Black, not because there are too many people, but most of them are clad in black robes. The brim of the hat is pressed down very low, covering the face, so that people cannot see the real face. Ruwashi, are black robe outfits popular in the outer sect now? Gufeng couldn't help but ask in surprise. I don't know, maybe. Confusion surfaced in Yen Ruwashi's soulful eyes, always feeling that the figures of a few of them were very familiar. 6,000 words, 3 chapters in one, too lazy to split them. Chapter 76, Gufeng, I'm actually teaching big brothers to refine pills? The opening venue is located in the northwest side of the outer gate. Originally, this place is an abandoned alchemy room. Rental, simple repairs, restoration of the spirit fire array, a total cost of 50,000 spirit stones. Gufeng is very satisfied with this. The interior space is about an acre or so, and the overall layout is laid out according to the previous life's MLM venue. A large stage plus 1,000 bottom-up, gradually rising, neatly arranged seats, preventing those people from making trouble after watching and not being able to learn how to refine Sin Bone Dan. Gu Feng threw away another 100,000 and had Chu Yuyi Hui lead a team of dozens of cultivators to maintain order at the venue. Today's Chu Yuyi Fantasy, carrying a large sword on her shoulder, looking proudly at the crowd, a pair of beautiful eyes, sharp and incomparable, her body's momentum surging, making people shudder. The escort team led by Chu Yuyi Hui was basically composed of her vegetarian girl sect disciples, and their overall strength did not reach Gu Feng's requirement of at least the 8th level of Qi attraction, which was quite suspicious of mixing fish eyes with pearls. Seeing Chu Yuyi Hui's spiritually uplifted appearance, I am afraid that all of this 100,000 fell into her private bag, most likely to tell those vegetable girl sect disciples that she was to help her friend to help her fist. It was a gratuitous action. Gu Feng didn't care about this. Anyway, with Chu Yuyi Hui around, even if she couldn't make a move in the outer gate, she could still act as a deterrent. Guard Chu. Here, what's the order, boss? Count the number of people. If there are no problems, you may begin. Looking at Chu Yuyi Hui, who was wrapped in black veiled clothes, as well as the group of cultivators behind her, who were also dressed in black veiled clothes, the corners of Gu Feng's mouth twitched, and he didn't know why, but all these bodyguards, and fighters, all liked to wear black clothes. I guess it's solemn and deterring. Okay, boss. Chu Yuyi Fantasy was quite professional, stepping with a steady pace and coming straight to the high platform. Gentlemen, my Lok Ha sect is the #1 sect in Cloud County, and I believe that everyone who enters here has purchased a copy of Sin Bone Dan. Still, it's a routine check to be fair. Please prepare your books for inspection by our men. When the words fell, a commotion was caused. All those present were honorable pill refiners. How had they ever suffered such an insult? Especially that part of the people shrouded in black robes. Their faces were unsightly, itching to rip off their hoods and reveal their true selves, angrily rebuking Chu Yuyi for being disrespectful. However, they didn't do so. As a pill refining hall elder, sneaking over to observe the alchemy demonstration of a non-pill refining hall disciple would be oddly humiliating to spread. If you want to check, just check. I believe that the disciples of the Hall of Pill Refinement are all able to withstand the test of morality. However, the results of the examination made the two people sitting in the corner, Elder Shen and Elder Zhao, angry. A small venue was actually found to have 5 or 6 mixed-in cultivators, 4 of which still belonged to their outer sect pill refining hall. They had used the most outrageous method, producing a copy of Sin Bone Dan 1 book themselves in an attempt to muddle through. But unfortunately, they had underestimated Gu Feng's steady style. And how could a book that he had personally produced not have an anti-counterfeiting mark? Someone, throw those people out. The voice of Chu Yuyi Mirage's petulant drink came from the ears, and Elder Zhao and Elder Shen looked at each other, both seeing the anger in the other's eyes. Alchemy first refines virtue. These disciples, expel them from the pill refining hall, Elder Shen said in a deep voice. When the meeting is adjourned, it will be implemented. After everyone present had been checked over, Chu Yuyi Hui began to announce the order of the venue. No clamor. You can ask Master Gu questions appropriately during the alchemy process, but of course you have to raise your hand first and get my approval after. Taking the chicken feather as an arrow, those black-robed cultivators under the stage scoffed at this, and in their hearts they all thought, if this elder manifests his real body, it will still scare the hell out of you, an inner disciple. What to pretend? Boss, you can start now. After speaking about the rules of the venue, Chu Yuyi Hui stomped over to Gu Feng. It's just alchemy. There's no need to make it so formal. They're alchemists, not my disciples, Gu Feng said breathlessly before signaling Yen Ruwashi to start preparing. Yen Ruwashi brought a few people and began to fill the formation spirit stone, communicate the spirit fire, and set the position of the Dan furnace. Everyone relax. You can chat. It will start soon. Gu Feng also came onto the stage and said with a smile, Senior Brother Lu, you're here too? Well, the Sin Bone pill is unusual and I can't make it, but it's a pity that the elders of our Hall of Pill Refining don't care about this pill. Or else why would we need to spend 50,000 spirit stones to come and see Gu Feng's pill demonstration? That's right, the last time I peeked at the Sin Bone Dan 1 book in class, I was almost scolded to death by the lecturing elder. Hey, you're not alone, I've been yelled at too. Senior Brother Wu, you're too ungrateful. You agreed that everyone would not buy, but you even went secretly. Senior How? Each other, didn't you buy it too? Brother, where did you come from? Why are you wearing a black robe and being secretive? To hell with you. The ordinary pill refining hall disciples exchanged words with each other, while the black-robed cultivators, on the other hand, were tacitly silent. Soon, the stage was ready. and a cluster of crimson spirit fire erupted from the ground through the formation, instantly raising the temperature in the arena. Everyone, I'll be refining pills while explaining, so if you have any questions, you can raise your hands and ask, Gu Feng said simply, and then he sat down, and in order for the crowd below to view it clearly, he even deliberately chose a position where everyone could see it clearly. The refining materials of Sin Bone Pill are much the same as Bone Cleansing Pill, only a few flavors of auxiliary medicines have been reduced, and the ratios have been changed a bit. 3 coins of scented candle grass, 1 green lotus fruit, 2 tails of Xin Bing flower. Gu Feng's movements were slow, and with each herb he grabbed, he placed it in front of him and displayed it to the crowd. Those cultivators below, with a small book in their left hand, a pen in their mouths, and their right hands comparing the Sin Bone Dan One book, those present were all pill refiners. They still refused to believe that they were unable to refine Sin Bone Dan, and were very unconvinced in their hearts, wanting to find out the mistakes and omissions on the top of Sin Bone Dan a Tong Tong by comparing them, so that Gu Feng could refund their money. Of course, these were ordinary disciples. The true experts had long memorized the Sin Bone pills, so they didn't need to compare them. The only thing they needed to do was to pay full attention to every detail of Gu Feng's process of refining the pills. Heater. The ebony green Dan furnace instantly became red and steaming, and when the walls of the furnace were evenly heated, Gu Feng began to orderly put spirit medicines inside. In a corner, Elder Zhao and Elder Shen, the two of them were watching and discussing. Gu Feng's technique is that of a layman, destroying the elegance of alchemy to no end. Too rough. We alchemists grab pills and pinch them with both hands. The force should be just right. Gu Feng, this kid, grabbed them directly. So many elixirs were deformed in the process of throwing them. The purification level is good, so it's evident that its soul power isn't bad. Distributing 9 pills at once, the soul power is already beyond most people. Each step is sparse, but why can he become a Dan? I've refined it that way, but, the more the two looked at it, the more puzzled they became. Gu Feng's alchemy steps were not astonishing, and some of the steps, even some of them, were rough, violating the tenets of pill refining. If anyone else had done this, I'm afraid the furnace would have blown up long ago. But the pills in Gu Feng's furnace were as stable as Mount Taishan, and the aroma of the pills gradually wafted out. Gu Feng moved quickly, looking as if he was in a hurry. Many of the steps were only mostly done before he started the next step. The crowd below watched in amazement. Although in the Sin Bone Dana Pass above, it was written that refining a furnace only takes 1 hour, but really watching it live, they still couldn't help but marvel at the speed of it. It made one's palms sweat and hairs explode, and one forgot to ask questions for a while. Never seen such a rough and also fast refining technique. No wonder he, alone, can refine pills that supply tens of thousands of body refinement realm disciples. This kind of hand speed deserves to earn his money. The Chu Yuyi fantasy on the side, as well as the crowd of female cultivators from the vegetarian women's sect, were also jaw-dropped, unable to say a word for a long time. Buzz. With a slight metallic chirping sound, Gu Feng's alchemy came to an end, only to see him rise violently and tap the small lid above the Dan furnace. 9 arcane lights rushed out. Gu Feng took out a porcelain bottle in his left hand. His right hand 5 fingers opened, fanned out a palm towards the 9 arcane lights. The elixir showed its original shape, changed its flight trajectory, and fell in the porcelain bottle just right, encapsulated and labeled. The whole process was natural. Subconsciously throwing the porcelain vase to Yen Ruoshi at the side, he shouted under his breath, "Next furnace!" Wow! The crowd was completely shocked. Gu Feng's alchemy technique, to be honest, was not beautiful at all, but the speed of this bottling, skillful and incomparable. How a silky smooth can be described, more powerful than many elders. Gu Feng. Yen Ruoshi covered her mouth and laughed softly, hinting that Gu Feng wasn't producing pills right now, so there was no need to engage in this set of processes. After months of refining pills, it's all a conditioned reflex. Gu Feng scratched his head in embarrassment, faced the crowd on the stage, and said aloud, "Have you learned? Learning to scrap, can't learn or figure it out at all." The crowd was dumbfounded, including those black-robed shrouded elders of the pill refining hall. The thoughts in his mind were in chaos. Such an alchemy technique could become a Dan? To also produce 9 at once, each with 6 runes, was simply incomprehensible. The silence of the scene made Gu Feng lack interest. Sin Bone Dan was afraid to end here, waving his hand toward the bottom. "Disperse." The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and reluctance fluttered away. Just then, a processed female voice sounded. "Refine it again." "No more refining. You guys can't learn it anyway," Gu Feng said breathlessly. "It must be refined." The black-robed wrapped female cultivator stood up, her words filled with coercion. "Someone, throw this breach of order out." Chu Yuyi Fantasy, as the leader of this security team, stood up and commanded the two female cultivators as they walked towards the black-robed man. How much will allow you to refine it again? Looking at Chu Yuyi and the others as they walked quickly, the black-robed female cultivator tightly pinched her fingers and immediately added a sentence. Oh, as soon as these words came out, Gu Feng's eyes lit up and he immediately stopped Chu Yuyi and the others. $500,000. You rob? The black-robed female cultivator clearly couldn't accept the price. Not only her, but everyone in the room was shocked by the amazing price. Refining a single dan for but an hour, requiring 500,000 spirit stones? This is even more excessive than robbery. Really thinking that the people present are little cuties. 500,000 is still a friendly price. Otherwise it's more expensive. I can control 99 dan furnaces at the same time. 9 pills per furnace can be loaded with a bottle. The total output value is close to 2 million. Do you still think 500,000 is expensive? These words made it impossible to argue, because judging from the current sales of the pills, Gu Feng hadn't exaggerated. It's indeed too expensive for you to bear it alone, but there are many of you, so you can share it together, Gu Feng said with a smile and an encouraging look. Chu Yuyi fantasy, 2 eyes glowing, envious, an hour to earn 500,000. She dared not dream of I'll give you 20,000. I'll offer 20,000 too. Piecing together $500,000 was quite a bit faster than Gu Feng had imagined, and after about half an incense stick of time, $500,000 was sent to Gu Feng. He didn't ink, and immediately began a new round of refining. This time, everyone learned the hard way and kept asking questions during the refining process. Gu Feng also answered questions, but this answer, however, made the group of pill refining hall elders below even more confused. Another hour had passed, and the atmosphere in the field, even more gloomy than before, was obviously, still no one had learned. Refine another furnace. Here's $500,000. Elder Shin's eyes flickered as he seemed to see something, and without saying a word, he directly threw in $500,000 to let Gu Feng refine another furnace. Sorry, the price has gone up this time. It costs $600,000. I'll leave if I don't have the money. Gu Feng skimmed his lips. Why are you still raising the price? Elder Shin didn't say anything, but Elder Zhao, who was beside him, was not happy and stood up, questioning. I'm not just raising the price this time. I'm raising the price by $100,000 for each additional furnace I refine in the future. If you want to see it, just see it. If you don't have the money, get lost. Gu Feng is now certain that no one else can learn how to refine any longer, so he just asked for a lion's share of the money. It's best if he can extort a sum, and if he can't, forget about it. Okay, $600,000 is $600,000. Elder Shin's voice was low as he once again took out 100,000 and threw it to Gu Feng. The second furnace of refining was added and passed quickly. Under the encouragement of some people, another 700,000 spirit stones were gathered, allowing Gu Feng to add a third furnace. It didn't matter to Gu Feng. If he had the money, he could just refine it. Time passed, and within 12 hours, Gu Feng refined 8 furnaces in a row, harvesting more than 6 million spirit stones, and it had to be said that these pill refiners could be really rich. When the last furnace was finished, Gu Feng really didn't want to refine it and directly extinguished the spirit fire, preparing to leave. Right at this moment, a black-robed cultivator got up violently and yelled towards Gu Feng. You must have used some kind of hidden means during this alchemy process and didn't tell us the truth. Otherwise, with my alchemy level, it's impossible that I wouldn't be able to learn it. His voice was loud and his tone was harsh, as if he couldn't be taught not to leave. You can't take A and blame the toilet for not working. You can't learn to find out more about your own reasons. It's useless to lose your temper with me. Gu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the black-robed man standing there. Guard Chu. Throw him out for me. Understood. Chu Yuyi wasn't ambiguous either, and led a team of cultivators, imposing, towards the other side. Outrageous. You want to throw me out? Do you guys have the ability to do that? I'll put my word out there today, and no one is allowed to leave until it's clear. As he spoke, a berserk aura suddenly erupted, an aura that surpassed the innate realm, spanning the entire field. The spiritual cyclone came out of nowhere. Chu Yuyi's face changed, and she immediately led the female cultivators, storming back to Gu Feng's front, setting up a defense to protect the latter. Her reaction was fast enough, but the alchemists who were immersed in thought did not react so quickly. Ordinary alchemy hall disciples, one by one, like pieces of paper, were blown sideways. As for those alchemy hall elders who hid their identities, although they weren't blown out, the black robe hood that shrouded their heads fell down. After seeing clearly the faces of the people present, hidden underneath the black robes, a terrifying silence appeared in the arena. That erupting elder of the alchemy hall, confused, so many of his peers as well as his superiors, even the chief elder of the alchemy hall were there. The disciples of the outer sect pill refining hall were dumbfounded. The elders who were usually high and mighty, and who scoffed at sin bone pills, had actually all come. Chu Yuyihui as well as the people from the Vegetable Lady sect were shocked. These people were too familiar. All the bigwigs from the outer sex pill refining hall, and one wanted to throw them out? Yen Ruwashi's neck shrank as she hid behind Gu Feng, and she saw her sister, the very same female cultivator who had thrown away $500,000 and was the first to ask Gu Feng to refine another furnace. Gu Feng was so shaken that he almost fell to the ground. Why are so many big shots in? Wasn't it said that the ones who came were disciples of the outer sex pill refining hall? Oh my god, had he just not only taught these big shots how to make pills, but also kept raising the price and blackmailing them? And with such a bad attitude. Chapter 77 Outer Sect Pill Refining Hall Chief Elder's Confidence. Awkward atmosphere. Like running water flowing silently. Time is like a fixed frame. Everyone has a tacit understanding not to speak. Even the sound of breathing is much weaker. Those disciples who were blown to the side by the spiritual whirlwind didn't dare to moan or move, remaining in a state of falling to the east and west, their eyes slithering around, a familiar face, giving them the illusion of being in a dream. Almost all the pill refining hall elders had come. Such a neat lineup was a rare sight. Those elders who had exposed their true bodies, one by one, sat up straight like old monks in meditation, without slanting their eyes, and in their hearts, they were angrily cursing the irascible elder from earlier. If it wasn't for his brainless outburst, how could such an embarrassing situation have arisen now? Elder Shun, who was sitting in the corner, had an ugly face and was so angry that his nose was crooked. He thought that there would be elders who would come in to observe Gu Feng's alchemy, but he also didn't expect that the entire group of elders from the Hall of Pill Refinement, except for those who were mobility impaired, not a single one of them, would all appear at the scene. Shame on you. The reputation that the Outer Sect Pill Refining Hall had accumulated over the years was instantly lost. If today's matter were to spread out and be known by the gang from the Inner Sex Pill Refining Hall, they would surely be ridiculed for the rest of their lives. The enemy does not move. I do not move. Gu Feng is a 10,000 years old tree, standing on the stage, not the slightest as the organizer. When to step forward to resolve the embarrassment of the scene consciousness. This bizarre state of affairs was not broken until an exclamation rang out. Sister, what's wrong with you? Swish. As soon as these words came out, everyone's gazes were directed towards Yen Ruwashi, who was hiding behind Gu Feng on the stage. The latter, like a frightened bunny, stomped to the center of the seating area, and the gazes of the crowd shifted to follow this agile figure. Only then did the crowd realize that at some point, Yen Ishua had slumped in her seat, and by the looks of it, had fallen into a coma. For a moment, the whole venue came alive. Let this elder take her pulse. Those elders of the Hall of Pill Refineries, almost at the same time, flashed to Yen Ishua's side, with Elder Shen, who had the highest cultivation and the fastest speed, arriving first. Elder Shen stretched out two fingers and rested them on Yen Ishua's wrist. Yen Ruwashi on the side was filled with worry, and the rest of the elders waited quietly. There's nothing wrong with. It's just, the ones surrounding Yen Night Snow were all elders of the Outer Sex Pill Refining Hall, and didn't even need to take a pulse to get a general idea. Yen Night Snow, this is a short fainting spell caused by excessive dilatation, a break in the internal organs, and excessive blood loss, nothing major. As for why this was the case, it didn't take much thought to realize that it wasn't because of Gu Feng's Sin Bone Pill. Can let the innate realm of Yen Night Snow pulled to the point of weakness. This must need to take how much Sin Bone Dana, most likely not less than 300 it. Hiss. This girl, she really put up a fight. Looking at the pale Yen Night Snow, all the elders heart a burst of fear. Fortunately they are restrained, or else the public embarrassment is their own. After Elder Shen channeled a trace of spiritual energy for him, Yen Ishua woke up leisurely, and as soon as he woke up, he saw a large group of elders surrounding him. Swish, her flawless white face was instantly scarlet up to her neck, itching to find a hole in the ground to burrow into and never come out. Yen girl, cultivation should know how to relax, not to be forced. As the saying goes, if you want to go fast, you can't go fast. To resolve others' embarrassment was to resolve one's own. Elder Shin had concealed the truth of Yen Ishua's fainting for him, and those unidentified disciples of the Hall of Pill Refineries had taken it to mean that the annual competition of the Sunset Xia sect was imminent, and that Yen Ishua, the 10th heavenly pride of the inner sex heavenly ranking, had either cultivated too much in order to retain his ranking, or in order to advance even further, leading to his fainting spells. Many thanks to Elder Shin. Yen Knight snowbowed respectfully towards Elder Shin, her heart full of gratitude. If people knew that she had diarrhea to the point of fainting because of her research on Sin Bone Pill, she would not become the laughingstock of the Sunset Cloud sect, and she would not have the face to stay here anymore. Sister, are you alright? Seeing that her sister's face had recovered quite a bit, Yen Ruwashi's heart was finally relieved. It's fine, it's just overcultivation. Yen Knight Snow eyelids fluttered a few times. If not for your sharp eyes, which would have happened? With their own innate realm cultivation, at most a few breaths, they will be able to wake up. Fortunately, Elder Shin is wise, or else it will definitely become a large social death scene. This unexpected event magically diffused the awkward atmosphere. Elder Shin swept his gaze across the room with a kind smile on his face, and as he swept past Gu Feng, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. As the saying goes, there is no end to learning. 3 people must be my teacher. Gu Feng Sin Bon Dan, refined very well, greatly enhancing the overall level of my Lakha sect's outer disciples. The drawbacks, however, are still obvious. I don't know if it was because he had been in a high position for a long time or if it was just a habit. Elder Shin walked while talking and unknowingly came to the stage. In response to the big man's clamor, Gu Feng had the good sense to hand over the stage to the other party. Elder Shin was truly worthy of being the chief elder of the outer sect's Hall of Pill Refining. He was knowledgeable, his Dan Dao was profound, and his quotes were even more brilliant. From a simple Sin Bon Dan, it extends to the world of Dan Dao. From the very beginning of the warming furnace, it talks about the construction of formations, to the control of soul force, and even the storage of pills. This talk went on for 2 hours. The people in the seating gallery were either elders of the Pill Refining Hall or disciples of the Pill Refining Hall, and they listened as if they were mesmerized, deeply immersed in it. But the bitter Gu Feng standing on the edge of the high platform, his level, not even counted as a beginner, a lot of specialized vocabulary, but also more to listen to the skybook in general. The only Sin Bon Dan that has been pounded out is only a utilitarian, defective elixir for the purpose of making quick money, and it is difficult to reach the Hall of Elegance. He was drowsy from listening, but he didn't dare to interrupt, much less leave. The more skillful a teacher is, the more he or she enjoys lecturing, and it would be simply wonderful to meet a disciple who listens attentively. Descending to the excitement, he even sat on the ground, started the formation, communicating flexible, just like a live teaching appearance. Looking at the nuisance fire, Gu Feng corner of the eye twitching, engaged in what aircraft occupying other people's home turf to alchemy? I'm afraid this is not going to be alchemy tomorrow. Gu Feng was slightly bitter in his heart and could only wait patiently. The technique of warming the furnace has been taught many times, but there are still quite a few disciples, and even certain elders, who are negligent about it. I have to say, Elder Shin's level is really high. Just warming up the furnace this link, showing the master's style, so that Gu Feng, a layman's eyes glowing, cannot help but give birth to the heart of the spirit, respectively. Those Pill Refining Hall disciples. Worship flashed on everyone, those disciples' eyes blazed. To be able to get the chief elder of the Pill Alchemy Hall to personally teach the art of alchemy, it was definitely the case that one had done 180 good deeds in his previous life to be able to get the favor of the heavens and descended such a rare chance. If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. After warming the furnace, you must stabilize the flame, and then you can refine the pills. Elder Shin turned his back to the crowd. His back was lofty, and a confident demeanor escaped from his body. Just as he was contemplating what elixir to refine, 3 sudden words caused him to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. Sin Bon Dan. The moment those 3 words appeared, they instantly ignited the emotions in the room. Regardless of whether it was the elders of the Pill Refining Hall or the disciples of the Pill Refining Hall, all of them called out the 3 words Sin Bon Pill. Sin Bon Pill. Sin Bon Pill. Elder Shin's profound knowledge was enough to convince them that there was no elixir that could be difficult for this chief elder of the Hall of Pill Refinement. Even if it was the Sin Bon Dan, Elder Shin's back was still standing upright, yet his forehead, already covered with dense beads of sweat, flowed down his cheeks. After seeing that Gu Feng had the good sense to place a copy of the Sin Bon Dan refining materials at his side, he knew that he, today, had to refine it. But, he's not sure about it at all. At this moment, he vaguely regretted something in his heart, regretting that in his excitement, he had forgotten where he was. Everyone seems to have a fondness for the Sin Bon Dan, so today, I'll refine it once. Elder Shin turned his head and faced the crowd, pretending to smile in a relaxed manner, but in reality, he was panicking in his heart. Sin Bon Pill, it's famous in the outer sect, but it's also the first time I've made it, so don't laugh if it blows up in the furnace. The crowd filled the room with laughter at this statement. Elder Shin is too modest. If you can't even refine the Sin Bon Pill, the entire outer sect would have no one left. Once Elder Shin makes his move, he's bound to get the job done, and he might even be able to get rid of the side effects of the Sin Bon Pill in the process. Looking at the hall full of praise, sitting in the corner of the elder Zhao heart thumped. Only he and a few other close elders understand. Elder Shin really is not modest. He most likely still cannot refine Sin Bon Dan. Unfortunately, he had wanted to find an excuse to step down, but there was no way that so many people were touting it, so he had to refine it even if he didn't want to. This is bad. If there is a blow-up furnace, this will be a heavy blow to the entire outer sect Pill Refining Hall. He wanted to wink at Yen Ruoshi next to Gu Feng on the stage, but the other party's eyes were filled with little stars and a look of adoration. Obviously, this genius disciple of the outer sex pill refining hall was also certain that Elder Shin would definitely be able to refine the Sin Bone pill. Oh, seeing that Elder Shin had already started refining, Elder Zhao let out a bitter smile, closed his eyes and covered his ears, not daring to look or listen. Elder Shin sat in front of the Dan furnace, fully concentrated and mentally focused. The Sin Bone Dan that was being refined in the Dan furnace was an unprecedented big challenge for him. Success only, no failure. On his forehead, sweat was all over him, and cold sweat was running down his back. Being in a state of extreme tension, the passage of time could not be felt. It seemed like 100 years had passed, and like a fleeting moment, with a slight buzzing sound coming from the Dan furnace, 2 streams of essence burst out from Elder Shin's eyes. Rise! He shouted the loudest rise word in his entire life before flexing his fingers a bit, and the small lid above the Dan furnace flew out horizontally. Several streaks of arcane light shot out, and before the crowd could see them, they were firmly grasped in the palm of his hand. Trembling heart, excited hand, Elder Shin held his breath and slowly opened his palm. 3 round pills appeared in his palm. It worked, he yelled in his mind, and the taut thread suddenly loosened, and a wave of dizziness came over his brain. Gu Feng, who was standing not far away, also clenched his fists hard the moment he saw the elixir clearly. Elder Shin had successfully refined the Sin Bone pill. The biggest beneficiary was him, at least until he really couldn't get rid of the side effects of this pill. He wouldn't be able to ban the Sin Bone pill, and Gu Feng would be able to earn spirit stones for a period of time again. Good. Elder Zhao, who was sitting at the bottom, couldn't help but shout out loud. His move caused a chain reaction of applause so enthusiastic that it almost lifted the roof of the room, coming in like a tsunami. The elders of the Pill Alchemy Hall looked excited and waved their fists. Those disciples had long since clapped their hands red, and even Gu Feng, who was cheering and clapping along with them. Ha ha ha, no dishonor, I have to say, this Sin Bone pill does have unique features. Even I can't manage to refine 9 of them at once. Compared to Gu Feng's lightheartedness, it's a fall from grace. Elder Shin, who was in a good mood, used the praise of Gu Feng to reflect his broad-mindedness to the crowd while resolving his own embarrassment. This act was again cheered and adored by the crowd. Try the medicinal properties. Having refined the Sin Bone pill, Elder Shin no longer had any scruples, and he firmly believed that his pill, in terms of medicinal effects, would definitely outperform the Sin Bone pill refined by Gu Feng. After all, Gu Feng was just a layman. Many alchemy movements and techniques were not standardized, and it was a fluke to be able to make pills. How could the quality be compared to him? The chief elder of the Hall of Alchemy? Soon after, an outer sect elder found a guinea pig that specialized in testing the effects of pills. Elder Shin threw the elixir in front of the little white mouse, who sniffed it and revealed an infatuated look before swallowing it in one gulp. Chapter 78 Vomiting, Diarrhea, and Convulsions. The little white mouse is about 1 foot tall and 2 feet long, very robust looking, with pea-sized eyes, flashing a touch of anthropomorphic color, which can be called the best among the test mice, so it is evident that that elder must have carefully selected it. After all, it is the chief elder of the Hall of Alchemy Test Dan. The specifications have to match the cluck, cannot be perfunctory. The gazes of everyone present were all projected onto that test rat, especially those elders. One by one, their eyes flickered as they utilized secret techniques to keep an eye on the slightest change in the test rat. It's having an effect. Test mouse his physical strength. It's grown by a hair. That's right, I can see it too. It's faint, but it's definitely growing. There is no falsehood in the name. Elder Shin has been sitting steadily on the Outer Sect Alchemy Hall's chief elder throne for so many years. His Dan Dao cultivation is marvelous. Oh, convinced, completely convinced this time. I'm far less than also. Those pill refining hall elders, one by one, shaking their heads, not stingy with their praise. As for those ordinary pill refining hall disciples, has long been deeply convinced by Elder Shin, regarded as an idol, lifelong catching up with the goal, looking forward to the day, can become Elder Shin. So, admirable characters. Even Gu Feng also admired this first time to see the Outer Sect Pill Refining Hall Chief Elder. Long before the Sin Bone Dan book came out, he gave this book to me Zhu Qingyan. Let it refer to the above steps. Refining Sin Bone Dan. The latter tried for several days, wasted hundreds of spiritual pills. In addition to blowing up the furnace is still blowing up the furnace. In comparison, Elder Shin's one-time pills, even though there were only 3 of them, were enough to be called the first in the Outer Sect's alchemy. Looking at the awestruck expressions of the crowd that filled the arena, Elder Shin stood majestically and proudly, the creases of his eyes squeezing together in excitement. He was also somewhat fortunate that the Outer Sect had come up with the whole Sin Bone pill thing, which gave him the opportunity to display his Dan Dao cultivation. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with grandeur. and his long-lost enthusiasm surged to his heart once again. My Dan Dao cultivation. It's more than that, it can go even further. In this instant, he wanted to rush to his alchemy room, open the furnace, and refine some pills that had never succeeded before. This small sin bone pill gave him endless confidence, making him feel that as long as he took out the perseverance he had when researching the sin bone pill, all of the world's difficult problems would be solved. Suddenly, he glimpsed the astonishment on the faces of the people on the stage, and Elder Shin withdrew his mind, his gaze once again projecting onto the test rats in front of him, only to see just a moment ago a face of enjoyment of the test mouse. Now the bean's big eyes, filled with anxiety, pointed head looking around, 2 legs covering the stomach, sweat stained its silky hair, high speed running on the stage, as if looking for something. It's going to poop. I don't know who shouted out, and the crowd then reacted to the fact that the side effect of the sin bone pill was precisely diarrhea, which also proved from the side that Elder Shin had really succeeded. The sin bone Dan that he refined, although he did not get rid of the side effects of it and could not help but have some shortcomings, but at least it still succeeded, and no one was disappointed. Elder Shin on the stage, his expression moved, his finger scraped across the storage ring on his left index finger, and an ancient copper-colored vessel appeared in his hand, with a faint halo of light on it. Obviously, he will have this thing. Catch the filth pulled out by the test rats. Look at Gu Feng's eyes straight, heartache like a knife, too damned extravagant. This is worth at least a few thousand spirit stones. The test rats got the vessel and without saying a word, they put it under their asses, and a whirring sound came from it, accompanied by a disgusting smell. Immediately after, an unexpected scene occurred, only to see that just pulled a few breaths of test rats, 2 front legs covered his mouth, with a vomit vegetable leaves mixed with meat froth as well as bile filth, such as a fountain wildly sprayed out, positively sprayed in front of it stood not far away from Elder Shin on the body. Fortunately, Elder Shin's high level of cultivation, extremely fast reaction, in time to hold up the spiritual power shield, only to avoid being killed. Forgive me, but also greatly lost a face. His smile froze on his face as the test rats appeared to vomit. Clearly something was wrong with the elixir. Vomit, vomit. The test rat vomited and had diarrhea, accompanied by rolling beads of sweat as well as the whole body convulsions. It spit out the food in the abdomen, began to spray bile, and then yellow suspended particles were sprayed out, and at the end, it rolled its eyes, body planted to the side, directly fainted. But the upper and lower mouths have always had the filth spewed out. The scene was extremely bloody, the entire stage, filled with a disgusting smell, vaguely yellow suspended particles floating out, the stage vomiting sounds. By now, everyone understood that Elder Shin had only refined an elixir that was similar to the Sin Bone Dan, not a true Sin Bone Dan, although it also had the effect of enhancing the strength of the physical body. The side effects were 100 times more severe than the Sin Bone pill that Gu Feng had refined. This test mouse, almost equivalent to the human cultivators refining 9. It ate all the vomiting and diarrhea to the extent of fainting. Visible drug effect of the overbearing, ordinary disciples if they take, most likely also this end. Those disciples under the stage who had taken the Sin Bone pill couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in their hearts. It would be better not to study the Sin Bone pill in the future, so as not to concoct it haphazardly and mess up a person's life. The scene was silent, with only the plopping and clattering sounds from the test-out rats on stage. Looking at the test rats that were twitching and looking like they were about to hiccup, Elder Shin's face was so ugly that he was close to having the word embarrassment written on his forehead. How bold he was before, how wretched he was now, which made him, who had seen big scenes, unable to think of how to get off the stage for a while. To resolve other people's embarrassment was to resolve one's own embarrassment, and in one's own home turf. Letting Elder Shin, the chief elder of the Hall of Pill Refineries, get off the stage would not be good for one's own life in the future. Consider it for yourself. With this in mind, Gu Feng cleared his throat, put on an exaggerated expression, and yelled out, "Oh no! I seem to have just given Elder Shin the yellow linggrass as the scented candlegrass." As he spoke, he also purposely took out the scented candlegrass to prove that he had indeed taken the wrong one, and gazed into Elder Shin's eyes. The latter immediately understood. His face changed, and he became furious. "No wonder it's like this. So you mistook yellow linggrass for scented candlegrass? These two kinds of spirit medicine are almost the same on the outside, and the odor is only slightly different, but the medicinal effects are worlds apart." His tone was harsh, but his eyes were filled with appreciation. This kid can mix well in the outer door, not without reason. Just in terms of human feelings alone, it is better than most of the disciples. In the future, you can contact more contacts. I'm sorry, Elder Shin. I'm new to alchemy. My knowledge in this area is still relatively scarce. I made a mistake for a moment. Gu Feng bowed respectfully to Elder Shin, putting on a full show and not caring about one more bow to admit his mistake. What the hell? Cost me a test rat for nothing. Clean this place up and come to the elder hall later. Elder Shin chided before whisking his sleeves away, not looking back and leaving the venue straight away. Those elders also got up one after another, and when they left, they deliberately looked at Gu Feng on the stage, and all of them were thinking in their hearts, this kid is not good. Ordinary Pill Hall disciples may be in the dark, but they are the Pill Hall elders' heart is bright. Hall of Pill Hall chief elder will not check before refining medicine, then hastily refining pills? Fortunately, Gu Feng was vigilant and reacted quickly, or else the face of the outer sect pill refining hall would have to be lost today. As for those pill alchemy hall disciples, except for a small number of smart people, the rest of them all glared angrily at Gu Feng and spat out a few sentences before following suit and leaving. Clean this place up. The storm stopped, and Gu Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. What are you looking at me for? I was only hired to come over and help you maintain order in the venue. I'm not responsible for cleaning. Chu Yui Mirage saw Gu Feng looking at her and shook her head like a rattledrum. We're all female cultivators who love cleanliness. Who can stand the smell? Such a disgusting scene. One look at it will make people unable to eat for a few days, and if you really want to go in and clean it, you will have to vomit while cleaning it. 50,000. Gu Feng glanced at her and directly dumped 50,000 spirit stones on her. Boss, you said it earlier, our vegetable woman sect has not seen any formations before, and we guarantee to clean this place to a spotless condition with a wafting aroma. Chu Yugi Fantasy immediately smiled and patted her chest to guarantee. Sisters, get to work. 500 spirit stones each. Yes. Regarding Chu Yuyi's blatant enrichment, Gu Feng had long been accustomed to it, skimming his lips and explaining to Yen Ruoshi to sell the remaining Sin Bone Dan as soon as possible. By the way, wash that vessel and give it to me. This is Elder Shin's stuff. I'm going to return it to him. At the end, he added a sentence to Chu Yuyi Fantasy before walking out of the venue and towards the outer sect elder hall. God-ing gave it back to Elder Shin, but you wanted to recycle it and sell it for money? Chu Yuyi Hui and the others were dumbfounded as if they were wooden chickens, and a feeling of nausea bubbled up from the bottom of their hearts and surged to the back of their throats. This Gu Feng really wasn't afraid of nausea. The vessel that had held the diarrhea was actually not willing to fall? There was no way. Take people's money and share their worries. Money is the master. A few female cultivators, while vomiting, cleaned up the scene. Chapter 79 permanently restricting access to the alchemy room. Outer sect elders hall. Elder Lu, Elder Shin, Elder Zhao, and Elder Wu is here too. Arriving at Elder Lu's residence, Gu Feng saw the four elders, drinking tea around the tea table, and Gu Feng immediately greeted them and bowed respectfully. I heard that your kid ruthlessly cut a wave of leeks today? Elder Lu glanced at him and gently pushed a cup of tea in front of Gu Feng, signaling him to sit down. Oh, small business, small business. Gu Feng scratched his head in embarrassment and said modestly, you brat, you've drained the wallets of both Elder Zhao and I, and you still say it's a small business. Elder Shin shook his head breathlessly and said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng looked alert, covering the storage rings on his index fingers of both hands, as if someone was trying to rob him. This scene was seen by the four elders present, and they were all speechless and bristling. Your brat is really good at earning money, and you're also really stingy. Last time, Elder Shang ran all the way to bring you back from Cloud Moon City, but as a result, you brat, you didn't even treat him to a meal. As he spoke, Elder Wu slapped Gu Feng's head. Don't worry, this is a spirit stone that you earned with your skills. We are not robbers. Who would rob you? At this time, Elder Zhao also spoke. He paused and changed his words, shifting the topic to the Sin Bone Pill. This Sin Bone Pill is really effective, but it wasn't important before the twist. What was important were the words after the twist. Gu Feng understood everything just by listening to a beginning, for which he had already prepared himself mentally. Elders, with my ability, I can only refine the Sin Bone Pill to this extent. The side effects are indeed a bit too great, and spreading it out will damage the name of the Sunset Cloud sect. If we can't get rid of the side effects of it, I agree that this elixir should be banned, Gu Feng said with a solemn expression, his words reflecting the demeanor of a great general, causing the four elders to be unable to help but be impressed. Letting go of the profiteering product without any delay, and taking the big picture into consideration. This son is mature and far more than his peers. Cough cough. Now it seems that wanting to improve the Sin Bone Pill is basically impossible. At least this elder doesn't have the ability to do so, Elder Shin said frankly, admitting that he was unable to refine much less improve the Sin Bone Dan. We've just discussed it. The outer sect pill refining hall will find a way to develop an elixir that sells at a price and has effects close to the Sin Bone Pill. To replace your Sin Bone Pill, you should stop refining. When you sell out the stock in your hands, our outer sect pill refining hall will issue a relevant ban, Elder Zhao said with some embarrassment. In all fairness, this practice was a bit shameless, but it had to be done for the sake of the reputation of the Sunset Cloud sect. Understood. Gu Feng nodded with a smile. Once the ban comes out, it will definitely dampen the enthusiasm of the disciples in the study of pills, and also undermine the majesty of the Hall of Pill Refinement. Anyway, in the entire outer sect, I'm the only one who can refine sin bone pills, so as long as I don't make them, what's the difference between banning them and not banning them? Gu Feng's words again caused the 4 elders present to look at him in a higher light, and undisguised admiration surfaced in their eyes, just like an old husband looking at his son-in-law. The more they looked at him, the more he looked at him. Good. Elder Shen laughed out loud, then looked squarely at Gu Feng and asked, "Is there any interest in coming to learn alchemy?" Upon hearing this, Gu Feng nodded his head in response without even thinking. "But I don't have the talent for this, and I wanted to refine the bone cleansing pill at that time. After researching for a month, I couldn't even pound it out, which is why I speculated and came up with a castrated version of the Sin Bone Dan." A lot of disciples who have been in the outer sex pill refining hall for several years can't refine the Sin Bone pill. Of course you're going to be defeated when you come up and challenge the high level of difficulty. The fact that you were able to pound out a Sin Bone pill that no one can replicate is enough to show that you have a unique talent when it comes to alchemy. Elder Zhao stroked his beard and said with a smile on his face. These words added endless confidence to Gu Feng. Top-level alchemists. There is no lack of spirit stones, as long as they can learn the profound alchemy skills. In the future, the spirit stones are greatly available, and they are no longer afraid of not having the resources to cultivate. Many thanks to Elder Shun, Elder Zhao. A few more people chatted and dispersed. The next day, Gu Feng came to the pill refining hall and began his pill refining career. After only half a month, he left the pill refining hall with a drooping head and a depressed back. The reason for this was that Gu Feng could not learn a single type of proper elixir, and always took the crooked route, castrating existing elixir formulas and refining fake and shoddy elixirs. At the very beginning, Elder Shen and Elder Zhao were always encouraging towards Gu Feng's whimsical ideas. After a long time, the 2 elders couldn't take it anymore, and after Gu Feng messed up a few test rats before and after, the 2 couldn't take it anymore and put it on the permanent ban list of the pill refining room. Thus, Gu Feng became the first outer disciple in the history of the Sunset Cloud sect to be banned from entering the pill refining room. In the words of Elder Shen, Gu Feng, "You brat, you'd better not learn alchemy, or one day, you'll miss your own life because of pills." "What kind of person? He said he would teach me to refine pills. Isn't it just blowing up a few pill furnaces and messing up a few mice? How can you learn alchemy when you're not given any tolerance at all?" Gu Feng was indignant and came to Elder Lu's residence to seek solace, but he was unexpectedly greeted with mad laughter. "You kid, I can kind of tell, are a scourge. You've entered the Qi drawing realm for so long, it's not appropriate to stay here any longer. Go to Li Mountain." Gu Feng's strength was superb. He had long been invincible here, plus he was always causing trouble. Elder Lu was a bit scared, so he directly sent him to Li Mountain. There, those stronger than him abounded, and he didn't have the ability to screw up even if he wanted to. "Alright, we'll go to Li Mountain in 3 days. Gu Feng didn't dwell on it. The reason why he chose 3 days later was that he wanted to utilize the spirit stones he had recently earned to raise both his cultivation and his physical body to the point where he was a hair's breadth away from the peak of the Qi drawing realm, in which case he wouldn't have to worry about being bullied even in Li Mountain. Tell you something, Gu Feng didn't refuse, making Elder Lu satisfied. The latter's words turned and his face became solemn. "You hardly go out of the outer gate, and you have a large amount of spirit stones on your body. The whereabouts of this spirit stones will attract the attention of people who are interested. Things need to be well thought out. Don't think everyone in the world is a fool. Be careful." Elder Lu's rather profound words caused Gu Feng's heart to thump. He understood what Elder Lu was trying to express. Simply put, you have so many spirit stones, your strength has increased so quickly, you have no relevant spending records in the outer sect, and you hardly ever go out of the outer sect. It's easy for people to guess that there's some kind of treasure on your body. Thank you, Elder Lu. The kid will pay attention in the future. Gu Feng stood up and bowed solemnly. "You've earned roughly 100 million during this period of time. I've given you a consumption record to the exchange. Browse through it and do it in your heart." As he spoke, Elder Lu took out a small book, on which were densely written all kinds of heavenly materials that accelerated cultivation, totaling the price, almost 100 million. On the way back, Gu Feng wrinkled his brows in thought as he suddenly thought of the destruction of the Gu family and the hideous wounds on the bodies of Gu Tianba and the others who had been refined into corpses. They endured brutal torture before they died, and I'm afraid that's why they want to know the secret I'm carrying. There was no doubt that the perpetrator was Zhou Tian or someone from the Zhou family, but they must have had some plans for torturing Gu Tianba and the others, and the only possibility was that they had sensed their own secrets and wanted to find out what was going on. During this period of time, the outer sect was calm and quiet, and it was obviously not very reasonable that Zhou Tian did not send anyone to find trouble for himself. This also proved from the side that they had already set their eyes on them, and as the outer sect prohibited the inner disciples from making a move, they simply pressed on, so as not to frighten the snakes. Cultivate first, then go hang around Li Mountain for a while, find a suitable bodyguard, go out and look for a thunder attribute body, break into the Hotian realm in one go, with Senior Zhu. These jumping clowns of the Chiu family are not enough to worry about. Returning to the small courtyard, Gufeng simply tidied up before closing it and entering cultivation. Chapter 80, in the history of the outer sect of the Lokisia sect, the fattest sheep. With regards to cultivation, Gufeng had long been familiar with it, running the unknown gong method from Chu Yui Fantasy. Drops of milky white divine liquid, connected in strings, entered the body and were refined. Gufeng didn't dare to be distracted, gazing at the light white progress bar in his mind. As the cultivation proceeded, the progress bar slowly moved towards the end, the body resounded with thunderous sounds, and the spiritual energy traveled throughout the body's meridians in an orderly and rapid manner, like 10,000 rivers returning to the Dantian, and like a tsunami erupting and returning to the rivers. Week after week, never stop, the surface of the body glittered, a strip of spiritual energy, like a gnarled dragon, traveling on the surface of the body. After about 5 or 6 hours, Gufeng snapped his eyes open, and this time, the cultivation was just right, just enough to raise his realm to the point where he was just a hair's breadth away from the peak of Qi drawing. Powerfully clenching his fist, he felt a strong to matchless power surging from all parts of his body. That kind of feeling, like the first cup of milk tea in winter, warmed the whole heart and soul, and like the first summer listening to ice-cold cola, through the heart of the cool heart sore, he couldn't help but roar as a halo of spiritual energy, visible to the naked eye, swept out. Boom! This small courtyard was shaken, all the windows burst, and even the bed and couch under his buttocks was in pieces. Overpowered. Gufeng understood that this was a short-lived loss of control after a sudden surge in strength. Breathlessly skimming his lips, he came to a room on the left and began the cultivation of his physical body. The cultivation of the 24 bridges of bright night was more difficult than he had imagined. As a drop of golden liquid entered his body, his consciousness once again came to the white jade bridge that was still stretching forward. Gufeng stood against the wind, with thousands of landscapes in his eyes, and couldn't help but marvel at his own insignificance as well as the boundlessness of the world. Clenching his fists with all his might, the desire for martial arts in his heart grew stronger. I don't know how long it took, but a white light appeared in front of me, and Gufeng fixed his eyes on it, but it was also a white jade bridge. A hint of realization flashed in his heart. It turned out that this white jade bridge was not a real bridge. It would be more appropriate to say that it was a ring that surrounded the world. Doesn't that mean that in order to cultivate into the complete 24 bridges in bright moon nights, one would have to construct, within the body, 24 bridges that surround the world? How many spirit stones does this require? In the midst of the exclamations, the first alabaster bridge, at its head and tail, began to join together. Boom! It was like two continents colliding together. A huge commotion that nearly lifted Gufeng on the white jade bridge out of the sky, like a loud noise from beyond the heavens that shook him to his core. White to the extreme, the light flickered on the surface of the bridge. The light flashed across the bridge, as if it had been coated with a white glaze. It became divine, and a faint halo floated out. Buzz! A slight chirping sound rang out, and Gufeng's body shook as a marvelous feeling surged through his entire body. He knew that he had finished constructing the first bridge, and that it was intimately connected to his body. Consciousness returned to reality. He looked at his torso in amazement. The original white skin, as if it had been polished again, smooth to the touch, as if it had been coated with talcum powder. He tried to get up from the bed, and as soon as he exerted his strength, his entire body sank deep into the bed, and even the floor beneath the bed was smashed by him. Gufeng looked around in a daze, and only after a long while did he react to the fact that due to the construction of a bridge within his body, it had caused his own weight to increase dozens of times. Carefully, he got up, and with a little force, he still crushed the floor. Laying on the ground, he laughed out bitterly. It seemed that this body would need to take a day or two to get used to. The effect of the cultivation satisfied him. The only thing he wasn't satisfied with was the staggering consumption. The 100 million spirit stones he had obtained during this period of time was now only a pitiful 2 to 3 million left. But this has only been cultivated to the peak of Qi drawing. Once you go back to your old days, the misery will come back. Carp Mountain. The mountain was about several thousand meters high, engraved with more than 180,000 runes all over the body, and the whole thing was a large-scale spirit gathering array. This place is rich and dense in spiritual energy, more than 10 times that of the ordinary area. And the higher up the spiritual energy is, the more dense it is, and the higher the pressure is, the better the effect of cultivation is. Looking from afar, all around the mountain, there are densely carved out caves, from bottom to top. The number of caves is getting smaller and smaller, and there is only one cave at the top, which is the place occupied by the first of the real outer sects. The explicit rules of this place have no restrictions other than no killing. On the last day of the month at the end of the month, Carp Mountain fully closes the cave for bidding. During these 12 hours, disciples can grab as much as they want. As long as you are strong enough, you can grab a better location of the cave. The cultivation atmosphere here was so thick that the cultivators didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and they didn't even dare to waste time communicating with each other, which made people feel depressed when they first entered this place. Today is not the end of the month, Carp Mountain, but extraordinarily lively. In addition to the closest to the top of the mountain a few caves, the rest are all stone door open. Strange is that there is no competition for the scene of the cave. Everyone is chatting with each other. The biggest fat sheep in the history of the outer sect is already on its way to come to Carp Mountain. His name is Gu Feng, right? Even in Carp Mountain, I can't help but hear rumors about him. He possesses a huge fortune of around 100 million on him. Even if he just shares a little bit of the dregs, he can still nourish his cultivation for a month or two, right? His strength should not be underestimated. He was able to kill Zhu Tao 2 months ago. He's definitely not ordinary. What can he do if he's even stronger? Even if he rockets up his cultivation in the last 2 months, at most he'll be about the same as the 8th level of Qi drawing. There's a large number of 9th level of Qi drawing here, and there's a few in the Hotian realm, so it's unlikely that he'll be able to keep the riches he has on him. I don't know who it was that leaked the news of his entry into Carp Mountain in advance. If he sneaks into here, casually finds a cave, go up and cultivate, he might actually have a chance to keep his property. Let's just forget about it. We're not strong enough to go up and get beaten. Having said that, why am I so happy to see Gu Feng being robbed? You're damn right, it's a hatred of the rich. It's not to be. At the foot of the mountain, in a pavilion, several elders, who were responsible for the order of Carp Mountain, were gathered together, drinking tea and crossing their legs. Apparently they were also waiting for the arrival of Gu Feng, the fat sheep. Elder Lu, isn't Gu Feng one of your people? How did you make the news of him entering Carp Mountain known to everyone? I was also specifically told to close the ban. Doesn't this condone others robbing Gu Feng? The person who spoke was the chief of Carp Mountain, Elder Shur, who looked across at Elder Lu and asked with a smiling face, "This kid thinks he's invincible. Frustrate him and let him know that there's a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man." Elder Lu took a sip of tea and said slowly, "It seems that Elder Lu appreciates Gu Feng very much, and in order to cultivate his mind, he specifically created opportunities for him to sharpen his skills, taking great pains." Elder Shur laughed. Carp Mountain was too dull despite the gathering of geniuses. These geniuses all had a clear understanding of their own strength, so much so that the competition for the cave was like a pool of stagnant water, just like going through the processualization, so that people couldn't get excited. Aren't you afraid that he'll be robbed blind of his vast wealth? It doesn't matter. This kid's ability to earn money is better than all of us. We'll earn it again after we've been robbed, Elder Lu said indifferently. He had great expectations for Gu Feng, and he also believed that Gu Feng would be able to carry through the thunder tribulation of the Hotian realm. But the breakthrough of the Hotian into the innate was the first major hurdle encountered by a cultivator, and according to the extrapolation of the first thunder tribulation, it was highly likely that Gu Feng would encounter a test of his soul when he broke through the innate at the Hotian. This kind of test was more than just a test of the strength of soul power, it was an all-encompassing test of Tao heart and will. Let him have some setbacks ahead of time and work on his will so he won't be caught off guard. Amidst the conversations of the elders and the eager anticipation of the disciples, a slender figure slowly walked along the winding mountain path. Everyone's spirits were lifted as a streak of arcane light, like a meteor shower, rushed out of the cave and landed at the foot of the mountain. Their eyes blazed as they looked with smiles at Gu Feng, who was walking slowly, the one who was known as the fattest sheep in the history of the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect. There were a few powerhouses of the ninth sky of Qi drawing who were already discussing how to distribute the enormous wealth of 100 million spirit stones that Gu Feng was carrying later on. Chapter 81. Is it a fat goat? We can share it together, but we can't eat it alone. This bull Carp Mountain looks quite close. Walkover actually need 2 or 3 hours. Gu Feng walked on the uneven mountain road under the scorching sun, and kept spitting with his mouth full. To his current strength, simply do not need the Carp Mountain above the aid of spiritual power. And moreover, 10,000 robberies road body, absorbing up the outside world's spiritual power. The speed of the ridiculously slow, more ineffective almost. I really do not know the Willow Elders. Why superfluous? So that they go to the Carp Mountain, in the small courtyard to sleep. Thinking about the next brand new money-making road is not good? Gu Feng thought that it was purely a waste of time to let them enter Carp Mountain, but he couldn't help it if he had already promised Elder Lu that he wouldn't go. Looking at the Carp Mountain that was right in front of him, Gu Feng was indescribably annoyed in his heart. Suddenly, a stone came from one side. He dodged and dodged, turned his head to look, and smiled. Wu Qi, what are you doing hiding behind a rock? Only Wu Qi, his whole body coated with a layer of paint close to the color of the rocks along the roadside, curled up between two rock crevices, was making eyes at him. With misgivings, Gu Feng approached the other party, secretive. What happened? Gu Feng, you can't go to Carp Mountain. There are so many people inside, waiting for you. The fat sheep? Wu Qi's face was full of vigilance, looking around to make sure he wasn't exposed before he whispered to Gu Feng. Fat sheep? Speaking of me? Gu Feng grinned, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth that glistened in the sunlight. I know you're very strong. Now I'm afraid that the 8th level of Qi drawing disciples are not your opponent. But what is Carp Mountain? It's a concentration camp for the outer sect's heavenly prides, and the likes of Zhu Tao can only barely squeeze into the middle ranks. The 8th level of Qi drawing wasn't considered strong. The 9th level of Qi drawing was strong, and there were even dozens of strong people in the Hotian realm. Everyone knows that you have a huge amount of 100 million spirit stones on you, and you have been honorably called the first ever fat sheep of the Sunset Cloud sect, just waiting to rob you to improve your life. Wu Qi's speech was fast. His face was anxious. He didn't want Gu Feng to give away his hard-earned 100 million spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's eyes twinkled, and his entire mind felt as if a refreshing wind was blowing through it, sweeping away his previous irritability. Today isn't the end of the month either. Didn't they say that Carp Mountain only has the end of the month to compete with each other for cave dwellings and rob them in passing? Before coming here, Gu Feng had long understood the rules of Carp Mountain, and the day resources were distributed at the end of the month was the best time to rob. Robbery Gu Feng of course but today is only the middle of the month. I don't know why. This month's resources were released early, and for the whole 12 hours, one can grab all the items including the cave from each other. For this question, Wu Qi couldn't answer it, and just thought that the chief elder of Carp Mountain, Elder Sure, had something to do at the end of the month, so the resources were released in advance. This kind of thing had happened before. Oh, so that's it. I'm in luck. Looking at Gu Feng's eagerness to try, how could Wu Qi not know that Gu Feng had gotten up the idea of robbing someone else? If it was in the outer sect, he definitely wouldn't have stopped it. After all, his strength, in the outer sect, was invincible, but in the Carp Mountain, it wouldn't work. Gu Feng, don't be impulsive. It's not too late to grab it when your cultivation level has risen. Go back today and enter Carp Mountain tomorrow. Wu Qi pulled Gu Feng's arm and threw it back with force, attempting to convince him to retreat for the time being. But I won't be able to rob the Carp Mountain when I enter it tomorrow, Gu Feng said indifferently, looking at the Carp Mountain not far away, his eyes becoming more and more radiant. Why don't you listen? Wu Qi was about to say something else, but was interrupted by Gu Feng. Who are the people in the Carp Mountain that wish for me to be robbed or are ready to make a move to rob me? Upon hearing this, Wu Qi rolled his eyes and spat out. This question, it is better for you to ask it the other way around. I'm afraid that except for me, Chao Yuan, and Guo Renkai and a few others who are close to you, everyone wants you to be robbed. After all, you're just too rich, and everyone wants to see how miserable you look when you're penniless. Yes? Gu Feng stroked his chin. That's really great. After saying that, he threw off Wu Qi's arm, stomped the ground violently with his legs, and roared as he ran furiously all the way to Carp Mountain. Boom! In the stunned gazes of the Carp Mountain crowd, Gu Feng rushed up to a dozen-meter-high rock hundreds of meters away, and then with a long whistle, he leapt out, his body drawing a graceful arc in the air like a cannonball, smashing into the foot of the Carp Mountain, setting off countless sands and dusts. Ah, oh Carp Mountain, the air here is extraordinarily fresh. Just after he landed, he indulged in reciting a poem, hearing the crowd's faces confused and the corners of their mouths twitching. Hello everyone, I'm Gu Feng. I'm here at Carp Mountain for the first time, so please take care of me. The scene was silent, and everyone cocked their heads, mouths slightly open, like they were looking at a little cutie, like they were looking at Gu Feng, the fat sheep. This Gu Feng was so famous, but his brain didn't seem too smart. Couldn't he see the crowd's ill intentions? The short-lived calm was interrupted by a neutral voice. Gu Feng has already recited a poem. Shouldn't we give him a little applause? As the words fell, a clear sound of applause rang out from the back of the crowd, and the crowd consciously dodged out of the way, and after seeing the visitor clearly, many disciples' necks shrank and applauded in agreement. Slap! Loud applause rang out from the scene, and the disciples looked at Gu Feng with interest as the applause grew more and more intense, almost piercing the clouds. Hello, my name is Wu Donghao. Welcome. The moment the 3 words Wu Donghao came out, it caused a commotion. He is Wu Donghao? The Wu Donghao who is at the peak of the 9th level of Qi drawing and is likely to break into the Hotian realm before the outer sect competition at the end of the year? That's right. His strength, in previous years, could almost lock the top 10 of the outer sect, but it's a pity that this time around, the outer sect competition is filled with geniuses, which is what makes him seem less prominent. His strength is considered strong amongst the 9th level of Qi drawing, and there are only a few people under the Hotian who can match it. Just look at the ugly faces of the other few Chi drawing 9 disciples and you'll know his strength. I've heard that he possesses a Qilin arm, and when he pushes it with all his might, the Qilin on his arm will manifest a shadow, and a single punch can blow up a mountain dozens of meters high, terrifying beyond compare. The attraction of 100 million spirit stones is really big, even he can't help it. Wudonghao is very stable. In the face of the crowd's admiration, his face is not shocked by the ancient waves, not the slightest bit of complacency, steady steps, stepping on the ground, emitting a rumbling sound, like a giant drum, beating in the hearts of the crowd, the strength of the weaker disciples, but also by the sound of the footsteps shocked to the corners of the mouth overflowed with blood. Senior brother witch, please take care of me in the future. Gu Feng was like a pure white rabbit, not noticing the danger in the slightest, and with a flattered look, he held Wudonghao's hand with both hands and kept shaking it. Wudonghao looked at the foolish Gu Feng and forcefully drew out his hand with a disgusted look on his face, and was just about to say something when a voice came from the crowd once again. Senior brother Wudonghao, the fat sheep, we share it together. You can't eat it alone. Chapter 82. One man fighting a group of heroes alone? The one who walked out was a sultry female disciple with a curvaceous figure and average features, but under the embellishment of rouge and powder, she also looked extremely seductive. The moment she appeared, the sound of swallowing saliva resounded one after another around her, and in the face of this kind of teasing, not only did she not glare angrily, but instead, she even threw winks at those people. Even so, no one dares to really go up to her, because she has one is a trumpet flower with thorns, and with a little trickery, she can make you miserable. Hua Shanmei, didn't you go out? Obviously, this woman named Hua Shanmei, who made even Wudonghao a bit jealous, was an expert of the same level as him. I didn't go out when I heard there was a fat goat, and this is the fat goat. It's so handsome. As she spoke, Hua Shanmei turned her head to look at Gu Feng and stretched out her fingers, wanting to touch Gu Feng's face, which the latter dodged with a dodge, causing him to giggle. Gu Feng, I heard that you kissed Chu Yenran when you were little. Those thin lips are so pretty. Why don't you come to my cave and let's have an in-depth exchange? Hua Shanmei licked her scarlet lips and blinked a few times towards Gu Feng. Thanks for the favor. Senior sister. Senior brother, I'm allergic to the powder on my face, Gu Feng said in a slightly apologetic manner, with a coy look. Ha ha ha, you kid is really not afraid to die. You dare to make fun of Hua Shan's sister's face is too thickly coated with powder. It's a good man. I, Wan Junming, admire you. Hand over 20 million spirit stones and I won't make things difficult for you. Just at the moment when Hua Shanmei's face was grim and she wanted to strike, a tall and imposing man with a narrow knife scar on his left cheek stepped out from the crowd. Wan Junming, you want $20 million for one person? Are we drinking the northwest wind? Two identical-looking cultivators came together, both of them flashing the fluctuations of the 9th level of Qi drawing. I only need $5 million. Take the money and leave immediately. A cultivator with a white robe and an ancient sword on his back. His pace was calm and steady. His body was like a stern ancient sword, vaguely sheathed. This was a terrifying sword cultivator. If he didn't strike, he was afraid that he would see blood. Count me in. $5 million each. Those who are not qualified, automatically leave, lest they suffer. This person shoulders a big sword, quite a cross sword. A man when the gate, 10,000 men cannot open the momentum. His big sword to the ground, issued a buzzing sound, close to the people, even stand unsteady, east to west. Ha ha ha, this kind of fat sheep, I also like, eat a bite against years, just like a gust of wind blowing through. There is another sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, short, monkey-like emperors on the field. He moves nimbly, his speed is so fast that he appears as a phantom, just as the so-called world's martial arts. The only thing that can't be broken is speed. This person is good at attacking with extreme speed, and he will be hit by a cold move. Mutton kebabs, well, people on my hometown side like it. It's been a long time since I've felt the flavor of my hometown. It's very nostalgic. Outside the rough, shoulder 3 meters long wolf tooth stick above the dense steel spikes between, also stained with demonic beast hair and blood. Chilling, as one of the 9 heavens disciples stepped out. Exclamations, sighs, and grumbles rang out in an endless stream. Carp Mountain saw unprecedented scenes of bustling activity, even surpassing the days before the annual competition. Those 8th level of Qi drawing who originally wanted to get a piece of the pie, sadly realized that their strength didn't even seem to qualify them to participate. That's a shame. Such a fat goat. You can only look at it and can't eat it. That kind of hard feeling, no one can tell. At the top of Carp Mountain, a stone door quietly opened, and an arrogant-looking disciple walked out from the cave. No matter whether they were male or female, their breath was deep and their eyes looked down disdainfully, filled with a little disdain. As a Hotian realm cultivator, the strongest person who truly stood at the peak of Carp Mountain, It was beneath his dignity to go down and rob a spirit stone from a cultivator whose true strength was only at the 7th or 8th level of chi drawing. Whoever got Gu Feng's 100 million spirit stones would ultimately belong to them anyway. A group of people surrounded Gu Feng, not forcing or striking out, just looking at him with interest, quietly, and Gu Feng, who was in the center, lowered his head and pursed his lips, as if he was very unwilling, but he didn't dare to resist, so that people couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Gu Feng is not smart. There is 100 million. By some resources, stay in the outer door to cultivate is not good, but to enter this Carp Mountain, this is good. Hard work for several months. Once back to the liberation of the past. It's called virtue not being worthy of its position, and it's also called self-importance. And what happened to him teaches us that one must always keep one's wits about one, and one must not become complacent because of a little achievement dash. Good heartache. I should have known to go to the outer door to give him a message. Maybe also can get a few 100,000 spirit stones. Now can only watch the fat sheep fall into the mouth of others. Gu Feng is now offering $50 million to hire help. Do you think someone will help him? Hang on. He has a good relationship with the vegetarian girl sect, but the experts of the vegetarian girl sect, a group of them left yesterday. The remaining ones can't affect the general situation. They at most don't rob, and it's unlikely that they'll step in to help. Just as those disciples were talking about it, there were 2 more people eating in the attic not far away. Ha ha ha, this Gu Feng kid is going to be miserable. Elder Shen, the chief of the outer sect's pill refining hall, was here in person, crossing his legs and leisurely enjoying the tragedy that was about to begin. He, old Shen, isn't Gu Feng just messing up a few of your Dan furnaces and scrapping a few test rats? So why gloat so much? You have to understand that if it wasn't for him last time, you would have lost your old face. Carp Mountain Chief Elder sure laughed. One thing leads to another. He gave me face last time. I'm very grateful, and I'm also prepared to teach all of my alchemy skills to him. But this brat is really infuriating. You don't learn good alchemy techniques. You only want to engage in crooked ways. And the ones that blew up weren't just any old Dan furnace. A few of them are from my collection. I usually can't even use them. As he spoke, Eldershan's face was so ugly that he couldn't wait to grab Gu Feng and beat him up. This kid is too eager to get ahead of himself, only thinking of becoming a Dan god in one step so that he can take the pills and sell them for money. The formal elixir failed a few times, then began to engage in crooked ways. I have to say, this kid is a genius in this regard. The poor quality elixir are refining. It is the side effects are too strong. Messed up a few of his top quality test rats. Thinking of this, he shouted towards Elder Lu. Old Lu, this is a wonderful plan. If Gu Feng's heart doesn't sharpen up a bit, he'll more than likely fall under the future innate cataclysm. Oh, I thought the same thing before. But seeing Gu Feng surrounded by so many people with a pitiful look, I really don't feel good in my heart. Isn't it overdoing it? Elder Lu laughed out bitterly. He had greatly underestimated the temptation of 100 million spirit stones. Gu Feng was most likely about to suffer one of the most painful defeats in his life. Not to mention being brutally beaten up, but also robbed of everything. I hope that he wouldn't lose his own sharpness because of this. Old Lu, please don't worry. I have rules here. I won't hurt anyone's life. Besides, with the few of us watching, can we still let anything happen to Gu Feng? Elder Sure said in disbelief. Chu girl, why don't you say anything? Elder Lu asked in surprise. After Chu Yuyi came to this place, she sat on the side and drank tea by herself, not chatting with Elder Lu and the others. This was obviously not her nature. Let me say what? Shui Fantasy asked with a smile as she smashed her eyes. Tell us about the tragic drama that's about to begin? Elder Shin grinned and laughed out loud. Miserable? Chu Yuyi put down the teacup in her hand, her gaze cast towards the foot of the mountain, and she skimmed her lips. It's going to be miserable. So I've moved some of the experts under my vegetarian nun sect, who are in Carp Mountain, out on a mission in advance. Gu Feng, this kid, is as smart as a monkey, only he can rob others. No one can rob him. Would he be so stupid as to enter Carp Mountain with a huge sum of $100 million, knowing the risks involved? Rather believe that the sun came out of the west than believe that Gu Feng would be so retarded. There were only 2 possibilities for the situation at hand. 1. Gu Feng didn't bring a single spirit stone at all. 2. Gu Feng wasn't afraid of being robbed at all. In comparison, Chu Yuyi was more inclined to the latter viewpoint. Not only was Gu Feng not afraid of being robbed, he also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to counter-rob others. Thinking about this, her spirit lifted and her beautiful eyes flashed with waves, eager to see the upcoming large-scale face-slapping scene. Girls like to see a man alone to fight the drama of the group. Chu Yuyi Fantasy is no exception. Chapter 83, Hunt the Hour. Officially, kid, have you thought it over? Who are you going to give the spirit stone to? Wan Junming shoved Gu Feng, his face full of horizontal flesh shaking a few times, and the hideous scar on his left cheek added a few more scares. There are too many of you. Gu Feng lifted his head and frowned lightly. Ha ha ha, it seems like this kid doesn't want to resign himself to his fate. Humph. Are you going to say next that let's have a fight and split the winners first, and then consider giving the spirit stones to the winner? This kid treats us like cuties. What about it? If you want to fight, you have to fight after you get the spirit stone. It's called not seeing the rabbit. Still harboring unrealistic fantasies. I heard that your 10,000 tribulation Dao body is very strong. Do you want to try my wolf tooth rod? Be numb. When we get the spirit stones, we still have to go and grab the cave? Who has time to spend with you here? The entire foot of Carp Mountain was a cacophony of banter, ridicule, chiding, and laughter, and the crowd also looked as if they were watching a good show, looking at Gu Feng, the fat sheep to be slaughtered. Although most of them could only have an eyeful, their hatred of the rich made them happy to see a rich man, who instantly fell from the clouds and became a miserable pauper. The point I'm trying to make is that there are so many of you, and I won't be able to take care of each and every one of you during the robbery, so if you try to escape, I won't be able to stop you. Gu Feng's frown deepened, and a low voice issued from his throat. There were 3 paths in and out of Carp Mountain, and all of them were spacious, so Gu Feng's strength was even stronger, but he couldn't stop them from escaping, which was why he was silent for a long time, and hesitated to make a move. However, the heartfelt words drew laughter, and even that cold, outwardly seemingly unsmiling sword-using expert couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. This kid is so funny. I'm afraid he's not scared out of his wits. At this point, instead of thinking about how to get out of the way, you're actually thinking about counter-stealing? Come on. This was Carp Mountain, the place where the outer sect's celestial pride gathered, and even the one at the very top of Carp Mountain wouldn't dare to say that he would challenge all the cultivators. Even the disciples who entered the inner sect last year and returned to Carp Mountain didn't dare to boast about it. It was undeniable that Gu Feng had a few brushes, and his battle power at the same level was almost unmatched. After all, the cultivation time was still short, so how could he go against the grain? This kid is going to rob us? The guys are scared. It's a little scary, and I'm tempted to run away right away. Me too. Looking at him is like looking at a terrifying demonic beast. It scares me to the point where I feel like peeing. Don't scare my sister. I'm a very timid sister. Not far away from the attic and a few people, is also a bitter smile shaking his head. Gu Feng is indeed arrogant, also has arrogant capital, but he has previously against the enemy, the strongest outer disciple, just Zhu Tao. He simply does not know Zhu Tao here is ordinary goods, then Zhu Tao's strong disciples abound. Only Chu Yui Hui, with an uplifted face, could now be certain that Gu Feng had a bottom line. Ahem, please don't worry, we are all dignified figures, how could we possibly run away from the battle? As he spoke, Wadonghao slowly walked up to Gu Feng and looked at him with contempt on his face before turning his head to look at the crowd and said with a slight smile, since no one is doing anything, I'll make a throwback. As the words fell, he didn't even look back. His right hand probed out, as fast as lightning, and accurately grabbed at Gu Feng's left index finger. It had to be said that this hand was really beautiful. The movements were flowing, not to mention that they showed extraordinary martial arts skills. The sharp-eyed disciples could see that this was a mortal-grade high-level martial arts skill called Cloud Probing Hand. Not only does it possess superb attack power, but it is also a subtle technique of taking chestnuts out of fire. However, the moment his 2 fingers came into contact with Gu Feng's storage ring, it was as if his fingers had been stung by a highly poisonous wasp, and a sharp pain that drilled into his heart exploded in his brain. His smile froze on his face, and he jerked his head around to look at it, his eyes widening in horror, only to see his 2 fingers, held tightly by Gu Feng's palm. It felt like they were caught in a vice. The fingers were deformed and twisted under that strong grip, and all the finger bones were broken. After Wadonghao tried to break free but couldn't, his heart snapped awake. This kid is pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. It had to be said that disciples at the peak of Qi drawing did not have normally fast reactions. In just a split second, he made the most appropriate response. Inhaling fiercely, the sleeve on his left arm suddenly exploded, and on the arm where the spiritual light lingered, a terrifying divine beast totem, dark and bright, as if it was about to be resurrected, its shadow rose and emitted an astonishing roar. In the next moment, the entire arm swept a large area of spiritual energy and blasted towards Gu Feng's face, and the air between the 2 of them directly exploded. Gu Feng sneered, and without the slightest bit of fancy, his right arm swung out. Bang! The 2 fists clashed against each other. The surging spiritual energy splashed in all directions. A hurricane blew within the field, flying sand and stones, as if a sandstorm had suddenly descended. The surrounding crowd had braced their spiritual power shields against the storm, and before they had a chance to see it clearly, screams came from the field. Ah ha ha ha. In the blur, the crowd could only see a figure rise up in the air and shoot out, knocking over a dozen disciples along the way, and finally crashing heavily on top of Carp Mountain, clattering and dropping large swaths of debris. as the sand and dust gradually subsided, looking at Gu Feng, who was standing proudly like a pine, and Wudonghao, who was half dead behind him, with blood bubbles coming out of his mouth. Everyone present felt a whoosh of coldness. The peak chi drawing which Donghao was actually crippled by Gu Feng with a single blow. What kind of heavenly joke is this? This is the famous Wu Donghao, except for the Hotian realm cultivators. Who dares to say that they can win him steadily? But this was the case. Wu Donghao had used his unicorn arm, but he still lost without a doubt in a head-to-head match with Gu Feng. How strong is Gu Feng? The stone-cold punch turned the noisy foothills of Carp Mountain right into a library. Those disciples who had gathered around were all terrified, looking at Gu Feng, not daring to breathe. Even those who were arrogantly at the 9th level of chi drawing before were all frowning, their faces heavy. The strength that Gu Feng had shown made them feel a deep pressure as well. Chu Yudi Mirage looked at the dumbfounded Elder Lu and the others and laughed uncontrollably. On the other hand, Gu Feng, who was the main character, acted as if nothing had happened. He just moved his arms, making it seem like he wasn't much happier about defeating Wudonghao. Gu Feng gently stroked a storage ring in the palm of his left hand, which he had taken off the moment he grabbed the other party's finger. Good. A good start is half the battle. He smiled faintly and put the storage ring into his arms as he swept his gaze around, revealing 2 rows of large, good-looking white teeth. You said you wouldn't run away, oh, don't make me look down on you. Now, I declare, hunt, killing, hour, moment, positive, performance, starting, begin. P.S. The ratings are so dismal, but that's okay, I'm getting paid in words anyway, so just write it blindfolded and be done with it. After reading the comments in general, some of my friends reacted to the spirit stones being too worthless. In fact, I have long been aware of this problem, but there was no way to synthesize the results without thinking of a more reasonable way to deal with it. If you want to gain, you have to give up something. Too few spirit stones in the opening will reduce the coolness, too fast realm advancement will make the Fallen Cloud sect have no plot to write. It's too much of a hassle to change the text throughout. A world of your own making. That's all, *RO. Anyway, first book. Writing falls apart and starts over. Lower grade spirit stone, a mixture of 10% aura and 90% stone, used for cultivation, is slower than simply absorbing air, and is really not worth much. On top of that, there are middle grade, upper grade, spirit veins and so on. Ratio redemption 1 to 100 for top, middle and bottom, and so on. Chapter 84, Locusts moving in, looting all the way. As the word beginning fell, Gu Feng exuded a terrifying aura, like a savage beast, opening his bloody mouth and revealing his hideous fangs, his handsome face becoming somewhat distorted due to his excitement, his berserk spiritual energy blowing his plain clothes into a bulge, his head full of black hair dancing wildly, and his eyes bursting with refined light. He was like a demon. His throat emitted a cackling sound that made people shudder, and he lunged at the crowd, his crystalline teeth emitting an eerie light. Bold! The cultivator with the wolf tooth stick on his shoulder roared. Gu Feng's appearance of viewing them as lambs to the slaughter greatly stimulated his pride. His face was fierce, his whole body spiritual energy exploded, instilled in both arms. That originally dark arm instantly became hard like iron, emitting ghostly light, holding the wolf tooth stick, raised high above his head. Faint spiritual charm lingering in the wolf tooth stick's densely packed steel spikes on top of the horrendous sound. Gu Feng's punch to disable Wudonghao, even if the latter didn't use his full strength in his haste, it was worth his full strength. After all, it wasn't any cat or dog that could beat Wudonghao, a peak master of the 9th level of chi drawing, half to death. Ah, look at the stick. Boom! The several thousand kilogram weighted wolf-tooth rod, toward Gu Feng's head, fell at an extremely fast speed, and the latter had no thoughts of dodging at all, only clenching his right hand's 5 fingers into a fist, with a radiant spiritual radiance shining brightly as he swung it out blatantly. The surrounding crowd was shocked. Gu Feng actually wanted his fists to shake the wolf-tooth rod, which was a mortal-grade high-grade weapon. Clang! The fist and the wolf-tooth stick clashed, emitting a sound like an ancient bell ringing, shaking the crowd's minds and hearts, as if this was not a collision between flesh and weapon, but a battle between 2 supreme divine weapons. Stomp! The powerful impact made the wolf-tooth cudgel cultivator unsteady. His body swayed and kept retreating, stepping on the ground with a row of footprints of varying depths. He was shocked and somewhat incredulous, not realizing that Gu Feng's not-so-strong body contained such terrifying power. A fist actually hit him violently back, internal organs hot and painful, holding the hands of the wolf tooth stick as if it was struck by lightning. Uncontrollable trembling, arm muscles are also crazy jumping. After retreating tens of meters, he finally stabilized his footsteps, his face as pale as white paper. Bean-sized beads of sweat on his forehead were densely packed and slid down his cheeks, and he subconsciously looked at the wolfsbane in his hand. A deep fist mark appeared on the wolf's tooth rod, covering the steel spikes that were originally set on it, and the lines on his finger bones were clearly visible. Gu Feng's punch not only knocked him back, but also broke his wolf's tooth rod. How much power must it have? If you hit your body, you'd have to burp on the spot. His eyes instantly bulged out and a wave of fear surged through him as he looked at Gu Feng in front of him, his neck shrinking as he felt the urge to leave. However, he still stood still and didn't move his feet. There was no face or anything left in this walk. At this moment, he cursed Wadonghao this in his heart, and the other party actually didn't help the crowd unilaterally take a stand without his consent, and would never run away. Gu Feng was a pervert and must never fight him again. Just as his thoughts were turning, Gu Feng, like a fierce tiger, pounced over, carrying a stern aura that scraped his cheeks, and his liver and guts cracked. Not daring to fight another hard hit, the sandbag-sized fist, containing unrivaled might, fell blatantly. Big brother, admit defeat. Compared to his life, dignity became cheap, and the wolf teeth stick cultivator roared, raising the storage ring above his head with both hands, sensing the stagnation of Gu Feng's punching power, and added, admits defeat. Gu Feng took the storage ring, looked at him with interest, and kicked out a leg, sending it flying, but without exerting any force. Numb. The crowd of onlookers was completely numb. This was a peak chi drawing expert not weaker than Wu Donghao, but he actually bowed his head and admitted defeat after only fighting Gu Feng for a single move. You started off talking so boldly, tugging like $1 million, but now how come you're wimpy in seconds? Is there any backbone left? Is there any master's demeanor left? That wolfsbane cultivator was also smart enough to pretend to fall into a coma after being kicked by Gu Feng, silently making a note in his mind of those cultivators who had ridiculed him, preparing to settle scores. Clang! The ancient sword was sheathed and the long sword hissed. With a stern aura spanning the entire field, the white-robed sword cultivator used his crushing stance as soon as he struck. Defeating Wadonghao could be considered a surprise, but defeating the wolf-tooth cultivator was by virtue of real skill, and there was never any possibility of trickery. The blue water is heaving. A low voice emanated from the white-robed sword cultivator's mouth, and a dozen or so sword-ons, flashing with silver light, burst out. The blue water was heaving and surging away. The biting sword chi seemed to separate the air. The surrounding crowd retreated, afraid of being affected by this horrible sword chi. Even the most fancy moves, I will break them with one punch. Gu Feng let out a low laugh and punched out like a dragon, striking out dozens of fist winds in a row, breaking through that horrifying sword aura and closing in on his opponent at breakneck speed. The white-robed sword cultivator's face changed drastically. Destroying his own sword chi with just the wind of his fist showed that the gap between himself and Gu Feng was unimaginably large. Retreat! He was fast, and Gu Feng was even faster. In just a single breath, Gu Feng stuck to the white-robed sword cultivator's body and smiled slightly, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth. 2 fingers probed out at lightning speed, accurately clamping the blade of the sword and pulling it with a force of 1,000,000 pounds of huge force. Even though the white-robed sword cultivator had already held the sword with both hands, he was still pulled into a stagger. His body fell down uncontrollably, and before he could react, he felt as if his face had been slapped by a huge mountain. All his features were sunken in, snot and tears were flowing, and his head was spinning. Gu Feng snatched the ancient sword with one hand, ripped off the opponent's storage ring with the other hand, and kicked out with one foot. 3 actions that were completed almost at the same time. Boom! The white-robed cultivator sprayed blood all the way out and flew out horizontally, smashing into the previous wolf-teeth stick cultivator, who opened his eyes slightly and saw the other's miserable state, and with a jolt, hurriedly closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious once again. He's only one man. Together, defeating 3 chi drawing 9th levels in a row caused the rest of them to sit up, and they glanced at each other, all seeing the shock as well as a bit of fear in each other's eyes. All of them go on. Any ants that can't carry a punch from me, please automatically retreat, lest I kill them. Gu Feng's stance was arrogant as he uttered a highly provocative declaration. All present were prideful people with high self-esteem. How could they stand this kind of insult? If Gu Feng was in the Hotian realm, it would be fine, but he was only in the chi-inducing realm. Carp Mountain. No such arrogant chi-drawing realm cultivators are allowed to appear. A cultivator stepped out. All of them were dragons among men, with thick spiritual energy in their bodies and lingering spiritual radiance on their body surfaces. Majestic and unbeatable. Chaos rises. Whether it was for the 100 million spirit stones on Gu Feng's body or for the sake of dignity, it had to be a battle, and it had to go all out. Kill! A pair of twin brothers roared and rushed over, their spiritual energy converging in one place as they struck out an arcane spell seal. The spell seal sucked up the aura within a few meters in a radius and gradually grew larger, the runes flashing as it landed on top of Gu Feng's head. Gu Feng responded to it with just a punch, his invincible aura dominating the entire scene, and the legal seal soon cracked under his bombardment, and finally exploded directly. The twins' hearts and minds were damaged, spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Their eyes couldn't hide their horror, and they didn't dare to shake its might anymore. Bastard sword! bloodthirsty ancient vine. Huashanmei and another great sword cultivator joined forces and struck a shocking attack. The bastard blade was fierce, and the bloodthirsty ancient vine was ghostly, and the two worked together to complement each other, having the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2, and actually sparring with Gu Feng's punch. This made Gu Feng feel incredible as well. It was true that the cultivators of Carp Mountain all had amazing skills in them and should not be underestimated. Looking around at the terrifying attacks that were coming in droves, Gu Feng began to raise the intensity of his attacks. The secret of the 10,000 beasts. After a few months, he once again used this martial art that was invincible in group combat and also invincible in single combat. He was like an angry savage beast. His eyes were like electricity, sometimes like a lion descending a mountain, sometimes like a pale wolf pouncing, sometimes like a moose jumping, sometimes like a falcon swooping, grabbing, pulling, tearing, biting, slapping, hammering. His hands, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, buttocks, and even his head and teeth were all transformed into weapons, and every piece of bone in his entire body was moving to maximize its function. The body moved at high speeds, and each strike cracked the sky and the earth. Ow, ah, the sound of ahs, filled with fear and resignation, resounded through the foothills of Carp Mountain. Gu Feng had no weapon in his hand, so he grabbed the cultivator's thigh and first smashed it hard on the ground, smashing the other party to the ground, then held it in his hand and used it as a humanoid weapon. You have too much powder on your face. You're dressed like a ghost. Don't ever do that again. You're miserable, killing the humanoid weapon in my hand. You're damned if you don't talk about martial virtues and sneak up from behind. So get the hell out of here and go to sleep. Your damn face is too scary. Don't get so close to me. You'll have nightmares. Gu Feng was like a god king, crisscrossing the earth, and wherever he passed, there was no enemy. The group of cultivators from the 9th heaven of Qi drawing were already no match for him, and they had to endure his verbal insults. The more they fought, the more they suffocated, and each of their faces turned red, gritted their teeth, and exerted all their strength to wrestle with Gu Feng. However, the outcome had long been predetermined. Gu Feng, who was close to the peak of Qi drawing plus had constructed a white jade bridge in his body, was invincible in this field, whether it was attack or defense. Those who were at the 9th level of Qi drawing were simply no match for him, and one by one, they were sent flying out. One incense stick of time passed, and all of the disciples who participated in the battle collapsed to the ground. Their breath withered and they lost the ability to fight. Gu Feng walked slowly through the field and came to them, removing the other party's storage ring, clothes, boots, jade pendant, and 5 other pieces. Take them all off. The surrounding crowds couldn't help but have a shiver as they looked at each and every one of the celestial pride who only had their pants left. It's a robbery. It's a complete robbery. I'm a female disciple. Don't take off your clothes. When Huashanmei saw Gu Feng staring straight at her, her body trembled and she revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Who wants your clothes? Bring the headpin, the pendant around your neck, all of them. Gu Feng slapped her to the ground without a trace of pity and said coldly, and you, all of you, take off your storage bags and rings. Men only have their pants left, women can keep their clothes. After grabbing those Qi drawing knights, Gu Feng spoke aloud towards the surroundings. Some cultivators still wanted to resist a bit, but after being glared at by Gu Feng, they immediately stripped off their clothes in a sharp manner. The scene was extremely spectacular, and the entire foot of Carp Mountain, except for Wu Qi and a few others, was white. Of the 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators present, none of them even dared to resist, or even look at Gu Feng angrily. After doing so, Gu Feng licked his lips and tilted his head to look at the cave dwellings with their stone doors closed, as well as those Hotian realm heavenly pride standing proudly, and grinned, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth. Bending his legs, he jumped out violently, directly to the entrance of a cave closest to the ground. A kick to the stone door. Robbery. His speed was extremely fast and his movements were very skillful, kicking the door, shouting robbery, and those who dared to resist or hesitate, no matter male or female, were slapped over, and then everything in the cave, including the stool, was swept away. The cavern that had been guided by Gu Fengguan was cleaner than cleaned, similar to the transit of locusts, and he even saw the floor that was of good color and had to pry it away. Gu Feng, I'm Yuing, don't rob me. Senior sister you, everyone has been robbed by me, everyone is watching. If I only show mercy to you, I'm afraid I'll be targeted in the future. Take the storage bag and don't move anything else in here. You asshole, you even dug up the floor for me. One way to jump, one way up, one way to rob. Soon, it was near the top. What? Do you even dare to rob me at the Hotian realm? A handsome-looking disciple with a tall figure glanced at Gu Feng and said disdainfully, Mard, even if the king of heaven came, he would have to leave a storage ring for me. You count as that onion. Gu Feng spat and directly rushed to the entrance of the other party's cave and fought with it. Chapter 85, Scribbling Attacks. Messy fists against little Yakuza. How dare he provoke a Hotian realm disciple? A disciple with the head of a beautiful female cultivator embroidered on his white pants exclaimed in shock as he looked at Gu Feng, who was brazenly rising to the occasion. The crowd of disciples at the foot of Carp Mountain were dumbstruck, their mouths slightly open, shocked to the point of no return. A Hotian realm first-level cultivator, on the surface, was only one small realm stronger than the peak of the Chi-drawing realm, but the gap between the two could not be measured in miles. When a cultivator broke through the Hotian, their life physique began to gradually transform towards the innate body. Whether it was the amount of aura stored in the Dantian, or the body's strength, endurance, and speed, all of them were greatly improved. Moreover, their martial arts techniques and weapons were also upgraded from mortal to spiritual products, increasing their overall strength by more than several times, greatly reducing the possibility of the Chi-drawing realm defeating the Hotian realm. It was undeniable that Gu Feng was very strong, an invincible existence in the realm of the Chi-drawing realm, but I'm afraid it was a bit whimsical to want to cross a large realm and battle the Hotian realm against the heavens. He doesn't even know the horror of the Hotian realm. A disciple wearing fancy pants with a resentful face said in a deep voice through clenched teeth. Gu Feng forcibly stripped him of his robes, revealing his fancy pants with a few holes in them, making him the laughingstock of the crowd. He's too arrogant. Does he really think he's invincible? Damn it, now not only his 100 million spirit stones, but also our belongings, all go to these perverts. The dream of yellow sorghum is doomed to be empty. After a short period of shock, those cultivators at the foot of Carp Mountain, with sneers in their eyes, looked forward to watching the next scene of Gu Feng being brutally beaten up. As for Gu Feng, as soon as his feet landed at the entrance of the cave, he launched an attack on that Hotian realm disciple. Carp Mountain is not a place for you to be wild. The eyes of the Hotian realm disciple named Huang Hetian narrowed slightly, two harsh rays of light erupting from his pupils. Being provoked by a Chi-drawing realm cultivator made him feel humiliated. Huang Hetian had been a genius since he was a child, and after entering the Sunset Cloud sect, he had advanced all the way to the top, and only he had challenged others over the level. No one could challenge him over the level. He had seen Gu Feng's strength in his eyes, and he also thought that he couldn't compare to the other party at the same Chi-drawing realm, but he was too naive to want to challenge him over the level. Seek death. Sensing Gu Feng's monstrous battle intent, Huang Hetian angrily rebuked, his entire body's spiritual energy bulging, eye-catching spiritual radiance flashing on his body surface, the surface of his torso seeming to be cloaked in a layer of crystalline battle clothes. His eyes were as powerful as electricity, and at some point, a purple and gold wargo appeared in his hand. Clang! The wargo was driven by him, and the 18 runes on its surface were all shining brightly, and the overpowering aura was spreading across the 8 directions, and his stance was becoming more and more lofty. Towards the storming Gu Feng, backhandedly waved his wargo. A tsunami-like surge of spiritual energy swept out, and several 1-meter-high boulders at the entrance of the cave were also swept up. With a monstrous sound, Gu Feng's gaze was solid, facing Huang Hetian's wargo. His face was ancient and unperturbed. He had an invincible mind. The district Hotian realm was not in his eyes. Boom! In the crowd's horrified gazes, Gu Feng's fists and the wargo ruthlessly collided together. The two unrivaled spiritual forces entangled together, blooming with eye-catching light, causing their eyes to sting. Through the dazzling light, they saw the figures of Gu Feng and Huang Hetian take a step back at the same time, and then they collided together with great speed, rumbling sounds resounding in all directions. Perhaps there is someone who can defeat me over the levels, but that person is never you. Huang Hetian's voice roaring in anger echoed in Carp Mountain, his head full of black hair dancing wildly, his face ruthless and angry to the extreme. You're overthinking it. Gu Feng only responded with 4 short words, and then he let out a low roar, once again raising the intensity of his attack, his fists gleaming as he struck the wargo horizontally. Clang! Clang! The shocking collision between fists and spirit weapons was happening every moment, and the clanging sounds were endless. At the center point of the collision between the two, it looked like fireworks were blooming, splendid and incomparable, bombarding the hearts and minds of the crowd. This was so amazing that the crowd below looked dumbfounded, their eyes protruding out, their mouths open wide enough to stuff down a goose egg, frantically swallowing their saliva. Even breathing was exceptionally difficult. Gu Feng, how much berserk power was contained within his not-so-magnificent body. He used his meaty fists to harden against a spirit weapon, such an exaggerated scene that they had never seen before. And what was even more terrifying was that Gu Feng also didn't have any gloves or any other weapon in his hands. This fleshly body, invincible. A peak Chi-drawing disciple wearing red pants muttered, his face fearful as he repeatedly weighed in his mind whether he could block Gu Feng's shocking iron fist if he were to replace himself with Huang Hetian. The answer was no. Not only was he unable to block it, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to even save his life. It's obvious that Gu Feng showed mercy just now. Another Peak Chi drawing said in a low voice, the unwillingness and indignation in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by awe. The gap between them and Gu Feng was simply too great to be on the same level, and to be able to tangle with it for an incense stick of time. Gu Feng had given the crowd enough face. Could it be that he's going to overcome the Hotian realm? Yu Ying, who had been snatched up, looked at the figure above that was in a fierce battle with Huang Hetian, and waves of light flowed in her beautiful eyes. She and Gu Feng had fought side by side. At that time Gu Feng embodied the combat power, let her shocked, but also let her convinced and even admiration. Back to the Sunset Xia sect, she immediately returned to Kark Mountain, carry on the bitter cultivation, had thought to be able to close the gap with the other side. However, after only 2 months, Gu Feng's strength had soared once again, and had already reached a point where she could not hope for anything else. Dumbly looking at the figure, Yu Ying, some lost in thought and some despondency, after a short period of concentration, dispersed the heart that just sprouted throbbing, restored the old valiant demeanor. She is Yu Ying, valiant Ying. Gu Feng is destined to be brilliant in the future, and since she can't catch up, she will look at his back and deeply bless him. Wu Qi, Tuoba Lei, Guarun Kai, and the others, shocked, roared recklessly. Gu Feng's power had made them nearly crazy, and they would never worry about being bullied by others again. Clang! Another fierce collision. Huang Hetian's feet stumbled and took dozens of steps back. In the competition with Gu Feng, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. He knew that if he continued to compete with Gu Feng in brute force like this, he would surely lose, and although this result was unbelievable to him, it was the truth. The Gu Feng in front of him was like a savage beast in human skin. His body contained endless power, and his punches were even more powerful than one another, making it somewhat difficult for him to fight. The hands that held the warhorse trembled violently, and along with both arms, spasms occurred. Gu Feng, you are indeed very strong, but if you want to defeat me, cultivate for another 10,000 years. Huang Hetian roared out in a low voice, his entire body's spiritual energy pouring into the battle goal as if he was catalyzing some sort of martial art. Being beaten by me to the point where you can't even hold your battle go, and you're still speaking out of turn. Gu Feng laughed disdainfully, and his legs violently stomped on the ground, shooting out like an arrow off the string. Blood Battle 8. Huang Hetian's face was grim as he swung his hands wargo and his body moved at high speed. Dozens of wargo shadows appeared in the field, all of which flashed with blood-red light, stabbing at Gu Feng's vitals as they rapidly approached him. A whimpering sound resounded all over the field, and everywhere was filled with blood-red lights and shadows, which were incomparably sharp and dense, and a few large rocks at the mouth of the cave were cut into countless small pieces that drifted in all directions, and the ground where they passed through was also scraped away. It was a terrifyingly heaven-defying martial skill, emitting a ghostly cold aura that caused those cultivators near the Yellow Crane Heavenly Cave to tremble. A few disciples who were also standing in the Hotian realm had grave expressions on their faces and wrinkled their brows in thought. Even though it wasn't the first time they had seen this martial art, they still couldn't figure out a way to crack it, and it seemed that they could only fight hard. At this moment, Gu Feng had some regrets in his heart. If he hadn't been in a hurry and hadn't had time to practice the 2 martial arts techniques that Zhu Qingyan had taught him, he wouldn't be feeling at his wits' end right now. Huang Hetian's Blood Battle 8 was danced so densely that there was no room for dodging. As it is, then fight hard. Only his legs were bent and he stood in place in a horse stance. And just when the crowd thought that he was going to use some kind of shocking martial arts skill, the sound of humph, ha resounded through the heavens. Both arms were outputting at a high frequency as if they were fitted with motors. Boom boom boom. The fist shadows that roamed the sky blasted out, forming a high wall a meter in front of his body, hard blocking the raging Blood Battle 8. The hum, ha sound intertwined with the rumbling sound, and while the crowd's hearts and minds were shaken, they could not help but flash questions. Did the Sunset Cloud sect have such a defensive martial art? This isn't a martial skill. Gu Feng struck a wall of fist shadows through brute force and high-frequency output, blocking Huang Hetian's Blood Battle 8. As he spoke, the corners of a Hotian realm disciple's mouth twitched slightly, and his eyelids fluttered rapidly. This Gu Feng's means of attack, it was too scribbly. In the face of the opponent's crushing martial skill, he even responded with only brute force. How much he was looking down on Huang Hetian. His famous martial skill was blocked by brute force. Huang Hetian's face became more and more ugly, gradually becoming hideous. Clenching his back teeth, he hissed out, and the wargo in his hand swung smoking. Yet even if he exerted all his strength, he could not break through the wall of fist shadows in front of Gu Feng. As he fought, Huang Hetian realized a sad fact. He didn't want to compete with Gu Feng in terms of brute force, so he used Blood Battle 8. But Gu Feng's savage response pulled him back into a competition of brute strength. At this moment, he could not weaken his attack, much less withdraw the Blood Battle 8, or else the countless fist shadows in front of him would attack him. And so, he could only grit his teeth and fight hard. Only he had underestimated Gu Feng, the physical strength monster. Seeing that the spiritual energy in his dantian was about to bottom out, but Gu Feng on the opposite side was still in high spirits. Not even a trace of fatigue was visible between his eyebrows, and his eyes were even flashing with a teasing color, and the humming and hawing sound in his mouth made his mental defense close to collapsing. I, Huang Hetian, will not be defeated by such chaotic fists. Huang Hetian's eyes were bloodshot and his face was twisted as he bit through his tongue and raised a strong breath, wanting to go against the heavens. A messy fist kills a master, let alone a little punk like you. Give me defeat. Gu Feng let out a light laugh as his attack rose a level out of thin air. Boom boom boom. Dense fist shadows were swung out like a storm, and all the crowd could see was the wall of fist shadows in front of Gu Feng, rapidly moving forward. Huang Hetian's martial arts skills were broken, and he was struck by countless fist shadows on his head, face, chest, and even his lower body. Miserable screams and splashes of blood. His body was like a kite, swaying in the shadow of the roiling fists. A few breaths later, the commotion subsided, and Huang Hetian was already snotty, and lying on the ground, his breath dying, and that Gu Feng was already stripping his opponent's clothes. Chapter 86 Crushing the last pair of pants. The jaws of the disciples at the foot of Carp Mountain were staggered, originally thinking that Huang Hetian, the Hotian realm heavenly pride, would be treated differently after his defeat, not thinking that Gu Feng, without saying a word, directly took off the other party's storage ring, took away the purple and gold battle gauntlet, and took down all of the necks and waists of the jade pendants, and also stripped off the other party's clothes. Gu Feng's movements were incredibly skillful, as if he had rehearsed them 1,000 times, and his vision was so venomous that it was as if he had been enlightened, and when he snatched the items, they were arranged in strict order of price, with no deviation at all. Looking at Huang Hetian, who was struggling haphazardly with his arms and legs and was spraying blood furiously from Gu Feng's slap, a hint of pleasure arose in the hearts of the crowd. These Hotian realm heavenly pride, usually tugging like 2.5 million, thought it was something great, but it turns out that after they were defeated, they were in a sorry state, not much better than the chi-inducing realm disciples. Gu Feng is so strong, he was actually able to defeat the Hotian realm heavenly pride. Ha ha ha, mentally balanced, the Hotian realm heavenly pride can't even be spared. There's nothing wrong with us being robbed. AI, this beating is considered to be in vain. Had I known that he was so strong, I shouldn't have resisted unnecessarily just now. Who knows? This Gu Feng is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger and didn't use his full strength at all when he fought us. Huang Hetian lost. Who's the second one? Mud. Which asshole rumored that Gu Feng is a fat sheep? Don't let me know. I'll him up. Asterisk 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 together. Count me in. In the end, the crowd of people who were talking pointed their fingers at the rumor monger who had spread the rumor that Gu Feng was a fat sheep, and a sentence of obscenities was frantically output towards the other party, located in the attic in the Willow Elder. Face dark, eyelids fluttering, hate to jump down, wildly beating those mouth unclean disciples, and then grab them by the collar, cursing, this elder is the rumor monger. You dare to my ancestors? There is this prior to put up. Carp Mountain Chief Eldershire's face was also not good. The Hotian realm disciples under his command were defeated by a newcomer to Carp Mountain's chi-drawing realm disciple, and those who didn't know would think that he was usually enriching himself and didn't give out his cultivation resources on time. Old Lu, I don't seem to have any beef with you. Is it necessary to send Gu Feng to step on my field? With this in mind, Eldershire squinted his gaze at Elder Lu and said unhappily, I also didn't know that Gu Feng had gotten this strong. Elder Lu didn't care about Eldershire's unkind words and only murmured. Obviously, he was also shocked at Gu Feng's heaven-defying strength. Too fast. How long has it been? After entering the chi-drawing realm, cultivating for a month, and when he went out to complete the outer sect mission, he had the strength to kill the 7th level of chi-drawing. After returning to the Sunset Cloud sect, after another 2 months, his strength once again soared, and he even had the strength to defeat the 1st level of the Hotian realm all of a sudden. But he was desperately refining and earning money for these 2 months. This cultivation speed was too fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. Before and after less than 4 months, it grew from the beginning of the chi-drawing realm to the peak of the chi-drawing realm, and the battle strength was even comparable to that of a Hotian realm disciple, and even stronger than the general Hotian realm. Gu Feng's perversion was not only reflected in his cultivation speed, he also possessed a superb ability to cross the level of challenge. Elder Lu had been in charge of the outer sect for so many years, but it was still the first time he had encountered a perverted character like Gu Feng, so how could he not be shocked? Eldershire bristled with disbelief, determining in his heart that Gu Feng was a pawn he had found to spur him on. These assholes, who are usually so powerful and coaxing, can't even beat a Gu Feng of the chi-drawing realm. When he thought of this, He was a little fired up in his heart, thinking that when the Carp Mountain formation was restarted, he would increase the pressure of the formation and press these bastards into the ground, forcing them to cultivate bitterly. On the side of Chu Yuyi, since Gu Feng had displayed a cultivation level comparable to that of the first level of the Hotian realm, she had stopped shouting, her beautiful eyes flickering as she didn't know what she was thinking. After Gu Feng finished snatching the belongings on Huang Hetian, he began to take off the robes on the ladder. Strangely enough, was robbed of the storage bag or not so agitated Huang Hetian suddenly hissed up, roar mournful incomparable, hands and feet haphazardly glaring, that look with who wants to will him that something like, pa dash. Gu Feng decisively gave him a big mouthful, forcing him to calm down. You're Tianjiu, don't be this little woman. It's not like you're going to be stripped naked. Struggle my ass. As the words fell, Gu Feng moved to take off the other man's boots, while then pulling on his pants leg and giving it a hard tug. Wow. At the instant the pants were withdrawn, Carp Mountain resounded with a hall full of clamor, and those female disciples, with a boing sound and a blush, rushed to cover their eyes. The dumbfounded Gu Feng looked down and became even more dumbfounded, looking at the naked Huang Hetian with a face that was odd to the core. This kid, he doesn't even wear underwear. Give it back, give it back. Huang Hetian, whose breath was dying and whose fair cheeks were scarlet, stretched out a hand with difficulty, trying to snatch the pants from Gu Feng's hand. What are you thinking? Don't think that just because you're not wearing underwear, you're immune to being robbed of your long pants. I, Gu Feng, have always said that men only keep their pants on, and it's none of my business if you didn't wear them yourself. Gu Feng glanced at Huang Hetian in disgust before his eyes looked around and found a desk-sized rock to press him against the latter's lower body in order to prevent his spring light from leaking out. This outrageous move made the crowd's mouths twitch as they watched. Huang Hetian is already dying. You press such a big stone on his body. Not to kill him. Sometimes it's not always the last straw that weighs you down. It could be a pair of pants. Those male disciples made up their minds. They must maintain good style. They can't not wear pants. Maybe at the critical moment, this inconspicuous pants can save your life. As for those female disciples, they were secretly glad that they were born without a handle and did not have to suffer the humiliation of undressing, because a large portion of them, among them, did not like to wear close-fitting clothing. Gu Feng finished ransacking Huang Hetian's cave, and then looked up at the sky with a slight frown. At this time, the afterglow of the setting sun had already spilled down, reflecting on the Carp Mountain, a golden splendor. The Carp Mountain prohibition was only open for 12 hours, and according to the current progress, it would be difficult to snatch all the Hotian realm disciples within the specified time. After all, it would still take a tiny bit of time to clean up these people, and they weren't panhandlers. Gu Feng decided to grab the ones that looked rich first. Thus, Gu Feng targeted a female cultivator who was covered in beads. This person is a little rich-looking, with 4 or 5 hairpins stuck on his head, colorful under the sunlight, and valuable swords hanging on his neck and waist. The latter's eyelids fluttered as he looked at him, and a coldness surged through his body. I'm from the vegetable sect. I'm just standing here to see what's going on. I didn't think about robbing you. She took the lead in exposing her identity and making her position clear, which was clearly a sign of weakness to outsiders. Yes, this Hotian realm first-level female disciple had a weak heart. As a matter of fact, when Gu Feng cast his gaze on that female cultivator, the rest of the Hotian realm first heavenly realm heavenly pride, without any expression on their faces, heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Gu Feng's overwhelming victory over Huang Hetian caused them to feel heavy pressure. To be fair, some of them were stronger than Huang Hetian, but not by much, unable to defeat each other in a crushing manner like Gu Feng. If they didn't have their Hotian realm status on the line, they would have wanted to run away long ago. Gu Feng was a monster, with unrivaled defense and attack power, and his only flaw, I'm afraid, was that he didn't have any martial arts skills to take advantage of. Spare me, they did not dare to make a sudden move, and even less did they want to lose all their face and face like Huang Hetian did. Hearing that it was someone from the vegetarian nymph sect, Gu Feng's aura tightened and he clasped his hands toward the top, who heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a kind smile in response to Gu Feng. So it's a senior sister from the vegetarian sect. In that case, then I'll just have to say sorry in advance. As the word had fell, Gu Feng grinned, revealing 2 rows of large, good-looking white teeth. His body's aura erupted, his legs stomped on the ground, and in a single jump, like an instantaneous movement, he arrived in front of the other party. The 10,000 beasts technique was executed. Chu Yuyi Fantasy, who was on the attic, whooshed and got up, her silver teeth clenched as she cursed towards Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you bastard, my vegetable woman sex people are robbed, and you shamelessly carry out a sneak attack. P.S. Yesterday, I fell, right hand on the ground, sprained the wrist, swollen high, fingers move a little bit of severe pain, can only use the left hand difficult to code words, it's slow, It takes hours for a chapter to come out, so try to keep it at 6,000 words a day for the next 7 to 10 days, and when it gets better, then I'll resume 10,000 more. Chapter 87, Sister Chi. You can't fight anymore, or you'll lose your clothes. The 10,000 Beasts technique, as Gu Feng's only, and most powerful martial art, was a physical combat art that combined flexibility, versatility, severity, and swiftness. Pursuing in the midst of a blistering, furious attack, the opponent is exhausted and unable to fight, thus revealing a crack and crushing it in one fell swoop. In an actual sparring match, if one was approached by Gu Feng, unless one's own strength was a great deal stronger, one was bound to lose. Although the strength of the rich female cultivator is slightly higher than Huang Hetian, but it is also higher than the limited, head-on battle, but also not against Gu Feng. Lost the first opportunity, can only be woeful fight, retreating. Those Hotian realm heavenly pride around them, their faces were grave, their gazes staring at Gu Feng's every move, helplessly realizing that Gu Feng's attacks were not flawless, but due to the speed of the attacks, the rapid succession of moves, the moves before and after were like antelopes hanging on the horns of the antelopes, without a trace, and it was almost as bad to see the flaws as to see them, and the ordinary people couldn't grasp them at all, much less defeat him. Gu Feng surrounded the rich female cultivator, sometimes ape pouncing, sometimes tiger leaping, sometimes flying dash, even though the rich female cultivator had already given up her attacks and pulled away with all her might. Gu Feng was like a piece of craft candy, sticking to her opponent with deadly fervor. Breathlessly, Gu Feng was still in between attacks, either with his teeth or fingers, picking accessories from his opponent's head, neck, and waist. These were all extraordinary spirit weapons. The rich female cultivator was being beaten and suffocated, sometimes wanting to remove those accessories and attack Gu Feng, cluelessly realizing that at some point in time, all of these things had already fallen into Gu Feng's hands. Seeing Gu Feng's blazing eyes, staring at the storage ring on her left index finger from time to time, the rich female cultivator let out a petulant gulp and couldn't help but curse angrily away. Why are all women like this? Cursing when you can't beat them? No manners at all. Gu Feng's low murmur caused the crowd below to fall into petrification. You girl disregarded the friendship of the vegetarian girl sect, sneak attacked and robbed people, and you're not allowed to scold them? The rich female cultivator was clearly mad. Her cloaked hair and fat face were filled with fury as she gritted her teeth and tried to perform a heaven-defying martial skill. However, no cultivator who had been pressured by Gu Feng had ever appeared who could defy the heavens, not even at the Hotian realm. Every time she gathered her spiritual energy, it was promptly interrupted by Gu Feng, and the rich female cultivator's eyes erupted with fire, as if a flame was rising in her chest, as if it was going to consume her sanity in the next moment. Shu Yuyi Hui on the attic, looking at the rich female cultivator who was being robbed and beaten at the same time, was so angry that her teeth itched, and her fingernails on both hands scratched off a layer of paint directly from the attic railing. If she didn't have her inner disciple status on the line, she would have wanted to personally go down and beat that scoundrel Gu Feng severely. Seeing that the rich female cultivator's storage ring was about to change hands, Shu Yuyi Hui couldn't hold back any longer and shouted towards Kark Mountain, "Ting Ting, besiege this bastard for me." As the words fell, a stone door near the peak of the mountain opened, and a tall woman walked out from it, precisely the Chitingting that Gu Feng recognized as the leader of the outer sect Vegetable Girl sect. Gu Feng, she's from my Vegetarian Girl sect. What are you doing? When Chitingting saw Gu Feng pressing down on the rich female cultivator and beating her, she realized the situation after a little thought. Senior Sister Chi, she's too rich, I couldn't help but rob her. You can't blame me. Gu Feng laughed and said aloud towards Chitingting, the attack in his hands increasing instead of decreasing, with no intention of stopping at all. You sniffing. Chitingting's mouth twisted in anger. What kind of bull asterisk reasoning is this? Dare you say that it's not your fault that you robbed the damn thing, but because the other guy was too rich? Still talking crap to him? Rob the hell out of him. Hearing the petulant cry from the sect master, Chitingting, who was already furious, blatantly erupted and swooped down towards Gu Feng, who was at the mouth of the cave below. You came to be robbed by me too? Gu Feng saw that Chitingting had also come, and his face lit up as he uttered an exasperating sentence. Although Chitingting was plainly dressed, but one could not look like a person. After all, the other party was the leader of the outer sect of the Vegetarian Women's Sect, and perhaps in the storage ring, there was the property of the Vegetarian Women's Sect. Thinking about this, Gu Feng let out a long whistle in excitement. Rob you. These words instantly ignited Chitingting's wariness. In this entire outer sect, including Kark Mountain, who dared to be so unbridled in front of her? The Heavenly King wouldn't be able to do so. War. She shot is to play a move of large handprints. Handprints domineering incomparable. The runes on it flashes. All the way pressure explosion air. Connoisseur a shot, will know there is no Only this move will be better than the previous Huang Hetian as well as in front of the rich female cultivator. Good timing. Gu Feng grabbed the rich female cultivator's arm with one hand and pulled it to his side with a forceful tug, indiscriminately slamming a few punches towards the other party's chest to prevent the other party from getting out of his range of attack. At the same time, the other hand was swung out towards the back, blasting that overbearing large handprint. Boom! The fist collided with the large handprint and erupted with a loud noise. Surging spiritual energy splashed in all directions, and Gu Feng swayed a bit under the powerful impact. Senior Sister Qi is worthy of being the bearer of the outer sect vegetarian girl sect. Her strength is extraordinary. Beating my fists for a while, Qi Tingting, who was originally slightly stunned, heard Gu Feng's great truth and her mind instantly exploded. Gu Feng was clearly praising her, but was in fact praising himself, which was simply infuriating to the extreme. Dare to speak out of turn. Eat another move from me. The word move fell, and the vast spiritual energy gathered in both arms. Arms crossed, and the cross stars shone with light. A cross of stars, about several meters long and wide, erupted with blazing white light, like a meteor flying from beyond the sky, echoing the dusk in the sky as it fell towards Gu Feng's chest at breakneck speed. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be set ablaze, and the surrounding temperatures suddenly soared. The stars cross-kill. As soon as this move came out, the surrounding crowd put up their defense shields, fearing that they would be affected by this terrifying move. Gu Feng laughed, not moved at all, and had no intention of dodging, only pulling the rich female cultivator over and blocking her body. This kind of shameless behavior made Qi Tingting angry and furious, but also helpless. Facing this mind-shattering attack, the rich female cultivator was directly stunned. She was too clear about the power of this move. With her strength, even if she defended with all her strength, she couldn't avoid the fate of being crippled, not to mention the fact that she was still injured at this moment. Bastard! Qi Tingting clenched her silver teeth and cursed angrily. She couldn't watch the rich female cultivator fall. She violently raised her breath and forcefully reversed the descending route of the cross star. A few of the closest cultivators, faced with this incomparable attack, cursed. Boom! The cross star fell, and a large area of rock turned into pieces. The dust was confused, and in the blur, several wretched figures stormed out. Gu Feng's eyes lit up as he slapped the rich female cultivator in his hand to stun her, snatching the other party's storage ring in the process, and seeing the right moment, he rushed towards one of the wretched figures, the cultivator who had just escaped from the cross-kill of the stars. In a state of shock, felt as if his calf had been grabbed by something, and when he looked down, his eyes were suddenly wide open. Gu Feng was below, looking at him with a sly grin, and immediately afterward, a heavenly spin took place. Hands swung up the opponent's calf, waist and horse united, in the air directly to a 360-degree rotation. Boom! Flesh and mountain collided with passionate sparks, and large pieces of debris tumbled down, stained with blood. The crowd looked up and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Gu Feng was too brutal, and even smashed that disciple, ruthlessly on top of Carp Mountain. That deep human-shaped pit looked extraordinarily frightening, and made people shudder. One strike accomplished. Gu Feng laughed and nimbly removed all the items on the other party's body, and after taking off his clothes, he picked up the disciple like a small chicken and threw him to the entrance of the cave that belonged to him. Many thanks to Senior Sister Qi for the assist. As an outstanding young man who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, Gu Feng politely thanked Qi Tingting. The latter was so infuriated that her entire body exploded in sweat, and with a delicate cry, her 3,000 hairs fluttered as she swooped down, closing in on Gu Feng to deliver a domineering punch. Boom! Gu Feng did not flash and did not avoid, directly with the chest hard to resist a blow. The next moment, immediately feel wrong, Qi Tingting's seemingly simple and unadorned punch. But there are other things. The fist energy that was as violent as a tsunami, one wave higher than another, actually broke through Gu Feng's spiritual power shield and directly bombarded his internal organs. And it wasn't just one punch, but dozens of punches. Suddenly felt the displacement of internal organs. Hot pain. The heart was horrified. The reputation is not false. Qi Tingting can sit steadily at the head of the outer door vegetarian women's gate. By virtue of the relationship is not the relationship, but the real talent and learning. I didn't realize that Senior Sister Qi was also a proficient physical combatant, Gu Feng said with a grimace. This appearance caused Qi Tingting's heart to set off monstrous waves, and the 4 words "how is it possible" kept impacting across her mind. This was a punch that he had no reservations about. Even if he was in the second level of the Hotian realm, he would have to be beaten to the point of vomiting blood, but Gu Feng had blocked it unharmed. How strong was his defense? It was simply too deep to be seen. If she knew that at this moment, Gu Feng, who had yet to perform 24 bridges and the night of the bright moon, wasn't even in his strongest state of defense, she didn't know if she would be shocked silly. Those Hotian realm heavenly pride in the surroundings. Their faces changed drastically. Their pupils shrunk slightly, and each of them roared furiously in their hearts. What kind of monster was this? Cheatingting was the recognized second in Carp Mountain. Gu Feng was viciously punched by him and only grimaced, not even moving his feet the slightest bit. This is so amazing that it gives you a chill. Before, it was just a feeling, but now it was certain that they could never be Gu Feng's opponents, and there was no hope of winning against him. At this moment, there were two villains in their minds at a crazy choke point. One villain said, "Go away. Don't fight with this pervert." The other villain said, "Can't go away. For the sake of saving face, you have to leave me behind even if you are beaten half to death." Those people in the attic were all dumbfounded, one by one, like little cuties, looking at that slender but upright figure. They couldn't even manage their expressions. Was Gu Feng already strong to this point? His strength was as unfathomable as the ocean, and it was impossible to detect where the limits were. Old Willow? Ah, I now believe that you really didn't know Gu Feng was this strong. Aha! Elder Lu nodded with a dull gaze. Is Fatty here? Besides sleeping, he just eats. Elder Sure responded in a low voice. Utilizing the permissions, I've shut down the soundproofing ban on his cave to allow him to strike. I'm afraid Cheatingting is no match for Gu Feng. Well, but he doesn't strike lightly. I'm afraid he'll beat Gu Feng to death, Elder Sure said with some concern. It shouldn't be so bad. Anyway, with us here, Gu Feng will be seriously injured at most. He can't die. As he spoke, the corner of Elder Lu's mouth twitched. His intention was to let Gu Feng enter Carp Mountain to teach him a great lesson, to sharpen his temperament so that he wouldn't be so arrogant. However, the reality was so cruel that Gu Feng didn't receive a lesson and instead punched through the entire Carp Mountain. If we just let him leave without incident, this kid will surely turn his nose up to the sky and walk without looking at anyone. Just as Cheatingting was lost in thought, Gu Feng had already come to heel, and the two ultimate physical combat cultivators were engaged in a head-to-head battle. The field was filled with the shadows of fists, feet, and palms, as well as Cheatingting's petulant shouts, and the rubble that was crushed like tofu dregs. Spirit radiance splashed as the two paths moved at high speeds, flipping up and down so that it was impossible to see who was who. Shu Yuyi Hui in the attic, her hands twisting the railing off, sometimes angrily scolding Gu Feng, sometimes cheering for Cheatingting, and finally directly shouting, "Ting Ting, run! Why isn't this fat ass out now? Asleep?" Shu Yuyi Fantasy was nervous to the extreme, muttering to herself, her eyes glancing at the cave at the peak of Carp Mountain from time to time. Just as Gu Feng had guessed, Cheatingting had tens of millions of property belonging to the vegetarian women sect on her person, and she couldn't afford to lose anything. Hearing Chu Yuyi Hui's call, Gu Feng's heart stirred, and his attack became even more vigorous. He was like an angry savage beast, sometimes like a lion descending from a mountain, sometimes like a pale wolf pouncing, sometimes like a moose leaping, sometimes like a falcon swooping, clawing, ripping, tearing, biting, slapping, and hammering. His hands, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, buttocks, and even his head and teeth were all transformed into weapons, and every bone in his entire body was moving to maximize its function. Cheatingting's furious roar of exasperation continuously resounded in the arena. "Are you a dog? You rascal, bastard, I'll fight you." These ambiguous roars floored the crowd. After an unknown amount of time, the battle subsided and the two figures separated. Gu Feng looked at the storage ring in the palm of his hand with a smug look on his face, grinning there. As for Cheatingting, her clothes were disheveled, her hair was scattered, and her silver teeth were grinding with a clicking sound. Looking at that appearance, she couldn't wait to rush up and hold Gu Feng to die with her. A messy emotion flashed in the hearts of the crowd. Was this Gu Feng fighting or being a hooligan? Pulling Cheatingting's clothes to the point where her belly pocket was exposed, the two jade peaks on her chest were full of fist prints, footprints as well as fingerprints, and even on her buttocks, they were full of these things as well. "Senior Sister Chi, I apologize." The corners of Gu Feng's eyes twitched, strangeness flickered on his face, and pretending as if nothing had happened, he arched his hand at Cheatingting. Cheatingting, who had reacted, blushed and was about to rush up to fight Gu Feng. "Sister Tingting, Gu Feng is a hooligan. We can't keep fighting, or your clothes will be gone." The rich female cultivator, who had woken up, glared angrily at Gu Feng and hugged Cheatingting's waist, saying that she wouldn't let go. Chapter 88. The fat pig is good, actually able to carry a punch from me. You wait for me. Cheatingting also understood that she was the one who would lose out if they fought further, and without insisting on fighting, she said fiercely, before throwing her head back and leaving. Gu Feng shrugged helplessly with an indifferent attitude. The sky was gray and the last rays of the setting sun fell in the sky, and Gu Feng swept his gaze around, looking at the rest of the Hotian realm cultivators slyly. The last spot. Who's it going to be? This sentence was arrogant, but no one dared to respond. They just stood there, pretending to be light-hearted, the scorn under their eyes. but they couldn't hide the overflow. Since no one has enthusiastically signed up, I'll just call the roll. Oh. Gufeng let out a light laugh, his gaze ghostly, trying to discern who had heavy treasures on them. Suddenly, one of the Hotian realm heavenly pride's complexion moved. His head slightly glanced towards the attic not far from Kark Mountain. His eyes flickered. He took a step forward and said aloud, Gufeng, odds are we're not your opponents. Bullying the weak is not heroic. Saying this heavenly pride silently wept in his heart. When did they, the strongest standing at the peak of Kark Mountain, actually shamelessly call themselves the weak and small as well? But it couldn't be helped. Gufeng was just too strong, too frighteningly strong to look at him. I have a proposal. Listen to it. The disciple stabilized his mind and continued. There's not much time left for the Kark Mountain ban to open, and you alone can't rob so many of us. How about this? You go and challenge the one at the very top of Kark Mountain, and if you win, half of the belongings on all of us will be given away. When these words came out, the rest of the people all cast appreciative gazes at that celestial pride. Your kid's brain is really good. Why didn't I think of it? Thus, the remaining 20 or so celestial pride nodded in agreement. Gufeng's eyes flickered and his mind came alive. It was obvious that the one at the very top of Kark Mountain, in the mouths of those celestial pride, must be a supreme expert, or else it couldn't have given them such a great bottom line, a fight to turn a bike into a motorcycle. He had the idea of invincibility in his heart, and he also wanted to pursue that kind of powerful to the point of palpitating experts. Good. Remember your words. Gufeng smiled boldly, his body like a javelin, standing between the heavens and the earth, exuding a stern and unrivaled aura. A full head of black hair fluttered gently, lifting his handsome face and bright eyes. He took one step and caught those rocks protruding from the mountain, rocked up and landed at the entrance of the cave at the topmost peak of Kark Mountain. The cave was tightly closed and there were no prohibitions. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Gufeng threw a punch towards the stone door. Boom! The stone door shattered in response, and Gufeng stepped into the dark cave with a bold stride. Silence, deadly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded by Gufeng's boldness. Is he crazy? Dare to disturb the sleep of this great god? Time seemed to freeze, and it seemed like ages had passed, and all the crowd could hear was a deafening roar. A figure directly flew out horizontally from the cave, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it was none other than Gufeng. That power was so unmatched that Gufeng was unable to stabilize his body for a short period of time, and from the top of Kark Mountain, he landed heavily at the foot of Kark Mountain, half of his body sinking deep into the ground. His face was grave, and there was a shock flickering at the bottom of his eyes as he pulled his legs out of the ground and eyed the heights, only to see a large figure, yawning there. Which ungrateful one dares to disturb my sleep? The voice was not big, and even sounded a bit naive, but it was that voice that was like a thunderbolt that exploded beside the ears of the crowd, making their eardrums numb. Gufeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and his somewhat trembling hands told him that this was an unrivaled expert, and by far, the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. The head of the figure at the peak turned a few times, perhaps not seeing Gufeng. He scratched his head, looked down at the crowd of people who were bare-chested and wearing only a pair of pants, and wondered, is it hot today? The guys are all here to cool off. A seemingly flirtatious remark made the crowd at the scene blush, but no one dared to angrily rebuke the other party, because he was the unquestioned number one in Kark Mountain, Faye, whom the crowd secretly called Fatty. It was this scribbled name that was like a nightmare that loomed over the crowd, weighing them down. No one knew exactly how strong Faye was. The crowd just used to describe him as very, very strong. He is docile and simple-minded, yet he is so furious that you never know when he will go berserk. Take the recognized second Chi-Ting-Ting of Kark Mountain. She dared to take a shot at Gufeng, but she categorically didn't dare to fight Faye, because the former's thinking was mature, knowing that Kark Mountain had corresponding rules, coupled with the friendship with the vegetarian girl sect, he would definitely not injure her life. But Faye was different. In his eyes, there was no concept of door rules. As long as he was annoyed, the King of Heaven came and dared to wrestle. However, in most cases, he was purely harmless, such as now, when he didn't see Gufeng at the entrance of the cave and turned back. He looks like an expert. Gufeng patted the dirt on his body and let out a low laugh. Anyone who knew Gufeng knew that under his cynical exterior, he hid a proud heart, and no one could ignore him, especially someone who let him suffer a loss and then ignored him again. He had to get his face back. Gufeng, don't be impulsive. This is Kark Mountain's recognized number one, the absolutely ruthless man nicknamed Fatty. Hotian 2, but most Hotian 3 cultivators can't beat him. Don't be impulsive. In a little while the Kark Mountain ban is going to reopen. You've already won. There's no need to fight with this fat boy. These Hotian realm disciples are purposely asking you to challenge him. Don't fall for the trick. If you anger him, you'll probably be killed. When Tuobale and the others saw Gu Feng's battle intent rising in his eyes, they immediately rushed over to persuade him not to be impulsive. Fei was one of the few disciples of Carp Mountain who had not been chastised after beating someone to death. It's not that he has a strong background, or even that he's an orphan. In the words of the chief elder of Carp Mountain, Fei kills people. There is no subjective consciousness. It's only that he's too strong, and easy to go into a state of madness, and make a little bit of force, and the other party didn't hold back. The moment Fei appeared, the immense oppressive force it brought caused the entire Carp Mountain to be silent, and even Elder Lu and the others swallowed their saliva. Chu Yuyi Fantasy, who had been clamoring for Fatty to teach Gu Feng a lesson, also had the sense to keep quiet. They were evaluating Fatty's strength today, as well as Gu Feng's strength. It wasn't in assessing who could win. Even if 10,000 choices were made, they would choose Fatty without a doubt. They were just assessing whether Gu Feng would be killed in the process of fighting him. Although they were watching the battle from the sidelines, the battle was changing rapidly, and no one could tell if Fatty would go into a state of insanity all of a sudden and second Gu Feng with one move. After all, they didn't know how to instantly move. AI. Fatty's cultivation has improved again, so let's just forget about it. Elder Sure, who very much wanted to save face, sighed slightly and murmured out, "Well, tally up how many resources Gu Feng has robbed from your Carp Mountain, and I'll have the outer sect allocate them back to you next month." Elder Lu's voice was low, and he also dismissed the idea of letting Fatty grind Gu Feng. "My vegetarian lady sect's losses must also be returned as much as they were owed." Chu Yuyi Hui whispered with a lack of interest. Fatty on the top peak of Carp Mountain saw that no one answered, and did not bother to look deeper. Yawned and turned towards the cave, looking like he was sleeping again. "Hey!" A sudden voice resounded through the entire Carp Mountain. Gu Feng took a step forward and spoke aloud toward the sky. "Fat pig, it's not good to go to sleep like that after you hit me." "Fat pig?" Hiss. The entire room immediately resounded with a sound of sucking in cool air, and everyone looked at Gu Feng with a look of fear on their faces. They only dared to shout the name of Fatty in secret, but they would never dare to shout it out in person. Fei hates it when someone calls him fat. Did Gu Feng not want to die? He actually shouted out the word fat pig in public. "It's over. He's dead." Sure enough, when he heard the word fat pig, Fei turned around violently. His face, all beaky, appeared with a fierce aura, and his entire body had black air currents surging. His squinting eyes, caught in his fat, looked around and finally settled on Gu Feng. "Fat pig? You said that?" Wu Qi and the others, who had long been scared silly, tremblingly tried to open their mouths to explain, but were directly interrupted by Gu Feng. "Yes, fat pig, I thought your ears were full of fat inside and you couldn't hear." Gu Feng spread his hands, playing with the flavor. In the next moment, directly opening the 24 bridges and the Night of the Moon, a white and flawless bridge, flashed in the center of the eyebrow, and a clean white light shone on his body. He let out a low roar, and his legs violently stomped on the ground, directly cracking the ground, several cracks spreading out like a hideous centipede, and those cultivators who were close by were shaken to the core by this powerful impact. When he came back to his senses, a shocking scene was reflected in his eyes. Gu Feng sprinted from the bottom to the top at great speed, instantly approaching Fei at the peak, and swung a fist violently towards the other party. The latter's face revealed a fierce aura as he swung a punch towards the charging Gu Feng as well. The two disproportionately sized fists touched together, like two stars colliding, bursting into dazzling light and illuminating the gray sky. The light flashed, and a huge boom came, louder than thunder. Gu Feng's long and thin body actually punched Fei into the sky, and the latter flew vertically upwards for hundreds of meters before crashing down to the peak again. Gu Feng, on the other hand, also fell back to the ground at a speed that surpassed his previous speed by several times. Boom! The entire body, which was not in the ground, and Carp Mountain shook slightly. Before the crowd could regain their senses from the shock, a low roar came from the ground. A large area of dirt kept erupting like a fountain, and Gu Feng's silhouette returned to the ground. He spat and patted the dirt on his body, tilting his head back to look high in the sky. "Not bad for a fat pig, actually able to carry one of my punches. Make a flag, write a low 500,000 words in July and feel free to punch me in the face." Chapter 89, A Competition of Pure Power. The entire Carp Mountain was as quiet as a needle, just like a huge tomb, filled with a frightening and eerie atmosphere. Everyone, including Elder Lu and Elder Sure, had their eyes protruding out, their mouths slightly open, and their heads buzzing. If they had said that Gu Feng's arrogance before had shocked them to the point where their mouths were big enough to fit a goose egg, at this moment, their mouths could even fit a whole goose. Even the dog at the foot of Carp Mountain had its mouth wide open, and the dog's eyes were filled with disbelief. It's. After about a couple of breaths, an intermittent commotion rang out. Wu Qi and the others, who had been shaken out by Gu Feng earlier, reacted the fastest, as he and Tuobale, Chao Yuan, and Guarun Kai, like walking corpses, staggered and walked slowly to Gu Feng. Their eyes flashed as they looked Gu Feng up and down. Are you Gu Feng? Chao Yuan asked, shivering, his face full of questions, and as he spoke, he even groped Gu Feng's body with his hands. The remaining three, following Chao Yuan's example, touched their cheeks, arms, or chests. The Gu Feng they knew was strong but never this strong, a punch that sent Fatty flying hundreds of meters. The entire history of the outer sect must not have this kind of person. Even among the disciples who entered the inner sect in the last session, it was impossible to have this kind of existence. What a subtle disguise technique. I can't even see the slightest flaw. Who are you? Are you the expert Gu Feng paid for? The four of them surrounded Gu Feng as if they were examining a delicate statue, occasionally letting out heartfelt exclamations of surprise as well as soft inquiries. This was by no means Gu Feng. Perhaps it was a double that Gu Feng had hired at a high price, specializing in robbing Carp Mountain. The only way to explain the previous shocking scene. Gu Feng glanced at a few people. The corners of his mouth twitched and his eyelids fluttered as he pushed them away. Don't get in my way. This fat pig is very strong. It's hard to defeat him without going all out. At those words, Hua Runkai and the others were shaken and stood there dumbfounded, like a wooden sculpture. Even their breathing stopped. Gu Feng's voice was very soft, but it traveled far, and so many people heard it. At that instant, the entire Carp Mountain erupted into an uproar. Oh my god, this is actually really Gu Feng. It's on. Gu Feng is actually strong enough to beat up Fatty. Unbelievable. There's actually such a ruthless person among the outer sect. Gu Feng is obviously the real Gu Feng, but is Fatty the real Fatty? On the pavilion, the chief elder of the outer sect pill refining hall, Elder Shen, who had purposely come to watch the good show, heard the discussion of the crowd below and asked a stupid question. Is he fat? When these words came out, Elder Lu and the others' eyebrow bones jumped a few times, and their faces looked at Elder Shen strangely. Those disciples have poor eyesight and have doubts about Fatty's identity. But you are the chief elder who is in charge of the Hall of Pill Refineries. Ah, how can you also be as foolish as those uninitiated disciples in general? Fatty was really Fatty, and Gu Feng was really Gu Feng, and there was no questioning the identity of the two. Elder Lu, who had a rough understanding of Gu Feng's battle power, and Elder Shi, who had a good understanding of Fatty's battle power, glanced at each other and both could see the doubt in the bottom of the other's eyes. Immediately afterward, they simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air and uttered a sentence in unison. Gu Feng, this kid is against the odds. In the collision of strikes just now, Fatty was sent flying hundreds of meters and Gu Feng crashed into the ground, and from the scene, it seemed to be an even split. But, Gu Feng was located at the foot of the mountain and needed his body to overcome the downward force during the upward attack, and Fatty had the advantage of the location to take advantage of the situation. Despite this, Gu Feng still sent Fatty flying hundreds of meters vertically upwards, and if the two of them were placed on the ground at the same time, I'm afraid that the latter would have suffered a great loss in the blow he had just taken. This was too amazing and shocking. Gu Feng had refreshed their knowledge of limits time and time again, and the situation that was originally characterized by strength and weakness had now become confusing. Even the several elders with their sharp eyes couldn't tell which was stronger or weaker between the two. The sunset completely dissipated, the setting sun returned to darkness, and the sky looked like it was draped in a black curtain, appearing deep and empty. Fei, who was at the mouth of the peak cave, looked incredulously at his fist and saw a hint of redness, a bright red that added some scarlet to his squinting eyes. He took a deep breath, and his fat cheeks became unusually eerie, and it looked like blood was pouring out from the bottom of his eyes. In the next moment, he raised his head to the sky and roared. Black airflow surged out from the 100,000 and 80,000 pores on his body surface, quickly covering his entire body. Black airflow flow, condensed in the body surface. His bubble meat, become hard like iron, emitting black light, the original pot belly, but also transformed into 18 abdominal muscles. In just an instant, Fatty transformed from an overly obese youth into a muscular man, his body flashing with terrifying spiritual power fluctuations, paired with crimson eyes and a hideous face that made people shudder. You piss me off. Ah ha ha ha. The roar was like a flood beast roaring, shaking people's hearts and minds, and his head full of short hair was rooted up, just like a pitch-black sword, sharp and unrivaled. He leapt down from the peak and landed on the ground with a powerful impact that shook Carp Mountain a few times. The surrounding crowd's faces showed horror, their necks craned, and they quickly retreated back, making an open space for the two. Everyone understood that the two Gaijin prides that ranked high in the history of the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect would usher in a shocking battle. Get out of the way. Gu Feng's face was grave, his aura rose, and the faint white light on his body surface grew brighter and brighter, lifting Wu Qi and the others hundreds of meters, and then he stepped closer towards Fei. His pace was steady and rhythmic, each step equidistant, as if he had measured it with calipers, without the slightest deviation. As he traveled, Dun 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 sounds rang out, and with every step Gu Feng took, his aura spiked up a notch, and when he came to 2 meters in front of Fatty, he stopped, and his aura coalesced to an extreme point. The two stood in silence with their eyes facing each other. Time seemed to be frozen, and the only sound around them was the sound of gurgling and swallowing saliva. Gu Feng and Fatty, both super experts standing at the peak of the outer sect, with only the sky above them and a void behind them, were at least 2 levels ahead of everyone including Chi Tingting. Suddenly, Fatty showed his teeth and swung a fist towards Gu Feng, who responded with a bland expression, and the 2 fists, one large and one small, came into contact with each other without a loud sound or strong fluctuation of spiritual energy, creating a bizarre and quiet picture. What's going on? Are they doing pre-battle rituals? Could it be that this is the sympathy between masters and masters? They were fighting with their minds, and what seemed like a calm scene was actually ferocious and dangerous, having fought hundreds of rounds against each other. Asterisk 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 off you. Read too many novels. Goddamn intentional fighting. Just as the crowd was perplexed by the bizarre scene and whispering, a slight piercing sound came from the field, as if a tiny thunderclap had leaked out from between the 2 men's fists and swept across the ground. At the same time, a trace of dirt mixed with debris splashed out from the ground between the 2, and a rumbling sound came from it. The crowd fixed their eyes on it and were dumbfounded. On the ground between Gu Feng and Fei, a crack about an inch wide appeared, which was straight, as if it had been cut out with a sharp sword. The rumbling sound was getting louder and louder. The cracks extended towards both sides at great speed, and the mixture of dirt and debris spewed out from the ground formed a barrier about several meters high, while the 2 stood upright, letting the dirt and debris fall on their bodies without moving a single bit, and they didn't even blink their eyes. The cracks stopped after spreading for tens of meters, and after a few breaths, the spewing mixture of dirt and debris fell back to the ground. When the last piece of debris hit the ground, a popping sound rang out, and between the 2 fists, a bizarre light bloomed, like there was a small ball of light made up of black and white colors. Boom! The small ball of light exploded with a bang. Majestic spiritual energy. Across the 8 directions, a hurricane was blown up with the 2 people as the center. At once, the soil was flying, and the rocks were splashing out like a bullet. Those disciples at the foot of Carp Mountain, with horrified faces, looked at the debris that shot up and dodged in panic. Elder Lu and the others in the attic were also horrified and swallowed a few times before muttering out. Among them, has anyone comprehended the fist intent? No, no one comprehended the fist intent. It's just that their power was so strong that they interacted with each other and struck the fist intent. Unbelievable. Their power has reached such a terrifying point. Chu Yuyi Fantasy, who was on the side, had completely frozen there, her mouth slightly open, a pair of beautiful eyes flashing luster, unable to speak a single word. Even with her knowledge, she couldn't figure out what kind of monsters the 2 of them were. To be able to strike a martial intent that could only be comprehended by an innate realm disciple. Heavens, one of these 2 people was at the 2nd level of the Hotian, and the other was only at the peak of Chi drawing Ah. What's wrong with the world? Is it just me or is it the world when such an outrageous scene occurs? Just as Chu Yuyi felt that this world was unreal, Gu Feng and Fei engaged in a fierce collision. Both of them were power-type cultivators and had absolute confidence in their strength as well as defense. The way they attacked, there was no skill to speak of, and it even looked a bit ridiculous. Yet it was incredibly shocking and hot. The 2 were like 2 stakes, not moving a step since the beginning, mechanically swinging their fists violently towards each other. Boom boom boom. Every moment there were countless great collisions, huge roars, like there were countless demonic beasts colliding passionately with each other, shining spiritual radiance, as brilliant as fireworks. Fei was stout, 2 heads taller than Gu Feng, his body surface covered with black spiritual energy, and from afar, he looked like a black Vajra, furiously attacking the skinny human in front of him. Gu Feng's eyes were stern, his chi was magnificent, and his head full of black hair was thick and crystalline, just like an indomitable fighter, facing a terrifying giant and brazenly going up. It was a contest of strength against strength, a collision of muscle against muscle, and a test of defense and will for both sides. The 2 men's high-frequency output was sufficient to fight for an incense stick of time, and the spiritual energy aftermath emanating from them scraped away a thick layer of the ground within a 10-meter radius. Their bodies gradually sank, and soon all of them disappeared into the ground, and the crowd could only see the splashing mud and debris, as well as the roaring sound that resounded through Carp Mountain. And the roar was getting lower and lower, so it was obvious that the 2 had hit a very deep part of the ground. They want to punch the ground through? A cultivator said incredulously. He had never seen such a simple and crude means of attack. Gu Feng and Fatty, they were originally the same type of cultivator, but to fight like this, it's still unexpected. Too rough, too scribbly, too passionate, too hot. Will Gu Feng forge the feat of piercing Carp Mountain in one day, or will Fatty continue his myth of invincibility? Some bold disciples approached the deep pit, wanting to take a look at Gu Feng and Fatty's current condition. However, they couldn't get close at all, and the spiritual energy that was being declared from the deep pit was incredibly strong, and like a hurricane, it lifted them out. I don't know how long it took, but a thunderous bellow came out from the ground, like Gu Feng's voice, and immediately after, Gu Feng, dressed in plain clothes, rushed out of the ground, his face furious. "You fat pig, how dare you not be martial and use a weapon?" The crowd was in an uproar at these words. Fatty had actually used a weapon, something that couldn't have happened if the sun had come out of the west. It was even the first time that everyone, including Carp Mountain's chief Eldersher, knew that Fatty turned out to have a weapon as well. After Gu Feng rushed out of the ground, Fei also came to the ground. At this moment, his nose was bruised and swollen, blood was spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his chest was slightly sunken. Clearly, he had lost the battle of strength against Gu Feng. The words "how is this possible" surfaced in the minds of the crowd, crazily bombarding their brains. Before they could come back to their senses, Fei, who had a fierce aura, had a hideous face and his eyes completely turned blood red as he gasped for air and scrambled towards Gu Feng. He completely fell into a frenzy and erupted into the strongest battle power. Sharp-eyed disciples found that at this moment, in Fei's hands, there was an additional 1 meter long, thumb-thick, somewhat like a black leather whip weapon, which was rusty and had no runic glitter, similar to the mortal weapon picked up by the roadside, and was very inconspicuous. However, it was this inconspicuous weapon that made Gu Feng, who had even dared to harden himself against a spirit weapon before, face frozen, dodging from side to side, not daring to harden himself against it. Chapter 90 Jia laugh, also come really cool, looking at Gu Feng, who was jumping up and down and constantly retreating. Everyone couldn't help but ask a question in their minds: what's wrong with Gu Feng? Judging from Gu Feng's face, he was a little angry and a little fearful, as if the rusty leather whip held in Fei's hand was a terrifying weapon of mass murder. Old Willow? See the origin of the weapon in Fatty's mouth? Elder Stone, the chief stone of Carp Mountain, frowned. Obviously he didn't know the reason for Gu Feng's evasion either. There are no runes, no spirit glow, and no berserk attacks. Elder Lu even used a few no. Listening to the sight of Elder Shen straight rolled his eyes. No wonder the old Lu can become the chief elder of the entire outer door. This language level absolute. The whole article does not say cannot read, but between the lines of the words but all reflect the meaning of I can't understand. That black leather whip is a very ancient weapon. Shu Yuyi spoke out in a low voice, his eyes blossoming with a wise light, drawing sideways glances from Elder Lu and the others. You see it? An elder asked offhandedly. No, Chu Yui Mirage said without turning her head back, to make Gu Feng avoid it. It's a weapon without a doubt, and it's covered in rust. Upon hearing this, Elder Shur and the others pulled the corners of their mouths. This female child has the essential elements to become the leader of a force that commands a party. Too damned good at talking nonsense. Only Gu Feng, who had personally experienced it, understood the terror of that black leather whip. As a matter of fact, that unassuming leather whip, when struck on the human body, would not show any injuries at all, and was even comfortable for a moment when it was struck. But after being comfortable, what immediately followed was a sharp pain that drilled into his heart, a pain that couldn't be described in words. Gu Feng could only feel his scalp tingling, his soul trembling, and his entire body spasming. Even with Gu Feng's tough nature, after a few attempts, he was too intimidated to touch that leather whip. Luckily, Fei didn't know any martial arts skills either. He just waved his whip around randomly, and with his body's flexibility advantage, Gu Feng dodged wave after wave of attacks. But he was in a sorry state. The best defense is to attack, and if you keep avoiding it, defeat is a matter of time. With that in mind, Gu Feng took out a wargo that he had snatched earlier and held it in his hand, sweeping it towards the falling whip. A shocking scene appeared. The spirit soldier wargo, in contact with the leather whip, was so unbearable that the 18 runes on it burst open in an instant, and the wargo broke into two. What was even more outrageous was that through the wargo, Gu Feng felt the familiar tearing sensation of his soul, which hurt him so much that he hurriedly threw down half of the wargo in his hand. What kind of weapon is this? Gu Feng was shocked in his heart and could do nothing about the black leather whip in Fei's hand. Ah! Fei see Gu Feng frustrated. Fei showed a hint of caricature smile, although he does not know martial arts skills, but in the powerful strength, but also in the hands of the whip to make impervious to the wind. Countless leather whip shadows formed a net that crushed toward Gu Feng. Mad! Gu Feng, who was constantly retreating, cursed angrily in his heart, stifled and angered, and once he gritted his teeth, he once again took out the spirit soldier that he had obtained from the rich female cultivator, held it in his hand, and lunged towards Fei. The second spiritual weapon burst open again without any suspense, and then he took out a third. Gu Feng roared and fought hard against Fei, and after he ran out of spiritual weapons, he used mortal weapons, and in the end, Even some of the refining materials were held in his hands as weapons. It was the only way to counteract some of the sharp pain transmitted by the whip. Glancing between gazes at the scraps of weapons on the ground, Gu Feng's heart was twisted. These were spirit stones. This amazing duel had caused him to suffer unprecedentedly huge losses. If he couldn't defeat the fat pig in front of him and couldn't get half of the belongings on those Hotian realm disciples, he would lose a lot of money. With that in mind, he roared, gritted his teeth, and began to fight Fei's attacks with his arms. The severe pain that tore through his soul caused Gu Feng's face to distort and his eyes to fill with blood, making him look like he was going crazy. Now, Elder Lu and the others finally guessed that the leather whip in Fei's hand was, I'm afraid, a weapon that specialized in attacking cultivators' souls. Is this considered mindlessness? In a sense, Gu Feng has gotten the exercise he deserves. Elder Lu stroked his beard and said with relief. Elder Shi on the side skimmed his lips. Gu Feng was exercised, but Carp Mountain had suffered heavy losses. From the current situation, Gu Feng had already taken out a desperate stance, and it was only a matter of time before Fei was defeated. As expected, under Gu Feng's reckless attack, Fei, who was already injured, became disorganized in his footsteps and was somewhat unable to fight. Gu Feng moved at high speed, fighting hard against the heart-rending pain while hitting a blistering onslaught of attacks around Fei. Both of them were yelling and screaming, as if they had been brutally beaten. The only difference was that Gu Feng was not injured on the outside, and it was only his soul that was in pain, while Fei's flesh and soul were both suffering from heavy injuries. His eyes and brow bones burst open, his nose caved in, his mouth ripped open, and several of his finger bones were broken. Ka-chow! After wrenching off one of Fei's fingers once again, Gu Feng finally snatched the whip from Fei's hand and threw the black whip into his storage ring before laughing out loud. Jia jia jia. At this moment, Gu Feng finally understood why all those villains liked to jia 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 laugh, because that feeling was really cool. Gu Feng approached Fei step by step, and the latter retreated step by step, a rare flash of panic actually appearing in his blood-red surging eyes. Even in the midst of madness, there was a consciousness lurking in the depths that told him that the man in front of him was extremely scary and would kill you. As Gu Feng traveled, his body surface blossomed with holy light, as if he had been clothed in a jade battlesuit, and the entire person appeared lofty and extraordinary, hair like a waterfall, flashing aura, flying recklessly. Fat pig, you're hitting me so hard, Gu Feng roared hideously, and then the airflow around his body surged at great speed, and his entire body's spiritual energy exploded as he executed his best technique, the 10,000 Beasts technique. He was like an angry savage beast, sometimes like a lion descending a mountain, sometimes like a pale wolf pouncing, sometimes like a moose jumping, sometimes like a falcon swooping, clawing, ripping, tearing, biting, slapping, and hammering. His hands, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, buttocks, and even his head and teeth were all transformed into weapons, and every bone in his entire body was moving to maximize its function. Oh, that's right, copy and paste again. At the foot of Carp Mountain, a brutal aura wafted as Gu Feng transformed into a dozen or so terrifying behemoths and surrounded Fei in a frenzy. He, who was invincible in Carp Mountain, was actually like a wisp of willow floss at this moment, floating in the midst of Gu Feng's blistering attacks. Sister Ting Ting, Gu Feng is too strong. Are we never going to get back what we were robbed of? The rich female cultivator murmured out with a terrified look on her face. Chi Ting Ting, whose eyes were dull, returned to her senses and looked at the slender figure in the field, nodding with a complex expression, although he did not want to admit it. But the fact is so, Gu Feng has been strong to an unimaginable point. To know that he is still only Qi-induced realm if it is a breakthrough in the Hotian realm, I am afraid that Fatty cannot walk under him over 10 strokes, not to mention their own. At the thought of her vaguely aching chest as well as her swollen buttocks, Chi Ting Ting gritted her teeth and murmured, that bastard. In the attic, Elder Shi looked at Fei, who was about to be killed, his face showing concern, and wanted to step in to stop him, but he was pulled back by Elder Lu. In a deep voice, he said, there's a light flickering at the bottom of Fatty's blood-red eyes. Chapter 91 The God-Beating Whip. Bang, 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 punching, Fei's feet left the ground, and his large body, as if in a state of weightlessness, flipped and swayed amidst Gu Feng's roiling fists. The crowd watched as their eyelids jumped, their teeth were sore, their bodies shivered uncontrollably, and the sound of cool air being sucked in rose and fell. Gu Feng is too violent. Only Fei's amazing physique can carry his blistering and forceful attacks. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have become meat foam, needed a ball of flour, and could open a Bowsy store. What is this Gu Feng doing? It's not trying to beat Fei to death. I haven't heard of any beef between the two. Carp Mountain is not allowed to kill anyone. Gu Feng should just be venting out. After all, he was beaten up a bit by Fei's mysterious black leather whip before. Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined that Carp Mountain's recognized #1 would end up in Gu Feng's hands today. It's just too amazing. He's only in the chi drawing realm. Maybe he hasn't even reached the peak yet, and he was able to cross over and defeat Fei, who's at the second level of the Hotian. The 10,000 tribulation Dao body is too strong, but the thunder tribulation is always a hurdle that can't be stepped over, so I don't know how far Gu Feng will be able to go in the future. Looking at the crazy output of Gu Feng, the crowd whispered. At this moment, those cultivators who had been robbed of their belongings had no more complaints in their hearts, just like when they had been robbed by Fei before. Not only did they not complain, but they were even a bit thankful that Gu Feng had retained his strength at the beginning, or else they wouldn't just have been robbed of their belongings and traumatized, but I'm afraid that a large portion of them would have been completely crippled. A small gap between people will give rise to jealousy and resentment in the depths of human nature, but if the gap is so large that it reaches a certain level, then the only thing left is awe. For a long time after the winner and loser had already been decided, Gu Feng was beating Fei unilaterally, and even when he was out of breath and sweating, he didn't stop attacking. The crowd thought that he was venting, but in fact, Gu Feng was doing this because he was instructed to do so by Zhu Qingyan, and as for why Zhu Qingyan had told him to do this, there were no details at the beginning. Whip him in the head with the whip of the gods. After about an incense stick of time, when Gu Feng really couldn't fight, Zhu Qingyan once again sent out instructions to him through voice transmission. A whip? With a clear understanding in his heart, Gu Feng took out the rusty black leather whip and snapped it towards Fei's head. Hiss! As this whip went down, Fei, who had originally only grunted out under Gu Feng's wild beating, immediately let out a miserable scream. Interjection of surprise. That voice, so ebullient and flowing, was chilling to the ears. With the characteristics of Fei's thick skin and flesh, they all screamed so miserably, which shows the power of this whip. Snap! Gu Feng approached the head-hugging Fei with quick steps, and lashed the other party's head forcefully, perhaps because he had a deep understanding of this kind of soul-rending pain. Gu Feng also felt his head buzzing and his teeth souring up to his neck in the process of lashing. Elder Zhu, you have a grudge against Fei's ancestor? Looking at Fei's tearful appearance, Gu Feng couldn't help but ask. Beating him is for his own good. He's already missed the best period of whipping, and now he can only be given strong medicine to completely stimulate his potential. Zhu Qingyan's leisurely voice resounded in his head, and Gu Feng's mind was in turmoil. This way of stimulating potential was simply absolute. Fortunately, he was not born in the Fei clan. Otherwise, most likely, as soon as he was born, he would have tried to find ways to commit suicide. Look into his eyes and hit them until there's not a trace of blood red in them. Then you can stop. When you're done, come to the Hall of Pill Refining. It's weirdly tiring to transmit sounds. After saying these words, Zhu Qingyan did not make any more sounds. Slap, slap. The scene was extremely tragic. Fei held his head and screamed miserably while fleeing frantically at the foot of Carp Mountain. After a while, he couldn't run anymore and dug a big pit, burying himself directly in the earth. Gu Feng dominantly pulled him out of the ground, lifted him in his hands, and frantically whipped him. The moment the last trace of blood red at the bottom of the other party's eyes dissipated, Gu Feng stopped whipping in time. No, don't fight. I can't. Fei's broken voice came out, filled with a naive flavor, the same tone as before he was transformed. Do you know why I'm beating you? Gu Feng crouched down and approached Fei's head, asking in a deep voice. No, I don't know. Fei shook his head honestly. Gu Feng realized that Fei's eyes at the moment, clear with a hint of stupidity, looked like a simple and honest child. You just used this and broke many of my valuable treasures. Gu Feng raised the god-beating whip in his hand and said with narrowed eyes. So, what about that? Pay up. Gu Feng yelled out these two words. I don't have any money. Fei's neck shrank, bitterly removing the storage ring on his finger. Gu Feng took a look and almost got his nose out of his mouth. In the other party's storage ring, apart from some air-dried demonic beast meat, there was no other, even a single spirit stone. Pa dash. Gu Feng was furious, and with a whip, he beat Fei to the point where he grimaced and wailed. You're still so extravagant without money? Don't fight. Don't fight. I can write an IOU. Fei clutched his head, begging for his life, and shivered in response. Seeing that Gu Feng didn't believe him, he added, I can go rob. When Gu Feng heard this, he was instantly happy, pulling Fei on the ground up by his arms, wrapping his arms around the other's neck, and saying happily, I like your upward mobility. Fei bent over and allowed Gu Feng to wrap his arms around his neck, revealing a naive smile, his eyes glancing from time to time at the god-striking whip in Gu Feng's hand, nodding his head vigorously. I should. That look, not to mention humble. Fine. Then let's figure out your compensation. Dash. Seeing Gu Feng sitting on the ground, Fei also had the good sense to sit on the ground. Gu Feng smiled with an open brow and took out his palm-sized golden abacus, and the sound of snapping the abacus rang out. The wargo at the beginning was from the hands of a famous refiner. and it took as much as 3 years to find the materials alone. That hairpin grade is not great, but its surface is plated with a layer of rare metal. This metal is difficult to find in the world. Gu Feng counted the items as if they were his family's favorites, telling the origin of each item, its constituent materials, refining techniques, etc., and finally quoted an exaggerated price. And Fei on the opposite side of the table was like a little cutie pie, nodding his head vigorously one by one to indicate that he had to compensate. The owners of those original items, listening to the corners of their mouths twitching, their eyes rolling straight up. How could I not know that this weapon was so powerful? The surrounding crowd was even more messy. Gu Feng was bullying the honest people, clearly trying to rob them. No wonder he's so rich. I bet that's where it all came from. Ha! So many spirit stones. Selling Fei wouldn't even be enough. Didn't he say? Go grab it. Where to grab it? That's a bit of a stupid question. He's in Kark Mountain. Of course he's robbing us. This is finished. In the past, Fei was good at tricking and could be fooled with a little bit of food, but I'm afraid it won't work in the future. I won't replenish my equipment until the big competition at the end of the year. If you don't replenish your equipment, your battle power will be weakened a lot, and not to mention being beaten up violently. You'll also lose the resources that the Fallen Cloud sect distributes every month. Equipment still needs to be replenished. If Fei's side comes to rob, just give him some items and get rid of things. After all, he's relatively simple. Makes sense. Anyway, I'm not the weakest in Kark Mountain. Big fish eat small fish. Let's all grab it together. Everyone could see that Gu Feng wouldn't stay in Kark Mountain for long, but the aftermath he left behind had a profound effect on the entire Kark Mountain. Fei was invincible here. He wanted to rob, and other than a few Hotian realm heavenly pride, the rest of them didn't dare to resist. There is only one way everyone can think of in this situation. Everyone grabbing it together. Before Gu Feng defeated Fei, although they also robbed, they generally only looked for those with comparable strengths and robbed them in passing when they robbed the cave, without crossing the line. Later, hey, rob the weak ones directly. That way is the fastest way to get money. Just use that, and rob whoever is good. A dozen or so Hotian realm disciples looked at the group of Chi drawing realm disciples, their eyes emitting a ghostly light. As for those Chi drawing realm disciples, their faces were bitter and their heads drooped. Only Wu Chi and the others were bland, with Gu Feng as the big tree. No one in the entire Kark Mountain, including Fei, dared to rob them. It's nice to be under a big tree. Thinking about this, the few of them were all puffing out their chests with pride. Total 189 million, rounded up to 200 million, monthly interest rate of 5 cents, Gu Feng said aloud towards Fei. The moment the astonishing figure of 200 million came out, everyone, including Elder Lu, froze. Never seen such a ruthless person. Gu Feng not only opened the price to the sky, put forward 200 million compensation, is even more outrageous to ask for 5 points of interest, which is even higher than the usury. Will Fei be able to pay it off in his lifetime? The point was, the items corresponding to the 200 million heavenly compensation were all looted by Gu Feng, and only a portion of them were lost during the battle. Whoever wanted to challenge Gu Feng in the future, I'm afraid they'd have to weigh whether they had the ability to withstand the huge amount of compensation they'd receive after losing the battle. The outer sect robbery did not recognize the IOUs, and Elder Shur in the attic was tempted to speak up and declare Gu Feng's compensation clause invalid, but when he saw Fei's clear and stupid eyes, Elder Shur didn't bother to say anything. It was useless to say anything, and it was expected that this kid would end up going to Gu Feng for compensation. There's no way around it. The transformed Fei just gives off this feeling that he'll never lie or make a heart attack. After negotiating the compensation payment, Gu Feng was satisfied and patted Fei's shoulder, saying something to encourage him to work hard to earn money, which gave the latter a feeling of being flattered. And then, Gu Feng turned his gaze to the dozens of Hotian realm disciples, who were also very sensible, and the male disciples began to undress, with only a pair of pants left on their entire body, and then handed over all of their belongings, including their storage rings, to Gu Feng. Instead of handing over half of Gu Feng's belongings as originally agreed, they gave them all with both hands. In their words, Fei owes so much money, he will surely be robbed later, and the remaining half of his belongings will most likely not be preserved. So why should he be subjected to an extra beating for no reason at all? The female disciples, they were pretty much the same, except they didn't take off the clothes on their bodies. Perhaps a few people wanted to get off, but the place and timing were not right, and one after another, they made glances towards Gu Feng, subtly expressing the excitement in their hearts. For Gu Feng, he only had money in his eyes, and women would only hinder his speed of earning money, lazily. In the end, Gu Feng didn't forget to give these close friends of Tuobale an ideal cave, and cared for the others, not to rob them. After doing all this, in the gaze of the crowd in awe, Gu Feng left in contentment and went straight to the outer sect exchange, exchanging all the items except for the God-striking whip for spirit stones. Carp Mountain originally had more than 10,000 disciples, but since it wasn't the end of the month, most of the disciples had gone out to look for opportunities, and a large portion of the remaining 3,000 or so disciples were so poor that they couldn't get much out of them. Despite this, Gu Feng had still harvested nearly 100 million spirit stones worth of possessions, and with Fei's $200 million note, the total gain was 300 million. Oh, it's still faster to rob for money than to do business. Gu Feng's heart was stirred. Harvesting $300 million a day was hundreds of times easier and more enjoyable than doing business, which in the past, one would not even dare to dream about. In his excitement, he didn't forget Zhu Qingyan's instructions and went straight to the pill refining hall. Arriving at the alchemy room where the two often met, Gu Feng was surprised to find that Zhu Qingyan had long since manifested her true form. Today's flame was a bit dull and not as hot as before, and she just stood there straight, her back a bit sullen. She murmured something that dripped with sadness. Whip the god. Chapter 92. Then what makes you think that I don't need to fight against heaven? Zhu Qingyan also demanded that he be beaten with a god-beating whip. At first, he was invigorated. Not a moment later, his face became pitch black. Zhu Qingyi is like a slippery small fish. Even if he will be playing god whip swing smoke, always unable to touch each other a hair. It's not a monkey's errand to shout that you're the one who smacked you, and then to hide faster than anyone else. Gu Feng's face was unsightly as he directly put away the god-striking whip and stopped paying attention to Zhu Qingyan. Go on a hair. You keep dodging so I can hit the air? Gu Feng skimmed his mouth and said breathlessly, LOL, dodging is from my body's instinctive reaction, not intentionally. Seeing that Gu Feng had lost interest, Zhu Qingyan also stopped dwelling on it and took the god-striking whip in Gu Feng's hand, gently caressing it as if an old friend had met and sighed softly. The whip of the beating god is the exclusive weapon of the great Ming Divine Master. Zhu Qingyi's voice was low, like a scroll unfolding. The great Ming Divine Master, originating from the barbarian race, was the most astonishingly talented Grand Elder in the history of the barbarian race, no less than the great Ming Divine Emperor. Over 300 years of the Daming calendar, the Daming Divine Dynasty was shaken by internal and external troubles, and the barbarian Grand Elder led the barbarians, and was credited with stabilizing the Daming Kingdom, and was enthroned as the Daming Divine Master. His knowledge is extensive, proficient in Dan, weapons, talismans, and Taoism, and he is in charge of the Royal Taoist Academy, which specializes in training the children of the Daming Zhu clan, and the last god emperor of the Daming Divine Dynasty was his disciple. The whip of the beating god, an imperial weapon he made specifically for the purpose of indoctrinating the barbarians. This item not only got rid of the uncontrolled drawbacks of the barbarian outbreaks, allowing the barbarians to be accepted by the world and get rid of the ecologically harsh zones, but also revitalized the Daming Divine Dynasty and ushered in its last glory. Due to his status as a member of the royal family of the Great Ming Dynasty, Zhu Qingyan rightfully became a disciple of the Divine Master of the Great Ming Dynasty, and was often chastised by the Divine Master because of his mischievous character during his early childhood. Back then, the Divine Master would always take the god-striking whip and shake it in front of me while shaking me to the core, but he missed every single time. Speaking here, Zhu Qingyan's voice grew lower and lower, and there seemed to be tears flickering in the corners of her eyes. Gu Feng felt that strong sadness and hastily changed the subject. Divine Master Warp, how come your alchemy skills are so poor? Slap. Zhu Qingyan's evaporating eyes crystallized, lightly patted Gu Feng's head, and snapped. Alchemy is something you have to be talented at. Just like you can't even refine a single serious elixir. What's so strange about my low level of alchemy? If you know that, why are you obsessed with alchemy? Gu Feng blurted out, a question he had been curious about for a long time. Cultivators have a long lifespan, but there is no need to waste it on areas that are not suitable for them, and with this energy, it would be better to cultivate properly. Aren't you the same, obsessed with alchemy? I'm not like you. I have to earn money and fight against God. Then what makes you think that I don't need to fight for my life against the heavens? Zhu Qingyan laughed lightly and said indifferently, if the god-striking whip wasn't severely damaged, and if Fei didn't know the method of refining the god-striking whip, 10 of you wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him. As he spoke, Zhu Qingyan raised the god-striking whip in his hand. Gu Feng deeply agreed. Hundreds of thousands of years of super god dynasty's divine master's exclusive supreme imperial artifact. When it has this power, the god-striking whip requires a supporting mantra, which I don't know, so I can only teach you a tricky way to refine it initially, and find a way to restore it to its former glory later. Well, Gu Feng nodded and followed the method taught by Zhu Qingyan, forcing out a drop of his heart's blood and applying it to the god-striking whip, while the obscure ancient language was recited. The god-striking whip looked like it had a life, and began to tremble slightly, and the rust on it was gradually falling off. revealing what it should have looked like originally. After about an hour, the god-striking whip became all black and shiny, creating a mysterious connection with Gu Feng's mind, and through the broken runes on the body of that whip, it was as if he had seen the tragic battle back then. Elder Zhu, how did the great Ming divine dynasty end up being destroyed? The submission of the barbarians caused the Daming divine dynasty to usher in its last glory, but this glory only lasted less than 20,000 years, a history that Gu Feng had never even heard of. Everything in this world has a destiny. Perhaps it's time for the Daming divine dynasty to come to an end. He had almost gone against the heavens, but failed. These matters are too far away from you, and as a matter of urgency, your task is to search for a thunder attribute body while breaking through the Hotian realm. Understood. That's exactly what I intend to do. Gu Feng nodded. The history of the divine dynasty was indeed too distant for him, and the most pressing goal at the moment was to find a thunder attribute body and then advance to the Hotian realm. Elder Zhu, lightning attribute cultivators most likely can't find it. Lightning attribute demonic beasts are not available in the entire Sunset Cloud sect. They need to go outside to find it. But I heard Elder Meng of the Spirit Beast Garden say that rare demonic beasts like the lightning attribute are rare even within the territory of the state of Chu. And even if there is one, it's still a sky-high price. Gu Feng was a bit worried. Didn't you earn a lot of money? Zhu Qingyan's face was unhappy. She could see what was going on in Gu Feng's mind. This kid just didn't want to spend a lot of money. I don't actually have a lot of money. Don't misunderstand me, Senior Zhu. I'm not saying this because I'm heartbroken about my money. What I mainly want to express is that in the case of very bad luck, if I can't find a lightning attribute cultivator or a lightning attribute demonic beast, can I use other items instead? Gu Feng was embarrassed and scratched his head. That pushy, stingy tone made Zhu Qingyan's mood irritable. I don't care if you're looking for a cultivator or a demonic beast. In any case, the thing you're looking for must fulfill two characteristics. 1. The thunder attribute, and 2. It has a life-growing nature. As the words fell out, Zhu Qingyan didn't bother to pay any more attention to Gu Feng, and her body disappeared into the ground. Gu Feng wrinkled his brow and walked out of the alchemy room, pondering where to find a suitable body for Zhu Qingyan. Although he had read a lot of books in the Gu family, the Gu family was ultimately a small family, which had any good books. At this moment, Gu Feng was rather in a dilemma of not knowing where to go when the book was in use. Let's practice martial arts for a while before we think about it while practicing. Returning to the small courtyard, Gu Feng began practicing the two martial arts that he had previously obtained from Zhu Qingyan, the Soundwave type and arguably Soul Attack type Jade Lion Shattering Gold Roar and the Stance type martial art Lin Jiang Xian. These were the two martial arts skills that Zhu Qingyan had matched specifically for Gu Feng's 10,000 Beast skill. The grade was not stated, but it was thought that they should be extraordinary. These two martial arts could greatly enhance Gu Feng's attack efficiency, and with the previously refined God-striking whip, his battle power would at least double. Roar! For the next few days, every moment in Gu Feng's small courtyard, the sound of hissing resounded. Looking at a meter in front of him, a broken stone, Gu Feng sighed. This Jade Lion Shattered Gold Roar is really strong, just a little costly voice. For the past few days, he's been yelling hoarsely, his voice is red and swollen, and he doesn't even feel like eating anymore. If this continued, I was afraid that he would become mute. So Gu Feng began to cultivate the Lin Jiang Xian again. This stance was as immortal as its name. I only saw Gu Feng's body floating uncertainly, just like an exiled immortal, his clothes fluttering as he paraded through the world. As the cultivation progressed, his figure was so fast that it was indiscernible to the naked eye, and from afar, it was as if there were several Gu Fengs existing at the same time, indistinguishable from the real ones, and it was dozens of times more subtle than if he had accelerated with brute force before. There were no days or months in cultivation, and without realizing it, a month passed. Gu Feng had a whole new understanding of the two martial arts in his bitter training, and although there were still flaws, there was not much of a problem in initially applying them in actual combat. In an old small courtyard, the slender Gu Feng, wandering idly, from time to time issued a low roar that shocked the mind. Just then, a thud sounded outside the compound. Senior Sister Chu? Gu Feng is not here. Through the gap in the courtyard's gate, Gu Feng saw Chu Yi Hui's figure, and he strangled himself, letting out a shrill voice. I'm not here to ask you for money. I'm here to give you money. The corner of Chu Yi Hui's mouth twitched, and through the gap, she saw Gu Feng. Squeak! Gu Feng opened the door to welcome the guests. Anyway, this is the outer door. Chu Yi Fantasy did not dare to mess around. Senior Sister Chu, I thought you came to ask me for Senior Sister Chi's storage ring? You grabbed it with your ability. The chief elder of Carp Mountain didn't even say anything. I, Chu Yi Hui, am not someone who can't afford to lose, Chu Yi Hui said atmospherically. Senior Sister Chu's atmosphere. Gu Feng smiled and gave Chu Yi Hui a nod. Want to make money? P.S. This was a disaster. Went to get a radiograph and it showed some minor bone fractures in the wrist. Chapter 93. Keep up the good work and watch out for you. Make money? Gufeng suspiciously looked at Chu Yuyihui. This woman is not rich herself. There are opportunities to make money can think of themselves? Don't doubt my intentions. Not everyone is as pitiful as you. A flash of cunning swept across the bottom of Chu Yuyimiraj's eyes, and she said in a serious manner, a secret realm with some treasures inside. Without waiting for Gufeng to inquire, Chu Yuyihui clambered up as if pouring beans. In short, there was a broken secret realm, the exact age of which was unknown. But in any case, there were treasures inside for sure. There are 2 keys to the secret realm. Recently another person contacted her to discuss the matter of opening the secret realm. Listen to the tone of the other person and Chu Yuyi fantasy do not deal with. To enter the secret realm more than likely there is also mutual competition. This secret realm was somewhat special. It would suppress the cultivation of the cultivator at the 3rd level of the Hotian, and according to Chu Yuyi's guess, this kind of secret realm was mostly a place for ancient sects to try out their disciples. The reason why he had approached Gufeng was because he was interested in Gufeng's powerful battle strength and extraordinary physical body, which might be able to have an unexpected effect in the secret realm. How much are you prepared to pay for inviting me into the secret realm? There were treasures in the secret realm, so of course Gufeng was moved. Not a penny, Chu Yuyihui said with a spreading smile. Bye. Seeing Gufeng's banishment order, she not only didn't leave, but instead sat down in front of the stone table in the courtyard, crossed her legs, and said quietly, there are a lot of ancient treasures in the secret realm, and with your ability, I believe that you will be able to gain a lot of money. At those words, Gufeng's heart stirred and he came to sit beside Chu Yuyihui. The ancient treasure inside belongs to whoever gets it? Of course. Chu Yuyi fantasy nodded her head affirmatively, and the smile on her face grew even wider. Why do I feel like you're punking me? Gufeng squinted at the other party and wrinkled his brow. So you're afraid of being pitched? Chu Yuyihui said with interest. Only I pit people. No one can pit me. What other restrictions are there? Tell them all. Gufeng smiled boldly, expecting the other party's conditions to be more than that. Sure enough, after Gufeng said those words, Chu Yuyi fantasy took out a snapping restriction condition. 2 of the most important ones. 1. No robbing of the treasures belonging to the cultivators on Chu Yuyihui's side, and the other side is free to do as it pleases. 2nd. If the cultivators on his side were in a life-threatening situation, Gufeng would pay Chu Yuyimiraj an additional 500,000 lower-grade spirit stones for each person he saved when he was able to do so. Chu Yuyihui finished the restrictions, and then clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Gufeng with a smug look. If I don't find a single treasure, won't it be a wasted trip? You have to believe in yourself. With your strength, how can you not find a single treasure? Even if you can't find it, aren't there still fat sheep that you can snatch? As he spoke, a smile flashed across Chu Yuyihui's face. The person with whom you have a competitive relationship, the team led by the other party, is not a generalized one that can be robbed so easily? Gufeng skimmed his mouth and said with a speechless expression, then will you go or not? For Gufeng's words, Chu Yuyi fantasy was not convinced, not to mention that the realm of the crowd was suppressed at the 3rd level of the Hotian. Even if it was the 4th level of the Hotian, with Gufeng's temperament, he also robbed as usual. This kid wants money but not life. Go! Gufeng responded decisively. But I'm going to ask someone to go with me. Who? Gufeng invited someone. A rare sight. Chu Yuyihui had to be more cautious. Fei, you can invite him? Fei's battle power. Chu Yuyi fantasy had seen it before. It was just a pity that she was not too familiar with this person. Otherwise she would have wanted to invite the other party as well. I'm his debtor. How can I not be invited? A few hours later, a thud of footsteps sounded outside the small courtyard, and Fei, who was covered in fat, ran all the way from Carp Mountain. Owed Gufeng so much money. He has been under a lot of pressure lately. The whole person has lost some weight. The most obvious is his stomach. Before like a pregnant woman with 8 months of pregnancy, now a big circle smaller. Looks only 6 months pregnant. I heard there's money to be made? The naive tone came from Fei as he sat his butt down on the stone bench, and due to his weight, the stone bench shattered in response, causing Gufeng to be very unhappy. Seeing Gufeng's ugly face, Fei naively scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and just stood there straight. Hotian triple? Gufeng then realized that Fei had actually broken through his cultivation again within a month, becoming a Hotian 3rd grader. The barbarian cultivators were really tough. Gufeng couldn't help but marvel in his heart. You enter the secret realm in a group with me. There's no reward, and the treasures you get will be split 28%, Gufeng said with a faint smile. When this statement came out, Fei did not have much reaction, but Chu Yuyihui was directly speechless. The same effort, 2 or 8 points is too pitiful. Of course, this wasn't something she needed to be concerned about. Fei was still an extremely dangerous character despite the drastic change in his disposition after being beaten up by Gu Storm. Gu Feng's proposal to bind him with Fei was a perfect thing to remove her worries. Okay, with Big Brother around, I'm sure he won't treat me badly. Ever since that day, Fei had developed a strange mentality towards Gu Feng, always feeling that Gu Feng was close and wouldn't harm him. Gu Feng nodded in satisfaction before looking at Chu Yuyi. The latter frowned somewhat slightly, as if assessing the riskiness of uniting the two together, and after no more than a moment, revealed a smile. In these few years, I've been waiting for the secret realm to open and get rich by storm, to be on the safe side, and for the benefit of both parties, let's make a heavenly Dao oath. Gu Feng gave the other party a breathless look and didn't refuse, only adding, after leaving the secret realm, no matter what the outcome is, Chu Yuyi Fantasy shall not, for any reason, seize his treasures or retaliate. Chu's senior sister, Gu Feng has always felt that I am very lucky, in case the valuable treasures in the secret realm are all obtained by the two of us. Chu Yuyi Mirage listened expressionlessly. His heart had long since turned over with laughter. How could one who holds a key to a secret realm not know anything about the secret realm? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she knew the places in the secret realm where treasures might exist like the back of her hand. She just hadn't told Gu Feng. She had only one purpose for inviting Gu Feng, and that was for him to be a free hitter, just in case. As for treasure hunting, don't even think about it. Of course, Gu Feng wasn't a fool, and had already guessed something from Chu Yuyi's unsuspecting smile. Then we'll hurt each other. Both of them had ideas in their hearts, but they just didn't declare them, and after taking the heavenly Dao oath, they just became intimate partners. Senior sister Chu, there's something I want to ask you for advice, but there's no harm in saying it? Where can I buy a lightning attribute demonic beast or a heavenly material that is contrary to the heavens and has life force as well? The reason why he had agreed to the trip to the secret realm so readily, treasure hunting, was only one of the reasons. A more important one was that he wanted Chu Yuyi to become a bodyguard, escorting him in search of items suitable for Chu Qingyan's body. After all, the Qiu family and Qiu Tian were like a sharp sword hanging over his head, making it impossible for him to wander outside of the Sunset Cloud sect without fear. It needs to be of good quality, but not the expensive kind. Seeing Chu Yuyi fall into thought, Gu Feng hurriedly added a sentence. The thunder attribute represents destruction, and a new life in destruction is already a rare thing, but any item that can fulfill these two characteristics cannot be cheap. Chu Yuyi wrinkled his brows and murmured in a low voice. After a long time, her eyes lit up. I don't know about demonic beasts, but I know that more than 10 years ago, the Chu Kingdom's imperial capital popularized an item called Thunder Spirit Grass, which was once speculated to a sky-high price, and people with status and position tended to rush towards it. It even replaced spirit stones as currency at one point. Gu Feng listened attentively, his face turning strange, always feeling that the story of the Thunder Spirit Grass in Chu Yuyi's mouth was very similar to the tulip incident he had heard before he crossed over. The royal capital of Chu has been cut by someone with a heart of gold? Well, in just 3 years, a large number of spirit stones and rare resources flowed out of Chu. The national strength further declined, and finally people found out that this Thunder Spirit Grass, although it is a rare thunder attribute spirit grass, can be of no farting use, and it's not even rare, and in a mountain range outside of Chu, it's all over the place, and even the demonic beasts don't bother to nibble on it. Chu Yuyi said here. Her mood was low. It was evident that this matter had quite a big impact on her. That Thunder Spirit Grass, is there any left in Chu now? Gu Feng's heart stirred and he immediately asked. Although this grass was not suitable, but if he really couldn't find it and Chu Qingyan didn't care, he could use it. No more. After this happened, the Chu imperial family ordered that all of the Thunder Spirit Grass be eradicated overnight. Chu Yuyi seemed to have not gotten out of the Thunder Spirit Grass incident and became disinterested. Not a single one left? Gu Feng asked with some reluctance. Neither. There are a small number of people who have kept the Thunder Spirit Grass as a disgrace to Chu. Can you get me a plant? I can pay for it, Gu Feng said in his heart. The Thunder Spirit Grass is something that is definitely not suitable for Elder Zhu, but it can also be used to prove that one has tried hard under the treat of not being able to find a Thunder attribute spirit beast. I want to think of a way. Not a big problem, buy even if this thing thrown on the side of the road are too lazy to pick up. Chu Yuyi Fantasy waved his hand and said. Gu Feng stood up with a whoosh, holding Chu Yuyi's hand and kept saying words of thanks. Don't eat my tofu, Gu Feng. The two agreed to leave in 3 days. After Chu Yuyi left, Fei, who had been maintaining a standing posture, carefully sat half of his butt on the stone bench, took off a storage ring, and respectfully handed it to Gu Feng. Here's about $30 million to pay off some of the debt first. Gu Feng glanced at the storage ring and was somewhat surprised. This kid's earning speed is not bad. Hey, I robbed the whole Carp Mountain. Paying off my debt may be a bit slower in the future. I was expelled from Carp Mountain by Old Man Sure. Looking at the naive Fei, Gu Feng couldn't help but smile, silently accepting the storage ring and patting the other party's shoulder. There's no rush to pay back the money. Take your time. Take this 30 million as 3 months interest. You still owe me 200 million. The young man is not bad. Just 1 month time. Earn 3 months of interest, shaving off the past month. The next 2 months you can rest easy. No longer worry about the interest. Keep up the good work. I think highly of you. Fei was confused. Always felt that something was wrong. Opened his mouth, but could not say a word. Alright, big brother. This time I will definitely find more treasures in the secret realm and try to pay off my debt. Fei's nerves were big. To put it badly, his IQ was in arrears. He didn't dwell too much on Gu Feng's traps. A pair of squinting eyes blossomed with light, and he was full of anticipation for the trip to the secret realm. Gu Feng skimmed his mouth, a face of speechlessness. This Fei is really simple. Find a fart treasure. With Chu Yuyi Hui's property of wealth fanaticism, it would be strange to find it. It would be better to directly rob it. This woman most likely treats me as a free hitter. It doesn't matter. You can't rob your own people, but you can rob others. Thinking of this, Gu Feng couldn't help but let out a hee laugh. However, these are not what he needs to care about. Anyway, he and Gu Feng are in the same group. The gain is divided into 280. Just follow the leader is. Arranging Fei to stay, Gu Feng went straight to the alchemy room. Elder Zhu, I'm going out to find a lightning attribute spirit beast for you. At those words, Xu Qingyan's heart stirred within her as she looked at Gu Feng with an appreciative face, filled with relief. This kid is usually a bit unreliable, but when he's serious he's still dependable. Overjoyed, Xu Qingyan personally went down and instructed the 2 martial arts techniques that he had previously taught Gu Feng. The way of speed, shadowless and invisible. The mind moves at will. The intention is in front. Chapter 94, Boss, serve the food. In the inner gate of the Sunset Cloud sect, in a mansion, Tian Shao, it has now been confirmed that Gu Feng will enter the secret realm along with Chu Yuyi, an outer disciple. With a respectful expression, said in a low voice, with Gu Feng's battle prowess and his relationship with Chu Yuyi fantasy, the trip to the secret realm was expected. As he spoke, Zhou Tian licked his tongue, his eyes showing a blazing light. Ever since the news of Gu Feng's over-the-top defeat of Fei came, the turmoil within him could no longer be held back, and he secretly began to lay out his plans without his big brother's knowledge. Tian Shao, what kind of treasures does Gu Feng have on him? As Zhou Tian's little brother, that disciple knew his character too well. Not seeing a rabbit without a hawk, Gu Feng could make him care so much. It was never just because the other party killed Xiaozhe. How could there be any brotherly love in a big family? It was just for outsiders to see. There must be a treasure in Gu Feng's body that he had his heart set on. It's not your fault that you're smart. What's wrong is revealing that smartness. Learn your lesson and don't be like this in your next life. Xiaozhe, who had a kind face one moment, became hideous and horrible in the next instant, grabbing the disciple's neck and ending the other's life with a gentle twist. Big brother is still too cautious and is destined to have no chance with the treasures. Zhou Tian, who had killed someone, laughed softly as if nothing had happened. Take advantage of the night and sneak out of the Fallen Cloud sect. Appointment of the day of departure. Today's Chu Yuyi, dressed in a large red dress robe, full head of black hair high coiled up, upright posture, standing in the middle of a group of female cultivators, quite the appearance of a crane. Have you all memorized the situation in the secret realm? Remember clearly. The 10 or so female cultivators shouted in unison. Although Qi Tingting is an outer disciple, I will appoint her as your leader this time. Regarding Chu Yuyi's arrangement, no one offered to express their opposition. Qi Tingting was able to become the leader of the outer sect vegetarian girl sect. Her strength, intellect, and outlook on the big picture were all impeccable and convincing. You guys should know that I invited Gu Feng and Fei this time. You don't have to doubt the battle power of these two. Invite them, just to prevent certain places in the secret realm. Need flesh body strong people can enter. If not, can ignore them. When you encounter a crisis, solve it yourself if you can. But if you can't, try contacting Gu Feng. This situation is the last thing I wish to see, because for every one of you he saves, I will have to pay a price of 500,000 spirit stones. You guys are worth a lot of money. For some of Chu Yuyi's instructions, most of the female cultivators recognized them, except for the one about asking Gu Feng for help, which no one listened to. A hallowed inner disciple. Even if his realm was suppressed at the 3rd level of the Hotian, his combat experience was not something that could be compared to an ordinary person. Gu Feng, even if he was stronger, could only be dominant in the outer sect, and he needed to ask for help from him? Only Qi Tingting, who had seen Gu Feng's power, took these words to heart. For the last time, this trip to the secret realm is very important to me, and whether or not I can live a prosperous life in the years to come depends on you all. Will definitely not dishonor the mission. The female cultivators were united in their confidence. Yo, that's a lot of pizzazz. A bold voice rang out. Gu Feng was in the front, Fei was in the back, and the two of them walked slowly with a steady pace. Gu Feng, who was located in the front, had a handsome appearance and a well-proportioned figure, with an air of shrewdness about him. Fei behind him, on the other hand, displayed a temperament diametrically opposed to Gu Feng's, full of bubbly neat, walking with a big belly, a pair of squinting eyes, almost sunk into the fat, full of simplicity, and looking like a very unintelligent person. Fei was like a bodyguard, always standing behind Gu Feng. Gu Feng was fast and he was fast. Gu Feng was slow and he followed, always keeping a distance of about 1 meter. Just waiting for you. Treasure hunting are so inactive. Chu Yuyihui glared at Gu Feng and bristled. Gu Feng laughed and walked up quickly. His eyes were bright as he traveled, looking at Chu Yuyihui as if she was looking at a pile of shiny spirit stones, wanting to give her a big hug. Get up! Chu Yuyi Fantasy stretched out a hand against Gu Feng, who had opened his arms, and a touch of strangeness surfaced in her eyes. The other party's appearance made her mind alert, and she passed over the heaven's path oath she had taken that day in her mind, and felt that there was no problem before she lowered her guard. Stump! Gu Feng was just about to say something when the sound of Fei's running pace came from behind him, perhaps because he had too much inertia to brake in time, and crashed heavily into Gu Feng's back. Without defense, he was hit by a small mountain, and Gu Feng couldn't control his form, planting himself towards the front and tackling Chu Yuyihui directly to the ground. What are you doing? The blush on Chu Yuyihui's cheeks flickered as she violently pushed Gu Feng off her body, whooshing to her feet, quickly straightening her messy skirt and robe, her eyes glaring fiercely at Gu Feng. What are you doing? Gu Feng also got up quickly and turned his head to scold Fei fiercely and angrily. Hey, don't dudes like you like pretty girls? How about it? It feels pretty good, doesn't it, that you can waive a day's interest for me? Before he left, Gu Feng had told Fei that as long as he protected him well during this period of time, he would be able to offset the interest for the corresponding number of days, and for outstanding performance, an additional day of interest would be waived. Simple-minded Fei, believe it, full of thoughts or how to seize the opportunity to excel. This is not. The emperor is not responsible for the people, not yet out of the sunset sect, caught a great opportunity to perform well. As soon as these words came out, Gu Feng's entire body exploded in sweat, and a wave of coolness ran out from his backbone, quickly surging through his entire body. Mechanically, he turned his head to see a face full of fury, staring angrily at him. It's none of my business. It's this fat guy who's up to no good. Who are you kidding? Does Fei look that smart? Chu Yuyihui chased after Gu Feng, who desperately fled, executing Lin Jiangxian to the point where his legs smoked and froze, dodging the woman's beatings over and over again. Shi Tingting and the others watched from the sidelines, looking at each other suspiciously as rather meaningful smiles surfaced on their faces, an innate realm that couldn't catch a chi-drawing realm disciple in a short period of time. This phenomenon was intriguing. Fei, on the other hand, is on the sidelines, giggling. He feels that he is doing well. Additional exemption from one-day interest steady. Under the rising sun, a team of about 20 people, led by a woman in a large red dress and robe, made their way south. Senior Sister Chu, it's been 3 days of walking. Let's go into the city and eat something. On an ancient path, Gu Feng, who was walking at the end of the group, yelled out towards Chu Yuyihui in front of him, and Fei followed suit. Eat, just know how to eat. It's only 3 days. Can you starve to death? Turning her head to look at Gu Feng, who was sitting on Fei's back, Chu Yuyihui cursed out angrily. In the entire team, the one who was the least tired was Gu Feng. The kid had used the temptation of interest reduction to fool Fei into carrying him not long after he stepped out of the Sunset Cloud sect. Fei is also really stupid. Do not understand, only reduce the interest, not reduce the principal. A lifetime cannot pay back the 200 million debt reasoning, but also happily went to build a simple chair. Bundled back, let Gu Feng sit up. People are iron and food is steel. A day without eating is hungry. I don't even want to be paid. Do you even care about food? Gu Feng nuzzled and complained. Yes drop. I want to eat. Fei nodded his head vigorously as well. Sect Master, ahead is Cloud Smoke City. I'm afraid the group is hungry. Why don't we go in and eat some? The gang of female cultivators led by Chi Tingting were all disciples of the inner sect of the Vegetable Woman sect. They were powerful in battle, tough-minded, and loyal to Chu Yuyi, but they weren't ironclad, and they would also feel hungry. It was just that no one said anything about it. Alright, enter Cloud Smoke City. Chu Yuyi Mirage waved her hand, causing the female cultivators to cheer. Ting, I don't have many spirit stones on hand right now, so remember to keep an eye on Gu Feng for me later, and don't let this kid pack food. Understood. I'll keep an eye on him. Chu Yuyihui and others valiant, head high into the Cloud Smoke City, led by the Innate Realm. The cultivator team composed of the Innate Realm, is enough to dispel the bad intentions of all the small-minded people. Wherever they pass, the people have to avoid retreating, for fear of provoking the anger of this group of female soldiers. Boss, serve. Arriving at a 3-story restaurant, Gu Feng had just entered and yelled towards the waiter, and Fei behind him was like a repeater, yelling along. This appearance of a starving man made Chu Yuyi and the others blush, a little embarrassed, and very consciously pulled away from the two men to take their seats. Between meals, Xitingting was like an old mother hen staring at a weasel, her attention falling on Gu Feng and Fei at all times, and even when the two of them went to the restroom, she followed them step by step, fearing that they would go pack their food. This dissuaded Gu Feng and Fei from wanting to pack their bags. Eat this one. I don't know when the next one goes. Chapter 95 Golden Ridge. Chu Yanfeng. Gu Feng had a slender figure, but his physique was so powerful that his stomach was like a bottomless pit, and he couldn't see the slightest sign of satiety when he went down with a plate of roasted meat. As for Fei, that body physique, do not need to think that is a manure-making machine. Eat up, do not bring chewing, even skin and bones, all down. Gradually, Xitingting's face changed. These two were too capable of eating. From the time they sat down to now, almost half an hour, they didn't stop. The junior who specialized in this table was a bit out of breath just from carrying the plates back and forth. Sect Master, Gu Feng and Fei are too capable of eating. Should we leave immediately? Taking advantage of the fact that the two of them were not paying attention, Xitingting trotted over to Chu Yuyi and the others' private room to report the situation. Ahem, as long as you don't pack, how much can you eat? I'm poor now. But at least I'm the 5th most powerful man in the Sunset Cloud Sect's Inner Gate Heavenly ranking, and I can't afford to treat myself to one meal, so I won't let people laugh at me if I spread the word. Chu Yuyi Fantasy spoke with great bravado, but when it came to the checkout, he was immediately dumbfounded. 58,000 spirit stones. This number was purely a sprinkle to Gu Feng, but it meant something different to Chu Yuyi. One must know that the resources that the Sunset Cloud Sect distributed to the inner disciples were just about this number every month. 2 rice buckets. Chu Yuyi cursed angrily in her heart and paid the bill with a black face. From now on, no one is allowed to go into the city, and if you want to eat, just hunt. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng and Fei shrugged. Hunting is hunting. Wild game tastes better, and anyway, they don't need to do it, because Chu Yuyi had guaranteed before that the food along the way was wrapped up by her. As for those disciples of the vegetarian girl sect, they were all bitter. Listening to Chu Yuyi's meaning, she wanted them to hunt, to satisfy their own food needs while at the same time taking care of the 2 big appetizers. Gu Feng and Fei. The night is shrouded in dusty stardust. In a valley, a campfire nourished. Looking at the two of them, Gu Feng and Fei, who were leaning together with a satisfied face and picking their teeth with dog's tails, a very strong impulse flashed within Chu Yuyi, who wanted to slap these 2 rice buckets to death. The whole team, like servants to the two of them, never rested their heads as they searched for food for them along the way. It was as if the leader of this team was not Chu Yuyi, but Gu Feng. Every day nothing to do, just know to yell hungry, especially that Fei, is a top manure machine. One person dry a small mountain-sized demonic beasts, after eating still yell hungry. Those female disciples in the group, each one of them had an ugly face and a ghostly grudge. In order to find food for the two of them, they were running their legs off, and even Chu Yuyi was forced to go out and hunt for a few days. Hey, if it was time to go back to the day before the departure, Chu Yuyi would definitely not promise not to let the 2 people starve along the way just to save a few dollars. At this moment, she had some regrets, not for inviting Gu Feng and Fei, but for not being more cautious when she made the heavenly Dao oath. It was too late to say anything now, and Gu Feng's soft exchange with Fei was heard in his ears. Fei, are you full? 7 points of satiety and a demonic beast. This Chu Yuyi fantasy is also too stingy. Even if you don't give money, you still let people go hungry. Forget it, it's not easy for her. It's already difficult to find food out here in the middle of nowhere. Can't you see those women's legs are breaking? It's still Big Brother who can sympathize. The two were communicating in a low voice, but the discerning understood that it was connoting Chu Yuyi mirage. The group of female cultivators' faces were pitch black, and they all turned their heads to look at their sect master with a grimace. The latter's silver teeth clenched, itching to gnaw and eat the two. The journey south was extremely difficult. Half a month later, the group finally arrived at a mountain range called the Golden Ridge, located at the edge of Cloud County. Golden Ridge, named for the hills growing a kind of trees with yellow leaves. The breeze blew, golden waves cascading, like a large area of golden sand surging. The secret realm is within this Golden Ridge. After being delayed for so long on the road, the other party should have arrived long ago. As he spoke, Chiui glared at Fei and Gu Feng. If it wasn't for them crying out for hunger all day long, which would have taken so long to reach this place, here is a special kind of voice transmission stone, one for each of you. with your names on it, so you can communicate with each other. Looking at the silver-colored stone half the size of his palm that Chu Yuyihui handed over, Gu Feng was happy. Isn't this a cell phone? With a few buttons on it, and some runes representing the names of the people. It could be used for group chats or single chats, with a high level of sophistication. Those female cultivators of the vegetable woman sect, the moment they got their hands on the sound transmission stone, had a tacit understanding to shield the runes representing Gu Feng and Fei. They didn't want to receive a message that the two were hungry during the secret treasure hunt, and their ears were not listening to it. After entering the secret realm, everyone is free to move around, or you can travel in pairs. The most important thing is to ensure safety and not to take any risks. After Chu Yuyi Fantasy said a few simple instructions, she waved her big hand, rather like a big sister, and led the crowd into the golden ridge. Warm sunlight through the gaps of the leaves sprinkled down on the heads of the crowd. A group of more than 20 people walked along the winding path for about an hour, and entered a very large valley. This place was jagged and rocky. The ground was covered with withered vines that clicked when stepped on, and a waterfall hanging from the side of the mountain wall blasted a modest lake, splashing water and bringing a slight coolness. Arriving next to the lake, Chu Yuyihui stopped and scanned the surroundings with her gaze. Right at this moment, a group of people came from the other side of the valley, and unlike the group led by Chu Yuyihui, this group was dominated by male cultivators. They were dressed differently: scar faces, triangular eyes, bearded men, upper body without clothes exposure maniacs, everything, giving the impression that it was like a group of rabble, but the surging spiritual energies surging on their body surface, but it was highlighting their extraordinary. The overall strength was higher than Chu Yuyi Fantasy's party by more than one chip. All of them are experts. Gu Feng's heart fluttered as he spoke softly towards Fei, who also had a grave expression on his face. Doesn't your Sunset Xia sect have anyone left? Net looking for some outer winter melon crack dates. Even the dregs of the Qi drawing realm have been found. Chu Yuyi Fantasy I didn't expect you to mix so poorly in the Fallen Cloud sect. Laughs me to death. A woman's voice that made people very uncomfortable came from Gu Feng, and Gu Feng raised his eyes to look, only to see a female cultivator dressed in a colorful dress, twisting her waist as she walked out of the group. This female cultivator had superior looks, only her demeanor and mannerisms were a bit frivolous. This was completely different from the feeling Chu Yuyi gave off. The former's frivolity was engraved in her bones, while Chu Yuyi's frivolity was only superficial. From the inside, she was a very traditional woman. Moreover, that female cultivator's face was coated with thick rouge, and it didn't have the natural beauty of Chu Yuyi Fantasies. It looked strangely disgusting. After entering the secret realm, all of your strength is suppressed at the third level of the Hotian. A high realm is of no use. Chu Yinfeng, if you invited so many experts, does it mean that you don't have the strength? Chu Yufeng bristled and disliked the other party. Cluck 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 cluck. Those with a high realm will be suppressed at the third level of the Hotian, but they can't pull up the cultivation of the lousy ones in the Qi drawing realm. The female cultivator named Chu Yinfeng raised her eyebrows and looked at Gu Feng with contempt. Mad. Who did I invite to come up here and spew out of my mouth? It's really bad luck. Do all villains nowadays like to stomp on others so much? Gu Feng bristled and turned to the side, not bothering to pay any more attention to this Chu Yinfeng whose IQ was in arrears. Suddenly, he felt a hidden gaze shooting at him, turning his head to see that at some point, there was an additional black-robed cultivator beside Chu Yinfeng. The brim of his hat was pressed low and he wore a green ghost mask. His aura was deep and deep, judging from the spiritual radiance shining on his body surface. This was an innate realm expert. The black-robed cultivator was beside Chu Yinfeng and whispered a few words, and the latter glanced at Gu Feng in surprise, with deep meaning, as if he was looking at a dead person. Gu Feng's heart thumped as a strong feeling rose in his heart that this black-robed cultivator's target was most likely himself. But it didn't matter. After Zhu Qingyan's guidance, the two martial arts techniques of Jade Lion Shattering Gold Roar and Lingjiang Xian, Gu Feng had already made it to the top, coupled with the 10,000 Beast skill and the God Striking Whip, not to mention the Hotian Triple. Even if it was the Hotian Quadruple, he had no fear, unless this Hotian Quadruple was a heavenly pride of the same level as Fei, in order to put some pressure on him. Otherwise he would come to one and kill one. Chu Yufeng, with so many weaklings with you, if all of them fall in the secret realm, will you cry out in pain and look for me to fight for your life? Strongly suppressing the anger in her heart, Chu Yinfeng asked with a smile. Cluck cluck cluck. You're overthinking it. Chu Yuyi Fantasy was confidently glowing. After entering the Sunset Cloud sect, she had begun searching for candidates for this trip to the secret realm, and all of them, including Qi Tingting, were carefully selected and directed by her, no matter whether they were martial arts, techniques, or weapons, unless they encountered perverts like Gu Feng and Fei, who could easily defeat them among the same rank. What's more, they had practiced the art of combining attacks, so even if they faced her at the fourth level of the Hotian, they would win without a doubt. The group of rabble under Chu Yanfeng's command might be higher than Qi Tingting and the others in terms of martial arts understanding, but without cooperation with each other, how could they be their opponents? This trip to the secret realm, I, Chu Yuyi Fantasy, am determined to win. Thinking of this, Chu Yuyi raised her head high, her absolutely beautiful face, glittering under the sunlight, her eyes blooming with endless elegance, causing Gu Feng to nod his head as he watched. This is the temperament that a leader should have. No wonder she was able to create the huge vegetarian women's sect in the Sunset Cloud sect at a young age. The women are really something. However, all of her, including Qi Tingting, were too naive. Chu Yanfeng had come prepared. How could she possibly fight a fair battle? Gu Feng frowned slightly, and with his experience from his 2 lives, he was basically certain that the other party must have prepared despicable means. I hope you're still laughing back there. Chu Yanfeng's eyes shot out 2 ghostly auras, cruel and bloodthirsty. Gu Feng, this time Chu Yanfeng has come from a bad place. If you and Fei have concerns, you cannot enter the secret realm. Chu Yuyi walked over with a grave expression on her face and said in a low voice. Although Gu Feng had demonstrated unrivaled combat power at Carp Mountain, challenging over the levels was as simple as eating and drinking, but he was after all only a Qi drawing realm cultivator, and he was afraid that he would not be able to do enough against a peak Hotian triple cultivator. Are you afraid I'll get too many treasures? Gu Feng laughed easily. There will be life and death within the secret area. We live, they die? Gu Feng said in a domineering manner, looking out of the corner of his eye as his aura erupted. There was a vaguely grim, low chuckle coming from him as he uttered those words. Chapter 96, The Little Lover. After a simple exchange of words, each side retreated to the sides of the lake, as if waiting for the perfect moment to open the secret realm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Yuyi once again instructed Qi Tingting and the others, and when she saw Gu Feng and Fei standing on the side, looking around, her eyebrows slightly knitted, she stepped on the lotus steps and came. This trip to the secret realm is very dangerous. The 2 of you will most likely be able to preserve yourself. A few areas on this map, relatively safe. Between words, Chu Yuyi took out a piece of animal skin paper. Looking at the ink on it was still not dry. It was obviously drawn on an impromptu basis. How safe is it? Is this an area that Chu Yanfeng and the others don't know about? Gu Feng skimmed his lips, playing with the flavor. Blessing is not a curse. A curse cannot be avoided. Chu Yuyi Fantasy and Chu Yanfeng were in charge of opening a key to the secret world. Think about the secret world to understand the degree of similar. If the other side of the iron will want to find out that you will be murdered, and can hide where to go, Chu Yuyi Fantasy thought, is this reasoning? Simply put the beast skin paper into the storage ring. Gu Feng is an extremely smart guy. See, the situation is not right. Run faster than anyone, which need to worry about his safety. Senior sister Chu must know quite a lot about the secret realm. Why don't you tell a few places of heavy treasures so that Fei and I won't make a trip for nothing? Giggle. Treasure hunting by chance. You're so rich. Don't fight with senior sister me. I am almost poor smoke. Counting on this trip to the secret realm. A good return to the blood. At those words, Gu Feng laughed with a rather deep meaning, looking at Chu Yuyi creepily. Remember, you took the heavenly oath. As Chu Yanfeng on the opposite side of the lake urged her to open the secret realm, Chu Yuyi hurriedly spoke to Gu Feng. Go drive your secret world. The 2 teams retreated, leaving only Chu Yuyi and Chu Yanfeng at the edge of the lake, only to see the 2 men look at each other, all reveal a confident and incomparable smile, and then almost simultaneously took out a handful of ancient copper-colored, shaped like a gossip plate, at a special angle to the sun in the sky above. The sunlight shone on the bronze-colored bagua disc, producing refraction and 2 strands of golden light that converged above the lake and fell into it. The lake rolled up and down as if it were boiling and made a gurgling sound. Not a moment later, a magical scene appeared. The original overall lake. A thin line appeared in the center. The thin line spread to both sides, pushing the lake. A large part of the lake water surged up to the shore. The crowd looked at the lake from afar and realized that in the center of the lake, 2 rows of downward steps appeared, like the entrance to the secret realm. Enter, enter. Chu Yuyi and Chu Yanfeng simultaneously waved their hands, and Qi Tingting gave a wink to Gu Feng and the others before taking the lead. Stepping onto the steps and entering the bottom of the lake, Gu Feng, who was walking at the end, realized that in Chu Yanfeng's camp, the one leading the group was none other than that mysterious black-robed cultivator, and the latter had deliberately glanced in Gu Feng's direction the moment he stepped onto the steps. Gu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he locked gazes with them, and in his heart, he already had a rough guess that the other party was afraid to be a member of the Chiu family, who had come to find him to avenge the killing of Chiu Zhe. On both sides of the lake water clattered, green stone steps perhaps due to years of soaking in the water, some slippery, the crowd carefully forward. Gu Feng's heart moved, and he immediately replaced Fei, who was walking at the end. In front of him, big brother, I'm a bodyguard. How can I walk in front? Faye said naively. It's too slippery here, and I'm afraid you'll fall off and crush me if you don't watch out. At these words, Chi Ting and the others in front of them turned their heads and looked at Faye, who was moving so clumsily that he might slide down the steps at any moment, his eyelids jumping. A small mountain-like figure. If it is pressed underneath, it will not become a meat cake. The female cultivator who was in front of Faye revealed an awkward but not impolite smile. Faye, after you. When the rest of the female cultivators saw this, their eyes lit up and they followed suit. Faye scratched his head and came to the forefront with a dumbfounded look on his face, muttering, "These women are so gutsy, and they're afraid of the dark." The further down they went, the light shining down from the ground was no longer useful. A few female cultivators were prepared and took out a few stones similar to night pearls before there was some light in the passage. Gu Feng's eyes were astonished. When he was on the ground, he hadn't realized that the lake was this deep. Apparently this step had brought them to the bottom of the earth. After about an incense stick of time, a glimmer of light appeared below, and at the end of the steps, there was a small open space, and in front of the open space was a stone door, with ancient patterns carved on it that had long been corroded by time. The moment the crowd stepped out of the steps, the passage behind them suddenly closed. Chi Ting, who was the captain of the team, swept her gaze over the crowd and spoke softly. Everyone should focus on saving their lives and pay attention to safety. And then he took out a strangely shaped stone with runes engraved on it, and Gu Feng realized that the stone matched the groove on the stone door perfectly. Setting the stone into the groove, the stone door made a slight rumbling sound and slowly opened. Unlike what was expected, the back of the stone door was open and bright. Get in. The stone door will only open for 10 breaths. On hearing this, the crowd fishtailed. Rumble. 10 breaths later, the stone door closed again and disappeared. This is just the entrance, Chi Ting softly explained. Gu Feng was surprised to find that the group of female cultivators looked as if they had discussed the matter long ago, and after entering the secret realm, they stood in 2s and 3s and divided into teams. Gu Feng, are you and Faye with us, or are you going alone? Chi Ting asked with a smile when she saw Gu Feng standing on the sidelines, somewhat out of place. From the looks of it, I'm afraid Faye and I have accompanied the prince on a wasted trip. Senior sister Chi, you tell us the direction of the exit, and we'll both go there and wait for you, Gu Feng said regretfully, some grudges in his tone. Oh, don't blame the doormaster. She's also scared by your pit. Even though we know some of the places in the secret realm where treasures are hidden, it doesn't mean that the rest of the places are useless. Chi Ting smiled awkwardly. After telling Gu Feng about the exit route, all the female cultivators, including Chi Ting, dispersed in a flurry, their emotions high and their spirits uplifted, with only Faye and Gu Feng standing still. Only after everyone had walked away did Gu Feng begin to look closely at the secret realm, and the more he looked, the more amazed he became, and he couldn't help but marvel at the ability of the owner who had created the secret realm. The secret realm in the other heaven. How big the area is not estimated for the time being. As far as the eye can see, there are lush dense forests, there are winding steep mountain ranges, there are bubbling and flowing rivers, and there is also yellow sand filled with deserts, vaguely come from all kinds of demonic beasts low sound. In short, it's like a vast, sprawling little world that can't be seen at a glance. Big brother, what are we waiting for? Go find the treasure. Faye's small eyes were bright, and his fat face flashed with excitement. Where to look? You give me a direction. Gu Feng nuzzled breathlessly. Any direction? Well, in any case, we shouldn't stay here and stare dryly. Faye scratched his head. How would he know where the treasure was hidden? Let's find a place to sleep close to the exit and wait for them to come and join us. As the words fell, Gu Feng lifted his steps forward, heading towards the exit. Faye didn't dare to agree, but he didn't object, keeping his head down and following behind Gu Feng. The direction of the exit was only half a day's journey away from the direction of the entrance, so the two of them found a secluded cave and began to rest. Big brother, where did you get the food? Seeing Gu Feng take out a roasted beast leg, Faye asked in surprise. That day at the restaurant. I hid it while eating, otherwise do you think I could really eat so much? Gu Feng smiled smugly, took out a roasted leg, and threw it to Faye. I'm so envious of Big Brother's intelligence. I just know how to bury my head and eat. I didn't even think of hiding the food in my storage ring. Faye tore a mouthful of roasted meat and chewed it fiercely a few times with a face of adoration. Gu Feng's strong strength and ample intelligence made him envious. But Big Brother, we didn't come to the secret realm to go through the motions. We have to go out and find treasures. I'm still counting on this trip to the secret realm to pay back the 200 million spirit stones I owe you. At these words, Gu Feng laughed in his heart, wanting to pay me back. Think twice. The money is not in a hurry. Big brother, I'm not a careful person. The previous month, you did not even pay the interest. Did I rush you? Aha, Big brother is a good man with an especially big heart. Faye nodded his head vigorously. This secret realm will be open for half a month, so give them 11 or 12 days to search for treasures to their heart's content. Then, ha, Big Brother is wise, why didn't I think of that? Instead of struggling to find treasures, it's better to rob them. Faye had a jolt of joy and flew straight up. Looking at the giggling Faye is also a heartfelt smile. This kid may not be enough IQ, but patting the horse's ass kung fu first class, and does not seem to have the slightest traces of artifice. If he is castrated and sent to the palace, more than likely to become the head of the eunuch of the power of the dynasty and the countryside. But we can't rob senior sister Chu and the others. Perhaps thinking of something? Faye grimaced bitterly. Don't be so greedy. Robbing all of Chu Yinfeng and the others is not a bad trip. Gu Feng laughed. Senior sister Chu and the girls are also too selfish, having the secret realm map and not sharing it with us. It's understandable that they're poor and crazy. Gu Feng did not think that said. See Faye eat and drink, patted him on the shoulder and said, you go to follow Chi Ting them. If indeed they do not want to take us treasure hunting. After a long time, Faye came back with a bitter face. They won't take us to play at all. Then we'll wait, and when they're robbed, we'll strike again. Yes. Chi Ting and the others led the secret raider treasure hunt, with multiple teams sweeping at the same time with outrageous efficiency. Found 2 more ancient treasures. The runes on them are broken and tattered, but it doesn't stop them from being a middle-ranked spirit weapon. Come and see. There are so many spirit medicinal herbs here. All of them are extinct varieties outside. Hair. I found an ancient tomb with a lot of burial goods of unknown grade. Unfortunately, this pool of spiritual liquid has dried up. What do you think Gu Feng and Faye are doing now? And have they found any treasures? What are you thinking about? The secret realm is so big and the treasures are hidden. How can it be so easy to find? They're both probably cursing, so ignore them and let's get on with it. This group of girls, who were in a state of mental exuberance every day, looked at one treasure after another, and their faces were all smiles. Gu Feng and Faye, on the other hand, hid in the cave every day, drinking and eating meat and sleeping, not even thinking about going over to look for treasures. At the same time, beside the lake outside the secret boundary, Chu Yuyihui's face was ugly, her eyes bloodshot, while Chu Yanfeng, on the opposite side of the lake, was laughing wildly with reckless abandon. Chu Yuyi Fantasy, have you thought about why I have been silent for so many years before inviting you to open the secret realm? Because during this time, I've been looking for a refiner to refine spiritual weapons that can break through the upper limit of the secret realm suppression. You thought that all of my team would be suppressed at the 3rd level of the Hotian. You're wrong. All of them are at the 4th level of the Hotian. Don't be in a hurry to get angry. There's still something else I need to tell you. That black-robed cultivator's goal is to kill your young lover. Gu Feng. Don't think I can't see that Gu Feng practiced that technique. I really didn't think that you, Chu Yuyi Fantasy, would end up choosing him, a wasted body? If Shu Yuhong finds out, will he go crazy? Chapter 97, Strong Xiao Tian, Martial Intent Realm. Chu Yanfeng, you at least have the blood of the Chu royal family flowing in your body. How can you be so despicable? Chu Yuyihui's face turned blue. His finger bones pinched to the point of clacking as he said in a vicious voice, ha, mean? I have the noble bloodline of the Chu royal family. Why should I be sent to this hole of a place to cultivate? Here want resources no resources. Want merit no merit. Why should I enjoy the same treatment with those lowly martial artists? I'm not convinced. I'm not willing. Chu Yanfeng hissed loudly and abruptly as if she had lost her mind. This is the general trend, and it has to be done in order to revitalize Chu. We only need to work hard to cultivate, and in the future we will be able to return to the national capital. Again, Chu Yui Mirage said in a deep voice. Bull ***** general trend. The royal family enjoys privileges. Chu has always been like this. Why should it be like this in our generation? It's all your father's fault, creating the Cosmos Academy, weakening the royal privilege. As long as the effort, everyone can cultivate the top-level gongfu, saying that only in this way can inspire the people to cultivate passionately and strengthen the state of Chu. Bull *******. The world is the same. There are no classes. There are 3, 6, 9 classes in life. Lowly people are only worthy of practicing garbage gong methods. You know, since the day I stepped out of the national capital, I decided that you would never be able to return to the national capital, and then I would see how your father would look and whether he would regret it. The secret realm has been open for more than half the time, so I'm sure the hunt has already begun. I'll give you a chance. Enter the secret realm and fight me. It's the only way you can save your men and your little lover. Don't think about taking my secret realm key here. I admit that I'm not your opponent, but if you want to leave, you can't stop me. Chu Yanfeng's eyes flashed with killing intent, and the madness between his brows escaped. Aren't you afraid that when the secret realm ends, I will kill all of your cadre of men? Chu Yui narrowed his eyes, a flame building up in his chest, itching to immediately strike out and kill the other party. But she had to restrain herself. If Chu Yanfeng was bent on escaping, it would be hard for her to stop her, and even if she could, she wouldn't be able to stop the other party from destroying the secret realm key. By that time, the secret realm could only be opened 15 days later, and Chi Tingting and the others wouldn't be able to hold out until then under the siege of a group of Hotian 4th level cultivators. Well, time waits for no one. Oh, maybe while you're hesitating, they're killing. Chu Yanfeng raised the secret realm key in her hand and said with a grimace, "Open the mysteries. I'll have you know that the strong are always strong, the weak are always weak, and changes in circumstance don't matter at all, even if your realm is the 4th level of the Hotian. What do I, Chu Yuyi, have to fear?" Saying down, Chu Yuyi took out the secret realm key and threw it towards the air with great force. The breeze blew her big red skirt and robe, and the blood-stained elegance escaped. Chu Yufeng, fall in the Golden Ridge today. Chu Yanfeng raised his voice to the sky and threw out the secret realm key as well. The two keys fused together in the air, and the lake tumbled up again. This time only a passage into the secret realm appeared. Chu Yui Mirage glanced at the ladder and rushed out of the secret realm in a single bound. Seeing this, Chu Yanfeng laughed coldly, licked his scarlet tongue, and followed closely behind. Ha 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 ha, you want to go and save someone? Delusional. Today you will definitely die. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Chu Yanfeng came first after him. A flash came in front of Chu Yui Mirage, stopping the other party. You're actually able to exert the strength of the Hotian 5th level in the secret realm? Chu Yui Hui's pupils shrunk. Chu Yanfeng's talent was only slightly inferior to hers, and the gap between two small realms was as insurmountable as a chasm. However, she didn't chicken out and let out a low gulp. Her body's spiritual radiance flashed, and her silver greatsword regaled the heart as she exploded towards Chu Yanfeng. Good timing. Chu Yanfeng's face revealed a cruel smile as he brazenly met him. The two figures entangled together in an extreme killing spree. He, two little rabbits, finally found you. A gloomy laugh rang out, and Gu Feng was so jolted that he suddenly got up and bellowed out towards the mouth of the cave. Who? Get out! Fei, beside him, rubbed his drowsy eyes and got up with a confused look on his face. Having searched the entire secret realm, I didn't expect you guys to be hiding here. As he spoke, the black-robed figure flashed out of the cave. Was it the black-robed cultivator from before who was suspected to be in the innate realm? Gu Feng's heart thumped as he realized that the black-robed cultivator's cultivation at the moment was actually at the 4th level of the Hotian. An ominous premonition surged to his heart, and he hurriedly took out the sound transmission stone that Chu Yuyi had given him earlier, and the runes representing Chi Tingting and the others on it were still lit up, indicating that they were fine, and only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Although Gu Feng was thinking of letting them be robbed before stepping in to reap the benefits, there was no way he could just watch them fall. Shoo! Just as Gu Feng wanted to place the sound transmission stone to his mouth and send a warning to Chi Tingting and the girls, the surrounding air suddenly became blazing hot, and a vermilion flame shot out, so fast that it was impossible to react. Ka-chow! The sound transmission stone shattered in response. You can't even save your own life, and you still have the mood to care about others? This time, the black-robed cultivator didn't lower his voice, and even took off his green ghost mask, revealing that familiar face. Zhou Tian? Gu Feng had thought about the black-robed man coming from the Zhou family, but he had never thought that it would be Zhou Tian himself. Hand it over and I'll give you a full body. As he spoke, Zhou Tian's eyes bloomed with a blazing light. This day, he had waited for a long time. I thought you came here to avenge Qiuzhe? Gu Feng made a sarcastic remark. The strong survive and the weak die out. The unchanging truth of the ages. Qiuzhe was the weak one. Dying can only be said to be following the cycle of heaven. Zhou Tian coldly said, not at all saddened by Qiuzhe's fall. In this secret realm, Zhou Tian had somehow used some method to suppress his realm to the 4th level of the Hotian, but it gave off a feeling that it was far more than just the 4th level of the Hotian. Gu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he silently opened 24 bridges in the night of the moon. Fei, watch out dash. Just as the word heart fell, Gu Feng felt a strong burst of spiritual energy beside him, followed by a voice exploding in his ears. Where did you come from to pick on a clown? I haven't even snatched a single treasure. How dare you come over to snatch it? Fei thought that Zhou Tian had come to grab the treasure, and was instantly annoyed. His huge body suddenly rushed out, and with a swift punch, he rolled up the ground chaos and struck the other party directly in the chest. Fei, who was at the 3rd level of the Hotian, due to his special physique, the attack that erupted out was already no less than any of the 4th level of the Hotian in terms of aura, but it was this strong and unrivaled punch that was easily stopped by Zhou Tian's palm, only to see Zhou Tian's face showing disdain. His palm gently slapped, and spiritual energy surged out like a mountain, knocking Fei out horizontally, and the latter crashed heavily into the stone wall deep in the cave, and debris fell down with a clatter. So strong, Gu Feng's eyes stagnated as he keenly perceived that in Zhou Tian's attack, in addition to the thick spiritual energy, There was also a metaphysical aura that made the intensity of the attack far beyond the Hotian 4th level. Xiao Tian let out a light laugh and stepped into the cave with a steady pace, one step at a time. Secret realms can perfectly suppress realms, but they can't completely suppress martial intent, not to mention that my realm is higher than yours. Resign yourselves to your fate and give yourselves a blast. It turned out that Xiao Tian's attack was mixed with intent, so it was no wonder that he was able to send Fei flying with a light palm. This was troublesome. If it was an ordinary Hotian 4th level, Gu Feng was sure of defeating it, but Xiao Tian, who had mastered the martial intent, created an unprecedented sense of oppression on him, and it was extremely difficult to defeat. Moreover, as Xiao Tian was in the innate realm, he was afraid that his understanding and use of martial arts was far superior to Gu Feng, which undoubtedly tilted the scales of victory even more in favor of the other side. It's okay. Gu Feng took a few steps back and pulled Fei up. It hurts. Fei grimaced, his big fat hands, rubbing his back non-stop. It looked like that blow was really not light. Later, I'll pester him. You rush out of the cave and find a way to contact Chitingting and the others with a sound transmission stone. Gu Feng whispered in Fei's ear, instructing him that in the face of the strong Xiao Tian, Fei's presence or absence would not affect the battle, telling him to rush out of the cave and join Chitingting and the others. With Fei around, along with Chitingting and the others, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to block the rest of the Hotian 4th level cultivators in Chu Yinfeng's camp. After all, the rest of the Hotian 4th level disciples, who hadn't mastered the martial intent, were most likely not Fei's opponents. No, this person is too strong. You alone can't beat him. Fei was naive, but he was not a fool. From the short exchange of hands just now, he had understood that the person in front of him was terrifying. Leaving Gu Feng alone was no different from leaving him to die. What's the point of wasting words? Chitingting and the girls are worth 500,000 spirit stones each, a total of 10 million. You can earn a month's interest if you go and save them. I have a huge external debt of $200 million out there. I won't die so easily. Move. Gu Feng roared. His body's spiritual energy flashed extremely fast, and an alabaster bridge flashed in the center of his eyebrow, and he used his full strength as soon as he struck. Kill. He swung his iron fist and stepped on the Lingjiang Xian, his feet floating uncertainly, like a dozen Gu Fengs throwing punches at the same time, and attacking fiercely towards Xiao Tian. Spiritual energy within the cave, vertical and horizontal impact, biting strong wind, scraping Fei cheeks raw pain, flying messy stone debris, so that subconsciously closed his eyes. A loud boom came from the ears, like there were two savage beasts violently colliding together. The powerful impact, escaping, the stone foam on the stone wall of the cave rustling down. The moment he opened his eyes, he only saw a figure flying past his eyes at great speed, crashing through a boulder. Gu Feng was sent flying. As for Xiao Tian, who was at the mouth of the cave, he looked down at his chest, the fist mark, his face full of disbelief. He was actually hit by a solid punch from Gu Feng. It's humiliating. It's something that's hard to accept, for the innate realm to be struck by a chi-drawing realm cultivator, even if they were not injured. It was a huge humiliation. Very well. You are strong and exciting. Xiao Tian's face was hideous, and the using aura contained in his smile made Fei, a rash young man, feel shivering. Clean up this fat pig first. In the next moment, Xiao Tian let out a low roar. His body moved at high speed, and with a speed that was indiscernible to the naked eye, he rushed in front of Fei, and slapped down a palm towards the top of his head. The converging spiritual power, majestic and incomparable. Before the palm prince fell, the surrounding stones had all been turned into pieces in advance. Fei wanted to react, but his body was huge and his movement speed was already slow, plus Xiao Tian was already holding the intention of certain death. How could he block? At this moment, Fei feels that he is in a sea of ocean, facing the huge waves that cover the sky, without the power to resist, and cannot give birth to the courage to resist, but can only watch the palm of certain death fall. Just in the nick of time, he felt a vicious kick to his waist, and his body fell to the side. Fixing his eyes, it was actually Gu Feng who rushed over, kicked him down, and crouched with his legs down like a true god, his arms deadlocked on the falling palm prince. Rumble. The entire cave shook violently, as if a large earthquake had occurred. Under Xiao Tian's pressure, Gu Feng's mouth spilled blood, his arms twisted, and his entire body kept sinking, the calf portion of his body quickly sinking into the hard rock, hideous and ghastly cracks that covered the entire cave. Since you want to die first, I'll fulfill you. Xiao Tian let out a sardonic laugh and inhaled fiercely. The palm imprint in his hand suddenly doubled in size, the runes flashing as he accelerated towards Gu Feng's head and fell. Gu Feng roared, an arrow of blood sprayed out. His face was pale, and his arms clicked, but one arm was dislocated under the pressure of this strong palm print. He gritted his teeth. With only one arm, against this surefire blow, and half of his body, plunged into the rock, as if a plate collision had occurred. Large chunks of rock protruded, and the entire cave was rioting. Fei had been stunned, frozen in half, lying on the ground, looking at Gu Feng in a daze. Gu Feng was like an unyielding fighter. Half of his body was no longer visible, but the upper half of his body was still straight and upright. "What are you waiting for? Get out!" As he spoke, Gu Feng once again sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Powerfully plucking mountains, Gu Feng let out a thunderous roar, his entire body flickering like a poorly contacted lamp, like the awakening of a savage beast, revealing its hideous fangs, and like the revival of a heavenly god, opening his tightly closed eyes. He exploded the potential hidden within his body, and the spiritual energy in his dantian, surging at great speed, erupted into the 108,000 orifices throughout his body, giving him infinite power. With one arm raised, he pushed across the palm print above his head, and gradually stepped out of the rock. First, he kicked the dumbfounded Fei out of the cave, and then he threw a punch towards the sky, breaking Qiu Tian's attack and carrying his opponent across the cave. The cave collapsed, the mountain range shook greatly, and a large number of boulders rolled down from the mountain. "Big brother, ah!" Wiping tears from his eyes, Fei fell to his knees and kept patting the ground. After half a ring, he took out the sound transmission stone and called Tingting and the others, aimlessly running wildly through the secret realm, the rumbling sound of the mountain collapsing behind him fading away. Chapter 98 Mixture of Speed and Power. Martial Intent Fledgling. After Fei ran away, the mountain where the cave was originally located stopped collapsing. After a short period of silence, a vermilion red light shot out from the pile of rocks, bringing out several one-person high boulders that couldn't withstand the blast of the vermilion red spiritual power and disintegrated in the air. After the light flashed, a wretched figure appeared. At this moment, Qiu Tian, his robes were wrinkled and tattered, his hair was cloaked, and his face was hideous, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the chaotic piles of rocks. Carelessness was posed by a mole cricket of the Qi-drawing realm, which made him unable to hold back his roar of fury. After roaring a few times, he danced with his hands, pawing away the boulders and searching for Gu Feng's figure. He entered the secret realm mainly to get that mysterious treasure on Gu Feng. As for avenging Qiu Zhe was incidental, regardless of whether Gu Feng was alive or dead, it had to be found. Rumble! He swung the mountain wall, his terrifying power venting out, lifting up a huge boulder with no effort at all. Suddenly, he saw a piece of plain fabric. The color was the same as what Gu Feng was wearing on his body. His heart stirred and he worked harder. Sure enough, after moving a few boulders away again, Gu Feng's figure finally appeared. "Ha ha ha, finally found you." At this moment, Gu Feng's breath was weak, his eyes were tightly closed, and there were large air-dried bloodstains on his chest, a look like he was about to die. Qiu Tian didn't doubt it, because while Gu Feng was holding him in a horizontal position, he was constantly pounding his fists into his opponent's back. Each punch contained martial intent, berserk and incomparable. Even if it was a Hotian 5th gravity cultivator with full power bracing his defense, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to remain unharmed under such an attack. Gu Feng was only a mere Qi-drawing realm cultivator, and it was already heaven-defying for him to still have a breath at this moment. So Qiu Tian didn't bother to think about whether there was any possibility of pretending with this dead look of his. Quickly walking to Gu Feng, he grabbed him by the hair and dragged him out of the pile of rocks. Seeing that Gu Feng didn't move, Qiu Tian couldn't help but frown and took off his storage ring, utilizing a secret method to erase the mark on it that belonged to Gu Feng, and opened it up. The frown deepened. There was nothing else in the storage ring except for some food. Qiu Tian unwillingly dumped all the items inside the storage ring on the ground, carefully rummaged through it a few times, and after not finding the supreme treasure in his heart, he ruthlessly threw the storage ring aside. Standing there, thinking for a moment, his heart moved and he began to feel up Gu Feng's body. He was seen bending over, half crouching on the ground, first ruffling Gu Feng's hair, then after his earlobes, and finally his neck, chest, and waist, and after searching for it once more with all his concentration, and finding nothing, his two eyebrows knitted together. In the next moment, he took out a piece of God recovery pill and sent it into Gu Feng's mouth, wanting to wake him up and then torture him severely to force out the whereabouts of the mysterious treasure. At this moment, he was completely off guard for Gu Feng. Qiu Tian wrenched Gu Feng's mouth open with one hand and held a turquoise elixir between his two fingers. Perhaps because he saw that Gu Feng had completely lost his sense of autonomy, he sent the elixir straight to Gu Feng's throat. However, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and as Qiu Tian was about to withdraw his two fingers, the unconscious Gu Feng violently opened his eyes, revealing a teasing light. Ka chow! The two rows of white teeth suddenly closed, and under the powerful biting force, Qiu Tian's two fingers were broken in response. The sharp pain that drilled through his heart was like a sharp sword that cut into his nerves, so much so that his brain produced a moment of disorientation. As he struggled to pull out two fingers, his other hand gathered a terror attack. Roar! Right at this moment, a terrifying sound wave, which sprang out from Gu Feng's chest, poured into Qiu Tian's ears, causing his eardrums to go numb and somewhat dizzy. Before he could react, a black leather whip landed solidly on his forehead. Ah! The sharp pain that tore through his soul came, causing Qiu Tian to be unable to resist screaming out, and the attack that had converged in his hands dissipated in an instant. His senses could not be said to be fast, and in the first instant, he forcefully pulled out the 2 fingers in Gu Feng's mouth, stomped on the ground with both legs, and stormed backward. However, he had still underestimated Gu Feng, and how could he easily give up this opportunity when it was so hard to catch it? Gu Feng bounced straight up from the ground, quickly picking up his previously dislocated arm, and swung his iron fist, striking his opponent straight in the face. Qiu Tian only felt as if his face had been slapped by an adamantine moving brick. His 5 senses were deformed and screwed together, and a hot stream of control more than just flowed down from his nostrils. He was horrified in his heart, knowing that once again, due to carelessness, he had fallen into Gu Feng's way. Blistering attacks that fell on his body, Qiu Tian was blocking and retreating. His pace was messy. Gu Feng's punches were too heavy, and they often struck at incredible angles. And even though Qiu Tian still retained 2 layers of his innate body in this secret realm, he still felt as if the bones around his body were falling apart, making it difficult to fight. What was even more outrageous was that in Gu Feng's fist, he sensed a constant fusion of speed and power, a sign of the first signs of martial intent. This made his heart even more horrified. Gu Feng was only in the Qi drawing realm and he understood the fusion of speed and power. If he was allowed to break into the Hotian realm, wouldn't he be able to directly comprehend the realm of martial intent? Throughout the history of the entire Cloud County, those who were able to master the martial intent realm in the Hotian realm were also the existence of a phoenix, and all of them had become great figures in the history of the Cloud County. Had Gu Feng already been so strong to such an extent? Qiu Tianjin was worthy of being a great master of the innate realm. His vision was no less than venomous, and Gu Feng's current state was just as he thought it would be, rapidly increasing the mingling of speed and force as he attacked. This was the method that Zhu Qingyan had explained to Gu Feng when he was talking about the martial intent, only that he felt that he was invincible in the same realm and did not study it in depth. Today, meeting Qiu Tian, a great enemy of the world, had inspired Gu Feng's talent in martial arts, trying to fuse speed and power together in striking with extraordinary results. Lower-ranked martial artists have a misconception that they always think that the faster the speed, the stronger the power, and subconsciously they will utilize the method of increasing the speed of their swing to enhance the power of their punches. In a sense, the faster the speed, the stronger the power indeed. Not knowing, you in the process of accelerating with force, you have already lost part of the power, making the power of the swung punch greatly reduced. Zhu Qingyan's words echoed in his mind, and Gu Feng's eyes grew brighter and brighter as the punches he swung out gradually slowed down, but their force grew stronger and stronger. Originally, his fist, which could only be described as powerful, at this moment was more of a sharp, there is me invincible aura. This kind of character is too scary. The growth speed is too fast. Less than a year after entering the Sunset Cloud sect, from the first level of body refining, all the way up, rushed to the high level of Qi attraction. Due to the special nature of Gu Feng's 10,000 tribulation Dao body, Qiu Tian didn't know what Gu Feng's true realm was, and in his thoughts, it should be infinitely close to the peak of Qi drawing. If Gu Feng was allowed to pass through the thunder tribulation and break into the Hotian realm, there would be no end to the woes. Waves of terror rose in Qiu Tian's heart. Today, even if he didn't want the mysterious supreme treasure on Gu Feng's body, he would still kill him in the cradle of growth. He abandons part of his defense and begins to reorganize his attack. However, Gu Feng, who was mentally focused like never before, had long since sensed all of this, and the god-striking whip appeared in his hand, lashing out towards his opponent's head. Interjection of surprise. Qiu Tian unsuspectingly screamed miserably once again, and his cohesive attack went up in smoke. His face was horrified, his pupils slightly shrunken as he stared at the black and translucent whip. The indescribable sharp pain forced him to divide a sliver of his attention, always keeping an eye on the location of the god-striking whip. The corner of Gu Feng's mouth sketched out a smug smile, and his unrelenting fist power once again roared like waves. Chapter 99. Hi, everyone. Gu Feng looked breezy, but in reality, he was anxious in his heart. The god-striking whip was powerful and the effect was remarkable. After being refined by him, the power was also greatly enhanced. But the problem was that the god-striking whip was only preliminarily refined. There was no supporting technique, and every strike also required the consumption of soul power. Qi drawing realm cultivators, their souls were already weak, and after only 2 casts before and after, it caused Gu Feng's head to feel a bit dizzy, and he simply couldn't use it for a long period of time. As for his fist, he hadn't comprehended the true fist intent. so the difficulty of trying to break Cho Tian's innate body was comparable to ascending to the heavens. Although Cho Tian had fallen into a disadvantage at the moment, and was being pressed by Gu Feng, looking in a sorry state, Gu Feng understood that this injury wasn't enough to be fatal, and that his opponent could turn the tables at any time, any place. Gu Feng's footsteps were as erratic as he stepped on the Ling Jiangxian. He issued the Jade Lion shattering gold roar from time to time to affect Cho Tian's concentration. He coldly swung out the God-striking whip, which even if he couldn't hit it, he could still cause Cho Tian to dodge in a mess, and he utilized the 10,000 Beasts technique to its fullest extent. The three martial arts skills, cooperating with each other, plus a God-striking whip. Hard to beat Cho Tian without the power of resistance. Can only keep wailing and screaming. His eyes were crimson, the color of blood surging at the bottom of them. His back teeth were clenched a few times, and a hint of raspiness appeared in his throat due to the hissing of his voice. As an innate realm expert, the Supreme Heavenly Pride ranked 43rd on the Sunset Cloud Sect's heavenly ranking, and one of the renowned Shou family's 3 heroes of Yun County. He had never had a day where he was in such a sorry state. His heart was unable to express its grievances and was about to burst his chest. Asshole. Vicious curses kept coming out between his teeth. He was going crazy. The opponent was only a chi-inducing realm mole cricket. Even in the secret realm, his strength was suppressed at the 4th level of the Hotian. It couldn't explain the scene where he was being suppressed right now. Shame on you. It is the shame of a lifetime. Die for me. Cho Tian was like a lioness in heat, her hissing sound resounding through the mountains. He forcefully stopped his retreating steps, allowing Gu Feng's punches and kicks to land on his face and chest, even if his nose was bruised and bloodied. Carrying 2 hard blows from the God-striking whip, oblivious to the fact that 2 high bumps appeared on his forehead, he grimaced, his face distorted, like an evil spirit from hell, and screamed miserably as he pounced on Gu Feng. He put up a fight. Gu Feng was jolted, sensing Cho Tian's roiling killing intent and the horrifying move that had coalesced. He stormed back hundreds of meters to distance himself from it. Cho Tian laughed out loud when he saw this, blood dripping from his mouth and falling into the ground. You finally can't fight anymore. Are you ready to die next? Death? You're overthinking it. Facing Cho Tian's titanic attack, Gu Feng withdrew his spiritual power shield instead, like a stake standing between heaven and earth, brazenly standing upright, staring high into the sky, unfolding his arms. A few words lightly popped out of his mouth. Hotian realm. Breakthrough. Hiss. At these words, Cho Tian felt like he had been struck by lightning. His attack stalled and he retreated backwards as if he had no life. The thunderbolt contained the heavenly Tao within it, and would treat the cultivators who were close to a certain range around the person who had responded to the tribulation as objects of attack, bombarding them indiscriminately. This is not a joke. Cho Tian is a person who cherishes his life. When he hears the word breakthrough, regardless of whether it is true or false, his first thought is to stay away. As if Gu Feng had predicted Cho Tian's reaction, he had already unleashed Lin Jiangxian at full strength when he shouted the word breakthrough. He was like an arrow off the string, arriving in front of Cho Tian in an instant. A dizzying flurry of attacks fell once again. Damn! Cho Tian reacted quickly, but was not good at body techniques, and was once again suppressed and stormed all the way. The madness ran straight to his head, almost devouring his sanity. This time, Gu Feng had learned to be smart and only targeted Cho Tian's chest as the one area to pummel. If one punch doesn't work, throw 10, and if 10 doesn't work, throw 100, 1,000, 10,000. Fight from dusk to darkness and then to sunrise. The prolonged high-frequency output caused Gu Feng's eyes to dull and a thick layer of exhaustion to appear between his brows. He was panting like a cow, sweating like a pig, and bright red kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. And Gu Feng bit his lip in order to give himself a boost. Cho Tian on the opposite side wasn't much better. His face, which was twice as big as before, was green and red. His mouth and nose were no longer visible, and even his ears were torn apart. The dense bulge, like a shoot after the rain, resides on the brain, which is the masterpiece of the whip of the beating god. At this moment, he finally accepted the reality that even if he possessed the second layer innate body and mastered the martial intent, even though he was several minor realms higher, he had no chance to counterattack and could only be passive, and it was obviously delusional to want to defeat Gu Feng. As a click came from his chest, engulfing Cho Tian's last shred of delusion. At this rate, he was afraid that he would be killed. His chest suffered a heavy blow, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood, foaming on top of his palms, blood-red palm prints, flickering with horrifying fluctuations, converging the little spiritual energy left, and slapping towards Gu Feng. At the same time he struck the palm print, he took a step and fled as if he had no life. Gu Feng scrambled for his last breath, his body leapt out towards the side, dodging the attack of the bloody handprints, smashing into the pile of rocks, crookedly, lying there, but he didn't even have the strength to get up. This battle is too tough. The competition was all about endurance. If Qiu Tian held on for a while longer, he was afraid that the first one to fall would be himself. Taking a few big breaths, he struggled to crawl on the ground and found a few spirit recovery pills that he had knocked off from Qiu Tian's hands, and regardless of the debris that was stained on them, he swallowed them into his stomach with a brain. After recovering a tiny bit of spiritual energy, he struggled to get up, found his storage ring again, picked up a few roasted beast legs, peeled off the outer layer of filth, and wolfed it down, wanting to check on Fei and the others. He remembered that the sound transmission stone had been shattered by Qiu Tian. Gritting his teeth and taking heavy steps, he recovered his spiritual and physical energy while searching for Fei and the others. Qiu Tian was able to exert the power of the fourth Hotian in the secret realm, so he thought that the others would be the same. Qi Tingting and the others had extraordinary strength, but they were only at the third level of the Hotian, so they couldn't support themselves for long in the face of a large group of Hotian fourth level cultivators. I hope no one falls. On the southeast side of the secret realm, in a not-so-big valley, Qi Tingting's group, 2, faced a life and death crisis. More than half of the female cultivators, having lost their ability to fight, lay on their backs on the ground, their breath weak to the extreme. The rest were slightly better, but more or less carried injuries on their bodies. Fei was also here. He had added a few hideous and horrible wounds to his surface, and his body was in pretty good shape, just a bit depressed. After entering the secret realm Chu Yui Hui, the surface hadn't changed much, but his breath was a bit disorganized, and he had obviously been seriously injured. A group of people held up a formation and blocked the entrance to the valley. Outside the valley, Xu Yanfeng had a scowl on her face, a scar that extended from between her eyebrows to her chin, signaling that the advantage of two minor realms did not give her an overwhelming advantage in her duel with Chu Yui Hui. She growled harshly, tugging at the scar on her face, blood oozing from it, making her face abhorrent. Blast away this formation for me, this woman, with noble Chu royal blood flowing in her body. When the time comes, we'll waste her cultivation and let you guys have a good time for a few days and nights. Ha ha ha. These words were like a shot in the arm, stimulating the fighting spirit of that group of cultivators, wailing and shouting, desperately bombarding the formation. Chu Yui Hui in the formation. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Chu Yanfeng, who was wantonly wild outside the valley, and a flash of determination flashed in the bottom of her eyes. Fei, when the formation breaks later, I'll ask Tingting and the girls to you. You can take all the treasures here as if they've already been robbed. I had an agreement with Gufeng that I would get 500,000 spirit stones for saving one person, and now it seems that I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill my promise. Chu Yui Hui said calmly, and everyone could hear that she was saying her last words. Sect Master, what about you? Qi Tingting flung herself in front of Chu Yui Hui and cried out miserably, I will die with Chu Yanfeng, and as long as she dies, you guys, under Fei's leadership, will definitely be able to hold out until the day the secret realm opens. The battle power displayed by Fei was unrivaled by anyone present except for her and Chu Yanfeng. Defeating the rest of the Hotian 4th level experts was impossible, but with a mind to save their lives, there was not much of a problem, and whether Qi Tingting and the girls could escape with their lives was all counted on Fei. No, we'll die together. All the female cultivators suddenly rose up, their faces showing determination. We all entered the secret realm together. Either we leave together or we die here together. This is the only way. Chu Yui Hui was moved in his heart and said in a low voice, it's useless. The other party has an expert besides Chu Yanfeng. He's too strong. Even Gufeng can't beat him. I can't do it at all. At most I can last 10 moves under him. Just then, Fei, who had been silent, spoke up. It was only after saying this that the crowd remembered that before entering the secret realm, there was a suspected Hotian realm expert in the opposing team. It's just that after entering the secret realm, they've never seen each other again. Who is he? I seldom go out of Kark Mountain, but Gufeng knows. I think it should be the inner disciple of the Sunset Xia sect, when he runs his spiritual power. Fei's voice was low as he recounted the encounter that day, and there was a bit of panic in his eyes. It's Qiu Tian. As soon as she heard the description, Chu Yui Hui knew the identity of that person. A heart was immediately planted in the bottom. If it was other inner disciples, Gufeng was bent on escaping. There was not much of a problem, but Qiu Tian was not necessarily so. This was a great pride on the inner sect's heavenly ranking, and had long since grasped the martial Dao realm of intent. Chu Yui Fantasy also realized only after entering the secret realm that it was not possible to do a complete suppression of the martial intent here. A cultivator who possessed the martial intent was not too far from describing it as devastating when faced with an ordinary cultivator. Gufeng's own realm was low, and against Qiu Tian, he barely had a chance of winning. Thinking about this, she was in a trance, never able to accept that this man who smiled sunny, acted a bit roguishly, and even pitted his friends, had actually fallen. This was too sudden. Not to mention Chu Yui Hui, who had the deepest contact with Gu Feng. Even Qi Tingting and the others couldn't accept it. The sight of Carp Mountain killing the four directions that day was as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. Alas! With a sigh, Xu Yuyi collected her sadness. The main thing at the moment was to try her best to spell out a way to live for Qi Tingting and the others. Right at this moment, a figure walked extremely fast, its aura deep and its entire body surging with spiritual energy. Zhou Tian, he's coming. With a gloomy face, he stepped to Chu Yanfeng's side, and when he saw the fluctuations of the Hotian 5th level flickering on the other party's body, his face grew darker and darker. Yo, what's taking second young Master Qiu so long? Chu Yanfeng looked at the gloomy Zhou Tian and laughed in her heart. She knew that Xiao Tian had gone to Gu Feng for a certain treasure. What good things could there be on a Qi drawing realm cultivator? And by the looks of that, they hadn't been found yet. At this moment, Xu Yanfeng hadn't even thought about the fact that not only did Xiao Tian not get the treasure, he was also beaten up by Gu Storm. Of course, Xiao Tian wouldn't be so brainless as to give out the details. He just hummed lightly, "You have a spirit weapon that can suppress your realm to the 5th Hotian. Why don't you give it to me?" Cluck 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 cluck. Wanting to refine a spirit weapon that exerts the strength of the Hotian 5th level in the secret realm, how can it be so simple? The refiner I found has been refining for a few years, and only barely managed to refine one. There is no need to care about this kind of small matter. The priority is to break the formation first. Haven't you been beaten by Chu Yuyi Fantasy? I'll let you have a quickie later. As he spoke, a hint of murderous intent flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Such a great event as killing Chu Yuyi Fantasy could not be made known to a second person, and all of those under her command, including Xiao Tian, would become targets for extermination. In the secret realm, Chu Yanfeng's Hotian 5th level cultivation was an invincible existence. Good, this woman is so strong and so tantalizing. I want to see how she, when pinned down, will look. Jie Qiu Tian laughed out, taking out a golden lance. During the fight with Gu Feng, at first he didn't think of using it, and when he wanted to use it later, it was already too late. Gu Feng's raging attack, which was impermeable, simply didn't give him this opportunity. Spiritual radiance shone, and under Qiu Tian's urging, 63 runes flickered non-stop on the surface of the gun body. Spiritual weapons are divided into upper middle and lower top grade, engraved with 9 to 33 characters for the lower grade, 34 to 57 characters for the middle grade, 58 to 81 characters for the upper grade, of which 81 characters, the crowd sects habitually will be referred to as the very best spiritual weapons. The golden lance that Xiao Tian had taken out was clearly a top-grade spiritual weapon, its grade even surpassing Chu Yuyi Hui's greatsword, and it was only missing a few runes compared to Chu Yanfeng's weapon. If Gu Feng had been present, he would have had both eyes glowing and wailing. Behind him, Xu Yanfeng, seeing the weapon that Xiao Tian had taken out, her eyes flickered non-stop, like a bloodthirsty demonic beast, lightly licking her scarlet tongue, staring slyly at the back of Xiao Tian in front of her. Chu Yuyi Hui and the others showed miserable faces. A single Chu Yanfeng had already pressured them to breathe. Adding a Hotian 4th level, holding a top-quality spiritual weapon and mastering the martial intent Xiao Tian, wanting to die together had become a luxury. The golden lance erupted with dazzling light, which was so blinding that the crowd subconsciously closed their eyes. Jab! The figure that pierced through the flesh came from the crowd, and they all looked at it. A golden lance that directly penetrated Chu Yanfeng's chest. The latter's face was unbelievable, and the color of confusion still flashed in her eyes. Why? Jia. Xiao Tian's face twisted as the color of madness ran amok between his brows. Didn't you also want to kill me after you were done? I just prejudged your prejudgment. Don't worry, you won't be alone. Everyone here will follow in your footsteps to hell. As the words fell, the lance twisted, obliterating the other party's vitality, seizing the spirit weapon that suppressed the realm on Xu Yanfeng's body, staying on his own body, the aura of the Hotian 5th heavenly ranks, spanning the entire field. Xu Yanfeng's face showed that she did not dare, her eyes did not close until she died, and at the moment she broke, a faintly undetectable light drifted out of the secret realm. Zhou Tian, you're so cruel. After all, stay in the same royal bloodline. See Chu Yanfeng fall. The heart of the relatives cannot help but roar. Due to too much excitement, a mouthful of reverse blood shot out, face pale, looking at the mighty Zhou Tian. Those cultivators who were originally employed by Chu Yanfeng had a look of fear on their faces. Even if they all rushed up, there was no way they could be Zhou Tian's opponent. Don't kill us. We'll definitely keep our mouths shut and won't tell what happened in the secret realm. Please, we made a heavenly oath and promised not to reveal half a word. The tongue, yes, the tongue can be cut out, so Qiu Shao will always feel relieved. Those cultivators stopped bombarding the formation and began to kneel down towards Zhou Tian to beg for forgiveness. Unfortunately, they were too naive. How could the red-eyed Zhou Tian, who had killed them, let them go? A mournful scream as well as cursing and angry curses came to mind, and the outside of the valley was miserable. In a short while, Zhou Tian killed all of the group of cultivators like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Jia. Breaking formations, the most effective should be like this, he muttered to himself, picking up the spirit weapons of those fallen cultivators on the ground, selecting 9 of them and throwing them towards the formation. The 9 pieces of aura were arranged and combined in the air, like some sort of formation. Burst, with a loud boom, the 9 spirit weapons simultaneously meteoric exploded, blossoming with an unprecedented fiery light that blasted above the formation at the mouth of the valley. Ka-chow, a faint, like an eggshell breaking sound rang out, and dense filaments appeared on the formation, and the next moment the entire seat directly collapsed. Jia. I'm not interested in women, but I can make an exception for you, Chu Yui Fantasy. Zhou Tian smiled evilly, carrying a long spear in his hand as he walked towards the valley step by step. The severely injured Chu Yui Fantasy, a group of half-dead female cultivators and a fae who wasn't even a one-trick pony. Zhou Tian didn't have the slightest difficulty in trying to kill these people. Zhou Tian, you are also a disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect. Quack, a female cultivator droned out. Zhou Tian didn't even bother to look at her, and swung out a shot diagonally, and the female cultivator was sent flying out horizontally. Blood splattered all the way to the ground. Dying, almost killed. Fight for your life. Chu Yui Fantasy understood that Zhou Tian was a cultivator who was several times more cautious than Chu Yinfeng, and wanting to hug the other party and die with him in this situation was almost impossible. However, it's also impossible to want them to tie their hands. Zhou Tian's heart was like iron, and before he started killing Chu Yinfeng, he was afraid that he had already decided to kill everyone present, leaving no one behind. Shi Tingting and others stood up, face solemn. Zhou Tian's killing intent has been decided. There is no longer any chance of luck. The only way to fight for their lives at the moment, in order to win a ray of hope, before those who beg the cultivators, is the best example. You killed my big brother. I want your life. If you don't explode in silence, you will die in silence. In the past few days, Fei always thought again, if he had bravely stood and fought with Gufeng that day, instead of being like a little cutie that froze there, would the ending have been different? At that time, Zhou Tian was far from being as strong as he is now. Unfortunately, time can't be revisited. At this moment of life and death, he completely discarded the fear in his heart and dared to show his sword towards Zhou Tian, whom he knew he could not defeat. Fei roared. Black spiritual energy surged out and wrapped around his entire body, like a Vajra appearing in the world, exuding an aura of madness, compared to that time Kark Mountain. After this transformation, Fei's character did not show a huge contrast, always maintaining his sanity, and even his fighting sense, which was much stronger than before. Die for me, he roared, like a mad savage beast, his hair rooted evenly, and swung his huge fist, striking horizontally at Zhou Tian's face life. Humph, stupid. Zhou Tian didn't break the fact that Gufeng hadn't fallen yet, because it was his shame, and even if the crowd in front of him was destined to die, he didn't want them to know the fact that he had once been defeated under a mole cricket in the chi-drawing realm. Facing Fei who was attacking with all his might, he showed contempt. When he was in the 4th heaven of the Hotian, Fei was not his opponent, not to mention that the gap between the two of them was even greater now. If you want to die, let me fulfill you. The golden lance swept across, so fast that even the surrounding air was cut into 2 parts. Up and down, a bitterly strong wind blew within the valley, clattering as it impacted on the stone walls. Chu Yui Hui's face was stagnant. The lance was known for its powerful attack. Zhou Tian's seemingly random sweep was mixed with martial intent, coupled with the fact that he was holding a top-grade spiritual weapon. The attack power was incomparable. If Fei was swept, even if he didn't die, one of his arms would be permanently scrapped. Looking at Fei who was blatantly fearless, with eyes that were filled with killing intent, Chu Yui Mirage violently lifted a breath. The silver greatsword in his hand blossomed with the most extreme light, and he dodged to rush beside Zhou Tian, sideways blocking the golden lance. Clang! The 2 top-grade spirit weapons collided together, erupting into an eardrum-numbing metallic chirping sound. The power of that shot was too great. Chu Yui Hui was also in a state of serious injury. Her body was like a piece of paper, swaying and flying out, crashing heavily on top of a piece of strange stone, which exploded at the sound of the stone. Put! Fresh red sprayed out, making her big red dress and robe more and more bright. Her hands trembled. A few blood vessels burst on her crystal jade-like arms. Her face was so white that it was oozing, and she lost her ability to fight almost in an instant. Gate Master, don't mind me. Go help Fei. He's no match for Zhou Tian. As she spoke, Chu Yui Hui struggled to get up and rushed towards Zhou Tian once again. On Fei's side, due to Chu Yui Mirage blocking a shot for him, and the fact that he had used his brain to temporarily change his route for this attack, he had magically hit Zhou Tian. You, Die for me. This punch caused Qiu Tian to once again recall the scene of his fight with Gu Feng that day, when he thought of being beaten and fled, almost falling. He was furious, and his scarlet eyes flashed with killing intent, flowing slowly like running water. Even Gu Feng couldn't break my innate body, just by a fat pig like you? Get the hell out of here. Kill. Shi Tingting and the others, harnessing the combined attack technique, surrounded Qiu Tian and attacked fiercely. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. They only resisted 2 shots, and the combined attack technique was broken, and one by one, they flew out horizontally, coughing up blood, and were no longer able to fight. The field 3 silhouettes flying, Shu Yui Phantom with Fei, and Qiu Tian hard fight for a few rounds, although also in a weak position, but still not crispy defeat. Looking at the two people who were constantly being repelled and attacking, Qiu Tian's annoyance gradually surfaced in his heart. Among the people present, only he understood that there was still a Gu Feng present in the secret realm. The pressure Gu Feng was putting on him was far more than any of Chu Yui Hui and Fei, and he had to fight quickly in order to form a one-on-one situation with Gu Feng, or else the outcome would be hard to tell if he would win or lose. Purgatory breaking gun. With this in mind, he let out a low roar. A huge gun shadow, about 10 meters long and more than 1 meter in diameter, appeared above Qiu Tian's head, carrying a whimpering sound, and the atmosphere of the entire valley became extraordinarily grave, as if there were evil spirits emerging from hell. The long spear shadow crashed down towards both Chu Yui Hui and Fei. Chu Yui Hui kicked at Fei, who was still yelling to kill Qiu Tian, causing the latter's body to fly towards the back of the valley, and she, herself, retreated backwards at an extremely fast speed. She was well aware of the power of this shot, and if the two of them fought hard against it in their current state, they would surely die. Entering the valley, he stood firm, struck a formation, and shouted towards Fei, "Join me and take control of the formation." Controlling formations. I don't know how. Fei also sensed the dominance of the shot, and sweat slid down like rain, soaking his entire body. Chu Yui Hui was truly convinced. This Fei's battle power was not bad, but his intelligence and insights were simply a mess. Input your spiritual energy into the array disk. Oh, the two strong spiritual forces converged together, impacting the array plate as the array runes flashed. The shadow of the gun bombarded the formation, and the furious to unparalleled spiritual energy, through the formation, bombarded the two men. Put. Both of them sprayed out large mouthfuls of blood at the same time and flew out backwards. Fei was directly hit to stand up. Chu Yui Fantasy is not much better. By virtue of the amazing will, her hands firmly stabilized the array plate. Do not let the array collapse. Qiu Tian, who had performed a great move, gasped when he saw that the formation was still in place, and his face was gloomy to the extreme. There was some regret in his heart that he shouldn't have killed that group of Hotian 4th level cultivators so quickly before. After taking a few deep breaths, he once again took out 9 spirit weapons, looking like he was going to replicate the move he used to break through the formation earlier. At this time, although Chu Yui Hui and the others had the formation in place, they were only lingering on, and there was no longer any hope of escaping to life. They are in deep despair, waiting for death. Feeling the dissipation of the crowd's will to survive, Qiu Tian let out a maniacal laugh. The big picture was already doomed. He had won. However, just at the moment when he was about to throw out the 9 spirit weapons and break the formation, a swooshing air-breaking sound resounded from diagonally behind him. He tilted his head and dodged over, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it was actually a roasted beast leg that was eaten down to the bones. Hi, everyone's here. Ha, Sister Chu? You're not afraid that I'll get too many treasures and purposely enter the secret realm to stop me, are you? P.S. This chapter is awesome. 3.5 chapters in one, totaling 7,000 words. A title to see so much content. Look at the whole tomato is also extremely explosive existence. Chapter 100, Sisters, please don't make a mess, okay? Gu Feng. Swish. Everyone's gazes were cast in the direction from which the voice came. He only saw Gu Feng with a smile on his face, holding a roasted beast leg in his hand, walking slowly with a light pace, tearing the roasted meat every now and then, his hair fluttering, handsome face, in the sunset irradiation, shining a different light, a plainclothes simple and uncomplicated, up and down the body, through a breeze from the calm. Qiu Tian silently put away the 9 spiritual weapons that he was going to use to blast open the valley formation. His eyes gazed at Gu Feng who was slowly stepping towards him. His face was as gloomy as water. A touch of scorn surfaced between his eyebrows, and then as if he thought of something, he let out a light laugh. His scorn disappeared, and looked at the other party with great interest. Chu Yui Hui and the others' faces changed rapidly like a magic trick, first in a daze, then in joy, and finally in fear, and then they yelled out, "Gu Feng, run away! Qiu Tian can exert the strength of the Hotian 5th level in the mysterious realm. You're not a match for him. Go, where can we go?" The secret realm is just this big, and there are still many days left before we leave the secret realm of enlightenment? Gu Feng lightly laughed. He had a smile on his face, but in his heart he was a mom. If Zhou Tian, who was at the 4th level of Ho Tian, was so difficult to deal with, would the 5th level of Ho Tian not be heaven-defying? This is really going to kill him. Gu Feng, you're finally here. You've kept me waiting for a long time. Zhou Tian turned to face Gu Feng and said aloud. Chu Yuyi and the others were just lambs to be slaughtered, not enough to be feared. Ending Gu Feng was the most important thing right now. Waiting for me to come back and beat you up again? Gu Feng grinned. At those words, Zhou Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent as his face grew more and more gloomy. However, he still restrained the impulse to strike. In terms of real strength, Gu Feng was afraid that he was still no match for the Ho Tian 4th level. It was just that the blistering style of fighting that made it impossible to defend against. Zhou Tian was confident that if he were to do it all over again, even if he was still at the 4th level of the Ho Tian, he would still be sure of defeating Gu Feng, not to mention that the current him was even stronger than before. So decapitating Gu Feng wouldn't be an easy task? I let you get away with it last time. This time I'll behead you. Zhou Tian gripped the golden lance in his hand tightly. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said fiercely, defeated underlings, shameless. Gu Feng's 4 light words nearly caused Zhou Tian to break his defenses. His face was livid, and his hands, which were gripping the golden lance, were trembling slightly. Even though he was already on the verge of an outbreak, Zhou Tian still didn't kill Gu Feng, but quietly waited for his opponent to arrive. Gu Feng acted too blandly, so blandly that it didn't make sense, which made Zhou Tian a bit wary, and after thinking about it, he came to the most likely conclusion that Gu Feng wanted to bombard him to death with a thunderbolt. Other than that, he really couldn't think of where Gu Feng's bottom line came from. Zhou Tian's position at the moment was somewhat ingenious, only a few dozen meters away from Chu Yuyi and the others, a distance that was within the range of the thunderbolt, and Gu Feng's heart to save others was obvious, and would certainly not trigger the thunderbolt. With this in mind, Zhou Tian's restless emotions began to calm down as he clasped his hands to his chest and looked frankly at Gu Feng with an air of victory. There was an eerie calm at the scene, and after the initial sword fighting, both men fell silent at the same time. The brief exchange between the two, all fell on the ears of Chu Yuyi and the others. They looked at each other in disbelief. All saw disbelief from the bottom of each other's eyes. Zhou Tian had suffered a great loss at the hands of Gu Feng? Is that possible? The crowd could clearly see that Gu Feng's realm today was still the Qi-drawing realm. For the time being, when he has stepped into the peak of the Qi attraction realm, ordinary cultivators, with the peak of the Qi attraction realm horizontal attack on the Ho Tian 4 cultivators, can retreat, has been a heavenly, do not fall into the wind, the battle and win, can be called a myth. This, too, occurs occasionally in ancient records. However, Gu Feng's situation was different. His opponent was Zhou Tian, who was the 43rd of the Sunset Xia sect's inner sect heavenly ranking, the world's pride, for the understanding of martial arts, had reached an extremely profound point, but also comprehended the martial arts realm of meaning, with a difference of 4 minor realms, which included a span of 1 major realm. Gu Feng was still able to battle with one and gain the upper hand. This was something that had never even appeared in the history of Yun County, and even if one looked at the history of the entire Chu Kingdom, there had never been a record of this. This can no longer be considered a myth. I'm afraid it would be more appropriate to describe it as anticlimactic. Gu Feng really defeated Zhou Tian? This is just too amazing. Zhou Tian would actually lose to Gu Feng. How strong is he? Zhou Tian was able to rank 43 on the Sunset Xia sect's inner sect heavenly ranking list, and it was by no means a false name. In all fairness, even if they were in the same realm, among them, no one dared to say that they would be able to win against him, except for Chu Yuyi Fantasy and Ah Fei. It was unimaginable that this was the same person who had suffered a huge loss despite being challenged by Gu Feng at an overstep level. Sect Master, we're saved. A female cultivator's spirit was uplifted. Gu Feng's strength gave her hope of survival. It's useless. Chu Yuyi's eyes were bleak as she shook her head. Gu Feng and Zhou Tian most likely fought a lose-lose battle. Perhaps there was also an element of Zhou Tian's carelessness in it. Now that Zhou Tian's cultivation has advanced even further and he's no longer contemptuous, Gu Feng has no hope of winning. Chu Yuyi Fantasy's evaluation was fair, although she also wanted Gu Feng to win. It was undoubtedly delusional. After all, there was a limit to crossing the level of a challenge. Sisters, Gu Feng can come here. This is his love for us. We should be grateful. We can't ask too much of him. As soon as Gu Feng and Zhou Tian start fighting later, we'll kill out together. Even if we can only fight for Gu Feng for a single chance. Everyone get ready. As she spoke, Chu Yuyi Mirage raised a strong breath and suddenly rose, her face solemn, already holding the determination of certain death. Her heart set on the idea of dragging Zhou Tian along with her to die as soon as she had the chance. Shi Tingting and the others, who also struggled to get up, were touched by Gu Feng's great righteousness. The first time I met Gu Feng, I was not used to seeing him, thinking that he was a deadbeat who wanted money and had no bottom line, but now it seems to be a big mistake. The first time I heard of his name, or because he pitted the door masters more than 100,000 spirit stones, at that time I was thinking, this kind of man, too bad, must find an opportunity to teach him a good lesson. On the way to the secret realm, there were several times I wanted to suggest to the sect master that Gu Feng be kicked out, and secretly called him a rice bucket. Compared to the sect master, my vision is really bad. Gu Feng is a real man, a top-notch man, who doesn't stick to the small stuff. Don't worry, sect master, we will definitely not lose the face of the vegetable maiden sect, and even if we all end up dying, we will make sure that Gu Feng is the last one. The touching and heartfelt speeches of the female cultivators were not covered up, and all of them fell on Gu Feng's ears, and the corners of his mouth twitched with a speechless expression. Finally, unable to listen any longer, he spoke aloud in the direction of the valley. Aren't all the senior sisters a bit mistaken? I came here for the treasures as well as the 500,000 spirit stones ahead that senior sister Chu promised. You guys are making it hard for me by saying that. First things first, friends are friends, money matters are off the table. Gu Feng was worried in his heart and always felt that this group of female cultivators were saying this to make him soften his heart so that he could renege on the treasures and spirit stones that belonged to him. However, an unexpected scene appeared. After Gu Feng said those words, several sensual female cultivators actually began to sob. Even Chu Yuyi, who had always shown herself to be strong, had tears in her eyes and looked as if she was going to cry or not. In their mindsets, no one would risk their lives for money, and the reason Gu Feng said that was to sweep the guilt from their hearts. What a good one! What is a real man? Gu Feng has set an example for men in the world. Everyone's eyes were misted with tears, and Gu Feng's stature, in their eyes, gradually grew taller. He was so majestic and unyielding, like a heavenly god descending to the earth, displaying endless elegance. Gu Feng, don't worry, I, Chu Yuyi, am true to my word. These treasures, they are all yours. Towards the end, Chu Yuyi was already sobbing a little bit, and there were several female cultivators who even squatted on the ground, holding their heads and bawling. Gu Feng was flabbergasted. What was the situation? How did he make it look like he was going to the execution ground together? Admittedly, Zhou Tian's strength was very strong, and he had risen a small realm from before, but it wasn't as if he hadn't progressed, even though his realm hadn't changed. During the process of searching for the crowd, he had been thinking all the way through, researching the fusion of force and speed. On the road to the martial intent, another big step forward. Gu Feng had a feeling that according to this progress, as long as he was given another 10 days and half a month, he would definitely be able to comprehend the complete martial intent. It's just a shame that time doesn't allow for it. Rarely, Gu Feng is also confident that he can play with Zhou Tian to fight a lose-lose, not to mention that he also prepared a big move. Just this big move is not a critical moment, he did not dare to use, to hurt the body, maybe not killed each other, their own first hiccups. It's unlucky to look like a crybaby before the fight even starts. They definitely want to rely on my treasures and spirit stones. There is no such cheap thing. Senior sister Chu, the others are 500,000 spirit stones apiece. Shouldn't you be a bit more expensive since you have a noble status? Right. Big brother is right. She has Chu royal blood flowing in her body. How can $500,000 work? At least 5 million. Fei was the most calm one among all the people present. Ever since Gu Feng had appeared, he had developed a honeyed confidence in the latter. If Zhou Tian, who was at the 4th level of the Hotian, could be defeated, the 5th level of the Hotian must not be a problem either. Chu Yuyi sniffed and nodded with tearful eyes, then immediately shook her head. Originally I wanted to rely on this trip to the secret realm to get a good wave of blood back, but now that the treasures are all returned to you, how can I have any money? $5 million is too much. I can't afford it. How much always adds up? Gu Feng pulled the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, let's say 1 million. I have the blood of the Chu royal family flowing in me, but I'm actually a poor man. After saying these words, Chu Yuyi huffed and puffed. The sadness in her heart dispersed a lot, and she always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. It was as if Gu Feng had a magical power on him that could dispel the fear in his heart, stabilize his emotions, and give him hope. Deal. Gu Feng's eyes lit up. Getting an extra 500,000 spirit stones in a few words made him satisfied. Are you done? Gu Feng, are you too scared to come over? Zhou Tian said impatiently. He realized that Gu Feng was walking slower and slower, like a snail. Come over if you're capable. Gu Feng stopped in his tracks, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. How could he not know where Zhou Tian's scruples lay? You come here. Come over here. Gu Feng provocatively hooked his fingers and clasped his hands to his chest. Yu Qiuweather's face turned green, but there was nothing he could do. he really didn't dare to go over. The teary-eyed women looked at each other in dismay, and the scene became somewhat bizarre all of a sudden, giving people a sense of laughter. Chu Yuyihui's eyes flashed, immediately knowing what Gu Feng was doing with this move, and she cooperated by shouting, "Gu Feng, invoke the thunderbolt. Everyone will die without regret and won't blame you." Shut up! Qiu Tian's eyes were like electricity as he turned his head toward Chu Yuyihui and roared angrily. The moment he turned his head, Gu Feng's eyes thundered, his feet stepped on the Linjiang Xian, and an alabaster bridge flashed across his brow. Speed and force fused together as he unleashed a shocking strike. Seek death. Qiu Tian's mouth corners surfaced a hideous smile. Ate a loss. How would the second time when he had been prepared for Gu Feng, backhandedly swinging the gun across the room? Hundreds of thousands of pounds of huge force, wrapped in violent aura, eye-catching golden light blazing incomparably, will be the surrounding air are ignited. Punch out. Kill. At the moment Gu Feng launched his attack, Chu Yuyi withdrew the formation and led the female cultivators to kill out brazenly, each one of them looking solemn, with their hair cloaked like madness, with the determination to die, urging not much spiritual energy in their bodies, sending out the strongest strike they could send out at the moment. 20 or so attacks, striking out horizontally and horizontally, with colorful spiritual radiance, shining throughout the entire valley in extreme splendor. Within dozens of meters of the center of the attack, the temperature soared extremely quickly, emitting a gurgling sound, like a pot of boiling water, constantly rolling. The gaps in his eyes glanced to the overwhelming attacks. Gu Feng's eyelids jumped straight up, his entire body's sweaty hairs exploded, and he shouted ***** in his heart. Chu Yuyi Fantasy and the others attacked in this state. There was no way to guarantee a hit rate, and if they didn't pay attention, Qiu Tian wasn't hit, and Gu Feng hiccuped first. However, the arrow had already been sent, and it was no longer possible to dodge it. Gu Feng gritted his teeth and roared, a halo of light escaping from his body, and if he said that he had some reservations just now he was truly fighting for his life. Boom! Iron fists and lances collided together, sparks splashed everywhere, explosions were deafening, and a tsunami of spiritual energy poured out. A hurricane, dozens of times more violent than a gale, rose in vain and expanded. Phew! The valley was strewn with rocks, ancient trees that only a few adults could hold together were uprooted, and some unknown spirit grasses on the ground flew out horizontally with large swathes of soil. Gu Feng and Qiu Tian, who were at the very center of the explosion, had their faces blown out of shape by this violent hurricane. 2/3 of the attacks struck by the women hit the air, and the other 1/3 were taken by Gu Feng, Qiu Tian, and the ground, respectively. As for Chu Yuyihui and the others, they had long been shaken out by the strong force of the projectile, spurting out blood and screaming miserably. The whole valley shook. Sisters, please don't make a mess, okay? Gu Feng was beaten to a pulp and hissed out breathlessly. Chapter 101 Overlord Fist, jointly striking fist intent. Gu Feng's heart only wants to curse. Chu Yuyi Fantasy their mood of wanting to help. Understandable. Also very touched, but also have to do it according to their ability. They were dying themselves, and if they insisted on joining the battle, not only would they not be able to do anything, they would also affect Gu Feng's play. If Qiu Tian seized the opportunity and killed one of them explosively, how could Gu Feng watch the other party fall and not interrupt the rhythm of his original attack and head for help? Chu Yuyi Fantasy, who had been shaken to the core, was the first to get up. She sensed the problem and understood that Qi Tingting and the others were severely injured. Their attacks were inaccurate, and rushing up would only add to Gu Feng's chaos, only to see her rising brazenly, tearing off a section of her sleeve robe and using it to bind the hilt of the sword in her palm, grabbing a strand of hair scattered around her ear and biting it in her mouth, her body's battle spirit rising, a circle of strange halo escaping. You guys can't help. I'll go. At the end of the sentence, Chu Yuyi Fantasy let out a delicate cry up to the sky and urged the spirit weapon in her hand, acting like a madman as she killed Qiu Tian. Qiu Tian was also an expert of the innate realm. How could he not perceive Chu Yuyihui's state? And in this state where he could not even stand, trying to join this kind of high-end battle would do nothing but add to the chaos, or add to the chaos. He let out a sardonic laugh under his breath, and his blood-colored palm print struck out, heading straight for Chu Yuyi Fantasy, while at the same time, the golden lance swept across Gu Feng's thighs, forcing him to jump and dodge. Gu Feng was really going crazy. Chu Yuyi Mirage was already seriously injured. If she fought Qiu Tian's blood-colored palm imprint strongly, she would be crippled if not dead. What was already a high-difficulty mission had directly turned into a hellish level due to Chu Yuyi Fantasy's addition. What an addition to the chaos! Gu Feng roared, his body's spiritual radiance erupted, and in the air, he performed the Linjiang Xian to the extreme. The legs looked like they had turned a rocket engine. Swooshing, it was like an instantaneous movement, so fast that even Qiu Tian could not see it, leaping over the blood-colored palm prints, like a cannonball, smashing in front of Chu Yuyi. As soon as Gu Feng's feet landed on the ground, he roared once again and swung out his fists, blasting out millions of pounds of enormous force to impact the bloody handprint. Hastily storing up power, simply unable to counter Qiu Tian's long-stored power move, Gu Feng was sent flying out horizontally, blood spraying out of his mouth for no money, crashing heavily into Chu Yuyi behind him. The two of them directly rolled a few times in the air, falling heavily into the valley. At this moment, Gu Feng only felt that his internal organs were shaking and his chest felt like it was exploding. However, how could Qiu Tian let go of this perfect opportunity after building up his success with a single strike? And the moment the two landed on the ground, he rushed over mud. Gu Feng hurriedly took out the god-striking whip, and toward the falling golden lance. It was a vicious whip. Hiss! Qiu Tian only felt that his brain felt like it had been stabbed by a needle, a sharp pain that was incomparable. This feeling was not as strong as the previous direct hit on his brain, but it was enough to cause a slight stagnation in his attack. Higher power wrestling. This slight gap was enough for Gu Feng to reverse the passive situation at the moment. Roar! Like the roar of a savage beast, Gu Feng unleashed the Jade Lion's shattering gold roar, and although Qiu Tian was prepared for this move, due to the close proximity, he was still roared out of his mind for a moment. Get thee outta here! Ho 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 ho! While Gu Feng kept unleashing the Jade Lion's shattering gold roar, his entire body's spiritual energy converged on his arms. The sleeve robes on those arms directly exploded. A strip of fierce and horrible chi energy like a gnarled dragon roamed around his arms, as he grasped the golden lance that stabbed him in the face, and his torso rotated at a high speed, whirling Qiu Tian's entire body around. Like a wind turbine, he spun faster and faster, and when he reached his highest speed, he flung himself violently. Qiu Tian was like a scarecrow, directly thrown hundreds of meters, crashing through dozens of boulders along the way before barely stopping. Told you not to come over and make trouble. Don't you understand human language? Gu Feng yelled towards the pale Chu Yuyi fantasy. That look, it was too terrifying, similar to a hell messenger, making the latter a little frightened, her gaze not daring to meet it. Without waiting for Chu Yuyi to react, Gu Feng picked her up and threw her directly into the group of half-dead female cultivators like a small chicken. As for whether it would break her, Gu Feng no longer had time to think about it. Originally, he still had confidence in defeating Qiu Tian, but by Chu Yuyi interrupting like this, he caused himself to be the first to be injured. And now, not to mention defeating the other party, even a draw had become incredibly difficult. Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. So add up, keep an eye on your sect master, open the formation and don't let her come out and cause trouble. Also, this mission is too arduous. You have to add money to save you guys. 1 million per person, 2 million for Chu Yuyi fantasy. At the end of the sentence, Gu Feng roared once again and attacked towards Qiu Tian. It was no longer possible to win with the conventional method of battle, so Gu Feng could only exchange injuries for injuries and compete with Qiu Tian's life force. When he was at the 4th level of Ho Tian, he was sent flying by Gu Feng, and now that he was at the 5th level of Ho Tian, he was still sent flying. This was a little hard for Qiu Tian, who had a very high self-esteem, to accept. He sensed Gu Feng's conviction to fight, and his heart began to grow fierce. This time, the shame of a few days ago must be washed away, and this abominable chi-drawing realm brat must be sent to the point of no return. Kill! Kill! Both of them roared at the same time as Gu Feng and Qiu Tian clashed together fiercely, rumbling sounds shaking the heavens. With Gu Feng's agile figure, powerful punches, and the assistance of a heaven-defying artifact like the god-striking whip, coupled with a life-fighting style that wasn't afraid of death, he was able to suppress Qiu Tian, who was at the 5th Ho Tian heavenly level, and wielding a top-grade spiritual weapon. In a moment, Cheating and the others in the valley had long since looked dumbfounded. They had thought that Gu Feng was strong, but when Gu Feng's true strength was displayed, it still exceeded everyone's expectations. It's absolutely earth-shattering. Peak Chi Drawing and Hotian 5th level were engaged in a grueling fight. If someone had told them before today that someone could fight a fierce battle with the 5th Hotian at the peak of Chi Drawing, they would have scoffed. If the prefix of having comprehended the realm of martial intent was added in front of this Hotian 5th level, then they would most likely have to jump up and then violently beat the other party, roaring, "Are you insulting my intelligence?" However, this was the case. Not only was Gu Feng able to spar with Qiu Tian, he was even able to create a suppressive situation at a certain brief moment. This was so amazing that the crowd couldn't use the right words to describe Gu Feng's toughness. Sect Master, don't go and add to the chaos. Stay here peacefully, as long as nothing happens to us and we don't let Gu Feng get distracted. That's the biggest help to him. I'm afraid that if Sect Master goes out one more time, Gu Feng is going to raise the price again. 1 million east to west. I can barely afford it. If it increases to 2 million, I'll have to go sell my body. When Shi Tingting and the girls saw how strong Gu Feng was, The worry in their hearts went a few points and they urged Chu Yuyi not to be impulsive. Yes, drop. It wasn't so tough originally. If it wasn't for you introducing Chu Yanfeng into the secret realm and sending Cho Tian a spirit weapon that can bring out the strength of the Hotian 5th level in the secret realm, we wouldn't have been beaten so badly. It's all your fault. Fei, whose breath was frail, began to mend. This statement was echoed by the women. Chu Yuyi's face was unsightly, directly breaking the defense, and when he thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. If he hadn't entered the secret realm himself, Cho Tian wouldn't have been so powerful, and judging by the strength Gu Feng had exerted so far, even if he couldn't decapitate Cho Tian, he would still be able to stop the other party from prospering. Hey, it's all my fault, but I fell to my death. Can't you be gentle? 2 million. I'm also annoyed. Chu Yuyi fantasy muttered, dismissing the idea of striking again. The fierce battle between Gu Feng and Cho Tian was extremely tragic, and this time, Gu Feng was really fighting for his life, with the striking god whip appearing extremely frequently in his hands. At this moment, he could no longer care about the stabbing pain in his head, and was only interested in defeating Cho Tian. Ha ha ha, you can't beat me. Cho Tian's vision was so poisonous. After fighting for so long, he finally discovered the mystery of the god-striking whip in Gu Feng's hand. This item was indeed heaven-defying, but it could not be talked about as insoluble. The golden lance in his hand was able to greatly counteract the might of the god-striking whip, and both sides basically suffered the same amount of pain. Comparing souls, the innate realm had a unique advantage, and Cho Tian really couldn't think of a reason to lose. Gradually, Gu Feng began to fall into a disadvantage. His body had a few more piercing blood holes. Blood had long since dyed his plain robe red. His face was white, and his pupils were somewhat lax. Seeing this, Cho Tian laughed out loud and began to launch a fierce attack. 1 million spirit stones per head. 20 would be 20 million. Chu Yu's phantom value is 2 million, for a total of 22 million. The treasures in the secret realm can also be shared partially. Cho Tian's golden lance. That's a top-grade spirit weapon. It's worth at least several million. And, a low voice rang out as Gu Feng looked like he was hyperventilating himself, his attacks appearing to be misplaced, some of his moves even looking comical. Ha ha ha, when you die, I'll burn 10 billion paper money for you. But for now, please go to hell. Purgatory breaking gun. Seeing that the time was ripe, Cho Tian jerked back a step and unleashed a big move. The blood-red lance shadow was in the air, sucking the surrounding aura into the air. In order to kill in one blow, he used half a breath more than before to send out his move this time. However, it was this half-breath that gave Gu Feng the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Only he yelled, Fei, Fei, who was in the formation, rushed out as if he had already prepared for it. Foolish, with his strength, he can't even break my innate body, so what's the use of coming over? Who told you that Fei is here to attack you? Gu Feng smiled evilly. A shocking scene appeared. Fei, who had rushed out explosively, did not attack Cho Tian, but came behind Gu Feng, and fiercely punched towards the back of Gu Feng's heart, throwing out a punch with all his strength. Is Fei crazy? Chu Yuyi and the others were already confused, each one of them dumbfounded, not knowing what Fei meant by this move. At the same time, Gu Feng made a swinging motion. Boom! Fei's powerful punch hit Gu Feng's back solidly, a punch so violent that it shattered the upper half of Gu Feng's clothes, causing him to spray out a large mouthful of blood. Almost at the same time, Gu Feng's long-stored fist was swung out. Bully fist, a dark golden fist, dazzling to the point of being indescribable, as well as fierce to the point of being indescribable, and even faster to the point of being indescribable, just swung out. Fist intent. Cho Tian was shocked. The whole process happened in a flash. It was so fast that he couldn't react in time. As a matter of fact, when he was preparing to execute the purgatory breaking gun, he had already prepared himself to take Gu Feng's punch hard. With Gu Feng's existing strength, even if he were to magnify it by a factor of 2, at most, it would only be able to break his innate body, which would not be enough to be fatal. However, he hadn't even expected that Gu Feng would be able to use an almost self-inflicted injury with Fei's help to strike a martial intent that only an innate realm cultivator could strike. At this moment, Cho Tian's center door was wide open and there was no way to avoid it. This punch was too harsh and too swift, sweeping all the way across, causing Cho Tian's soul to tremble and the shadow of death to loom over his heart. Lingering. To die. Everyone dies together. Cho Tian's face was hideous, hissing until his voice was hoarse. Woo! The field was filled with whimpering sounds, and the shadow of a 10 or so meter long blood-red lance ravaged the area, falling towards Gu Feng's head. It's over. This is going to be a serious injury if not death. How much medical expenses will it cost to get well? The moment the lance fell, an outrageous thought popped into Gu Feng's mind. Careful! A familiar voice came to his ears, and a red figure flashed into view. It's Chui Fantasy. only to see her cross her sword and strike a bright to blinding light towards the sky, blasting at the blood-colored lance's shadow. Boom! Boom! Two shocking explosions in no particular order resounded throughout the entire secret realm. The four of them were simultaneously sent flying dozens of meters, falling heavily to the ground. Zhou Tian staggered up, a bull-sized bloody hole in his body, hideous and terrifying. Gu Feng's punch had penetrated his chest. He unwillingly looked in the direction of Gu Feng. His mouth opened, the knot in his throat wriggled a few times, his pupils quickly grayed out, and he planted himself on the side, completely lifeless. The 43rd of the Fallen Cloud Sect's inner sect heavenly ranking, the second of the Cloud County's renowned Shou family's three heroes, Zhou Tian, had fallen. Senior Sister Chu, how are you? 2 million, give me a waiver. I'm really too poor. Spare half. That stunning slash was only worth $1 million? My own punch isn't even worth $1 million. It's already a friendly price. Asshole. Bastard. As the words fell, Chu Yuyihui completely fell into unconsciousness. Gu Feng felt a bit ludicrous at the words she had to finish even though she was forcing herself into a coma. Gu Feng probed Chu Yuyihui's condition and found that she was seriously injured but had not injured her martial arts foundation, which was truly a blessing amongst misfortunes. Looking at Qi Tingting and the others, who were walking towards each other, Gu Feng grinned. No one fell. Unfortunately. Fei, pick up the spirit weapons, storage rings, including clothes, but whatever is worth money. These are all spirit stones. After Gu Feng finished explaining these things, sleepiness struck him, and his head lolled as he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 102, How to Earn 2 Small Goals. I don't know how long it took, but Gu Feng woke up leisurely, feeling that the sky was spinning, and the sound of stomping and stomping came from his ears, as well as some petulant voices, and the sound of fighting. What's going on? Gu Feng's heart thumped, and he immediately shot up, only to realize that he was on Fei's back, with Fei underneath him, running at high speeds, occasionally exchanging a few blows with those female cultivators of the vegetarian women's sect. Fei, what's the situation? Gu Feng asked with a confused look on his face. Big brother, there are still so many places in the secret realm that haven't been explored. Senior Sister Chu shared the map, and I'm competing with them for the treasures? Fei said excitedly. Gu Feng looked down and saw Fei grasping several treasures with both hands. Within the secret territory, among the crowd, other than Gu Feng and Shu Yui Fantasy, Fei was the strongest, and he was also in the best shape, finding up treasures, crunching hard. One person can stand up to 7 or 8 people from the vegetarian girls sect. Fei, do you want to be shameless? Gu Feng has sworn a heavenly oath not to rob our treasures. A female cultivator, who was somewhat in a sorry state, clenched her silver teeth and had an ugly face that looked like she wanted to gnaw and eat Fei. He. These are all unknown things. Then who is fast with their hands and feet? How can it be considered robbery? Fei said with a hefty smile. But you're always intentionally or unintentionally body slamming us. What's the difference between that and robbing from us? Another female cultivator was so angry that her head was full of raven hair. Slow hands, weak body, blame me? Fei said with a shrug as he threw a few treasures into his storage ring. You little cutie, what's the use of taking more treasures? It's still not a 2-8 split with Gu Feng. Why don't you cooperate with us? You take 60% and we take 40%. The female cultivator who had spoken hadn't yet realized that Gu Feng had woken up. Gu Feng's face darkened. This was instigating Fei to embezzle in front of him. Outrageous. This senior sister. It's hard for me not to make a move to intercept you when you say that. As soon as these words came out, several female cultivators froze. Their eyes revealed scorn. Gu Feng's strength. They had seen it before. Even if they were seriously injured, ravaging them would be without pressure. One Fei was already hard to deal with, and with one more Gu Feng involved in the interception, they couldn't hold back. With this in mind, one of the slightly older female cultivators stomped her foot unwillingly and waved her hand. Let's go. After the few female cultivators left, Gu Feng grinned, before asking Fei about the harvest this time. Boss, it's filled with 2 storage rings, Fei said excitedly. Really? Come on, let me see. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's face was invigorated, as if he had taken an elixir. A hot current surged through his body, soothing his body, as if in a flash. All his injuries had healed. Fei nodded excitedly and immediately opened the 2 storage rings, which were filled with a wide array of various heavenly materials, spiritual weapons, and pills in a colorful manner. Although many of the items, because of their age being too long, had lost their spiritual radiance, and their value was greatly reduced, but they could be sold for quite a lot of money when added up. Ha ha ha, we're rich. Gu Feng waved his fists, excited to the point where it was hard to add to his excitement. This trip to the secret realm was unusually dangerous and the harvest was unusually large. When he bought a suitable fund to retribute demonic beast and returned to the Sunset Cloud sect to break through the Hotian realm, he would be able to utilize the spirit stones exchanged from the harvest of this trip to rapidly raise his cultivation in a short period of time. According to Zhu Qingyan, the 10,000 tribulation Dao body, for every major realm it broke through, the resources it consumed were about 10 times that of the previous realm. Gu Feng broke through the body refinement realm and used around 10 million lower grade spirit stones. The Qi drawing realm was around 100 million, so the Ho Tian realm, it should be around 1 billion. Previously, at Carp Mountain, he had grabbed around 100 million spirit stones, and with phase 200 million owed as well as this harvest, I'm afraid that it's already infinitely close to half of the spirit stones needed to cultivate to the peak of the Ho Tian realm. Half of the spirit stones needed for the Ho Tian realm are already available. Is the other half still far away? Thinking about this, Gu Feng's expression grew more and more excited. Ha ha ha, Big Brother is right. We're rich. Fei laughed boldly. There are still several days before the secret realm opens again. Keep digging for treasures. I'll join you. Ow, senior sister Chu, the treasures we got from Chu Yanfeng. Gu Feng and the others didn't share them with us, and Fei even fought with us for them. When these words came out, the female cultivators had a look of decline, while Chu Yui Mirage silently cried in her heart. After waiting for so many years, it was not easy to wait until the time when the secret realm was opened, and he was counting on relying on this trip to the secret realm to fatten up properly. As a result, not only did he get hurt, but he was also killed by Gu Feng and Fei, who messed up nearly 60% of the harvest. The harvest was already low, and that protection fee of $1 million per person was like adding insult to injury. It was important to know that for the inner disciples of the Sunset Cloud sect, the cultivation resources that the sect issued to them each month were only equivalent to 50,000 to 60,000 lower grade spirit stones. Had I known this, I might as well be frank and talk to Gu Feng directly about the split. Why bother? Of course, the pain was still a pain, but they were still glad that they had invited Gu Feng, or else the secret realm would be their grave. Alas dash, don't complain, work hard to find treasures, give me the secret realm, and take everything that's worth money, including but not limited to coffin boards, graveyard stones, less than vintage elixirs, and the land below. Well, when the female cultivators heard this, they also looked solemn and bellowed in unison, sweeping frantically through the secret realm. Soon, the time came to the day before the opening of the secret realm. Looking at Gu Feng, who was grinning broadly and reaching out to beg for a life-saving fee, the corners of Chu Yui Hui's mouth twitched. You've got all these treasures, cut us some slack. Didn't I already give you $1 million off? I can give you this 1 million, and the rest give $500,000. Gu Feng thought about how his and Fei's harvest had already exceeded Chu Yui Fantasy's team of 100, and it was a bit inappropriate to take every penny. After all, the other party had also half sold and half given away the feats. With this in mind, he graciously said, alright, let's do what senior sister Chu said. That's more like it. Chu Yui Fantasy was satisfied. Big Brother, it's time to share the treasures. After Cheatingting and the others finished writing their IOUs, Fei rubbed his hands together and said impatiently, well, start dividing. Gu Feng skimmed his lips and took out all of his acquisitions, placing them neatly on the ground in a dazzling light that made Chu Yui Hui and the others drool, both envious and red-eyed. He almost didn't control his emotions and made a grab for it. This Fei is a fool with a fool's luck. He was injured the least, yet he was able to share 20% of Gu Feng's haul, and it wouldn't be too much to say that he's the second biggest winner of this trip to the secret realm. Pick what you like, what you can use, and cover the interest on the rest. Against interest? Without paying back the principal? Fei was a little stunned. Isn't it a good deal to credit 1 month and give away 3 months of interest? Of course, you can also choose to reduce the principal. Gu Feng seduced. Makes sense. I'll go with offsetting interest. Fei thought for a moment and grinned. When these words came out, Chu Yui Hui and the others' faces looked strange, but upon careful consideration, they felt that it was a good deal. It's hard to say what's wrong with it for a while. You have to think clearly. Xiao Tian is an inner sect heavenly ranking disciple, and he has an older brother above him who is ranked as high as 13th in the inner sect heavenly remarks ranking. If he comes to trouble you, I won't be able to protect you. Seeing Fei picking away Xiao Tian's weapon, Gu Feng frowned and said, hey, Xiao Tian was killed by Big Brother. What does it have to do with me? You have to look for Big Brother even if you are looking for trouble. That makes so much sense. Gu Feng was extremely speechless and skimmed his lips as he put away all the rest of the items. The trip to the secret world was quite successful. Chu Yui Fantasy and the others weren't considered to be violently rich, but they were also a little fat. Of course, the biggest harvest still belonged to Gu Feng, and the preliminary estimate was close to 200 million lower grade spirit stones. The only beautiful thing about those life-saving fees is that they only ended up collecting 100 or so white slips. After exiting the secret realm, Chu Yui took a detour and fetched the thunder spirit grass. Afterward, He stopped by the Chamber of Commerce and was lucky enough to buy a Thunder attribute Thunder Light Ancient Rabbit. The appearance looked quite handsome, and Gu Feng was satisfied. Originally, with the Thunder Light Ancient Rabbit, the Thunder Spirit Grass could have been thrown away, but Gu Feng didn't throw it away. There was a choice, and Senior Zhu would be more satisfied. Half a month later, the group returned to the Fallen Cloud sect. Senior Sister Chu, next time there's a similar secret realm, come find me again? It's still free. Gu Feng looked at Chu Yuyihui and the others, who were puffing up and didn't want to say a word more, and grinned and shouted, "Too expensive, can't afford it." Chu Yuyihui's face was dark. "Who told you not to be honest?" Without stopping, Gu Feng went straight to the pill refining hall. "Senior Zhu, after a month of running around, I was fortunate enough to find a suitable body for you. We can cross over." Chapter 103, Bastard. "Is this the body you found for me?" There dash. As soon as these words came out, a blazing flame immediately rose from the originally cool alchemy room. This time, the flames were more raging and intense than any other time in the past, and Gu Feng felt a rushing passion and bravado from it. Ha ha ha. Before Zhu Qingyan's figure had completely emerged, the loud laughter had already come, shaking Gu Feng's eardrums and shaking his soul, so he hurriedly shouted out, "Elder Zhu, this time, the kid went out to look for a body suitable for you, and suffered a very serious injury, and couldn't withstand your laughter." As the words fell, Gu Feng only felt two more blazing gazes on his body, causing his entire body's temperature to soar as bean-sized beads of sweat slid down his face on his forehead. Zhu Qingyan stopped laughing, as if she was using a secret method, observing Gu Feng's injuries. Known for its strong physical body, the 10,000 Thunders Taoist body, are injured so seriously. "It seems that you kid, this time really for my body, pay a lot. It is not in vain that I will be the bottom of the box of the antithetical martial arts, taught to you." Zhu Qingyan looked at Gu Feng with a smile, her eyes full of relief. "I'm sorry for just now. I was just too excited and didn't notice the injuries on your body in advance. You know what? I've been in this dark and sunless underground for a whole 5,000 years, and even though most of that time, I've been sleeping, I can't help but feel forlorn and lonely every time I awaken. I have looked to the stars and prayed to the heavens to one day stand again in the world, but I know that this is a luxury. In this barren region, no one can even cultivate to the realm of inducing a thunder tribulation. I have, countless times, cursed the Divine Master. It was he who allowed me to leave a trace of my divine soul here, waiting for a future recovery. I didn't expect it, but I was really counted on by this old man. He waited for the once-in-a-year 10,000 sacrifices Taoist body. I'm sorry, Divine Master. I was wrong. Please forgive me for the nonsense that Disciple used to speak. Disciple also mouthed off to you because he was suffocated by loneliness, perhaps too excited. Zhu Qingyan began to hiss. She laughed maniacally at times, fell down at times, and finally headed in one direction, kneeling down a few times. Gu Feng's heart stirred, finally understanding some of the doubts he had once had. Zhu Qingyan's soul existed here due to the instructions of the Great Brightness Divine Master. Even the establishment of the Fallen Cloud sect was because of the Great Brightness Divine Master's words. Zhu Qingyan is fallen green smoke. A conclusion that made sense and made people smile. To be able to roughly predict today's events 5,000 years ago, this Divine Master of the Great Ming Divine Dynasty could be called a mythical figure, truly worthy of being a supreme expert standing at the top of the continent. There was some yearning in Gu Feng's heart, fantasizing that one day, he too could become a Divine Master-like figure. Gu Feng, quickly show me what kind of body you have prepared for me. These words directly pulled Gu Feng back to reality, from his unadulterated thoughts about the future. Looking at Zhu Qingyan, who came to his eyes and whose eyes were shining, he couldn't help but grin widely, rushing to bring out the Thunderlight Ancient Rabbit. With a smug face, he said, "Senior Zhu, how is it? This demonic beast is not bad, but it cost me a lot of spirit stones. In order to buy it, my legs are running broken." Gu Feng didn't forget to take credit. Ha ha ha, well. Although the Thunderlight Ancient Rabbit wasn't great, it was by no means easy to find in this bullet-ridden place. Not bad, not wasted on me for being so nice to you. Zhu Qingyan, who had been excited for quite a while, finally calmed down. Can't wait, cross the lightning tribulation right away. Elder Zhu, I'm afraid I'm not suitable to break through the lightning tribulation now that I haven't recovered from my injuries. Why don't you wait until I've adjusted my body to its optimal state? Gu Feng worried. Come back. The large hand illuminated by Zhu Qingyan's flames lifted him like a small rabbit. With me here, you still need to heal yourself? That's not good. Senior Zhu, you're weak right now. You really don't have to damage your soul power for me anymore. Gu Feng laughed lowly. Senior Zhu was really in a hurry. That said, he himself was also very eager to see Senior Zhu's overwhelming elegance after condensing his body. You underestimate me too much. My realm is not something you can speculate on, even in today's state. With only a trace of a soul, but letting you recover your body in a moment is still something you can easily do. It hurts me a bit, but it's not a big problem. After having a brand new body, I will only leave behind soul force that matches the realm of the body as well. Instead of letting most of the soul force will dissipate, it's better to heal you, Xu Qingyan said with a smile. Then, I'll trouble Senior then. Gu Feng grinned, unable to contain his excitement. Zhu, Senior Zhu, this Thunderlight Ancient Rabbit is not of a high grade. Will it affect your future? There is an impact, but not much, Xu Qingyan softly replied back, perhaps in a good mood. Taking advantage of the time to heal her wounds, she began to lecture Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you have to understand one thing, there are no trashy physiques, only trashy people. To me, a body is just a temporary carrier, and at a certain realm, I need to coalesce my own body. Right now the strength of the body really does not matter, is nothing more than the recovery of the length of time the problem. A longer time is better, just to give me enough time to perfect the inadequacy of the previous realms. This life, I will certainly be better than before, the impact of that supreme realm. Speaking of this, Xu Qingyan was full of grandeur, his endless elegance spreading to the sky. That's really great. The more he learned about Xu Qingyan, the more Gu Feng felt that this Thunderlight Ancient Rabbit was not worthy of her, and luckily, she was more satisfied. Your realm is still low and your eyesight is limited, so of course you can't understand it, always thinking that the stronger your physique is, the higher your future achievements will be. Taken broadly, this view is really fine, but not absolute. A mortal body can also defy the heavens, and has also broken into the Emperor realm, invincible in an era. One of the most amazing emperors in history, whose body was a hybrid ginseng that unintentionally fell into the spiritual pool, did not feel inferior for its own body, and walked step by step, stepping on the road against the heavens. This emperor, extremely legendary, is also my idol, but it's a pity that the era spans too long and I have no chance to see him. Speaking of this, a tinge of yearning surfaced on Xu Qingyan's face, seeing that this strange man who had become an emperor by certifying his path with hybrid ginseng was indeed her idol. After about an hour, Gu Feng felt the blazing palm on his back disappear, and his entire body was permeable and very comfortable. The injuries from the trip to the secret realm had healed. Seeing that you're in good shape, as well as your current functional indicators, breaking through this thunder tribulation is easy and enjoyable, and 100% will succeed, Xu Qingyan said with a smile. She knew a lot about the 10,000 tribulation Dao body. Gu Feng didn't doubt her words. If she said 100%, then she definitely wouldn't fail. Elder Zhu, I'll adjust and prepare. Halfway through Gu Feng's words, he saw that Xu Qingyan looked like she was stripping the spirit fire from her body, and her body, which had originally had flames rising, gradually became illusory, and vaguely, he saw the image of a female cultivator with an overwhelming elegance, a full head of raven hair to her waist, a graceful figure, and an air of superiority. What are you waiting for? Just cross the threshold. I can't wait. Elder Zhu, why don't you go back first? I've been thinking about it, but I still think that the body I'm looking for you is of too low a grade, so I'll go look for it again? I can't go back. Once I detach from the spirit flame, I can only survive the thunder tribulation within 12 hours, otherwise I will go up in smoke. Xu Qingyan shook her head. Hiss. Back. Can't go back? Gu Feng's mouth was slightly open in disbelief. Well, the Thunderlight Ancient Rabbit looks really good. Bring the Thunderlight Ancient Rabbit to me. Let's go cross the tribulation. Without waiting for Gu Feng to react, Xu Qingyan flexed her fingers and took the Thunderlight Ancient Rabbit into her hands. She gently stroked the anxious Thunderlight Ancient Rabbit and softly spoke. I've wronged you. I won't suppress your soul and send you a great opportunity in the future. Elder Zhu is truly compassionate. Gu Feng exclaimed in admiration. You bastard boy, is this the body you found for me? In the next moment, a thunderous bellow rang out, shaking the entire alchemy room with a clatter. Gu Feng was directly stunned, and when she saw Xu Qingyan, her face changed dramatically and was ugly. Is there a problem? Gu Feng asked warily. This Thunderlight Ancient Rabbit is a male. Xu Qingyan's face was ugly. What? Gu Feng froze and held over the Thunderlight Ancient Rabbit, checking it over and over again a few times before he was sure that it was indeed a male. I am a renowned supreme expert of the Central State. How can I enter the body of a male rabbit? So, what about that? Find a replacement right away. No, there are no lightning attribute demonic beasts in the entire Sunset Xia sect or even Cloud County. So where should I look for them? Gu Feng was on the verge of crying. You little cutie. No basic common sense. You're killing me. Suddenly, Gu Feng had a flash of light and tremblingly held out from his storage ring a spirit grass inserted in a broken bowl with 3 narrow blades, and at the root of the spirit grass, there was still some soil, perhaps because of the airlessness in the storage ring. 2 of the leaves of the spirit grass, which had already begun to yellow, had the tendency to falter. Silence, deadly silence. Is this okay? Gu Feng asked tentatively. You. Looking at the absent thunder spirit grass, Xu Qingyan was so angry that her body trembled. Elder Zhu, spare your life. This thunder spirit grass has both the thunder attribute and life force. It also has no gender. It completely fulfills your requirements. Gu Feng squatted on the ground, holding his head with one hand, and with one hand, handed the thunder spirit grass and the broken bowl to Xu Qingyan. Chapter 104, Why is my life so bitter? Looking at the thunder spirit grass that was so absent and malnourished that it seemed like a breeze would have to hiccup, Xu Qingyan's eyelids fluttered crazily, and she was so furious that she was trembling, and her outstretched fingers were also trembling slightly. Elder Zhu, this thunder spirit grass, I carefully take care of it every day, watering at least 3 times. The appearance looks half dead, but the vitality of the bar, the reason why this is so, perhaps a long time not see the sun, I took it out to the sun on it. Gu Feng's desire for survival was full, his mouth smoldered, and he quickly explained. Xu Qingyan was so furious that she couldn't say a word. Through the shadow, Gu Feng saw a reddened face, as well as a chest that was violently heaving up and down. He couldn't help but have his torso trembling, and hung his head even lower. It was obvious that the senior Zhu in front of him was already furious to the extreme. This gets me inducted into crap like this? This is not garbage. For this thunder spirit grass, I fought bloody battles in all 8 directions, fought fierce battles with Hotian realm 5th level powerhouses several small realms higher than me, and nearly fell. In all fairness, Gu Feng's words weren't really nonsense. He was willing to follow Chu Yui into the secret realm, including saving Chu Yui's life by engaging in a fierce battle with Xiao Tian in the secret realm. Without Chu Yui fantasy, where would Gu Feng be able to get his hands on this thing? Seeing Xu Qingyan's silence, Gu Feng said weakly, who told you to be so impulsive, breaking away from the spirit flame all of a sudden? You didn't explain that the demonic beast must be female. How do I know? Well, it's my fault? Using this trashy spirit herb as a body, how can I recover my strength quickly? Xu Qingyan's eyes rounded in anger as she roared out. Elder Zhu, there are no trashy physiques, only trashy people, and I believe that a spirit herb can also cut down the stars. Your idol, the mighty one who went all the way against the odds with hybrid ginseng and eventually proved to be an emperor. Thunder spirit grass, no matter how bad it is still better than hybrid ginseng? He can go all the way against the odds. You will surely be able to do the same. This is something that I firmly believe in, and I hope that you can also believe in yourself. Be confident. You can't give up. Gu Feng rose with a whoosh and said with great righteousness, returning the other party's previous grandiose words with a flourish. Confidence, you big head. Hybridized ginseng certified to become an emperor. How small is the probability, you know? 1 in a billion. Only one case ever. If I used this broken spirit grass as my body, how much more time would I have to spend before I could cultivate to my previous realm? This doesn't just give you time to perfect the deficiencies of each realm. As he spoke, Gu Feng stole a glance, and he saw Xu Qingyan's soul shadow swaying uncontrollably as he hissed, and it looked like spittle was constantly splashing out of his mouth. 1 life is 2. 2 begets 3. 3 begets everything. There is 1 and then there is 2. You have to be strong and learn to accept reality. Right now in the entire Sunset Cloud sect, only this thunder spirit grass is suitable for you. I promise you, after you possess the thunder spirit grass, I will definitely spend a lot of money to buy good fertilizers and water and fertilize you every day to ensure that you grow green. I'll also throw away this broken bowl and replace it with a top-grade spiritual artifact-grade flower pot for you, and then get you a shield to avoid the sun and rain and protect you from thriving. Looking at Gu Feng, who was foaming at the mouth and gushing endlessly, as well as the half-dead, drooping thunder spirit grass, Xu Qingyan's heart felt as hard as if she had eaten. My hallowed Xu Qingyan, a renowned figure in history, has been reduced to the point of possessing a spirit herb and languishing. Pathetic, lamentable, she muttered to herself for a long time, and then suddenly went crazy and yelled up to the sky. You old man with 1,000 knives, it's all because of what you did. Xu Qingyan cursed very hard, with all kinds of filthy words coming out frequently, and Gu Feng could hear that the object of her anger was the damning divine master that she had just gratefully bowed to. Hey, people, you can't be impulsive. One moment you're grateful and one moment you're angry. What is this called? All characters who have lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years are not mature at all. After venting the anger in her heart, Xu Qingyan calmed down and took the broken bowl in Gu Feng's hand, her hands shaking, itching to throw the broken grass out and cry out sadly to the sky. Why is my life so bitter? The time, too, and the destiny. The truth was in front of her, so bloody and harsh that she had to accept it even if she didn't want to. Gu Feng, in the future, you must do a good job of helping me find lightning attribute heavenly treasures so that I can grow fast. I can't slack off or I'll end up with you. After yelling towards Gu Feng, Xu Qingyan's emotions finally calmed down. Aha, aha. Gu Feng's head nodded like a garlic head, but in his heart, He silently added, I don't have enough spirit stones. How can I have the money to buy her heavenly herbs and geomantic treasures? Unless she specifies the place. I'll go and take charge of the search. Seeing as she is so pitiful, the harvest will be shared with her 46th. 6% for her and 94% for me. Rumble. The sky, which was previously clear and bright, was covered in dark clouds the next moment. A dark and tumbling cloud that quickly converged over the outer gate of the sunset cloud sect. Thunder hissed. Silver arcs of electricity flashed, and a vastness that did not belong to the earth poured out. What's the situation? What a familiar aura. Is this Gu Feng's thunderbolt? Is he going to break through the Hotian realm? In just 1 year's time, breaking through 2 great realms in a row. He's going against the heavens. It's too soon. I heard that this time he went out. He got a lot of treasures, but he also suffered a very serious injury. Crossing the lightning tribulation in such a situation is no different from looking for death. If he succeeds in his breakthrough, he will become the unquestioned number 1 in the outer sect, and Fei won't be able to compare to him. All the outer disciples, including the distant Carp Mountain and the crowd of the Elder Hall, all felt the aura of the thunderbolt at the same time. Elder Lu's brows were furrowed in worry. He had already known about Gu Feng's whereabouts for the past month or so from Chu Yuyi, and he also knew his true strength. However, it was unwise to forcefully cross the tribulation in the case of serious injuries, knowing that this thunder tribulation, most likely there would be a soul-related test, and the possibility of failure was extremely high. This brat Gu Feng, does he want to seek death? Elder Shun, the chief of the outer sect's pill refining hall, wrinkled his brow and whispered, his eyes full of worry, and Yen Ruoshi, beside him, clasped her hands together and prayed to the heavens. Too impulsive. He's bursting with self-confidence. Elder Wu of the outer sect's hall of merit couldn't stop shaking his head. This brat doesn't want to die? Chu Yuyi Fantasy, who was still spouting her grievances to the disciples under her door at the outer door, Su Nu sect, leapt up high into the sky and looked at Gu Feng's figure from afar. She knew better than anyone how serious the injuries on Gu Feng's body were, and on the way back, he couldn't even walk on his own, spending tens of thousands of spirit stones, hiring a few vegetarian girl sect disciples, and being carried, before struggling to get back to the Fallen Cloud sect. She really couldn't figure out why Gu Feng would choose to cross the tribulation in this situation. He was clearly already invincible in the outer sect. With Elder Lu of the outer sect protecting him, the Chiu family's 3Gs boss, Zhou Baodian, even if he knew that Gu Feng had killed Shou Tian, there was nothing he could do about it. He's too eager. Right at this moment, a voice exploded in his ears, and Chu Yuyi Fantasy turned his head to look. His face swished and became ugly. The visitor had an upright posture, handsome appearance, eyes shining like stars, and a white coat adding to the supreme elegance. He stood with his hands negatively, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Those inner sect disciples who were attracted by Gu Feng's thunderbolt, all bowed their heads, because he had a resounding name, Shu Yuhang, the number 1 in the inner sect's heavenly ranking that no one could shake. What brings you here? Chu Yuyi Fantasy asked, narrowing her eyes. I heard that you're getting close to an outer sect kid, or a waist physique like the 10,000 tribulation Dao body. I was curious in my heart, and I just happened to be free, so I came over to take a look, Shu Yuhang said with a calm expression, his eyes flickering for a moment when he mentioned Gu Feng. Seeing Chu Yuyi Hui's face become even more ugly, Shu Yuhang added, I didn't spy on you, nor did I look for anyone to inquire about you. Half a month ago, I received Chu Yinfeng's soul transmission. We're just ordinary friends. Don't listen to a dead man's nonsense, Shu Yui Mirage said in a cold voice. Humph. Shu Yuhang nodded with a smile and looked at Gu Feng's figure in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly, a sinister light flickering within them. Shu Yuyi Hui normally wouldn't have explained it to him, but this time it was unusual, and moreover, she had also passed that gong method to Gu Feng. Look, Chu Yenran is here again. Didn't she say she's been in seclusion lately? Chapter 105, Gu Feng is crazy. He's self-harming with little grass. Chu Yenran's appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere of the scene, filling the hall with flamboyance that even Gu Feng, who was located hundreds of meters away, on the wind and cloud stage, heard. A few months have not seen. Chu Yenran's style is still the same, the original slightly tender face, more than a part of the maturity of the atmosphere, flashing all over the body of the innate realm of fluctuations, the body surface of the Daoin array, like a sun, the body is like a sword. She stood there blandly, but gave a person a kind of feeling cannot be guessed. So that the Gu Feng is also scornful. Elder Chu, what kind of physique is Chu Yanyan, and why does it give people a heart-stopping feeling? This kind of aura was not even possessed by Chu Yuyi Fantasy, and Gu Feng couldn't help but ask softly, I can't sense her physique, and her aura is also very strange. I have a vague feeling that her physical body is very strong, and I'm afraid that under the same realm, she is still better than you. She's dangerous, don't go up against her before you're sure. Xu Qingyan, who was attached to the thunder spirit grass, had a low voice, and Gufeng didn't understand whether she was jealous of Chu Yenran as a person, or of the divine object inside Chu Yenran, or both. Big brother, your predecessor and present as well as your young lover, are all watching you, don't follow. Fei's naive voice came from his ears. Gufeng helplessly rolled his eyes. Why didn't he realize before that this kid had a heart for gossip? The X in his mouth was referring to Chu Yenran, the current one was referring to Chu Yuihui, and the young lover was presumably talking about Yenruoshi. This statement, the reaction of these three people are not the same. Chu Yenran coldly looked at each other, biting breath. Oppressed Fei trembling, Chu Yuti Phantom is stormy mouth angrily cursing, clamoring to this dead fat man stuffed into the latrine pit, and Yenruoshi is red-faced, lowered his head, and constantly rubbing his fingers. The hall was full of laughter, except for two people with grim eyes, Shu Yuheng, the number one in the inner sect heavenly ranking, and Do Xiaojian, Chu Yenran's follower, having the leisure to pick up girls, looking for a body with no intention at all. Blast you to death this. With a burst of angry curses from Zhu Qingyan, the lightning tribulation belonging to Gu Feng's Hotian realm landed. This time, the lightning tribulation was clearly more than 10 times stronger than the Qi drawing realm, and if it wasn't for the top-notch body refining technique, 24 bridges and a bright moonlit night, which had been imparted by Zhu Qingyan, it would have been basically impossible for Gu Feng to easily pass through it. Now, however, it's easy and enjoyable. He stood on the wind and cloud platform, his body like a javelin standing between heaven and earth, immovable as a mountain despite the baptism of the thunderbolt. Rumbling sounds resounded throughout the entire outer gate of the Sunset Cloud sect as the wind rose and thunder flashed between heaven and earth. So strong. Looking at the faintly smiling Gufeng, the crowd couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. He chose to cross the thunder tribulation today, so it seemed that it wasn't just an impulse, but that he was fully prepared. There are a total of 9 waves of thunder tribulation, and the test for the soul will appear later, which is the true test for Gufeng. Elder Lu's low voice spread throughout the entire arena. Split this to death. Do Xiaojian's face was gloomy and he gritted his teeth. He had long held a grudge against Gufeng, but he was just limited to the rules of the Sunset Cloud sect and was unable to intervene in the affairs of the outer sect. Not bad, to be able to kill my brother. You have 2 skills. Xiao Badian also came to the scene. From earlier in the day, he knew about the fact that Xiao Tian had fallen into Gufeng's hands. He wasn't angry about it. Dead people had no value, and the same went for his own brother. The stronger Gufeng was, it meant that the more precious the treasures in his body were, and the more excited he would be. This time, the thunderbolt was not as intense as expected, and it didn't even break through Gufeng's defense. Soon, he had passed through the first 6 lightning tribulations. Woo-hoo-hoo! The crowd felt like they were in the mouth of some cold wind. A coolness blew into their bodies, and they couldn't help but shiver, and a whimpering sound drifted in, like a wail from hell, which made the crowd's souls prick their bones. Gufeng, who was in the center of the thunderbolt, also noticed this change, and his expression became grave as he began to get serious. The process of cultivation in the Hotian realm is to bring the physique closer to the innate body, the process of metamorphosis of the physical body and soul, and the process of the manifestation of various special physiques. This realm is extremely important and relates to your ability to cross the challenge later on. Don't think you in the secret realm, to draw gas peak victory over Hotian 5, how great, honestly with you, like you this kind of character, my Daning divine dynasty, all the royal children can do it. Some clans within can do this is not a few. The ability to cross-level challenges after the innate realm is crucial to the heights you can reach in the future. Shu Qingyan unabashedly struck to. Her words were half true. In her time, there were indeed a lot of people at the peak of Qi drawing who could defeat the Hotian 5th level, but that Hotian 5th level would be a different story if they had mastered the martial intent. For the sake of Gu Feng's future and to keep him from developing pride, this was something she didn't explicitly say. What is this? Just a few breaths after Zhu Qingyan's words, she sensed a vast fluctuation from within Gu Feng's body, a fluctuation that seemed as if it didn't belong to this world, transcending above everything else in the world, making her unable to help but develop a feeling of her own insignificance. It's my baby, and I don't know what it is. The destinies of the two were already linked, so there was no need for Gufeng to hide it, and he said truthfully, as the words fell, the tugging sensation of the soul being sucked in reappeared, and Gufeng only felt a wave of dizziness, and when he came back to his senses, he had arrived in the strange world he was in last time. Boom, 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 the colorful Milky Way, still bombarding the chaotic world. The world barrier cracked under the tireless attack of that colorful Milky Way, and in the next moment, a ray of 5-colored light spilled into the world, like a drop of ink entering a clear lake. After that ray of multicolored light spilled down, the chaotic world began to shake violently, as if it had been contaminated. Gu Feng was so shaken by the violent tremor that he was unsteady on his feet. His little heart poofed, and at the same time, a feeling of disgust rose from the bottom of his heart. He was puzzled by the appearance of this perverse feeling. Clearly this Milky Way is very splendid and beautiful. It is not too much to say that it is the most beautiful river in the world. As the colorful Milky Way continued to seep in through the cracks, the disgust in Gu Feng's heart grew stronger and stronger, like an intruder entering his own territory, giving him an urge to have a desire to expel it. The chaos world was like a boiler set on fire with water inside, with bubbles constantly coming out as if it was about to boil. Everything in front of him gradually moved away, and Gu Feng's soul returned to reality once again. Hey, what are you staring at? The time is almost up. Take me out and undergo the baptism of Thunderbolt. Between the urges, Xu Qingyan silently cried in her heart. A generation of people, but fell to the point of needing others to pick her up. Too tragic. In the crowd's astonished gazes, Gu Feng took out a broken bowl from his storage ring, and there was some yellow mud in the bowl, and on top of the mud was inserted a strain of spirit grass with 3 narrow leaves, 2 of which were withered and drooping. What was Gu Feng doing? Everyone was confused. Only Xu Yu hung. His eyes were sharp and murderous. Is this the thunder spirit grass you gave him? What do you care? Xu Yuyi said lightly. For Gu Feng to take out the thunder spirit grass at this time, she was also surprised, and on top of her surprise, a strange emotion rose from the bottom of her heart, and she couldn't help but think in her heart, bastard boy, taking out the thunder spirit grass at this time. What on earth do you want to express? Not good. Gu Feng's soul has been traumatized and has created an illusion. Elder Lu's eyes were sharp as he saw the current state of Gu Feng clearly. Gu Feng was holding that broken bowl in the midst of the roiling thunderbolt, and he was still talking from time to time, as if he was communicating with someone. This kind of abnormal behavior made Elder Lu have to suspect that Gu Feng was hallucinating under the impact of the thunderbolt, and that perhaps his sanity had encountered a demonic barrier as well. This brat still isn't ready. Elder Wu of the Hall of Merit stomped his foot and said in pain. Not a moment later, everyone noticed Gu Feng's strange behavior. Why is Gu Feng talking to a broken grass? His mind was attacked by the Heavenly Tao's thunderbolt, creating hallucinations. This is going to be difficult. It's only the 7th wave of the lightning tribulation and it's already like this. I'm afraid that Gu Feng will directly commit suicide when the next 2 waves of the tribulation descend. The thunder tribulation is truly terrifying, not something normal people can withstand. Look, Gu Feng is completely crazy. He's spitting towards the broken bowl. As soon as these words came out, the crowd fixed their eyes on them and saw that Gu Feng was spitting towards the broken bowl while carrying the thunderbolt. He spat with his face red and his tongue sticking out, looking like he was about to spit out his bitter bile. Gu Feng, do you want to die? Elder Zhu, this is what you said. It needs water to be nourished. I have nothing but saliva and urine. Other than that, I don't have a single drop of water on my body. Look at my face. I'm about to vomit and burp. You at these words, Xu Qingyan was so angry that she almost shook the only 3 leaves on her body out. Have you boys been ting me before? Watering me 3 times a day. How come the dirt is dry? Today hasn't even passed yet. I was thinking of watering you first. Who made you so impatient and forced me to come over to cross the thunderbolt? Elder Zhu, please stop. My mouth is dry from talking to you all the time. At this rate, I'll only be able to pee at you. Xu Qingyan was so infuriated that she jumped straight up and frantically slapped Gu Feng's face with her blades. Wow, this scene made everyone's eyes bulge out as they looked like they had seen a ghost. It's over. Gu Feng can't carry the lightning tribulation. He's gone completely crazy. He's all but mutilating himself with the little grass. P.S. 413,000 word deliveries today, announcing the official resumption of 10,000 shifts, on average, if not daily. Signed a guarantee with tomato. Every word is money. Must explode the liver. The PS part is worth about 35 cents on the dollar. For all, Chapter 106, Meeting Chu Yen ran again, returning money. Senior, don't hit it. If you hit it again your blades are going to fall off. Gu Feng was slapped all over the place. His heart was in turmoil. The lightning tribulation hadn't caused him any harm, but he was hit by a thunder spirit grass. This kind of scene, when looking at the entire ancient history, was also an extremely explosive existence. Hoo, I'm exhausted. What kind of garbage spirit herb is this? Xu Qingyan panted heavily and looked at the narrow, crisscrossing bruise marks on Gu Feng's face, and snorted a laugh. If you don't pay attention in the future, I'll slap you every day. No. Gu Feng stroked his cheeks and grimaced. For a moment just now, it was like your soul left your body. Did you enter the strange world? Gu Feng's state just now had really startled her. It was a feeling like a soul leaving its shell and its vitality briefly dissipating. Well, I saw the world of chaos. A colorful galaxy. It gives me a bad feeling. Gu Feng nodded his head and didn't hide it. Xu Qingyan's insight might be able to clear up his confusion. Usually when this happens, there are only two possibilities, either a warning or an inheritance. And since you're experiencing bad feelings, it's most likely a warning. Strange world mapping the real world. Must be vigilant. Especially you as a 10,000 tribulation Dao body. Must not be careless, Xu Qingyan said in a low voice, her tone somewhat grave. Oh, Gu Feng nodded. What did the chaos world stand for? And what did the five-colored Milky Way stand for? And why did the five-colored Milky Way cause such a great shock to the chaos world? Moreover, every time one breaks through the realm, the soul has to enter the strange world. Could it be that this is a warning? Just as Elder Zhu said? Is it a warning to the 10,000 jihadi body? Or is it a warning to me, or is it because of the existence of the three incense burners that this peculiar phenomenon has occurred? With this in mind, Gu Feng couldn't help but ask, Senior Zhu, do you know of any other 10,000 tribulation Dao bodies in history that would enter strange worlds when they broke through their realms? Never. Xu Qingyan's tone could not be doubted. At this moment, her mind floated to the once he said, there is no such thing as right or wrong time, only that, I am not the right person, including successive generations of forefathers, are not the right people, but I want to be the same as they are, and go forward to give it a try. Rumble. Thunder ravaged the earth, and the entire storm terrace had disappeared, but Gu Feng stood there like a heavenly god, his complexion ancient and unperturbed, waiting for the thunderbolt to end. Ha ha ha, this brat has finally carried through. Elder Lu stroked his beard and burst out laughing. This kid is not simple. I thought he was going to fall. He is indeed strong. Just a bit of a fee for the wind and cloud platform. Elder Wu of the Hall of Merit smiled bitterly and shook his head. He, I knew it. Gu Feng will definitely be able to do it. If he has the Thunder Tribulation pill, he will definitely be able to go farther and higher. Yen Ruoshi joyfully clapped her palms, her cheeks flashing with pearly swirls. This kid is so lucky. Do Xiaojian's face was as gloomy as water. When you enter the inner gate, I'll screw you to death. Zhou Xiaojian's eyes narrowed slightly, blazing heat blooming, and the moment he turned around, the corner of his mouth traced a bizarre arc. Xu Yuheng's face was expressionless, glancing at Xu Yuhui who was smiling lightly on the side. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Careful. Just at the moment when the ninth thunderbolt descended, Xu Qingyan's voice suddenly exploded in his ears. What's wrong, Senior Zhu? Gu Feng's gaze quickly scanned the surroundings with a wary look on his face. Xu Qingyan's tone was too intense, as if someone was about to strike at him. Elder Zhu? You speak. The surroundings were empty, and no anomalies appeared within the thunderbolt, so Gu Feng was suspicious in his heart. Just now, I felt that she was going to strike at you, and for some reason, changed her mind. After a long time, Xu Qingyan's tone lightened up. Maybe it's an illusion. Xu Qingyan downplayed the situation and brushed it off. With Gu Feng's strength today, the thunderbolt couldn't cause him the slightest bit of trouble, and he passed through it easily and comfortably. The sky cleared again and the world was once again at peace. The aura of the Hotian realm shone with spiritual splendor around his body, and Gu Feng felt a spiritual energy, several times stronger than before, traveling through the meridians of his entire body. If he were to fight against the Qiu Tian of that day in today's state, it would never be so tragic. Looking down, the thunder spirit grass possessed by Xu Qingyi's smoke, the three green leaves stood up proudly, as if it was a newborn. Elder Zhu, how do you feel? Becoming a spirit plant, do you think it will feel good? Xu Qingyan said without any good humor. Gu Feng breathlessly touched his nose and was very sensible, not picking up the conversation. Scanning the surroundings with his eyes, he grinned at the crowd, and then walked down the wind and cloud stage, and the crowd of outer sect disciples, very consciously, flashed a path, their eyes filled with awe. From today onwards, even though Gu Feng was in the outer sect, no one would treat him as an outer sect disciple. In a sense, he could not be messed with more than the inner sect disciples, who could not strike out in the outer sect as he did. Congratulations, Gu Feng, this progress in your cultivation is so frighteningly fast that you can't even catch up. Entering the Sunset Cloud sect on the same day, how can the gap be so wide? After this annual competition, you will enter the inner sect to cultivate, and we, the bitter bunch, will still have to grind in the outer sect. Wu Qi, Tuoba Lei, Chao Yuan, Guarun Kai, and the five Xiong brothers all came to congratulate Gu Feng. They had envy, sighs, and nostalgia, and in just 1 year, Gu Feng had opened up a gap with them that was visible to the naked eye. All of you are brothers, so if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. Gu Feng put his arm around their shoulders and said with a smile, Hey, I heard that you went out this time and made a lot of money. Borrow a few tens of millions of dollars to spend so that my cultivation can catch up with you. Borrowing people is fine. Borrowing money is exempt, Gu Feng said with great righteousness, and the crowd skimmed their mouths, looking as if they knew it was like this. The crowd talked and laughed as they moved forward. And suddenly, Gu Feng's footsteps stalled, and coincidentally, he walked in front of Chu Yanran. Gu Feng wanted to ignore her, but he ended up being the first to speak up and dislike him. What's the point of surviving this thunder tribulation? The fate of the 10,000 tribulation Dao body is doomed. Chu Yanran looked cold, like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. Just standing there could make people feel a slight chill. The tone of her voice between her words, the demeanor she displayed, had the feeling of looking down on all beings, and that all those in front of her were ants. Gu Feng, avoid the front line for now. She's dangerous. Xu Qingyan's voice was low as she transmitted her voice to him. In my Gu Feng's life, I don't allow such a powerful debtor to exist. I'm her debtor. There's no reason to avoid her. Speaking softly to Xu Qingyan, he then slowly stepped forward, walking straight to Chu Yanran's front. The two of them separated by less than a 10-foot distance, staring at each other. The scene was silent, and each of their eyes were streaming as they watched the show. Pay back the money. Gu Feng lightly spat out 2 words. When these words came out, Chu Yanran didn't say anything, but Do Snapdragon beside her had an ugly look on her face, and the latter didn't understand why Chu Yanran had purposely interrupted her seclusion to come and watch Gu Feng's transits, knowing full well that he would ask for the money to Gu Feng's face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he roared, Gu Feng, are you someone who lacks money? Is it necessary to ask for it in public? It's none of your business whether I lack money or not. According to you, everyone goes to the money bank to borrow money without having to pay it back. The money bank has plenty of money anyway. Gu Feng was amused by Do Snapdragon's strange logical thinking. Ha ha ha. The playful laughter that rang out from the scene made Dodgerblade's face red with embarrassment. Do you have the money to pay for her? Shut up if you don't. Gu Feng glanced at Do Snap's sword in disgust, his gaze once again squarely on Chu Yanran. No money, Chu Yanran said indifferently. She wasn't like Chu Yuyi Fantasy. She went out to earn some spirit stones from time to time, and stayed in the inner gate cave to cultivate the whole day. Where did she get the money? Chapter 107. If you want to play, you go play with her. No, you have to return some of it today. Gu Feng's tone was resolute, and he looked as if he wasn't allowed to leave until he paid back the money. Watching the corners of the crowd's mouths twitch, Chu Yanran was an inner disciple with unfathomable strength. Was it really good to hit her face in public like this? Debt repayment, heaven and earth. Wu Qi and the others didn't dare to speak at all. Only Fei, a rash young man, branched out. Chu Yanran's face changed slightly, reaching out to remove the storage ring on her left index finger. Without looking at it, she directly threw it to Gu Feng. Return part of it first, followed by turning around and leaving. Gu Feng received the storage ring, open of face hard to see the extreme. Immediately towards the back of Chu Yanran angrily cursed, you still want to have no face? Just a few tens of thousands of lower grade spirit stone, to send off the caller? Break up when said well, a year in the past, only to return so little. You a female old scoundrel. Finally asking for some money back from Chu Yanran. Gu Feng was in a good mood, and when he passed by the vegetarian girl's gate, he saw Chu Yuyihui standing in the air and winked towards the other party, who responded with a slight glare. The eye contact between the two caused Chu Yuhong beside him to look grim, his eyes flickering for a moment as his finger lightly touched his storage ring and took out a thin booklet. Gu Feng, there's a technique here that's more suitable than what you're practicing now. You are? Gu Feng didn't know about the relationship between Xu Yuhong and Chu Yu Yao Yao, and was puzzled when he saw the other party holding a gong method in his hand. Chu Yuyi Fantasy's friend, Xu Yuhong said indifferently, and without much explanation, threw the gongfu to Gu Feng, who subconsciously caught it. Seeing this, Xu Yuhong nodded his head slightly. I hope to see you utilize this technique in the outer sex annual competition and show off your power. As the words fell, he leaped into the air and left in style. Gu Feng's face was grim as he looked at Chu Yuyihui, revealing an inquisitive intent. This person was too overbearing, not giving anyone room to refuse at all, as if his words were the decree of the law, and the onlookers could only obey them without being able to question them. Just like the gongfu that was thrown to Gu Feng, as long as Gu Feng took it, then he had to cultivate it or else suffer the consequences. A stark and clear threat. He is the number 1 in the inner sect heavenly ranking, Xu Yuhong, and has some connections with my family. Xu Yuyihui said softly, your licking dog? Gu Feng laughed lightly, and Xu Yuyihui just glared at him, not denying or affirming. He, since it's something for licking dogs. Fei, this gongfu is for you. Gu Feng threw the gongfu given by Xu Yuhong to Fei like garbage. The reason why he didn't give it to anyone else was because no one dared to take it except for Fei. A rash young man. I don't need feats. Fei smiled and scratched his head. You got us sometime, for wiping your ass. This paper is too hard. I'm afraid I'll wipe my ass. The exchange between the two left the surrounding crowd dumbfounded. This was a barefaced provocation to Xu Yuhong. Xu Yuhong, the first in the inner sex heavenly ranking, the technique he took out must be extraordinary. Others begged for it, but Gu Feng even let Fei take it to wipe his ass? What's even more outrageous is that Fei thought the paper was too hard and was afraid of wiping his ass. Doesn't this mean that Shu Yu Hang's gongfu was even trashier than toilet paper? Gu Feng had eaten his bear's heart and dared to insult Shu Yu Han like this. First there was Do Primrose Sword in Chu Yen Yen, then Shou Ban Tian, and now we've added a Shu Yu Hung. Stay away from Gu Feng in the future, lest you be implicated when you enter the inner sect. You're worried my ass. Do you still think you'll be able to enter the inner sect this year? Gu Feng is too rigid, just messing with so many inner disciples. Shu Yuyi we can't protect him either. The people were slandering in their minds, all thinking that they would try not to get too close to Gu Feng in the future. Of course, those who had such thoughts were all Qi drawing realm disciples. As for those body refining realm disciples, who had never experienced the poisonous beatings of society, they only had admiration and yearning for Gu Feng. Gu Feng, congratulations! Yen Ruwashi came bouncing along with a brisk pace. It's just a fluke. You're not bad either. You're at the 6th level of Qi drawing. It's just relying on getting high. The battle power is garbage, Yen Ruwashi said with a smile. You're a pill refiner and you don't need to go out and fight. I can't wait to envy you. Gu Feng really envied Yen Ruwashi, always thinking that if he knew how to make pills, he could earn spirit stones just by sitting at home and wouldn't need to go out on adventures. Gu Feng, before the big competition at the end of the year, there is a Yun County Qi Drawing Realm Alchemy Conference. I would like to ask you to assist me in the alchemy competition. The location will be at the Sunset Cloud Sect. Are you free? After saying these words, Yen Ruwashi looked at Gu Feng with a face full of anticipation. But my alchemy level sucks. For the alchemy conference, Gu Feng was of course very interested, but his own level was known to himself. Refining a diluted Dan was fine, but a regular Dan was beyond his ability. It's fine. It's all about participation anyway. It's not like we're trying to get a ranking or anything, Yen Ruwashi said with sparkling eyes. Not taking a ranking? That's certainly no problem. Gu Feng thought about it. He had nothing to do in the recent period of time anyway. It would be good to try the alchemy conference, in case he uncovered his alchemy talent. Then it's a deal-o? Yen Ruwashi said excitedly. Good. Gu Feng nodded. Stump. Just then, a sharp footstep sounded, and Gu Feng only felt a fragrance wafting past his body. Raising his eyes, Yen Ruwashi had an extra person beside her. You rejected all the assistance I arranged for you and actually invited this Gu Feng, who can only concoct diluted pills. Yen Night Snow grabbed Yen Ruwashi's ears and droned out. Senior Sister Yen, if you have something to say, if you don't think it's appropriate, I'll just withdraw. Family matters. Gu Feng should not have interfered, but he really can't stand the sight of Yen Night Snow grabbing Yen Ruwashi's ears and cursing in public. What are you? Stay away from my family Ruwashi. Don't delay her. Yen Night Snow's eyes were sharp, not giving Gu Feng a good look at all. He. Gu Feng was exasperated and laughed. Yen Night Snow, Ruwashi is an independent person. She has her own ideas in life. She has the right to choose her friends. What qualifications do you have to force her? She is not your toy. I'm not qualified. But you are? What else do you know besides refining trashy pills like the laxative pill? Yen Night Snow's eyes narrowed slightly as she snapped. Laxative Dan? My laxative Dan makes the overall strength of the outer sect of the Sunset Xia sect advance by a huge step. Can you do it? Gu Feng clasped his hands to his chest and said smugly. It's only garbage that refines garbage pills. Yen Night Snow scolded. You shrew. Gu Feng wasn't polite anymore and directly cursed. Don't you dare say another word. Indiscriminately imposing your intentions on your sister is not. Gu Feng chested out and took a step forward and said. Stop arguing. I just want to ask Gu Feng to assist me in the alchemy conference. It's none of your business. Seeing the two bickering, Yen Ruwashi yelled. Don't worry, Ruwashi, even if I put my life on the line, I will never hold you back. Let's get the first place back. Exasperate me. Yen Night Snow thundered with fury, his body's halo spreading out in circles, on the verge of exploding. Isn't it just an alchemy competition? Winning or losing doesn't represent true strength. Night Snow, don't be so agitated. Ruwashi is still young. Just let her have some fun with Gu Feng. Shu Yuyi Fantasy made a flash and arrived in front of the two men with swords drawn, defusing the situation. Your own affairs are in a mess, so you'd better mind your own business if you have the leisure. To play you go play with this kid. Yan Ishue, who was on fire, fired towards Chu Yuyi Hui. You, say it again and I'll beat you. Oh, Chu Yuyi Hui said with a stagnant face. Yen Night Snow was very close to her and knew something about her. Gu Feng looked at the two women who were glaring at each other and made a wink towards Yen Ruwashi, and the two of them catapulted themselves and sneaked away. Don't worry, Senior Sister Yen, even if we concoct a dilution pill, we'll still get first place. At the end, Gu Feng shouted towards Yen Night Snow. Chapter 108, Qi Gathering Pill, 0% success rate. After Gu Feng and Yen Ruoshi both left the Wind and Cloud Terrace, they went straight to the outer sect exchange. Senior brother Gu came over to buy herbs. Aha! Cheer up, senior brother Gu. Get another lacrimation pill out, and I'll be the first to patronize your business. I missed the feeling of diarrhea. During that time the realm soared and I was filled with power all day long. But you don't sell it anymore. Senior brother Gu. When will senior brother Gu refine some more bone cleansing pills? Currently, there is still a shortage of bone cleansing pills in the outer sect, and the gang of elders in the outer sect's pill refining hall don't refine pills with as high an output as senior brother Gu. Alas, if only there were still sin bone pills, I would have hoped to break through the chi drawing realm before the outer sect competition. Gu Feng was a celebrity in the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect, and they all had a supportive attitude towards him wanting to participate in the Cloud County Alchemy Conference. Of course, no one thought that he would win first place, and they only hoped that Gu Feng would come up with another dilution pills that would benefit the outer sect through this alchemy conference, so that they could once again feel the euphoric sensation of their realms soaring. Gu Feng gradually lost himself in the praises of the crowd, purchasing herbs the entire time with his chest high and his mouth grinning to his back teeth. There was some concern, but now there is a surge of confidence. Ruoshi, don't worry, I am now a strong person of the Hotian realm. All the indicators of my body are more than 10 times stronger than before, and my alchemy skills are bound to skyrocket as well. Gu Feng said proudly to Yen Ruoshi, you are an alchemy genius. When you were in the chi drawing realm, you researched the Sin Bone Dan that famously shook the outer sect of the Sunset Xia sect. Even the elders of the outer sect alchemy hall, they all have nothing but praise for you. Yen Ruoshi said with a smile as her two eyes bent like the moon. That's right, I just spent all my energy on cultivation and earning money. A small matter like alchemy can be conquered with just a little bit of effort. Gu Feng had completely drifted away, having long forgotten his previous wretched appearance when he was driven out of the Hall of Pill Refining by Elder Shen, the chief of the outer sect Hall of Pill Refining. The two went straight to the alchemy room. Ruoshi, tell me about the main process of this alchemy conference. There's not much process. It's a gathering of pharmacists from various clans, lineages, including the Chamber of Commerce's chi drawing realm to compete in alchemy techniques. As for the process, well, Yen Ruoshi briefly described the process of the alchemy conference. Gu Feng understood everything after hearing the beginning. The content of the competition in the alchemy conference was the same every year, and the Sunset Cloud sect, as the organizer of the conference, prepared the appropriate medicinal materials for the various alchemists to refine a kind of elixir called chi gathering elixir. This elixir had similarities with the bone cleansing Dan. Both were the best, most difficult to refine, and scarcest elixirs within each realm. Unlike the bone cleansing Dan, which was only popular in the Sunset Cloud sect, the chi gathering Dan was popular throughout the entire Chu kingdom, and was recognized as the number 1 elixir for the chi drawing realm in the Chu kingdom. Its price was also very exaggerated. A bottle of 9 pills could be sold for a staggering 200,000 lower grade spirit stones, and was still in short supply. The original intention of the alchemy conference in making this kind of elixir was to discover talents in making the chi gathering elixir, and a more important reason was to see if there was any genius alchemist who could break through the alchemy technical barriers and improve the formula for the benefit of the general public. Due to the difficulty of refining, gathering chi dan is really too big. There have been many times the entire alchemy conference, all the ugly scene of blowing up the furnace. So from that time onwards, the alchemy conference has changed the way of the competition, allowing the participating alchemists to invite a cultivation of up to the Hotian realm of the alchemist to participate in the competition, and ultimately to the two people add up the results of the rankings of the seat. Then if an extraordinarily trashy chi drawing realm alchemist invites a strong Hotian realm alchemist, wouldn't there be a high chance of winning the championship? Gu Feng raised the question. As if Yen Ruoshi had known that Gu Feng had this question, she spread her face and smiled. This situation basically won't occur. Pill refiners are divided into mortal, spiritual and Xian products. Chi-gathering pills are no longer difficult to refine, but are always within the realm of mortal products. Spirit-grade alchemists are meaningless if they win, and become a laughingstock if they lose, and don't bother to come over to compete, if they are all mortal-grade alchemists. The realm is meaningless, and it's not a competition for battle power. Oh, when he said that, Gu Feng understood, and added a sense of confidence about participating in the alchemy conference. Everyone was a mortal-grade alchemist, and he didn't feel that he would be inferior to anyone. In fact, Gu Feng still overestimated himself. Mortal-grade pill refiners also needed to go to the outer sect pill refining hall or the pill refiners guild to take the test, and by refining a specific elixir and reaching a certain grade, they could pass. With Gu Feng's attribute of only being able to refine counterfeit products, there was a high probability that he wouldn't pass the test. Chi-gathering pill is truly worthy of being recognized as the first pill of the chi-drawing realm in Chu. The medicinal materials required for refining alone, There are more than 30 kinds of medicinal materials, and the requirements for controlling the fire are extremely high. Even with Gu Feng's insights, he feels that his head is raw and aching, and the time for refining is not too long. The shortest time is 5 hours, and the longest time is 8 hours. Speaking of which, we have to mention another major characteristic of the chi-gathering pills. The refining time is directly proportional to the grade of the pills, and often experienced alchemists can roughly distinguish the merits of the pills and the level of the alchemist from the time required for refining. Ruwashi, do you know how to refine the chi-gathering pill? 3 out of 10 furnaces can succeed. The probability is not high. Yen Ruwashi whispered. A 30% success rate? What level is this at amongst the entire outer sex mortal grade alchemists? Gu Feng deliberated on the wording and asked carefully, afraid of hurting Yen Ruwashi's pride. It should be at a level that no one can match. As she spoke, Yen Ruwashi's eyes showed cunning. Put. Gu Feng spat blood at the dislike and lightly knocked Yen Ruwashi's head. This little girl was playing him. I'll try. Gu Feng was a bit eager to try. A 30% success rate could be considered the top level amongst the mortal grade pill refiners of the Sunset Cloud sect, which undoubtedly added a huge amount of confidence to him. One should know that when he was refining Sin Bone pills, his success rate was a staggering 100%, and he had never blown up the furnace. Boo! Boo! Since then, the alchemy room for a few days in a row, there would be rumbling sounds, fire, smoke, Gu Feng and Yen Ruwashi, directly into 2 black children. It's too hard to even take the step of condensing Dan at all. Gu Feng lay on his back on the ground, wailing out. These days totaled no less than 200 furnaces, all blowing up. His state, directly affecting Yen Ruwashi, but where the 2 people at the same time refining Dan. It has never succeeded. I thought you said you had a 30% success rate? I don't know what's going on. It's just one blowing up stove. Yen Ruwashi was also extremely speechless. She had wanted to show her hand in front of Gu Feng, but it turned out to be this. Fortunately, she was smoked into a black baby at the moment, and she couldn't see the blush on her face due to her shame. I'll study the formula of the chi-gathering pill and see if I can improve it. You refine it first. Gu Feng leaned his back against the wall and sat on the ground as he began to study the chi-gathering pill. Formal pills are not possible. To Yen Ruwashi's level, want to rely on her own to win first place? The probability is also too small. Now there is only one way. That is, the sword to go off the beaten track. Like Sin Bone Dan, to get a castrated version of the gathering of Chi Dan. At least there is still the possibility of becoming a Dan, so as not to lose too much shame. Unconsciously, 4 levels passed, and Gu Feng only felt light streaming in front of him, and when he raised his eyes, he immediately froze there. Ruwashi, you refined it successfully? It worked. Yen Ruwashi, this time, directly refined 3 chi-gathering pills, each with 7 runes. This is a top-grade mortal pill? Gu Feng exclaimed in shock. The categorization of pills and weapons was the same, with 9 runes as the limit for mortal products, and the chi-gathering pill with 7 runes in front of him had already stepped into the category of upper-grade mortal pills. Good, it's finally successful. After the excitement, Gu Feng raised the pointed question. It's just that the current situation is terrible. Your success rate isn't high, and my success rate is directly 0. I'm afraid I'm going to be at the bottom of the list. It's fine, it's all about participation, and we're not looking for a ranking. Yen Ruwashi's eyes burned, looking unconcerned. No, it has to be first place. I don't want to be told by your sister again, a brat who can only concoct diluted pills. Gu Feng rose violently, his face solemn. I've already conducted an in-depth study of the chi-gathering Dan. The improved formula. The refining time is shorter, although the medicinal effect is weakened by a few points. But as long as I can refine 9 pills in a furnace, and there are no side effects from eating them, I believe that my score won't be low. Chapter 109, Raggedy seeing Raggedy again. It worked. As the 9 chi-gathering pills took shape, Gu Feng couldn't help but wave his fists and roar out. Yen Ruwashi on the side also applauded passionately. 9 pills in one furnace, each of excellent quality, all with 8 runes. Not only her, I'm afraid that even those elders of the outer sex pill refining hall can't do it. Gu Feng has performed another miracle. Try the medicinal properties, Yen Ruwashi cheerfully suggested. When an ordinary person refined a potion, they could basically determine it accurately from the runes, appearance, and smell, but Gu Feng was not an ordinary person. His level of counterfeiting is top-notch, and it's basically hard to have an accurate determination of the efficacy of the medicine without using an instrument to test it, even to the point of having to use a spirit animal to test the medicine. In order to facilitate the testing of pills, Yen Ruwashi had long ago moved a compass-mounted instrument specifically designed to test pills, putting the elixir Gu Feng had refined into the groove of the compass. The results appeared quickly. The medicinal effect is the same as last time, 1/3 of the authentic chi-gathering pill. Speaking of this, Yen Ruwashi's eyes were strange, and Gu Feng was also stunned. Why don't we let the spirit beasts try it? This was too much of a coincidence, causing Gu Feng to drum in his heart for fear of another ludicrous side effect. Aha! Soon after, Yen Ruwashi secretly found a test rat. Coincidentally, it was the same one that had eaten Gu Feng's sin bone pill before, and in order not to eat sin bone pill, it desperately cultivated, and miraculously broke through to the chi-drawing realm within a few months. As a result, it still didn't escape Gu Feng's clutches. Looking at Gu Feng in front of him as well as the elixir in his hand, the hair on the test mouse's entire body stood up, and with its 2 short paws, it frantically covered its mouth, a head shaking like a rattle. Gu Feng was the ruthless man who had caused several of his colleagues to perish with hatred, and he wouldn't dare to try the pills he had refined even if he was beaten to death. Either test the Dan or get off the pot. Choose for yourself. Gu Feng's face was pitch black and he said in a fierce voice, being disliked by a test rat had greatly bruised his self-esteem. Gulp gulp, the test rat frantically swallowed a few times. Although it couldn't speak, it could understand Gu Feng's threats and had a certain level of thinking ability. Between immediately launching the pot and testing the Dan, it firmly chose the latter, only to see his 2 front paws frantically dancing as if expressing something. Yen Ruwashi frowned and immediately took out a vessel from his storage ring, signaling the test rat to sit on it. The corners of Gu Feng's mouth twitched, his eyelids fluttered slightly, and he whispered, "This time there will never be diarrhea." In terms of probability, it was also impossible for dilatation to occur. 2 different pills, different refining materials, how could the same side effects occur? No way, never. Gu Feng was certain in his heart, yet the next moment, he was slapped in the face, only to see the test rats looking like they were running to the execution ground. Their faces were determined, their eyes were closed, and they swallowed the chi-gathering pill. Put, just after refining for a while, a poof sound rang out and an indescribable stench wafted through the alchemy room. Looking at Yen Ruwashi, who was covering her nose and dry heaving all the time, Gu Feng directly broke his defense. How can this be? Different pills with the same side effects? This was the end. The name of specializing in refining dilution pills seemed to be impossible to get rid of. With a dark face, Gu Feng asked Yen Ruwashi, who was probing the state of the test rats, in a low voice, how is it? How effective is it? Besides diarrhea, are there any other side effects on the body? The effect is not much different from what was expected before. So far, the side effect is only dilatation. The real certainty needs to wait for the complete refining of the chi-gathering pill before we can see the difference. Resisting and enduring the stench, Gu Feng froze in the alchemy room and stood firm for 12 hours. Not that he didn't want to leave, but Yen Ruwashi was here and he was too embarrassed to leave. Other than diarrhea, there are no other side effects. After all of that chi-gathering pill had been refined, Yen Ruwashi affirmed, and as she spoke, her face was strangely pale. Seeing Gu Feng blushing and somewhat embarrassed, he lightly coughed twice and confidently said, "Ahem, it's just dilatation. No big deal. The dilatation Dan that I have improved. Oh, not gather chi Dan. Refining only 1 hour. Each Dan must be out of 9. 8 runes of the top-grade mortal Dan. If sold out, will certainly suffer the Kark Mountain that draws Chi Realm disciples crazy robbery." Yen Ruwashi was irrefutable to this statement and nodded her head vigorously. An image emerged in his mind of the entire Kark Mountain stinking to high heaven, everyone sitting in their caves to dilate and cultivate, as well as the scene of Kark Mountain's chief elder sure raging. She couldn't help but laugh. "Ruwashi, how many pills can you synthesize at once?" 5 at the most, that's my current limit. Normal play would be 4, or 3-inch. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's eyes were thoughtful. "Let's just count my 9 as 3, and with your 4, do you think there's any hope of winning the championship at this level?" "Not much hope, but that's not important. It's all about participation." Yen Ruwashi laughed. To her, it wasn't important to win or not. What mattered was who she participated with. Well, then practice. Yes, just as the two of them were preparing to make another alchemy, a thud came from outside the door. As if remembering, when the two entered the alchemy room, the soundproofing array was opened, and the only ones who could break through such permissions to call the door were the outer elders of the Hall of Alchemy. "There are elders coming. I'll go take a look," Yen Ruwashi said simply, straightened her clothes and quickly opened the door. "Sister, and Elder Shun?" The moment Yen Ruwashi opened the door, the two of them moved in unison. Both of them turned their heads sideways and looked at Gu Feng inside the alchemy room. Elder Shun skimmed his mouth breathlessly, while Yen Night Snow blared angrily. The two tried to open their mouths to say something, and the belated stench made them cover their mouths. "This Gu Feng has refined the laxative pill again?" Elder Shun asked in dismay. This Gu Feng was also a talented person. Just about any elixir that came into his hands could be refined to produce a diluted attribute. It's not too late to change assistants. The entry list won't be filed until tomorrow. It's impossible to win with Laxi Dan. Perhaps it was because of Chu Yu Yao Yao. Yen Night Snow didn't lash out this time, but she didn't lower her voice either. as if she was speaking specifically to Gu Feng. How thick-skinned Gu Feng was. Having refined the laxative Dan, he was in the confidence stage and directly ignored the other party's taunts. Forget it, as long as Ruwashi can show her alchemy talent, winning the title or not is not that important. Elder Shun's thoughts were simple. As long as Yen Ruwashi could display superhuman strength at the alchemy conference, even if she couldn't win the title, it would still be enough to gain face for the Sunset Cloud sect. As for Gu Feng, just ignore it. Ruwashi, your sister expects a lot from you, and the outer sect alchemy hall expects a lot from you too. Today, the two of us came to find you, not to persuade you to give up Gu Feng, but to open a small kitchen for you to perfect your alchemy techniques, so that you can have an even better performance at the alchemy conference. Many thanks to Elder Shun and sister. Yen Ruwashi respectfully returned. Gu Feng in the alchemy room, a smile on his face. He asked himself that he had already achieved the ultimate. There was no room for improvement. Whether he could win the championship or not, it all depended on Yen Ruwashi's play. It couldn't be better to have two alchemy experts, Yen Night Snow and Elder Shun, to guide him. Elder Shun, open up for me as well. I'm also trying to win honor for the Sunset Cloud sect. Gu Feng joked. The corners of Elder Shun's mouth twitched. It's already good enough that you don't disgrace the Sunset Cloud sect. I'm not capable of instructing you on the lacrimation pill you refined. As the words fell, the stone door of the alchemy room closed with a bang, leaving Gu Feng alone. After Yen Ruwashi left, Xu Qingyan emerged and taunted Gu Feng. Take it and go to the side to make pills yourself. Gu Feng skimmed his lips and threw out a handful of elixirs, and the latter smiled and walked to the corner of the alchemy room to start refining pills. Gu Feng did not know, and was too lazy to ask. Xu Qingyan, this alchemy dregs, why is so obsessed with alchemy? It is clear that the talent in this area is even worse than his own. Another facepalm. After 5 hours, Xu Qingyan miraculously succeeded in refining the chi-gathering pill. Look, what a master alchemist is. A 3-leafed spirit herb, dejectedly holding 5 pills, came to show off in front of Gu Feng. What's the big deal? I can refine 9 in one furnace, and in the time it took you to refine one, I've refined a total of 45. Gu Feng said disdainfully. Yours is a dilution elixir, and it's also a castrated version of the chi-gathering elixir. If you have the ability to refine a castrated version of the chi-gathering pill, you won't be able to refine it even if I measure you. Gu Feng raised the castrated version of the chi-gathering pill in his hand and said smugly. This directly disliked Xu Qingyan. She was speechless. Gu Feng was very evil. He created pills that no one else could make, not even her. This phenomenon, it was hard to explain it with any of the rules in the world. I can refine an authentic chi-gathering pill, so why should I refine your fake, shoddy, eat it and poop pill? Don't beep if you can't refine it. Looking at Gu Feng spraying against a 3-leafed spirit grass, the test mouse that was still sitting on the vessel on the side had a shocked look on its face, as if it had seen something remarkable. Lacrimation Dan, how do you know that your elixir won't poop if you eat it? It might even kill you. Gu Feng was not willing to show weakness. Xu Qingyan looked at the tough-talking Gu Feng, sneered, walked straight to the test mouse, stretched out a leaf, and handed a chi-gathering pill to the other party. Eat this potion. The test mouse sniffed towards the elixir and smelled a refreshing medicinal fragrance. A look of enjoyment appeared on its face. You'd better not eat it. Eating my elixir will cause diarrhea. Eating her elixir will kill you, Gu Feng said in a cold voice. The test rat's eyes showed contempt, but he didn't believe it at all. Such a good elixir. How could it be possible to eat it to kill? Thus, under Xu Qingyan's smug gaze, the test mouse ate the chi-gathering pill without a hint of hesitation. Don't sit on the vessel. My elixir will never strain. As she spoke, Xu Qingyan glanced at Gu Feng triumphantly. The test mouse thought right and immediately got up from the vessel. However, at the next moment, an unexpected scene appeared. The test rat just stood up, turned around and wanted to put the lid on the vessel. And at that instant, its buttocks just happened to be facing the Xu Qingyan who was tugging like a 2x4, nostrils facing the sky. Put, vom. Her pupils shrank like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and she floated out a long way, bent over and began to dry heave. Gu Feng froze directly there, looking at the test rats that looked like they had fountains on their asses, his head buzzing. What's going on here? How come I ate Xu Qingyan's chi-gathering pill and pulled more aggressively? Chapter 110, Shocking Discovery. Diarrhea is really contagious. Puffing sound unceasingly, the entire alchemy room floor, yellowish suspension liquid flow, the stench permeated, even with Gu Feng's stamina, cannot help but cover the mouth and nose dry vomiting up. Gu Feng quickly opened the stone door. Let me go wash. Vomit dash. I'll take you there. What's it like to have a low-grade thunder spirit grass running around? As the words fell, Gu Feng tore off his sleeve robe, wrapped it around his palms, grabbed Xu Qingyan, and snatched his way out as if he had no life. Vomit, what is this? Why is it so ugly? A spirit grass has fallen in a thatched pit, and Gu Feng is running wildly with the stained spirit grass in his arms. Well, it's too disgusting. A spirit herb, nothing precious, just throw it away. Gu Feng isn't concocting the dilution pills again, is he? Gu Feng ran wildly, and wherever he passed, people tumbled. What are you looking at? Never seen anyone running with on their end. Coming to a small stream at the outer gate, with a fluttering sound, Gu Feng directly threw Zhu Chengyan in. Calm stream surface. Immediately there are yellow suspended particles floating out. The smell is so stinky, so close to a few small fish. Just suck a few mouthfuls. The fish belly white. I cannot look. Hoo. After breathing a few mouthfuls of fresh air, Gu Feng finally slowed down, looking at Zhu Qingyi who was flopping around in the creek. Gu Feng clasped his hands on his chest with a proud expression. Senior Zhu, your level of alchemy is really high. The flavor of diarrhea is far superior to that of a kid. Admire. You know, thunder spirit grass emerged from the water, hitting a splash of water and splashing it at Gu Feng. My elixir is definitely fine. The reason why this test rat has diarrhea is entirely due to the fact that it had eaten your elixir before, and the residue in its body hadn't been drained out yet, mixing together and creating a special reaction, which is why the diarrhea is occurring. When Gu Feng heard this, his face was strange, but he didn't believe it 100 times. If you don't believe me, let's try another test mouse. Just try it. If it were usual, Gu Feng would never spend spirit stones to buy a test rat. However, at this moment, a speculation arose in his heart. And if this speculation was confirmed, he would definitely take first place in the alchemy conference. Soon, one person and one grass brought another test mouse to the alchemy room. The moment he opened the door, the stench came overwhelmingly, nearly smothering Gu Feng to death. Wrapping a cloth around his mouth and nose, he walked in and froze. The test rat, paralyzed in filth, was lifeless. AI, what to say about you? Told you not to eat Elder Juice pills. You preferred not to listen. This time it's going to be. Directly hiccup it. Choices are the most important. One mistake and you're done. It's a pity. Gu Feng shook his head and said, unable to speak half a sentence with the Zhuqing smoke in his hand. Elder Zhu, do you still think your pills are fine? Dang. Of course. From Zhu Qingyan's tone, Gu Feng heard the breath of a stiff upper lip, but he didn't care. True can't be false. False can't be true. Whether it's such as guessed in his heart, try it and you'll know. Gu Feng found an outer sect disciple who worked in the hall of pill refining and gave him a few dozen spirit stones to tidy up the alchemy room. And then he brought Zhu Qingyan as well as the test rats to the outer sect's original place where the vegetarian nymph sect had constructed the toilet cultivation room. Since the sin bone pill was banned, the business here was cold, but occasionally there were cultivators who came to rent it. Short or long-term rental? I'm Gu Feng, your partner in this toilet cultivation room. Just because you're Gu Feng, the price has doubled and the rent starts at 1 day. 100 spirit stones, the female cultivator in charge of guarding the door said with an expressionless face. When Gu Feng heard it, he was happy. This must be what Chu Yuyi explained. It seems that this woman has a deep grudge against herself. Not bothering with the other party, he directly flung out 100 spirit stones and entered it. I fed it. Oh, you won't blame it on me this time if you have diarrhea again. Oof, you think I'm as shameless as you are. My pills must be fine, Zhu Qingyan said with a stiff upper lip. No matter how much the test rats struggled, they could not resist the fate of the test Dan. As expected, after swallowing the chi-gathering pill refined by Zhu Qingyan, that test rat began to pull more than wildly. This formation, not to mention how spectacular it was, the stench was so bad that even the few female cultivators guarding the outer gate smelled it, and they were all bent over, dry heaving more than once. Zhu Qingyan's 3 green leaves looked like they were covered in a layer of redness, and it was obvious that she had been shamed to the extreme. Well, now that's convincing. The castrated version of the chi-gathering pill that I refined, although its efficacy is only 1/3 that of a proper pill, and it also has the side effect of diarrhea, but it won't kill anyone, so it's considered a useful pill. And the chi-gathering pill you made, TSK, I don't need to tell you. Zhu Qingyan was speechless. His mind recalled every step of the previous alchemy. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Clearly the fire control, refining, condensation of Dan and other steps are flawless. How did he eat diarrhea? Can't figure it out. Just can't figure it out. Returning to the alchemy room, Gu Feng saw Zhu Qingyan drooping her blades and looking like she was pursing her lips in thought, so he walked over and asked softly, want to do it again? Come on. I didn't play well just now. I'm bound not to miss this time. Gu Feng looked at the confident Zhu Qingyan with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Was this really just a mistake? For the next period of time, Gu Feng had Zhu Qingyan refine the chi-gathering pill twice, as well as another kind of pill once. During her refining process, Gu Feng wasn't idle either. When Zhu Qingyan first refined the chi-gathering pill, he also performed the refining of the castrated version of the qi-gathering pill. When Xu Qingyan refined the qi-gathering pill for the second time, he just watched from the sidelines. When Xu Qingyan refined another kind of pill for the third time, Gu Feng started to refine the castrated version of the qi-gathering pill again. This gives 3 samples. Elder Zhu, feel free to utilize the spirit medicines here. I'm going out for a trip. Taking the pills refined by Xu Qingyan for 3 time periods, Gu Feng went to the hall of pill refining and purchased 3 test rats at once before running to the toilet cultivation room. Rent it for a day. 1,000 spirit stones. Why did you raise the price? It hasn't been long. You still have the nerve to say that. Making a mess of the cultivation room and leaving a dead test rat. If you want to rent it, then rent it. If not, forget it. You can. Gu Feng flung out a packet of spirit stones and walked straight into the cultivation room. If the guess is right, only one of these 3 pills will poop when eaten. Gu Feng thought in his mind and placed a test rat, which looked in bad taste, on the toilet. This test rat had a delighted look on his face, thinking that Gu Feng was taking special care of him. 3 separate pills were given to the test rats. A few hours later, a conclusion was reached that thrilled Gu Feng. I didn't expect it. I actually have this attribute. I can't even win if I don't want to this time. Gu Feng laughed out boldly, striding out of the cultivation room, and on his way out, he also gave a little tip to the several female cultivators guarding the door, causing those female cultivators to be surprised and ashamed, all feeling that the previous embarrassment was really not very friendly. Elder Zhu, there is a phenomenon that needs to be explained for me with the help of your extensive knowledge base. Gu Feng did not wait for Xu Chengyan to answer. Then he spoke. In detail. What? Are you saying that the qi-gathering pill that I refined before and aided with diarrhea wasn't due to me? But because you were also refining a castrated version of the qi-gathering pill at the same time, which had an effect on the pills that I was refining, and caused an effect on the pills that I was refining? Xu Qingyan stopped the elixir she was refining in her hands and asked with a shocked expression. That's right, my guess is like this. When I am refining the qi-gathering pill, I will generate a strange magnetic field around me that can affect the alchemists who are also refining the qi-gathering pill, causing the pills that they refine to also produce a dilution effect, and their dilution is even more severe than mine. The key point here is that within a certain distance, the same elixir is refined at the same time period, and the castrated version is considered the same elixir as the genuine version. Gu Feng affirmed. Come to think of it, when refining Sin Bone Dan before, Yen Ruoshi was only acting as an assistant, so she didn't discover the mystery. Perhaps at the same time, there were people in the alchemy room refining bone cleansing pills, but those alchemists are all about face, refining diluted pills, and not all hiding them. How can they say it? If it wasn't for this fight with Xu Qingyan, I'm afraid that this secret had been hidden for a long time. This Xu Qingyan this a few times, but could not utter a single word. Obviously this strange phenomenon, with her insight, could not be explained. It's so outrageous to sing without a songbook. Just then, Yen Ruoshi returned. Ruoshi, what's up? Did you learn any amazing techniques from your sister and Elder Shen? Gu Feng asked with a smile. Yen Ruoshi's face, however, was very strange as she looked at Gu Feng, shaking her head for a while and nodding her head for a while. This qi-gathering Dan, sister and Elder Shen, don't seem to be too good at it, and can't make it work every time, but of course it's still good. Learned a lot. At those words, Gu Feng immediately came into the spirit, and a thought flashed in his mind as he hurriedly said, be specific. I can't say. Anyway, the qi-gathering pills they refined, a few of them also showed abnormalities. They didn't say it, but I could see it on their faces. Really? About when was the qi-gathering pill refined and the abnormality appeared? Last night, at the hour of the 10th hour. This morning. Ha ha ha, it's done. It's done. It turns out that diarrhea is really contagious. Elder Shin and your sister can't even be spared. How can other mortal-grade pill refiners resist my heaven-defying magnetic field? Gu Feng suddenly laughed up to the sky, causing Yen Ruoshi to be confused. In the day after tomorrow's alchemy competition, we will win first place, Gu Feng said with bravado. He refined the elixir only dilute and not dead. The rest of the people and dilute and dead. The first name, it is not him. You pitiful bastard. It's better not to go to alchemy in the future. Xu Qingyan transmitted her voice and scolded with a laugh. Chapter 111. The competition for the second place is fierce. Come on. After 5 years, the Sunset Cloud sect had once again become the organizer of the Cloud County Alchemy Conference, and the Sunset Cloud sect's outer sect attached extreme importance to this event. For this reason, the previous old martial arts arena was pushed down, and a brand new one was built on top of the original site, large enough to hold 100,000 spectators, and used to serve as the competition venue for this alchemy conference. Pill refiners, in a sense, had a status slightly higher than that of weapon refiners, and it was not too much to say that it was the noblest profession among cultivators, attracting large and small chambers of commerce, clans, and official organizations of the state of Chu from the Cloud County. On this day, the outer gate of the Sunset Cloud sect was fluttering with flags, and the 100,000 person martial arts arena was packed with people. They exchanged cultivation tips with each other, bragged about the achievements of their sons and daughters, and talked about the winners of this alchemy conference. In addition to the Sunset Cloud sect, the participants from all parties had long since arrived in the martial arts arena. All of them were dragons and phoenixes among men, fully confident in their alchemy skills, surrounded among their relatives and elders, and being repaid with expectations. Listening to the final instructions, this young woman wearing a yellow Dao robe, named Pao Xiaoqiong, is the Cloud County's famous pill refining family Pao family, the most outstanding one in the mortal grade alchemist, able to refine an amazing 9 lines of extreme mortal Dan, deeply valued by the Refiners Guild. Some people speculate that if it is not for the sake of this alchemy conference, I'm afraid that she has already gone to the examination of the spirit grade alchemist, and the examination pass chance is not small. It's the number 1 seeded player of this alchemy conference. I beg to differ. The participants sent by the Apothecary Guild have won first place for 2 consecutive years, and in order to hit the unprecedented 3 consecutive championships, they sent 3 pill refining geniuses, who also have the certainty of refining the extreme mortal pills, and this time around, the first place, more than likely, still belongs to the Apothecary Guild. The Chamber of Commerce has also paid a lot of attention to the cultivation of pill refiners in the past few years. Take the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce, which has been developing most rapidly in Yun County in the past few years. They set up a specialized institution for cultivating pill refiners a few years ago, and I heard that there are people who can also refine extreme mortal pills, but the chances are just not very high. Wanhua Chamber of Commerce, this generation ancestral tomb smoke, out of a Dan martial arts double excellence Yen Night Snow, but in terms of alchemy talent, it is obvious that Yen Ruwashi is even better. After entering the Sunset Cloud sect for just 1 year, she was able to refine a 7-stripe top-grade mortal Dan. If we give her a few more months, refining a 9-stripe extreme-grade spirit Dan is not a matter of concern. President Tong of the Alchemist Guild once said that Yen Ruwashi's alchemy talent is breathtaking, and if it wasn't for the fact that the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce was ambitious and didn't want to participate in the official organization, President Tong would have wanted to take her on as a disciple and pass on her lifelong alchemy skills. I'm afraid you guys haven't forgotten about the undecided sect. This sect is bent on catching up with the Sunset Cloud sect, and for the sake of this alchemy conference, they have been going around luring outstanding alchemists to join the undecided sect, and the number of participants they sent out this time around is the largest of all the forces. They're not small in their ambitions. The 3 groups of contestants from the Sunset Cloud sect, how come only 2 groups have arrived? Where is Yen Ruwashi? Yen Ruwashi, who was in the mouths of the crowd, was currently outside the martial arts arena, receiving verbal abuse from a crowd of people, and Gu Feng was also surrounded there. His head was covered in sweat, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Ruwashi, it's not that uncle is talking about you. Finding a Gu Feng who only knows how to concoct diarrhea pills to compete with you. What's in your head? Old acquaintance Gu Santong gave Gu Feng a scolding when he saw him, and when he saw that Gu Feng was too thick-skinned and indifferent, he looked at Yen Ruwashi. Gu Santong's scolding couldn't even startle a ripple in Gu Feng's heart, but the other 2 were different. They didn't say anything, they just stood there, looking at Gu Feng one by one. The middle-aged man, who was slightly older than Gu Santong, with sharp eyes, looked at Gu Feng as if he were a petty thief, looking at Gu Feng's whole body with a numbscalp. The middle-aged beautiful woman next to the middle-aged man was all smiles, frowning and smiling lightly at times, and the feeling she gave Gu Feng was even more frightening than the middle-aged man. There was no need to guess that these 2 were Yen Night Snow and Yen Ruwashi's parents, the boss and boss lady of the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce, Yen Han Yun and Su Qiu. Yen Ishue, on the other hand, was displaying her usual unkind attitude towards Gu Feng, and if not for the presence of both her parents, she would probably start cursing again. Yen Ruwashi drooped her head and let Gu Santong preach, pursing her lips and not saying a word. Sister, brother-in-law, say something too. This is your daughter. After Gu Santong got tired of speaking, he handed the words back to Yen Ruwashi's parents. Speak. Seeing that her husband, Yen Hanyun, was silent, Su Qiu gently pushed down on the latter's waist, signaling him to speak. Your name is Gu Feng? Yes, Elder Yen. You lost both parents early, have no one in your family, and are currently alone? That's right, Gu Feng respectfully returned. You're a 10,000 tribulation Dao body. This kind of physique requires a lot of resources, and it might fall at some point. Gu Feng clearly felt that Yen Hanyun's tone had become intense. I may fall, but it can't be by a thunderbolt. Saying this, Gu Feng's bravado grew. With the mysterious 3 incense burners and Shu Qingyi in place, as long as he didn't make waves, the lightning tribulation couldn't do anything to him. Yen Hanyun still wanted to ask something, but was interrupted by Su Qiu, who only glared at the person in front of him, and walked to Gu Feng with a smile on his face, walking in a circle around Gu Feng, and occasionally reaching out to touch Gu Feng's arm and patting Gu Feng's chest. Nice body. There's nothing wrong with being fatherless and motherless. Come directly to my Yen family then, and Ruwashi won't have to stay away from cultivation. Enough is enough, but it has to be at least in the innate realm, otherwise you'll die 100 years earlier than Ruwashi, and how will you let her live in the future? Hearing this, Gu Feng obviously understood everything, and he wanted to open his mouth several times to explain and make it clear that he was just an ordinary friend with Yen Ruwashi, but the other party spoke too fast, and whether picking a relationship would be perceived by the other party as looking down on them, Gu Feng wasn't sure in his heart, so he chose to remain silent, thinking that afterward, it would be more appropriate for Yen Ruwashi to explain. Yen Ruwashi on the side, her eyes kept glancing at Gu Feng, with some shyness between her eyebrows, looking at Gu Santong on the side, blowing his beard and eyes, but there was nothing he could do. Clang, the melodious bell rang, and Gu Feng roared in his heart, but he could wait until it was time for the contestants to enter the arena. Two seniors, the participants of the alchemy conference are entering the arena, Gu Feng said respectfully towards the two. What's the point of competing? With you at the bottom of the table with no suspense, you might as well be fraudulently absent? Regarding Gu Santong's complaints, Gu Feng didn't take it to heart at all, and with a wink towards Yen Ruwashi, the two of them went straight to the martial arts arena. The alchemy conference is all about participation. Ruwashi is here to grow her experience. Let's go in too. Su Qiu and her group also followed into the venue. Gu Feng and Yen Ruwashi both walked straight up to the martial arts stage, the blazing temperature coming from the ground. This was the outer sex pill refining hall directing the spirit fire through the array. To this place, after observing the size of the martial arts stage, the longest distance was no longer than the distance of all the alchemy rooms when he was alchemizing with Elder Shin and the others on that day. Gu Feng's worries in his heart were all gone and he stood up proudly like a green pine. There are a lot of experts this time. Several of them are capable of refining 9 stripes extreme pills. As a member of the circle, Yen Ruwashi basically knew all of the contestants present. Put down your worries. This time we'll win steadily and not lose, Gu Feng said confidently. Several elders sent by the Alchemist Guild announced the simple rules for the materials used in this alchemy. After carefully inspecting them, 1 incense stick time to prepare. Alchemy is a technical work. The requirements for the mind and body are particularly high. A little inattention, resulting in which link is negligent, will blow up the furnace. This incense burning preparation time was also to allow all participants to better utilize their strength. On the other side of the martial arts arena, there was a high platform, and those sitting on it were people of considerable status in Yun County. Located in the center position, of course, was the president from the official organization of Chu, the president of the Alchemist Guild, President Tong. This person had a childish white hair, a look of pure wind and Taoist bones, obviously a master of alchemy. Elder Shin of the Fallen Cloud Sex Outer Sex Pill Refining Hall and another elder wearing the undecided sex attire were flanked on either side. Next were the principals or elders of some clans, families, and chambers of commerce with status. Elder Shin, isn't your Sunset Cloud Sex somewhat not taking the alchemy conference seriously by sending out a martial artist to compete? That undecided sex elder, across from President Tong, snarked with Elder Shin. Elder Shin had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was cursing Gu Feng. Just yesterday, he had learned that the other party had screwed up several test rats in just a few days, which made him no longer dare to hope for a miracle. Judging from the current participants, the likelihood of blowing up the furnace was almost nil, and Gu Feng could only concoct the lacinatory Dan, which was almost predetermined to be at the bottom of the heap. This is Yen Ruwashi's designated participant. Ruwashi didn't take victory or defeat too seriously, showing that he has a good mindset and possesses the essence to become an excellent alchemist. We, this group of old guys, will just watch them perform. It seems that Elder Shin has already found a good padded speech for Yen Ruwashi. This foresight is admirable. The elder of the undecided sect let out a light laugh, a sneering color all within his eyes. President Tong, who was located in the center, only laughed bitterly and shook his head at the fight between the two. His gaze, instead, gazing at Yen Ruwashi and Gu Feng, of which Gu Feng was a bit more. The kid's got some ability, he just likes to around. At the thought that he had failed to imitate the Sin Bone Pill and had instead messed up a few test rat queens, President Tong's face looked strange and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He had some hidden expectations in his heart. Not that he was expecting Gu Feng to have a good performance, but he was looking forward to the chi-gathering pill that Gu Feng would refine, and what kind of thing it would be. I can't, I'm leaving, I really can't watch it anymore. Gu Santong, who was located on the high platform, yelled and wanted to leave. Sit down for me. Not even watching your own niece's competition. It's redundant to keep your eyes. Su Qiu glared at him, and the latter could only sit down resentfully. At the moment, he was in a very bad mood, and looking at Gu Feng, who had a proud chest posture on the stage, he really wanted to rush up and beat him up violently. What the hell? Where did a person who could only concoct diluted pills get a confident demeanor? Senior brother Gu, we believe you can make history. Senior brother Gu, play well, and strive to refine a perfect lacrimation pill out of it. This was the home field advantage, and there were the most Sunset Cloud sect disciples on the scene, and their yells, as well as Gu Feng's solemn nod, drew laughter. Gu Feng's laxative Dan was basically known to anyone who knew how to concoct pills. All the chambers of commerce, including some of the sects, had specially organized manpower to study the Sin Bone pill pioneered by Gu Feng. The results, without exception, ended in the death of dozens of test rats. Say, we're here for an alchemy conference, not a martial arts competition. As the crowd below the stage watched, the contestants on the stage began to exchange words, and an alchemist from the undecided faction took the lead against Gu Feng. Yeah, I heard that Gu Feng's battle strength is the #1 in the outer sect, and can defeat several Hotian cultivators. I'm afraid that if he loses then, he'll get annoyed and kill us all. Another undecided school pill refiner laughed and agreed. That's right, for the sake of the safety of all the pill refiners present, I propose that Gu Feng be paired with an innate realm cultivator beside him to prevent him from rising up and killing people. As the third undecided faction pill refiner spoke, his gaze swept across the room in an attempt to win the resonance of all the participants. Alchemy is an elegant and noble profession, not a plaything for rude people. Bao Shaoqiang, who came from a family of pill refining, said with an upright chest posture and condescension. How can someone who only knows how to concoct diluted pills and hasn't even been tested as a mortal-grade alchemist participate in this kind of convention? Won't all cats and dogs be able to compete from now on? Alchemy is not a foreign path. Maybe he got his entry by bribery or coercion after all? Some participated in the speeches, and many more looked on with a cold eye. They did not express their opinions, but their eyes already indicated their attitudes. Gu Feng was not a proper pill refiner at all in their eyes, and would only follow crooked paths, and he became a target. The crowd watched in amusement and also turned their eyes to Gu Feng. This teenager was under a lot of pressure, listening to the louder and louder sounds of teasing. Yen Ruoshi clenched her showy fists, her expression growing more and more agitated, wanting to speak out to scold the crowd, but was stopped by Gu Feng. Only Gu Feng let out a light laugh. Why bother with these contestants who have come to fight for second place? Arrogant. What did you say? When did Rashidun get so bottomless? Gu Feng's words were spoken softly, but the participants on the martial arts stage still heard them clearly, and for a while, there was an endless stream of rebukes and angry curses. Are you guys running around so passionately, celebrating your early second place finish? I advise you to save your energy and refine the elixir properly. The competition for second place is fierce. Looking at the crowd of excited people, Gu Feng once again lightly uttered a sentence. Chapter 112, Violent Alchemy. Technique shocking the 4 seats. This statement was like a giant torch lit and thrown into the air, causing the originally warm atmosphere to boil directly. Senior brother Gu is domineering and mighty. Ha ha ha. Senior brother Gu has already issued a declaration of victory, so I'm asking if you guys are afraid. Senior brother Gu smiled faintly, already seeing the first places in his pocket. Senior brother Gu, we love your blind confidence. Just do it and be done with it. The disciples of the Sunset Xia sect were the first to raise a ruckus. Gu Feng was the man of the hour in the outer door of the Sunset Xia sect, and in just 1 year, he had made countless earth-shattering events, which made the original ripples of the sect, ripples of ups and downs. Big brother, go for it. We're all behind you. Kill them all and be the only contestant, and you'll be first. As if a megaphone had been turned in his throat, Fei's naive voice spread throughout the martial arts arena, causing the crowd to look sideways. Today, Fei's image, extraordinarily delightful, especially that forehead wrapped in a strip of cloth, inscribed with the words, must win. Behind him, Wu Qi and others, also in the same attire, their heads lowered, their faces flushed red, listlessly waving a few flags. This strange look made the corners of the mouth twitch and the crowd roar with laughter. Elder Shin on the stage, his face was green. He could not wait to rush down and beat that weird Fei, violently, and then pulled out of the venue and threw into the lake. It was too damn humiliating. The entire face of the Sunset Cloud sect had been disgraced. Ha ha ha, you're Gu Feng from the Sunset Xia sect, you don't have a small mouth. The elder from the undecided sect took the opportunity to start shading again, beeping towards Elder Shun, disliking the latter and rendering him speechless. Humph, this kid definitely says the toughest words and receives the heaviest beatings. Let's see how he gets off the stage later. Gu Santong snorted lightly and whispered, Sensei, whether Gu Feng can win or not, at least for now, in terms of momentum, he has already won. Su Qiu said with a beaming smile, her eyes presenting brightly as the more she looked at Gu Feng, the better she looked at him. A dead duck with a stiff upper lip. Let Ruoshi find an excuse to give up the competition, so as not to follow along and lose face later. Yen Night Snow in the audience chilled. The more she looked at Gu Feng, the more annoyed she became. Giggle giggle. The alchemy conference is all about the atmosphere. Just be happy, whatever the result. Shu Yui said with a smile, occasionally blowing a few rogue whistles towards Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you have the guts to say that again. If we're talking about the penultimate, it's true that no one compares to you. An alchemist who can only concoct diluted pills. Pill refiner? Those who haven't been tested for mortal products can also be qualified to be called as pill refiners? The group of pill refiners on the martial arts stage, including those who had stood by coldly earlier, all joined in the crusade against Gu Feng. Each of them stared angrily, their body surface glowing with spirit radiance, as if they wanted to kick Gu Feng down by force. Gu Feng swept his gaze around and gave a disdainful light snort before turning his head to look at the stands and said aloud, "Seniors, I feel that each of these pill refiners has no fart skills and is emotionally unstable with a serious tendency towards violence. I suggest that we arrange for an innate realm expert behind each of them to prevent them from rising up and killing people after they have lost at alchemy. Of course, I don't need to, because, in my eyes, these people have trashy alchemy levels and even trashier battle prowess. I alone can sweep them all." As Gu Feng's words fell, the scene directly erupted with a clamor that was enough to lift the heavens. Before competing in alchemy, let's have a martial arts fight directly, or else if everyone carries grievances in alchemy, it'll be easy to blow up the furnace. Fight. Start a fight. I want to see the alchemists fight in a group. Ha ha ha, Gu Feng is so wild. Can you pill refiners stand it? Elder brother Gu's force is heaven-defying. Who can be defeated? The crowd on the scene was just like crazy. Those big brothers on the high platform, one by one, their faces were strange. After participating in so many alchemy conferences, it was the first time that I saw a scene where people didn't want to watch alchemy but wanted to watch the competition. It had to be said that Gu Feng was really too good at pulling the strings of hatred, causing some of the bigwigs to become infuriated. And if it wasn't for the presence of the Alchemist Guild's Tong president, they would have really wanted to facilitate this martial arts fight. President Tong, who was located in the center of the high platform, had his eyelids flutter a few times as he looked at Gu Feng and shook his head with a bitter smile. Everyone sees the time to adjust your mindset, and when the alchemy conference is over, if you want to spar, it may not be impossible. President Tong was highly respected and his words carried a lot of weight. The pill refiners pressed down the anger that erupted in their hearts and began to urgently adjust their state. Clang! With the sound of a melodious bell, the alchemy conference officially began. The more than 100, totaling more than 80 groups of participants in this alchemy conference simultaneously communicated with the formation to invoke the spirit fire in the ground. There, crimson flames erupted out, and the temperature of the entire martial arts arena immediately soared. Among this group of people, Gu Feng stood out as being extraordinarily different. He stood there with an upright posture, and did not communicate with the formation or implement the warming furnace, but just kept turning his head and observing the crowd. "Why don't I come and make pills for you?" Feeling the familiar aura of the Dan fire and the enthusiastic scene, Xu Qingyan, who was hanging around Gu Feng's neck, couldn't help but open her mouth. "A lot of people here are capable of refining 9 stripes extreme pills. I'm afraid your level won't work," Gu Feng said nonchalantly. Xu Qingyan is experienced and knowledgeable in martial arts, but alchemy, to put it bluntly, is no better than him. Never seen her refine a 9-stripe extreme mortal pill. At best it was only 8-stripe, and only 3 were produced in one furnace, so trashy that it could not be described in words. Gu Feng stood there like a stake, and the rest of the alchemists' mouths were covered in sarcasm. It's useless to talk about grandiose words, but they'll shrivel up when they actually see kung fu. That's it. Keep it up until the end of the alchemy conference. Elder Shin was satisfied and agreed with Gu Feng's approach. Not refining pills would not become a laughingstock. Waiting for the end of the alchemy conference, everyone's attention would be on the pills. Gu Feng would find a chance to sneak away, and this farce would be over. "Gu Feng, you're refining pills instead. Where's the vigor that you had just now? It's not just bragging, take some real skill out." Gu Feng had already successfully mobilized the interest of the crowd, but his indifferent appearance was really bad for a group of people who wanted to see what was going on. It gives them a hard feeling of being halfway through a poop. Not up, not down, and not finished. As time passed, Gu Feng remained as immovable as an old monk, a scene that caused great dissatisfaction among a portion of the audience. The more they spoke, the more agitated they became, and in the end, they directly cursed, and the largest number of people in the audience were still the outer disciples of the Sunset Cloud sect. Gu Feng, no matter what, was the number one in the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect, and to be abused like this was no different from abusing them. Some hot-blooded disciples began to argue with the foreign cultivators beside them, gradually evolving into pushing and shoving, with a vague tendency to break out into a group fight. Look, senior brother Gu is starting to ignite the spirit fire. After the alchemy conference had been held for the 4th hour, nearly halfway through, Gu Feng finally began to move. At this moment, there were already a portion of alchemists that had entered the final condensation session. For a furnace of qi-gathering pills, the refining time varied from one alchemist to another, with a minimum of 5 hours and a maximum of 8 hours, while Gu Feng only needed 1 hour. If refining is done at the beginning, there is no guarantee that everyone will be affected. Right now this time is not up or down, it's just right. Only to see Gu Feng waving his big hand, leaping up high and floating, tumbling a few times in the air, flexing his fingers a bit, and letting out a thunderous syllable from his mouth, rise. A reddish flame, roaring, rushed out from the ground. His flame, bigger than any of the previous ones, and also had a nice shape, like a blooming lotus flower. After igniting the flames, Gu Feng's leaping body slowly floated down and stood on top of the Dan furnace, his hands spread out, his body acting like a magnetic field as the flames were all absorbed. The crimson flame, sometimes like less waves flowing, making a clattering sound, sometimes like 100 birds singing, chirping sound resounding, sometimes like mountains, rivers, forests and fields, the sound of empty valleys and ghosts. This hand was so beautiful that it would not be an exaggeration to say that the skill was astonishing, and the room erupted into a round of applause. Everyone thought, there's no such thing as a reputation. Gu Feng really does have a few skills, so maybe he can really win the first place. As the saying goes, outsiders look at the scene and insiders look at the doorway. Gu Feng's series of moves, in the eyes of Elder Shin and other senior pill refiners, were superfluous. The flame shape is beautiful. What's the point of wasting soul power for no reason? The soul power of Hotian realm cultivators is already weak. This hand down, it is estimated to use up a large portion of it. The next still have the ability to alchemize pills? Furthermore, there wasn't much time left, less than halfway to the end of the alchemy. There wasn't enough time to refine a furnace of qi-gathering Dan, right? This kid didn't come to refine pills, but to put on a show. Gu Santong pulled the corner of his mouth and muttered, Well, Gu Feng, this sun is extraordinary. This fire control technique alone is superior to everyone present. It seems that the grandiose words from before were not boastful. The undecided sect elder's words were spoken loudly. Elder Shin clenched his fists. Really want to hammer this old boy a fist burst. This is the naked cudgeling. The purpose is to hit the face hard later. Really hateful to the extreme. Looking at Gu Feng, who was constantly putting on a show on the martial arts stage, Elder Shin finally couldn't help himself and let out 2 crisp coughs to remind Gu Feng. Gu Feng sensed the meaning in the cough and turned his head with a faint smile, giving a reassuring wink towards Elder Shin, exasperating the latter with his beard sticking up. After the show, Gu Feng wiped the crystal beads of sweat on his forehead. This series of fire control had really exhausted him. This scene was watched by the people on the stage, and they all tugged the corners of their mouths breathlessly and rolled their eyes. You're the best at controlling fire, but this is an alchemy competition. Can you please be more serious? Gu Feng landed back on the ground and took a few deep breaths before he began to blow up his eyes with violent alchemy. What is violence? Is the furnace violence? Gu Feng simply like other alchemists. In order to make the furnace corners of the heat evenly, carefully warm fire slowly warm furnace, but directly hit a large group of fire, which looks like the furnace with the general worry. Cannot wait for the whole furnace burned melted. After violently warming the furnace, it is violently extracting the elixir. This step is crucial. The general alchemist is to extract a kind of elixir, will exist in the corner of the furnace, and then extract another kind of elixir, while Gu Feng is directly all the elixir, a brain to throw in, the same time to start extracting. Not only that, but it was also extremely fast, and some sharp-eyed cultivators noticed that some of the spirit medicines that Gu Feng had thrown in seemed to have only been purified by half before they were thrown out as residue. Looking at the many intact elixirs around Gu Feng's feet, those bigwigs on the high platform shook their heads. This kind of crude alchemy, not to mention the qi-gathering pill, or even an ordinary pill, would be very difficult to concoct. This asshole kid, Elder Shin cursed angrily in his heart, and if he hadn't been in the way of the occasion, he would have wanted to rush onto the stage and pull down Gu Feng, who was causing trouble. The steps that other people could only accomplish in 4 whole hours, Gu Feng directly took care of in half an hour, demonstrating a later momentum. He joined the first batch of alchemists to carry out the step of condensing pills. The step of condensing pills was extremely dangerous. The slightest inattention would cause the furnace to blow up and the previous work would be wasted. So all the alchemists were careful and cautious. And once again, Gu Feng displayed the aesthetics of violent alchemy, coalescing all of the purified herbs together in just a moment before dividing them into 9 heaps. Good. This hand of soul control techniques is truly extraordinary. It was rare to talk to President Tong of the Alchemists Guild, and he couldn't help but applaud Gu Feng for splitting the Dan so cleanly and smiling, his eyes filled with admiration. What's the big deal? This elixir has already failed from the start. There's no chance of success. The undecided sect elder ate the flavor. Finally, he had saved some face for the Sunset Cloud sect, and Elder Shin revealed a smile. In the entire alchemy process, this is the only part of the process that shines, and the rest does not bear to be seen. However, it didn't take long for his smile to freeze on his face as Gu Feng made another amazing move. After splitting the Dan, before it was stabilized, Gu Feng made a gesture to open the furnace. Up! As soon as the word rise was uttered, the small lid above the Dan furnace flew out directly, and 9 channels of spiritual light wrapped around the flames and rushed out into the sky. This elixir hasn't been refined yet, and the furnace is open? He's running out of soul power, isn't he? And was forced to open the furnace early. In the midst of the crowd's amazement, Gu Feng stepped on his feet in the Lingjiang Xian. His movements were dashing, as if he were an exiled immortal descending to the world, and all 9 pills fell into the hands wrapped in spiritual energy. At this moment, the pills were still burning, and Gu Feng gently exhaled, as 9 extreme mortal pills, which had a flowing body and shone with 9 runes, appeared in his palm. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted out. Boom, boom, boom. The group of alchemists who had been paying attention to Gu Feng's alchemy had their minds directly collapsed the moment they saw the 9 extreme mortal pills appear. The explosions at the scene shook the sky. The smoke rolled. 10 or so pill refiners, directly blowing up the furnace. More than 20 pill refiners, appearing signs of instability of the furnace. How is that possible? These words, in the minds of all of them, including President Tong, impacted vertically and horizontally, causing their heads to buzz. This was too outrageous. Never having seen such a crude and successful alchemy of 9 extreme mortal Dan. It's too fast. It's only been an hour. What can you do in an hour? Extracting herbs isn't enough. It refreshes the people's outlook and shatters their deep-rooted understanding of the world. I'm sorry, I'm done refining. So if you guys are interested in competing for second place, cheer up. Gu Feng grinned and flung out the pills. The 9 pills spun beautifully in the air, and then connected into a string and fell into the white jade porcelain bottle, encapsulated, and labeled with his name. All in one go. Senior brother Gu. Awesome. A raucous roar rang out all over the field. Elder Shin on the high platform covered his forehead and smiled bitterly. This scene was the same as the scene during the refining of the Sin Bone Pill. The others were bluffed by this scene. How he didn't know Gu Feng's true nature. It didn't take much thought to realize that the chi-gathering pill that Gu Feng had refined was yet another counterfeit product that appeared to be very lofty on the outside and resembled a chi-gathering pill even more than a true chi-gathering pill, and it was most likely a laxative pill. This is the end of the line. The bottom of the first to be sure. The face of the Sunset sect also lost all the face. Chapter 113, Gu Feng, my elixir is diarrhea when I eat it. Other people's elixirs kill me when I eat them. Gu Feng's first draw kicked off the prelude of this alchemy conference's Dan formation, and a ray of arcane light rushed out from the Dan furnace. Look, Pao Shaoqiong has produced a Dan. 7 chi-gathering pills. All 9 lines. Oh my god, she's refined 7 9 lines extreme grade chi-gathering pills. It's unbelievable. She's going to win the championship. There's not much chance left for the Alchemist Guild. It's only 7. Why do I feel that the chi-gathering pills she refined are not as good as the ones Gu Feng refined? Ma duh, you uneducated fool. Is Gu Feng refining pills? He's just putting on a show. The chi-gathering pill he made is nothing more than that, and it'll be revealed as soon as it's tested for potency. Who are you calling a fool? Old me. Ho Tian Realm. Slap you to death. You chi-drawing realm scum. Sorry big brother. Slip of the tongue. Slip of the tongue. Pao Shaoqiong, as the most outstanding mortal grade alchemist of the alchemy family, had his own dignity and could not tolerate sand in his eyes, and scoffed at the remarks of those ignorant people. Humph, don't compare my pills to unimpressive goods, she said coldly with a haughty expression and her chest standing up, and although she did not name names, everyone understood that the unimpressive elixir in her mouth was referring to the chi-gathering pill that Gu Feng had refined. The gazes of the crowd all turned to Gu Feng, and strangely enough, Gu Feng, who had previously disliked people without fail, was silent this time, with a light smile on his face, and by the looks of it, he still agreed with Pao Shaoqiong's remarks. This appearance caused Pao Shaoqiong's eyes to flash with contempt, and with a toss of his hair, he hummed heavily once again. Apothecary Guild Su Qinghui, he's also become a Dan, but unfortunately, he's only been able to refine 6 9 stripes Extreme Mortal Dawn, slightly inferior to Pao Shaoqiong. It looks like the Pao family is going to win first place. That's not true. The Apothecary Guild is strong in its balanced strength. If Su Qinghui's companion also refined 6 extreme mortal pills, then the score of this group can't be lower, and first place may not be hopeless. Where did the undecided sect dig up an alchemy genius from to actually refine 6 extreme grade chi gathering pills as well? This group of the undecided faction is very strong. 2 alchemists. Both of them have refined 6 extreme mortal pills. Here comes the pressure from the Alchemist Guild and the Pao family. The group from the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce is not bad either. It has hopes of placing in the top 5. Yen Ruwashi. She unexpectedly overplayed her hand and refined 5 chi gathering pills, 2 of which were 7 stripe, 1 8 stripe, and 2 9 stripe extremities. Heavens, how old is she? Her alchemy talent is the number 1 in Cloud County for 100 years. It's well deserved. The Alchemy Conference, which originally ran for 8 hours, ended in the 7th hour. A few are happy and a few are sad. The 3 groups of alchemists sent by the Sunset Cloud sect, as the organizer of this Alchemy Conference, did not perform satisfactorily. Aside from Yen Ruwashi, who had refined 2 9-stripe extreme grade chi gathering pills, the rest of them had only refined 7 or 8-stripe upper grade mortal pills, and as for Gu Feng, people habitually excluded him. Gu Feng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly as he looked at the decrepit appearance of the several pill refiners of the Sunset Xia sect, and Shu Qingyi, the blue smoke on his chest, angrily scolded them for their group of pups' lack of competitiveness. Elder Zhu, I think they are already very competitive. After all, you, the ancestor of the Sunset Cloud sect, is not very good at alchemy. They are considered to have perfectly inherited your talent. Elder Shen, the chief of the Outer Sect Alchemy Hall, was still satisfied with the performance of the 3 groups that participated in this alchemy conference. After all, none of them blew up the furnace, and the only regret was that there was Gu Feng present. Those pill refiners from my undecided sect didn't play very well. Only 2 groups were barely satisfactory. For the undecided sect Elder's pretense, Elder Shen directly treated it as if he hadn't heard it. You are too inhuman. The 2 groups have a chance to compete for the top 3, and you are still talking about sarcasm. We, the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce, are still not good at alchemy. Yen Hanyun said expressionlessly, some regret in his words. You silly bastard, did Ruwashi not perform well? Think she's not performing well? Go find another woman and have a few more? Suchio was satisfied. Yen Ruwashi had exceeded her expectations. If Gu Feng wasn't there, Ruwashi's performance would have been glorious enough. Gu Santong still had a big opinion about Gu Feng, always feeling that this guy was specifically here to drag his feet. Just then, President Tong, who was on the high platform, stood up with a smile on his face. The level of the participants in this year's alchemy conference is far higher than previous years. Your performance is obvious to all. In this alchemy competition, there are no losers. President Tong said a big snappy commendation words, and then the words turned, but there are always winners and losers in a competition, and it's most fair to rate them by pills. Next, let the scoring begin. The process of grading was simple. Each person took the refined elixir and walked to the high platform for the 10 senior alchemists to appreciate and comment on it. There are 2 rounds. Each round can only have a player in the same group on stage. After the first round, and then the second round, the scene to give the score, basically eliminating the possibility of backroom operations. So, who's going to be the first brave man? After the 10 judges on the high stage had taken their seats, President Tong once again faced the martial arts stage and said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, several Hotian realm pill refiners jumped up high and rushed onto the high platform. The crowd realized that the few pill refiners who were the first to rush onto the high platform had full confidence in themselves, as they had all refined at least 6 or more 9 stripes extreme grade chi gathering pills, which included Pao Shaoqiong, the Pill Refiners Guild, and the several genius pill refiners from the undecided sect. You're on next round. I'm on first round. Gu Feng spoke softly towards Yen Ruwashi before jumping out of the martial arts stage with his feet on the Linjiang Xian. The crowd only saw a stream of light flash by, and Gu Feng rushed up to the high platform at an extremely fast speed afterward. His speed was so fast that the few pill refiners who were the first to rush out could only look away. Gentlemen, you're late. Thank you. Gu Feng grinned and respectfully delivered the elixir in his hand to President Tong. Bao Shaoqiong and the others looked at each other with a look of resignation. Humph, I'd like to see what pills you can refine. Since Brother Gu is so confident, how about letting you have this first chance to participate in the grading? Brother Gu is truly worthy of being the number 1 in the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect. This stance is breathtaking. I just don't know. How are the concocted pills? Those few people prided themselves on being geniuses, and the only ones who could compete with them were the only ones present, and they didn't even look Gu Feng in the eye. That kind of alchemy is really eye-catching, but that's all. Go out and bluff the uninitiated is okay. Participate in the alchemy conference? Claptrap is just. The chi-gathering pill had existed for over 100 years, and how many amazing alchemists had tried to improve its formula, but without exception, they had all ended in failure. They were already certain that the pills Gu Feng had refined were a joke. Not only did Pao Xiaoqiang and the others think so, even the 10 judges on the stage had the same idea in their hearts, but they just couldn't say it due to their status and occasions. Gu Feng dares to be the first warrior, so let's comment on it. President Tong smiled kindly towards Gu Feng, and the other 9 judges beside him followed suit. Good quality in color. 9 stripes clear and complete. The potion flavor is also pure and strong. It's just that this medicinal effect seems to be a lot weaker than the authentic Qi gathering pill. Chairman Tong 2 fingers clipped Gu Feng refined Qi gathering Dan. Repeatedly looked at a few times, froze and did not see any cracks. For Gu Feng's ability is also admired to the extent that the fake to this part. The Great Chu country is unique. Can everyone give a rating? He asked with a smile towards the other 9 judges. And when he saw them all frowning, President Tong laughed. I can't give a rating either. Then let's test it with an artifact. When the words fell, President Tong had a silver-colored compass in his hands, similar in appearance to the artifacts used to test pills in the Fallen Cloud Sect's Hall of Pill Refinement. He flexed his fingers and an elixir fell into the groove of the silver compass. The pointer on it flickered erratically and finally settled. The medicinal effect is only a third of a normal Qi gathering pill. This is a castrated version of the Qi gathering pill, President Tong said in a low voice, and just as he was about to give his rating, an abrupt voice rang out. The artifact can only detect the effects of the medicine. It can't show the side effects inside. Should we use a test mouse to try it out? The person who spoke was none other than the elder from the undecided sect. As he spoke, he gave Gu Feng a meaningful look, as if to say, you kid want to muddle through? Just die. Unbeknownst to him, this was exactly what Gu Feng had been begging for, and after his elixir had gone through the test of the test rats, he would have an excuse for other alchemists to follow suit. Otherwise, rashly put forward, cannot avoid the suspicion of questioning the level of the 10 jury members, and for no reason to offend people, perhaps also cannot be as desired. That undecided sect elder looked like he had prepared for this, and in a few breaths of effort, he had found a test rat. The gazes of all the people in the room were unanimous, all staring anxiously at the test rat that had eaten Gu Feng's elixir. When the poof came, the scene boiled over. Ha ha ha, I knew that senior brother Gu wouldn't let the group down. He's concocted another dilatory elixir. Senior brother Gu, will this elixir be sold in bulk? How about I reserve a bottle first? Senior brother Gu's diarrhea Dan is a masterpiece. The group loves it. Hurry up and refine in large quantities. The toilet cultivation room I rented still has half a year left. I have to make full use of it. Senior brother Gu has lived up to his name and created another brilliant career. The outer disciples of the Sunset Cloud sect directly laughed madly, and their laughter, not only did they not have any malicious intent, but instead, they were incomparably desirous of Gu Feng's newly invented pills. What's the fear of pulling up? Pulling up and getting stronger. Where to find this kind of powerful elixir? The stench filled the air. Yet Elder Tong was embodying the qualities of an excellent alchemist. Not only did he not dislike it, but instead, he was also carefully probing the state of the test rats from a close distance. Well, take it down. After a long time, he waved his hand, and in his mind, he had a comprehensive and accurate understanding of the medicinal effects of Gu Feng's refined pills. The efficacy of this Dan is only 1/3 of the authentic Qi gathering Dan. Out of the Dan 9, all of them are 9 lines of the best, although eaten diluted, but harmless. But because of the improved formula, it shows innovation. I give a final score of 63. After Chairman Tong gave his final score, the rest of the judges also gave their corresponding scores. Everyone's scores were comparable to President Tong's, except for the elder from the undecided sect, who uttered a 0 with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. This alchemy conference, the refining is Qi gathering Dan. Gu Feng has improved the formula. It has been off topic, plus the dilution attribute. 0 points can't be too high. After saying that, he provocatively looked at Gu Feng. Final score 55. Regarding this ultra-low score, Gu Feng acted indifferent. Anyway, as long as there were points, he could win. 1 point was a win. 100 points was a win. There was no difference. After all, it was impossible to get points for eating dead people's pills. Elder Shun, I have to say that banning goods like Gu Feng from entering the alchemy room is really a wise and brilliant decision. Your Sunset Cloud sect. After giving Gu Feng a score of 0, that elder of the undecided sect didn't forget to dig at Gu Feng and Elder Shun, and even took the opportunity to stomp on the Sunset Cloud sect. With these words, Gu Feng, who should have turned to leave, turned back violently, and looking at Elder Shun, whose face was unsightly, the corners of Gu Feng's mouth curved up high. It's true that the elixir I made is not great, but it's only diarrhea. It can't kill anyone, and 1/3 of the potency isn't that bad. And after improving the formula, it also greatly shortened the refining time. Overall, it's considered a very useful elixir. But it may not be the case with the pills made by your undecided school's alchemists. Maybe if you eat it you'll not only get diarrhea, but you'll die. At these words, the Wooding sect elder's smile froze on his face. His eyes narrowed slightly as he snapped, "A great joke. Do you think that all of my Wooding sect's alchemists are like you, only able to concoct diluted pills? Who knows?" Gufeng pulled out his ear with his little thumb and said lightly, "Asshole, how dare you slander my Wooding sect?" The elder of the Wooding sect was so angry by Gufeng that his mouth was shivering. "Good, very good. You have to take responsibility for what you said. If the pills made by my Wooding sect are fine, I want you to eat the furnace that you just used to make pills. It's a deal. On the contrary, you eat the Dan furnace," Gufeng said without looking back, walking straight off the high platform. His dangling, disdainful demeanor caused the elder of the undecided sect to become enraged, so angry that his brain filled with blood. "In Xioshan, bring up the pills you've refined for grading. I'm going to make this brat gnaw on the Dan furnace in full view of everyone." "Yes, elder." The pill refiner named In Xioshan walked up to the several judges and respectfully said, "My seniors have only refined 6 extreme grade chi gathering pills, which is no match for Gufeng's 9, so please don't disdain my seniors for their lack of talent and knowledge, and do some tasting for me." As he spoke, In Xioshan turned his head to look at Gufeng, revealing a disdainful look that was extremely provocative. Chapter 114. A little frustration in his youth will do him good. He, young friend, there is no need to be presumptuous. When I was your age, my alchemy level was far inferior to yours. President Tong was truly worthy of being the president of the Cloud County Apothecary Guild. He was calm and steady and watertight in his dealings, knowing that In Xioshan was showing off, but he still didn't move to praise him. In Xioshan sniffed with a respectful expression, but there was a soaring pride between his brows. "This kid is really good at pretending." Tuoba lay in the audience, skimmed his lips and said breathlessly, "This bastard In Xioshan only has the bottom of the barrel to act like a pussy. To be able to refine 6 extreme spirit pills at such a young age is enough to rank in the top 10 amongst the mortal grade pill refiners in the entire Yun County. He has a great future ahead of him." Wu Qi said in a low voice. His family owned a chamber of commerce. For some of the pill refiners in Yun County, he still had a better understanding, and gave an extremely fair evaluation. The other party is at least an elder of the undecided sect with an extraordinary status, so they shouldn't let Gufeng chew on the Dan furnace later. Guo Runkai pulled the corner of his mouth and frowned. "This is really not certain. The undecided sect and my Sunset Cloud sect are in direct competition. The other party will definitely take this opportunity to step on it properly. Even if Gufeng doesn't nibble on the Dan furnace, the Sunset Cloud sect will still have to pay some price." Chao Yuan said with some concern. I'm afraid that boss Gu, who has been wise for a lifetime, is going to be planted in this alchemy conference." Xiong De buzzed. "The results aren't out yet. You little calves, don't put on this bad look. It's unlucky." Fei said so, but in his heart, he didn't think Gufeng had a chance of turning the tables. At this moment, the voices of 10 senior alchemists commenting came from the high stage. "A furnace of 6 superb chi gathering Dan. The Dan fragrance is rich and the color is warm and moist. The only beauty is that there are some tiny pits on the surface. This is due to the condensation of the Dan. Not the air in the medicinal liquid is not exhausted due to the fact that you win. Rarely, it is also rare and valuable. I give it 86 points. President Tong pointed out the slight deficiencies in the elixir while commenting on it, and provided advice on how to improve it, finally hitting a high score of 86. Many thanks to President Tong for his guidance. In Xioshan respectfully thanked him, and his originally lowered head subconsciously lifted upwards a bit. The medicinal power is very sufficient. The particles are full. If you look for bones in the egg, you can only say that there are 2 pills above which a few runes. There is a slight distortion. In the future, a little attention. It can be improved." The old man gave 85 points. Another senior alchemist also gave a high score. "Basically impeccable. At most half a year, you'll be able to impact a spirit-grade spirit pill master. I'm very optimistic about you." 87 points. As one of the judges gave their scores, In Xioshan's head had completely lifted up. His stance was proud and erect as easy as can be, and the arrogance between his eyebrows erupted out. On the platform, some of the bigwigs of the Chamber of Commerce, including Yan Hanyun, silently memorized In Xioshan's name in their hearts, thinking that they would have to contact him more often in the future, as this was a pill refiner with a promising future. That elder from the undecided sect, grinning, his face all smiled, his eyebrows raised in triumph, tilting his head, looking at Elder Shin on the side, extremely provocative, seeing that the latter was impassive, ignoring him, and then turning his gaze to Gufeng, who had returned to the martial arts stage, who had a look of ease and self-complacency, causing his eyes to narrow slightly, the corners of his mouth to caricaturedly grin. "Gufeng, why don't you find a chance to sneak away?" Yen Ruwashi glanced worriedly at Gufeng, tugged on his sleeve robe, and said softly, "Unla." Gu Feng smiled without saying anything and just gave the other party a reassuring look. Final score, 86. President Tong synthesized the scores given by the judges and gave In Xiushan a high score of 86. Wow! There was a loud clamor. 86 points. That's a high score. If it were the previous alchemy conference, you could basically take first place. The other alchemist in In Xiushan's group also refined 6 extreme grade qi gathering pills, and if his score is similar, I'm afraid he'll really take the title. Bao Xiaoqiang's companion. The level is average. Both scores averaged out, at most about the same as In Xiushan's group. This class is all at a high level. Please be more careful with your words. Don't you still have Gu Feng? A super low score? In Xiushan's score was just too amazing. 86 points had basically reached the limit of 6 extreme qi gathering pills, and the crowd was praising him. Those disciples from the undecided sect, all of them held their heads high and were proud of themselves. The comments of the seniors have benefited the juniors greatly. In the next few days, I will definitely practice hard on my alchemy skills and improve on these deficiencies, and strive to pass the spirit grade alchemist test as soon as possible. In Xiushan respectfully saluted. His demeanor was quite like that of a great general. Looking at the 10 judges nodded their heads repeatedly. This is a rising star. The future is bright. After saying these scenes, In Xiushan did not have the intention to get off the stage. The same on the stage. Bao Xiaoqiang and others also did not show the intention to urge, because they know there is still a big show. Almost everyone's gazes were fixed on In Xiushan in anticipation of his next performance, and his next words really didn't disappoint. He only turned his head to look at Gu Feng on the martial arts stage, and a touch of teasing appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gu Feng, isn't it time for you to gnaw on the Dan furnace? Without waiting for Gu Feng to answer, he continued, oh, you must be trying to say, how can you guarantee that this elixir won't be diarrhea if you eat it when it hasn't been tested by test rats? The irony of the words was extremely strong. Gu Feng touched his nose and grinned. You're the roundworm in my stomach. That's exactly what I want. Ha ha ha, you're quite honest. In Xiushan laughed up to the sky before saying aloud, our undecided sect is a fair and just sect. This kid, In Xiushan, first touted the undecided sect for a while, and then his words changed, stating that he wanted to convince Gu Feng orally plus mentally, involving the entanglement between the two sects. President Tong, as an official person of Chu, was not in a position to stop or express his opinion, but just stood there quietly watching the show. Should we check this test rat? Lest you put the blame on the test rat again if you can't eat it then. After finding the test rat, In Xiushan took the opportunity to satirize Gu Feng again. Please feel free. Gu Feng made a gesture of invitation. Just as In Xiushan wanted to feed the qi gathering pill to the test rats, Elder Shin on the high platform couldn't sit still and said in a low voice towards the undecided sect elder beside him, Elder Dai, there's no need to test the pills. What kind of words are you saying? Elder Shin's voice was so low that almost no one could hear it except Elder Dai, but Elder Dai's words were spoken loudly. As soon as In Xiushan heard this, he understood that Elder Dai wanted to use the opportunity to step on the Sunset Cloud sect, so he delayed the test pills and smiled with a grin on his lips. Elder Dai's voice directly attracted everyone's attention. Without testing the pills, how can we prove that the pills refined by In Xiushan are fine? Elder Shin, I know that your move is to make me let that Gu Feng go. I can tell you clearly now, Gu Feng's Dan furnace nibbles are set. People without faith are not established. A little more frustration when you're young is not a good thing. Today, if your Sunset Cloud sect wants to protect Gu Feng, Dai, naturally won't force it, but right now it's still in the sect, with the Elder's protection. If it's out of the sect, you guys can still protect him? This is going to be a big loss. If I lose, I will definitely fulfill my promise, just to set an example for the tens of thousands of juniors present. I want them to know that they must not speak out of character on the basis of momentary righteousness without regard for the consequences. It's a lesson not meant to be difficult. Elder Shin, you are at least the chief elder of the Fallen Cloud Sect's Outer Sects Pill Refining Hall. How come you don't understand such simple reasoning? Elder Dai clamped down and said. Elder Shin's face reddened. At this moment, his heart was unbridled. He had finally found the opportunity to ruthlessly stomp on the Sunset Cloud sect in front of a large crowd. Gu Feng, do you think there's any truth in what the old man said? At the end, he didn't forget to discuss Gu Feng. Elder Dai's words of advice. I'll keep them in mind. The child is teachable. Seeing Gu Feng give in, Elder Dai assumed a victorious stance and stroked his beard a few times in triumph. What is In Xiushan waiting for? Let the test rats try the Dan. Yes, Elder Dai. In Xiushan was in high spirits as he handed the refined qi gathering pill to the test mouse, who gently sniffed it, revealing a look of infatuation and longing. What is a good elixir? The test mouse will know once it smells it. It's a pity. Such a good elixir. Giving it to a lowly spirit beast like you. A waste. In Xiushan shook his head and muttered to himself. This undecided sect is trying to bring the Sunset Cloud sect to its death. this Gufeng kid is going to be in deep trouble, saying the toughest words and getting the most vicious beatings, gnawing on the elixir. It shouldn't be possible. Who can gnaw on this? Not actually eating the whole danmaku, of course, but a few nibbles are still a must. Elder Dai is being a bit unreasonable. Why should a latecomer be catty? That's the way the undecided sect is. It's been commonplace for a long time. Just as the bigwigs on the high platform were whispering, the test rats had already begun to refine the chi-gathering pill. White fur, flickering with a faint spiritual glow. The efficacy of this chi-gathering pill was clearly extraordinary. This test rat, already at the peak of the first level of chi drawing, will most likely break through to the second level of chi drawing after refining this chi-gathering pill. The reason for gathering chi dan. In Xioshan completely drifted off, taking advantage of the gap between the test rats refining the chi-gathering pill to popularize the principles as well as the efficacy of the chi-drawing pill for the people at the scene. That dejected look made the faces of Pao Xiaoqiang and the others who were also standing on the high platform darken. With In Xioshan messing up like this, even if he couldn't win the championship in the end, he could still become the most dazzling star of this alchemy conference. Shameless, Elder Dai, who was on the stage, looked at In Xioshan's outstanding performance. His eyebrows flying and the corners of his mouth grinning up to his ears. This alchemy conference is really wonderful. Not only has it trampled on the Laka sect, but it has also made the Wooding sect show its face greatly. And the Wooding sect's surpassing of the Laka sect is just around the corner. With that in mind, the look he gave Gufeng was no longer as disgusting as before. Without this kid, how could there be the scene at hand? Gufeng was truly a blessing. In Xioshan on the stage, when he got excited, he even picked up the test rats and showed the crowd the root cause of the changes produced in each other. The full audience was also mesmerized. For a moment, he didn't even notice the change in demeanor of the test rat in Xioshan's hand. Gufeng could see all of this clearly, and this test rat was in a very bad state. In Xioshan, who was in a state of euphoria, thought that the test rats were going to break through. Gentlemen. Just moments after he yelled out the words gentlemen, the test rats broke defense. Everyone froze, their eyeballs bulging out, their mouths slightly open, like a wooden clay statue, standing there dumbfounded, looking at In Xioshan, who was covered in filth. The people at the scene moved in a neat manner, bent down, covered their throats, and vomited. Vomit, vomit. The entire martial arts arena directly exploded. Chapter 115, okay, packet dilution to help you with your luck. In Xioshan had already been sprayed dumbfounded by the filth, and he was like a little cutie. Like a little cutie, he froze there, while the knot in his throat was still squirming, and the test rat in his hand, like a never-ending fountain, kept spewing filth. In less than a short time than a breath, he was as wet, slimy, and smelly as if he had fallen into a thatched pit. Closer to him Bao Xiaoqiang and a few other participants, as if seeing a ghost, face with panic, lifelike escape from the platform. That speed than before on the stage a few minutes faster. Spare a few. The body is still more or less splattered with some feces. A few of them once they hit the ground, they also began to dry heaving. Apart from them, the closest to In Xioshan were Chairman Tong and the other 10 judges, only that they had high cultivation, swift reactions, and rich experience in dealing with emergencies, and subconsciously braced their spiritual power shields the moment they saw the yellow viscous liquid spewing out. President Tong and the others each wrinkled their brows and looked at each other in dismay, not understanding at all that the chi-gathering pill that In Xioshan had refined would also show symptoms of diarrhea, and by the looks of it, the severity of the diarrhea was even more violent than that of the pill that Gufeng had refined. Elder Dai of the undecided sect was directly dumbfounded, and his image at this moment could be described as dumbfounded. Elder Shen, who had suffocated for an entire game, was like eating stimulants, his face flushed, his fists clenched, and he could hardly restrain himself from wanting to roar. It was so damn shocking. It was definitely a scene of a lifetime. After the shock, he smoothed out his emotions, always feeling that this scene was so familiar, as if he remembered a similar scene when he had imitated refining the Sin Bone pill in front of the crowd. Could it be that this brat In Xioshan is subconsciously imitating Gufeng when he sees him refining pills so quickly? In a split second, he came to an outrageous yet the only conclusion that could explain the situation at hand. The rest of the bigwigs, who had also put up their spiritual power shields, truly deserved to be called dignitaries, and they finally calmed down after experiencing a short period of dry heaving. Their faces were different. In short, wonderful. And the most wonderful among them was still Gu Santong. This old boy, with his head tilted, his mouth wide open, and his eyes staring straight at the shocking scene in front of him, his eyelids kept fluttering. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This will work? Fei and the others had gone crazy, and one by one they exaggeratedly yelled out, la, la 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 la, ha ha ha. In Xioshan's refined elixir is also diluted. That who? Didn't you just say that if In Xioshan's elixir strains, you'll eat all of that strain? Their excitement drove the tens of thousands of Sunset Cloud sect disciples at the scene, and almost all of them stood up and laughed wildly to the sky. Yan Ishue, who was also located in the audience, was dumbfounded. She always felt that the scene in front of her was extremely unreal, as if she was dreaming. Due to her origins in the Chamber of Commerce family, she paid special attention to some outstanding alchemists throughout the alchemy process, and Yin Xiushan was one of them. With her vision, as well as her exquisite alchemy skills, beating her to death, she couldn't figure out why Yin Xiushan's refined pills would also be diluted. Is there a problem with the medicinal ingredients? Impossible. These herbs were verified by the elders of the pill refining hall. There could never be a mistake or omission. Her head was buzzing and her eyes were full of confusion. Chu Yuyi Hui beside her was not so complicated, and with a wave of her hand, hundreds of female cultivators of the Vegetable Maiden sect immediately stood out behind her. Sisters, loudly shout the slogans up. Shouting what? A female cultivator asked suspiciously. This process was obviously an impromptu addition. Gnawing on the Dan furnace. Understood. Nibbling on a Danish furnace. Nibbling on a Danish furnace. This slogan, at first, was only shouted by those from the Vegetarian Girl sect, but later on, all the disciples of the Sunset Cloud sect followed and shouted madly. In the end, the entire audience resounded with deafening roars. Compared to Gufeng gnawing on the Dan furnace, of course, it was the undecided sect elder gnawing on the Dan furnace, which was even more exciting. These spectators, who came from large and small clans and lineages in Cloud County as well as some casual cultivators, would never dare to let them shout this slogan alone. However, now there are many people. Even if that elder Dai wants to find someone to settle the score, he can't find the exact target. The bigwigs in the ring, one after another, looked at Elder Dai with strange expressions, their eyes filled with teasing. They weren't interested in watching Gufeng, a junior, gnawing on the Dan furnace, but if the object was changed to Elder Dai, their anticipation exploded. Elder Dai, what is this called? Lifting a stone and stoning your own foot. At this moment, Elder Shen, glowing, raised his eyebrows and said proudly, how is this possible? Regarding the scene in front of him, Elder Dai had never been able to accept it. Yin Xiushan's alchemy skills, he was aware of them, or else he wouldn't have allowed him to represent the Wooding sect, to participate in this alchemy conference. It's never been a problem in the past, so how come it doesn't work when it matters? This test rat, its body was already faulty. It's not the problem with the elixir. At his lame excuse, Chairman Tong and the others were speechless and skimmed their mouths. The test rat in Yin Xiushan's hand, after a period of wild spraying, sprayed no more, and finally sprayed out a large puddle of bright red as well as some intestines before its head was tilted, completely lifeless. Elder Tong and the others looked at each other and nodded. The chi-gathering pill made by Yin Xiushan caused the test rats to fall. 0 points. The brief sentence was like a heavy hammer that hit Yin Xiushan hard at his heart, knocking him back to reality from his disoriented state. No, this isn't my elixir. It must have been secretly switched by someone. How could I possibly concoct a diluted elixir? He was in a state of insanity, and something disgusting was spewing out of his mouth from time to time as he spoke, which was nauseating. Asshole, do you think that we, the 10 judges, would deliberately frame you? A judge chided. Gufeng, it must be Gufeng who bought you guys off. The sudden blow had caused Yin Xiushan to lose the ability to think, hissing one after another. Someone come, throw him out. Elder Tong, as the president of the Cloud County Apothecary Guild, could not allow a junior to insult him. Boom! As soon as his words fell, one of the elders struck out and threw Yin Xiushan, who was covered in filth, out of the martial arts arena through the air, landing straight into the stream next to him. Elder Shen asked a few disciples of the Sunset Cloud sect to quickly clean the high platform. The whole place was silent. The only sound was the rustling sound of cleaning on the high platform, and everyone's eyes, very consciously, fell on Gufeng, including Elder Tong and the others. Gufeng rubbed his nose and let out a light laugh. Since everyone is looking forward to it so much, let's get started. As the words fell, he stepped away, his gaze scanning the martial arts stage as if looking for something. Can someone tell me which Dan furnace Yin Xiushan used to refine pills just now? As soon as these words came out, Elder Dai on the high platform, his old face turned red. Gufeng walked with a steady pace, lifting an ancient copper-colored Dan furnace with one hand and coming straight to the high platform. Elder Dai, please. Upon hearing this, Elder Dai whooshed to his feet and came to Gufeng's side, his eyes sharp as he said in a voice that only 2 people could hear. Kid, if you do something, you'll be able to see each other in the future. What did you say? Please speak up. Gufeng jumped a step away and shouted in an exaggerated manner. You, Elder Dai. I know that your move is to make me spare that you. I can tell you clearly now that your Dan furnace nibbles are set. People can't be established without faith, and a little more frustration at an older age is not a bad thing. If you, Elder Dai, Insist on not gnawing on the Dan furnace today. I, Gu Feng, will naturally not force it, but now it's still in the sect. If you're out of the sect, what should you do? This is going to be a big loss. If I lose, I will definitely fulfill my promise as well. Just to set an example for the tens of thousands of Taoists present. I want them to know that they must not speak out of character on the basis of momentary righteousness without regard for the consequences. It's a lesson not meant to be difficult. Elder Dai, you are at least a famous and renowned elder of the undecided sect. How can you not understand such a simple truth? Gu Feng shook his head and returned Elder Dai's previous words of ridiculing Elder Shen, changing his name and returning them as they were. But this Gu Feng is so damaging. Elder Dai has met his match. Serves him right. He was the one who first proposed to gnaw on the Dan furnace. Who's to blame? This is a good show. It seems that Elder Shen and the Sunset Cloud sect don't want to give Elder Dai a step down. Saying the most vicious words, receiving the most poisonous beatings. I thought of the beginning, but did not foresee the end. Not realizing that the one receiving the beatings would be Elder Dai. It's not worthwhile for me to delay my precious cultivation time. This alchemy conference is worth watching live. Elder Dai's face, green and red, as dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In fact, even if he didn't gnaw on the Dan furnace, no one would do anything to him, but then the credibility of the undecided sect would be all over. At this moment, he had some regrets, regretting that he hadn't left any room for error in his words. Otherwise the other party wouldn't have had the chance to humiliate him so much. Gu Feng, you're good. His mouth was slightly open, and he threatened through clenched teeth, and he was just about to lean over. But it was Yin Xiushan who came back. Elder Dai, one person does everything. I smashed the pills. I'll gnaw on this furnace. As he spoke, he walked quickly and looked at Gu Feng, his eyes filled with resentment. He crouched down, gritted his teeth, and gnawed his way toward the Dan furnace. Click 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 dash, teeth rubbing against the Dan furnace, making a toothsome sound. Enough! Yin Xiushan, you get up! Elder Dai bellowed, pulling up Yin Xiushan, and the two of them stood in front of Gu Feng, their eyes filled with killing intent. Alright, if you keep gnawing like this, I'm afraid you'll gnaw my Sunset Cloud sect's Dan furnace to death. Gu Feng's light sentence caused the two to almost lose control of the spiritual energy in their bodies and directly storm out. Just then, President Tong, who had been watching the good show, came out to make a roundup. Alright, that's over. The evaluation of the elixir continues. Next, Shu, a figure that went up to the stage with great speed was Pao Xiaoqiang. She covered her nose with one hand and looked at Yin Xiushan, who had not yet stepped down from the stage. In disgust, shaking her head, her eyes filled with contempt, her mouth moving a few times as if she had said garbage, which caused the latter's eyes to turn crimson, almost rushing up to fight with the other party. She held her head high and looked arrogant, and as she brushed past Gu Feng, she whispered, "You too." At those words, Gu Feng stopped in his tracks. It's easy to make a scene when you talk like that. Rude and barbaric. Maybe the pills you refine are no better than Yin Xiushan's. I suggest you don't waste President Tong's and their time and just try the pills with test rats. Gu Feng grinned. Ha ha ha. Bao Xiaoqiang suddenly laughed out loud, her silky hair tossed, her condescending aura spreading to the sky. My surname is Pao, Pao of the Yun County Pao family. I would be the same as that waste of a man named Yin. The pills made by my Yun County Pao family have never gone wrong. As he spoke, his confidence soared. This dead woman, how dare she call me a waste? Pao Xiaoqiang's comments nearly drove Yin Xiushan insane. The people present also nodded their heads in recognition. There was a saying circulating in Yun County that the Bao family came first, and then the apothecary guild. The pills made by the Pao family are not returned away from the cabinet because they are not needed at all. Okay, Pao Lash. Good luck. Gu Feng's light sentence made Pao Xiaoqiang almost break his defenses. Chapter 116, Diarrhea is Contagious. We are number one. After stabilizing his emotions and regaining his confident look, Pao Xiaoqiang respectfully handed the refined qi gathering pill to President Tong and the others. After experiencing the Yin Xiushan incident, these 10 senior pill refiners were obviously much more cautious. They tossed and turned, examining Pao Xiaoqiang's pills 10 times or so. Seeing the delay in hearing his score, Pao Xiaoqiang's mouth skimmed. Seniors, take the test rats. I suggest that in the future, all pills made will be tested with test mice before participating in the scoring. When these words came out, President Tong's eyes immediately showed appreciation. Who said that the Pao family's alchemists were arrogant and not close to the world? This Pao Xiaoqiang doesn't understand it very well. Elder Shen, I'm afraid I'll have to borrow your Sunset Cloud sect's test rats. How hard can it be? I have hundreds of test rats in the Sunset Cloud sect. Feel free to use them. Elder Shen smiled boldly. How could he not expect that his simple sentence would invite a disaster for the test rats of the outer sect pill refining hall of the Sunset Xia sect? Do you think there's a possibility that the qi gathering pill that Pao Xiaoqiang refined will also have the side effect of diarrhea? Dude, what are you thinking? Brains are a good thing. Too bad you don't have any. How can such a small probability event happen all the time? The undecided sect is in a hurry. It makes sense that this would happen. But Pao Xiaoqiong has perfectly inherited the Pao family's unique alchemy skills. She could never have made a mistake. Words to the wise. The reputation of the Pao family is obvious to all. There has never been an inferior elixir. And the price is still more expensive than normal. But it still can't stop the world from pursuing it. While the crowd was discussing, dozens of test rats were brought up. And Pao Xiaoqiong wasn't picky. He directly chose a test rat of average quality, and casually threw his pills to the other party. She had absolute self-confidence, asking herself, this alchemy conference. She had already played her level to the extreme, being careful with every step. I would rather believe that I would die a violent death immediately than believe that there would be something wrong with my elixir. However, not long after the test rat ate the elixir and began to refine it, familiar movements and expressions appeared. President Tong's brow furrowed as a possibility instantly occurred to him, his eyes full of disbelief, his mouth shivering. Give that test rat a vessel. It's going to pull it. I'm afraid. Upon seeing the vessel, the test mouse immediately ran over and sat on it, and there was a poof, followed by a never-ending clatter. The foul odor bombarded his brain, and Pao Xiaoqiong was completely dumbfounded. The elixir I refined, it also pooped? It can't be. This is just a test rat that appeared by chance. Perhaps it was originally diarrhea. It's not a problem with my elixir. She stumbled, walked over to the test rat and pressed her finger to the other's head. Boom! In an instant, it was as if she had been hit by a meteorite, and she backed up with messy steps. The vitality in the test rat's body was dissipating as the dilatation proceeded. How could this happen? I don't believe it, she murmured softly at first, and then she hissed unimaginatively. Ha ha ha, diarrhea la. This woman's refined elixir also diarrhea. I'm not alone. Yin Xiaoshan, who had his head hanging down, directly jumped up in excitement. Bao Xiaoqiong, 0 points. As that test rat was about to fall, President Tong's low voice rang out. 2 genius alchemists in a row refining the life-stopping lacrimation pill made this President Tong's mood heavy. Are all the current alchemists at such a poor level? The moment Bao Xiaoqiong heard the 0 score, his entire body became absent-minded, and the color of confidence was gone from his eyes. Like a walking corpse, she made a stiffening salute towards President Tong and the others before slowly returning to the martial arts stage. He came to the Dan furnace where he had just refined the elixir, flopped down on it, and wowed, bawling and tearing his heart out. Reality was so cruel, and no one cared about her bawling except for the Pao family alchemists who came with her. Some of the alchemists who originally had no hope of winning the championship were instantly energized, with 2 geniuses falling at the same time. Wouldn't they have a chance? Come on, let the diarrhea come harder. Almost at the same time, everyone silently shouted this in their hearts. Next, Tuban Chang, 0 points. Wang Luan, 0 points. Yen Muzi, 0 points. 0 points. See 0 points again, all the way to diarrhea. After dozens of pill refiners had passed, the entire martial arts arena was dead silent, plunging into an eerie tranquility. Something's not right. Recheck the Dan furnace, the spirit fire, the medicinal materials, and the formation that communicates the spirit fire. At this point, it was obvious that there was a problem in one of the links. Otherwise, how could it be possible that dozens of alchemists, all of the pills they made, were experiencing dilution? President Tong led a group of senior pill refiners and rushed onto the martial arts stage, scrutinizing every aspect. After a long time, they returned to the high platform, their brows all locked, obviously, not finding the problem. This way, the rated pills will be put on hold for a while. I'll go and refine a furnace, and everything will be revealed. As the words fell, President Tong personally took to the battlefield, and with an expert like him stepping in, the chi-gathering pill, which originally required a minimum of 5 hours to refine, was completed in 3 hours. Once tested, there was no problem. Well, it seems that none of the alchemists in this class are at the right level, so let's continue scoring. Put, whoa dash. Next, enter the long and incessant stretching time. A layer of disgusting smell floated in the sky, and the entire martial arts arena went crazy as they watched the spectacular scene of 100 or so test rats pooping at the same time. The audience was completely pulled numb. This is the alchemy conference. How to look like the diluted conference. Off the charts. So far, except for Gu Feng who got 55 points, all the rest have 0 points. I've never seen such a poor level of the alchemy conference. If I were to go on, I might be able to win first place. I'll get on me. Gu Feng's grandiose words are gradually being realized. Gu Feng is only 5 test rats away from taking first place. All of them fell. Gu Feng won. So diarrhea really is contagious. It's a great wonder. All the contestants had their heads hanging down, looking like they were in decline, except for Gu Feng and Yenruoshi. The latter was in the same group as Gu Feng. and she was number 1. Even if she wasn't number 1, Gu Feng being number 1 was enough to make her happy. Gu Feng swept his gaze around and lightly uttered, "It seems that you guys are still overestimated. No one can get second place." After saying that, he walked straight up to the high platform and received the reward for the first place in this alchemy conference. $10 million for the research and development of pills, as well as a worthless trophy. President Tong, you don't seem to be very happy to see me win first place? At this time, President Tong, where there is still in the mood to laugh, bitter face, wrinkled eyebrows, sullen, he is worried, deeply worried for the future of the refining world. Congratulations, Gu Feng, I hope you'll keep up the good work and go even farther on the path of alchemy. President Tong forced himself to gather his spirits, hurried a smile, and said a few words in a perfunctory combination. We are number 1. Yay! Gu Feng and Yen Ruoshi, together, raised the trophy and roared out. There was basically no one applauding at the scene except for the disciples of the Sunset Cloud sect and those who were watching. Originally, Eldershin should have been happy when Gu Feng won the first place, but this first place, it was too watery, relying on the laxative Dan to win the first place. How could he have the nerve to cheer? The bigwigs on the high platform, but also wrinkled their brows. This time the alchemy conference is considered to be in vain. To see a whole field of diarrhea, it is estimated to go back for a few days. Cannot eat. As a matter of fact, everyone felt that there was something wrong with this alchemy conference, but they couldn't find the problem. Elder Tong didn't bother arranging a rematch. In case this happened once again, the face of the Apothecary Guild would really be lost. Phew. Well, this alchemy conference, we have witnessed so many rising stars of the alchemy world, and they will all be. The closing speech that had been prepared long ago sounded so ironic at this time that even Elder Tong was too embarrassed to read it, and casually found a random elder to take his place in presiding over the closing ceremony. Ruoshi, come on, let's call out our friends and go to the first restaurant to celebrate. Yen Ruoshi nodded happily with both eyes slightly narrowed. The moment the two turned to leave, a voice came from behind. Gu Feng, before the start of the alchemy conference, you arrogantly said that you would single-handedly challenge all the participants present? In Xioshan brought a dozen or so Hotian realm alchemists with him, slowly stepping in, and judging by his demeanor, it was clear that he had already recovered from the disorientation he had just experienced. Once these words were uttered, the crowd, who had originally planned to leave the venue, returned to their seats once again. How could I forget about this matter? This alchemy conference. But if Gu Feng hadn't won first place, those alchemists would never come up to pick a fight. But it turned out that the person who took first place was Gu Feng, and he had once mercilessly mocked this group of pill refiners. So how could they swallow this breath? If he went back in such a suffocating manner, he designated that he would not be able to meditate on alchemy, and if his mind was not enlightened, perhaps his entire alchemy career would have to be scrapped. Just a few of you. Too few. Not interested. Gu Feng skimmed his lips and turned around to leave. Scared? Then you're admitting that what you said before was bull ********. Another alchemist said provocatively. I'll duel and see life and death. You're all talented pill refiners. If I kill you, I'll be in big trouble. Gu Feng said sincerely. Do you really think that our group of pill refiners have low combat power and are at your mercy? In Xioshan snorted. Since you're so confident, let's do it. Does anyone else want to get involved? It seemed like it wouldn't work without a fight, so Gu Feng swept his gaze around and said in a loud voice. I, Pao Shaoqiang, is your Pao family going to make a move? Pao Shaoqiang drooped his head and shook his head. Willing to gamble, I lost. Gu Feng raised his eyes and was instantly happy. Boy, 80 or so Hotian realm pill refiners. It seems like he's pulling his hatred well. Do you have any spirit stones or treasures on you? My appearance fee is very expensive. Gu Feng provoked again. Humph. Who among our group doesn't have 1,000,000 or 800,000 spirit stones on them? Knowing that you love money, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to take it. A Hotian realm pill refiner said proudly. Word of mouth. Capital inspection. Gu Feng said as he pulled out his ear with his little thumb. You, open your eyes and take a good look. What's here? Dozens of storage rings opened. Gu Feng hastily skimmed them, and immediately came to life, excitedly saying, start the fight right away. What are you waiting for? His look of being a money grubber caused all the people present to roll their eyes. President Tong looked interesting, turned his head to look at the side like an old monk in meditation. Eldershin. His heart thumped, and after communicating with the voice exchange, his face became grave. Gu Feng, give me face. Don't go on a killing spree. Pill refiners were rare, and talented pill refiners were even rarer, and after knowing Gu Feng's general battle power, President Tong had to pull down his face and plead with Gu Feng. Don't worry, President Tong. I know in my heart that I'll only kill a few people. Since these people are rushing to give me money, I'll go and come. Gu Feng gave a soft explanation before leaping up and rushing onto the martial arts stage. The group of pill refiners also followed on stage, and the aura of swords drawn escaped. The atmosphere of the scene was warm again, and all of them were thinking in their hearts that Gu Feng could challenge at a higher level for sure. But with so many Hotian realms on the other side at once, wasn't it a bit too much? On the other hand, Shu Yuyi Fantasy and the others, who knew about Gu Feng's battle power, sat down neatly together, took out spirit wine and roasted meat, and ate leisurely. The strongest of this group of pill refiners was only at the 5th level of the Hotian, and against Gu Feng, who had stepped into the Hotian realm, it was a life of delivery. Chapter 117, Can a cultivator die by jumping into a lake and committing suicide? Kid, don't think that we are pill refiners' fighting ability is weak. We always go out to look for spiritual medicine and fight with demonic beasts. Gu Feng couldn't figure out why these villains, before they fought, always liked to brag about themselves first, making it seem as if others would be afraid of you after bragging. This kind of bad temper cannot be spoiled, or can only walk out at noon. Sooner or later, something will happen. And so, before the first alchemist could finish his sentence, Gu Feng stepped on the Linjiang Xian and rushed out. After advancing to the Hotian realm, all of his body indicators were several times stronger than those of the Qi drawing realm, and his battle power was also greatly improved. A fist swung out, invincible, majestic spiritual power poured out, that nearest Hotian second heavy pill refiner. Before he could react, he was knocked to the edge of the martial arts platform, blood bubbling from his mouth, a look of being about to hiccup. Attack together, a pill refiner yelled, and 80 pill refiners simultaneously pounced on Gu Feng like tigers descending a mountain. There was a moment of confusion. Santong, haven't you always disliked Gu Feng? Why don't you call out this time? Seeing Gu Santong beside him silent, Sucho asked with a smile, what's there to shout about? The result is obvious. Gu Feng is a sure winner. Gu Santong bristled. Oh, how did you see that? Just look at Ruwashi's expression. She's not even worried at all. That's enough to say everything. Bang, 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 clang. The scene resounded with the sounds of muscles colliding with muscles and fists clashing with spirit weapons. Tragic, too tragic. Looking at the pill refiners, one by one, they flew out horizontally like scarecrows, blood splattering and screaming miserably. The crowd in the audience was dumbstruck, having guessed that Gu Feng's battle power was strong, but this was too terrifying. If the news is correct, Gu Feng half a month ago, only advanced to the Hotian realm that is to say, he is only a Hotian one. Even if those pill refiners are not very good, but Gu Feng like an adult to beat up a child in general, will be the Hotian 4 or 5 cultivators to beat the wailing, but also really horrible. Gu Feng, this brat is so lucky, how come I can't run into a rich, stupid pill refiner? Shu Yuyi Hui, who was drinking spirit wine, said with regret. She was too red-eyed and thought to herself when she would find a group of goofy alchemists to improve her lousy financial situation as well. One alchemy conference, prize money plus robbery, the haul is close to 100 million, right? Too damn good at earning money. To Obale, this poor bastard, was so envious that his eyes turned red. The battle had lost its suspense from the very beginning, and the group of pill refiners were simply powerless to resist Gu Feng's divine might. Fighting at the back, each one of them trembled, not even having the courage to rush up. Elder Dai on the high platform, his face pitch black. He found out that Gu Feng had specialized in laying a heavy hand on his undecided faction's pill refiners, and several of them, including Yin Xiushan, were already dying, and by the looks of it, they were more than likely wasted. Elder Shen, is this how you, the Sunset Cloud sect, bully my disciples of the undecided sect? Elder Dai was furious, but he couldn't make a move. Suffocating. Elder Dai, what are you talking about? Our Gu Feng is 1 against over 80. Does it have to be fair for him to take on 800 Hotian realms? Elder Shen said with a smile on his face as he crossed his legs. Shortly afterward, the battle on the martial arts stage was declared over, and Gu Feng, dressed in plain clothes, strolled among the moaning and wailing pill refiners, his body permeated with a breeze. It seemed that those 80 or so Hotian realm cultivators hadn't consumed much of his strength at all. Not even beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. I haven't even exerted my strength yet, and you're all falling down. What a pain in the ass. He didn't forget to satirize the crowd. What? You don't want to hand over your storage ring? This is my entire fortune. A pill refiner, covering the storage ring on his left index finger, sat on the ground and kept backing up. Bring it. Gu Feng's eyes glared as he snapped. I don't know your mom's ass. Gu Feng kicked over the other party, and when he saw that the other party was still trying to protect his storage ring, he twisted off the other party's arm and mercilessly seized the other party's belongings. You have to admit when you've lost, and stand upright when you've been beaten. It's good enough that I didn't kill you. Either you voluntarily surrender your storage rings, or I'll twist your arms off and take the storage rings. Your choice. It's clear that we have agreed on a deal, so you have to make me rob it by force? I'm not a robber. When these words came out, all the people around rolled their eyes. You stripped each other's clothes, accessories, and shoes. This is still not considered robbery? Soon, the entire martial arts stage became a naked piece. Those pill refiners crouched on the ground, each one of them humiliated and angry. If their eyes could kill, Gu Feng would have long since been cut by 1,000 knives in their thoughts. You guys are really good people. Will you still participate in the next alchemy conference? Notify me then. Oh? At the end, Gu Feng added a sentence. The hearts of the crowd were in turmoil. Having seen several alchemy conferences, this one was the most outrageous. Gu Feng, a martial artist who had not been certified as having passed the qualifications of a mortal-grade alchemist, had become the number one in this alchemy conference. He had only refined a diluted Dan, and got an extremely low score of 55 points, but the other contestants were too ineffective, each swallowing 0 eggs. So who was to blame? The most outrageous thing was that those pill refiners who couldn't get angry and wanted to redeem themselves in terms of force. The result was even more disastrous. 80 or so against 1, being beaten without a fight. One was half dead, robbed of all his possessions and left with only a pair of pants. All signs indicated that this session of the Alchemy Conference would become one of the most legendary and topical alchemist competitions in the history of the Cloud County. And even if one looked at the entire history of the Great Shu, it would be the only one that existed. I think your sister's title of Dan Martial Duo should be given to me. Seems to make sense. Listening to the exchange between Gu Feng and Yen Ruoshi, President Tong and the others on the elevated platform couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch slightly. Well, Gu Feng's first place in the Alchemy Conference, plus his force against the heavens, really deserved this title. Thinking of this Cloud County Alchemist Guild's president silently cried in his heart. What is this called? A good alchemy conference. Like a farce. Gu Feng, you killed several of my undecided faction's pill refiners. After the battle ended, Elder Dai was the first to rush onto the martial arts stage, only to find In Xiushan and several other pill refiners from the undecided faction dying. He rushed to feed them pills, but his injuries were too severe and he was unable to return. Yeah, didn't they not die just now? Gu Feng turned around and wrinkled his brow. Didn't Elder Dai feed them pills? Oh, I get it. It must be you who also refined the dilution pills and killed In Xiushan and the others. This can't be blamed on me. Gu Feng is really too damaging, and at this moment, he still wants to mock Elder Dai. You vertical son. The scene resounded with playful laughter if anything, and Elder Dai's old face turned blue with thunderous fury. Elder Dai, the fact that everyone else's pill refiners are fine and just your undecided sect pill refiners are dead is enough to show that Gu Feng didn't have the idea of intentionally killing anyone. But it's not because your undecided sect pill refiners are the weakest, and since Gu Feng hadn't even used his full strength yet, you guys didn't even manage to carry it off. So who's to blame? Gu Feng's approach was deeply in line with Elder Shen's wishes. Earlier he was really afraid that Gu Feng would kill everyone regardless. If you do this, the Sunset Sect will definitely be pushed into the limelight. But now, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the Undecided Sect and the Sunset Sect have been feuding for a long time. Good. Very good. Your Fallen Cloud Sect is a big store. There will be a long time to come. Let's go. Elder Dai knew that he wouldn't be able to curry favor today, and after saying a few words about the scene, he turned around and left. The spectators also left, and Gu Feng brought his best friend and went to the first restaurant to feast. The night is dark. Perhaps having been doused too much, Gu Feng walked to his own small courtyard in a daze. Suddenly, he vaguely saw a yellow figure standing beside the lake in the distance, and looking at that back, it should be a female cultivator. What's wrong with enjoying the view of the lake in the middle of the night? Just as Gu Feng muttered out loud, there was a pounding sound in his ears. Someone jumped into the lake, not like a bath, but like a suicide. Outrageous. Can a monk die by jumping into a lake and committing suicide? Gu Feng sat on a raised rock and looked at the lake with interest. For a long time, neither saw the other leap out of the water. This female cultivator didn't really drown, did she? Gu Feng always felt that it was a bit outrageous, but he still wandered towards the lake. Chapter 118, A Show of Hands. Not much, my cultivators, when helping each other. Gu Feng was a bit torn as to whether he should save the other party or not. A cultivator who jumped into the lakeway to commit suicide was obviously determined to die. If you go down to save her, you won't necessarily get gratitude. Maybe the other party will be annoyed and just backtrack and say that you peeped on her shower. With the physical quality of a chi-drawing realm cultivator, she can't die within an hour. So let's wait and see. In case she figures it out and comes up on her own. Gu Feng silently estimated the time in his mind and, somewhat hungry, took out a roasted beast leg, tearing and chewing it. Time passed, and gauging that it was about time, he flung out the leftover beast bones he had gnawed in his hand. While diving into the lake, he touched and touched in the big lake, finally touched a body. the spirit of a shock. As a professional robber, he is particularly sensitive to clothing fabrics. Just a light touch can largely determine the value of money or not. It's a big fish, Gu Feng thought in his mind and dragged that body ashore with force. Is she? Taking advantage of some moonlight, Gu Feng saw the other party's face clearly. The female cultivator who had jumped into the lake to commit suicide was not a disciple of the Sunset Xia sect, but Bao Xiaoqiong, who had participated in the alchemy conference during the day. A strange thought flashed in his heart. This woman's mental capacity was too poor. Wasn't it just that she had refined a furnace of diarrhea Dan? Is there a need to seek death? Lao Zi refines diluted pills every day and still lives an easy and happy life. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the wet clothes stuck to Bao Xiaoqiong's body, outlining her shapely figure. Her face was flushed and flawless, and her long eyelashes that were stained with lake water fluttered lightly. It's a pity, a beautiful pill refiner. How did she kill herself? Gu Feng silently lamented in his heart for a moment. 2 fingers resting on the other party's wrist, drank some water, fell into a short coma. Not in the way. The gap in his gaze glanced at the storage ring on Bao Xiaoqiong's finger. What a high-grade storage ring. Gu Feng's eyes rolled and he murmured. If you continue to seek death, the storage ring won't be useful. If you no longer seek death, consider it a reward for saving your life. According to the principle of first precious and then cheap, Gu Feng's first step is to take off the other party's storage ring first, and then the jade pendant at his waist. That's gone? Gu Feng's hand ruffled between Bao Xiaoqiong's hair, at the roots of his ears, his neck. In the end, he helplessly realized that there were no more valuable items on Bao Xiaoqiong's body, except for the storage ring and a jade pendant at his waist. If it were usual, Gu Feng would have stopped here, but tonight was different. He had drank far too much. When you drink too much of this stuff, your mind starts to come alive, and you tend to do things that you couldn't do in the past. The skirt and robe are worth quite a bit of money. Just as this thought flashed in his mind, Gu Feng's hands began to move. After removing the outermost layer of robes and boots on Bao Xiaoqiong, a cool breeze blew and he came to his senses. Cursing the impudence, he fumbled to help her put it on. Just then, a yellow shadow swung in front of his eyes. Gu Feng fixed his eyes on it and panicked. It was dressed as if he was also a member of the Pao family. If the other party saw the unclothed Bao Xiaoqiong, what the hell? And so, in a moment of urgency, Gu Feng wrapped Bao Xiaoqiong in spiritual power and gently sent her into the lake, preventing her from inhaling the water again, pretending as if nothing had happened. He had a chance encounter with the yellow-robed girl from the other direction. Senior brother Gu, have you seen my young lady? The young girl's tone was somewhat anxious. Gu Feng adjusted his mind and turned his head to show a puzzled expression. Your lady is? Bao Xiaoqiong. Oh, it's her. How come she didn't go back? Gu Feng asked without moving. Since the end of the alchemy conference, she is going to say that she will tour around the Sunset Xia sect and go back later. The young girl's expression grew more and more anxious. Are you saying that Bao Xiaoqiong? She can't accept the reality of refining the life-taking lacrimating pill and might kill herself? Gu Feng cooperated by revealing his nervousness. Miss has been known as an alchemy genius since she was a child. Any pills are easy to use, and over time has developed a prideful character. This alchemy conference, even if the first place can't be taken, she will be the highest score of a single person, and regarded it as a bag, and the result is a 0 score. So how can she accept it? I should have noticed her abnormality by the end of the alchemy conference. I should have not moved an inch from her, but, whoops, at the end of her sentence, the young girl whimpered and cried. Gu Feng's heart slandered a sentence, sinning, and then the color of God, exclaimed. I just heard a movement at the lake. Go together to see if it is not. Follow me. Gu Feng brought the young girl named Bao Xiaoyao around in circles and came to the lake. There are traces of trampling on the grass around the lake. Your lady is mostly in the lake? As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Feng jumped into the lake and quickly brought Bao Xiaoqiong back to the shore. Looking at Bao Xiaoqiong, who was dripping wet and in a coma, Bao Xiaorao cried out, Miss, why can't you think straight? Your lady's face is rosy. She's not dead yet. As soon as Gu Feng pushed away the crying Bao Xiaoriole, he pretended to probe Bao Xiaoqiong's state before sitting on the ground and channeling spiritual energy for the other party. In fact, Bao Xiaoqiong would be able to wake up in a short time, but Gu Feng was pretending to work very hard, gritting his teeth with veins protruding from his forehead, frantically channeling spiritual energy for Bao Xiaoqiong. On the side, Bao Xiaoyao, while looking at her own young lady, took out a handkerchief and wiped Gu Feng's sweat. In the unfamiliar Lakha sect, Gu Feng had become her last resort. After a long time, Gu Feng withdrew his spiritual power, wiped the sweat from his forehead, gave Bao Xiaoyao a reassuring look, and said with a smile, It's all right. Your young lady was perhaps too tired, and she'll recover as before after a sleep. Senior brother Gu, thank you so much. Bao Xiaoyao broke into a smile and expressed her solemn thanks to Gu Feng. A show of hands is not enough. Cultivators of my generation should help each other. Gu Feng stood with his hands in the air and waved his hand. Gu, senior brother Gu, there's something I want to ask for your help. Looking at the disheveled Pao Xiaoqiang, Pao Xiaorao hesitantly said, but there's no harm in saying it. Miss is unclothed. Her belongings are gone. I'm afraid she's been bullied, but fortunately she's physically unharmed. But it's also absolutely unacceptable. I would like to ask, please ask senior brother Gu to keep this matter under wraps, Pao Xiaoyao said in a slightly pleading tone. It's certainly no problem for me to help conceal it. The clothes are a good solution, but her storage ring is gone. Gu Feng wrinkled his brow. Senior brother Gu, I can explain the storage ring like this. In order to thank senior brother Gu for saving Miss, I took it upon myself to give you the storage ring as payment, Pao Xiaoyao weakly said. Seeing Gu Feng's frown, he hurriedly added, Senior brother Gu, I won't let you help for nothing. I still have some spirit stones and pills in my storage ring, so I'll give them to senior brother Gu as payment for hiding this matter. That's right, Gu Feng pretended to be thinking, but in his heart, he had actually smiled, not realizing that there was an unexpected gain. Looking at the pleading Bao Xiaoyao, he finally sighed softly. Bao Xiaoqiang suffered this matter. I am also deeply distressed. Your request, I promise. Please don't worry. Little Oriole, I will definitely keep my mouth shut, and I will help you guys secretly look for that disciple who was doing wrong. The outer gate of the Sunset Cloud sect is my world. No problem, Gu Feng said boldly. Pao Xiaoyao's face was delighted and he expressed his gratitude once again. The night is late, so tonight you guys will go to the outer gate tavern of the Sunset Cloud sect to rest. Report my name and keep the score on my head. Thank you, senior brother Gu. Pao Xiaoyao took off the storage ring on his own finger and handed it to Gu Feng. It's fine, you guys are guests. I'm considered half-host. It's only right to help you. Gu Feng patted his chest, then numbly accepted the storage ring. What a nice guy. With gratitude in his heart, Pao Xiao Oriole hugged Pao Xiaoqiang and headed towards the outer gate restaurant. Gu Feng smiled and shrugged, also returning to the small courtyard. Start practicing. Chapter 119. Senior brother Gu was really a good person. Gu Feng, this divine artifact of yours, does it only eat spirit stones? Aha! No wonder all the spirit weapons and pills you looted were all exchanged for spirit stones. So that's why. In the obsolete small courtyard, Gu Feng chatted idly with Zhu Chengyan hanging around his neck. The two of them had reached this level of relationship, and there were basically no more so-called secrets between each other. Does Elder Zhu know the origin of this divine artifact? Unheard of. Oh, Gu Feng let out an oh, and began to enter cultivation. From the time he first entered the Kark Mountain until today, the harvest within this period of time could be described as huge. In terms of the number of spirit stones alone, I'm afraid that the entire Cloud County family, there were few that could compare to him. Kark Mountain grabbed 100 million spirit stones, the secret trip harvested almost 200 million, and today's alchemy conference, the prize money plus grabbing the alchemist, the harvest was close to 100 million. Originally, this $10 million prize was to be shared with Yenruashi, but the latter only wanted the trophy, so she got the trophy and Gu Feng got the spirit stones. As for the 200 million spirit stones owed by Fei, Gu Feng regards it as a long-term high-yield and stable financial management, and is too lazy to call in the debt in the short term. It was worth mentioning that after Gu Feng had broken into the Hotian realm, the last of the three incense burners' mouths, too, had finally opened. 400 million spirit stones were put into each of the three furnaces of the three incense burners, and three types of divine liquids, milky white, golden, and purple, were produced at a speed visible to the naked eye. Senior Zhu, give a soul class technique. As if he had thought of something, Gu Feng licked a smile and said towards the thunder spirit grass hanging on his chest. No, Xu Qingyan said without a trace of anger. Please, when you get something, you must not be attentive in your work, so it's not guaranteed that something similar to the thunder spirit grass will happen. If you want the technique, you can exchange it with thunder attribute heavenly treasures. Xu Qingyan skimmed her lips and said, that was an accident last time. I'm not poor right now. When I earn money, I'll immediately buy you thunder attribute heavenly treasures. Gu Feng explained. Good boy. I knew you didn't take me seriously. 400 million lower grade spirit stones. In this remote place, it's already considered a rich man. And you're actually saying you're poor? Isn't it because I need to cultivate, and when I'm strong, I can earn more money so I can buy lightning attribute heavenly treasures for you? Gu Feng said with a bitter face. Take something in exchange for the technique, or else you're free to negotiate. Xu Qingyan's three leaves shook and said without mercy. Fine. Gu Feng skimmed his lips and said, spirit stones? Ah, no amount of them would be enough. The purple divine liquid was temporarily stored in the incense burner, and Gu Feng opened his mouth and sucked in the golden and milky white divine liquids into his body and began to refine them. The surface of his body shone with spiritual radiance. The white jade bridge at the center of his brow flickered and flickered, and his body vaguely resounded with thunderous booms and waves, unceasingly, refining his body and cultivation at the same time. In a restaurant in the outer gate. Miss, you're finally awake? Pao Xiao Oriole noticed the movement on the bed and opened her drowsy eyes and shouted in surprise. Where is this place? Fallen Cloud Sect Outer Gate Tavern. Did you fish me out from the bottom of the lake? Pao Xiaoqiang asked in a low voice as he looked around the unfamiliar room. Miss, you mustn't think twice. In life, who hasn't experienced several miserable failures? Fearing that Pao Xiaoqiang would kill herself again, Pao Xiao Oriole hurriedly said, after experiencing a life and death, I have already figured it out. Don't worry, I won't be unable to think anymore. After experiencing something, Pao Xiaoqiang looked like he had opened up quite a bit. After sitting on the bed for a while, he recalled last night's jumping into the lake and couldn't help but feel his cheeks burning a little. Oraheim, you should do things more calmly in the future. How can you undress me right by the lake? Undress? I didn't, Bao Xiaoyao blurted out, and in the next moment directly covered her mouth. Her face changed, sensing that she had lost her words. Bao Xiaoqiang's face showed suspicion, and the vague feeling in his mind gradually became clearer, and his face changed. I clearly remember being fished out once halfway through, and then a coldness in my torso. Imo. She subconsciously clenched her fists, a flame gradually rising in her chest as a clear vein of last night's events formed in her mind. Last night, someone found herself jumping into the lake, fished her out, removed her storage ring, jade pendant, including outerwear and boots, and took all of them away, leaving only her belly band and lower pants. Then for some unknown reason, she was thrown into the lake again. This asshole, it's an abomination. Gotta find him and kick some serious ass. Of course, Pao Xiaoqiang didn't connect the thieves with Gu Feng. After all, the other party was also a pill refiner, and had a great reputation in the Sunset Cloud sect, so he definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Seeing Miss clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and her face clouded over, Pao Xiaoyao asked tentatively, Miss, when are we going home? Not going home. Then what's the point of staying here? Bao Xiaoyao asked with a wink. Stay here. Pao Xiaoqiang was about to say something, glancing at Pao Xiaorao beside him, a touch of annoyance surfacing between his brows. How is this going to come out? Saying that you stayed here to find out the man who robbed plus desecrated you? Bao Xiaoqiang's thoughts flowed frantically, and with a flash of light in his mind, he finally thought of something excellent to say. Ahem, this alchemy conference has caused me to experience my first fiasco in my life, and with this fiasco, I really can't go home in peace. I'll get up from wherever I fall. I'm going to find a way to defeat Gu Feng and bring victory before I go back. By the way, you said that you found me last night after Gu Feng's guidance? In order to avoid Bao Xiaoyao's suspicion, Bao Xiaoqiang immediately changed the topic. Aha! As soon as he talked about Gu Feng, Pao Xiao Oriole immediately came into the spirit. Miss, I'll tell you, last night I was aimlessly looking for you, which was too difficult for me, an outsider who came to the Sunset Cloud sect for the first time, and it was at this time that I happened to run into senior brother Gu. He's such a good guy. Not only did he accompany me in my search, but he also channeled the spirit energy for Miss after he found you, so he worked hard. Miss, you're not going to ask Gu Feng for your storage ring back, are you? Towards the end, Pao Xiaoyao was a little worried. There's no reason to ask for something back when it's given away. Pao Xiaoqiang laughed, saying in his heart, how could the storage ring be on Gu Feng? Miss, senior brother Gu has done such a great favor. We should indeed go to his door to thank him. Pao Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled as she said, well, I should. Bao Xiaoqiang was in fact terrified of meeting Gu Feng, any person who was afraid of meeting someone they had once ridiculed, but who had defeated them. However, in order to get an excuse to stay in the Sunset Cloud sect to scout for thieves, on Gu Feng's side, she had to go. Unfinished business. Chapter 121 in Alchemy Passive? What kind of heaven-defying physique is this? Yes, after practicing for the night, Gu Feng felt that his body was filled with power, and that feeling of strength made him a little smug. How about it, Elder Zhu? My cultivation speed is quite fast, isn't it? Barely. Shu Qingyan bristled. In this projectile land, your insights are limited, and after you've seen real geniuses, you won't be complacent about the slight achievements you've made. There's one that cultivates faster than me? Gu Feng said incredulously. In his thoughts, he had an invincible hang. How could anyone cultivate faster than him? One step, one realm, entering the molten mortal body and entering the innate in January. You think it's a mythological story? That's real. Don't think too much. When you're done with the matters of the Sunset Cloud sect, I'll take you out for a trip, so that your strength can increase by leaps and bounds. Shu Qingyan said with a slight dislike. What else is unfinished in the Sunset Cloud sect? Gu Feng asked with a flutter in his heart. Have you ever wondered why the Fallen Cloud sect attracts so many male disciples to join it when most of its techniques are suitable for female cultivators? I've not only thought about it, I've even asked it myself. It's just that Elder Lu didn't tell me. Gu Feng adjusted his sitting position. This long-standing question, I'm afraid it will be revealed today. He won't tell you because he doesn't know the real situation either. There's a divine artifact within the Sunset Cloud sect? Or did you hide it? Gu Feng instantly thought of this possibility. You guess? Xu Qingyan said with a mysterious smile. Guess my ass. Gu Feng rolled his eyes. Within the Sunset Cloud sect, there is a heaven-defying treasure. What treasure? Gu Feng was instantly energized. If what Xu Qingyan said was true, then it was highly likely that he would be able to obtain this supreme treasure. Even if he couldn't use it, he could still sell a lot of spirit stones. A one-eyed immortal pupil. To be precise, a severely damaged immortal pupil. Xu Qingyan said triumphantly. Back then, when I built the Sunset Cloud sect, the main reason I chose this place was because it was an abandoned 7-star Arching Dragon's cave, and burying immortal pupil here would enable him to recover. 5,000 years have passed. I think the immortal pupil should have regained some of its might. 5,000 years of nurturing before recovering some of its power? How powerful should this immortal pupil be? Gu Feng thought silently in his heart. And how did those heavenly pride know about it? Their ancestors told them to chant, building the huge Sunset Cloud sect. I can't let me personally do it. Back then, in order for them to keep this secret, I utilized my great magical power to change their physique and promised that after 5,000 years, I would allow their descendants to come to the Sunset Cloud sect and compete for the return of the immortal pupil. There aren't many people who know this secret, and I don't think they'll go around proclaiming it. And even today's Fallen Cloud sect patriarch, who doesn't necessarily know this secret, should have detected it. Xu Qingyan said softly. Why 5,000 years? It's not that you know you'll be reborn in 5,000 years, is it? And this immortal pupil is for yourself? After saying those words, Gu Feng immediately regretted it. He felt the thunder spirit grass in front of his chest, radiating a coldness that made him shiver. You get me a weed as a body. Can I refine this immortal pupil now? Even if it could be refined, a grass with an eye on top looks like a monster. You lack of goods. I'll beat you to death. As expected, Gu Feng ushered in Xu Qingyan's expected outburst, cursing as she harnessed her 3 leaves and slapped Gu Feng's snap. Elder Zhu, stop fighting, or else I'm afraid that a counterattack will glean the only 3 leaves you have left bald. Gu Feng hurriedly threw out the thunder spirit grass in his chest under. Xu Qingyan stepped away and chased after Gu Feng. Knock, knock, knock. Is elder brother Gu here? Just then, there was a knock at the door. Quiet. It's Bao Xiaoyao from last night. What's she doing here? Gu Feng was puzzled in his mind. He grabbed Zhu Qingyi and wore it around his neck. He came outside the courtyard. When he saw Bao Xiaoqiang beside Bao Xiaoyao, his heart thumped. This woman knew so quickly? So it's little Oriole, and Bao Laxi. Please come in. Gu Feng grinned and signaled the other party to enter the courtyard. When Bao Xiaoqiang heard the words Bao Laxi, his face turned a little ugly, and Bao Xiao Oriole beside him tugged at his skirt and robe. Miss, senior brother Gu is your savior. Only after hearing these words did Bao Xiaoqiang collect his anger in his heart. Little Oriole, Lash, what brings you here? After the two sat on the stone bench in the courtyard, Gu Feng asked without moving. By the looks of that, I don't think it's to pick a fight. Please call me Xiaoqiang. I'm not called Laxi. Bao Xiaoqiang quivered his eyebrows a few times and said expressionlessly, okay, dilly-dally. You, miss, a name is just a code name. Senior brother Gu is joking. Don't pay attention. Mad. Bao Xiaoqiang really wanted to hammer Xiao Oraheim's head with a fist. Gu Feng had shouted that she had diarrhea and told her not to care. The brain is really a good thing, the elbow don't want to. Anyway, it is also turned outward. Seeing her own young lady's gloomy face, Bao Xiao Oriole came out to round up the situation. My young lady is here to thank senior brother Gu for saving her last night. A show of hands. It's nothing to worry about. Gu Feng smiled in his heart and waved his hand generously. Many thanks to brother Gu for saving me last night. Driven by Bao Xiaoyao's eyes, Bao Xiaoqiang spoke nonchalantly. Gu Feng responded with a smile on his face. These are trivial matters. There's no need to take them to heart. People, there are always some hurdles that are hard to overcome. Lash, you broke through the sins in your heart after last night's incident. Congratulations. Opening and closing their mouths with the name of diarrhea, Bao Xiaoqiang listened to the fire, and his heart was irritated. Brother Gu, I would like to compete with you in alchemy once more. Shrimp, more than alchemy? Gu Feng for their own strength, or have a clear understanding. Serious alchemy. Any of the outer door of the Hall of Alchemy disciples can be killed in seconds in him, with the package less strong than the alchemy. This is not looking for abuse. Little cute, only willing. Brother Gu doesn't have to excuse himself. In my heart I'm very unconvinced about losing to you and want to get back at you. Yo, Rashe, you're really direct. Truth be told, I can't refine more than a few pills that are not suitable for a competition. Gu Feng said shamelessly. The truth was that he couldn't refine a single other pill except for the Sin Bone pill and the castrated version of the Qi Gathering pill. Refine the type of elixir as you wish. Please be sure to fulfill my request. Pao Xiaoqiong looked solemn, as if he was in a posture of not leaving without comparing. The reason she insisted on competing with Gu Feng in alchemy was to find a grand excuse to stay in the Sunset Cloud sect. Of course, she couldn't look at Gu Feng's alchemy skills, but in order to create the appearance of repeated defeat and unwillingness, she decided to deliberately lose to Gu Feng. Senior brother Gu, just promise the young lady, or else her mind won't be able to get through. Pao Xiaoyao made a pleading face. Gu Feng's mind moved. This was good. As long as he let Pao Xiaoqiong win once, she would leave the Sunset Cloud sect, and there would be no more worries about being exposed that night. Alright, pills of your choice. Let's go to the pill refining hall to compete. The choice of elixir wouldn't matter if he blew up the furnace in his own proper alchemy anyway. Yes, the two of them arrived at the hall of pill refining. Originally Gu Feng was forbidden to enter and refine pills, but when Elder Shin heard that he was going to compete with Pao Xiaoqiong in pill refining, he made an exception and agreed. The first refinement was the rejuvenation pill, an elixir used by Qi-drawing realm cultivators to restore their spiritual energy for a short period of time. It was considered to be a more conventional elixir and not too difficult. After Gu Feng familiarized himself with the Dan formula, he began to refine it. As expected, the oven blew up. However, a scene that made him unexpected appeared. The opposite side of Pao Xiaoqiong also blew up the furnace. In fact, when Pao Xiaoqiong saw Gu Feng blowing up the furnace, she also wanted to intentionally blow up the furnace in her mind, but she hadn't implemented it yet, which meant that this time, the blowing up of the furnace was outside her expectations. This made the prideful her a little unacceptable. Deliberately blowing up the furnace and really blowing up the furnace. Both are blowing up the furnace, but the meaning is very different. Again, okay, boom, boom, boom. After 5 consecutive times of both sides blowing up the furnace, Pao Xiaoqiong was confused and Gu Feng was dumbfounded. What's going on? This isn't Pao Xiaoqiong's true strength. I see. Right at this moment, Shu Qingyi in his chest gave him a voice transmission. If someone else refines the same elixir at the same time as you, they will be affected by your magnetic field. If you blow up the furnace, the other party will also blow up the furnace. If you refine a diluted elixir, the other party will also refine a diluted elixir. Gu Feng was shocked. Wouldn't this mean that it would be impossible for someone else to win if they competed with him in alchemy? What kind of heaven-defying physique is this? A passive first in alchemy? Now that's trouble. Looking at Pao Xiaoqiong, whose eyes were red and whose body was trembling in front of him, Gu Feng felt that one head was 2 heads. At this rate, this woman was afraid that she would never be able to leave the Sunset Cloud sect. Let's count it as a tie and not compete. Gu Feng tentatively proposed. Who wants to draw with you? Compare. Keep competing. We must distinguish a winner and a loser. Pao Xiaoqiong said in an almost hissing tone. 5 times in a row both sides are tied. It is enough to show that both of us have similar levels of alchemy. We will meet a good talent and go toe-to-toe. If we continue to compete, there will be no result. Gu Feng said shamelessly. If you have any requests, just ask. Rashe, you say that, make it sound like I love money. Then let's make it 1 million spirit stones a game, and a draw counts as a win for me. Gu Feng's eyes sparkled as he said, okay, I'll write you an IOU if I lose. You don't have to worry that I, Pao Xiaoqiong, will renege on the debt. At this moment, Pao Xiaoqiong hadn't realized how much of an impact these words would have on her life. Then what are you waiting for? Come on, it's fine to compete until the end of time. Gu Feng said with a bold smile. Come on, give me 2 hours to adjust my state. I wasn't in good shape just now. At this moment, she had already forgotten about her original intention of finding Gu Feng to compete in alchemy. Feel free. Chapter 121. So you are the thief from last night. Boom, boom, boom. The alchemy room was ablaze with fire and smoke, and the 3 of them, Gu Feng and Pao Xiaoqiong as well as Pao Xiaozhua, had pitch-black faces, with only a pair of bright eyes exposed. The only difference was that Gu Feng's eyes were getting brighter and brighter as he looked at the dense handprints on the thin book beside him, the corners of his mouth about to crack to his back teeth. Across the street, Pao Xiaoqiong's pupils were gray. The color inside them dissipated with the naked eye, and she had been blown into autism. Pursing his lips, 2 words popped out from between his teeth like the Walking Dead after each blowout. Again, the sight of the bag small Oriole, looking at their own miss, eyes all anxious. So on, the whole bag family will have to lose all. Little miss, you're out of shape. You really can't compete anymore. Shut the hell up. Even if I'm not in shape, I can still win him. Pao Xiaoqiong gritted his teeth and once again started the refining of a new furnace of pills. Lash. Come on, I've got all the time in the world. Gu Feng laughed and handed the thin book beside him to Pao Xiaoqiong. The other party didn't even look at it, directly bit his finger and pressed his handprint on it. Senior brother Gu, my young lady hasn't lost this round yet. Why did she press her handprints in advance? Pao Xiao Oriole pouted. Press ahead. I think your lady will blow up the oven again this time. Before Gu Feng could finish his words, there was a loud boom and flames shot up into the sky. Little Oriole, you also take a Dan furnace and compete with him together. The red-eyed Pao Xiaoqiong, who had lost, shouted at Pao Xiaoro. Gu Feng looked straight to shake his head. Facts have proved that gambling this thing, and then sensible people, once dipped, basically very difficult to get rid of. In front of Bao Xiaoqiong is a living example. Oraheim, how much family property does your Pao family have in total? For this question, Pao Xiao Oriole didn't know. Her whole body and mind were devoted to alchemy. I must fight for my honor. Miss is already failing. It's up to me whether I can salvage the defeat or not. Pao Xiaoyao silently cheered for herself in her heart. In an instant, a sense of mission and honor to save the family erupted from the bottom of her heart, making her blood boil. Rejuvenation pill, the most common pill in the chi drawing realm. I, Pao Xiao Oriole, will definitely not miss a beat. At first, Bao Xiaoyao was full of confidence, but at the back, she got nervous, and after a few dozen ovens, she was also like Bao Xiaoqiong. Her eyes were red and she was gritting her teeth. Miss, one more game. This time we'll win for sure. Aha! These two people have just become lost women who are so deep in the gambling vortex that they cannot extricate themselves. Since the two had joined, the handprints on top of the thin book beside Gu Feng had increased at a rate visible to the naked eye. Gu Feng was happy with the situation and didn't bother to remind the other party. In this situation of losing red eyes, whoever reminds the other party is a hater. So why look for curses? Senior Zhu, that immortal pupil that was mentioned before, where exactly is it hidden? Relaxed and happy, without any psychological pressure. Gu Feng didn't forget to chat with Zhu Qingyan while he was refining pills, in order to appease the other party's annoyed heart. Gu Feng also drew her a pie. Senior Zhu, when we collect Pao Xiaoqiong's outstanding debts, we'll have the money to buy you Thunder Attribute heavenly treasures. It was only after hearing Gu Feng say this that Zhu Qingyan took up the conversation. According to the geographical location, the immortal pupil should be located in the inner gate of the present-day Sunset Cloud sect, roughly situated below the Patriarch's Highness. This is troublesome. I can't even enter the Sovereign Hall. Gu Feng was somewhat distressed to the point that it was a real pity to know where such a treasure was, but not be able to get it. In order to maintain the clan's longevity, the Lakha sect's Patriarch reigns for 100 years, after which he retires to the background and becomes a Taishang elder. If this rule is strictly enforced until today, counting the time, it should only be in the last 1 or 2 years, the day the new Patriarch is born. Xu Qingyan whispered back. Boom dash. 2 non-sequential explosions once again came from his ears, and Gu Feng mechanically handed out the thin book before starting a new furnace. Then if I want to obtain that immortal pupil, I must become the Patriarch of the Sunset Cloud sect? Gu Feng was stunned. The Patriarch of the Fallen Cloud sect was an expert above the innate realm, and his future was definitely not limited to this. But within a year or two, there was little chance of him advancing above the innate. It doesn't have to be the sovereign, as long as one is qualified to enter the sovereign's hall. However, in comparison, it's still easier and more reliable to become the Fallen Cloud sect's Patriarch. What a thing to say. The only ones who can enter the Patriarch's hall are the elders, and the elders have strength limitations. But the Patriarch only needs you to be the number one amongst the disciples, and there are no major problems with your character. Then you will be able to. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's heart stirred. Xu Qingyan had expressed very clearly that as long as one's strength reached the number one position in the inner sect at that time of the 100-year period, one would be able to become the Patriarch, which was indeed relatively easy. Who is the current number one in the inner sect heavenly ranking? It seems to be that Xu Yuhong, who looks at himself in a bad light. Then what does Elder Zhu think of my character? Gu Feng licked his face and asked. If I were the Patriarch, I would rather choose a dog as the heir than you. Xu Qingyan said indignantly. Thanks for the compliment, Elder Zhu. Gu Feng skimmed his lips. Boom! The sound of the furnace blowing up once again came from his ears, and Gu Feng subconsciously grabbed the thin book and handed it across the room. Not playing? Noticing that the other party hadn't moved, Gu Feng raised his head to look across the room. 2 women cloaked hair, the bottom of the eyes blood red surging, as if drifting in the wilderness of the lone soul wild ghosts, all without the breath of the living. Is it over? Gu Feng asked softly. The 2 women just pursed their lips and didn't say anything, and Gu Feng then reacted to the fact that it was the elixir for refining the elixir that had run out. Hold on, I'll get some more. Gu Feng turned around, as if he had thought of something, and returned to the 2 women. It's better to forget about it. Up to this point, your outstanding debts, recorded a whole book, totaling no less than $500 million. I think your Bao family is almost so many assets, and then win. No fun. 500 million? The two women's bodies shivered before they reacted to the fact that the two of them had unknowingly deep-fried more than 500 furnaces of pills. This number they didn't doubt, because every time they blew up the furnace so fast, sometimes, as soon as they put in the elixir, it blew up, but the problem was, how could they afford to pay back this astronomical amount? Miss, we lost 500 million spirit stones. Yeah, 500 million. What should we do? We don't have that much money even if we were sold. The two women looked at each other, and not long after, the sound of hugging and crying came from within the alchemy room. Miss, we lost the entire Pao family. Oraheim, this is the end. Looking at the two women who were crying in pain, Gufeng grinned and placed the thin book that recorded the debts owed by the two into his storage ring and said coldly, debt repayment, heaven and earth. Don't think of running away, and don't think that I don't have the ability to come to the Pao family to collect the debt. The Sunset Cloud sect or your Pao family's hostile forces, but they are very interested in this IOUO. The big deal is that I'll make a discount and sell it to them. At those words, the two women directly went limp and snuggled together, their faces full of panic. Gufeng smiled triumphantly, feeling that his face was so black that it was indecent to walk out. He casually took out a piece of fabric from his storage ring and wiped it off. A touch of light green color came into view, with a familiar pattern on it. Pao Xiaoqiong froze, rose solemnly, stretched out a finger, trembling and asked, why is this handkerchief at your place? What? Gufeng subconsciously looked at the fabric in his hand. Lost. The fabric used to wipe his face at the moment was actually the handkerchief that he had gotten from Pao Xiaoqiong's storage ring last night. Good. So you're the thief who robbed my storage ring last night, stripped me of my clothes, threw me into the lake a second time, and ultimately pretended to be a good guy. Unfinished business. Chapter 122, Paying Debts for the Rest of Your Life. What thieves? I don't know, Gufeng denied without blushing. It's you. It must be you. No wonder Oriole would be so coincidental to meet you not far from the lake. Bao Xiaoqiong erupted in anger, his mouth frothing. By chance, I'm drunk, can't I find a place to pee? Gufeng said with a bland expression. You bastard. I'll fight you. Take off my clothes. You rascal. Bao Xiaoqiong was obviously furious to the extreme, and without any regard for the gap in strength, she lunged towards Gufeng. The corners of Gufeng's mouth twitched as he stretched out a hand, and with a slight force, he held the other party down on the ground like a grasshopper, unable to move. Miss, Pao Xiao Oriole also reacted, so angry that her body was shaking fiercely. Seeing her own young lady being held down on the ground, her limbs dancing wildly, she also pounced on her. Let go of my young lady, you bad man. Unsurprisingly, Oraheim was lightly held down on the ground by Gufeng's other hand. The two men moved in unison, cursing angrily under their breath, lying on the ground, struggling haphazardly. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and even if the two men hissed and exploded, they were unable to break free from Gufeng's large hand that held them down. Enough fooling around. Is this handkerchief the point? The point at hand is that you owe me $500 million. Once these words came out, the two men immediately stopped moving, and the two women who were lying on the ground looked at each other, and all saw the disheveledness in each other's eyes. Yeah, that's not the point. 500 million how can I afford to pay it back? Kill me. Bao Xiaoqiong smiled to himself. In front of the $500 million huge debt, everything was unimportant. Miss, you mustn't think about it. The money can be paid back slowly. One day it will be paid back. Bao Xiao Oriole cried and comforted. Obviously she didn't believe this sentence herself. 500 million inferior spirit stones was an astronomical figure even for the Pao family, which made money like running water. Cloud County Bao family. The annual income, minus the daily expenses and the funds for research and development of pills, the balance was less than 100 million. With the ability of the two of them, it would be very difficult to pay back this huge sum of money for the rest of their lives. Owing some spirit stones is just a matter of dying. Is there any talent left? Gufeng felt a headache. If the two really wanted to seek death, his debt would not only go down the drain, but he would also have to carry a powerful enemy. The energy that a pill refining family could gather could not be underestimated. Of course you can die, but the reputation of seeking death to avoid debts is considered to be on your back, and the Cloud County Bao family will become a laughingstock because of it. With this in mind, Gufeng began to follow the instructions of the two men. Right now, you are still only mortal grade pill refiners. 500 million spirit stones are indeed astronomical for you. When you become a spirit grade, or even a Xian grade pill refiner in the future, is this 500 million spirit stones still a problem? If I were you, this 500 million spirit stone debt, not only to pay, but also to take the initiative to ask to count the interest. Even if your whole life is shrouded in the shadow of debt, you can still face it with a smile, which is not in vain of the clanking daughter's body. The most precious thing a man can have is his life. At the hour of death, you will be able to say, my whole life, the Pao family in the future will be proud of you, and whenever they talk about you, they can proudly say to the world that once our ancestors Pao Xiaoqiang and Pao Xiaoyao. In order to encourage the two to pay off their debts, Gu Feng even used words and phrases from famous books, which made the two listen to them. Chest Ju Chang smoke, 3 leaves cannot stop shaking, is also shocked, see can fool, have not seen so can fool. Gu Feng, the pit bull, frozen fooled the 2 young girls who were begging for death. Seeing the 2 women's eyes re-bloom, the corners of Zhu Qingyan's mouth twitched, and she knew that the 2 women had accepted the fate of spending their entire lives paying off their debts. You're too pitiful, asking 2 people to pay their debts, not to mention making them pay interest? It's still not for your lightning attribute heavenly treasures. Gu Feng said shamelessly. Oraheim, will you pay your debt with me in this life? Miss, for your sake and for the honor of the Pao family. I'm willing. The atmosphere arrived. Gu Feng grinned and released the 2 women. The handkerchief and the storage ring are returned to you. The treasures inside will first be offset by a portion of the interest, so you can repay your debt properly in the future, and live up to this life in the honor of the Pao family. The words fell, and he turned to leave. When he returned to the small courtyard, his butt had just sat on the stone bench when he was informed to go to the outer sect elders' hall. As soon as he entered, he was shouted to Elder Lu's residence. Here, Gu Feng met Elder Shen of the outer sect's pill refining hall. Elder Lu, Elder Shen, I don't know what orders you have for calling the kid over? Gu Feng bowed respectfully before asking with a smile. Pao Xiaoqiang and Pao Xiao Oriole from the Pao family in Yun County are going to join the Sunset Cloud sect. Do you know about this? Elder Lu asked in a deep voice. Gu Feng's heart fluttered, but his mouth said, it's not clear. The 2 of them said that they stayed in the Sunset Cloud sect in order to pay off their debts properly. Elder Shen said with a strange face, cough cough, paying off debts is good enough to show that both of them have good character. Gu Feng lightly coughed twice back. The 2 of them competed with someone in alchemy and owed a huge amount of 500 million lower-grade spirit stones between one day. Elder Lu glared at Gu Feng and said, well, their debtor is me, willing to gamble, at first for betting on alchemy. I refused. Gu Feng spread his hands and said, looking like it wasn't his fault. You kid also have reason. Bao Xiaoqiang said, you kids see her jumped into the lake, take the opportunity to rob her storage ring, even clothes are stripped to her, and finally came to pretend to be a good person. Not I say you. You took someone else's things, at least save the person. What's the deal with throwing it in the lake again? In the end, you even pretended to sell yourself to save others and cheated Pao Xiaoyao's storage ring. I've never seen you so pitiful. Elder Shen couldn't help but laugh at the end of his words. This plot, if it were anyone other than Gu Feng, would not have developed in such a way. It was truly bizarre. Gu Feng stroked his nose breathlessly. He was truly surprised that Pao Xiaoqiang had even told the 2 elders something as shameful as having his clothes stripped. Do you know why Pao Xiaoqiang wanted to find you to compete in alchemy? Elder Lu glanced at Gu Feng and said, I don't know. Previously, Gu Feng had thought that Pao Xiaoqiang had sought him out to compete in alchemy in order to wipe out the shame from the alchemy conference. But listening to Elder Lu's tone, it was clear that there was something else going on. She stayed in the Sunset Cloud sect under the pretext of looking for you to compete in alchemy in order to find out the thief who robbed plus molested him that night. Speaking of this, Elder Lu obviously couldn't hold his tongue either. The plot is so bizarre. Pao Xiaoqiang is expected to find the thief that night, but she can no longer find the way she came. Owed 500 million lower spirit stone, huge amount, which have the face to go back. Shrimp? Gu Feng was also stunned, with a bit of a cackle, and said weakly, without me fishing Bao Xiaoqiang out of the lake midway for air, she wouldn't have been able to hold on until Bao Xiaozhua found her, and no matter which way you look at it, I'm her savior. 500 million lower grade spirit stones for the life of a promising pill refiner is a reasonable price. Besides, I've already given them a wide berth. There's no deadline for them to pay back the money. You still have a point. Elder Lu glared at Gu Feng before laughing. It's true that you didn't limit the period for them to pay back the money, but you added interest. With an interest rate of 2 cents per month, 1 month's interest alone is $10 million. How can they pay it back? This kid is pitiful and good at fooling around. He froze and fooled the 2 women into finding their way. Seeing that Elder Shen was also smiling, Gu Feng's heart was greatly relieved, and it seemed that the 2 elders weren't here to find trouble with him. Gu Feng. Chu borders are moving stupidly again. Once a great war occurs, the major forces will reshuffle. The debt on Pao Xiaoqiang's side. Don't push too hard. I have already handled the initiation procedures for the 2 girls. From today onwards, Pao Xiaoqiang and Pao Xiaoro are my Sunset Xia sect's disciples. If this can pull in an ally for the Sunset Xia sect, you should be credited with a great deal of credit. Elder Lu said meaningfully. For the state of Chu, Gu Feng still understands some. In the past 100 years, there were 2 great wars, hit the Chu country suffering. The national strength of the country declined sharply, vaguely have the signs of destruction. Is the enemy country coming to invade my Chu kingdom again? Gu Feng asked in a low voice. Maybe soon, maybe a long time. Who can say? What you need to do is to step up your time to enhance your strength to cope with the arrival of the chaotic world. The next great war is about the survival of the country, Extortion said in a low tone. Understood. Gu Feng solemnly nodded his head, then laughed. If we pull in the Pao family as an ally for the Sunset Cloud sect, isn't that a great reward? Roll dash. Outer Gate Exchange. The Bun Shop. Opening. Lash. Oriole. Congratulations to the two bosses on the opening of their new store. Gu Feng was all smiles as he took out a red envelope and handed it to Bao Xiaoqiang. Bao Xiaoqiang bristled and shoved the red packet into Bao Xiaorao's hand. The latter opened it and her face collapsed. Why is it an interest-free coupon? Could it be that you still think that I'm going to give you spirit stones? A 1-month interest-free coupon, converted down to 10 million spirit stones. Who among the guests present is as bold as me? Gu Feng said in a domineering manner. This Baozi store. Is Gu Feng for the two daughters to open an elixir store? This time she, a change from the usual stingy posture, throw $1 million, wrapped up the store decoration, publicity, initial startup capital and all other costs. This investment is a must. Gu Feng is still counting on the two women's stores to do a brisk business, so that he can pay off his debts soon. What are you doing, touching around in public? I heard that you pitted Bao Xiaoqiang for another 500 million spirit stones, so borrow a few tens of millions to spend. Chu Yuyi Fantasy appeared out of nowhere, and was railing up and down on Gu Feng. Gu Feng's face immediately darkened. Just like you, it's a blank check, lend me some more, and we'll pay it back together when I'm rich, Chu Yuyi said with a phantom smile, acting like an old scoundrel. Pao Xiaoqiang and Pao Xiao Oriole looked at each other. Both saw the surprise in the bottom of each other's eyes. Chu Yuyi Hui's identity, they knew a little bit about it. To say that it was the highest status disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect would not be an exaggeration. Even if there was no identity in, she was still the 5th greatest genius in the inner sect's heavenly ranking. But it was such a person who actually owed Gu Feng spirit stones as well. Although 1 million spirit stones could not even cover a hair compared to 500 million, it still made the two women feel shocked, and at the same time, their hearts balanced out quite a bit. People like Chu Yuyi Hui owed Gu Feng spirit stones. There was nothing strange about the two of them owing Gu Feng spirit stones. Congratulations! Some of Gu Feng's close friends, who had also come to support him, sent red envelopes. I've come to congratulate you too, but there's no red packet, so bear with me a little more. I still have a huge debt of $200 million on me. Fei laughed nervously. Ever since he learned that Bao Xiaoqiang owed Gu Feng a huge debt of $500 million, his level of joy was not much less than Gu Feng's, and he was so excited that he couldn't sleep when he finally found someone who was even worse off than him. Xiao Qiong, Xiao Oraheim, congratulations! Yen Ruoshi came, and by the looks of it, the three had gotten acquainted over the past few days. The same disciples of the Hall of Pill Refineries, the same genius pill refiners, could easily come together. Gu Feng the pitiful bastard, how come so many people owe him money? Bao Xiaoqiang saw Gu Feng confiscate the red envelopes of the inner disciples of so many vegetarian girls, and with a mouthful of no money to pay your debts and money to give gifts, pulled Yen Ruoshi aside and whispered, I don't know. It seems like there are really quite a few people who owe him money. Chu Yuyi Fantasy owes him $1 million. Chu Yenran owes him more than $3 million. In short, a lot. Wu Qi and the others also owed, only that they owed less and have already paid it off. Yen Ruoshi narrowed both her eyes slightly and covered her mouth as she laughed. Do you owe him any money? Bao Xiaoyao asked curiously as she listened in awe. No, he owed my uncle $15,000 for dinner before. Give it back? Returned it, but uncle also gave him several 100,000 spirit stones. Speaking of this, Yen Ruoshi he laughed. At that, the two women rolled their eyes. Good pit return 15,000, backhanded and get hundreds of thousands of dollars. Never seen such a person who will get money. After the little episode, it was the main event of the Sunset Cloud sect, the annual competition. Chapter 123, the 10,000 Tribulation Dao body has no cultivation value. For the Sunset Cloud sect, all the outer disciples were excited about this annual event, and Gu Feng was the only one who was sullen. Gaijin, 3 days before the start of the annual competition, he was jointly warned by Elder Lu, Carp Mountain Chief Elder Shur and others that the large number of foreign guests were not allowed to disgrace themselves at the competition, especially not to appear to use the competition as an excuse to commit robbery. Gu Feng's face immediately darkened, always feeling that these elders were slandering his character, and said unhappily, then I won't make a move and let them fight. What's the point of a match without robbery? Good fellow. As soon as these words came out, Elder Lu and Elder Shur, along with several other elders, immediately clapped their hands, forbid Gu Feng from participating in the annual competition, and the rest of them would compete for the second place. Thus, Gu Feng was honored to be pressed into the audience, becoming the first ever, Internalized outer sect no. One of the Sunset Cloud sect. Faye happy, excited wailed. The day before the big competition froze tossing and turning did not sleep, borrowed a dozen storage rings, ready to make a big show in the annual competition. As a result, 2 hours into the first day's preliminaries, Elder Lu and Elder Shur and the others once again intervened with a black face, and after a joint vote by all the outer sect disciples, he was also honorably stripped of his eligibility to participate, and was internally designated as the second in the outer sect for this annual competition. Also by the way will be aside happily, when the melon masses of Gu Feng scolded, "What the hell? Originally Faye how simple a person, froze by you to bring into a robber." Gu Feng looked unconvinced and wanted to say, "I didn't teach Faye to rob other people's pants." However, due to the might of the elders, Gu Feng wisely chose to shut up. Fortunately, the preliminaries of the first 2 days had no foreign spectators, and had little impact on the reputation of the Sunset Cloud sect. Looking at Faye, who was grinning foolishly and looking as if he couldn't blame me, Gu Feng was so angry that his teeth itched, and immediately snatched the items that the other party had previously snatched, and said fiercely, "Confiscated, against half a month's interest." The day of the final, guests from all sides of the Cloud County into the arena. See the martial arts field on the side of the list, the only 2 names. They are also stunned, after asking, almost laugh spray. It seems that Elder Lu also couldn't stand Gu Feng and Faye's robbers' virtues and took the initiative to ban them. Didn't you notice? The top 100 finalists of the Sunset Cloud sect this time are all dressed plainly, and they don't even wear storage rings on their hands except for their weapons. So it's evident that they've already developed a psychological shadow over being robbed. Who else but Gu Feng? My nephew was robbed by him once last year when he was still on his way to the Sunset Cloud sect. What a coincidence. My nephew is in the same boat as your nephew. Humph, the nephew of you two, must have been a robber. Otherwise how could he have been robbed by Gu Feng? At that time he was still very principled in his robberies. And my son, being a man of integrity, was not robbed. You're noble, you're great. Bull asterisk 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 noble and great. His son is too weak to qualify as a bandit. Ha ha ha. The guests who came this time, besides the bigwigs sent by the various forces in Cloud County, the rest were mostly the families of the outer disciples of the Sunset Cloud sect, and although the vast majority of the juniors among them didn't make it to the final round, it didn't stop them from coming to the scene. Ruoshi, doesn't your pill refining hall need to participate in the competition? In the audience, Gu Feng asked Yen Ruoshi beside him with a smile. We pill refiners going up is not looking for abuse. Wait until we reach the innate realm and refine the origin Dan flame, but we can go and try it out. Yen Ruoshi skimmed his lips and said, "Lari, how's business these days? Have you started to make a profit?" For Gu Feng to call her Lari, Bao Xiaoqiang was already used to it, and anyway, she was powerless to correct it, so she accepted it openly. Not bad, here is 1 million spirit stones, pay you back first, Bao Xiaoqiang said expressionlessly. Oops, awesome, our family Laxi is just awesome. In less than half a month, we created $1 million in profit and recovered the cost. Cheers. Gu Feng took the spirit stone and was overjoyed. The more he looked at the other party, the more joyful he became. He really wanted to hug Bao Xiaoqiang and kiss him. This woman was really something, definitely a well-equipped money-making machine. She wasn't a person, but a spiritual vein with a promising future. Due to the internalization of both Gu Feng and Faye, only 98 slots were created for the top 100 contestants. Wu Qi and the others were ultimately too poor. Even if Gu Feng had found them a cave in the top section of Kark Mountain, their cultivation was no match for the veteran powerhouses, and among them, only Tuoba Lei had been lucky enough to replace a previously injured disciple, and barely made it into the top 100. But, by the looks of that, it's going to be eliminated in the first round. As expected, shortly after the final round of the competition began, Tuoba Lei came out to perform for a bit before voluntarily conceding defeat and stepping down from the stage. Not bad, 99th place. The future is promising. Gu Feng smiled and encouraged. Hey Dash, without your ability to grab money, can what bright future? Tuoba Lei laughed bitterly. He was also born bitterly. The family did not have much support. With a force of perseverance, walked to the present. It's fine, there are plenty of opportunities to earn money. In a flash, Gu Feng had a sense of loss. As his strength soared rapidly, those former close friends would all be far away from him. For the first time in his life, he felt that the practice was hopeless. Masters are lonely, you have to adapt. Sensing Gu Feng's low mood, Shu Qingyan made an unprecedented comforting remark. Thank you, Elder Zhu, for your comfort, Gu Feng said in a moved voice. With your character, if I didn't have no choice, I would have wanted to leave. Shu Qingyan added. Then go away. Gu Feng's face was pitch black. The entire process was uneventful, and with Gu Feng's strength today, even Qi Tingting, who had the strong courage to win the third place, was lackluster in his opinion. without many highlights. An expert is lonely. Gu Feng sighed pretentiously. Congratulations. After today, you are an inner disciple. Mix well, and when we enter the inner sect, we'll also have a backer. Be sure to cover us from now on. Once the match was over, Guarun Kai, Chao Yuan and others came to congratulate him. Unsurprisingly, Yan Ruoshi and Pao Shaoqiang, along with several other pill refiners, would also enter the inner sect's pill refining hall for a new round of cultivation. Gu Feng, when you arrive at the inner sect, don't be impulsive. Chu Yanran, Xiao Broken Sky, Do Xiaojian, they will all target you. Endure for a while and wait for your strength to be strong. Yan Ruoshi said in a low voice. She was a little lost in her words. When she arrived at the inner gate, she would definitely be under the death grip of her own sister, and would no longer be able to come over to Gu Feng at will. This outer sect competition has come to a successful conclusion. Gu Feng, Fei, Qi Tingting, the above 10 people, directly enter the inner sect. The rest of the top 100 contestants are qualified to challenge the inner sect disciples, and if they win the battle, they can replace each other to enter the inner sect. The 10 disciples, including Gu Feng, enjoyed the cheers of the entire crowd. Entering the inner sect was tantamount to a carp jumping through the Dragon Gate, and the name Carp Mountain was derived from it. The resources that the inner sect enjoys and the feats that it possesses are not comparable to the outer sect, and will widen the gap with the outer disciples in a very short period of time. If one is fortunate enough to advance to the innate, one will truly be free from the shackles of the mortal body, and one's lifespan will skyrocket by 100 years, which is tantamount to living one more life compared to an ordinary person who only has 100 or so years to live. Does anyone want to challenge the inner disciples? Elder Lu said in a loud voice. Upon hearing this, the remaining 90 disciples all revealed bitter expressions. Among those present, only Gu Feng and Fei had the ability to defeat those at the bottom of the inner sect. Even if it was Qi Tingting, they couldn't. They have a clear understanding of their own strength. How would they go up and make a fool of themselves? Since there aren't any, except for Gu Feng and 10 others, all the rest get off the stage, and I hope that next year, you'll be able to enter the inner sect as you wish. After they stepped off the stage, Carp Mountain's chief eldersher walked onto the martial arts stage, and the disciple beside him carried a tray in his hands, and on top of the tray were 10 inner sect disciples' tokens. Let's congratulate these 10 prideful people who have killed their way out of the enclosure, and wish you all the best of luck in the inner sect. Amidst the warm applause, Eldersher walked up to Gu Feng and took out an inner sect disciple token. Kid, keep a low profile when you get to the inner sect, or you'll be miserable. He, I understand. Thanks Eldersher. Gu Feng laughed, just as he took out the outer disciple token and wanted to replace the inner disciple token in Eldersher's hand. Dozens of streams of light floated in from the direction of the inner gate, and in the blink of an eye, they hovered over the martial arts arena. Gu Feng is a 10,000 tribulation Dao body. There's no cultivation value. It's a waste of resources to enter the inner sect. The disciple who was the 11th in this outer sect competition, take his place. The person who spoke had an extraordinary temperament. His tone filled with an undeniable flavor within his tone. He was majestic. His body shone with terrifying fluctuations, and most of the people, including Gu Feng, knew him. He had a very elegant name, Shu Yuheng, the No. 1 in the inner sect heavenly ranking of the Sunset Cloud sect today. Chapter 124, What Bull ***** Inner Disciple Status. I, Gu Feng, don't need it. Wow. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. The spectators' eyes flickered with dismay at this sudden turn of events. This young man, who was dressed in a gorgeous and imposing manner, was clearly targeting Gu Feng on purpose. Said to be aimed at some superficial. This is a proper humiliation. The body of 10,000 robberies and then waste, but also the first of the outer door competition. Consume resources is nonsense. Resources in the hands of the clan. Do not want to give Gu Feng. Gu Feng can also be forced to rob it? This kind of farce, which could not have been staged in public, would greatly damage the reputation of the Sunset Cloud sect, and the crowd speculated on just how much of a fault there was between this young man and Gu Feng. This person's name is Shu Yuheng, today's number 1 in the inner sect heavenly ranking. There is only 1 year left in the old patriarch's 100-year period, and without any surprises, he will be the new fallen cloud sect's patriarch. What a strong strength. The surface is breezy. I feel a terrifying power as hot as the blazing sun inside him. Peak innate? No, beyond the peak of the innate realm. I'm afraid it's only one step away from the embodied spirit realm. I have a feeling that I'm afraid that an ordinary elder may not even be his opponent. To come to such a stage at such a young age, no wonder he was able to convince the old patriarch to override the rules of the Sunset Cloud sect. Gu Feng is miserable. The inner gate will definitely not be able to enter. I just don't know if he will be expelled from the Sunset Cloud sect. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit stagnant, and Gu Feng was a bit surprised by Shu Yuheng's embarrassment. which was much earlier than he had expected. Raising his eyes, he looked down at Elder Shi on the opposite side, who only frowned slightly and did not say anything more. Shu Yuheng, when ancestor Lok Qingyan founded the Sunset Cloud sect, he said, as big as the heavens and the earth are, the Sunset Cloud sect's rules are the biggest. No one, including the Patriarch and the Supreme Lord, can override the rules of the Sunset Cloud sect. Let me ask you, does the Sunset Cloud sect have a rule that prohibits 10,000 Tribulation Dao bodies from entering the inner sect and enjoying the resources? Elder Lu stepped out slowly with a steady pace. There wasn't before, but there is now. Shu Yuheng stood in the air and said indifferently, for this chief elder of the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. Gufeng is the honorable first in this outer sect competition, not to mention that he's a 10,000 Tribulation Dao body, even if he's a pig. According to the rules set down by the ancestor of the Sunset Cloud sect, he'll still be able to enter the inner sect and enjoy the same resources as the rest of the inner sect disciples. Listening to Elder Lu's words, Gufeng had a strange expression on his face. He always felt that Elder Lu was scolding him, but there was no evidence. Rubbish doesn't deserve resources. Garbage is garbage. And entering the inner sect is also garbage. Elder Lu, I advise you not to break with the inner sect for the sake of a Gufeng, or next year will be your last year in the Sunset Cloud sect. Shu Yuheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he threatened. This is a threat? Lu Wuxiang asked with a calm face. This is the truth. Shu Yuheng responded with a faint smile. Asshole, didn't your father Shu Wentao teach you manners? Speak with elders and be condescending. Get down here. As he spoke, a vast spiritual pressure descended on the entire field, as if there was a large hand that tore at Shu Yuheng as well as the crowd of elders in the air. The originally disdainful Shu Yuheng's face suddenly changed, and he fought back against this pressure. And those elders beside him, all of them were also red in the face and roared lowly. Boom, boom, boom. After a long time, they finally failed to resist Lu Wuxiang's tearing force and fell into the void like dumplings. The bigwigs in the VIP seats were all shocked as their eyes flashed. What a strong strength! How could an outer sect elder have such a strong strength? Peak impregnating spirit? An existence that at least surpasses the embodied spirit realm. Where did this elder Lu come from? How can this kind of strength be a district outer sect chief in the Sunset Cloud sect? Incredible! The fallen cloud sect with an inheritance of 5,000 years has hidden crouching tigers and dragons, not to be underestimated. Gufeng was also shocked by Elder Lu's strength, and his heart trembled. This usually smiling chief of the outer sect was actually a hidden big brother. The strength of the dozens of bigwigs, including Shu Yuheng, captured in one fell swoop was unfathomable. Shu Yuheng, who fell to the martial arts stage. His heart was flooded with shocking waves. His face reddened and he wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the elders beside him. Your father, Shu Wentao, was still hanging out with me before he became a great general? What are you? Lu Wuxiang proudly said, his disdainful eyes sweeping the 8 directions. It's him? Former Great Chu left Army Vanguard General Lu Wuxiang. Wasn't it said that he left the imperial capital and disappeared shortly after his roots were damaged and his cultivation scattered during the Great Battle 30 years ago? What a Lu Wuxiang! He's actually from the Sunset Cloud sect. Hearing this, Shu Yuheng remembered that his father, Shu Wentao, before becoming a great general, was serving in the Vanguard Battalion of the Left Army of Dechu, and his top boss was a general surnamed Lu. Damn it, it's actually him, Gufeng, this brat. How did he get so lucky? He toppled his head, his fists clenched tightly, originally wanting to take a lofty stance and knock Gufeng into the bottom of the valley at his most glorious moment, becoming the laughingstock of Yun County. Unexpectedly, Lu Wuxiang's appearance made his plan fall through, not to mention that he might also greatly lose a face. At this moment, he had murderous intent in his heart, and already viewed Gufeng as someone he must kill. Gufeng, from today onwards, you are an inner disciple of the Sunset Cloud sect. I say so, Lu Wuxiang said in a domineering manner. When these words came out, those elders beside Shu Yuheng, each of them laughed bitterly. Before they came, they had already expected this situation. Lu Wulian didn't even dare to mess with the old patriarch. He would be afraid of you. A little waif? If it wasn't for the face of Shu Yuheng's father, they really didn't want to come over. Still, the old patriarch is smart. Knowing that it's hard to make trouble, he found an excuse to go directly into seclusion. The crowd at the scene also couldn't stop shaking their heads. Gufeng, this kid's luck was really good. He could get the favor of Lu Wuxiang. Now in the Sunset Cloud sect, basically no one could mess with him. Shu Yuheng, do you have an opinion on what the old man said? Lu Wuxiang walked up to Shu Yuheng and looked down at him. No comment. Shu Yuheng reluctantly popped out 3 words between his teeth. I have an opinion. Just when the crowd thought the farce had come to an end, Gufeng, who had remained silent, spoke, only to see him with a smile on his face. He walked up to Lu Wuxiang and respectfully bowed, and Lu Wuxiang was somewhat puzzled by his behavior. Elder Lu, as a party involved, isn't it also your right to express your opinion? Gu Feng asked with a smile. You say, with so many elders from the inner sect of the Sunset Cloud sect present, it's obvious that a consensus had been reached before they came, and it's obvious that their inner sect can't see me. In fact, I can't look at the inner sect either. The atmosphere there is bad. I'm afraid that after I go in, it will affect my cultivation. A cultivation environment that can cultivate such goods as Shu Yu Hang. The degree of badness is evident. I, Gu Feng, also have dignity. What bull ******* inner disciple status? I don't need it at all. Shu Yu Hung, you have a good point. I'll return it to you. Trash is trash. Even if you enter the inner sect, even if you become number 1 on the heavenly ranking, you're still trash. Enjoy your last year in the Sunset Cloud sect. After 1 year, I will kick you out like a dog. Thanks for your last gongfu. Gongfu is good gongfu. Just the paper is too hard. Fei said to use it to wipe his ass ingot pain, threw it in the pit. Lastly, I want to tell you that the gongfu given by senior sister Chu is refreshing to cultivate and feels great. As the words fell, Gu Feng came to Elder Shi and took the inner disciple token belonging to him from his hand, and with a firm pinch, it directly snapped into several pieces, scattering all over the place. Elder Lu, sure not welcome me all the way to the outer gate? If you've said so, can I refuse? Elder Lu skimmed his lips and said, but his eyes were filled with appreciation. Gu Feng, I want you to die. Looking at Gu Feng, who was strutting around and turning away, Shu Yu Hang's eyes turned crimson as he roared out in his heart. Chapter 125, Soul Technique White Moon Underworld Conjecture Conceptualization Technique. Damn dash, this bastard Shu Yu Hang, spoiling my good deed. Far away from the inner gate, Zhou Bantian, who had been paying attention to the outer gate competition, was so angry that he smashed the cave residents to pieces. The stone stools and beds turned into pieces, and stone foam flew about. Seeing that Gu Feng was about to enter the inner gate, he didn't expect Shu Yu Hang to intervene, killing his thoughts of taking the treasures from Gu Feng. In the future, if Gu Feng had stayed out of the outer gate and not gone out, he wouldn't have had the chance to seize the treasure at all. Compared to Gu Feng, Xiao Badian hated that spermatozoa that only knew how to fight over jealousy. Shu Yu Hang, sniff sniff, Chu Yu Yi Hui on the bleachers, felt a strange sound coming from her ears, turned her head to look and immediately pushed Yen Ishue, who was sticking beside her and making a sniffing gesture, out of the way. What are you doing? It's fine. I just want to know what kind of flavor is the refreshing taste Gu Feng spoke of. Yen Night Snow sat upright and said in a serious manner, the color of a strange smile surfacing in the bottom of her eyes. You're boring. Shu Yi Hui, who had always been very sharp-tongued, her white and flawless cheeks, brushed red, and a vague shyness appeared between her eyebrows, looking at Gu Feng, who jumped off the martial arts stage and left the arena without looking back. The crowd at the scene was dumbstruck. This Gu Feng is so rigid that he directly gave up his chance to enter the inner sect. Impulsive there is Lu Wuxiang in. Gu Feng, even if he enters the inner sect, Shu Yu Hang will not necessarily dare to target him in the open. The difference in treatment between the resources of the outer sect and the inner sect is too great. There's no need to cut off one's own future for the sake of a momentary whim. The point of this farce isn't here at all, but in Gu Feng's declaration of challenge to Shu Yu Hang. To challenge Shu Yu Hang, who will most likely advance to the embodied spirit realm a year from now, with the strength of a beginner in the Hotian realm. I really don't know whether to say that Gu Feng is courageous or ignorant. With the level-crossing challenge ability of the 10,000 Tribulation Dao body, one would have to at least advance above the 8th heavenly stage of innate heaven to be able to defeat Shu Yu Hang. A year's time, almost spanning 2 great realms. Is it possible? With the advancement speed Gu Feng has shown this year, the possibility isn't impossible. But don't forget that he has to go through a lightning tribulation when he advances to the innate realm, and it's very likely that he'll fall if he transits the tribulation in haste. He is pushing himself. This person has a great future if he breaks through this barrier. The crowd in the audience was talking. In general, most people did not look favorably on Gu Feng. The gap between him and Shu Yu Hang was like a chasm. Even if in the next year, Shu Yu Hang stayed put, it would be hard for Gu Feng to grow up to the point where he would be qualified to challenge the other party. Moreover, Shu Yu Hang was able to sit firmly at the top of the inner sect heavenly ranking in the Lakha sect where geniuses gathered, so his talent needed no introduction. The bigwigs in the VIP seats on the high platform were also whispering, Santon, make an appointment with Gu Feng for me. I want to talk to him about a business deal. The big boss of the Wanha Chamber of Commerce, Yen Ruwashi's father, Yen Hanyun, said in a deep voice to Gu Santon, brother-in-law, what do you want to talk to Gu Feng about? Gu Santon asked with a surprised look on his face. Talking about investment, talking about the future. If he can successfully advance to the innate realm, my Wanha Chamber of Commerce will invest in him 2 billion lower grade spirit stones or cultivation resources of equal value. As he spoke, A flash of excitement flashed across the bottom of Yen Hanyun's eyes. Su Qiu on the side was too familiar with her husband's eyes. Decades ago, at the beginning of the founding of the Chamber of Commerce of Wanhe, Yen Hanyun had also made a big bet, which led to the achievement of the Chamber of Commerce of Wanhe centered on Yun County and radiating several counties in the surrounding area. But the thing is, the last time my husband invested in a force, while this time it's an individual, and the risks are not comparable. Han Yun, isn't the risk a bit high? 2 billion lower grade spirit stones. If we lose our Wanhe Chamber of Commerce we'll have to collapse, Su Qiu said with some concern. The risk is indeed great, but the harvest is even greater. Yen Hanyun's eyes blazed. For businessmen, vision was the most important. He keenly felt that Gu Feng would be the opportunity for the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce to take off again. This kid is so lucky. Brother-in-law isn't someone who invests casually. Gu Santong bellyached and turned around to look for Gu Feng. Alright, Gu Feng has automatically given up his chance to enter the inner sect. Let's continue next. Elder Lu faintly voiced out. Lu, Elder Lu. I'm on good terms with Gu Feng. Shu Yuhong has such a bad character. I'm afraid that I'll be targeted after entering the inner sect. I'll stay in the outer sect too. Fei's naive expression created a killing power that was even better than Gu Feng's righteous words. On the side of the book Yuhong subconsciously clenched his fists. He felt his authority, step by step, was swallowed up. His dignity, over and over again, was trampled on. For the dead fat man in front of him, he also rose up to the heart of certain death. Good thing too. You and Gu Feng are the same as each other. Stay together and have a care. Elder Lu's light sentence made Fei's face turn bitter. This was cursing. What about you, Qi Tingting? When it was Qi Tingting's turn, she glanced towards the audience, Shu Yuyi Hui's position, and then also smiled. Staying in the outer gate, the inner gate environment don't want to go. This scene was seen by Shu Yuhong. His heart was like being stabbed by a needle. It hurt like hell, and his handsome face was slightly twisted. Dead woman, when I get that immortal pupil, I'll forcefully clean you up. He hated Shu Yuyi Hui as well. The faces of the people at the scene were strange. This time, the top 3 of the outer sect competition of the Sunset Cloud sect, without exception, refused to enter the inner sect, definitely making history. Those with foresight perceived that the number 1 sect in Cloud County, in the near future, might usher in a drastic change. There was already friction between the outer sect and the inner sect, and after this incident, the crack became clearly visible. The elders of the undecided sect were overjoyed. The fallen Cloud sect was showing signs of decline, and their undecided sect would rise unstoppably. The farce didn't continue. Among the top 10 of the outer sect grand competition, other than Gu Feng, Fei, Qi Tingting, and the other 2 disciples of the vegetarian girl sect, the remaining 4 entered the outer sect without any problems, and 6 lucky winners were also born to substitute into the inner sect. You'll be my people from now on. I'll tilt my resources towards you. Defeat Gu Feng for me in a year. This kind of trash isn't qualified to challenge me. Recovering from his anger, Shu Yuhong once again displayed that overwhelming grace and said to the several people, many thanks to Senior Book Brother. We will work hard to cultivate and live up to Senior Book Brother's expectations. For the 10 of them, it was equivalent to Gu Feng giving them a chance. And as for splendor or fall, who knew? Next, let the disciples of the Hall of Pill Refining come up to the stage to receive your inner disciple tokens. In the entire Sunset Cloud sect, no matter if it was the inner sect or the outer sect, there were fewer disciples in the Hall of Pill Refineries, and this term, those who were qualified to enter the inner sect were only Yen Ruoshi as well as 2 people from the Bao family. However, after Lu Wuxiang spoke these words, not a single person even came on stage. Yen Ruoshi, what are you doing? Don't you want to enter the inner sect? Seeing Yen Ruoshi's indifference, Yen Night Snow got up and shouted, I don't want to enter the inner gate. The outer gate can learn alchemy just as well. Yen Ruoshi's heart couldn't be happier. Not only could she see Gu Feng often in the outer gate, she also didn't need to be controlled by her sister. There was no better outcome than this. Yu Yen Night Snow could do nothing about it. She turned her gaze to her parents on the VIP seats on the high platform, only to have both of her parents give her a disinterested look, rendering her unable to utter a single word here and there. Alright, it seems that none of the disciples of the Pill Refining Hall want to enter the inner sect. So be it. I declare that this outer sect competition of the Sunset Cloud sect is officially over. Adjourn. The scene that occurred at the outer sect grand competition spread throughout the entire Sunset Cloud sect with the momentum of a whirlwind. Those outer sect disciples, each one of them had a bitter face. Gu Feng staying in the outer sect meant that they would remain under his shadow until they entered the inner sect, powerless to resist. At the same time, they were extraordinarily impressed by Gu Feng's vigor and bravado, who, as an outer disciple, threatened to kick the first in the inner sect's heavenly ranking, like a dog, out of the Sunset Cloud sect a year later. Such an outrageous declaration was something unparalleled in the entire history of the Sunset Cloud sect, and it was enough to make them look forward to it and make their blood boil. As for those inner disciples, they were all sneering and despising. Beat Book Yu Hong into a dog? I'm afraid that the second in the inner sect's heavenly ranking would not even dare to say this. This little outer sect disciple was truly unaware of the fearlessness of the uninformed, and he had no idea of the great oppression that Shu Yu Hong brought to the inner sect. This kid is dead. Gu Feng, you did well. If I still had my strength, just based on that brat's arrogance as well as the inner sect's inaction, I would have slapped all of them into mush. On the way back, Gu Feng was flattered by the rare praise he heard from Zhu Qingyan, this time without connotations. Elder Zhu, I have so much pressure on me right now. Can you teach me the soul class technique? Gu Feng took the opportunity to make his request. Yes, Zhu Qingyan said in a deep voice. The White Moon Underworld Contemplation Conceptualization Technique is a top-level soul technique that was comprehended by the third generation of ancient emperors of my Daiming divine dynasty, who sat in front of the 9 cauldrons for 1,000 years and comprehended it. This soul technique, why does it sound eerie? Gu Feng had a jolt. Isn't this nonsense? When the 3 generations of ancient emperors created this technique, their state of mind was originally standing in the light and gazing into the underworld, and when they practiced this technique, their thoughts entered the underworld. Then isn't it painful to cultivate? Gu Feng sucked in a breath of cool air and said, are you stuffing your head with mythiko? Who told you that soul feats are necessarily painful to cultivate? That's how it's written in metaphysical novels. The higher the level of the soul technique, the more life is worse than death when practicing it, isn't it? Gu Feng asked suspiciously. There might be something wrong with your head, Zhu Qingyan said without a trace of anger. In my opinion, a gongfu that produces pain when practicing is a flawed gongfu, mostly due to the founder's lack of strength and inability to change it. A truly top-notch technique must be both powerful and comfortable, or else it will hurt like hell when you cultivate it. So what the hell is the point of refining it? That makes sense. Elder Zhu quickly impart that White Moon Spectral Contemplation Conceptualization Technique to me. Take that. Okay. After accepting Zhu Qingyan's soul technique, Gu Feng had just wanted to try cultivating it when Gu Santong came to his door. Gu Feng was delighted when he heard the reason for his visit. Yan Ruoshi's father, Yan Han Yun, actually wanted to invest in himself. 2 billion spirit stones. This is not a small amount, although you can only get it after breaking through the innate realm. But who would refuse it? The two sides communicated smoothly, and in the course of a cup of tea, the relevant matters were settled. Gu Feng would receive 2 billion spirit stones from the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce after the innate realm, and all he needed to pay was to become a titular elder of the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. Of course, the titular elder would have to take office after defeating Shu Yu Hong. It had to be said that Gu Feng himself wasn't sure, but Yan Han Yun dared to make a big bet, a boldness that Gu Feng admired. One thing after another, after sending Yan Han Yun away, Gu Feng didn't have time to practice his soul technique before he was called to the outer sect elder hall again. The lineup for this meeting was very powerful. Almost all the elders with status in the outer sect were there, causing Gu Feng to tremble a bit. First thing, I just received a notice that the inner sect has stopped supplying the outer sect with all resources from today. This is expected, and it's none of Gu Feng's business. What? The outer sect has broken with the inner sect? Gu Feng was confused. Second thing, Gu Feng, prepare yourself and leave the Sunset Cloud sect within 10 days. What? I've been kicked out of the Sunset Cloud sect? Gu Feng had been dumbfounded and only felt his head buzzing. Chapter 126, More resources than you can use in a lifetime. Elder Lu, I understand. I'll pack my bags and leave the Sunset Cloud sect within 10 days? Gu Feng responded in a low voice before turning around and walking towards the door. Gu Feng's sullen and hopeless back was like a yellowed leaf in autumn, drifting into the distance, and Elder Lu and Elder Wu and the others looked at each other, all seeing the confusion in the bottom of each other's eyes. Old Willow, you're having trouble expressing yourself. Upon Elder Wu's reminder, Lu Wuxiang's expression moved and he immediately shouted, Gu Feng, where are you going? I haven't finished talking yet. The world is so big, there is always a place for me to stay. Please rest assured, Elder Lu, when I leave, I will only take my personal belongings with me. A single blade of grass and a single tree of the fallen cloud sect. Gu Feng's voice was low and vaguely hoarse. The corners of Lu Wuxiang's mouth twitched. Come back, never to return. You bastard boy, is your head cramped? Did you not think that I was going to expel you from the Sunset Cloud sect? Isn't it? Gu Feng stopped and turned his head to ask suspiciously. Not you, my ass. If the intention is to expel you from the Sunset Cloud sect, is it necessary for the outer sect to draw a line with the inner sect? Lu Wuxiang said breathlessly. Ha, that makes sense. Elder Lu, please continue. Gu Feng's spirit was shaken, and he quickly stepped back to the elders, acting as if he was washing his ears. Letting you out of the Sunset Xia sect is a task for you. This matter is related to the rise and fall of the country and the stability of the people. Elder Lu had just started, and Gu Feng's head shook like a rattle. Elder Lu, this proposition is too lofty. The kid's body is too skinny to catch it. Can you hear me finish my sentence before you decide? Elder Lu's sudden yelling startled Gu Feng and accompanied him with a smile. Elder Lu, please continue. Chu's western and northern directions respectively border with the two countries of Great Wei and Great Li. 30 years ago, the two countries jointly invaded. That battle Chu lost miserably. In order to preserve the territory, exhaust the national treasury, overdraft 10 years of taxes, pay a sky-high price of compensation, so that the national strength of the country is extremely drastic decline. More than 10 years ago, the two countries used despicable means to use the thunder spirit grass as bait to once again plunder a large amount of my Chu resources. The successive heavy attacks have reduced Chu to the weakest party of the three countries. Wei and Li have developed rapidly over the past 30 years, and the gap has become more and more obvious under this and the other. So if the two countries attack again, Chu has a crisis of annihilation. 10 years ago, Prince Chu Chuanren founded the Cosmos Academy and persuaded His Majesty to open the royal arsenal to bring together the world's best and brightest in an initiative to educate without discrimination, in an effort to bring the faltering Great Chu back to prominence. During the past 10 years, the Cosmos Academy has achieved good results, but relying only on the Cosmos Academy and the existing army of Chu to win the great wars of the future is far from enough. What the Chu Mansion Master really wants is to change the idea that the sects only care about preserving themselves. Don't look at the scattered sands of the Chu sects nowadays. If they can really unite and participate in a great war, they will definitely be a force to be reckoned with. Due to personal friendship, on behalf of the Outer Sect, I have accepted the request of the Chu Mansion Master to send a team of Outer Sect disciples to the northern border of the Chu Kingdom, to collaborate with the local garrison, stationing them at the border to sweep out enemy invaders. This is an attempt and an example. If you can return with honor, I'm sure the rest of the clans will be moved, and it will help a lot to change the current situation. Speaking here, Lu Wuxian paused, his eyes looking straight at Gu Feng, wanting to hear his insights. This idea is good, but the outer disciples are too weak and too risky to travel to the frontier, so why not? Gu Feng had wanted to say why he didn't send stronger inner disciples, and it was clear that the outer sect had broken with the inner sect, mainly because of the major disagreement that had arisen over this idea. Elder Lu, I have to hurry up and cultivate. I really don't have time to go, Gu Feng said with a bitter face. There's no danger. It's just going through the motions and pretending to show the world's clans. Wouldn't it be fine to pretend to send someone else? I need to earn money to buy resources to cultivate. There are a lot of resources there at your fingertips, Lu Wuxiang said with narrowed eyes. Don't lie to me, Elder Lu. I'd rather stay in the outer sect. Fine. I won't force you, but from now on, you are not allowed to earn money by improper means, Elder Lu said in a deep voice. Like what? Gu Feng asked tentatively. If I think it's improper, it's improper. The border really isn't dangerous? The corners of Gu Feng's mouth twitched. Isn't this being a rogue? Every day just resting, drinking, eating meat and practicing at the camp. There are a lot of resources there? At this point, I swear on my own honor that there are definitely more resources than I can use in a lifetime. So I'll go? Whatever. Go. Must go. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of every man. Chu is my home. I want to protect my family and defend my country, Gu Feng said with a beat of his chest. I can't imagine that you have quite a high awareness, Xu Qingyan said in surprise. It can't be helped. Having Elder Lu around basically cuts off my intentions of enriching myself in the outer sects, and he even has an honorary oath. So I guess it's not true that there's an abundance of resources there. Drinking and eating every day should be bull ********, but I can't be bitter as a squad leader. Thinking about it, the frontier isn't a good place to go, or else we'll really have to take a break after a year. Gu Feng wrinkled his brow and returned. I thought you really had a high level of awareness. What makes you think you're a squad leader? What Elder Lu said. The number one dangling captain of the outer sect. Among the outer sect disciples, is there any stronger than me? Gu Feng said proudly. Alright, since you've already made up your mind, gather at this time 7 days from now at the outer gate. Understood. After Gu Feng left, Elder Wu tugged at the corner of his mouth and asked, Old Lu, it's not good for you to lie to Gu Feng like that. Who lied to him? Elder Lu rolled his eyes. Drinking, eating and sleeping in camps? Seems like there's no campgrounds there. All the people who live there are Shankakas. Wherever there is a Shankaka, there is a campground, Elder Lu said in a serious manner. Then you swear on your honor that there are more resources there than you can use in a lifetime. And you're not afraid of giving birth to demons? Getting resources and hiccuping before you can use them, isn't that the same as so much that you can't use it all in a lifetime? Elder Lu said shamelessly. The elders present were greatly shocked. Old Lu, you are truly a talent. He has to push himself. Otherwise how can he defeat Xu Yuhong a year later? The danger there is great, but the rewards are also great. If he is destined to fall, he might as well fall there and still end up dying for his country. Elder Lu sighed slightly. Makes sense. The elders nodded slightly. When he returned to the small courtyard, Gu Feng began to enter cultivation. Don't look at him like he's dangling, but when it comes to key things, he won't drop the ball. As the captain of the squad, he felt a great responsibility on his body and had to bring his team back in one piece. Gu Feng couldn't care about other people's cultivation, so he could only force himself and keep improving. Elder Zhu, I've always wanted to ask a question. My 10,000 tribulation Dao body consumes so much resources, 1,000 times that of an ordinary cultivator, but how come it's not 1,000 times as strong as theirs? To be able to ask such a stupid question, I can now be certain that your head is filled with. Shu Qingyan showed no mercy, splitting her head and cursing angrily. What do you mean? Gu Feng was stunned. A wine jar that originally could only hold 10 pounds of wine. What do you need to do if you want to hold 11 pounds of wine? Shu Qingyan asked a question. Just buy a wine jar that can hold 11 pounds of wine. Gu Feng skimmed his lips. Oh, came the reply, choking Shu Qingyan. So what if there is only one wine jar in the world? This can't be right. You asshole, reasoning with you. You're ing bolting. Gu Feng's reply made Shu Qingyan so angry that she frantically slapped him in the mouth. Don't fight. If there is only one wine jar in the world, then find a way to raise the rim of the jar so that it can hold more wine. Wouldn't it be nice, then, to upgrade the rim of the tank and pay far more than it would take to buy a new tank? This is the same for cultivators, and there are limits to the amount of spiritual energy each realm can hold. I do not know how many heavenly pride, in order to get a higher ability to cross the level of the challenge, spend billions of resources to break the limits of the human body. It's not as easy as you think. Oh, I see. It's like a 100-meter track runner. From 11 seconds to break through the 10-second mark, you may be able to practice a little bit, but want to improve again. You must have a top coach, professional equipment, a reasonable diet. Every millisecond of improvement requires exponentially more financial resources and energy. Gu Feng suddenly realized, cultivate, and net some unintelligible words. The time flickered and came to 7 days later. Outer doorway. Hey, everyone's here. When Gu Feng arrived at the door, there were already 200 or so outer disciples gathered, and Elder Lu and the others were all present. Seeing Wu Qi and the others, Gu Feng wanted to make some small talk first, but the atmosphere was so grave that he felt it was inappropriate. And anyway, there was plenty of time on the road, so there was no rush. Ahem, as captain, I feel the need to say a few words for the record before heading to the northern frontier. Protecting our family and defending our country is everyone's responsibility. We have a heavy burden on our shoulders. Shu is our home. Gu Feng spoke passionately, spilling the chicken soup in his head to his heart's content, yet the expressions on the faces of the crowd made him a little angry. What does it mean when one's mouth opens wide in what appears to be a grin? Come on, be serious, okay? We're going to the border, and when we get there, we'll be the army, and the army should be disciplined, so we can't be smiling and laughing. Not I say you guys, your attitude just can't work. This is going to be a big loss. As a soldier, you have to have temperament. One is like a little cutie. What's wrong with being like? Gu Feng snapped and spoke again. Old Lu, you appointed Gu Feng as the captain? Elder Wu asked in surprise. Nope, this kid pawned himself, Elder Lu said with an expressionless face. Not to mention, this Gu Feng kid is really eloquent. He speaks like that, another elder said with a smile. Coming. Phew. 100 or so figures came straight to the elders from afar. What's this Gu Feng kid doing? Captain, he seems to have taken your captaincy. We haven't even left the Sunset Cloud sect yet. And this kid is seizing power. Teach him a good lesson. Stump. Hearing the sound of footsteps behind him, Gu Feng subconsciously turned around, first staring blankly before smiling and saying, Senior Sister Chu, have you come to see me off? Wait a moment. I'll straighten up the team's discipline first. Straighten up your ass and get back in line. I'm the captain. Shu Yuyihui stretched out her showy fist and knocked Gu Feng's head. Chapter 127. A righteous youth, backhandedly cheating the little lowly of $3 million. Gu Feng looked at Chu Yuyihui in dismay, opened his mouth, wanting to say something, when a thought suddenly popped into his mind, and his pupils dilated. You became an outer disciple? You're not stupid yet. The corner of Chu Yuyihui's mouth turned up slightly. Gu Feng looked around awkwardly and smiled without losing his manners. Good day, Captain. I'm giving an early lecture for the captain. The words fell, and with a whoosh, he was back in the middle of the group. Are you guys dumb? Knowing that I'm not the captain, why don't you remind me? Gu Feng glared at Wu Qi and the others and said in a low voice, I didn't see you speaking so passionately, so I didn't have the heart to interrupt. Wu Qi said with a smile on his face, I'll say a few words. Chu Yuyihui's voice rang in his ears, and when he raised his eyes to look, he saw that her face had become solemn. her aura stern, and Gu Feng couldn't help but stand up straight. Gu Feng said it well. Let's set off. Good lord. This is literally just 2 sentences and not a word more. Before the crowd could react, Chu Yuyihui took the lead and stepped out. And just like that, Gu Feng and the others left the Sunset Cloud sect, where they had lived for more than a year and a few days. Wu Qi, were you forced or did you take the initiative to ask to go to the frontier? On the way, Gu Feng asked Wu Qi softly. Forced? Wu Qi looked strange and whispered back. Forced by whom? Elder Ryu? No. Who's that? You. At those words, Gu Feng froze, consternation surfacing between his brows. Why have I ever forced you? Precisely because I knew that life on the frontier was hard. I didn't even tell you. You messed with so many big names in the inner sect. You yourself directly gave up, stayed in the outer sect. Everyone knows that we are close to you. If you enter the inner sect, you might be violently beaten up every day. We have no choice but to stay in the outer door. But the outer door has limited resources, and the techniques and martial arts skills are not enough to support our cultivation. If we don't go out and put up a fight, how can we enter the Cosmos Academy in the future? Wu Qi skimmed his mouth and said, Gu Feng, don't listen to Wu Qi's nonsense. This kid is just selling out. The main reason is that you left the Sunset Cloud sect and don't know when you'll return. The cave you found for us in Carp Mountain is basically untenable, so we might as well go with you to the border to mix it up. Guo Runkai said with a smile. Yeah, we'll be bullied if Bosku isn't in the outer sect. And ever since you had a falling out with Shu Yu Hong, a lot of outer sect disciples, they're thinking of finding a chance to mess with us so that they can claim credit from Shu Yu Hong. Xiong Wu buzzed. AI. With you and Fei gone, we really don't have a backer. It's too bad. Chao Yuan said bitterly. You bunch of scum. Going to the frontier is also cannon fodder. I'm going to earn money to pay off my debt. Fei's idea was simple. Seeing that he had to pay back the interest again, he had to find a way to make money fast. Hearing Elder Lu say that the resources of the frontier were so plentiful that he couldn't use them all in his life, he didn't hesitate and agreed directly. How much do you guys know about the frontier? Gu Feng asked with a twitch in his heart. Never been there. It's pretty messy all in all. Precisely because of the chaos, there are greater opportunities. As he spoke, Tuoba Lei's eyes flickered. He was bitter, traveling on the edge of life and death all year round. The northern border was a relatively ideal place for him to go. My second uncle used to be a soldier. Every few months, he would send a lot of spirit stones and resources to his family. He supported hundreds of people in our family by himself. My second uncle was my idol when I was a kid. A big and thick-looking cultivator came over and said. Gu Feng glanced at him in surprise, always feeling that the other party looked familiar, and seeing the wolf toothstick he was carrying on his shoulder. He remembered that the other party wasn't the disciple who had been dry-scrapped by his own fist when he punched through the Carp Mountain and hid on the sidelines pretending to be unconscious. You're Lu Sanbang. Lu Sanbang scratched his head and said, Pf. The name was so distinctive that Wu Qi and the others laughed. Brother Sanbang. Specifically, what was your family's second uncle's position in the army, and what happened to him afterward? Looking at Lu Sanbang like this, his second uncle must not have been a high-ranking official. Spare a thought. Can support hundreds of people? Enough to show that the border is rich in resources. Gu Feng immediately came to the spirit. Second uncle is just an ordinary soldier. His strength isn't as strong as the current me, Lu Sanbang said with a smile. When these words came out, Wu Qi and the others came to their senses, originally thinking that there was water in what Elder Lu had said, but now it seemed that they were afraid that they had misunderstood him. An ordinary soldier could get so many resources. They couldn't be any worse than ordinary soldiers. Getting money wasn't an easy task. Then how is your second uncle now? Tuoba Lei asked as his eyes presented themselves. The grave grass is old. Crowd. 10 years ago, he was caught stealing military pay and was killed. Lu Sanbang said in embarrassment. Gu Feng and the others spit blood. Dare Lu Sanbang's second uncle to bring to feed the family's resources are stolen. For nothing the expression of the crowd. Looking at the simple smile of Lu Sanbang, the crowd subconsciously keep a distance from him. This kid actually when his second uncle is an idol. This kind of idea is very dangerous. Don't get too close, lest follow the disaster. Chu Yuyi Mirage led the crowd all the way north at a fast speed, and as they neared an ancient city, Gu Feng met Yen Ruoshi, Pao Shaoqiang, and several other disciples in pill refiner's garb. Why are you here? Prepare some medicinal herbs and go with you to the frontier, Yen Ruoshi said with a smile. With that, Yen Ruoshi and the others joined the team. After a few more days, when they passed by the Yun County Governor's mansion, another group of people joined them, numbering 400 to 500, with strengths ranging from the Qi drawing realm to the peak of the Hotian. Listening to Chu Yuyi fantasy, she said that these were hot-blooded youths recruited by the county governor's residence, under her command, to go to the frontier with them. The king of Yun County is from your father's party, isn't he? Gu Feng came over to Chu Yuyihui's side and asked softly. Although Elder Lu didn't say so explicitly, Gu Feng knew that if he wanted to implement reforms, there was bound to be a lot of resistance, so supporters were also indispensable. By the looks of that, the Cloud County Sheriff's Office was supportive of the series of strong policies implemented by the Chu family lord. The Yun County king is considered his hardcore. Chu Yuyihui skimmed her lips. Gu Feng was keenly aware that Chu Yuyihui basically didn't talk about her father, and even if she did, it was only in words, using he instead. This was clearly unreasonable. Normally one would say words such as my father, which had never been heard in Chu Yuyihui's mouth, but she was also very supportive of the Chu mansion master, which was intriguing. However, this was someone's family business, so Gu Feng was not in a position to ask too many questions. You came to the outer sect. What about the inner sect vegetarian girl sect? Gu Feng changed the topic and asked. Those who are willing to follow me have come to the outer sect. The rest of them should just get together and part ways. Chu Yuyihui said easily. Gu Feng swept his eyes over the group. The 100 or so unfamiliar female disciples. They should all be the ones that Chu Yuyihui had brought over from the inner sect. After leaving Yun County and traveling all the way north, crossing several counties, the crowd arrived at Wangbei City, a city located in the northernmost part of the Chu kingdom. Perhaps due to the fact that this city would bear the brunt of the war once it occurred. The buildings of Wangbei City were quite different from those of Yunxian County, with no ostentatious appearance and basically dominated by stone piling. The entire city was filled with a desolate, depressed atmosphere. Today, you guys will have some fun in Wangbei City. I'll go to the city lord's residence and go through the formalities. After Chu Yuyihui left, Gu Feng and Wu Qi and the others wandered through the streets. The largest number of people in Wangbei City were cultivators who traveled between the two countries to do business, followed by the local residents. Listening to Chu Yuyi fantasy, there weren't many true natives here. Most of them were soldiers who had participated in the Great War 30 years ago, and they were either crippled or had their martial arts foundation destroyed, so they stayed here to live out the rest of their lives. Those who had the ability to do so went outside the city to hunt some demonic beasts and sell them to passing merchants. Those who didn't did simple jobs such as guiding people to find demonic beasts and spiritual medicines to make ends meet. In short, they live a tougher life. Yen Ruwashi and the others were ultimately young, perhaps feeling the sadness of this place, but in the twinkling of an eye, they forgot about it, pulling Bao Xiaoqiang and a few other pill refiners, and walking merrily down the street, asking questions in front of the stalls. It's not easy to come out, so let's all just look around. Gu Feng was the head of the group, and when he gave the word, everyone dispersed, each chasing after their preferred contraptions while he looked for business opportunities. He walked aimlessly down the street, glancing every now and then at the stalls on either side. What good things can there be that can be placed on a stall? Xu Qingyan said with disgust. That's right, just take a look. In case there's a lightning attribute heavenly treasure you need? Gu Feng grimaced back. Suddenly, a voice came from behind diagonally. The original price is 1,800,000. Now don't want 180,000. Don't want 88,000. Just 8,800,000. The very best quality chi refining material, 9-colored phoenix featherstone, bathing in the phoenix blood, nirvana and rebirth. The whole Wangbei City, only this one piece, to build the divine weapon, to hit the face of scum men, green tea whores and go to the peak of life. You deserve it. When Gu Feng heard it, he was instantly happy. This word art in this tone, a proper big snub, little cutie, only then will he fall for it. It made sense for this kind of businessman to show up in a place like this, so he didn't bother and continued on his way. However, the voice that came from behind him once again caused Gu Feng to turn his head to look, and he wanted to see just what kind of talent would be interested in this. Really, I want it. I want it. The person who spoke was a little girl dressed in a black lowly outfit, filled with a noble atmosphere, most likely to follow the elders of the family, out to play. Most rich people aren't stupid, but it's inevitable that there will be some people who are stupid and have a lot of money. Gu Feng's mind moved to the little lowly's side. Don't fall for it. It's just a stained ordinary stone, not worth a single spirit stone. The little lowly's eyes were large and flickering as she squatted on the ground and raised her head, looking at Gu Feng suspiciously. I think it's pretty good. The little girl has vision. Kid, don't make trouble. Be careful, I'll beat you up. The middle-aged merchant with a scar on his face said viciously. Boom! As soon as Gu Feng's strength of the Hotian realm erupted, the other party's neck shrank, and he immediately stopped speaking. You're from the Hotian realm. Ha! Shouldn't have lied to me. Uncle, damn it. The little lowly got up and made a face towards the middle-aged merchant. Humph. In the future, if you dare to cheat people with fake goods again, I'll break your legs, Gu Feng said in a domineering manner, and the middle-aged vendor, with a look of fear, rolled up his stall and left with his head lowered, and a few stall owners on the side, also nudged their mouths, and secretly put away some of the fake and shoddy products on their own stalls. Encountered such a righteous and profound strength of young people. Self-admit bad luck. It seems that today again cannot open. These unscrupulous traders thought in their minds, yet the next moment, they directly broke defense. I only saw Gu Feng spit towards the fleeing middle-aged vendor. What the hell? Cheating little girls. Ah, is there any morality? Little girl, that 9-colored phoenix feather stone just now is a fake. The real one wouldn't be this cheap. Aha! Lori nodded obediently. I have a real piece of high-grade weapon refining material here, from an abandoned beast den. After identification, it's the world's hard-to-find purple electricity green frost stone. The entire Wangbei city is only one piece of it. For this piece of stone, I fell 18 of my brethren. Now I bear the pain of ceding it to you just to exchange some spirit stones and hand it over to their suffering families. The original price is $2,800,000. Now sell you $3 million. Gu Feng said with emotion, the surrounding vendor's eyes bulging out, mouth slightly open, heart silent tears. This kid, which is what righteous youth, proper big gray wolf. After driving away the middle-aged vendor who only wanted to cheat $8,800, he backhandedly cheated the little lowly of $3 million. And the key was that the little lowly seemed to be touched by the youth and was taking out money. This was also an extremely explosive scene in the entire history of Wangbei City. The middle-aged vendor hiding in the street corner watched as the little lowly pulled out 3 million spirit stones and handed them to Gu Feng, and his heart was like a knife. Mad. This little girl is so easy to cheat? It seems like he's still small in guts. 3 million, ah, my god. Looking at the faraway lowly, Gu Feng grinned and said with some smugness, Elder Zhu, how was it? A mere piece of scrap, sold for 3 million spirit stones. Fortunately I didn't listen to you and throw it away. This girl, not simple. Zhu Qingyan's voice was low, his tone filled with scorn. Well, silly isn't easy. In a secluded place in Wangbei City, the middle-aged merchant who had lost $3 million trailed the little lowly. Surrendered the spirit stone on your body, he said viciously, yet the lowly in front of him was staring at the purple electricity green frost stone in her hand, falling into deep thought, oblivious to the middle-aged man's threat. Kill and seize the treasure. What's the point of wasting words with her? The middle-aged merchant's companion, raising his large sword, then slashed towards the little lowly's head. Fall out. With 2 light words, just like the words of a goddess. The 2 people in front of Lori froze there as if they had been subjected to a fixation spell, and then their bodies, weapons, including their clothes, dissipated without a trace in an instant. Is he the only solution that can save our clan? As the high priest said? But he has the karma of his clan on him. The ethereal voice came with some doubt and uncertainty, and Lori's figure disappeared as if she had never appeared. Chapter 128, Metaphysical World as Customs? It's a bit interesting. Gu Feng, I am now solemnly telling you that there are many secrets in this world. Even if one certifies to be an emperor, one may not necessarily be invincible, and there are not a few that have been killed at the emperor realm. In the outer sect of the Sunset Cloud sect, you have Elder Lu to protect you. As long as you don't make any mistakes of principle, he won't do anything to you. I won't do anything to you either. Even if you screw me over so badly, I will still be true to you and never betray you. My strength is so garbage now. You must be cautious and prudent when acting outside. Those who can ascend to the peak of the martial arts path, in addition to excellent talent, more importantly, live long enough. Take that little girl just now. The feeling she gave me, compared to your predecessor Chu Yenran, perhaps even better. You pitted her spirit stones, must have already been found out, just that she was in a good mood. Seeing that you're a Hotian realm scum, didn't do anything to you. If she were to strike, in my current state, I wouldn't be able to dodge it even if I were to perform a heaven-defying secret technique. This time it's luck. If you continue to be so reckless and pitiless, you will one day taste the bitter fruit. Ever since parting with the little lowly, Shu Qingyi had been chattering in Gu Feng's mind. Is she really that strong? Believe it or not. In any case, don't do this kind of pitiful trick in the future. Let's earn money properly, can't we? Zhu Qingyan's tone was grave. Fine, let's earn money. Gu Feng pulled out his ears with his little thumb and said impatiently, how can I sell these thunderstones? 20,000 spirit stones. Fine, buy it. Is this cut of thunder blightwood authentic? Cheaper. I'll buy it. Having received a windfall of $3 million, Gu Feng swept through the stalls and, for the first time in his life, spent money to purchase items for others. Elder Zhu, how does it feel after devouring this lightning attribute heavenly treasure worth 2 million spirit stones? A Pekingese. Gu Feng heard Zhu Qingyan's unimpeded voice coming from his ears, and the corner of his mouth turned up slightly, finally blocking her mouth. Gu Feng? Aha! There's something wrong with some of the things I just said, now that I think about it. Which words? Cultivators cultivating against the heavens is to fight against people in heaven. We can't hesitate and waste a good opportunity just to spare our lives. So, Gu Feng asked with some doubt, In the future, we cooperate with each other. I'm in charge of counterfeiting, you're in charge of sales. There are rich cuties in this world. There's too many of them. Someone always has to do the pitiful deeds. Why can't it be us? The fake goods that I handle can definitely be made to look like the real thing. Even if a cultivator who is 2 great realms higher will never be able to see through them before they are actually used. I'm better at making fake dowlines. Any piece of weaponry, I can add dozens of 108 fake dowlines to it, making it several times or even dozens of times more expensive. I'm also good at. Zhu Qingyan's mouth was like firing a machine gun as she said excitedly. As she spoke, the roots of the 3 leaves of the thunder spirit grass produced some crystalline liquid. It's a sign of spittle-spewing speech. The corners of Gu Feng's mouth twitched and his mind was in turmoil. How long has it been? Less than an incense burner, right? It was hard to imagine that the 2 statements that were diametrically opposed to each other were actually uttered from the same mouth, which gave Gu Feng a feeling of unreality. You make counterfeits. I deal in counterfeits. My risk is high, Gu Feng said somewhat hardily. Counterfeiting is a technical job. You don't have this level. Only the risk of shares. Let's 50-50. The profit is very high. Oh, Zhu Qingyan seductively said. Words in front. I said 50-50. Is each accounted for 50%? Not you Pit Fei this little cute. The way you split the spoils when you do. Otherwise I'll be furious. Elder Zhu, aren't you afraid of meeting someone like that little loli just now again? The worst thing is to fall. It's easy for you to say, I'm sure I'll fall, but people may not kill a spirit grass. 4 or 6. I'll be 6 and you'll be 4. Or else you're exempt from negotiation. Alright, it's a deal. Bring out an ordinary weapon first. I'll practice. The 2 leaves of the thunder spirit grass rubbed together, and Zhu Changyan couldn't wait. In the evening, after Chu Yuyihui returned from the city lord's mansion of Wanbei City, she gathered the crowd in a secluded and open place in the north of the city. More than 800 people gathered together, lit torches, gathered around and ate the meals that were distributed. 2 slices of cake made of spiritual rice and a piece of roasted meat the size of the palm of a hand. Come and get it if you don't have enough. There's more here. One of Chu Yuyi Fantasy's assistants crisply said. Boss Gu, this senior sister Chu is too stingy. 2 rice crackers and a piece of roasted meat, and she dismissed us. Hua Runkai said bitterly in Gu Feng's ear. Yeah, this point is not enough to stuff your teeth. Not enough to come and get it. I don't see much there either. Not enough for me to eat alone. Fei also squeezed over and buzzed. Boss Gu, this won't work. Go talk to senior sister Chu and ask her to increase her meals. Elder Lu gave her a lot of spirit stones before she left the house, so it's not like she's been enriching herself. Wu Qi moved over and whispered. Gu Feng glanced at them. If you want to go, you guys talk to yourselves. I'm not going. Don't. You're on good terms with senior sister Chu. She won't scold you. We're sure to be stank when we go to give our opinions. Chao Yuan squeezed Gu Feng and said with a smile. Do you guys have any comments? Don't whisper anything. Speak up. Chu Yui Fantasy's gaze shot over, and Wu Qi and the others whooshed, all of them dodging aside. Boss Gu said that there wasn't enough food and suspected you of enriching yourself. Fei added. Gu Feng rolled his eyes, wanting to slap each other to death. This kid usually looks wooden but at the critical moment the head is very bright. Clearly he has an opinion. Hard to dump the pot to himself. Seeing all eyes on him, Gu Feng had no choice but to get up. Senior sister Chu, the group are all cultivators. Part of their stamina needs to be drawn from food. 2 spirit rice cakes with a piece of roasted meat. I'm afraid we won't have enough to eat. Don't you always want to be the captain? I'll let you have the captain. 2 spirit rice cakes with a piece of roasted meat. This is the standard military rations. Each serving is worth 50 spirit stones. 3 times a day. More than 800 people. Every day when you open your eyes. It's $130,000 of expenses. I can't afford to be the captain. Chu Yui spread his hands and said helplessly. Hiss. Gu Feng's neck shrunk and he sucked in a mouthful of cool air, consuming 13 or 15 spirit stones every day. 4 million in January. The key is that everyone is still unable to eat enough. If these 800 or so people were to be fed and eat well, along with the cultivation resources, it would definitely be a staggering amount of expenses. We came to support the border, and the officials don't even care about food expenses? Gu Feng asked, smacking his lips. What do you think? This is a pilot, as a model, so that the various clans of Chu, in the event of a national war, will enthusiastically come over to assist in manning the borders. For this reason, the officials have set aside an area for us to guard alone, mainly to crack down on smuggling merchants traveling between the borderline of Dechu and Delhi. Revenue and expenditure profits and losses are borne by yourself. Chu Yugi Fantasy bristled. Metaphysical world as customs? That's interesting. The earnings in here should be pretty good. Thinking of this, Gu Feng's heart stirred. Senior sister Chu, can this be true? You really want to be the captain? Chu Yuyihui spread her face and smiled. Her emotions were a bit excited. When I left the sect, The funds given by Elder Lu were all used up, and all the way here. I also backed up $500,000. If you become the captain, then you have to pay me back 500,000 spirit stones. It's a deal. The 500,000 spirit stones you owed me before is written off. Gu Feng grinned. Bring the captain's token. Take it, and the official identification certificates that were processed today. Together, Chu Yuyi took out a token and a stack of certificates, like a hot potato, and couldn't wait to hand them over to Gu Feng. Come, everyone meet the new captain. Afraid that Gu Feng would backtrack, Chu Yuyi Fantasy hurriedly pulled the crowd and saluted Gu Feng. Hello captain. Those 400 or so hot-blooded cultivators who had been recruited by the Yun County Guardian's office followed Chu Yuyi Fantasy with a dumbfounded look on their faces as they shouted good day. Captain towards Gu Feng. We haven't even arrived at the garrison yet, and the captain has changed hands first. Is this playing house? Don't be so outrageous. The new captain was still a cultivator of the first level of the Hotian realm, weaker than half of the people present, and he was afraid that the whole army would be wiped out if they were led by him. Chapter 129, Borderline in the Swamp. Here comes the wrongdoer. Senior Sister Chu, if you're so eager to dump this mess on me, is there a pit in it? Gu Feng smiled and nodded at the crowd, coming to Chu Yuyi's side and asking in a low voice. No, absolutely not. Chu Yuyi's head shook like a rattlesnake drum, and a touch of cunning flashed in the bottom of her eyes. Oh, right, this is a border map. The circled piece is our compound. Gu Feng took a beast skin handed to him by Chu Yuyi, and the twisted lines on it made his head spin. Carefully studied a long time. It is only to understand. The total length of the northern border of Chu almost 20,000 kilometers, which is a shocking number. To know that before crossing the Dragon Country, the land border is only 30,000 kilometers less than. Forgive me, but also the world's area is ranked third of the Great Country. The quarters officially assigned to them by Chu were about 10 kilometers wide, more than 800 people, guarding 10 kilometers. It's not too difficult, Gu Feng said in a low voice. Senior Sister Chu, is our garrison a dense forest? Gu Feng noticed that it was the same green forest, but the color of their quarters was somewhat darker green. The climate there is cool and pleasant. The water is abundant. The vegetation is lush, and there are hundreds of species of spirit beasts. In the words of the city lord of Wangbei City, it's definitely a piece of treasure land that can't be found by beating a lantern. Chu Yuyi said as she skimmed her lips. That's done. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's heart rejoiced, and then he said aloud towards the crowd present. Brothers and sisters, I am grateful to Senior Sister Chu for raising her love and relinquishing the position of captain to me. Gu Feng, I know that we all come over the frontier, are holding a patriotic heart, but patriotism can be, but also cannot treat themselves, and in the future we all get rich together. Wu Qi, take some people and go buy some food and come back. Don't want spiritual rice crackers, just roasted meat, and get some spiritual wine. Everyone have a good meal and enter the compound early tomorrow morning. Gu Feng threw away $500,000 and told Wu Qi and the others to go out and buy food. Captain Magnificent. The crowd slammed the hard-to-eat spirit rice crackers in their hands on the ground and shouted loudly that they could finally stop eating this difficult food. The rookie captain is weak, nay has the ability to bankroll, which is certainly quite a bit better than before. On the following day, the refreshed crowd, led by Gu Feng, walked out of Wangbei City and headed to their quarters. Are we going the wrong way? Gu Feng pulled Wu Qi beside him and asked in a low voice. The group had traveled dozens of kilometers, and when they looked into the distance, they could not see the so-called dense forest at all. Wu Qi took the animal skin map and flipped it over and over to watch it. He was also a bit confused. With the sun as a guide, the direction is definitely right. The map is from the official, and there will be no mistakes. Just walk further ahead to see. There's still a distance away from the range marked on it. Unable to do anything about it, Gu Feng could only continue walking forward with his head held high, and the more he walked, the less he had in his heart. Is it our quarters to travel to that area filled with faint black smoke? Lofty mountains on both sides and a low-lying area in the center. That's right, the borderline that ours will be guarding is right there. Wu Qi compared the map and confirmed. This Gu Feng looked at Chu Yuyi not far away in dismay. The latter's head tilted up at 45 degrees to the sky in an I'm not sure look. Go in first. Gu Feng was in a heavy mood as he lifted his steps forward, and the people behind him looked at each other and followed. Chu Yuyi illusion. This is the treasure land you were talking about. Standing in front of a swamp, Gu Feng's eyelids fluttered as he yelled towards Chu Yuyi mirage. God's ing climate is cool and pleasant. It can simply be described as eerie. Over the swamp, floating black toxic gas, a gentle sniff. Let a person feel dizzy head, body chills. Do not know also thought that stepped into the netherworld. There was no nonsense about an abundant water supply, but this water supply was too abundant. Gu Feng found a cut-off wooden bar and threw it in, and in no time at all, It sank to the bottom of the swamp, and how to step into it was a problem. The lush vegetation was no lie. The swamp was filled with a kind of black vines that were covered with small dense thorns, and there was also black gas bubbling up, mixing with the scent of the swamp, which was the poisonous gas that permeated the air. There were hundreds of species of spirit beasts, not just hundreds, and standing on the outskirts of the swamp. In just a short period of time, Gu Feng saw dozens of insect-type demonic beasts of varying sizes and extremely disgusting appearances, which were either roaming in the swamp, or clinging to the vines. With so many types of demonic beasts seen on the surface of the swamp alone, the situation underneath the swamp could be imagined. The most crucial thing is that those insect-type demonic beasts are all more or less poisonous. If you don't pay attention, it's enough for you to suffer. The overall visibility of the swamp was very low, and with Gu Feng's eyesight, he could only see the situation within 5 meters in front of him, so it was really a place that he couldn't even find with a lantern. Shu Yui Hui, who was called by name, directly hid behind a group of female cultivators, causing Gu Feng to be angry and want to laugh, but also unable to do anything about it. How far away is the borderline? At 8 kilometers. Wu Qi's reply made the corners of Gu Feng's mouth twitch. Geez, that means they're going to be customs inside the swamp. Looking at the crowd whose faces were changing uncertainly, Gu Feng could only encourage them once again before letting Fei try to enter the swamp first to test if he could pass. He only saw Fei tiptoeing onto the swamp, and when both his feet were on the swamp, his fat body sank violently, and he worked his body's spiritual energy, wrapping it around his legs, before he barely managed to stand firm, and he took a few steps forward to return to Gu Feng's side. Boss Gu, walking on the swamp consumes a lot of energy, and you must always run your spiritual energy to keep from falling, Fei said with a bitter face. It's a real head-scratcher. Shu Yui Fantasy, come here, what are you doing, talking so loud? Seeing Gu Feng's dark face, Shu Yui Hui pouted her lips and came reluctantly. Why did you pick this kind of place to guard? It's difficult to move around. So what the hell is a township for? Gu Feng roared as his mouth frothed. It can't be helped. There's only this compound for us. It's this compound that cost a lot of spirit stones, Shu Yui Hui said with a drooping head. Spending spirit stones? This bird's nest is not a place to spend money. We're here to assist in garrisoning the border. Gu Feng was truly convinced. He felt that this was the most outrageous words he had heard in the 20 years he had traveled over. Well, it cost 6 million spirit stones, Shu Yui Mirage said weakly. Seeing Gu Feng's cross-eyed face, she added, although it cost 6 million spirit stones, the Chu officials gave 10 years of development rights, 10 kilometers wide and 8 kilometers long. It's a big area. It's cheap. Gu Feng was really completely convinced. This kind of crappy place, and 10 years, a day is too long. Anyway, let's go in and take a look. Maybe things are good inside. Do you believe this statement yourself? Gu Feng glanced at him before speaking aloud towards the crowd. That's how the situation is. If you want to leave, you can leave on your own. Once this statement was made, the original group of people who were not determined to leave one after another, roughly counted, almost more than 100 people, all of which were pseudo-hot-blooded youths recruited by the Cloud County Governor's office away. Gu Feng didn't make things difficult, and directly took out their official certificates and tore them up in public. Since everyone has chosen this path, let's move forward. The way forward was tougher than expected, and only 3 kilometers deeper. Dozens of people became physically exhausted and almost sank into the swamp. With the help of the vines, take a short break. The people took out some artifacts and patted them under their buttocks, sitting on the vines and recovering their strength. No, I can't recover. The aura here is toxic. I can't absorb and refine it. An even bigger problem arose. It was impossible to restore oneself here by absorbing the aura in the air like outside. Ruwashi, fetch some pills out. With no other choice, Gu Feng could only use pills to let them recover. Gu Feng had a head of 2 heads. The original expenses were large. If he could only use elixirs to restore his strength, this would undoubtedly add to the woes. The financial resources needed to pay to support the consumption of these 700 people would increase by geometric orders of magnitude. What a mess. There's no worst, only worse, Gu Feng belabored. After the next stopover, we finally got to where the borderline is. Gu Feng raised his eyes and looked, and all the way there, all the disciples within the Qi drawing realm and Hotian 5th level had varying shades of black aura floating between their eyebrows. Is there any poison-repelling pills or something like that for them to take? Gu Feng came beside Yen Ruwashi and asked in a low voice. The latter nodded his head and began to distribute pills for those disciples who were poisoned. Wasn't there originally a garrison here? There is, just don't know where it went. Shu Yui Hui frowned lightly and said in a low voice, just as the two of them were looking around. In the mist on one side, there was a rustling sound, and by the sound of it, there were probably dozens of people. Attention! Gu Feng was alert and signaled the crowd to prepare for battle. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer. and when the other party's figure pierced through the mist, the crowd first froze, and then looked strange. Look at the dress of these people. It should be the soldiers guarding this place, but they look too black, like African black children. The whole body, only teeth and the white of the eyes is the only place where the white. Ha ha ha, finally here. A few months ago, I heard the rumor that an unjust man was coming over to subdue this place. I thought it was a rumor, but I didn't expect to really wait for it. The pugnacious man at the head, grinning like a chimpanzee, was exceptionally comical. Gu Feng's face darkened. A bigot? It was indeed a bit hard to hear, but it was incredibly apt. What were they if not ingrates? Uncle, is the officer stationed here? Gu Feng smiled and arched his hand. What uncle? I'm only 28, shouted big brother. The first time I saw you, I was so happy to see you, but I was so happy to see you. Gu Feng froze. This appearance is only 28. Say out who believe 88 is more or less. If not for the sake of politeness, he just wanted to shout grandpa. My name is Fanwei. I have been stationed here for 3 years, and of the 500 men I originally brought here, this is all that's left. If you guys had come a year or two later, I guess I would have been left alone. As soon as these words came out, the dozens of soldiers behind Fanwei had a look of gratitude on their faces. Gu Feng's heart stirred and immediately signaled Guoren Kai to take out food and spirit wine to entertain the other party. Young man is good, very good at handling things. Fanwei laughed, took the roasted meat and spirit wine, sat down on the vine, and then ate with a big mouthful, looking like he hadn't eaten any food for several days. Gu Feng also found a peculiar phenomenon. Fanwei and the others actually had not been afraid of the thorns on the vines. Could it be that they had refined iron but kung fu? Brother Gu, don't be shy. We haven't eaten in 3 days. Oh, understand. Garrison is tough. Gu Feng laughed. Are you curious as to why our butts aren't afraid of the thorns of the vines? Seeing Gu Feng nod his head, Fanwei gave a strange smile. When we first came here, we also patted our weapons under our butts just like you guys. But never mind how careful you are. There's always a time when the weapons fall off. This hellhole, once a weapon falls, you can't even pick it up in time before it sinks into the depths of the swamp. Later on, there was a genius in our team who came up with a way to tie his weapon to his butt. I have to say, he's really a bit of a genius. This genius-like idea directly led to us losing dozens of people at once. That time we rested on the vines, just happened to encounter the black crocodile infestation under the swamp, coupled with a stream of smuggling merchants. This place visibility is low. A meeting is to see life and death. The result is due to the weapons tied to the buttocks. A moment to remove. Dozens of brothers instantly fell. Having learned our lesson that time, we then never strapped our weapons to our hips again. The elixir ran out, and the aura in the air was poisonous. But one must always rest. Fanwei's voice came with its own microphone, and all 700 cultivators led by Gu Feng heard it clearly, and they subconsciously touched their asses, imagining in their minds what it would feel like to have an inch-thick callus there. The male cultivators had strange faces and didn't feel anything, while those female cultivators had a face of evil chills and goosebumps all over their bodies.